In this immortal cultivation world, non-human forces can also coexist. This world is divided into three coexisting factions: the human race, the demon realm, and the devil realm. Cultivating immortality is to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Not only humans can cultivate, but demons and devils can as well. The strong have a voice and stand at the apex. Yet, there is a very strong person, an arguably invisible existence, who doesn't know he is strong. All day long he thinks he is immortal, unable to cultivate. Let's follow along to see how fascinating the story gets. In a small town named Shaoqi Town, as surrounding folks gathered to listen to an old man rambling, a head popped out from afar. He spat out 3 melon seeds from his mouth, but a few seeds still stuck to his lips. The guy wearing sunglasses leaned back in his chair, enjoying his melon, and said, "The threshold for immortal cultivation is truly low." His name is Ye Chongqing. Such a person, placed in any novel, is an unlucky existence. Everything must be told from 5 years ago. When Ye Chongqing had just transmigrated into a book, standing blankly before the majestic mountains, he exclaimed, Did I transmigrate? Can I get a system, a golden finger, be protected by the heavenly Tao, casually grasp worldly laws, and have 7 or 8 shameless Tao companions? Ye Chongqing spoke a whole string of words, his eyes sparkling, mouth watering at the prospect of holding beauties in both arms. Ye Chongqing then raised his voice and hand high, calling out, "System!" He thought an omnipotent system would appear like in the books, but clearly there was nothing around except a crow followed by a trail of 17 dots. Ye Chongqing awkwardly trembled his hand. Not giving up, he called again, "Golden finger, magical treasure, master, big shot." But no matter how much he called, nothing appeared. He immediately dropped to his knees, sobbing and screaming, "Is anyone here? Where is everybody?" A while later, Ye Chongqing, leaning on a cane, tremblingly walked forward in an extremely tattered state. Suddenly, a voice rang out, testing spirit roots, 1 copper coin per time." It turned out to be an old man with a spirit root testing orb. Seeing this, Ye Chongqing also wanted to check his own spirit root, so he ran over and said, "I want to test." Right as Ye Chongqing touched the orb, bolts of lightning violently burst forth.
The old man looked at the shaking sphere emitting a dazzling light and muttered in a trembling voice, How is this possible?" Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Ye Chongqing asked eagerly with a bright face, "Tell me quickly, am I a prodigy with excellent aptitude?" But that thought in his head was immediately extinguished when passers-by saw the sphere and gossiped, "How can there be someone without a spirit root? So there really are people without a spirit root? I have never seen someone without a spirit root." Since then, because he had no spirit root, no sect wanted to accept him as a disciple. Ye Chongqing stood in front of the sect's gate begging, "Please take me in." The sect disciple immediately chased him away. Go away, go away. We don't need trash without a spirit root here." And so Ye Chongqing returned feeling lost. For a living, he had no choice but to find a small town and settle down. That was Shaoqi Town, a town that was small but fully equipped. After that, Ye Chongqing opened a grocery stall by the roadside to earn a living. Relying solely on the knowledge of 2 lifetimes to do extra tutoring, his life could be considered quite leisurely. Ye Chongqing stood at the front of the lecture hall. Below him were little boys, some sleeping and some listening. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said, "Base your answers on that." He didn't know if it was because this peaceful, non-competitive life made him cheerful, but lately he discovered that his artistic skills had improved remarkably. Not only painting, but his calligraphy, chess, and lute-playing skills had all skyrocketed. Pondering these things, Ye Chongqing wondered in his heart, could this be my golden finger? Bullshit. He slammed the brush onto the table so hard that it snapped in half, splashing ink everywhere. Ye Chongqing clenched his trembling fists, tears streaming down his face, and said through gritted teeth, "This is a cultivation world where demons run rampant. What future is there in doing art?" Seeing this, one of his little disciples let out a sigh. "Mr. Ye is day-taming again." Hearing this, he froze, his face turning completely dark. Then he awkwardly coughed a few times, regaining the elegant demeanor of a teacher. Ye Chongqing took a pointer and pointed at the board, starting his lecture for the little disciples below. Our lesson content for today is... However, none of the disciples below were paying attention to the lecture. In one corner, 2 kids were fighting. In another, they were laughing and joking. There were even 2 boys who looked more clueless than Bo in Crayon Shin-chan. Seeing this, he got irritated and scolded his mischievous little disciples. Hey, we are in the middle of a class." But facing Ye Chongqing's words, the kids were not the least bit afraid and calmly replied, "Study what? The immortals have come to accept disciples. My mother told me to go cultivate." Another little disciple next to him chimed in, That's right. My father also said that studying cannot save mortals. The ultimate end of the universe is cultivation. Cultivation grants you a permanent position. Sir, you don't have a spirit root, so you wouldn't understand. Mr. Ye, do you want to cultivate again?" Ye Chongqing was hit hard by their words and trembled with anger, blaming the little disciples. "How can you tarnish someone else's innocence like that?" They then replied, "Don't worry, sir, we won't." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, so they still know how to respect their teacher. But he was wrong. The next sentence the little disciple said was truly meant to make someone vomit blood from anger. We will just laugh at you right to your face."
Ye Changqing flushed red with anger, looking at his god-awful disciples who were mischievously laughing out loud right in their master's face, yet he could do nothing about them. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "The immortal has arrived." Hearing this, the little disciples rushed out excitedly, saying, let's go to the SEC assessment. Goodbye, Mr. Ye, finally we don't have to study anymore." Upon leaving, one of the little disciples even intentionally stepped on his master's head. Ye Changqing, lying on the ground watching the little brats run out of the sect as if chased by ghosts, shouted loudly, "If you guys actually get selected, I will wash my hair while doing a handstand." In the middle of the town, there was a courtyard spacious enough for a large crowd to gather. The mothers eagerly led their children to the assessment. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached. Her beauty was city-toppling and country-ruining, making anyone who took a glance want to look longer. She was the head disciple of the Yuanzhan lineage, Taishuan Holy Land, Lu Wushuang. The lovely girl following behind her was from the Chongqing lineage, Taishuan Holy Land, junior sister Zhang. The fathers who brought their children for the test respectfully clasped their hands and shouted in unison, "Greetings, immortal masters." Lu Wushuang waved her hand, signaling the immortal behind her. The test to select disciples for Taishuan. Begin. The immortal behind heard the order, clasped his hands, and replied, "Understood." Standing before the bustling crowd, the immortal holding a book in his hand spoke up, "Participants, please line up neatly, one by one." A mother led her young child to a huge green spirit stone. The immortal asked, "Name?" The mother smiled happily and replied, "We are Li Gosheng." By the hand, she was leading a child who looked like a potato, picking his nose. The immortal looked at the child in front of him, frowned, and asked, "Is there no formal name?" He secretly evaluated the boy in his heart. The children of this town are all foolish. It seems this trip is in vain again. Hearing this, the mother's face broke into a sweat, and she said, yes, his formal name is Li Chunfeng." Hearing the name Li Chunfeng uttered from the mother's mouth, Lu Wushuang turned her attention to them. Seeing her strange behavior, the mother asked anxiously, "What's wrong, fairy? Is there a problem with my child?" Lu Wushuang replied, "No, I just think his name is very nice." Her praise made the mother extremely happy, and she recounted, "It was given by Mr. Ye. He is the most learned person here." Lu Wushuang smiled. "I didn't expect that in this town there is such a character with the demeanor of a Taoist immortal. Perhaps he is also a cultivator." The immortal on this side began the test, asking the little boy Li Chunfeng to place his hand on the spirit stone. Just as the little boy touched the massive spirit stone orb, its light suddenly burst forth blindingly, dense currents of electricity discharging outside with just a light touch from Li Chunfeng. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wushuang was startled and turned to ask, "What is happening?" The immortal beside her looked at the book radiating a dazzling golden light and stammered, "Senior sister, it turned gold just by touching. It really is a high-grade metal attribute spirit root." Junior sister Zhang stared blankly at the child, as if scattering 5 million, dropping her jaw and thought to herself, metal attribute spirit roots are extremely rare. A mid-grade one can already be considered a genius. This high-grade metal attribute is even rarer in the world. Lu Wushuang happily ordered to continue the test. "This is a good start. Quickly speed up the testing." The little disciples of Ye Chongqing stepped up one by one to state their great names. "I am Jia Xiangyi. I am Li Chenzao. Wei Zhongxian. Fan Zhongyan. I am Wu Songui." The immortal successively wrote the names of the kids into a book, and that book immediately emitted a blinding golden light. Looking at the dazzling golden light, the immortal exclaimed in awe, "Oh my God, is the luck of these guys really this strong?" Lu Wushuang beside them couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at the children at her feet, she asked them in surprise, "Your names, could it be they are all?" The kids answered in unison. They were all given by Mr. Ye. On this side, Ye Chongqing looked at the dazzling golden light filling the area and thought, "Isn't this the halo that only a supreme grade spirit root possesses?" He recalled the scene where he frustratingly told the mother, "Your child cannot cultivate, I told you." Thinking of this, his face scrunched up again. It turns out the clown is actually myself. After the test concluded, Junior Sister Zhang and Lu Wushuang strolled around to visit this small town together. Junior Sister Zhang, holding a tonghalu in her hand, happily turned around and said, "This tonghalu is so delicious, truly worthy of a place that contains so many geniuses." Lu Wushuang followed behind, nodding and said, "I have never been here before. Seeing this place surrounded by spiritual energy, it might really be a good place." Junior Martial Sister Zhang agreed, turning to her with a smile. "That's right, Senior Martial Sister. Look at these wooden hairpins. They are all so exquisitely crafted and beautiful." She looked at the energetic and lively Junior Martial Sister Zhang skipping around and sighed, "Truly a child." But as they approached a shop and looked at the signboard hanging high above, the characters on it inexplicably flew out. Lu Wushuang was startled, frowned, and exclaimed, "This is... oh no." She saw the surrounding scenery become blurry and turn into a golden hue. She felt as if she was in another realm, where a super gigantic sword was firmly planted in the ground, surrounded by dense red spiritual energy. Suddenly there was a call. "Senior Martial Sister, Senior Martial Sister, Senior Martial Sister, what's wrong with you?" Seeing her acting strangely, Junior Martial Sister Zhang called out in panic continuously. Her voice brought Lu Wushuang back to her senses. Her entire body was covered in dense golden-orange spiritual energy.
Regaining her awareness, Lu Wushuang joyfully turned to her junior sister and said, "Junior sister, just now I have stepped into the 6th realm of the Jinyuan sword scripture." Junior martial sister Jiang was astonished. "Ah? But Master said you just passed the 5th realm, and it would take at least 7 years to reach the 6th realm." Lu Wushuang was overjoyed in her heart, thinking to herself, "Just by glancing at the characters on the signboard, my cultivation base has drastically increased. The person who carved this signboard must definitely be a Sword Dao Almighty." Thinking so, she immediately pulled her junior sister into the grocery store. "Let's go, let's take a look inside." Junior martial sister Jiang was bewildered by her sudden action and let out a confused, "Huh?" The two of them quickly stepped inside the shop. Lu Wushuang had just started to speak, "Excuse me," but instantly fell silent when she saw him sitting at the counter in front.
Ye Changqing approached elegantly and asked, Do we have guests?" Seeing him, Lu Wushuang's cheeks subconsciously flushed as she secretly praised him. To think this person is so transcendent, with the demeanor of an enlightened master. However, there is no cultivation aura on his body. It seems he is merely immortal. In contrast to her mesmerized appearance, Ye Changqing felt as if he had struck gold and instantly became overjoyed, thinking, "Elegant appearance, exquisite features, she must be a female cultivator from the Taiswan Holy Land. They will not care about the price when buying things. I'm going to strike it rich this time." Having thought so, he immediately put on a sweet-talking salesman face and said, "Please feel free to look around. The items in the shop are definitely cheap and beautiful, no price gouging." Lu Wushuang looked around for a while, and her gaze stopped at a painting of a figure holding a flaming red sword. Feeling an extraordinary aura, she thought, This is... Instantly, the hanging painting seemed to have a soul, leaping right out. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Wushuang immediately summoned her sword. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Not good! The tremendous power in the painting. I cannot withstand it. Could this be the legendary god's one sword?" Sword intent flooded into my 8 extraordinary meridians, filling all the spiritual acupoints. She leaned back, feeling every change inside her. Her body trembled and her cheeks flushed. "It seems I am about to."
Breaking through. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wushuang immediately broke through to the 7th layer of the Jinyuan sword scripture. The spiritual energy around her was still abundant because she had just broken through. Lu Wushuang immediately ran over, tightly grasped Ye Changqing's hands and asked, "Excuse me, who is the author of this painting? Who is the figure in this painting?" Ye Changqing looked at her energetic and joyful appearance and thought to himself, "It seems the fairy really wants to buy it. She has already started asking about the author. Hey, it looks like today's painting can be sold for a lot of money." Thinking of this, Ye Changqing couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With this in mind, he seriously replied, "It's quite embarrassing to say, but the author and the person in this painting are both myself, Ye Changqing." Ye Changqing smirked and said, "This painting is just a self-portrait, a casual sketch during normal practice, a crude piece of work." Hearing this, Lu Wushuang and junior sister Jiang were startled. After hearing it, her eyes were filled with admiration. Her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, "A self-portrait? A casual sketch? Crude?" The sword intent in the painting, the pure essence flame, is fundamentally not a realm that ordinary cultivators can reach. She looked at the painting overflowing with spiritual energy and couldn't help but admire it. Seeing this, Ye Changqing's face darkened, and a few vertical lines even appeared on his forehead as he said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you too." In his heart, he secretly thought, "Haha, what's wrong? Who hasn't had fantasies before?" Junior sister Jiang on the side pouted and dropped a sentence that cut into his heart until he wanted to vomit blood. "It is quite crude. This hairstyle, this outfit, truly lacking in taste." Hearing this, Lu Wushuang immediately turned and scolded, "Junior sister, your cultivation level is shallow. You don't understand the intent within it. Don't talk nonsense." He rubbed his chin with a dark face. Junior sister Jiang's comment made him brood over it endlessly. Is it really that tasteless? He asked himself, oblivious to Lu Wushuang's sparkling gaze on this side, as she inwardly marveled. This person is young yet handsome as jade, with a radiant temperament and a sharp spirit. Why does he in the painting possess boundless sword intent? Wait, full of sharp spirit?
I cannot feel the other party's cultivation aura. Could it be that because his cultivation is higher than mine, he is intentionally concealing his presence? Otherwise, how could there be so much karmic luck in this grocery store? A simple self-portrait can even make me break through my bottleneck. Thinking this, she immediately and respectfully clasped her hands, bowed to him, and said loudly, "I, Lu Wushuang, a disciple of the Holy Land Taiswan, greet Senior." Hearing this, Ye Changqing outwardly appeared polite and replied, "This fairy, I am but a lowly mortal. I cannot accept the title of Senior." In his heart, his face darkened as he thought, "Stop trying to get close to me. I will definitely not give you a chance to bargain." Hearing the words he blurted out, she was stunned. A mortal? Having a Tao lineage with so much spiritual rhythm, yet calling himself a mortal? I understand now. This Senior has a heaven-defying cultivation, so living in seclusion here must have a profound meaning. If I say something wrong and accidentally ruin the profound mystery, it will definitely make the expert unhappy.
She respectfully maintained her posture, her forehead covered in sweat. Looking at her respectful appearance, his face turned pale. This lady came and immediately showed such respect to me. Could it be that she wants to rob everything in my store? Lu Wushuang, anxious on her side, maintained her posture and reassured herself. Speaking to such a peerless figure must be very, 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 very careful. After thinking, she stood up straight and spoke. Senior might not know. Since childhood, Wushuang has loved calligraphy and painting. Your masterpiece has enlightened me a lot, so you naturally deserve the title of senior.
Hearing these honest words, Ye Chongqing couldn't help but feel happy inside, smiling brightly and saying, "So that's how it is." Deep down, he was cheering excitedly. "Wow, so they genuinely admire my artwork. Little fairy, I may not have a spirit root, but when it comes to art, you cultivators are all lacking." Thinking of this, Ye Chongqing generously waved his large sleeve and said loudly, "You too can look around freely. There were not only paintings in the shop, but also many daily necessities." Junior Sister Jiang saw a strange face and asked, "Sir, why is there a dry branch in the vase?" He waved his hand and said, "This is a branch of Zen intent." After that, she walked around, saw a strange jar, picked it up, and asked, "Sir, why are these fruits all sticky?" He smirked, gave a thumbs up, and replied, "That is homemade candied fruit." Arriving at the statue of the Western goddess from the modern world, she became curious again. "Sir, why doesn't that girl have arms, and why isn't she wearing any clothes?" Ye Chongqing coughed a few times and said, "Because she is the most beautiful woman in the world." Lu Wushuang also approached to observe the statue. Her brows furrowed, and with a blushing face, she looked at the statue's 2 8 fruits and thought to herself, "This sculpture looks like it corrupts good morals, incomplete and missing limbs, but it seems to contain an indescribable aesthetic beauty." Sure enough, even if the lost arms were compensated for, they had reached a perfect realm. This was exactly the comprehension of an otherworldly expert. She looked up with fascinated eyes, admiring everything around her. Then she excitedly laughed and joked with Junior Sister Jiang. How could there be everyday items in this shop? All of them were immortal items. Contrary to Lu Wushuang's mood, Ye Chongqing impatiently glared at the two of them, annoyed in his mind. Asking so much, are they finally going to buy anything? Suddenly, Junior Sister Jiang picked up 2 beautiful hairpins. She excitedly asked, "Sir, how much are these 2 wooden hairpins?" Ye Chongqing turned his face away and profoundly replied, "This number," raising his hands to indicate the number 3. She said she understood. Hearing this, his eyes crinkled into a smile, thinking that whether it was 3 taels of silver or 3 spirit stones, he would make a huge profit. Suddenly, Lu Wushuang spoke up to stop her. "Wait." She observed his movements again and secretly evaluated. A peerless and unfathomable figure like Senior coming to the mortal world is probably to experience life before practicing cultivation. Therefore, using treasures from the cultivation world to exchange would be like insulting Senior. This suggestive hand gesture looks simple and unexceptional, but it actually contains infinite Dharma principles. The 3 straight fingers point to the 3 lives giving birth to all things. The thumb and index finger form a circle, representing perfection in the shape of a copper coin. I understand now. This is telling us, heaven's will is perfect. We must give copper coins. Having figured this out, she handed over exactly 3 copper coins, accompanied by her voice. "Senior, please accept this." Seeing the 3 copper coins clearly on her hand instead of 3 spirit stones or 3 taels of silver, his face suddenly turned pale and a crack seemed to appear on it. Ye Chongqing's face twisted, his head full of question marks directed at the 2 young ladies in front of him. Afterward, he could only tremblingly look at the 3 copper coins in his hand, feeling like vomiting blood, with a black crow flying over his head. Lu Wushuang looked at Ye Chongqing with sparkling eyes, admiringly thinking, "Good thing I reacted in time. If Junior Sister used spirit stones and accidentally displeased the expert, the consequences would be unpredictable." Contrary to her, Ye Chongqing turned his face away, sobbing loudly, tightly clutching the 3 copper coins in his hand and secretly cursing. "Cultivators are even stingier than that shopkeeper Wei. I have to drink the northwest wind this month." Suddenly, Lu Wushuang pointed at a painting of a young man holding a sword and said, "Senior, Junior also wants to buy this painting." His mouth twitched, forcing a few ha-ha laughs. Holding the 3 copper coins with trembling hands, he thought to himself, "I paint so beautifully, yet I only get 3 copper coins, and they said they like calligraphy and painting. This is clearly knowing nothing." Ye Chongqing was full of anger inside, but still handed the painting to her, saying, "Fairy, please take it." He reassured himself to endure it. In this cultivation world, connections are important. Hopefully this big thigh can be a bit self-aware and let me hug it. Hearing this, Lu Wushuang clasped her hands and requested, "Senior, I wonder if Wushuang can come and consult you on some matters related to calligraphy and painting next time." She secretly hoped that if she could listen to the expert's guidance a few times, she would have no regrets even as she died.
Ye Chongqing's mouth twitched. Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Whenever the fairy wishes, you can come at any time." Inwardly, however, he thought to himself, "If little ancestors like you come over, I'll have to sleep on the street."
After everything concluded, Lu Wushuang and junior sister Jiang left Ye Chongqing's grocery store. By this time, the sky had gradually turned dark. Lu Wushuang left in an extremely joyful mood, humming a song as she walked. Seeing her senior sister acting strangely, junior sister Jiang asked in confusion, "Senior sister Lu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so happy?" She turned and replied, "Just now, your senior sister broke through to the 7th realm of the Jin Yuan sword scripture."
Hearing this, she was stunned and shouted loudly, "Senior sister, you are not joking, are you? In just such a short moment, going from the 5th layer to the 6th layer takes at least nearly 70 years. To break through to the 7th layer would take at least another 20 years. Could it be because of that handsome young shopkeeper?" Lu Wushuang nodded and said, "That's right, that senior is a supreme figure." Thinking of this, she sighed, then rubbed junior sister Jiang's head and said slowly, "From what happened today, that person's strength is extremely profound. Whether my being enlightened by him is a blessing or a curse is still unknown." As soon as she finished speaking, she released her spiritual energy and flew high into the sky, both of them standing on their own magical swords to travel. Lu Wushuang turned to remind her junior sister, "Let's go. We will bring the new disciples back to the Holy Land first to participate in the Heavenly Ladder trial. I must investigate this matter carefully before deciding to tell our master and the other elders." Hearing this, junior sister Jiang nodded. Right beneath their feet was Ye Chongqing, walking quietly and sighing. Ugly disciples are favored by the gods. Selling a painting for just a few copper coins? Ye Chongqing, oh Ye Chongqing, your life is practically ruined. Damn it, how long do I have to live like this before it ends? Immediately after, he went to a tavern to fill his stomach. As soon as he arrived, a Fu who was guarding the counter saw the familiar customer and greeted warmly, "Yo, Mr. Ye is here. Is dinner tonight the same as before?" Ye Chongqing replied sluggishly, "A Fu, I didn't earn much today. 2 small side dishes and a jar of wine will do." Hearing this, Ah Fu happily agreed. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Ayo, Mr. Ye, our Wei family's success today is all thanks to you." He looked at shopkeeper Wei, who was happier than usual, and said, "Shopkeeper Wei, you are too polite. Where has Erlong gone?" He replied loudly, "Isn't it obvious? The children in our town have all left. The immortal masters even praised the names of the children in our town for being very beautiful, especially our Erlong." The two of them immediately sat down at a table, and shopkeeper Wei poured the wine.
The other hand rested on his shoulder and said, "The predecessors of Taiswan Holy Land were dumbfounded on the spot when they heard the name Wei Zhongshan of our Erlong." Ye Chongqing, being praised, proudly said, "Of course! I painstakingly calculated this name Wei Zhongshan. It contains a lot of luck." Shopkeeper Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this, patting his shoulder a few times. "Mr. Ye, although you don't have a spirit root, you still have some culture." Ye Chongqing's mouth twitched, clenching his fists to suppress his anger as he replied, "I really thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, shopkeeper Wei called Afu to add a chicken leg for Mr. Ye. Given the fragrant chicken leg, Ye Chongqing drooled and said, "This is a chicken leg exchanged with my dignity." Just as he opened his mouth to eat the super fragrant chicken leg, a Wang Da-fa palm strike suddenly hit his stomach, sending the chicken leg that had just reached his mouth flying into the sky. Looking at the wagging tail of the black dog, the rest of the people widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, what a big black dog tail." Recognizing the familiar figure, Ye Chongqing said in surprise, "Could you be Black Emperor?" The pitch-black dog, holding the chicken leg in its mouth, happily wagged its tail, joyfully looking at its master in front of it.
The guests in the shop saw it and immediately asked, "Mr. Ye, is this dog the one of yours that ran away many years ago?" Ye Chongqing, his face covered in slobber from He Huang's licking, smiled and replied, "It is indeed." "All right, stop licking," he shouted loudly, looking at his slobber-covered shoes licked by He Huang. 2 years ago, I took in a black dog of unknown breed and named it He Huang. The situation at that time was that it was raining. Ye Chongqing brought an umbrella, stepped outside, and saw a black dog taking shelter from the rain under a tree, its whole body trembling from the cold. "He Huang, time to eat," Ye Chongqing called out happily and loudly, along with a bowl of food in his hand. Raised it for a while, but it left on its own. I even thought it had become a snack for wild beasts. When Ye Chongqing saw the traces He Huang left behind when it smashed through the wall and left home, he said in surprise, "How did it do that?" There was saliva all over Ye Chongqing's pant legs and shoes. Seeing He Huang licking and wetting his entire leg while looking so happy, Ye Chongqing became a bit displeased and said, "So, He Huang, your breed is a licking dog, right?" He Huang happily replied with a bark, "Woof!" After that, it suddenly ran off towards home, making Ye Chongqing a bit surprised as he followed. As soon as He Huang entered, it saw the painting he drew hanging on the wall. It was so frightened that it trembled and cowered. Ye Chongqing looked helplessly at that appearance and thought to himself, "But why is it staring at this painting right after coming back?" Seeing He Huang gaze at the painting for a long time and then tremble all over, Ye Chongqing thought to himself, "It's still this painting, scared but still wants to look, just keep trembling." Ignoring whatever He Huang wanted to do, Ye Chongqing left but did not forget to leave a few words. I'm going back to the bedroom. Your doghouse is still in the old spot. Stop looking at that painting. I'm afraid you'll be scared into peeing on the floor."
After saying that, Ye Changqing went out and closed the door. At this time, suddenly a yellow light emitted from the Black Emperor's body. Finally, it transformed into a half-human, half-dog shape and said with some satisfaction, "I didn't expect this king to still be able to return to my master's side. In the beginning, I shouldn't have been bewitched by that fox and left my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been reduced to the state of this stray mourning dog." The Black Emperor recalled the miserable situation while wandering. The flame of hatred in his body couldn't help but ignite, and he said angrily, "Despicable and shameless Scarlet Fire Demon King, how dare you unite with several great demon kings to beat this king back to his original form? Wait until I return to my master's side to cultivate for a few days. This king will definitely make you pay for blood with blood." Suddenly, at this moment, a sound came from outside the door, causing the Black Emperor to be frightened and think to himself, could it be that the demons of Nanling have found this place so quickly? It turned out to be Ye Changqing. Fearing that the Black Emperor would be hungry again in the middle of the night, he brought more food for him. "The chicken leg from earlier tonight is definitely not enough to eat, right? There is still some leftover rice. Eat your fill and then sleep." Seeing this, the Black Emperor's head immediately broke a sweat. Realizing that Ye Changqing was still so caring and worried, the Black Emperor was moved to tears and his voice trembled as he spoke. "Master, I shouldn't have left you a year ago." The Black Emperor cried and continued, "I want to be your lapdog forever. I, the Black Emperor, swear that I will never leave my master again." Lying on the bed thinking about the Black Emperor, Ye Changqing said worriedly, "I really don't know what the Black Emperor has experienced outside for a year. Looking at the large size of the dog, its cowardly nature still hasn't changed." As he spoke, Ye Changqing turned over and let out a heavy sigh. "Fortunately, I used its original form to create that Black Emperor painting. I hoped it could become a demon king so I could cling to its big thigh. Who would have thought it's just a lapdog?" On this side, the Black Emperor devoured the food while crying loudly with gratitude. With the master's protection, even if the 4 great demon emperors of Nanling gathered together, in front of the master they are just like ants. For me, the Black Emperor, to have today, it is all entirely relying on the Black Emperor painting that the master drew for me to awaken my bloodline. As soon as the Black Emperor finished speaking, the food in the bowl was also wiped clean and licked spotless. Returning this time, I didn't bring any gifts from my master. Maybe I should take advantage of the dark sky to go look around to give my master a surprise. Thinking this, it then leaped past his room. Ye Changqing was currently sound asleep, so he didn't know a single thing. The next morning, when the sun was high up, the glaring sunlight woke everyone up to work.
Ye Changqing woke up sluggishly and said, "Sleeping is so uncomfortable." After that, he rubbed his eyes, feeling something strange, and asked himself, why does the bed feel smaller? Suddenly, Ye Changqing bumped into something, feeling a softness he had never touched before. He wondered, what is this sensation? Huh? Looking to the side, Ye Changqing was suddenly shocked, discovering that right next to him was an extremely beautiful girl fast asleep. Her blushing cheeks highlighted her healthy pinkish-white skin. This was exactly a little fairy who hadn't realized her surroundings because she was still sleeping. In surprise mixed with curiosity, Ye Changqing blushed and blurted out, "Who is this?" The sun had gradually risen high, shining its rays down on the earth for all creatures. The girl next to him suddenly rested her leg right on Ye Changqing's sensitive spot, making him a bit uncomfortable, and he cried out, "Whoa, don't touch there." Ye Changqing's eyes were now glued to the girl beside him.
Feeling a bit hazy yet vividly real, he thought to himself, could I be having a spring dream again? To verify whether he was dreaming or it was reality, Ye Changqing gave the girl next to him a hard smack on the butt. Knowing it wasn't a dream, Ye Changqing's eyes lit up, blooming a smile as beautiful as a flower, thinking, this tactile sensation is too real. The girl beside him was woken up by the smack, then sat up abruptly, rubbing her eyes and asking, why did it feel like someone just hit my butt? It turned out that this beautiful girl was the 9th princess of the Great Yan, Yan Bing-sin. When she was fully awake, she heard an from beside her, so Yan Bing-sin turned her head to look. Ye Changqing was a bit embarrassed at this moment, waving his hand and stammering, hello, miss? Seeing a man next to her, Yan Bing-sin raised her hand. With a smack, 5 clear finger marks were printed on Ye Changqing's face from Yan Bing-sin's slap. Caught off guard, Ye Changqing fell back and hit his head on the ground. Yan Bing-sin, still on the bed, was both ashamed and furious, shouting, where did this strange man come from? Yan Bing-sin pointed directly at Ye Changqing's face and yelled angrily, who are you? Why are you on this princess's bed? Do you know who I am? As for Ye Changqing, he felt a bit of pain from the slap and touched his cheek. Yan Bing-sin blushed and screamed loudly, guards, arrest this man for me. Seeing Yan Bing-sin's anger, Ye Changqing quickly tried to calm her down. Miss, don't be hasty. First, this is my house. Second, this is my bed. Finally, why are you asking me about your own identity? Yan Bing-sin didn't care about what Ye Changqing said, thinking this was still her mansion, and tried to shout loudly, guards, drag this guy out and behead him. The Black Emperor, eavesdropping outside, had his eyes shining with joy and thought, master plays so freely, how intense.
"Get out!" The shout rang out again, and at the same time, Ye Changqing was kicked flying out. He lay flat on the ground, his 2 legs pointing up and trembling. Ye Changqing painfully stood up slowly, rubbed his head and said, where on earth did this girl pop out from?
Beside him, the Black Emperor's eyes shone brightly as it barked, "Does Master like my gift?" Knowing that this was the good deed done by the Black Emperor, he propped his hands on his hips and lectured, "Black Emperor, how could you casually let strangers in the door?" The Black Emperor barked in response, "I didn't casually let her in, I brought her in." Inside the room, Yan Bingxin frowned in confusion and thought to herself, "Strange, I was clearly sleeping in the post station last night. How could I appear here? Could it be that the guy from just now did it? But his helpless appearance doesn't look like someone with high cultivation, yet he could bypass the heavy security of the Kishi Manor." As she thought, Yan Bingxin recalled Ye Chongqing's appearance when he was slapped. Seeing that she hadn't suffered any losses, Yan Bingxin smiled wickedly. "It's fine, I'll extract information from him first. If he has bad intentions, I will definitely tell my imperial father to hack him into 100 pieces." After finishing her thoughts, she stepped out of the room. Yan Bingxin put her hands on her hips and shouted coldly, "Men!" But in response to Yan Bingxin's shout was complete silence. Inside the courtyard, there was only Ye Chongqing sitting alone playing chess, and a pitch-black dog sleeping. Seeing herself being ignored, Yan Bingxin shouted angrily, "Hey, I'm calling you. Aren't you going to come and pay your respects to Her Highness?" In the distance, Ye Chongqing was still leisurely playing chess. He didn't respond, and she angrily approached Ye Chongqing.
Seeing Ye Chongqing playing chess, Yan Bingxin snorted in disdain. "What is a little thief like him doing here pretending to be elegant and playing chess? This palace will flip your chessboard." As soon as she reached out her hand, she felt an invisible power creating pressure that crushed down on her. This strangeness made her gasp in bewilderment. What is this thing?" Saying that, Yan Bingxin covered her eyes with her hands. Along with that, a strange phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. The light emitting from it was dazzling and looked extremely profound. The aura of this chess formation, why is its momentum so massive? Yan Bingxin watched each chess piece being played, feeling a power that was far from ordinary. "My head is about to split open. Someone save me." Unable to withstand this power, Yan Bingxin held her head in pain and silently cried for help. Noticing the strangeness, Ye Chongqing turned his head and snorted. "How did this little girl turn out like this after waking up from a nap? She isn't trying to trick me, is she?" He wondered as he looked at Yan Bingxin's distorted face in front of him. The Master's chess formation contains countless heavenly Taos and destiny, let alone a tiny foundation establishment girl like you. Even a soul formation or void-piercing realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Black Emperor looked smugly at her in a passive state. "Forget it. Who told you to be the gift I gave the Master? This time, I will help you." Thinking so, the Black Emperor released his spiritual energy. Yan Bingxin was trapped in a strange phantom. Suddenly, a crack appeared above her head, and light shone inside through it. So it was Black Emperor. It broke the illusion in her mind and rushed forward, opening its fang-filled mouth. Seeing this, Yan Bingxin was surprised and thought to herself, "Is it that black dog? It broke the chess formation's illusion to help me." Her eyes widened and her mouth formed an O shape in astonishment as she watched Black Emperor getting closer and closer. What in the world is going on now? She became confused as she felt her body falling. She fell heavily as if pulled by an invisible force, and spiritual energy burst out to envelop her entire body. Seeing this, Black Emperor became anxious and worried. Oh no, her foundation establishment cultivation is too weak, and being forced to withstand the coercion of the great Tao chess formation has caused her body and soul to separate. Thinking this, it accelerated and dashed forward to save Yan Bingxin, who was about to be swallowed by the void of the night. In that illusion, Ye Chongqing was like a god, towering and full of strength, not useless like he seemed on the outside. His eyes shone brightly as he raised his hand and placed a chess piece on the board. At this moment, Yan Bingxin also landed on the chessboard below. Done. The Ye Chongqing in reality placed the chess piece down with immense satisfaction. He licked his lips and smiled happily. "Hee, little sunspot, you've shown your weak point, haven't you? This endgame has finally been solved by me." Over on this side, Yan Bingxin had been freed. She opened her eyes wide and looked at everything. Her legs gave way and her mind was still hazy, not fully having regained consciousness. Yan Bingxin trembled, blushing as she recalled. "I just felt my soul leave my body. It was like taking a stroll through the gates of hell. To be able to break the chess formation's illusion to help me, this black dog must have already reached the Demon King cultivation realm," she thought to herself, looking at the clueless Black Emperor on the outside, who looked no different from an ordinary dog. "If that person hadn't intervened to save my soul, I'm afraid I would be dead." She recalled the vision in her head and felt terrified. Black Emperor, on this side, looked at her state and sneered. "It's a good thing my master is powerful, otherwise he would have been reduced to ashes in this great secret realm chess formation." Ye Chongqing only now noticed her and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" In Yan Bingxin's eyes, Ye Chongqing's appearance looked refined and serious. She thought to herself,
To be able to play a chess formation containing such terrifying power, to be able to reverse life and death with a lift of a hand, and even tame a Demon King Realm black dog as a pet. Could this be the hidden almighty expert mentioned in ancient texts? She blushed with joy, her eyes sparkling with happiness. But right after that, her face darkened as she remembered what happened earlier, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Wait, wasn't I just about to hit him? And I even chased him out?
Miss, you have been looking at the chessboard for so long. You must be good at playing chess, right? How about you and I have a little match? Ye Changqing cheerfully offered. Hearing this, Yan Bingxin was startled and let out a bewildered, "Huh?" The ancestor said that the temperaments of almighties are extremely bizarre. I accidentally offended him just now, and have already suffered punishment within the chess formation. It's better to bow my head while it's still early. Bingxin trembled as she stood up. No. How could a junior dare to show off her meager skills before a senior? She hurriedly declined, cupping her hands respectfully, her demeanor vastly different from before. Ye Changqing laughed heartily and replied, "It's fine. It's been so many years. I have nothing else to do. I can only study these little tricks." He thought to himself, "Why is she calling me senior? Do I look that old?" She wondered, "Nothing else to do? Could it be that this senior's cultivation has already reached the absolute peak, to the point where there is nothing left to cultivate?" Ye Changqing put on a refined expression and greeted her. "What is your name?"
Where are you from? He raised his hand and placed a chess piece down. Yan Bingxin watched this movement and thought that whenever he raised or moved his hand, it seemed to exude a charming aura. She then respectfully answered his question. This little girl is Yan Bingxin, a resident of the imperial capital of Yan country. In her heart, she secretly thought, before knowing the background of this person, it is better not to reveal my true identity to avoid causing trouble for my royal father. Ye Changqing reached out to pick up another black chess piece and continued asking, "Seeing that your clothes are very beautiful, it seems you are also a cultivator. Have you joined any sect yet?" Yan Bingxin replied, "Not yet. This junior just has a few masters at home for guidance." "So that's how it is." He casually dropped the words. But in reality, he couldn't help feeling jealous inside. His face distorted slightly as he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Just a few masters? A normal family can invite several cultivators. It's truly a case of the poor being dead broke while the rich are bursting with wealth." Ye Changqing and Yan Bingxin didn't say anything more to each other and just played chess in silence. Ye Changqing placed his chess piece on the board, as if a tremendously powerful invisible force was present when he set the piece down. Then he asked her, "Miss Yan, how should the black pieces break out of the siege now?" Yan Bingxin stared intently at the chessboard and thought to herself, "The black pieces are surrounded." Suddenly, Yan Bingxin felt as if she had fallen into some kind of array, giving her an incredibly ethereal feeling. "I can feel a mighty great Tao surging like an ocean, covering the whole world. It is still the aura of the heavenly secret Tao." She floated alone amidst bubbles from the void, surrounded by what looked like the night stars of the Milky Way. Suddenly, an ethereal aura enveloped Yan Bingxin's body, making her face turn completely red. Unlike the formidable aura of wrath from last time, this heavenly secret Tao seemed much friendlier to a foundation establishment cultivator like me. Yan Bingxin began to pant heavily, feeling as though she had completely immersed herself in it. I have broken through to foundation establishment. She let out a breath, her face as red as a newly ripened tomato. Returning to reality, Ye Changqing called out to her, "Miss Yan?" Seeing no response, he continued calling, "Miss Yan?" At this moment, Yan Bingxin suddenly woke up from her daze, breathing tiredly. Seeing that Yan Bingxin was still bewildered, Ye Changqing waved his hand in front of her and continued calling, "Miss Yan?" Seeing that it had no effect, he sighed helplessly. Forget it. You cultivators all seem to be gravely ill."
Turning a deaf ear to the advice, the Peak Master of Spirit Sword Peak, Taoist Wanzhen, continued speaking loudly. "It is precisely because my Spirit Sword Peak has many useless areas and dried up spiritual energy that we haven't been able to select any good seedlings for hundreds of years, reducing us to the weakest among the 7 peaks of Taiswan." Hearing this, the Peak Master of Guanzhou Peak, Taoist Juju, smiled and said, "Nothing is completely useless, Senior Brother Yuanzhen. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoqi Town is the place where our ancestor ascended." The Peak Master of Ziwen Peak, Taoist Cleanyen, also spoke up. "That's right. Sometimes you should look for the problem within yourself. Have you been cultivating seriously? Has your realm advanced? You and Lu Wushuang, your true disciple, have both been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. What kind of disciple with good aptitude are you hoping to choose?" Hearing this, Taoist Yuanzhen, who was already angry, became even more furious. Pointing at him, he scolded, "Bullshit! The last time I went into secluded cultivation, it was for more than half a year." Seeing Taoist Yuanzhen losing his temper like that, Taoist Chengxuan hurriedly intervened. "Junior brother, we are all civilized people. Don't resort to being so rough at the slightest provocation." As he finished speaking, Taoist Juju and Taoist Cleanye both burst into laughter. While Taoist Yuanzhen was fuming with anger, there was suddenly a loud call, "Master!" He turned his head towards the door and looked at the silhouette, secretly thinking that a disciple had come to report the situation of the newly admitted disciples. Taoist Chengxuan put his hand on Taoist Yuanzhen's shoulder and said, "Let's hear the situation of this year's admission first. Come in." With permission, a pair of legs slowly walked in.
A young man appeared with a rather handsome appearance, respectfully introducing himself in front of the Taoists. The rare 1,000-year supreme dual-attribute dual-spirit root of the Taiswan Holy Land, the most handsome holy son of the Taiswan Holy Land for 30 consecutive years, Li Chongming pays respects to the masters. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Yuanjian suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Chongming, you don't need to bow to us like that." Taoist Changshuan next to him added, "That's right, we have all seen the way you pull up your crotch pants." Li Chongming looked very surprised and seemed not to understand the meaning of the two. He wondered to himself, pull up crotch pants? Then Li Chongming tried to regain his composure, coughing a few times. As he spoke, he took out an imperial decree and read, "This time, the Taiswan Holy Land has accepted 180 newly admitted disciples, including 100 low-grade spirit root disciples from Changyang, Dongtai, and Anyi."
Perfected Juju cheered joyfully, his eyes crinkling with laughter. "Oh yeah, they are all places under the jurisdiction of our Awakens SSS. Perfected Xingye was also infected by the joy. Congratulations, senior brother Juju, on gaining a bountiful harvest again." Why were they so delighted? 72 disciples with medium-grade spirit roots from Liang, Songtong, and Yunmeng. Perfected Xingye raised his eyebrows smugly. "I am truly sorry, senior brother Yanzhen. Our Ziyun peak has surpassed last year's results again. Why does your Shaoqi town not even have a medium-grade spirit root?" Perfected Yanzhen was hit right in the sore spot. His face turned grim, trembling with anger, and he could only snort. That rage made him draw out his magical treasure, the golden sword. The sound was truly earth-shattering. A storm of words arrived. Listen to Perfected Yanzhen venting his anger, silencing the other two. "What dog shit ascending ancestors' ruins? I will flatten that Shaoqi town to the ground." Before his anger could subside, Li Chongming's figure appeared, muttering a list as if showing off. 1 disciple with a high-grade spirit root, 7 disciples with top-grade spirit roots from Shaoqi town. These words shocked him so much that his walking heels had to stop with a screech that wasn't pleasant at all. With a sparkling light in Perfected Yanzhen's eyes, he asked loudly, unable to believe his ears, "What did you say?" Perfected Yanzhen asked a series of rhetorical questions with a face blooming like a flower and full of overwhelming joy towards Li Chongming. "Top-grade spirit roots? 7 people? Shaoqi town?" Understanding this mood, he also shouted loudly to share the joy with the sect elders. "Congratulations to Martial Uncle Yanzhen and Taiswan Holy Land for recruiting excellent disciples." Over at the Taiji side, Perfected Juju and Perfected Kinye felt as if this news was a thunderbolt striking their ears. This was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Shaoqi Town suddenly produce so many cultivation geniuses? For nearly 300 years, Shaoqi Town had only produced 1 disciple with a medium-grade spirit root. Did the two of them look down on the potential of Shaoqi Town? Hearing this, Perfected Yuanjane angrily retorted with harsh words. "What? Only your lineages are allowed to recruit 3,000 disciples, and only you are allowed to have high-grade spirit roots? Good heavens, who could speak for the feelings of Perfected Kinye and Perfected Juju? Holy Lord, who knows if the auditing disciple reported fake data just to save face? Holy Lord, please be the judge." Suddenly, Perfected Zhang Xuan noticed something unusual. He spoke up. "Wait." These words left a moment of silence in the vast space. "Let's check again." Perfected Kinye asked, "What is it?" Then they looked together with their rival at the golden list that Perfected Yuanjian was staring at with bright eyes. Perfected Zhang Xuan analyzed. The newly entered disciples in the past were all named Ago, Miao, or something like that. Only after going up the mountain and learning to read did they change their names. But look at this. These 7 people, all of them have very extraordinary names.
All of them are noble names, Wei Zhongxian. To understand their profound value, one must remember the Chinese characters when writing these words. A hint of an idea arises around these characters. Oh, there is a bit of the true intent of Confucianism. Could they have been enlightened by some Confucian expert? The 3 of them still hadn't stopped deeply contemplating or marveling at the names of the disciples on the list. Li Qingza, very ethereal and otherworldly. Wu Songgui sounds truly bold and generous. Li Chunfeng, this name has a bit of a Taoist demeanor when read aloud. The operational principle of yin and yang, and whether Buddhism is also involved. Without prior agreement, the 3 elders shared the exact same thought. Could the expert who enlightened these disciples also be a supreme figure of dual cultivation in Confucianism and Taoism? Could this be the will of heaven? Taoist Yuan Chan agreed, raising the golden board high and firmly asserting that this was the blessing of the blue sky, the ancestors manifesting their presence. Taoist Qing Ye noticed he was still silent, so he asked, "Holy Lord, senior brother, seeing you say nothing, you also find something strange, right?" Taoist Cheng Xuan did not deny it. Indeed, the sudden source of disciples was so outstanding that he felt both overwhelmed by favor and fearful. Why is it that in just a few short years, Shaoqi Town has so many good seedlings? Thinking it over and over, there is only one possibility. It is none other than the martial ancestor. Associating it with that abundant and powerful cosmic energy drew him into endless thoughts.
Could the ascended martial ancestor of our sect in Shaoqi Town have returned to enlighten those children? To him, that was an extraordinary possibility existing amidst these mountains and clouds. While the two were deep in thought, Taoist Yuan Zhen spread his arms and laughed heartily because his spirit sword peak was saved. But there were still things to consider. It was still too early to draw conclusions now. They should go see the results of the Heavenly Ladder trial and confirm later. This suggestion received the approval of Taoist Cheng Xuan. Indeed, since ancient times, the Heavenly Ladder trial has been the test of aptitude for newly inducted disciples. Even if Chongming had a supreme-grade dual-attribute spirit root back then, it still took him 7 hours to reach the peak. Being mentioned but with incorrect information, Li Chongming immediately corrected with a bright smiling face. It was 6 hours and 3/4.
The two factions started mocking each other again. Taoist Qinye initiated it. Senior brother Yuanzhan, if these disciples of yours cannot even touch the foot of the heavenly ladder, then even if their spirit roots are of the highest grade, it would just be useless. Taoist Yuanzhan smiled outwardly, but his words were extremely teasing. I won't say who is jealous. Oh my. Suddenly, a shout came from the door. Report. The 4 sect elders stepped outside and were left speechless by the sight of the young woman bowing to them. She introduced herself boldly. Disciple Lu Wushuang has brought 7 newly admitted disciples to pay respects to the masters. Her actions displeased Taoist Cheng Shuang, who questioned her. Niece Wushuang, how could you arbitrarily interfere with the Heavenly Ladder trial? Not wanting to offend him, she respectfully replied, this disciple wouldn't dare. She then explained the situation clearly. When this disciple arrived here, I found that these 7 newly admitted disciples had already passed the Heavenly Ladder trial beforehand and were waiting here.
Hearing her explanation, the 3 Taoists were so stunned that they could not utter a complete question. Already waiting here since before? Disciple Li Goshen, Li Chenfeng pays respects to Master. Disciple Fan Zhongyan, Disciple Wu Sangui kowtows to Master. Wei Zhongshen pays respects to Master. That was close. Seeing the group of disciples prostrating and bowing their heads, Taoist Yuanzhan was moved to tears and said, good children, good children. To rebuild the glory of Spirit Sword Peak, I cannot decline. Chenfeng, come here. Saying that, Taoist Chang Swain reached out his hand and continued, let me test your spirit root. Taoist Chang Swain touched Li Chenfeng's head. Noticing something unusual, Taoist Chang Swain exclaimed in astonishment, This is a postnatal spirit root nurtured by the energy of innate providence. Lu Wushuang asked curiously, Holy Lord, what is innate providence? What is a postnatal spirit root? Taoist Chang Swain explained slowly, when a cultivator cultivates to an extremely high realm, they can resonate with the great Tao and open a spiritual dojo called innate providence. And a postnatal spirit root, exactly as the name suggests, is a top-grade spirit root attribute that can only be obtained by receiving the nourishment of innate providence since childhood. Taoist Chang Swain stroked his beard and continued, 1,000 years ago, our 5 great holy lands once joined forces, intending to try to create a place of innate providence, but after multiple attempts, all failed. Where exactly did Shaoqi Town get a providence dojo from, and moreover, to have 7 as soon as it appeared?
Hearing Taoist Chang Swan speak, the 3 Taoists beside him also chimed in. If it is truly as senior brother says, then the cultivation of that figure in the small town is truly terrifying. If this old man could witness his demeanor just once, then I would have no regrets in this life. If he doesn't come to our Taiswan Holy Land, I'm afraid he doesn't think much of us. It seems my speculations about that senior's cultivation were still too conservative. To think he would actually make the Holy Lord feel apprehensive, Lu Wushuang thought to himself with reverence. Taoist Cheng Swan departed, but did not forget to turn his head and instruct Taoist Yanzhen. Junior brother Yanzhen, you and Marcel nephew Wushuang take these 7 newly initiated disciples back to Spirit Sword Peak. Taoist Yanzhen smiled brightly and replied, understood, let's go. Having said that, Taoist Yanzhen led the 7 newly initiated disciples away. At Spirit Sword Peak, Taoist Yanzhen was sitting relaxedly. Beside him was Lu Wushuang offering up a cup of tea. Taoist Yanzhen suddenly spoke. Wushuang, I see there is a lot of sword chi surrounding you. You must have reaped quite a harvest on your trip to the small town this time, right? Lu Wushuang knelt down and answered respectfully. Yes, I wouldn't dare hide anything from Master. This disciple has already broken through to the 7th realm of the Jinyan sword scripture. Hearing this sentence caused Taoist Yanzhen to be so shocked that he dropped his teacup. After that, he shouted loudly, the 7th realm. Taoist Yanzhen approached, placed both hands on Lu Wushuang's shoulders and continued asking loudly, not long ago you had just broken through to the 5th realm. How could you break through 2 realms consecutively so quickly? Seeing that his master had lost his composure a bit, Lu Wushuang reassured him, please don't be too agitated, listen to this disciple first. Taoist Yanzhen felt a bit embarrassed, so he pretended to cough a few times. After that, he turned around, stroked his beard and asked probingly, could it be that you met that expert in the small town? Seeing the situation had become less tense, Lu Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, your guess is correct. Junior sister and I accidentally found Senior Ye's place of seclusion. Moreover, we also obtained Senior's authentic work. As he spoke, Lu Wushuang took something out from his sleeve. This disciple was able to break through precisely because of admiring this painting. Hearing this, Taoist Yanzhen sharply turned around to look and let out an "oh" of surprise. Let your master take a look. After that, Taoist Yanzhen picked up the painting to examine it. Then he slowly unrolled the painting.
There was a blinding flash of light, and along with it, the image inside the painting caused him to exclaim in shock. This is... In the backyard of the courtyard, the air was cool and fresh. Ye Chang-swan was sitting playing chess. Standing beside him was Yan Bingsin.
Ye Changqing's hand picked up a white chess piece, and Yan Bingxin's gaze followed it, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she watched his every move. Ye Changqing seemed a bit uncomfortable. He turned and asked, "Miss Yan, why are you staring at me?" It's nothing, senior. Just do your thing. I'm only watching." Yan Bingxin clasped her hands together, narrowed her eyes, and said with a happy smile. Hearing this, Ye Changqing didn't know what to say, thinking to himself, "What is going on? Ever since Miss Yan came over and looked at my chess formation, her attitude towards me has completely done a 360-degree turn." Early in the morning, Yan Bingxin had already come to find him. "Mr. Ye is up so early." Ye Changqing's face darkened slightly as he replied, "It seems you woke up even earlier than me." Every day she was as respectful to him as if he were an elder, and enthusiastically helped him clean the courtyard. Ye Changqing saw Yan Bingxin holding a broom and cleaning outside in the yard. He stood on the porch and shouted out, "You don't need to sweep." Yan Bingxin refused and continued sweeping. "It's fine, I'm not tired." Not only that, she was also very eager to go into his medicine storehouse to rearrange the medicine bottles and other miscellaneous items, but Ye Changqing felt that this wasn't really necessary, so he told Yan Bingxin to go rest, but she declined and politely said she was fine, as always. Recalling this, Ye Changqing couldn't help but feel suspicious. Such abnormal behavior definitely meant something fishy was going on. He pursed his lips slightly. Could it be that she also wants to buy my paintings at a low price? At this moment, Yan Bingxin didn't know what he was thinking. She poured tea for Changqing. After finishing, she picked up the freshly filled teacup, smiled, and respectfully offered it to Ye Changqing, saying softly, "Please have some water, Mr. Ye." Suddenly, Ye Changqing seemed to realize something, or rather it said to himself, "Could she have fallen in love with my handsome appearance, craving my body, unable to extricate herself?" Thinking of this, Ye Changqing couldn't help but look a little smug, acting so narcissistic that he blushed and reached up to stroke his hair. "If so, I can't treat her badly," he muttered to himself, then rested his chin slightly on his hand and chuckled.
Ye Changqing's fingers picked up a chess piece and then placed it down. He softly called out, "Miss Yan, how about you come out with me to buy some food later?" Ye Changqing winked and gave a thumbs up. "Today, I will cook a special braised pork that I just invented." Because it was currently noon, it was a bit hot and sunny in the market, but that still couldn't stop its inherently bustling and crowded atmosphere. Ye Changqing and Yan Bingxin walked shoulder to shoulder into the market to buy some food, meeting quite a few acquaintances along the way. Several people who knew Ye Changqing called out his name. He didn't mind smiling and raising his hand to greet them as a form of acknowledgement. Seeing him being treated like this by the people around, Yan Bingxin thought to herself, as expected of a senior, elegant in manners, radiant in demeanor, welcomed wherever he goes. She stood quietly to the side, looking at Ye Changqing's back. On this side, Ye Changqing was bargaining with a vegetable-selling lady. He frowned and complained. "The vegetables are already withered like this, and you still dare to sell them for 8 copper coins a half kilo? Are the vegetable leaves made of gold, or are the stems made of gold?" That woman was not to be outdone, and shouted back, "If you think it's expensive, I also think it's expensive. Just say whether you're buying or not." The atmosphere was somewhat tense, with neither willing to give in. However, for some unknown reason, that action of Ye Changqing unconsciously became something incredibly beautiful and noble in Yan Bingxin's eyes. He was clearly a peerless expert, but unexpectedly he was so humble and amiable, she thought with an expression of immense admiration.
Arriving at the meat stall, the butcher enthusiastically welcomed the two of them. "Mr. Ye, what are you buying today?" Ye Changqing smiled and said he wanted to buy a caddy of premium pork belly. Hearing this, the boss's face beamed with a bright smile, agreed, and then cut the meat. After that, he wrapped the meat and handed it to Ye Changqing. Seeing a girl behind him, the butcher asked curiously, "Did Mr. Ye bring his wife along today?" Hearing this, Ye Changqing was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to answer. Yan Bingxin in the back also heard their conversation. Hearing the man's question, her mind felt like it exploded. Yan Bingxin's heart unexpectedly pounded uncontrollably, and her face flushed red. She felt a little embarrassed, resting her chin on her hands, and thought, "Wife, is he talking about me?" However, before she could imagine for long, Ye Changqing's next sentence shattered Yan Bingxin's sweet dream. He waved his hand and told the butcher, "You're overthinking it. Miss Yan is my guest." Hearing this, the butcher thought the two were just being shy, so he deliberately teased, "I heard from Granny Wang next door that a few days ago, the commotion you two made tossing around at home was quite loud." Speaking up to here, the boss even added a reminder, "Take care of your health." Hearing this, Ye Changqing knew he had been misunderstood, so he was speechless and refused to explain.
He awkwardly turned to speak to Yan Bingxin. "Miss Yan, the people of Shaoqi town are simple and speak straightforwardly. I, Ye, know you want to return to the imperial capital, so please do not take it to heart." Yan Bingxin awkwardly agreed, I won't." On the way back, the two people had two different thoughts. At this moment, Ye Changqing only wanted to chase Yan Bingxin back to the imperial capital as quickly as possible. His small household couldn't afford to raise her. In contrast to Ye Changqing, Yan Bingxin's mind was completely filled with the word madam she had just heard. Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out from ahead. "Everyone, get out of the way." Hearing that voice, the surrounding townspeople couldn't help but feel terrified, hurriedly packing up their stalls and hiding away. 3 people with plump figures and an arrogant posture like thugs from a big market appeared. Leading them was a man with a beard full of chin, with a protruding tooth at the corner of his mouth. There was a long vertical scar on his left eye. Of the 2 men next to him, one held a large broadsword and was bald. The other had a receding hairline and sparse hair. The 3 approached with an oppressive aura. One of them sniffed the air, then turned and spoke loudly to the leader. "Boss, I smell the Black Emperor's aura right in there." Saying so, he pointed to a small courtyard not far away. The one called Boss suddenly surged with inner strength, speaking with a blazing aura. "Good, as long as we bring this shameless and despicable Black Emperor back, the Scarlet Fire King will definitely reward us heavily." Afterward, the group of people began walking toward the small courtyard, discussing as they walked. The Black Emperor is severely injured and has been beaten back to his original form. One of them spoke up smugly. "Extravagant wealth is finally our turn." Hearing that, the rest couldn't help but laugh loudly. Bang! A foot kicked the door hard. The man shouted at the black dog in front of him. "Little Black, get out here for me."
The fierce leader shouted, "Today I will make you die without a burial place." Black Emperor looked at the group in front of him with disdain and said, "You stupid pigs, you sure have a lot of nerve to chase me here." One of them spoke up, "You have already been beaten back to your original form. What are you showing off for? Little brothers, attack for me." Having said that, the whole group rushed forward. Suddenly, another fiery Black Emperor appeared behind Black Emperor's body. That fiery Black Emperor said with an angry face, "At Master's Dow Field, even if that scarlet fire came in person, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth." The furious aura of that Black Emperor erupted even more powerfully. "I didn't intend to kill you guys originally, but you just kicked Master's door earlier. You were tired of living." The atmosphere boiled up, and those guys inside couldn't help but panic and scream. "What's going on? Boss, save me! My demon core is shattered!" This time, those guys really made a mistake by plunging headfirst into a fire ant nest. At the same time, in the hall of the Taiswan Holy Land, the old Holy Lord said to Li Chongming, "Chongming, you are the Holy Son I have put all my effort into training. I really hope you take over the position of the next Holy Lord. What do you think about the Almighty appearing in Shaoqi Town?" Li Chongming respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Reporting to the Holy Lord, from the actions of this expert, it seems he has no hostility towards our Taiswan Holy Land. I guess he is just passing by, or coincidentally living in seclusion here." The Holy Lord replied leisurely, "If it is truly our ancestor descending to the lower realm, the Taiswan Holy Land will definitely prosper for 100,000 years. Suddenly, the door was thrown open with a loud shout. "Senior brother, Holy Lord!" The person who rushed in joyfully was the Holy Lord's junior brother, Union, and behind him was Lu Wuxuan, who let out a soft sigh.
The Holy Lord turned around and asked junior brother Yuanzhen, "Have you brought the newly admitted disciples back?" But when the Holy Lord saw his junior brother clearly, he suddenly shouted that it wasn't right. "You have broken through." Around Yuanzhen, a bright light full of vitality was emitted, which made the Holy Lord's eyes light up as he hurriedly ran over to gossip. "You have been stuck in this realm for 2,000 years. Why did you break through now?" But Yuanzhen ignored his senior brother's words. He hurriedly brought out the painting drawn by Ye Chongqing and said whether he broke through or not wasn't important. "Look at this first." The Holy Lord looked at the painting in astonishment. Is there anything special about this painting? But when the Holy Lord leaned in close, the painting suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. The light emitting high above revealed the image of Ye Chongqing sitting cross-legged. The Holy Lord was extremely surprised, not knowing what the situation was. Around Ye Chongqing, there were countless swords preparing to descend together. The extremely dazzling light, along with the appearance of countless sword intent, made everyone amazed. What is going on? Where did the sword intent come from? Wuxuang immediately reminded the Holy Lord to fold the painting for a moment. This kind of light made Lu Wuxuang unable to open his eyes. The Holy Lord quickly reacted in time and closed the painting. He hurriedly panted, his eyes looking at the painting, clenching it tightly in his palm. But after the commotion just now, the entire grand hall was pinned with swords everywhere. The Holy Lord followed these swords with his eyes, but in just a blink of an eye, each sword gradually dissipated. The Holy Lord was extremely excited, placing his hand on his junior brother's shoulder and interrogated him. "Junior brother Yuanzhen, where did you get this painting? The sword intent contained within it is completely beyond my understanding." Yuanzhen began to look at Lu Wuxuang behind him and said, "Let Wuxuang speak." Lu Wuxuang, being mentioned by name, hurriedly bowed and answered, "Reporting to the Holy Lord, this painting was gifted by that senior expert in Shaoqi Town.
The senior even allowed me to come and seek guidance at any time." Upon hearing this, Li Chongming asked in a panic, "Junior sister Lu, is what you said true?" Lu Wushang seriously affirmed that there was not half a word of a lie. "Junior sister Wang, who returned with me, can testify." Hearing this, the Holy Lord suddenly laughed out loud. Yuan Chan and Li Chongming asked in bewilderment, "Why is the Holy Lord laughing?" The Holy Lord stopped and said joyfully, "Our Taiswan Holy Land is blessed. Niece Wuxuang, a painting from this almighty expert can guide your master to break through his realm, and he even allows you to seek guidance at any time. Do you know what this proves?" Lu Wuxuang asked humbly. "This disciple is ignorant. Please enlighten me, Holy Lord." The Holy Lord said obscurely, "It proves that the expert you met is 80 or 90% likely to be our patriarch who ascended to the upper realm back in the day. Being able to seek guidance at any time is proof that the old master will not leave Shaoqi town for the time being, the Holy Lord said radiantly. Our Tai Swan Holy Land is about to take off once again. The Holy Lord pointed at Lu Wushuang and said, Wushuang, starting from today, you are the Holy Maiden of the Tai Swan Holy Land, just like the Holy Son Li Changming. Lu Wushuang was so happy that tears welled up and she cried out. At the same time, Li Changming had a look of disbelief on his face. Both of them blurted out the same phrase. What? The Tai Swan Holy Land was extremely crowded with disciples, so the news quickly spread out and became a topic of discussion. I heard that Senior Sister Lu of Spirit Sword Peak was canonized as the Holy Maiden. Isn't this action by the Holy Lord too hasty? Those whispers were all noticed by Junior Sister Wang, and Lu Wushuang could hear them clearly as well, but they continued to discuss. We originally thought Senior Brother Li was the designated successor of the Holy Lord, but this time it's hard to say. Senior Brother Li is so narcissistic, I'm afraid he is already mad with anger this time. Junior Sister Wang asked her senior sister curiously, Does the Holy Lord really want you to replace Senior Brother Chongming's position? Lu Wushuang replied coldly, Although I have talent for cultivation, I only have a single attribute spirit root, so I fundamentally don't have the qualifications to become the Holy Maiden. This time, the Holy Lord's canonization is definitely because he set his sights on the promise that Senior Ye gave me. Junior Sister Wang said blankly, Is that so? Even the Holy Lord feels that handsome shopkeeper is that formidable? Lu Wushuang clenched her fists tightly and replied, Although my current ability is insufficient, as long as I go seek guidance from Senior Ye a few times, I will definitely have the strength and qualifications to become a true Holy Maiden.
Somewhere, Li Changming sighed dejectedly. At this moment, he hugged a dry tree and cried out in frustration, asking himself, why did Master appoint Junior Sister Wushuang as the Holy Maiden? Seeing Li Changming's miserable appearance, a junior sister hurriedly ran over to comfort him. Senior brother, don't worry. Surely this time Lu Wushuang went to Shaoqi town and recruited a few disciples with top-grade spirit roots. The Holy Lord only bestowed the title to reward her. The junior sister's words enlightened Li Changming, and he immediately stopped his weak demeanor, thinking to himself, Shaoqi town, that's right, it must be because junior sister Wushuang met the lower realm martial ancestor in Shaoqi town and encountered an opportunity. Then he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. With an incredibly sinister smile, Li Changming waved his hand to summon his sword. The strong wind almost blew the junior sister away. The boy surnamed Li quickly wrote his sword in excitement and said, As a peerless genius with a top-grade dual spirit root and top-grade dual attributes, the martial ancestor will definitely reward me. If he is willing to guide me on a few things, then junior sister Wushuang will pose no threat to me at all. Then Li Changming quickly wrote his sword away. At the same time in Shaoqi town, Ye Chengqing was walking with Yan Bingsun, whistling softly as he walked. Suddenly Ye Chengqing turned around and asked, Oh right, Miss Yan hasn't told me why you slept in my bed that day. Yan Bingsun replied with a bewildered look, I don't know either, I was sleeping when I felt a bit itchy. Yan Bingsun recalled shyly, saying that when she opened her eyes, she saw Mr. Ye touching. Ye Chengqing blushed and hurriedly waved his hands. Stop, don't talk nonsense, I didn't do anything. But Yan Bingsun grabbed his wildly waving hand and said, I understand, a figure like Mr. Ye is naturally not interested in trivial matters.
Our meeting is definitely guided by the heavens. Ye Changqing's face was extremely awkward at this moment, and he thought to himself, Is she misunderstanding something? I am actually very interested in that matter. It turned out that his inner thoughts were not very decent either, but he suddenly shed aggrieved tears, 2 lines of tears flowing down, thinking it was only a pity that he didn't have cultivation. Facing the wealthy eldest miss of the capital, he truly didn't dare to make a move. Suddenly, Ye Changqing's eyes bumped into something. In front of him was a trembling Li Changming, and he wondered who that guy was. Li Changming said tremblingly, How could this be? Suddenly, he could hardly control himself and shouted, Why is there such a demonic beast in Shaoqi town? And a moment ago, Li Changming had flown on a sword to reach Shaoqi town, a small town surrounded by hills and mountains. He looked around and suddenly thought, It is indeed just as Master said. Then he headed straight for Shaoqi town in an extremely hurried and swift manner. Sure enough, the spirit vein beneath this place had started flowing again. Very quickly, Li Changming stopped in front of a house with a wooden door, above which was a signboard with yellow characters, decorated with 2 red lanterns, and next to the house was a cool green row of trees. The young man affirmed to himself, Found it. This is exactly the place with the thickest providence.
Indeed, the gold-lettered signboard wasn't just there for aesthetic purposes. Suddenly, when he raised his head to look at this signboard, he saw it emitting a light accompanied by a massive, strange golden energy that seemed to want to attack him. Li Changming was startled, his face panicked, and he said numbly with fear, This is bad. As expected, from the signboard, a sword suddenly appeared, pointing its tip at him with divine speed. The sword pierced through Li Changming. At that moment, he could only stand still, raise his hands to block, and circulate his internal energy, causing a blue energy to surround his body. That seemed to be the reason why he wasn't injured after being attacked by such a terrifying thing. A golden straight line surrounded by small lightning bolts passed through Li Changming and then slowly disappeared into thin air. After enduring such a massive source of power, the boy surnamed Li panted heavily.
His face had a little sweat as he sighed that although he didn't cultivate the sword Dao, he could still feel the immense power contained within it. Junior sister Rushong must have definitely received a serendipity here, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had indeed come to the right place. As if realizing something, he immediately clasped his hands together to bow, bent down, wanting to seek an audience, and spoke loudly and clearly. Li Changmeng, holy son of the Taisuen Holy Land, requests an audience with our ancestor. He stood there with clasped hands for a long time, but nothing happened. An indescribable silence fell, and leaves began to fall, rustling in front of the house's door. Li Changmeng wondered to himself, could it be that the ancestor has gone out? Just as he finished speaking, the wooden door automatically opened as if welcoming him. Changming quickly approached the entrance of the house where the ancestor lived. He felt a bit nervous. Although suddenly entering the ancestor's residence was inappropriate, he had snuck out behind his master's back and didn't have much time to stay here. He enthusiastically determined that he must definitely have some gains this time.
As soon as he stepped foot into the house, an aura enveloped the surroundings of the building. The young boy, surnamed Li, named Ming, having arrived at the place, quickly paid respects to the ancestor. I am Li Changming, a disciple of the Taisuen Holy Land. That aura made the house unusually gloomy and dark. He himself naturally felt somewhat stifled and anxious. Right in the middle of the house, there was suddenly a werewolf demon sitting there, practicing cultivation. The energy source it emitted was sky blue, surrounded by red lightning that looked extremely ferocious, terrifying anyone who saw it. Around where the demon sat, there were several large dead wild boars. Their corpses lay scattered, emitting a foul stench that made people feel uncomfortable and nauseous. As if sensing something behind it, the demon immediately turned its head, glaring at Li Changming with wide eyes, its gaze radiating overflowing killing intent. Without hesitation, the werewolf demon immediately stood up, opening its mouth to reveal pure white fangs, looking incredibly terrifying and fierce. Its drool began to flow in long trails onto the floor. Its whole body emitted red lightning along with immense joy, just waiting to devour Li Changming alive. Seeing that scene, Li Changming was so terrified that he could barely utter, "Demon! Demon King!" His face clearly showed panic and astonishment. His eyes bulged out, his eyebrows furrowed, his nose began to run, and his mouth gaped open to reveal gaunt cheeks. As if struck by lightning, his sweat automatically poured down profusely due to extreme terror and panic. Due to that psychological state, the weak Li Changming collapsed. His legs, hands, and entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face turned ashen.
He stuttered and said, "Why would a wild beast demon king appear in a small town?" His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Suddenly, from behind, a hand touched Li Changmin's shoulder, making him extremely panicked and terrified. That person spoke with a blazing, killing intent, saying, "Hey." Li Changming was startled and screamed out loud, "Ah!" By this time, tears were flowing from his eyes without him even realizing it. Then suddenly, the previous gloomy atmosphere disappeared, replaced by an incredibly bright and pleasant one. Ye Chongqing no longer had that blazing, killing intent. Instead, he had a cheerful and radiant expression, with a dazzling halo radiating around him. He immediately asked him, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Li Changming still seemed to be trembling with fear, his trembling hand pointing to the place where that monster had just appeared. His voice stuttered as he said to him, in this house, there is, Ye Chongqing unexpectedly replied, "Is there something in my shop?" Li Changming dumbfoundedly exclaimed, "In your shop?" He propped himself up with his hand and replied, "That's right." Outside, the sun was gradually setting, the leaves stopped falling, and the light began to shine again into that wooden-doored house. Ye Chongqing, feeling a bit shy, raised his hand to scratch his head, affirming, "I am the owner of this grocery store." He was curious and quickly walked to the shop door. "Is there anything strange in the room?" Right behind him was a pretty girl with white hair reaching down to her back, who was none other than Yan Bing-sin. Li Changming propped his right hand on the ground, raised his left hand, and hurriedly, anxiously, and worriedly replied, "Wait, it's dangerous." He opened the shop door, his eyes looking around to find the thing that made Li Changming scared and tried to stop him from entering. Let me see. Then he panicked, his eyes bulged, his pupils dilated, and his mouth fell open. "Ah!" He thought it was something dangerous and profound, but it turned out to be just a few dead wild boars lying in the middle of the house. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, "Why are there so many wild boars?" Li Changming and Yan Bing-sin stood silently behind him. Then he smashed his fist down, as if an idea had just popped into his head, his face showing realization, and he immediately said, "Oh, I understand now." He handed the basket of vegetables he had just retrieved to her and said, "Miss Yan, please help me take these things down to the kitchen." Yan Bing-sin took the basket and replied, "All right."
Right after that, he turned around, raised his left hand, and said to Lee Chung-min, "Young master, I think you must have misunderstood." Meanwhile, Miss Yan happily went to put the basket away. Lee Chung-min was startled and replied, "Misunderstood? What did I misunderstood?" Then he explained to him that although the shop occasionally bought mountain goods, it did not buy wild boars. In the Changcheng grocery store, Ye Changqing cheerfully smiled and introduced his shop to Lee Chung-min. "Although my shop occasionally collects some local mountain products, we never buy wild boars." Chang Ming frowned, racking his brains over Ye Changqing's words. What does he mean? Not buying wild boars? Could it be that he wants to tell me to help him clean up the corpses of the great demons in this room? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he was startled and subconsciously backed away. Black Emperor suddenly barked twice, "Woof, woof," causing him to panic and quickly retreat toward the door. Chang Ming let out a loud cry and stammered, "It." Chang Cheng showed a standard smile and said, "This is a pet I raise. Although it is a bit foolish, please do not blame it." Even though he said that, a thick, murderous aura irradiated from Black Emperor's body, making him turn pale. Chang Ming's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring down his face as he thought, to be able to keep a Demon King-level monster as a pet, could this person be? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Chang Ming bowed and introduced himself. "Li Changming, disciple of Taiswan Holy Land, Greet Senior. I came here specifically today to seek guidance." Chang Ming looked at Chang Ming with a bewildered expression, then thought angrily, "Someone from Taiswan Holy Land again. Calling me senior means nothing good will come out of this."
The more he thought about it, the more his body trembled with anger. Last time, that young lady used 3 copper coins to exchange for one of his paintings. This time, they didn't even bother to offer money, bringing out wild boars for a barter instead. Are all cultivators this stingy? Changqing quickly pondered, but these wild boars were quite plump on the other hand. Selling them to Butcher Zong, one could be worth 7 or 8 taels. Chang Ming thought in frustration, why wasn't the senior speaking? Was it because he had trespassed into the residence without permission, and the old gentleman was contemplating how to punish him? Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and his teeth clenched, as if he had deduced something terrifying. "I'm doomed. I must have displeased the senior." Contrary to Chang Ming's negative thoughts, Changqing was currently calculating how much money he would get after selling the pigs. One is worth 8 taels, 4 times 8 is 32 taels, rounding it down makes exactly 30 taels.
His eyes flashed brightly, saying he had made a huge profit. Then he stepped forward, patted Chang Ming's shoulder, and helped him up, saying it was nothing, get up quickly. He narrowed his eyes with a smile, thinking that cultivators were also reasonable people. Chang Ching happily pointed toward the stall and said, "Did you also come to request a painting?" Chang Ming's face was full of question marks as he stood in a daze. A painting? Then he thought, could it be the top-grade holy artifact that junior sister Wu Shuang showed to Master? Chang Ming stepped forward, tightly grasped his hand, and cried while saying, "You are absolutely right. This junior came exactly for that." He smiled brightly and quickly led the way. "Then please come this way." As he walked, he thought that since the person had gifted him so many wild boars, he should also be a bit serious. Li Changming smiled gleefully, his face radiating smugness as he thought to himself. He didn't expect the Grandmaster to be so easy to talk to. He thought excitedly. Unsurprisingly, he had guessed it, imagining his status as the Holy Son with a dual-attribute dual-spirit root, rarely seen in 1,000 years, being the most handsome person for 30 consecutive years in the Taiswan Holy Land. He daydreamed, thinking that playfully running around under the sunset of the Taiswan Holy Land was his brilliant youth. Then he imagined the scene of him and his master flying around, chasing each other in the beautiful Taiswan Holy Land. Suddenly, Ye Changqing spoke up, asking for Li Changming's opinion. "Young Master Li, do you have any words you want written? Smooth sailing, heaven does not disappoint the diligent, or harmony in the family brings prosperity to all things." But Li Changming was still carelessly immersed in his illusions, his mouth smiling nonstop. Ye Changqing looked at his appearance and was speechless, sighing, "What is this kid still dazing out for?" He was originally worried about being seen through his true form, but unexpectedly, it was a guy with problems in his head. Even Black Emperor, seeing Li Changming's appearance, curled its lips, openly showing disdain for him. Black Emperor was angry, its eyes lit up, and it growled, "Do not be disrespectful in front of the master." It howled and then bit Li Changming's hand, causing his face to distort from the pain. Ye Changcheng turned around in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Ye Changcheng turn around to ask, Black Emperor let go of Li Changming, turned its head away, and pretended like it hadn't done anything. Meanwhile, Li Changming rubbed his head, laughed it off, and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. You just need to unleash your full potential. This junior is looking forward to it." Hearing this, Ye Changqing raised his pen with great momentum. He said confidently, "If that's the case, then I will show off my meager skills." At this moment, Yan Bing-sing opened the door and said, "Senior, I have finished putting the things away." Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Seeing Ye Changqing holding up the pen, her eyes lit up, her whole body swayed, and she was ecstatic, thinking to herself, "Senior is going to write calligraphy." Yan Bing-sing hurriedly flew to the front of the desk, shouting loudly as if afraid someone would snatch the chance, "Senior, let me grind the ink for you." Seeing this, Ye Changqing said, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Yan." Yan Bingxing approached and said to Li Changming, move aside, pushing him to the side. Seeing this, Ye Changqing didn't know what to say. Yan Bingxing ground the ink carefully, her hand gently rotating on the inkstone. She thought to herself, before, just looking at Senior Ye's chest formation made me fall into it. If it is calligraphy, who knows how tremendous the true intent and Tao principles contained within will be. Ye Changqing took the ink.
He tipped up the pen, his expression intoxicated, dancing the pen across the paper. He recalled the moment when the pen was only 0.01 meters away from the paper. But after a quarter of an incense stick's time, anyone who had seen this calligraphy would completely fall in love with me. Both Li Changming and Yan Bingxing couldn't take their eyes off it. The two of them were both expectant and anxious. Yan Bingxing thought to herself, Mr. Ye is completely immersed in it. Li Changming also thought inwardly, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime providence for me. Ye Changqing swung his arm, laying down the final stroke on the paper. Seeing the calligraphy, Li Changming was extremely shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, This is... Li Changming and Yan Bingxing looked at the calligraphy and felt as if they were standing before majestic mountain ranges. A completely pristine scene, with grand skies and clouds, green mountains and blue waters appeared before their eyes. As Yan Bingxing admired the painting, the sound of the wind and the rustling leaves in the vast mountain forest seemed to echo in her ears. She looked at the flock of birds spreading their wings in the sky within the calligraphy, feeling as if they were flying right in front of her. Yan Bingxing couldn't hide her admiration and said, the magnificent atmosphere when Senior Ye wielded his pen makes people feel as if they are seeing and touching it with their own eyes and hands. Meanwhile, Li Changming imagined himself standing on the peak of the mountain, looking out at the surrounding scenery, and muttered, I can feel it.
He couldn't hold back the tears falling from his eyes. I can feel that when Senior Ye lifted and set down his pen, true intent and sincerity were exuded. He looked at the azure airflow appearing before his eyes and suddenly realized it wasn't just airflow, it was providence. The azure airflow surrounding him left him astonished and terrified. Inscribed below the painting were 2 lines of text. The sign depends on the quadrant, the odd changes, but the even remains unchanged. Ye Changqing put down his pen, rubbed his shoulders, and said, not a bad performance. He turned his head toward Li Changming and Yan Bingxing, saw their strange appearances, and asked, What's wrong with you two again? He reached out, placed his hands on the shoulders of Li Changming and Yan Bingxing, and called out loudly, You two! The two were startled and snapped out of their imagination. He said to Li Changming, I say, young Master Li, you have gone crazy 2 or 3 times today. If you are sick, you must go get treated quickly. Hearing him say this, Li Changming bowed, cupped his hands, and paid his respects. Senior's realm has transcended the mortal and entered holiness. This junior has learned a lot. Ye Changqing said modestly, It's just a minor skill. I wouldn't dare. But in his heart, he was laughing wildly. Finally, there was a fellow with good eyes. Saying that, he rolled up the calligraphy, handed it to Li Changming, and said, Here, this is a gift for you. Li Changming bowed to accept it, cherished the calligraphy in his hands, and said seriously, Thank you, Senior. Please, Senior, bestow a name upon this calligraphy. Hearing this, Ye Changqing hesitated. Well, it was originally just to repay a generous gift. But then his eyes lit up, and he said loudly, Then let's call it the generous thank you gift. Li Changming thought, carefully interpreting every word in this name. Generous means great virtue carries all things, and gift symbolizes courtesy demands reciprocity. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to have an epiphany and sighed in admiration. Senior is truly an almighty grandmaster who has ascended to the upper realm to be able to speak such profound words. He lowered his head again, thinking deeply, But I follow my master, the Holy Lord, to cultivate the Tao of longevity. Yet this paint, his mouth opened wide, and he asked himself in terror, Was all my previous cultivation wrong? He recalled the scenes of his cultivation, his eyes shut tightly, his face contorted as if enduring endless pain. Then he thought further, No wonder my cultivation has been stagnant all these years without progress. Could it be that my true goal has always been the sword Tao? Ye Changqing waved his hand and said, I won't help you with the rest. Take it back and think about it yourself. Li Changming hesitated and said, This matter. Li Changming suddenly realized, asking himself, Is the ancestral master reminding me to quickly see my true heart and carefully consider the path I am taking? Li Changming brought 2 fingers together. He flew into the sky, 2 streams of tears flowing down his cheeks. Behind him, Ye Changqing, Yan Bingxing, and the Black Emperor were waving goodbye to him. Li Changming's mouth was still muttering, but abandoning the cultivation of the Tao of longevity also means giving up the position of Holy Son. I'm sorry, Senior. I need to think carefully. Ye Changqing watched him go, confused. What is he talking about? He was speechless, not knowing what else to say. I just told him to take it back and mount the calligraphy painting himself. In the magnificent palace amidst the rolling mountains, Perfected Zhang Xuan was enjoying tea when he suddenly heard a call. Holy Lord Master. A figure appeared. It was Li Changming flying over. As soon as he entered the door, Li Changming knelt down and cried out, Master, your disciple is unfilial. Hearing this, Perfected Zhang Xuan spat out all his tea. Inside the grand hall, Changming knelt down, crying while speaking to Perfected Zhang Xuan. You must have seen long ago that your disciple is unfit to take on the role of Holy Son, right? Shang Xuan frowned, letting out a heavy sigh filled with worries for his disciple's future, as Changming had been groomed to be the holy son since childhood.
He looked at him with eyes full of worry and thought that now there was suddenly an additional holy maiden. Perhaps in his heart he was also extremely anxious. Chang Xuan walked over to Changming's side. He grabbed Changming's shoulder, making him startle and panic. Changming, you must not think so foolishly. Now that things have come to this, as your master, I will hide nothing from you. Changming was dazed and hurriedly reached out his hands to deny it. No, master, this disciple does not mean that. Chang Xuan turned his face away and said, there are things you don't know. That Grand Master living in seclusion in Xiachi town cares a lot about Wushuang, willing to guide her at any time. He wiped a teardrop from the corner of his eye and continued. The cultivation of that senior is unfathomably profound, making people tremble in fear. Tai Xuan Holy Land might have already been under his surveillance early on. Chang Xuan's words made Changming confused, and he tried to explain. Master, about that, but it seemed Chang Xuan did not hear it. He continued speaking. As your master, I was forced to resort to this poor plan. Changming raised his trembling hands with a fearful expression and said to him, please listen to this disciple. Chang Xuan turned his head to look at his disciple. Suddenly he placed his hand on Changming's shoulder. He let out a long sigh and said, I hope you can understand the hardships of your master. Changming said in a flurry, Master, this disciple understands everything, but please listen to what this disciple has to say. Chang Xuan closed his eyes. A teardrop appeared at the corner of his eye, and then he slowly said, Speak. Changming, beaming with joy like a child, replied, Actually, this disciple went to see that senior today. Changming looked at his master with eyes full of anticipation, but the only response was silence, along with a drop in the temperature of the air.
Suddenly he slapped Changming right in the face and said angrily, Reckless! Changming held his face trembling and said, Master, why did you hit your disciple? Taoist Chang Slen's expression darkened, bringing a cold atmosphere that enveloped the entire main hall, and said, You didn't know, yet you still entered there on your own. If you accidentally angered him, it would bring disaster to our entire sect. Changming awkwardly and hastily pulled out a piece of calligraphy, saying, But that senior was not angry. Instead, he also gifted your disciple a piece of calligraphy. His words made Chang Suen startle and glance over. He spun around, sweat pouring down his face like water, and said in shock, What? Quickly bring it here for me to see. Changming offered the painting with both hands to his master while replying, Master, the senior has hinted to your disciple in the painting. It seems that the cultivation path I chose is wrong. He looked it over and thought, Such an ordinary scroll. It is completely not as beautiful as that girl Wu Shuang's. He looked suspiciously at his disciple, thinking again, the ancestor was probably just doing it perfunctorily, yet this silly brat Changming actually believes it. Chang Suen put on a stern face and said, Changming, remember well that you were chosen as the holy son. His face darkened as he continued, You can only and are only suited to cultivate the high-level profound meaning with your master, the Tao of longevity of our sect. Changming shouted loudly, but he turned his head back to look at him with a firm voice. No buts. Chang Suen reached out to take the painting from Changming's hands and said, The painting the ancestor bestowed upon Wu Shuang is very beautiful. It indeed contains the great Tao of sword intent that Wu Shuang cultivates.
As he unrolled the painting, he said, This painting of yours is just a piece of Xuan paper. His eyes widened as he looked at the painting, and he continued, Obviously the ancestor felt. Suddenly, a beam of golden light struck straight across perfected Jiang Xuan's face, making his eyes go round with panic. Suddenly, the scenery in the painting appeared around him, accompanied by the words, Odd changes, even does not change. Symbols look at the quadrant, which surprised him greatly. His face darkened, followed by 2 streams of tears rolling down his old face. His whole body seemed to be illuminated by the light of truth. He cried and thought, The ancestor is indeed a supreme figure, using this simple poem to deeply transmit the true intent of sword providence to Changming. I have also seen Wu Shuang's painting. Although the realm within it is extremely profound, it fundamentally cannot be compared to the one the senior bestowed upon Changming. His eyes widened, and he thought tremblingly, Could it be? He panicked, turned to look at him, and thought again, Changming is truly suited to cultivate the sword Tao. Meanwhile, Changming was crying bitterly because he was scolded by his master. Outside the main hall, Changming's continuous calls of master rang out. Sang Xuan was stepping out the door when he heard Changming's voice. His loud call startled him, making his eyes go round. He turned his head, and Changming said, Master, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, he tremblingly grabbed Changming's hand. A tear appeared at the corner of his eye. Frowning, he said, What you said just now was not wrong. Hesitating for a moment, he added, The senior is still hinting at your path of the sword Tao, which is even higher than that girl Wu Shuang. A look of worry for his master flashed across Changming's face, and he replied, So what master means is... He closed his eyes, held Changming's hands tightly, and instructed him, If you and I, as the Holy Lord and Holy Son of the Taishuan Holy Land, absolutely must not disobey the senior's will. His whole body seemed filled with vitality, and he said determinedly, You will use odd changes, even does not change. Symbols look at the quadrant.
this maxim, to form the origin of your sword heart and transform your sword Tao. Changming's eyes sparkled, and he replied loudly to his master. Yes, he continued. You may go. Changming bowed respectfully and said, Disciple obeys.
He dashed away as fast as the wind. In the space, Changming's natal longsword suddenly appeared. Zhang Xuan watched his disciple riding the sword into the sky. Standing and watching him go far away, 2 streams of tears suddenly fell from the corners of his eyes. He raised a trembling hand, pointing in the boy's direction, and said, You must strictly remember the senior's expectations of you. Changming stood high above, looking down at his master, and replied, Disciple understands. Inside the great hall of the Taisuen Holy Land, all the elders were present to participate in the council. Led by Taoist Yanzhan, he said, Holy Lord Senior Brother, summoning us in such a hurry, is there something the matter? Zhang Xuan's face darkened, crying loudly while lamenting, My only disciple, the seed of the Tao of longevity of the Taisuen Holy Land. His words rendered the other perfected cultivators speechless. Everyone gathered around Zhang Xuan. Yanzhan sadly spoke up, What's wrong with Senior Brother? Perfected Juju was the one who answered his words, saying she didn't know. Taoist King Ye then patted his shoulder and added, Perhaps he went into chi deviation from practicing the Virgin Boy technique last night. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to cough a few times, then looked at the elders below. He stood properly, his whole body emitting a faint golden light. He closed his eyes and slowly said, All right, everyone quiet down a bit. This old man has 2 matters to discuss with you all today.
He raised a finger and continued saying, Firstly, 2 days ago this old man mentioned wanting to confer the title of Holy Maiden of our Taisuen Holy Land upon that girl Wu Shuang, but without deposing the Holy Son. He continued saying that it was to use this Holy Maiden to draw closer the relationship with that senior of Xiachi Town. As he spoke, he imagined the scene of Wu Shuang leading a group of elders over to wave and greet Chongqing. He raised another finger and said, Secondly, with a serious face, he continued saying, 1 month later, the martial tournament between the 2 great Holy Lands, Taiswan and Ziqing, held once every 10 years, is about to begin. The outstanding young people of Ziqing Holy Land, along with Holy Lord Zhu Jitian of Ziqing Holy Land, will come to our Taiswan Mountain to compete. In his mind, the scene once again appeared of the Holy Lords of Ziqing Holy Land and hundreds of disciples standing in a perfectly straight line. During the competition, they would show off all their talents to win glory and achievements. Looking down at the Taoists below, he said, During this period of time, I ask all of you to urge your disciples to cultivate diligently and not be lazy. As soon as Zhang Xuan finished speaking, Qing'e immediately chimed in. Senior Brother Holy Lord, in the past few martial tournaments, the disciples can be considered to have had wins and losses. His words carried a hint of mockery. But in the chess match between you and Xu Jitian, you have never won. The words were like a knife stabbing straight into Zhang Xuan, making him look dumbfounded. Yanzhan snorted softly and said, That's right, Senior Brother. The person who needs to cultivate diligently the most is probably you. After saying that, he laughed heartily. Zhang Xuan was so infuriated that he trembled, his whole body fuming with smoke, but he couldn't do anything because they were absolutely right. Seeing him angry, the 3 Taoists continued saying, Losing once costs a mid-grade or higher spiritual treasure and a 10,000-year spiritual herb. You will lose your entire fortune. How about in this martial tournament, Senior Brother Holy Lord, you don't show up? We will say you were in secluded cultivation.
His anger exploded, making him shout at their faces, saying, What is this? Is this old man afraid of losing spirit herbs and medicinal plants? His face was covered in sweat, his hands trembling as he pointed to the sky and said, This old man merely feels that this 4-dragon spitting water of Xu Zetian can interpret the myriad changes within the formation. It is truly rare in this world. I just want to observe it a few more times. Hearing him speak, the elders just covered their mouths and chuckled. Zhang Xuan stroked his beard, putting on a profound look, glancing at the Taoists and said, You are not people who like playing chess. You won't be able to understand. Although he said that, in his heart he was screaming, I can't solve it. I fundamentally can't solve it. Yuanzhen suddenly flew as fast as the wind to stand next to him, nudged his arm and replied, Senior Brother, perhaps that senior in Xiachi Town has a way to break the formation. Hearing this, he was startled and suspiciously followed up, Are these words true? He continued speaking, Think about it. That senior's cultivation rivals nature. Who knows if he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years? His knowledge is naturally not something we can imagine. A chess game that is unfathomably profound in our eyes, in the senior's place, might just be child's play. As if enlightened, he quickly made a decision. All right. He brought a hand to his mouth, coughed a few times, and then praised Yuanzhen's idea as excellent. Zhang Xuan looked at the Taoists and said, Junior Brother Yuanzhen makes a lot of sense. Reaching a level like the seniors, one focuses on polishing their state of mind, and playing chess is one of the best ways. His eyes flashed as he thought he could also take this opportunity to go pay respects to this senior and seek guidance from him for a few moves. On the high mountain peak, Lu Wushrang was there practicing.
The girl drew her sword to practice, her movements extremely decisive as she continuously swung the sword down. After completely severing a large wooden tree trunk, she finally stopped and sheathed her sword. Lu Wushuang closed her eyes to comprehend the pure energy. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed. Only then did Lu Wushuang open her eyes to check. It turned out to be the Holy Lord. He had witnessed everything and offered her words of praise. Not bad, not bad. To think that your 7th realm of the Jin Yuan sword scripture has already become so proficient. Lu Wushuang hastily bowed respectfully to greet the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord praises me too much. It is all thanks to Senior Ye's guidance that this disciple could gain new comprehensions on the path of the sword Tao. The Holy Lord gently told Wushuang, this old man just discussed with the elders. We decided that after the martial arts tournament between the Zixing and Taiswan Holy Lands concludes, we will officially hold the Holy Maiden conferment ceremony. Lu Wushuang, her expression unchanged, replied, this disciple will follow the Holy Lord's arrangements. He suddenly turned around and fake coughed a few times. After that, the Holy Lord didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. How do you feel about the temperament of the senior living in seclusion in Shaoqi town? Lu Wushuang replied without hiding anything. Senior Ye's cultivation is profound and unfathomable, yet he treats others with a gentle, amiable, and approachable manner. The Holy Lord didn't know what else to say and supported his forehead with a bitter smile. You young girls still don't understand the intentions of an expert. Perhaps the senior has taken a liking to your aptitude, which is why he values you. Hearing this, Lu Wushuang asked, both moved and overjoyed, he values me? Really? The Holy Lord frankly expressed, this old man has prepared a generous gift to go to Shaoqi town and pay respects to that senior. To be safer, I want you to be the one to introduce us and accompany me. Lu Wushuang bowed to obey the order. Lu Wushuang blushed, secretly thinking she didn't expect to be able to meet Senior Ye again so quickly. The Holy Lord didn't forget to instruct, remember clearly, in front of the senior, you must not call me Holy Lord, to avoid messing up the hierarchy. Just say, I am an elder of your family. The scene shifted to this moment. Brother Ye was sitting in his small courtyard. Yan Bingxin started the cleaning work, while Brother Ye, holding a writing brush, began to tremble in his hands and feet.
The broom in Yan Bingxin's hands continuously swept across the courtyard. It swept up so much dust, but the only person inhaling it seemed to be Ye Ge. Helpless, he had to turn around and tell Miss Yan to rest for a bit. Yan Bingxin answered radiantly, I'm fine, Senior Ye, I'm not tired. Ye Ge snatched the broom from Yan Bingxin's hands, telling her to take a break. Ye Ge's heart there was so much suffering. Sweeping up and down, he had inhaled all the dust, but Yan Bingxin misunderstood that Ye Ge was treating her well. She immediately turned around and said, then I'll go sew and cook. As soon as the words came out, Ye Ge immediately froze. He hastily stopped her. No, just sit down. Yan Bingxin was stunned and bewildered. At this moment, Ye Ge's face looked like the sky was about to fall, and he thought that this little ancestor falling from the sky really couldn't do anything right, but was only good at eating. He shed tears in immense agony, feeling pity that he couldn't do anything to her. If he was angry, he could only be angry. Ye Ge held a brush in his hand and angrily slammed it onto the table. A single glance was enough to tell he was extremely furious. Yan Bingxin had said she would leave after a few days, but still hadn't left. Even a landlord's house doesn't have extra rice. Outside Xiaoqi town, a group of strangers arrived.
The girl behind raised the jade pendant and announced, Manor Lord, the jade spirit talisman indicates that her 9th Highness is in this town. Liu Changhe quickly urged his subordinates behind to move. The group quickly passed through the gates and entered Shaoqi town. The girl was startled because the jade spirit talisman suddenly stopped glowing. Liu Changhe looked around, observing the front and back, then said, originally, Shaoqi town was a spiritual land of the Taiswan Holy Land. It is 80% likely that some kind of restriction has been placed here. This seat can feel the abundant great Tao providence here. Another young man immediately refuted, that's not right, my lord. I remember the spiritual energy of Shaoqi town dried up hundreds of years ago. Why is it still not depleted now, but instead even denser? Liu Changhe said expressionlessly, this seat is also not clear, and right now there is no time to care about these matters. Her 9th Highness has been missing for more than half a month. Finding her is the urgent priority. He sternly warned, otherwise both you and I will lose our heads. Liu Changhe suddenly took a deep breath. He clasped his hands and began to exert his qi. Liu Changhe gathered magical power in his hands, summoning a stream of yellow qi. That stream of qi quickly flew away, and his eyes instantly lit up because he found traces of Yan Bingxin. Liu Changhe led his people and hurriedly chased after the qi. Standing in front of Brother Ye's shop, Liu Changhe suddenly stopped and said, this is exactly the place emitting the town's spiritual energy. Liu Changhe lifted his foot, wanting to step inside to investigate, but right at that moment, he sensed something was wrong. Liu Changhe quickly leaped up, dodging a fatal blow. Liu Changhe landed on the ground, his body retreating backward. When he looked up, Liu Changhe saw the Holy Lord and Lu Wushuang approaching. As soon as the Holy Lord saw him, he spoke, if this old man is not mistaken, your excellency must be Manor Lord Liu Changhe of the Great Yan Imperial Family's Kishi Manor, correct? Liu Changhe respectfully bowed and replied, that is correct. I didn't expect to meet the Taisren Holy Lord here. Pardon my lack of manners. The Taisren Holy Lord asked tensely, today, your excellency has entered the territory of our Taiswen Holy Land. Have you forgotten the agreement of non-interference between the Taiswen Holy Land and the Great Yan Imperial Family? Liu Changhe hurriedly explained,
I absolutely did not intentionally violate it. It is because our 9th princess has been missing for many days, so I was forced to come here."
Hearing this, the Holy Lord was not sympathetic. Instead, he thought the other party was making excuses to intrude and became furious. Absurd. Why would your 9th princess come here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Elder Liu? Liu Changhe and the Holy Lord quickly turned to look. At this moment, the image of Yan Bingxin holding a broom caught their eyes. Yan Bingxin brightly asked why he had come here. Seeing the princess's appearance, Liu Changhe was extremely shocked. "Your Highness, 9th princess, why are you dressed like this?" Even the Holy Lord of Taiswan was astonished. "Isn't this a sweeping servant? Is this really your 9th princess?" Liu Changhe was extremely angry and shouted, "Just who dares to place your highness under house arrest here to do such heavy labor? This old subject will definitely make him taste the capabilities of our Kishi manor." The Holy Lord stroked his beard, wondering if it was the senior residing here in seclusion. Lu Wushuang thought to herself, a princess as precious as heaven's favored child, dressing up as a sweeping servant. Could this be Senior Ye's special hobby? Liu Changhe ran over, grabbed Yan Bingxin's wrist and said, "Ninth Highness, this is the territory of the Taiswan Holy Land. Let us leave quickly. After we return, I will send people to hunt him down, and we must surely chop him into 100 pieces." Hearing these words, the Holy Lord of Taiswan became extremely furious. Daring to disrespect a senior of my sect. If it weren't out of respect for the Emperor of Great Yan, I would definitely teach you a lesson today. Yan Bingxin yanked her hand out of Liu Changhe's grasp. He called out in panic, "Nine Highness!" Without saying a word, Yan Bingxin swung her hand and gave the old man a slap. She glared angrily and shouted, "Shut your mouth!" The Holy Lord was once again dumbfounded by the Princess of Great Yan. Then Yan Bingxin picked up the broom from the ground and pointed it menacingly, speaking so arrogantly. "Do you want to sever the providence of our Great Yan that has been passed down for 10,000 years? Liu Changhe aggrievedly explained, "Ninth Highness, the destiny of our Great Yan is protected by His Majesty and the ancestors. Your cultivation is still low. I fear your heart has been bewitched by some wild cultivator." The Holy Lord said angrily, "A wild cultivator? Manor Lord Liu, your tone is quite big. Do you know who the person inside this shop is?" Liu Changhe replied without any restraint. "Could it be the founding ancestor of your Taiswan Holy Land?"
At the same time, inside the shop, Little Black was trying to sleep but couldn't. It angrily complained, "So noisy." Little Black sat up, stretching tiredly and sluggishly. It looked toward the door and asked, "Who is it? It's so early in the morning." Little Black stepped outside, getting furious the moment it set foot down. The Holy Lord and Liu Changhe also stopped arguing and looked over. Little Black appeared in such a fierce state that even its true form was clearly visible. It barked a few times, asking who was shouting at the door and disturbing this king's beautiful dream. Liu Changhe immediately grew tense and said, "Demon King, why is there a Demon King appearing in this place?" The Holy Lord immediately flared with anger, forming hand seals, and said, "Manor Lord Liu, this old man will temporarily stop arguing with you. Let's deal with this Demon King first." Liu Changhe also quickly entered a combat state, absolutely determined not to let this Demon King harm the commoners in the town. Little Black, with a ferocious and contemptuous appearance, sneered, "Two old ghosts actually want to attack me? Then I will let you two see the true strength of this king." Little Black began to release its aura, and its power became overwhelmingly fierce in a single second. The Taiswan Holy Lord and Liu Changhe tried to focus to their utmost. Suddenly, a fist appeared. Yege's punch landed on Little Black's head, turning it back into an obedient little puppy. Yege pointed his finger and questioned, "Black Emperor, your skin is itching for a beating again, right?" Yege angrily threatened, "A dog that bites people randomly will be thrown into the Dao fire." Little Black immediately became pitiful and teary-eyed, completely unlike its ferocious appearance just now. This very scene caused the two old men to be utterly shocked and doubt their lives. Daring to hit a Demon King? What kind of person was this young man exactly? They couldn't sense a single trace of cultivation aura on his body, to the point that they couldn't even tell when he had arrived. Yege stepped forward to personally apologize. "Apologies to the two of you. I am the shopkeeper of this store, and this is the pet I raise. I didn't scare you, did I?" Hearing this, the Taiswan Holy Lord and Liu Changhe cried out in panic. "A pet? A Demon King can actually be a pet?" Seeing Yege, Liu Wushuang's face immediately lit up, and she bowed in greeting. Junior Wushuang pays respects to Senior Ye. Yege warmly replied, "Fairy, it's you. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why did you come here today?" Liu Wushuang introduced the Holy Lord to him. "Reporting to Senior, this is an elder of my family. He saw the painting that Senior sold to me earlier and felt great admiration, so he deliberately came here today to visit." The Holy Lord, despite being an elderly senior, actually bowed to him. This old man Chong Swain pays respects to Senior Ye. Yege embarrassedly asked the old gentleman to please stand up. At this moment, Yege thought to himself, if he is the elder of the fairy, isn't he a cultivator? Therefore, Yege opened his fan and began to act like a refined gentleman, feeling immensely proud in his heart.
Although I don't have a spirit root, thanks to my painting talent, I am still worthy of being called senior by such an elder with the immortal demeanor of the Tao."
He looked towards Yan Bingsin again and saw a stranger, Lu Changhe, so he asked, "Miss Yan, who is this?" Lu Changhe coughed a few times, wanting to reveal his identity. Cough, cough. "This old minister is," but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted and stopped by Yan Bingsin, who made an excuse. "Old Chen, he is Steward Chen from my family. He came here looking for me." As soon as Yan Bingsin finished speaking, Jaeger rushed forward. With tears in his eyes, he grabbed Lu Changhe's arm. "That's great. I've finally waited for you to arrive." The male lead was extremely overjoyed, because he was about to get rid of an extra mouth to feed. He gathered close to Lu Changhe and asked softly, "You came here to pick up your young miss, right?" Lu Changhe, with a bewildered face, replied, "Yes, that's right." Jaeger naturally highly welcomed Lu Changhe's appearance. A second later, he returned to his elegant demeanor, opened his fan, and said, "Everyone, please come inside for a cup of tea." The old Holy Lord, overjoyed to the extreme, replied, "Thank you, Senior." He secretly thought that his lucky encounter had arrived. Jaeger pushed open the main door and invited everyone in. Yan Bingsin and Lu Wushuang also walked in right after. But when Lu Changhe and the Holy Lord wanted to go inside, they were blocked by a barrier. The Holy Lord said, "Could this be the protective restriction from the legends, which can only be created by the purest Tao rhythm?" Lu Changhe pressed himself against the transparent wall and said, "But a restriction with such intensity cannot be created unless it is an ancient holy relic."
The Holy Lord spoke up, stating that the Supreme Cultivation and that Ninth Highness, whose cultivation was still low, were not repelled by the shield. On the contrary, because his and Lu Changhe's cultivation powers were high, they were blocked outside the shield. Seeing the two of them hesitating to enter and acting strangely, Yege asked, "What's wrong with you two? Why don't you hurry and come in?" A gentle breeze blew past, causing a bamboo leaf to fall. As a single leaf softly pierced through the barrier, the Holy Lord and Lu Changhe were suddenly pushed inside. When Ye Chongqing saw Taoist Chongswan and Lu Changhe tumbled to the ground, crying out "ouch" from the pain, he was a bit surprised and checked on their situation. "What happened to you guys?" Taoist Chongswan, feeling extremely embarrassed about falling flat and getting a nosebleed in front of Senior Ye Chongqing, could only rub his head and force an awkward smile to brush it off. As for Lu Changhe, he was just as embarrassed as Taoist Chongswan, but feared losing face in front of Senior Ye Chongqing, so he also forced a smile and casually explained, "We are getting old, our footing is a bit unsteady." Once Ye Chongqing knew Taoist Chongswan and Lu Changhe were fine, he felt relieved and continued leading Chongswan's group inside his house. Nearby stood an ancient tree swaying in the cool breeze, its branches and leaves rustling. Suddenly something caught their eyes, making Taoist Chongswan and Lu Changhe gasp in shock. What are these? Demon King Black Dog, hearing someone mention him, the Black Emperor immediately struck the most handsome pose possible, an ancient demonic tree. From within the ancient tree, a purple light radiated outward, accompanied by a terrifying surge of power. Even the tables and chairs were wrapped in Tao accumulation, and on the table rested a chessboard. But it did not seem to be an ordinary chessboard, as a dazzling golden light emanated from within it. Unable to believe their own eyes, both Taoist Chongswan and Lu Changhe stood with their jaws dropped in astonishment, thinking to themselves, "It seems we have arrived at an incredibly wondrous place." While Taoist Chongswan and Lu Changhe were still completely mesmerized by the miraculous sights of this place, Ye Chongqing smiled brightly from afar and said to Chongswan's group, "Please, make yourselves at home. I'll go get some tea." This helped snap the two of them out of their daze, pulling them back to reality so they were no longer shocked by the surrounding scenery. While waiting for Ye Chongqing to brew and serve the tea, Chongswan's group approached the stone table and chairs in the courtyard, sitting down to enjoy the cool breeze, rest, and chat. Feeling a bit curious, Lu Changhe stammeringly asked Taoist Chongswan, hoping to resolve some of the lingering doubts in his mind. "Holy Lord Chongswan, regarding this young senior, what do you think?" Afterward, Lu Changhe looked toward Taoist Chongswan, waiting for his answer.
"I already knew that the senior was an expert, but I never thought he would be at such a level," Taoist Chongswan replied calmly. But in his heart, it was as if turbulent waves were rising unceasingly from what he himself had seen from then until now. Liu Changhe looked at the ancient demon tree radiating a purple light beside him and said timidly, "That's right. Such a demon tree only exists in 10,000-year ancient lands, hiding great fortuitous encounters. Now it is casually planted in a small courtyard like this. Just sitting under this tree, I am already so oppressed that I can barely breathe." As Liu Changhe spoke, he placed a hand on his chest, a look of panic and fear appearing on his face.
Taoist Chongshuan did not look much better than Liu Changhe, but he still spoke up to comfort Liu Changhe. "Hang in there. This is definitely a test from the senior for us." At that moment, Taoist Chongshuan placed his hand on his stomach, as if wanting to suppress the surging pressure invading from the outside. Taoist Chongshuan glanced to the side, seemingly seeing something very strange, and suddenly exclaimed, It turned out to be a table and chair set with a go board radiating a blinding golden light. Taoist Chongshuan hurriedly stood up, slamming both hands on the table with a thud, causing everyone to look at Taoist Chongshuan in surprise. After that, Taoist Chongshuan approached the table and chairs, laughed proudly, and said, "Just as expected."
Taoist Changxuan looked at the chess formation on the Go board and said decisively, Senior Ye has researched chess. Old gentleman, be careful. Yan Bingxin anxiously warned Taoist Changxuan, afraid that he would encounter some unforeseen danger from the chess set. Taoist Changxuan was now standing in front of the Go board, clearly observing its chess formation. A blinding golden light emanated from the chess set. At this moment, Taoist Changxuan seemed to see something that made him exclaim in astonishment. This is... Taoist Changxuan was deep in thought, seemingly realizing the profound meaning the chess set brought, and spoke up. This chessboard seems to be teaching this old man something. Military tactics have no constant formation. Taoist Changxuan seemed to have wandered into an illusory realm, with countless scenes appearing in his mind. Along with that, the first image appeared. A majestic general, wearing a suit of armor, sitting on horseback with a spear in hand, charging straight forward to valiantly annihilate the enemy. The extraordinary aura exuding from that person is perhaps unmatched by anyone. Moving to another scene, it was water has no constant shape, accompanied by the image of a fierce wave formed from the blue ocean water mixed with white foam. Seemingly harmless, but it carried a terrifying power, ready to wash away anything in its path, while normally it was just a gentle stream of water. After that was, the sun has its short and long days, along with the image of the sun resembling an egg yolk warming the whole world, radiating brilliant golden light everywhere, bringing life to all existing things in the world, but also ready to incinerate everything. Finally, it was Yue Yu Zi Sheng, moon having death and life, along with the image of the moonlight shining in the sky, reflecting itself in the water like two moons dividing their duties. One took charge of illuminating the dark night sky alongside the sparkling stars, while the other illuminated the pitch-black water, shining upon everything hiding beneath the surface. As for Taoist Changxuan, he quietly stood by, gazing at the moon, exploring the relaxed and peaceful place of the mortal realm and his own heart. After escaping that illusion, Taoist Changxuan suddenly understood the profound and expansive implications hidden within the Go set, so he was momentarily moved to the point that tears fell in 2 lines as he said, I have attained enlightenment. At this time, Ye Chongqing, carrying a tray with a pot and 5 teacups, spoke with a sense of guilt. Sorry, I have kept you all waiting for so long. Ye Chongqing looked towards Taoist Changxuan's group. Seeing them gathered around the Go board staring intently, Ye Chongqing curiously asked, what's wrong with you all? Hearing Ye Chongqing's voice, Taoist Changxuan hurriedly ran over, clasped his hands together, and respectfully asked, Senior, may I ask what formation is on this chessboard? Which surprised Ye Chongqing a little. Ye Chongqing spoke up. Huh? Formation? This is a drawn game.
Taoist Changxuan and Taoist Changhe exclaimed in astonishment. What? The breeze at this moment seemed to sense the enlightenment coming from Taoist Changhe and Lu Changhe, swaying gently. Lu Changhe sighed in admiration. Draw, a very good name. Along with that, his mind drifted into the Go board. It looked like black and white confronting each other, but within it contained the Tao of movement and stillness, the Tao of yin and yang, the Tao of war and peace, and the Tao of life and death along with it. The scene that appeared before Lu Changhe's eyes at this moment was himself and Taoist Changhe, each standing on a cliff, separated by a deep abyss, engaging in a battle of magical power with each other, yet opposition was both balance and harmony. Beside him, Taoist Changhe also closed his eyes and merged into the illusion. Before Taoist Changhe's eyes was that drawn chess formation, surrounded by a majestic mountain landscape, beautiful like an inkwash painting. Then Taoist Changhe spoke again. That chess formation has such profound connotations, it is truly rare. Ye Chongqing stood dumbfounded upon hearing what Taoist Changhe and Lu Changhe said, then foolishly thought to himself, what are these 2 old men talking about? Doesn't a drawn game mean neither side wins? What is there to analyze? Ye Chongqing didn't want to continue thinking about it anymore, so he brought out a few teacups and invited each person. Then Ye Chongqing smiled brightly and said, I'm really embarrassed. There's nothing good in my dwelling. Please try the tea I made myself. Taoist Changhe hurriedly cupped his hands together and respectfully said, It's fine. Lu Changhe also cupped his hands respectfully and said, A guest follows the host's arrangements. Taoist Changhe looked at the teapot Ye Chonghe brewed himself with some contemplation and thought to himself, a peerless expert like Senior Ye can also make his own tea. It seems he also has research into the Tao of tea.
Perfected Zongxuan continued to think to himself, accompanied by the image of a tea ball appearing. In the sect, it just so happened that there was still a little tea passed down from the ancestors, made from Enlightenment tea leaf fragments. Perhaps he could gift it to the senior. The Enlightenment tea leaf is a divine artifact for cultivation, and even fragments are exceedingly rare. Naturally, this could close the distance with the senior. Ye Chongqing suddenly opened some kind of box, and along with it, an orange-yellow light gradually revealed itself. Perfected Zongxuan was blinded by that orange-yellow light, having to use his hand to cover his eyes, and exclaimed, Huh? What is this? Perfected Zongxuan and Lu Changhe saw Ye Chongqing pick out a green tea leaf from the box and then put it inside a teacup. Their jaws dropped as they thought to themselves, a whole Enlightenment tea leaf? Ye Chongqing continued to put Enlightenment tea leaves into other teacups, making Perfected Zongxuan and Lu Changhe continue to be amazed, thinking,
In this lifetime, this is the first time seeing a whole piece of enlightenment tea leaf. Extravagant, too extravagant. Is this the wealth of an expert? Seeing Ye Chongqing happily pouring tea to wash the enlightenment tea leaves, perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe were still amazed and continued to think, for the first wash of the enlightenment tea leaf, all the spiritual energy on the surface of the leaf will blend into the water. The tea water at this moment is rich and incredibly pure. Just seeing the simple scene of pouring tea to wash the enlightenment tea leaf made perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe want to jump for joy. But Ye Chongqing's next action was to throw that part of the tea away, causing perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe to be completely shocked. Both perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe were dumbfounded, with their mouths wide open, standing motionless out of sheer surprise. Seeing perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe standing motionless with surprised expressions on their faces, Ye Chongqing asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Both perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe shouted in unison, asking, That cup?" Ye Chongqing understood the issue, so he turned to look at the puddle of tea he had just thrown away and calmly said, "Oh, that was the water used to wash the tea. It wasn't good enough, so I threw it on the ground." After finishing brewing the tea, Ye Chongqing hurriedly poured it out. Inside the cup was a piece of enlightenment tea leaf blending with the piping hot green tea water, and then he invited everyone, "Now you all can taste it." Perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe picked up their teacups and looked at them, feeling somewhat apprehensive to the point that sweat soaked their faces, thinking, "I hardly dared to drink this cup of tea." On Lu Wushuang and Yan Bingxin's side, when they picked up their teacups, they were also a bit nervous. Just the fragments emanating from it made their cultivation realms loosen a bit, if they drank it. Seeing that the reactions of perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Changhe were a bit strange, Ye Chongqing suddenly remembered where the problem lay, and panicked, thinking, "Oh no."
I forgot. Don't these big shots come from prestigious backgrounds? The tea they usually drink must be the top grade among top grades. Ye Chongqing looked at his own teacup and continued thinking to himself, "The tea leaves I made myself are probably not even worth their attention." So afterward, Ye Chongqing felt a bit embarrassed and hesitantly said to Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe, "If it's really hard to drink, then never mind." Taoist Chang Xuan thought he had made Ye Chongqing unhappy, so he panicked and said, No, I was just smelling the tea's aroma first." After that, Taoist Chang Xuan and Li Wushuan picked up their teacups and drank it all in one gulp.
It was the same for Lu Changhe and Yan Bingxin. When all four of them finished drinking, their faces were all flushed red, clearly revealing an indescribable look of enjoyment mixed with satisfaction. Lu Changhe closed his eyes to feel the flavor of the tea slowly making its way down his throat, then happily and contentedly said, "Ah, incredibly refreshing." After that, he asked Taoist Chang Xuan, "Brother Xuan, how are you feeling right now?" Taoist Chang Xuan joyfully expressed his feelings. "It truly lives up to being tea steeped from enlightenment leaves." After that, Taoist Chang Xuan seemed to sink into an illusion. It was a place of majestic mountains, as beautiful as an ink-wash painting, with cranes freely flapping their wings and soaring around. Down below, Taoist Chang Xuan was standing on a boat, and being moved by the scenery, he recited a line of poetry. "The small boat has passed through 1,000 mountains." The group of Taoist Chang Xuan, Lu Changhe, Lu Wushuang, and Yan Bingxin were enjoying tea together at Ye Chongqing's house. Seeing the somewhat exaggerated reactions of Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe after enjoying the cup of tea he brewed, Ye Chongqing couldn't help but helplessly utter, "Ah, why does drinking tea look like taking an aphrodisiac?" Along with that was the image of Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe showing all kinds of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, after enjoying the tea. Suddenly, Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe seemed to sense something, gasping in astonishment. Their cultivation had surged. Both of them felt as if a surge of power was gradually rising inside their bodies. As for Taoist Chang Xuan, he felt like a whirlwind was sweeping through his body. Meanwhile, Lu Changhe felt as if his entire body was sinking into volcanic magma, making him overjoyed beyond measure. Seeing a golden light radiating from within his body, Lu Changhe suddenly shouted, "Ah, my cultivation has increased." Along with that, an expression of utter shock was clearly visible on his face.
Taoist Chang Xuan beside him panicked, holding his head and shouting loudly, "Ah, this old man feels as if his cultivation has been elevated by several thousand years." Along with this was an expression of shock no less than Lu Changhe's. While Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe were still excitedly talking about the increase in their cultivation, Ye Chongqing hurriedly interrupted and asked somewhat embarrassedly to test the waters, "You two, how is the taste of my tea?" Hearing Ye Chongxuan's question, Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Changhe were a bit anxious, so they had to put aside their joyous emotions from having their cultivation increased. Then, terrified to the point that sweat soaked their faces, they consulted with each other. Taoist Chang Xuan spoke first. "How should we answer?" Lu Changhe then voiced out, "Could it be that the senior is testing our cultivation aptitude?" Seeing that remaining silent for too long was not a good idea, Taoist Chang Xuan spoke up to answer first. Reporting to senior, the tea is sweet, and the aftertaste is very delicious. Entering the stomach, it feels like soaking in a warm stream, making one's state of mind feel like it is transformed, extremely profound. Along with that, a thumb was raised, implying it was absolutely delicious.
On his lips was a smile that couldn't be any more forced. In his heart, he was extremely tense, but still tried to act like he was fine, while deep inside it was a wide sea of tears. Lu Changhe was even more exaggerated, directly raising both thumbs, implying it was wonderfully delicious without a doubt. On his lips was still a professional forced smile. Then he let out a forced laugh and said, "That's right, this is definitely the most delicious tea I have ever drunk in this life." But how could Ye Changsheng know just how much he was trembling? Hearing Dao's Changshuan and Lu Changhe praising his tea like that, Ye Changsheng felt a bit puzzled. He rested his chin on his hand and thought to himself, "It's just a cup of tea, yet they tasted so many kinds of sensations. Why do I feel like these two are teaming up to trick me?" On the side of Dao's Changshuan and Lu Changhe, seeing Ye Changsheng's somewhat displeased expression, they immediately felt endless panic.
On the side of Lu Wushuang and Yan Bingsen, they were still clear-headed. The two looked at each other, then looked over at Ye Changting's group. After that, they secretly laughed at Ye Changting, Dao's Changshuang, and Lu Changhe. It was just a trivial matter of drinking tea, yet it caused so many issues. Fearing that he might displease Ye Changting, Lu Changhe immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, "Mr. Ye," then took something out of his pocket. It turned out to be a wooden box, and he continued, "This item is my family's heirloom. If you like it, please consider it a thank you gift for taking care of our young lady for the past few days." Upon seeing the wooden box, Ye Changting was surprised. His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "It seems you know that this person has been freeloading at my house for a long time and feel embarrassed." Ye Changting pretended to be polite, but still reached out with both hands to receive the gift, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh my, you should have just come. Why bring a gift?" But in his heart he was indescribably overjoyed. "Then I won't hold back." Saying that, Ye Changting happily accepted the wooden box. Seeing Ye Changting willing to accept his gift, Lu Changhe also felt somewhat relieved. On the side of Dao's Changshuang, seeing Lu Changhe give a gift to Ye Changting, he said jealously, "Tch, I didn't bring any items when I went out this time and got beaten to it by this old man." Contrary to Dao's Changshuang's jealous expression, Lu Wushuang beside him felt a bit aggrieved, thinking to herself, "If only I could also give a gift to Senior, that would be great." After receiving the gift, Ye Changting immediately opened the wooden box, and a blue light suddenly emitted from inside. Ye Changting directed his gaze inside the wooden box and said happily, "Let me see what kind of good item this is." This made Dao's Changshuang and Lu Wushuang equally curious, leaning in to see what it was. It turned out to be a very beautiful blue orb inside. After seeing it, Lu Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment, This is..." Beside her, Dao's Changshuang shouted in panic, "Profound ice orb." Lu Changhe replied smugly, "That's right." Ye Changting asked in confusion, "Huh? What is that?"
Seeing that Ye Changqing seemed not to know, they immediately explained it to him. The profound ice orb is a treasure from a place of extreme cold for tens of thousands of years. A single orb the size of a fingertip can already contain massive energy, accompanied by an illusion of a freezing mountain range with sparkling auroras in the sky, the place that holds this profound ice orb. Taoist Changshuan stroked his beard and said, "This orb is the size of an apple. Old Ghost Lear has exhausted his entire fortune." Lu Wushuang also spoke up to explain further, accompanied by the illusion of ice and fire spirit roots. Although it can increase the cultivation for ice spirit root cultivators, cultivators of other attributes touching the profound ice orb will suffer severe cultivation damage due to the cold energy entering their bodies. In severe cases, they could turn into crippled mortals. Hearing the explanation, Yan Bingsin suddenly felt a stream of cold air spudding throughout her entire body, and fearfully thought to herself, "I am just standing nearby and I can already feel the cold piercing to the bone." Lu Wushuang and Yan Bingsin, upon seeing Ye Changqing intending to pick up the profound ice orb, hurriedly panicked and stopped him. "Danger, Senior, you must not." Ye Changqing successfully touched the profound ice orb. Ye Changqing happily picked up the profound ice orb and said, "Wow, so cool, this thing seems to refrigerate automatically." Finding the profound ice orb somewhat interesting, Ye Changqing happily added, "Not bad, not bad. Using this block of ice to chill fruits in the summer, it will surely sell very well."
Hearing the name Ye Changqing call the profound ice orb, all four of them, Taoist Changshuan, Lu Changhe, Lu Wushuang, and Yang Bingxing, gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Ice block!" At this moment, Ye Changqing had been given a profound ice orb by Lu Changhe to curry favor, but unexpectedly, Ye Changqing considered that precious profound ice orb to be an ice block. He even held the orb and twirled it in his hand, looking very delighted, which made Lu Changhe sigh in admiration. "We wouldn't dare touch that thing, but in Senior's hands, it's just like a toy." Taoist Changshuan beside him was filled with admiration and couldn't help but speak famously. Senior's cultivation power is indeed unfathomably profound. Lu Changhe then cupped his hands together and respectfully said to Ye Changqing, "Mr. Ye, recently my family's young miss has troubled Senior. Today I have decided to take her away from here." Yang Bingxing, standing next to him, was caught off guard by Lu Changhe's words and blurted out, "Huh?" Ye Changhe hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Changhe's arms with both hands. With a clear flash of emotion mixed with joy in his eyes, he asked Lu Changhe, "Really?" Lu Changhe was startled by Ye Changhe's sudden action. Afterward, Lu Changhe somewhat nervously stammered his reply to Ye Changhe, "Really?" Hearing Lu Changhe's certain answer made Ye Changhe indescribably happy, but he still pretended to be perfectly fine. He slowly turned his back and gave a fake cough.
Lu Changhe was confused by Ye Changhe's sudden change in behavior. On his side, Ye Changhe was extremely smug, his expression a bit wicked as he smiled cunningly and thought to himself, receiving a gift and sending off a great Buddha, a double blessing descending upon the house. While thinking to himself, he didn't forget to sneak a glance at Yang Bing-sing to see how she was doing, but she remained completely oblivious. Hiding his true demeanor, Ye Changhe put on an incredibly fake, sweet face and said with a seemingly regretful tone, "Miss Yan, I didn't expect we would have to part ways so soon." But in reality, Ye Changhe just wanted to subtly chase Yang Bing-sing away. Yang Bing-sing thought Ye Changhe was reluctant to part with her, so she shyly replied, "Mr. Ye, rest assured, Bing-sing will definitely not let down your affections." Seeing this tearful farewell scene, Taoist Chang Swan felt a bit doubtful and thought, what is so special about this ninth princess that she can be so highly regarded by Senior Ye? Little did he know that Ye Changhe was just putting on an act for them. Suddenly, Yang Bing-sing thrust her arm straight out, which startled Lu Changhe a bit. Next, Yang Bing-sing firmly declared, "This young lady is not leaving," making Lu Changhe standing nearby panic, not knowing what trick the princess was trying to pull now.
Hearing these words from Yan Bingxin, Ye Changqing felt as if his entire sky of freedom had collapsed and his past days of peace were gone. He panicked and shouted, "Huh?" The wind also seemed to sense that something was wrong, blowing stronger and causing more leaves to fall from the tree. If he had known the situation would turn out like this, he would have just kept quiet. Yan Bingxin bowed her head, clasped her hands together, and respectfully replied to Ye Changqing, "Mr. Ye, rest assured, Bingxin will definitely not let down your feelings." After that, Yan Bingxin immediately took a stance. Then, with one hand resting on her waist and the other pointing straight at Lu Changhe's face, she boldly declared, "You go back and tell my father and my mother. Tell them not to miss me. I will stay at Mr. Ye's place for a while longer. When I want to return, I will notify them later." Ye Changqing shouted in shock, "What?" Ye Changqing thought to himself, "Eldest miss, aren't you afraid that on some breezy night under the high sky I will turn raw rice into cooked rice?" Along with that, an illusion appeared in Ye Changqing's mind of him lustfully forcing himself on Yan Bingxin. After hearing the princess's words, Lu Changje hesitated a bit and said, "If that is the case..." On this side, Ye Changqing was incredibly nervous and panicked, thinking, "It's over. This old man seems to really want to agree. If I don't make a move now, it'll be too late." Ye Changqing hurriedly gathered his spirits, pretending to be unhurried, and coughed a few times. Then he looked at Yan Bingxin and calmly advised, "Miss Yan, filial piety is the most important thing. If you really like staying at my place, then go back and live with your parents for a while, and come back here later." Although he said that, deep down in his heart, Ye Changqing still hoped Yan Bingxin would understand and go back home, no longer bothering him. Taoist Chang Swen also chimed in to advise, "I remember when this old man was around that age, my parents had already passed away early." Hearing that, Yan Bingxin suddenly turned her head. Seeing that Yan Bingxin cared a bit about his words, Taoist Chang Swen stroked his beard and continued, "Miss Yan, you are still young. You should rightfully cherish this familial bond." However, Yan Bingxin was somewhat unwilling and said, "But..." Ye Changqing walked over to the table and picked up a writing brush. He happily waved a few strokes, looking seemingly ordinary, but it actually carried a massive amount of power. From those seemingly casual strokes, the first line of a poem appeared. "Hemerocallis grows on the hall steps," meaning daylilies grow all over the front steps of the house. Beside it, an illusion gradually appeared of daylily bushes growing by the lake, gently swaying back and forth in the wind. The leaves were as soft as velvet, making people want to touch them lightly whenever they pass by, carrying a sense of warmth and gentleness. In the distance were houses with blue tile roofs, symbolizing prosperity.
陆自行天涯, meaning the wandering sun travels to the distant horizon. Next to it is an illusion of a young man wearing white robes. Carrying a sword on his back along with great ambitions, he marches straight forward, leaving behind the clumps of daylilies wearily looking out for the young man. 母亲移汤门, meaning the old mother leans against the door, anxiously watching. Next to it is an illusion of a white-haired old woman sitting in the front yard, wearily waiting for the day her child accomplishes his ambitions. Even if he stumbles along the way, the old mother will still be there to welcome her child back. 不见萱草花, meaning not seeing the daylily flower bloom. Next to it is an illusion of a white crane flapping its wings and flying. In the past, there was a legend that a crane would bring a child to the doors of families praying for one, so it can be understood that the symbols of the crane and the daylily represent the mother. In short, the general implication of this entire poem that Ye Changqing wants to convey is using scenery to express emotions, deeply revealing the implicit affection between mother and child, moving the listener. Therefore, the daylily has become the flower representing the mother. Before long, Ye Changqing had finished writing the poem. The group of Taoist Changshan, Lu Wushuang and Liu Changhe, after reading the poem written by Ye Changqing, were immediately moved to tears. Ye Changqing was composing a poem about the love of parents to subtly chase Yan Bingxin away. Unexpectedly, it made Taoist Changxuan's group burst into tears. Yan Bingxin was no less moved than them, her eyes red from shedding tears.
Yan Bingxin was so deeply moved that she hurriedly bowed down and choked out, "Mr. Ye, I understand your intention. I will return now."
Hearing these words, although Ye Changqing was very overjoyed, he still tried to appear regretful, slowly rolling up the calligraphy and smiling kindly as he said, "You and I are fated to meet. I will give this calligraphy to you." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin hurriedly knelt on the ground, reaching out with both hands to receive the calligraphy Ye Changqing handed to her. Over here, Lu Changhe was still sobbing with emotion, then gently wiped his tears and said, "Just a line of poetry can evoke my dust-covered memories. Senior Ye's abilities truly rival creation itself." Perfected Zhongshan on the side also sobbed and said, "Senior Ye opens his mouth and turns words into poetry. I am afraid those old fogies in Zonzo who call themselves descendants of the literary sage can only look up and sigh in admiration." The surrounding scenery seemed to be moved by the poem Ye Changqing composed, as a gentle breeze lightly blew past the tree canopy. Liu Changhe stepped forward together with Yan Bingxin, clasping their hands in a salute, and then she respectfully and decisively said, "Mr. Ye, I will listen to your words and return home for a trip first, and after some time I will come here again to visit you." After hearing these words, Ye Changqing's angelic side smiled and waved at Yan Bingxin and Liu Changhe, then slowly said, "All right, take care you two." On his devilish side, he irritably raised his middle finger with a heart full of malice and said, "It's best if you don't come back. I really can't afford to feed you anymore." After bidding farewell to Ye Changqing, Liu Changhe and Yan Bingxin turned and left. Watching the two of them walk away, Ye Changqing sneered and thought to himself, "I have been in this world for 5 years. The farthest place I have traveled is the foot of Taiswan Mountain." The wind blew stronger and stronger, and it was already late afternoon, but Ye Changqing still stood motionless there. It looked as if he was regretful when Liu Changhe and Yan Bingxin left, but in reality, Ye Changqing's inner self was screaming, "If possible, I really want to go outside and travel." Then Ye Changqing started sobbing out of extreme grievance. The weather was still clear and the wind still blew, swaying the branches and leaves. Perfected Zhongshan, standing behind and seeing Ye Changqing like this, hurriedly sighed in admiration. "I didn't expect Senior Ye to be so elegant and friendly." Then Perfected Zhongshan gently stroked his beard and continued, "He has already reached a cultivation realm that we wouldn't dare to imagine, yet he is still willing to see off 2 juniors." Lu Wishwang, filled with admiration, chimed in, "Holy Lord, perhaps this is the exact demeanor of a true expert." Suddenly something caught Perfected Zhongshan's attention, making him exclaim, Then he hurriedly stepped closer.
Finally, Taoist Cheng Xuan stopped in front of a table, making Yan Wushuang a bit confused. Seeming to have realized something, Taoist Cheng Xuan hastily cried out in astonishment. This is... It turned out that the thing causing Taoist Cheng Xuan to have such strange expressions all along was a landscape painting. Taoist Cheng Xuan continued to shout loudly, "Not wrong. It is indeed not wrong." Following that, Taoist Cheng Xuan gently placed his hand on the painting, but unexpectedly, a golden light flashed suddenly, leaving him astonished. Then Taoist Cheng Xuan let out a worried scream. "Ah!" Unexpectedly, Taoist Cheng Xuan was sucked into the painting, where a Taiji circle appeared, forcing him to enter a place he had never been to before.
Upon arriving, Perfected Zhongshan found himself surrounded by water at his feet. All around, cranes were leisurely soaring through the sky, seemingly treating him as if he didn't exist. Everywhere he looked, towering mountains pierced through the drifting white clouds. The vegetation was lush and green. A hint of doubt arose in Perfected Zhongshan's heart as he thought to himself, "This is the Taiswan Holy Land." Seeing a mountain radiating a halo in the distance, Perfected Zhongshan spoke with a mix of doubt and surprise. "Isn't that the main peak in the distance, the location of the Taiswan Hall?" Suddenly realizing something, Perfected Zhongshan exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Ye uses heaven and earth as his canvas, and the myriad heavenly Taos as his ink." After that, Perfected Zhongshan clasped his hands behind his back, immersing himself in the breathtaking scenery. Surrounded by majestic mountains, soaring cranes, and tranquil waters, the view was so exquisitely beautiful that no words could fully describe it. This painting was truly too magnificent. Perfected Zhongshan then pondered inwardly, "It has brought our Taiswan Holy Land countless providence." Countless images flashed through Perfected Zhongshan's mind as he thought, "No wonder we recruited so many geniuses this time." Along with this was the image of a group of disciples, the most outstanding of whom was undoubtedly Li Chunfeng. The image of Taoist Yanzhen also suddenly appeared. Junior brother Yanzhen actually advanced to soul formation 1,000 years early. This made Perfected Zhongshan gape in awe as he sighed inwardly. Next, Perfected Zhongshan hurriedly stretched out his left hand. On his palm was an abundant source of power that was continuously rising, causing Perfected Zhongshan to gasp again in admiration as he continued his thoughts. "Even I, as the Holy Lord, actually have hope of ascending in this lifetime." Suddenly a voice called out, "Holy Lord." It turned out that Lu Wushuang, being too worried about Perfected Zhongshan, spoke up, "Holy Lord, what is the matter?" At this moment, drops of sweat were also dotting her face. It was unknown what Perfected Zhongshan had seen to have such a strange expression. In front of Lu Wushuang was the figure of Perfected Zhongshan standing with his hand placed on the painting without disappearing. It turned out he only entered the painting with his soul and not his mortal body. Perfected Zhang Xuan looked a bit trembling and said, "To think that," leaving Lu Wushuang a bit confused. Perfected Zhang Xuan continued to shout, "To think that it is true!" It seemed he had comprehended something far beyond his imagination. Indeed, along with that was an expression of extreme shock and sweat soaking Perfected Zhang Xuan's entire face. It was unknown what it was that made a dignified holy lord, who always appeared majestic, so terrified. Then suddenly Perfected Zhang Xuan did a 180-degree turn, switching to a joyful, loud laugh, looking up at the sky and saying, "Mr. Ye is exactly that ancestral master." Perfected Zhang Xuan had just entered Ye Chongqing's painting, and then he realized that he was the ancestral master. At Ye Chongqing's house, a voice suddenly rang out, "Holy Lord, are you saying that Senior Ye is that very person from our Taishuan Holy Land?" Lu Wushuang asked curiously. Beside her was Perfected Zhang Xuan standing in deep thought with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, Perfected Zhang Xuan said resolutely, "There is no mistake. Senior Ye is definitely that ancestral master who ascended to the upper realm." Along with the illusion of Ye Chongqing sitting on the mountain peak with a halo radiating from his body and eyes as sharp as knives. Lu Wushuang hurriedly bowed her head, clasped her hands respectfully and said sincerely, "This disciple is ignorant. Please enlighten me more, Holy Lord." Perfected Zhang Xuan slowly recalled the illusion when he entered the painting, with majestic mountain scenery, lush green trees, and clear blue water. Cranes were flying freely in the vast sky. That scene was so incredibly beautiful, he couldn't help but say with some emotion. Just now, this old man entered the painting and saw a sky of 5-colored clouds, along with the illusion of a crane flying towards a place emitting 5-colored light, illuminating the clouds obscuring the towering mountain peak. This is exactly the providence that Senior Ye gifted to our Taishuan Holy Land, Perfected Zhang Xuan said while waving his hands back and forth to explain. Lu Wushuang asked in confusion, "Providence transformed into 5-colored clouds?"
This disciple has never seen providence materialize into a physical entity. Coupled with Lu Wushuang's extremely serious demeanor, spoke of her own experience. Taoist Chang Xuan hurriedly replied, "It is quite normal. Providence is a mysterious and heaven-defying existence. This old man has only seen it a few times, and furthermore, providence is very difficult to control." Along with Taoist Chang Xuan's words came an illusion of a beautiful blue stream of providence, slowly gathering to form a massive blue physical entity. Just a slight carelessness will result in a backlash, bringing countless disasters. Accompanying Taoist Chang Xuan's words was an illusion of a young man who, due to carelessness, suffered a backlash from providence. His body was covered in wounds, and his face clearly showed an expression of agonizing pain. Taoist Chang Xuan stroked his beard while voicing his own speculation. Ask yourself, who could use supreme divine abilities to increase the providence of our Taishuan Holy Land, risking defying the heavens to bestow an extremely bright future to protect their disciples and grand-disciples? Next, Taoist Chang Xuan pointed his finger straight up at the sky. Then, in an instant, from the majestic Taoist Chang Xuan, he transformed into the famous Detective Conan, wearing glasses and a bow tie, delivering an extremely professional detective's catchphrase. There was only one truth. One would almost think he had been possessed by Conan.
Senior Ye indeed descended to the mortal realm from the upper realm and is enshrined to the utmost by our Taishuan Holy Land. Along with Taoist Chang Xuan's words came an illusion of Ye Chongqing radiating 5-colored halos from his body with a red dot on his forehead. His face was kind and benevolent, and in his right hand he held a gourd bottle whose lid was shaped like a giant tree. Taoist Chang Xuan currently felt that his deductions were so brilliantly outstanding that they were on par with the famous detective Conan. Thus, he laughed triumphantly and said, "Ancestral Master," rendering Lu Wushuang beside him completely helpless and speechless. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It turned out to be Ye Chongqing. He walked out from inside the house and looked at Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Wushuang. Seemingly noticing that they were admiring the painting he had drawn, he smiled delightfully and said, "Oh, are you two looking at the Taishuan Chongqing painting that I drew? What do you two think of this painting?" Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Wushuang were deeply engrossed in thoughts about Ye Chongqing's background. Little did they expect him to suddenly step out and even probe for their opinions on the landscape painting on the table, which made Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Wushuang somewhat surprised and anxious. Seeing Ye Chongqing approaching, Taoist Chang Xuan hastily clasped his hands together, bowed his head respectfully, and asked, "May I ask, Senior Ye, in this painting, did you draw Mount Taishuan?" He spoke with an extremely solemn tone and posture, hoping to receive an answer from Ye Chongqing. Ye Chongqing was suddenly caught off guard by the question and felt a bit surprised. "Ah, ha, was I still discovered?" Ye Chongqing hurriedly lowered his head and spoke with a slightly sad tone. After that, Ye Chongqing turned around, turning his back as he did not want to face Taoist Chang Xuan. Ye Chongqing looked up at the sky, a lingering sorrow contained deep within his eyes, and then spoke up. 5 years ago, I suddenly wanted to visit Mount Taishuan. The scene flashed back to 5 years ago. The wind was blowing gently, and the leaves were fluttering. The tranquil scene was suddenly shattered by a tragic voice breaking its inherent atmosphere. "I'm begging you." This person was none other than the Ye Chongqing from 5 years ago. He was crying bitterly, hugging someone's leg, and pleading tragically. "Boss, I will definitely have a spirit root. Please take me in."
The person Ye Chongqing called a big shot glanced at him, seemingly very angry, and spoke, "Get out of the way, we will not accept you." The big shot suddenly recalled the unforgettable moments of meeting Ye Chongqing. Know that Mount Taiswan was the residence of an immortal family. Unable to proceed, I could only take a stroll at the foot of the mountain. Returning to the illusion from 5 years ago, it was the image of Ye Chongqing crawling through a dog hole but getting stuck. Happening to see the big shot holding a broom sweeping the courtyard and passing by, he embarrassedly asked the big shot for help. "I'm stuck, give me a pull." Ye Chongqing continued to explain. "After returning, I thought about it in my heart, so I painted this Taiswan Chongqing painting." Along with his words was the illusion of Ye Chongqing picking up a brush and drawing a few strokes. Returning to the illusion of 5 years ago, Ye Chongqing was beaten black and blue, his face battered and swollen in many places. Because he continued trying to infiltrate inside Mount Taiswan but was still discovered, Ye Chongqing rumbled while holding his brush to paint. "If you don't let me in, so be it. Why still hit people?" Returning to reality, Ye Chongqing was still nostalgic about the past memories, speaking slowly. "Today, I see this old painting again."
It seemed to lack a bit of artistic conception, so I altered a few places on the painting, Ye Chongqing said while looking back at the Taiswan Chongqing painting placed on the table, with Taoist Chongswan listening attentively beside him. Taoist Chongswan came to a realization, his eyes widening as he said to Ye Chongqing, "So that's how it is." Then Taoist Chongswan also thought to himself, "It turns out Senior Ye had already come here 5 years ago." Ye Chongqing smiled, welcoming both Lu Wuxuan and Taoist Chongswan. "I wonder if you know how to drink. I want to have a few cups with you two," Ye Chongqing happily proposed. Hearing this was like rolling thunder in Taoist Chongswan's ears, and he felt his opportunity had arrived. Taoist Chongswan immediately said, "Senior Ye, coincidentally, this old man brought a highly precious jug of snow spirit brew." Saying so, Taoist Chongswan immediately cast a spell on the spatial ring on his finger, taking out a jug made of precious quartz jade from the spatial ring. Ye Chongqing smiled happily and said, "Since Elder He has such good wine, you two wait a moment. I will go prepare a few dishes to go with the wine." After that, Ye Chongqing turned around and went inside to prepare some food to share with the wine. Lu Wuxuan, standing on the side, looked at the newly taken out jug and exclaimed in shock, "Snow spirit brew. It is wine fermented from the rare 1,000-year snow spirit flower found on snowy mountains. It blooms once every 1,000 years, hard to obtain even with 1,000 pieces of gold." Lu Wuxuan could not believe that Taoist Chongswan would take out such an extremely precious wine to drink. Taoist Chongswan closed one eye, raised 3 fingers, and said, "That's right. But this snow spirit brew is not something an ordinary person can digest. With this old man's current cultivation realm, I can drink at most 3 cups. If it weren't for Senior Ye being in high spirits, this old man wouldn't bear to take it out either." The sun gradually went down the mountain. The sunset dyed the vast sky orange, and the wind blew the leaves, making them flutter in a random pattern. Ye Chongqing's footsteps rang out. It was Ye Chongqing bringing out the next dish.
Ye Chongqing brought out the final dish, saying happily, "Pork rib soup is here." On the stone table, Lu Wuxuan and Taoist Chongshuang were sitting upright, waiting for the last dish to be served so they could enjoy it. There were already 2 other mouth-watering delicacies on the table, steaming and emitting a fragrant aroma. The 3 of them sat eating outside, enjoying the scenery and listening to nature, while savoring the fine wine and delicious food. Ye Chongqing placed the steaming pot of soup on the table and introduced each exquisite dish one by one. "This plate is spicy wild boar liver, this one is smoked meat, and this is stewed tenderloin." The dishes had eye-catching colors and were exquisitely decorated, making anyone who looked at them know that the person who prepared these dishes poured a great deal of affection into them. Although the names of the 3 dishes sounded simple, the allure they exuded was anything but ordinary. The spicy wild boar liver was stir-fried with other vegetables, such as red onions and bell peppers, garnished with scallions so it wouldn't feel too rich to eat. The smoked meat plate was delicately arranged with the green of basil leaves and the red of cherry tomatoes cut in half, making the dish look as if it were glowing and inviting. The final dish brought out was a pot of soup, which had a reddish-orange hue due to the color of tomatoes, blending with the meat fat released from long stewing. The added colors of other vegetables like carrots, potatoes, and the green of scallions prevented the soup's color from being dull. Ye Chongqing was in a very good mood, making an inviting gesture and saying, "These are all my specialties. Hurry up and try them."
Both perfected Zhang Xuan and Lu Wuxuang leaned in closely to look at the dishes that were radiating an immense attraction. Both of their eyes lit up, feeling that this table of food was sparkling brilliantly in their eyes. Perfected Zhang Xuan couldn't help but say, "This dish," which made Ye Chongqing, who was standing to the side, feel satisfied. Perfected Jiang Xuan looked at the tender plate of meat, accented with the colors of bell peppers and green onions, creating an irresistibly harmonious color scheme. Perfected Jiang Xuan stroked his long beard, realized something, and said, "This meat." Lu Wushuang also suddenly realized and asked, "Could it be that it also has Tao rhythm?" Perfected Jiang Xuan picked up a fragrant piece of meat and denied it. "No, this is clearly demonic energy." Perfected Jiang Xuan sighed with a serious expression and said, "So pure, it must surely be a top-tier great demon. There is even the soul of a brave great demon wild boar, with a long scar stretching from its forehead down to its cheek on one side of its face, and two large, long, sharp fangs, appearing behind Perfected Jiang Xuan and saying, 'That's right, it is I.'" Perfected Jiang Xuan felt that the plate of meat in front of him was emitting a magical, sparkling light. Ye Changqing looked at Perfected Jiang Xuan's deeply moved expression, with a few black lines appearing on his face, and thought in confusion, "What are they looking at again? Are they going to eat or not?" Afterward, Ye Changqing saw that Perfected Jiang Xuan and Lu Wushuang blushed after taking their first bite. Lu Wushuang even started sweating and breathing heavily. The surrounding atmosphere also began to turn quite strange, as both Perfected Jiang Xuan and Lu Wushuang felt the flavor exploding in their mouth, making it impossible for them to resist.
Perfected Jiang Xuan did not hesitate to give a thumbs up to praise Ye Changqing's cooking skills. Senior's skills are absolutely wonderful. Ye Changqing did not understand what had just happened. He only let out a confused "ah." Ye Changqing did not know how delicious his food was to make the two of them have such expressions. Perfected Jiang Xuan then ate continuously in happiness. He thought to himself that the flesh and blood of a peak great demon could even be compared to a panacea. Coupled with this old man's snow spirit brew, Perfected Jiang Xuan's face turned red as he ate and drank. After that, he let out a long, satisfied exhale, his face looking as if he had just ascended to immortality. Breathing heavily a few times, a faint mist appeared around him, and a sparkling atmosphere could be seen surrounding Perfected Jiang Xuan. Even Lu Wushuang, who looked cold just a moment ago, now had red cheeks. Her eyes even widened as she breathed heavily and praised, "Good, good wine." Several large and small hearts appeared around Lu Wushuang, giving an indescribable feeling. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed. Lu Wushuang's face smashed straight into the plate of food she had just finished, letting out a crisp sound. Seeing this, Ye Changqing opened his mouth in surprise, thinking to himself, "Drunk after 1 cup, please don't try to scam me at my place." Seeing that Lu Wushuang had collapsed, Perfected Jiang Xuan confidently said, "Reckless girl." Perfected Jiang Xuan even felt smug in his heart. Whether it was the side dishes with the wine or the snow spirit brew, they were not things a lowly golden core stage cultivator like you could withstand. Even though Perfected Jiang Xuan's entire face was flushed red from the wine, Lu Wushuang was already sleeping and letting out light snores. After that, Perfected Jiang Xuan happily ignored the sleeping Lu Wushuang on the table and turned to speak excitedly to Ye Changqing. "Come, senior, ignore this girl. Let's continue drinking." Following Perfected Jiang Xuan's words, both Ye Changqing and Perfected Jiang Xuan happily drained the wine from their cups in a relaxed atmosphere. Ye Changqing turned his cup upside down, looking at the few remaining drops of wine that were slowly trickling down to the rim and falling out. Ye Changqing smiled and guessed, "Elder He, tasting this wine, there is a slight herbal scent. It must have health-nourishing effects, right?"
Taoist Chang Xuan beamed with joy and laughed heartily, praising Ye Chang Xuan. "Ha ha ha ha, senior is indeed a wine immortal." Ye Chang Xuan placed the empty wine cup on the table, making a crisp sound. Ye Chang Xuan leaned his hands on the table and got straight to the point with Taoist Chang Xuan. As the saying goes, one does not visit without a reason. You've already brought out health-nourishing wine as a meeting gift, so if you have any requests, just speak up. In his heart, Ye Chang Xuan secretly laughed, thinking that as long as it wasn't about money, anything was easy to discuss. Seeing that Ye Chang Xuan had realized it, Taoist Chang Xuan was surprised inwardly, thinking, "To think I was seen through." But on the surface, Taoist Chang Xuan could only cough a few times and say softly, "Then this junior will not hide it anymore. Senior Ye's Taishuan Chang Xuan painting is truly exquisitely crafted." At this point, Taoist Chang Xuan was a bit embarrassed. He stroked his long beard and pondered whether to ask directly or fish for words. Would fishing for words make the senior unhappy? Meanwhile, Ye Chang Xuan looked at the ground and thought to himself, "I've already drunk his health-nourishing wine. I must give him some face." After hesitating and thinking, Taoist Chang Xuan finally made up his mind. With a serious expression, he clasped his hands and said, "May I ask, sir?" Before he could state his request, Ye Chang Xuan smiled and said, "That I will gift you that painting." Ye Chang Xuan said generously, "That painting is also considered one of my proudest artworks. If you like it, I will give it to you."
Taoist Chang Xuan was surprised by Ye Changqing's decision. He asked with a trembling voice, Giving it to me?" In his heart, Taoist Chang Xuan thought, with the senior's past identity, it's impossible for him not to know the significance of this painting to the Taishuan Holy Land. If he just gives this painting to me, in an instant, the Ye Changqing in Taoist Chang Xuan's mind transformed into a generous figure surrounded by a dazzling halo, sitting in an incredibly cool posture, throwing that precious painting to Taoist Chang Xuan and declaring boldly, "Here, take it." Imagining this made Taoist Chang Xuan unable to hold back his tears, choking out 2 words, "Senior,
Taoist Changshuan secretly speculated in his heart. As expected, it seems the senior has already seen through my identity as the Holy Lord of the Taishuan Holy Land. Taoist Changshuan's eyes sparkled brightly. He clasped his hands and silently gave thanks in his heart. Thank you for the protection of the ancestral master. This disciple will certainly fulfill the mission to make Taishuan prosper for 10,000 years. Taoist Changshuan made such a resolution. As for Ye Chongqing, seeing Taoist Changshuan's slightly exaggerated attitude, he thought in confusion, what kind of crazy disease is acting up again that I don't understand? Please, crazy cultivation big shot, stay far away from my life in the future. Night gradually fell, and the full bright moon illuminated the starry night sky, reflecting its shadow onto the water surface. Something caused drops of water to splash up, making it feel as if the moon were dropping luminous fairy dust to blend into the blue water. Everything in the dark night was quiet and tranquil. Inside the great Yan Imperial Palace, hazy mist was drifting, creating a very poetic scene. A voice rang out, announcing from outside the door, "The 9th princess has arrived. Lord Liu, Manor Lord of Kishi Manor, has arrived." A servant beside him bowed respectfully and reported to the emperor. This time, Lord Liu used a teleportation formation to return to the imperial palace. There must be an urgent matter to report. Hearing this, the emperor let out an "oh." Then a young maiden walked in happily, waving her hand casually to greet the person in front of her. "Your daughter pays her respects to imperial father." The man behind her bowed respectfully according to protocol and said, "Liu Changha pays his respects to my emperor." The emperor of Great Yan, Yan, smiled, made a gesture to stop them, and said to the two, "You have finally returned." Yan briefly evaluated Yan Bingxin and thought to himself, "It seems little knight's cultivation has improved quite a bit."
Yan Bingxin happily walked over, putting her arm intimately around Yan and said, "Imperial father, it has been a long time. Your daughter misses you very much." Yan also indulged his daughter and happily replied, "Is that so? As long as you don't cause any trouble outside, you even knew to use the teleportation formation to run back here." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin was slightly annoyed. She denied it, saying, "That's not true at all, Imperial father." Then Yan Bingxin affirmed to Yan that this time his daughter had met an expert. Yan thought his daughter was joking, so he played along with Yan Bingxin. "Oh, an expert. How high is he?" Feeling that her imperial father didn't believe her, Yan Bingxin pointed her hand towards Lu Chonghe standing behind her and said, "Imperial father, I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manor Lord Lu." Lu Chonghe, being mentioned, also respectfully said to Yan, "Your Majesty, this old minister can testify. What the 9th Highness said is not wrong at all. This is also the reason why this old minister used the teleportation formation to bring the 9th Highness back." After that, Lu Chonghe's expression turned somber, and he seriously reported to Yan, "Not only does the 9th Highness miss you, but this old minister also wanted to report this matter to your Majesty as quickly as possible."
Yan did not know what had happened, and immediately said, "Oh, tell me the details." Afterwards, in the murky dark night where only the light from the emperor's room shone, Yan placed his hands behind his back and turned his whole body around. Looking at the meticulously carved golden wall, listening to the recounts after Lu Zhonghe's trip, Yan said, "To think that in our great Yan, there is actually such a hidden expert." The smoke drifting from the agarwood made the space become vague, mysterious, and unpredictable. With a solemn expression, Yan turned his head to glance at Lu Chonghe behind him and asked, "Elder Lu, in your opinion, what kind of cultivation does this senior actually have?" Remembering something, Lu Chonghe swallowed a mouthful of saliva and seriously said to the emperor, "Profound and unfathomable. The small courtyard where the senior lives, although simply arranged, is filled with the fortunes of creation everywhere inside." As Lu Chonghe spoke, he recalled the scenes he had witnessed at Ye Chongqing's residence. A demon tree of hundreds of thousands of years, the willow tree in the front yard that emitted a very uncomfortable demonic energy, making one feel affected just by getting close, or the enlightenment tea leaves, the magical leaves that Ye Chongqing used, or playing with the profound ice orb barehanded. At that time, Ye Chongqing held a glowing blue orb in one hand and even raised a demon king-level dog. He recalled the wolf dog with a pitch-black coat, glowing golden eyes, and sharp teeth that could tear apart anyone who dared to invade their territory. Lu Chonghe stood in the middle of the magnificent palace, his face showing a worried expression, sweat streaming down his face, and spoke with an apprehensive voice. But this old minister did not feel the slightest aura of cultivation from him at all. Having said that, his face darkened, he pointed at the sky, and began to state his speculation. If this old man's guess is not wrong, then the senior Ye has either reached the peak, or has come down precisely from the upper realm.
These words of Liu Changhe surprised the father and daughter, Yan Bingxin and Emperor Yan. Yan Bingxin was astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief, and replied, How is that possible?" Emperor Yan was also extremely surprised, his face showing panic, and he asked Liu Changhe again, "Descended from the upper realm?"
Emperor Yan 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 imagined the appearance of Ye Chongqing holding a blood-stained sword with a terrifying smile on his face. Thinking of this, the emperor's face showed fear and wariness, thinking to himself, if there is such a terrifying existence in our great Yan, then he will definitely become a secret matter, because no matter who it is, they cannot bear the price if this matter is exposed. Yan Bingxin pondered over what Lu Changhe had just said, thinking to herself, I originally thought that Mr. Ye was a hidden almighty expert. I didn't expect him to be an immortal from the upper realm. She suddenly thought of something, her face showing both surprise and joy, blushing with embarrassment as she covered her mouth with her hand. She thought to herself that if Mr. Ye was an immortal, then the relationship between her and Mr. Ye. Then she looked at Emperor Yan 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 again, curled her lips cunningly, and continued to think, Imperial Father probably doesn't know yet that the immortal he is talking about even cooked for his daughter. Suddenly, Yan Bingxin thought of something. Her face turned completely red. She cupped her face with her hands. Pink hearts seemed to be flying around her, and she suddenly thought, wait, a high and mighty immortal cooked for me. Could it be that Mr. Ye actually likes me? Emperor Yan Yan Yan, seeing his daughter turn her face to a corner and act strangely, was also extremely confused. Emperor Yan 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 looked at Liu Changhe sternly and asked him, Elder Liu, you said that after one night, Bingxin appeared from the relay station at the senior's place. Could it be that the senior wants to make Bingxin his chess piece? Hearing this, Liu Changhe was terrified, his mind seemingly exploding. He thought over Emperor Yan Yan Yan's words again and again, then stammered out his thoughts. A chess piece, it's not impossible. Emperor Yan 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 worriedly speculated on Ye Chongqing's intentions. Or perhaps the senior intends to use my most beloved daughter to control the entire Great Yan, leaving Great Yan at his mercy. Hearing her imperial father say this, Yan Bingxin was stunned.
In Yan Bingxin's thoughts, Ye Chongqing was a good person, therefore she couldn't bear it when she heard her imperial father speak of him like that. She raised her hand, resolutely refuting her imperial father's words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Imperial father, you have never met Mr. Ye. Mr. Ye is refined and friendly. He is definitely not this kind of person. Hearing Yan Bingxin's objections, Emperor Yan Yan Nian frowned, looked tensely at his precious daughter, and spoke in a firm voice. You are still young, and your knowledge is not broad. There are many cultivators who are kind on the outside, but cold-blooded on the inside, killing people like flies, especially a figure with a cultivation realm like Senior Ye.
Following that, Emperor Yan Yang Yin swung his hand forcefully, ordering the servant, prepare the horses. Emperor Yan Yang Yin continued, take Zhen and the Ninth Highness to meet the old ancestor. Hearing this, Liu Changhe and Yan Bingxin were so shocked that their jaws dropped, exclaiming, Old ancestor! The night was enveloping all scenery. Standing out in the night sky was a perfectly round moon shining gently like a giant silver plate. Beneath the mystical ivory moonlight lay a magnificent and grand palace, brightly lit with lanterns and torches, the space overflowing with tranquility and majesty. On the vast courtyard of the palace, under the dim moonlight, Emperor Yan Yang Yin and Yan Bingxin stood in the immense silent space, seemingly waiting for someone. A group of soldiers stood behind to protect the two of them. In the dim space, Yan Bingxin put her hands on her hips, remaining steadfast in her thoughts, and retorted to the emperor, Royal Father, Mr. Ye is not that kind of person. The light from the lanterns, along with the moonlight, reflected on Emperor Yan Yang Yin's stern face. The emperor, full of anxiety, reached out his hand and gently explained to his daughter, Bingxin, your royal father has no intention of belittling Mr. Ye. Taking you to meet the old ancestor is only to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Yan Bingxin sulked, puffed her cheeks, crossed her arms over her chest, and questioned her royal father. Really? Emperor Yan Yang Yin put his hands behind his back. Seeing his daughter like that, he could only helplessly and firmly reaffirm, of course. Hearing that, Yan Bingxin felt somewhat more at ease. A faint rosy blush appeared on her beautiful face. She pouted, her eyes filled with determination, thinking to herself, I know I am not worthy of Mr. Ye, but I cannot let others doubt him, not even my royal father.
Emperor Yan Yang Nian seemed to be thinking of something. A look of pride appeared on his face as he said to Yan Bingxin, I remember that year when you were born. You already had a top-grade attribute spirit root. Emperor Yan Yang Nian recalled the appearance of his daughter right after she was born. The baby was wrapped in a yellow swaddling cloth with a snow-shaped symbol on her forehead. He then turned and continued speaking to Yan Bingxin. For your sake, the old ancestor came out of seclusion for the first time in 100 years, shocking the entire imperial palace. The scene of when Yan Bingxin was just born flashed through Emperor Yan Yang Nia's mind again. The old ancestor lifted Yan Bingxin before the masses and said, This child is extraordinary and can certainly make our great Yan prosper. I shall name her Bingxin. A brilliant golden light radiated from Yan Bingxin's body. Upon hearing the old ancestor's words, the common people shouted in unison, "May the old ancestor be blessed for 10,000 years. May the great Yan nation be blessed for 10,000 years." After his reminiscence, Emperor Yan Yangnian reached out and rubbed his daughter's head, continuing, "You are also the only one among the princes and imperial grandchildren to be highly regarded by the old ancestor." Being patted on the head by her imperial father, Yan Bingxin closed her eyes, her face showing both shyness and contentment. Under the light of the lanterns and the moon, Emperor Yan Yangnian's face was clearly visible. Smiling kindly, his voice was filled with care and love. "Your imperial father must certainly ensure your safety." Suddenly, the palace gates swung open. A voice transmitted from inside the palace, speaking to Yan Yangnian and Yan Bingxin, who were standing outside. "Bingxin has returned. Come in." Into the magnificent palace illuminated by the golden light of the lanterns and the ivory moonlight, Emperor Yan Yangnian slowly stepped inside solemnly, with Yan Bingxin gracefully following behind. Yan Bingxin clasped her hands together firmly and respectfully.
Both Emperor Yan 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 and Yan Bingxin bowed respectfully to a white-haired old man. Emperor Yan 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 said, "Yan Yan Yan pays his respects to the ancestor." Yan Bingxin also bowed respectfully to him. Yan Bingxin pays her respects to the ancestor. In the brightly lit room, the high ancestor of the great Yan nation, Yan Tianshan, appeared majestic with pure white hair, a long white beard, and ruby-red eyes. Hearing this, he smiled kindly and said to the two, "It seems that Bingxin has obtained great providence and fortune after leaving the imperial capital this time." Yan Bingxin cupped her hands, her eyes showing seriousness and caution, and said to Yan Tianshan, to reply to the ancestor, Bingxin met a senior at the Taiswan Holy Land, and everything was guided by that senior. Yan Tianshan stroked his beard, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and asked Yan Bingxin, "Oh, what kind of senior is he?" Yan Bingxin didn't know how to explain, her face showing a conflicted expression, and said to him, "How should I describe this? His specialties are zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As for other things, Bingxin has never seen them." Yan Tianshan smiled gently and asked softly, "Is it very hard to describe?" Hearing this, Emperor Yan 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 frowned and glanced at Yan Bingxin. Yan Bingxin straightened her back, reached out her hand, and explained to Yan Tianshan, "It's not like that. It's just that the senior has never revealed anything to me. I only know his surname is Ye, and his name is Changcheng." Hearing this, Yan Tianshan frowned, slightly doubtful, and asked again, "Surname Ye, name Changcheng?" He stood in front of the desk, looked toward Emperor Yan 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 and Yan Bingxin, and repeated his question, "Surname Ye, name Changcheng?" Suddenly, Yan Tianshan saw something. His pupils shrank, he frowned, and his face showed extreme astonishment, as if it was completely unimaginable.
The green and blue halos of light were intertwining and surrounding Yan Bingxin's body, her entire figure radiating a golden light. Her beautiful face looked incredibly bright, her small lips pursed together, her eyes wide open and full of spirit, her hands tightly clasped together, looking very serious and careful. When Yan Tianshan saw that halo, his eyes flashed with a complex expression. He pondered while stroking his pure white beard. After carefully considering for a moment, he expressed his opinion to the father and daughter, Yan Bingxin and Emperor Yan Yangnian. "I have never heard of this name before, but I see that the ice attribute True Qi around Little Nine has gained a bit of complex providence. It must be an influence from being together for a long time. If so, this person does have some real capability." Emperor Yan Yangnian was extremely worried. He cupped his hands and reported to Yan Tianshan, "Old ancestor, Manor Lord Lu of Shishi Manor and Bingxin have both met that senior." Yan Bingxin stood behind, her hands clasped together, looking as if she was expecting something and strongly agreeing with her royal father's words. Hearing Emperor Yan Yangyan's words, Yan Tianshan frowned, his eyes revealing sharpness, and said, "Speak clearly." Emperor Yan Yangyan cupped his hands, carefully imagining Ye Chongqing's appearance. He appeared in Emperor Yan Yangyan's mind with an extremely terrifying, fearsome, and deceitful look, radiating killing intent, with bloodshot eyes and a wicked smile. His hand formed a fist, and he was raising his foot to trample on a terrified person below, with a fierce wolf guarding beside Ye Chongqing. While imagining, Emperor Yan Yangyan said to Yan Tianshan, "I heard he is living in seclusion in Shiochi town, and rumor has it that his place holds countless providences. He even raises a black dog at the Demon King level." Hearing this, Yan Tianshan looked surprised. "Oh, there is such a figure in Taiswan Holy Land." Emperor Yan Yangyan's face was covered in sweat, his mouth agape as he answered anxiously. That is why this junior was worried that he kept Bingxin for many days, because he wants to use Bingxin as a handle to control our entire Great Yan, and to control you, old ancestor.
Emperor Yan Yanyan respectfully clasped his hands and continued, "I beg the old ancestor to check Bingxin's body to ensure her safety." Hearing this, Yan Tianshan agreed, saying, "That makes sense." After speaking, Yan Tianshan brought two fingers together, and a brilliant golden halo appeared on his hand. Seeing this, Yan Bingxin widened her eyes in astonishment and walked towards Yan Tianshan. Yan Tianshan placed his two fingers on Yan Bingxin's forehead, as if to transfer his power into her body. A halo identical to the one previously on his hand also appeared above her head. After a series of actions by Yan Tianshan, 2 streams of aura, one green and one blue, radiated from Yan Bingxin's body. Witnessing this sight, she gasped, revealing a look of extreme astonishment. Emperor Yan Yanyan, standing nearby, was also highly surprised by this scene. Both Emperor Yan Yanyan and Yan Tianshan showed expressions of shock, looking at each other with their pupils contracting. Emperor Yan Yanyan turned his head towards Yan Tianshan and shouted, "How can there be 2 streams of providence, old ancestor, Bingxin?" Before he could finish his words, Yan Tianshan hurriedly interjected, "Top-grade water attribute. Little 9 actually possesses a dual spirit root. Could it be because of that person?" Seeing the 2 streams of providence surrounding her, Yan Bingxin was also incredibly surprised and stunned. Her eyes widened as she watched the 2 streams blend together. Her red lips slightly parted, and her long hair flew in the direction of the moving auras. Yan Tianshan kept pondering, his face clearly showing bewilderment and shock. Seemingly unable to believe this could happen to his descendant, he continued to question. To think that someone could actually cause Bingxin to gain an additional spirit root. At this moment, Yan Bingxin still could not fully believe she possessed a dual spirit root. Her body seemed immersed in the aura emitting by the dual spirit root. With an expression of surprise, curiosity, and joy, she thought to herself, I actually have a dual spirit root? She had not fully recovered from witnessing the magical scene when she heard Yan Tianshan ask her, "Little 9, tell me the details about that person." Yan Bingxin hesitated, anxiously clenching her fists, and explained to Yan Tianshan, "Old ancestor, Mr. Ye truly has immense divine abilities, just as Royal Father said, but to say he intends to use me to control the Great Yan is impossible."
Emperor Yan Yanyan heard this and turned around, questioning his daughter. "Bingxin, why do you keep speaking up for an outsider?" Yan Bingxin rebutted her imperial father's words. "I am not speaking up for him. When Mr. Ye kept me to stay, he did not know my identity at all, and even imparted knowledge of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting to me." Saying this, she recalled the time she was beside Ye Chongqing and Li Chongmim, where she was taught to play chess and many other things. She carefully continued. Thinking back now, the spiritual energy in that small courtyard must have been dense, and receiving Mr. Ye's enlightenment, that is why I gained a second spirit root. Yan Bingxin's words probably displeased the elder, as Yan Tianshan frowned and scolded her. "Little 9th, do not speak nonsense. Do you know how difficult it is to create a spirit root from external forces, let alone a second spirit root?" Emperor Yan Yanyan also agreed and educated the child. The king analyzed it in detail for her. "That is right. If it is really as you say that just playing chess and painting can provide enlightenment, then wouldn't everyone have dual spirit roots?" Then he presented a puzzle for her to understand the issue clearly. If you can prove that this senior has truly cultivated Tao intent in the arts. Before Emperor Yan Yanyan could finish his sentence, Yan Bingxin already had her answer. Therefore she replied to the king very boldly, "I can prove it. Mr. Ye gifted me a piece of calligraphy. I will get it for you 2 to see now."
A fierce argument took place in the imperial palace, while outside at the same time it was the exact opposite, presenting a poetic and romantic scene with a starry sky. The leaves rustled in the cool breeze, the sound of water flowed gently through the rocks, and the porch was decorated simply yet elegantly with a small bridge. Opposite it was a house and a wonderful space to enjoy good wine, so currently there were 3 people getting drunk with nature, cheering enthusiastically. "Come on, drink, where's the wine? Drink another cup." Out of the 3, one had already collapsed with 2 dishes on the table. Lu Wushuang lay slumped on the table sleeping soundly, leaving Ye Chongqing with a face as red as a tomato, still urging Taoist Yuanzhen to drink. Come on, let me pour you a full cup." Fortunately, he still retained a bit of clarity to refuse. "I can't drink anymore, senior. If I drink more, I will get drunk." Ye Chongqing outwardly agreed, smiling and talking. "All right then, I'll bottoms up, make yourself at home." Yet inwardly, he secretly judged him. Getting drunk after only half a bowl? This person is too weak. Drinking is for pouring out one's heart, so Taoist Yuanzhen expressed his admiration for Ye Chongqing's space. "Senior, I see a chessboard placed in the yard all day. It is extremely profound." Speaking of this, his eyes lit up. Taoist Yuanzhen curiously continued to ask, "Surely your chess skills have reached the peak, right?" Ye Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, looking indifferently into the distance, and replied modestly, "I know a little bit."
Just hearing it was already shocking enough. That was the expression of Taoist Yuanzhen, but at the same time an idea sparked. He asked and invited Ye Chongqing. "Senior, this junior has a peerless endgame formation. I wonder if Senior is interested." After speaking, a scroll appeared in the palm of Taoist Yuanzhen's hand. Seeing this, Ye Chongqing became very curious. His curiosity had been successfully piqued. "Oh, let me take a look." Taoist Yuanzhen's hand slowly unrolled the scroll. Was a mystery about to be revealed? He held the paper horizontally to present it to Ye Chongqing, proudly introducing, "This formation is called 4 Dragons Spitting Water." He intently studied the chess formation on the draft, while Taoist Yuanzhen was immersed in his thoughts. "That old geezer at Sea King Holy Land has used this formation to suppress me for hundreds of years. I wonder if Master can solve it." Time passed by quickly. The moon had risen high in the night sky, and the entire space was illuminated by the gentle moonlight, along with the warm color of the indoor lamps. Still in the old corner, Ye Chongqing was seriously pondering. Lu Wushuang was still sound asleep, ignoring worldly affairs, and Taoist Wanzhen sincerely prayed that he could help him. "Please give me some guidance, senior." He looked at the chess formation on the drawing with a darkened face, sweat pouring down his forehead, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, gritting his teeth and speaking word by word with his lips pressed tightly. A peerless endgame formation. Is this it? Then he tilted his head to look at Taoist Wanzhen with an extremely unbelievable expression, pointing his index finger at the drawing of the formation.
Taoist Wanzhen confessed, "That is right. For decades, this junior still has not been able to solve it." His eyes stared blankly at him. Truly infuriating. What is wrong with this cultivation world? Ye Chongqing thought irritably. Is this not a standard example when first learning Go? These cultivators call this an endgame formation. What do you usually play? Flying chess? Taoist Wanzhen honestly did not know about Ye Chongqing's thoughts, showing an eager attitude to ask for guidance by respectfully clasping his hands, possessing the mindset of a diligent student toward Ye Chongqing. "Senior, can you show me how to solve it?" Ye Chongqing looked at that peerless endgame formation with weariness, narrowing his eyes. "I understand now. It seems your cultivation world indeed does not have any Go experts." Ye Chongqing cunningly stroked his chin and smiled. "In that case," harboring a dark calculation in his heart, "it is my turn to show off." Then he propped his hands on the table, placed the paper face down, and stood up. Perhaps he was preparing to go somewhere. A tall figure with a lofty stature in blue robes stood confidently striding beneath a sky sparkling with starlight. Turning his back to Taoist Wanzhen, he raised his hand and beckoned, quite mockingly, "Follow me." The two arrived at that magical Go board, where small round black and white chess pieces were neatly arranged on the table. The wind rustled, and under the tree's shade was a wooden table and chair set used for playing Go. The two of them, one in front and one behind, gazed together at this tranquil scene. Taoist Wanzhen looked intently at the Go board. It seemed as if a ray of light radiated from it. A legendary divine mechanism appeared before Taoist Wanzhen's eyes. He was so surprised that he was speechless. His silver eyebrows seemed to lengthen, and his mouth was wide open. Taoist Wanzhen stammered a few words. This is... Indeed, this was the heavenly Tao divine mechanism, calculating the mortal world with peerless power from the two colors of black and white, just like the two polarities of yin and yang. A power passed down by people with the utmost reverence. A masterpiece that left Taoist Wanzhen marveling endlessly, praising profusely. Senior's Go board is 80% likely the legendary Imperial Immortal Artifact Divine Mechanism. Ye Chongqing flipped open the paper page and gently explained. Regarding this chess formation, there are about 12 ways to solve it. A new imaginary space opened up between the two, interspersed with the Go board featuring Taoist Wanzhen's 4 dragons spitting water formation. Looking at it, Ye Chongqing spoke with the demeanor of a true teacher. "I will only impart to you the 4 most quintessential solutions."
Go, an art as profoundly vast as the sky and clouds. There are people like Taoist Yanjin who, having lived more than half their lives, still haven't found the solution for themselves. Returning to the conversation between Ye Chongqing and Taoist Yanjin, he continued, "As for the remaining 8 ways..." However, before he could finish his sentence, Taoist Yanjin replied, "I understand Senior Ye's intention. This junior will comprehend it on his own." Truly a smart and hard-working student, Ye Chongqing was very pleased and nodded gently, playfully thinking to himself, "I made it all up. Otherwise it would make me look very ignorant, which would be truly embarrassing for me." Perhaps Taoist Yanjin is about to get what he has always desired. Now let's return to the Imperial Palace, a fairyland situated in the high and distant sky, where lush green trees at the back and sides provide shelter and protection, illuminated by the natural light of the moon and lovely little lanterns. Above it all are surrounding mountains. A deep voice rang out. The daylily grows on the hall steps. The wandering sun travels to the ends of the earth. It turned out to be the voice of Yan Tianshan reading in the room. Perhaps the old man was reading that document of Yan Bing Sin for her and Emperor Yan Yang Yen to hear together. The loving mother leans on the hall door, but does not see the daylily flower. Hearing these words, the emperor's heart could not be at peace. This time coming to visit the old ancestor, 1 was to ensure Bing Sin's safety, and 2 was to borrow the old ancestor's cultivation to deduce this person's level in order to respond in the best possible way.
Sweat raced down the emperor's high forehead. Perhaps a bit of anxiety was revealed as his eyes looked at the hand firmly holding the paper. Right now, it was merely a piece of calligraphy from that senior, yet it made the old ancestor act as if he had picked up gold. Yan Tianshan clicked his tongue in admiration at the poetic meaning. Unseen are the daylily flowers. The old man was so moved that tears fell, feeling as if he could see the entire world and landscape. This old man has cultivated for thousands of years, first always longing to achieve longevity, and second for the providence of great Yan. Then he sighed in regret, ignoring the people beside him.
Perhaps to him, the message conveyed by that senior was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The senior had infused Tao intent into every word, allowing this old man to find his original intention for cultivation. Folding the calligraphy flat in his hand, he drew out a precious experiential lesson and said to Emperor Yan Yang Yen and Yan Bing-sin, "Cultivation is cultivating the body, but more importantly, it is cultivating the self." It was just that this lesson made the emperor slightly apprehensive. Emperor Yan Yang Yen thought to himself, "It's over. The old ancestor is too engrossed." His eyes looked affectionately at the child, and his gentle voice called her Little Nine. Yan Tianshan handed the calligraphy piece directly to her, expressing gratitude towards the person who had written this masterpiece. "If you have the chance, please thank that senior for me." Yan Bing-sin politely received it with both hands.
Stroking his white beard lightly, his contemplative eyes looked down. To the old man, the profound content conveyed within this was a treasure. "This calligraphy has broken through my state of mind. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before I can make a breakthrough." The emperor was very surprised by Yan Tianshan's feelings and asked with his mouth wide open, "Old ancestor, are you telling the truth? That sounds a bit unreasonable, huh?" Meanwhile, Yan Bing-shin was extremely excited. She even proposed a brilliant idea so that Yan Tianshan could express his feelings to the author of this peerless calligraphy. If the old ancestor has such intentions, why not go in person to meet Senior Ye? Hearing this, Yan Tianshan turned sharply, staring at his granddaughter, and asked again to confirm, perhaps unable to believe his ears. "Little Nine, what did you say?" "It's really true." That was why Yan Bing-shin smiled as brightly as a flower, even closing her beautiful eyes, and said, "Before I left, Senior Ye agreed to let me come back to pick him up." His heart immensely moved. Yan Tianshan looked at her. "Really? That is too adorable." Yan Bing-shin also felt the same way, smiling at the old man and nodding in implicit confirmation. But if the old man went, wouldn't Emperor Yan Yangyan's plan go down the drain? Therefore, the emperor anxiously spread his arms to stop him, shouting in protest, "Old ancestor, this cannot be. This junior sees a problem with this matter."
Knowing that he couldn't just deny it outright, the emperor slowly argued to persuade Yan Tanshan to his side. This person indeed had cultivation, but how could there be such a good thing in the world? That was the first point in his debate on why they shouldn't trust that expert yet. Let's move to the second point. Not only did he bestow Bing-sin a second spirit root, but he also allowed her to return and visit at any time, leaving the two men bewildered. Was there anyone that generous and kind? According to Emperor Yan Yang Yen, people often rumored that the Almighty frequently used the common people as chess pieces for their schemes. These deep thoughts made Yan Tianshan somewhat displeased. Standing from the perspective of a father, Emperor Yan Yang Yen remarked, "I am worried that this person is using Bing-sin to lure the old ancestor into a trap." These words touched Yan Tianshan's limit. He roared, "Enough!" and reprimanded the emperor. "What a waste for you to be the emperor of the great Yan ancient nation, yet harbor such a petty heart." With a special regard for talent, he strongly criticized Emperor Yan Yang Yan's view and loudly defended that expert despite never having met him. "That senior bestowed upon our great Yan a peerless genius, yet you dare to doubt that senior's intentions. It is truly ridiculous." Seeing the familial bond between the emperor and Yan Tanshan, Yan Bing-sin felt extremely awkward caught in the middle, so she spoke up for her father. "Old ancestor, Imperial Father is not that kind of person. He is only worried for our great Yan." Perhaps Yan Bing-sin was still too young and inexperienced to see through the matter like Yan Tanshan. The emperor's obstruction was actually part of a much deeper scheme. Therefore, the old man made some insinuations that caused Emperor Yan Yang Yan to turn his face away, shivering because he was hit right on the mark. If it weren't for that, an emperor like him wouldn't even need to exist. Not wanting to ruin the noble image of a wise ruler, Yan Tanshan only scolded Emperor Yan Yang Yen under the pretext of him not understanding things enough. The old man turned around and called the emperor's name. "Yang Yen, you still haven't reached that cultivation realm, so you still don't understand."
Next was Yan Tianshan's brilliant analysis and refutation of Emperor Yan Yang Yen's previous theories. If, as the emperor imagined, only wicked people with no real strength would resort to despicable schemes to achieve their goals, using the weak as chess pieces is merely the method of those who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation realm, because those people, unable to break through even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, have no choice but to do so. Just looking at the world of the Go board makes it clear enough. No matter how grown up one is, they are still just an ignorant child in the eyes of their parents. And Emperor Yan Yang Yen was the same. The lesson from that calligraphy was truly a precious experience. After being lectured on the principles of life, the emperor knelt, clasped his hands, and kowtowed to the old man to admit his mistake. Old ancestor Yan Yen knows he was wrong. After that, Emperor Yan Yang Yen sincerely replied to Yan Tianshan, enthusiastically supporting his decision. If the old ancestor had decided to meet that senior, Yang Yen would go prepare a generous gift shortly.
Yan Tianshan turned his back to Emperor Yan Yangyen and Yan Bingxin, his long silver hair draped over his frail back, standing straight with his hands clasped behind him. Seemingly satisfied with the emperor's performance, he instructed, "Knowing your mistake is enough, but a figure like that senior probably doesn't care about any treasures anymore. Therefore, one might have thought he hesitated for this reason and would postpone the plan or visit another time, but unexpectedly he glared and ordered the emperor, 'I command you, within the imperial capital, for Senior Ye, there is no better way to express our gratitude and have an indirect meeting. That is to have people restore the temples by building a beautiful wooden shrine. Then erect a golden statue to commemorate that senior with his boundless merits, renowned across mountains and rivers like a holy Buddha. Only then can the expert be repaid for his kindness, receiving the incense offerings of tens of thousands of people every year.' Emperor Yan Yangyen was truly a filial person, so from then on, the people of the great Yan country gained a new traditional custom. Soldiers made announcements everywhere so the commoners could grasp the information in the bustling large markets. His Majesty decrees, 3 days from now, on the 6th of September, all citizens of our great Yan must go to Dongshan to celebrate, causing everyone to buzz with endless discussions. Because this was an unprecedented event. September 6th, what day is that? Dongshan is the royal family's feng shui treasure land. Could it be to celebrate someone?
A series of questions were raised, and there were not only doubts about the new customs anymore, but people also learned a bit of information about the one being worshipped. It is said that recently the whole city had to build a temple within 3 days. It seems its name is Chongqing Temple. This information was quickly scouted by spies, and a soldier dressed in black was no exception, watching the people of the great Yan nation discussing and secretly memorizing the information. Chongqing Temple, a royal feng shui treasure land. This matter is a bit strange. I must return and report it to His Majesty. Thus, the ancient country of Great Sha, a neighboring country to the dazzling beauty of the dominant pink and red colors of Great Yan, grasped this news. In the royal court of Great Sha, the wise ruler on the throne was discussing with his close officials about the name of the new temple. I heard that the Great Yan nation recently built a Chongqing temple. Do you know what Chongqing means? Everyone in the court was extremely curious, eagerly giving their opinions. Perhaps it was another way of speaking. Chongqing, does it mean hoping for the nation's destiny to be long-lasting and prosperous? What scheme is Yan Yanyan plotting again? Some people somewhat disbelieved that the mastermind behind this was the emperor, but the one behind it was none other than the old devil Yan Tianshan. It is 80% likely that the old man Yan Tianshan is about to do something, and Yan Yanyin deliberately released a smokescreen to confuse us.
There were too many conspiracy theories surrounding this matter. Thus, an official suggested, "Your Majesty, I request to send someone to Great Yan to investigate the truth." Meanwhile, in the neighboring country with ancient beauty, Gu Chen Nation, the story seemed different. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The king was so angry that he raised his fist, looking as if a civil war was about to break out. The powerful punch cracked the tabletop. Unable to keep his calm, the king scolded, every feature on his face squeezed together, looking unpleasantly wrinkled due to the anger flaring up inside him. What are those spies doing? They can't even investigate the news clearly. What is the use of keeping them? The official below was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat. "Calm down, Your Majesty. My emperor, please quell your anger. Although we do not know the identity of Senior Ye, building a temple, casting a golden body, and receiving the incense of the common people, this kind of treatment is not something an ordinary cultivator can receive."
To receive this special treatment, unless it is an almighty who has attained the Tao and is only one step away from ascension. Speaking of this, that court official's face suddenly turned pale. Or there is another possibility, something that both the emperor and the court officials guessed and said in unison, or it is a supreme figure who has already ascended to the upper realm. Another official with a resolute expression stated boldly, "In my opinion, we must send a group of highly skilled spies to investigate this matter clearly." The day in September that the people of Great Yan went to Chongqing Temple, as rumored across the countries, had finally arrived. This is the story of 3 days later. On a sunny day, the clear blue sky enveloped the floating clouds. The emperor was admiring the bright red imperial city against this beautiful sky. Seeing a figure from afar at the palace gate, the emperor bowed and announced the good news. "The construction of the temple for Senior Ye is complete. Please invite the old ancestor to inspect it." A palace maid with long flowing brown hair, who was perhaps a close confidant of Yan Tianshan, approached, which is why the emperor spoke to her that way. The maid in pink clothes respectfully bowed to the emperor. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the old ancestor is about to break through, and instructed you to do things very cautiously without any negligence." The emperor politely replied, "This junior understands." However, the monarch and subjects could not have expected that this brief conversation to exchange information was overheard by spies hiding on the roof. One of them, hearing this, proudly turned to his ally and said, "Brother, did you hear that? That Yan Tianshan is about to break through. His Majesty guessed absolutely right." Another spy, feeling that what this guy said was a bit off, corrected him. "Didn't His Majesty guess that it was Yan Yangyan's conspiracy? Wait, why is it different?" The guy on the left glared, while the guy on the right answered without hesitation. With such conflicting sources of information, could it be they were not carrying out the same mission? Thus the guy on the right said, "What? Which department are you from?" The answer was evident.
As soon as the 6 words, Great Ya Dynasty's Nyanganchu rang out, brothers instantly turned on each other. Ah, beat you to death. Even though they were doing a mission together and considered each other brothers, why did they attack?
But the country comes first. One cannot treat an enemy as a friend. That is why there were noisy squabbles echoing on the city roof. Who is your brother? Daring to infiltrate the spy squad of Gochen Nation? Beat him up for me. Perhaps because they were arguing so passionately, the group of spies had not yet noticed the new development, that Emperor Yan Yan Yin had called his attendants to prepare for departure, setting off for Dongshan. The scene was the vast and spacious Dongshan Square, above which were long stairs leading to a magnificent palace painted in red and gold, while behind it poetic and majestic mountains surrounded them. At that place there were many citizens, old and young, men and women, everyone gathered here to admire a statue draped in red cloth that looked incredibly tall, massive, towering, and equally mysterious, because no one knew what the statue under that layer of cloth would look like. Meanwhile, a group of men was discussing among themselves. A young man asked, "Who is this red-draped statue?" A middle-aged-looking man with a beard replied, "Being so large, it must definitely be the person who has contributed the most to our great Yan nation." Another person added, "Could it be someone from Kishi Manor?" Amidst the noisy and bustling sounds of the crowd buzzing about the statue, a sudden loud announcement rang out. "His Majesty has arrived. The 9th princess has arrived." Immediately upon hearing that announcement, everyone stopped discussing and knelt down to pay their respects, bowing before the emperor and the 9th princess. They said in unison, "We commoners pay our respects to your Majesty, pay our respects to the 9th princess." The emperor, in his dragon robe, looked incredibly majestic and imposing, standing with his hands clasped behind his back alongside the 9th princess, Yan Bingsin, who was incredibly beautiful, noble, and elegant. He replied, "Everyone rise." After everyone, including the citizens, soldiers, and officials, had all stood up, the emperor began to explain about the statue. "I know that in all your hearts you are confused as to why I am building so extravagantly in the imperial capital like this, building the Chongqing Temple, to worship the senior Ye Chongqing." At that time, everyone listened to the emperor speak very attentively and quietly. No one dared to make a sound to interrupt as he carefully explained to everyone about Senior Ye Chongqing and why he was made into a statue right in the middle of this vast square. Then he continued to explain and affirmed, "This matter is extremely important. The only thing I can tell you is that Senior Ye Chongqing has done a great favor for our great Yan nation, and this favor will affect the future tens of thousands of years of the great Yan nation. It is a national destiny lasting for hundreds of thousands of years." Hundreds of thousands of years? Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They were completely stunned and amazed when hearing that information from the emperor. A man immediately said, "What kind of existence is this senior exactly?" Then curiosity arose within them, along with a bit of suspicion. Could this Senior Ye be an immortal? Turning to the soldiers who were also excitedly discussing the senior, 2 young guards in black clothes chatted very happily with each other. One guard said, "Have you guys heard? Great Yan might possibly be protected by an immortal?"
The other guy immediately replied, "That's right. Moreover, they even ordered the construction of a temple. And with that old man in the imperial palace, this proves..." Then that guy affirmed that this proved the old man in the palace was not dead yet. The other guy had a look on his face as if he was calculating something dangerous. Vicious and scheming, he rubbed his hands together and said, "We must quickly return to the palace to inform the state ruler. Report this news back to the palace immediately." Transitioning to the square, the emperor immediately informed the white-haired bearded old official standing nearby waiting for his orders. "Imperial Master Huang, begin." Then the old official took out a strip of parchment and read aloud. "On September 6th at noon, everything is auspicious. There are no taboos or evil omens to avoid, feeling the revelation of the heavens above." Everyone standing nearby quietly listened to the old official read. "Today the construction of Changqing Temple is completed." The old official's face suddenly tensed. The veins in his neck popped out, and he opened his mouth wide to shout loudly. The emperor began to pull down the giant red cloth to reveal a golden statue of the talented senior who had rendered great service to their great Yan nation. The unveiled statue emitted a radiant aura, strangely beautiful. The statue was carved according to Senior Ye's appearance, in a stretching posture with 2 firm arms, bulging muscles, and an incredibly healthy, sturdy body with a 6-pack abdomen. Senior Ye's statue looked very tough and muscular, leaving everyone in awe. Suddenly, from the armpit of the statue, a strange yellow ray of light shone down to the ground where everyone was standing. The emperor was extremely panicked and stunned upon seeing it, blurting out, "What is going on? What is this?" Everyone was very confused, hurriedly rushing over to protect His Majesty. "Quick, protect His Majesty!" That ray of light spread across the ground, causing many people to exhibit bizarre reactions as soon as they smelled it. Far from what one would imagine that the ray of light would carry an unpleasant, pungent odor making people feel nauseous and sick, it actually carried an incredibly pleasant, relaxing, and purely refreshing fragrance. Everyone from the old to the young felt joyful after smelling that fragrance, their faces brightening and becoming much more radiant. "What is this? It feels so comfortable." Another person said, "I feel much more energetic. The statue, is it because of the statue?" The emperor shouted loudly, "To think it is Tao rhythm, even with the statue of the literary sage in the past, a situation like this never occurred."
He frowned, looking somewhat stern, with an expression of disbelief when seeing the miracle brought about by the statue of Ye Chongqing. Could it be that Senior Ye, even when made into a statue, is still the peak existence of an immortal?
Out of nowhere, patches of beautiful five-colored light appeared in the sky, its dazzling colors shining down on the entire Dongshan Square at that moment. The way they appeared also made people feel surprised, and it could truly be considered a rare experience, an extremely limited opportunity hard to encounter in daily life. The people began to talk excitedly when they saw it. The five-colored light is brought about by the statue of Senior Ye, bringing an auspicious omen to us. A series of speculations from everyone arose, making the atmosphere more lively than ever. Suddenly, a dark cloud gathered, accompanied by lightning striking the ground, causing everyone to feel anxious and panicked because they had never encountered such a strange situation before. Shocked, stunned, and astounded were the words to describe their feelings right now. Everyone was amazed by that mysterious phenomenon. Why is there both an aura and thunder? This celestial phenomenon is too bizarre. The ninth princess and the emperor were no exception. They were both amazed and unfamiliar with it. The ninth princess said, "Imperial father, this anomaly has never been heard of before. Should we call Elder Lu here?" Then His Majesty calmly replied, "No rush. Let's observe first." After a while, the dark clouds gradually retreated to reveal sparkling, breathtakingly beautiful clouds appearing in the clear blue sky. It's five-colored clouds. Look, there's someone in the clouds. Someone's voice rang out.
As expected, those were no ordinary clouds, but five-colored clouds, a rare sight in the mortal world that is almost non-existent. They were brightly colored and sparkling, embellishing the sky of the great Yan nation to be more beautiful and poetic than ever before. The shining light cast a golden glow over the entire palace and square, looking so warm, magical, and wonderful. From the sky, a series of deities riding clouds suddenly appeared, each radiating an indescribably beautiful halo. Some held lutes, some held flutes, among them a goddess playing a jade-green pipa, embellished with the image of a pure white crane. The sound created by that lute deeply moved the souls of everyone in the mortal realm. Emperor Yan Yanyan was extremely surprised and astonished by this scene, exclaiming, "Such a miracle! Could it be because of the temple and the golden statue of Senior Ye?" Suddenly, there was a loud shout from a soldier, his voice extremely urgent and rushed. Reporting to Your Majesty. Deep within the imperial palace, an abnormal celestial phenomenon can also be seen, and the aura of the great Tao is chaotic. Without a doubt, the ancestral emperor is also about to break through.
After hearing what the soldier said, his expression gradually changed to a different attitude. His face turned around with an extremely radiant, fresh, and overjoyed look. The old ancestor was finally about to break through. Doesn't this mean he is getting closer to ascension? Then, together with the ninth princess, he cupped his hands to express his gratitude to Ye Chongqing, namely Senior Ye. "Thank you, Senior Ye, for your care." He spoke loudly, boldly stating his desire and hoping the Sir could fulfill his wish. If there comes a day when the senior can protect our ancestor emperor in entering the upper realm, then our great Yan nation can enjoy eternal peace. A few days quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the Goichen nation. At that time, in the study, there was some matter that made the king of the Goichen nation extremely furious. He slammed his hand heavily on the table and shouted angrily, "That old man sure enough isn't dead yet." The king's voice growled, visibly frustrated upon hearing the news reported by the scout soldiers who had just obtained information from various places. Those three black-clad soldiers could only stand still, enduring the king's scolding. The majestic and luxurious study, with red as its main color, could not make the king cool down or appease his anger. Then he asked again, "But is there any other news?" After hearing this, the faces of those three became brighter. In order from left to right, each soldier reported different information. The one on the left, with a scar near his eye and flared nostrils, reported that the other matters were all trivial. For example, the great Yan nation was backed by a peerless almighty expert. Then came the one in the middle, who said, "It is said that the old man of the great Yan nation was also given guidance by this person." The last one chuckled, narrowed his eyes, and added, "When they built the temple and golden statue for this person, an anomaly even appeared."
The king sighed, nodded slightly in relief, and replied to the three soldiers, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, his expression changed, looking astonished as if he had discovered something unusual in the information the three had just recounted. His pupils dilated, appearing tense. He immediately threw bamboo scrolls right into the faces of the three soldiers, one by one. That throw caused all of them to roll on the ground in fear, their cheeks swollen and red. It was a painful strike to deter them from taking news from various places so lightly. The king was furious, his face flushed red, eyes glaring as he shouted loudly, "A bunch of useless eaters! Motherfucker, how is this a small matter?" Out of sheer anger, the king kicked all three soldiers out. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" At the same time, the night had covered everything. The moon seemed brighter and rounder, highlighting a dark sky. Dotted with sparkling stars in the night sky, it was truly beautiful.
In the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, amidst such a cool breeze and clear moon, Emperor Wu was sitting and pondering the news that had just been reported. His hands were clasped together, focusing his mind to make the right decision. It seemed that this Yan Yang Yen had indeed stepped in dog-shit luck. Alongside him, high officials ranging from the young to the old with white hair and beards were discussing major affairs together. An official said, "Emperor Wu, it seems that Great Yan will definitely grow stronger. If that old man in the Great Yan Imperial Palace successfully breaks through, won't our three nations be crushed like ants at their mercy?" Another official in his 40s followed up. "The urgent matter right now is to quickly find out exactly what kind of divine being that senior Ye is. The urgent matter right now is deciding who to ally with." The older official was not to be outdone and immediately replied, "Naturally, it is Guqin Nation. The enemy of an enemy is a friend." After a while, the two got close to each other and argued fiercely and intensely. "One look at that old man and you know his brain isn't working well. Hurry up and show a good attitude towards the Great Yan Nation." The old official also did not hold back and replied with a growl, "What about the Great Chu Nation? Who can contact them? If Zhengzhou is shaken, I'm afraid history will repeat itself once again."
The argument between the two officials made Emperor Wu feel annoyed, and he furrowed his brows. His body suddenly got goosebumps as he reflected on history, the early days of the nation's founding. History recounts that 10,000 years ago, the Zhongzhou continent was divided into 7 nations. Heroes rose up, shaking the land for 100 years. The factions all fought each other for power and territory, causing countless people to lose their lives on the battlefield, leaving ultimate pain for their rearguards. At that time, a peerless expert bravely stepped forward and pacified the world. That's right, it was him, Senior Ye, a person with extraordinary skills and great divine abilities, after which the 4 great ancient nations gradually came to be. The ancestors of the 4 great ancient nations wanted to establish temples and erect a golden statue for this peerless expert, to enjoy incense offerings for 10,000 years, but for some unknown reason it amounted to nothing. And then suddenly Ye Chongqing gradually disappeared into the smoky clouds, leaving only golden rays of light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and woke up, his face haggard and bewildered, sweating profusely as he cried out, "Hey, don't!" It turned out to be just a dream, but how incredibly realistic that dream was. Could it be an omen about Ye Chongqing's future? He jolted awake, waving his hands, startling up, and panting heavily. After fully waking up, he scratched his cheek. This dream is too beautiful to actually dream that someone built a temple and burned incense for me, even praising me as a peerless expert. After that, he got out of bed, stretched his shoulders, yawned repeatedly, and said, "This dream was so realistic. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have a spirit root, I would have actually believed it."
Ye Chongqing immediately pushed the door open to go outside for some fresh air, taking in the clear atmosphere. Ever since he started having this dream over and over again, his sleep quality seemed to have improved significantly. The rustling sound of falling leaves outside, coupled with the clear and cool weather, sparked a thought in his mind. That old man He Changxuan has been gone for a month now, hasn't he? Sitting down at the nearby table and chairs, curiosity crept into his mind, wondering if the man had understood that so-called 4 dragons spitting water yet. Ye Chongqing's face wrinkled, looking a bit silly as he counted on his fingers and pottered. "I have already taught him all 4 ways to solve it." On a pristine, energetic morning, Ye Chongqing held his head in frustration, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. He sighed in annoyance, then changed his tone to a reproachful one. "What kind of level is a cultivation big shot if he gives me this kind of gift?" As he spoke, Ye Chongqing reached for the round stone on the table. He held 2 items in his hands, a stone and a token. His left hand held the large round stone with a symbolic gray color, and the other hand held a token engraved with a line of red text in the middle. He held the 2 items up, looking puzzled. It's both a stone and a token. Aren't they afraid of it losing its value? Ye Chongqing recalled that night when he frowned in anger at the old man. No matter what he said, the old man just mumbled to brush it off. "You have to do this first, then this, when finally this. Understood?" Even though he said this and that, the old man just looked clueless, letting it go in one ear and out the other, leading to a situation where they were talking past each other. But Ye Chongqing thought over and over about the events of that night, feeling a bit foolish with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks, but he struggled so much just to understand the introductory examples of Go. Afterwards, he grabbed his hair with both hands and let out a sigh, looking full of depression, and his eyebrows drooped, showing a boredom he didn't want to voice. But to think that Taiswan Holy Land had this kind of elder, perhaps it was the events of that night that made Ye Chongqing feel so weary and sigh, but he couldn't let himself be frustrated or mentally exhausted all the time over that matter. In the early morning with fresh flowers and leaves, how could he be like this over a trivial matter? So he reconsidered. If I had a spirit root combined with my intelligence and comprehension, I would probably become a peerless genius very quickly, shaking the entire cultivation world. Holding objects in both hands, he raised a token in one hand with a confident expression, and because of that confidence, the sunlit radiant aura of the protagonist shone down, making Ye Chongqing's pride more spectacular than ever. Even knowing this, instead of choosing something meaningful for his life or doing something positive he desired, Ye Chongqing ultimately threw away the token in his hand. Disregarding the token, not knowing whether it was good or bad, he tossed it away without much regret. He simply held that large round stone in his hand and said with absolute decisiveness, "Forget it."
One might think Ye Chengqing would act indifferent toward that stone, but no, he still took the trouble to check if there was anything inside it, despite his bored demeanor. His eyebrows constantly furrowed in confusion, and he diligently kept tapping the stone. Whether there was a response or not, he kept tapping continuously and said in slight frustration, "I'll just use you as a rubbing tool then." After many moments of discouragement, waiting in vain with no response, he finally chose to turn his head, ignore it, walk away, and remain completely unaware. But he was sorely mistaken. The moment he turned his head and walked away, that stone began to crack open bit by bit, and in an instant, a light emerged right from inside that stone.
In an instant, the stone became even more aggressive as the cracks visibly shattered. A shimmering, smoky light lingered around the stone, making it look peculiar and adding a touch of extraordinary mystery that made everyone curious. In another space, inside Ye Chengqing's room, the table was fully equipped with tools, including a pen, notebook, and ink, all prepared and ready for Ye Chengqing's work. But instead of being full of energy to work, he stretched his arms, looking sluggish. He yawned a bit, perhaps because he overworked last night or had a nightmare, so his energy wasn't very fresh. However, he remained completely oblivious to that stone and just casually muttered, "Early morning is an important time of the day, time to practice calligraphy." While he was holding the pen to write on the paper, a powerful energy suddenly appeared before his eyes. A bold stroke of writing in a flash of red light appeared, leaving him bewildered and, "Huh?" He slightly tilted his head, with thousands of questions in his mind, with a giant question mark right before his eyes that he couldn't possibly answer regarding his ink pen. One hand was holding the piece of paper he was just writing on, while the other held the pen to inspect it. He waved it around to see if there was any issue, filled with countless unknown puzzles, only to wonder, there's no problem with the pen and no problem with the paper either. He paused and concentrated his mind for a moment.
Instead of seeking answers from others, he chose to find the answer himself. He tried writing again to see what would happen. While writing, he focused intently on those characters and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's actually emitting yellow smoke." To find the answer for himself, Ye Chengqing continuously moved his hand, holding the pen to write words very large and clear. "I write, write, write. When the ink runs out, I dip it, and I write continuously." He wrote endlessly without stopping, only pausing when he was completely satisfied. The more he wrote, the more light illuminated the entire room, and the bright yellow smoke shone fiercely in front of him. As expected, the heavens will not disappoint those who put in the effort. He gasped in sudden admiration, his mouth blooming into a fully satisfied smile. The yellow smoke has appeared again. Naturally, this sudden strange occurrence caused Ye Chengqing to shout so piercingly that it echoed out into the courtyard, startling the white birds peacefully chirping on the branches and making them fly far away. It wasn't just the birds. Black Emperor was also affected. It was sleeping soundly, but the loud shout forced it to wake up. Springing up, he shouted loudly, "Could it be that my golden hand is awakened?" Black Emperor was also left half awake and bewildered by that voice, but thought in its heart, "Master is truly too powerful. Even his hand can turn into gold." In the room, Ye Chengqing looked down at the paper, his mouth wide open in an O shape out of extreme joy upon seeing it. He had worked tirelessly to practice writing beautifully and pleasingly, and the words he wrote on the paper were just 3 short words, but they made that piece of paper entirely unique. It contained some sort of power that caused Ye Chengqing's writing to create a dazzling light with yellow smoke, giving a novel sensation. And the words he had so devotedly written were, "So freaking cool."
Thinking it was over, he was extremely patient and continued to work diligently, warming up his arm and starting over. Ye Chengqing began to write seriously and attentively. The more he wrote, the clearer the yellow smoke light appeared before his eyes, becoming even more aggressive than before. The yellow smoke manifested with the words, "Loving you, lonely, dark alley." While he was diligently practicing his writing, in the distance outside the door, there suddenly appeared a dark, mysterious, and incredibly fierce energy. A violent blue tornado was unfolding before his eyes, and he had to temporarily stop writing to see what strange thing was happening outside. Ye Chengqing frowned and thought, could it be the anomaly brought about by me? But he told himself to give it a try, then quickly put his pen down to write a deeply meaningful line of poetry. Who says only those standing in the light are considered? Immediately, a furious lightning bolt struck down from the sky, a terrifying mix of blue and purple. He gently stepped out of the room, then was startled to realize the strange phenomenon appearing in the sky. Lightning struck directly into Ye Chengqing's courtyard, and a loud boom echoed, shaking the entire sky. But right after that, it gradually brightened. The dark clouds disappeared, leaving behind a beautifully orange sky. He looked up at the sky, unable to contain his joy as he exclaimed, "Finally, the heavens have not abandoned me."
Ye Chongqing furrowed his brows in joy, saying that the legendary peerless experts only needed the slightest movement to cause an anomaly, and a single thought could allow them to soar through heaven and earth, dominating the 8 desolations. Fly! Right after speaking, he raised his hand to the sky, his whole body emitting a miraculous yellow light. Contrary to Ye Chongqing's illusion, absolutely nothing appeared when he gave the command. Only a black crow flying past with 7 giant dots.
He looked at his hand, unable to help but wonder. His head was full of question marks. Could it be that he needed to use a subject? Saying so, Ye Chongqing picked up the calligraphy brush and commanded, as I wish, follow my mind, reveal it to me." Immediately, another lightning bolt struck down from the sky into a small courtyard, but this time it directly hit the hand holding the calligraphy brush, pointing straight at the sky. The brush was struck by the lightning until its hairs stood on end, and the lightning condensed into a single flickering spot. Naturally, he couldn't escape the fate of being struck until his white bones showed inside his body. The lightning even concentrated on striking Ye Chongqing's vital spots. He now looked no different from a charred black pig, and the calligraphy brush in his hand was burned down to just a few hairs. His hair stood straight up, his clothes were burned so black they smoked, and a few traces of lightning still lingered on his entire body, unwilling to leave. After being struck by lightning, he looked dazed amidst the black smoke billowing from his body. What is going on? I can already summon anomalies, but why do I still not have any magical power? Are you giving me an effect trial card just to play with me? Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts flashed through his mind, and Ye Chongqing suddenly realized, no, there is still one possibility. Could this be a reminder that I have a spirit root? A few days later, in a certain small town, a strange winged ship flew across the sky. The townspeople below saw this and stared in astonishment. Look quickly, it's the ship of King Holy Land. It seems the time for the martial arts tournament between the 2 Holy Lands has arrived. How imposing. Cultivation indeed has a bright future. I also want to send my child to practice cultivation. On the luxurious ship, a red-haired man stood proudly in the middle, arms crossed, and shouted loudly, "Ridiculous! How can the Holy Land sect be a place they can enter just because they want to?" A servant nearby nodded in agreement and added, "That's right. The most important thing in cultivation is the foundation. If the quality of the spirit root is too poor, there is nothing to discuss." A bespectacled man with a cleft chin spoke up. "Senior Brother Lu, if I remember correctly, you also don't come from a cultivation family, right?" Hearing this, Senior Brother Lu's face turned purple, and he asked in a low, annoyed voice, "What do you mean?" Immediately, Senior Brother Lu waved his hand, and dozens of servants instantly appeared, as if threatening Junior Brother Su on this side.
This guy smirked respectfully and said, "It's nothing. I'm just reminding Senior Brother, the mortal in your eyes is nothing more than an ant in the eyes of experts like Senior Sister Dan Tong." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the conversation. "Junior Brother Shu, it seems you have comprehended quite a lot recently." Seeing the person who spoke, the attendants behind him bowed and respectfully saluted with cupped hands. "Greetings, Holy Son, Senior Brother." This purple-haired young man is the Holy Son of King Holy Land, In Changfeng. He slightly tilted the fan in his hand and asked with a smile, "In the eyes of an expert like Dan Tong Ching Shu?" Seeing Junior Brother Shu speaking words that brought disaster, Senior Brother Lu secretly smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, you dare to praise Senior Sister Dan Tong in front of Holy Son, Senior Brother. You are dead meat." In Changfeng fluttered his fan, his eyes full of threat as he spoke. "On the contrary, a Holy Son Senior Brother like me is ranked behind her." Junior Brother Shu, having provoked the wrong person, trembled like a leaf and stammered, "Holy Son Senior Brother and Holy Maiden Senior Sister are both experts of the sect." Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction and snorted, "Good that you know." Although you have extraordinary innate talent, in the end, your status is still lower than Junior Brother Lu's. There are differences between young and old, great and small. Do not mistake them. Yin Changfeng turned away, not forgetting to remind this guy a few words about his lowly status. Junior Brother Su was so scared that his face wrinkled. He lowered his head, cupped his hands, and replied, "Junior Brother knows his mistake." Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, "Senior Brother Changfeng, please wait a moment." Looking in the direction of the voice, Junior Brother Su's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Senior Sister Tantai." Hearing this, Yin Changfeng was startled and turned his head. The pure white skirt fluttered down, revealing the long, straight, slender legs of a beauty. The melodious and pleasant voice spoke again, "May I ask where Junior Brother Su went wrong?" Everyone on the boat was overjoyed to see her, their eyes turning into heart shapes. Some even had their eyes popping out as they joyfully shouted, "It's Senior Sister Tantai. She truly looks like a pure and transcendent fairy descending to the mortal realm, my first love." Even Yin Changfeng was mesmerized by her. His face turned red, his eyes glued to her jiggling twin peaks, as he retorted,
Junior brother Su committed the sin of disrespecting his senior brother. How could he not be at fault? She pressed her zither tightly against the softest part of her body. Fluttering butterflies appeared and surrounded her, creating an illusory effect that intoxicated people. She tilted her head, revealing her pretty, rosy lips, and let out a soft sigh. This incredibly captivating white-haired beauty with a stunning body was the holy maiden of the Ziqing Holy Land, Tantai Qingshui. She tilted her head slightly and asked, "Is mentioning Qingshui's name also considered disrespectful? Every day, Master Holy Lord calls Qingshui many times. Is this considered disrespectful? Disrespectful to whom?" With a face so innocent and breathtakingly beautiful, it was truly unimaginable that her words could be so sharp. Tantai's die-hard fans saw her cute head tilt and cheered with excitement. No one can resist senior sister Qingshui's head tilt.
But Ying Changfeng was still wide awake. He angrily pointed his finger at Dantong Qingshui and shouted, You are just twisting words and forcing logic. Do you dare to make a bet with me? In our upcoming martial arts tournament against the Tai Swain Holy Land, whoever loses must give up the position of the future Holy Lord." He smiled wickedly, his heart full of dark schemes. But Dantong Qingshui was beautiful and not easy to mess with. She was not swayed by his taunt. Crossing her arms, she said, "Didn't Master Holy Lord already make a promise? Between you and me, whoever reaches the nascent soul stage before the age of 40 will be the next Holy Lord of the Ziqing Holy Land. Senior brother Changfeng, aren't you being a bit too hasty?" She held her zither and tilted her head to ask, making Ying Changfeng cough up blood and anger as he yelled, "You are speaking nonsense." Suddenly, a melodious and soul-stirring music reached her ears. She was awakened by the melodious tune, her eyes widening in disbelief. This music! The other lower-level disciples couldn't understand the profundity of this piece and made a stupid remark like pigs. Where is this zither sound coming from? It sounds good, but compared to senior sister Dantong, it's still far inferior. Another person in the crowd nodded in agreement. That's right, senior sister Dantong is a genius in music theory. They were so noisy that she got annoyed and scolded, "All of you, shut your mouths." Hearing this, they were all startled, but then they felt a tingling sense of sheer bliss and said with satisfaction, "I got scolded by senior sister." Another one also replied happily, "Senior sister scolded me too." Because the crowd talked too much, the music was gradually fading away. Dantong Qingshui had to jump off the boat right away. Seeing this, the people on the boat were scared out of their wits, rushing over and shouting anxiously, "Senior sister Dantong!" Dantong Qingshui jumped off the boat, flying at full speed toward the melodious zither sound. She could feel that the music was sometimes like a small bridge over flowing water, and sometimes like a high mountain waterfall. Such zither music must definitely come from a peerless, almighty expert with an extremely high level of musical mastery. Or perhaps this is my providence. If only this trip could help me comprehend the ancient zither score that I haven't been able to grasp.
Yin Changfeng on the boat looked down and thought to himself, Dantong Qingshui has always pursued the path of musical laws. Could there be something strange about the zither sound just now? It's just a pity that I can't understand it. He gritted his teeth, blushing in embarrassment. On this side, Dantong Qingshui flew to a small town surrounded by hills and mountains. She lightly touched down, accidentally stepping on a strange yellow barrier. Immediately, a lightning bolt struck from nowhere, and before she could react, she took the full brunt of the lightning strike. But this feeling of being struck was too strange. She was stunned, her face blushing as red as a tomato, not understanding what was happening, asking herself, "What is this?" Before she could even finish her thought, she fell down, and the barrier around the small town also shattered a bit. She was pulled inside by gravity. As Dantong Qingshui fell into the small town like that, a blue lightning bolt struck down fiercely from the sky, letting out a massive boom. Ye Chongqing in his small courtyard was still enthusiastically playing the zither, completely unaware that something strange had landed behind him. The melodious zither sound captivated people's hearts amidst the twilight sky, creating an absolutely perfect melody. While engrossed in playing the zither, he opened his eyes, his head full of question marks upon hearing the loud boom, and wondered, is there thunder again? Meanwhile, on this side, Dantong Qingshui fell down as if being sucked in, plummeting rapidly accompanied by a shrill scream. Then she crashed heavily into a chicken coop, falling so hard that the surrounding dirt and rocks flew up in a blinding dust cloud, creating a huge crater. Seeing this, the chickens ran in panic. One was so scared it even laid an egg right then and there. She tremblingly reached out her hand and inwardly groaned. It hurts so much.
Dantong Qingshui sat up in the middle of the chicken coop. The chickens, finding it strange, gathered around and clucked. She thought in pain. Unexpected that there was a restriction here. That made sense. After all, this was the residence of an expert. Having some protective measures was very normal. While lost in thought, the sound of the zither rang out again, waking her up. She followed the place where the music came from, tiptoeing to see the face of the expert who had played such an enchanting tune. Dantong Qingshui pushed off her heels, then dashed forward extremely fast, emitting lights wherever she went. Seeing a fairy glide by as fast as lightning, the young men in the small town rushed out to watch. One of them exclaimed, "Wow, it's an immortal," while another, who didn't see anything, asked back, "How do you know?" The first guy laughed excitedly and replied, Look at that hairstyle. How could an ordinary person pull that off? Dan Tongqing Shui, with her hair in a mess and a few dried leaves stuck on her head, approached Ye Chongqing's grocery store, where the Black Emperor was sleeping outside on guard. She gently looked up at the signboard hung in front of the door. After feeling an abundant source of vitality behind it, Dan Tongqing Shui approached and thought, "It is indeed as I expected. This zither sound definitely comes from an expert with supernatural attainments in the path of music." She smiled softly, ignoring the dried leaves all over her head. As she walked, she was suddenly startled to see the Black Emperor sleeping dead to the world on the ground. On the outside, the Black Emperor looked no different from a sleeping black dog, but in her eyes, it was truly terrifying. She was so scared that she screamed, "A demon king?" No matter how dead asleep the Black Emperor was, hearing the piercing scream made it wake up. It looked at her backing away in fear and thought disdainfully, "Another human cultivator? Could it be she also came because of the reputation? I have to assist my master a bit." It revealed a sinister smile, its sharp purple eyes staring at Dan Tongqing Shui like prey. Seeing the Black Emperor stand up and approach her with a terrifying smile, Dan Tongqing Shui curled up as if about to cry.
Black Emperor unleashed his power, partially revealing his terrifying true form, and threatened her in a deep voice. "Little girl, since you have sincerely asked, this king will mercifully—" Suddenly, a hand grabbed Black Emperor by the neck and pulled him back. Sensing the familiar aura, he pretended to bark like a dog. Ye Chongqing threw him back into the backyard with one hand and shouted, "Go sit in the backyard." Black Emperor barked in response while flying through the air. Seeing a wealthy customer arrive, Ye Chongqing smiled warmly and welcomed her. "Miss, you want to buy something, right? Please come inside. The shop has everything." Dan Tongqing Shui still couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him throw Black Emperor away with one hand, muttering blankly, "What? This?" She spaced out like someone who had lost her soul, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. A demon king always had an erratic temperament and was a decisive, murderous existence, yet now he was scolded by this young man and obediently listened. The zither sound also came from this house. All signs proved that he was the expert who played the zither. It must be so. Her eyes clearly showed the words "peerless expert," and she blushed with excitement. Seeing her dazed, Ye Chongqing felt a bit awkward, cupped his hands, leaned forward, and called out, "Miss?" Dan Tongqing Shui seemed to be under a spell. Her eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, "Excuse me, were you the one playing the zither just now?" She blushed happily, the words "expert" looming in her eyes, eagerly awaiting Ye Chongqing's answer. However, he felt a chill instead, awkwardly stepping back and replying, "That's right, it was me." Dan Tongqing Shui smiled, a profound smile that hid whatever she was calculating, and whispered, "That's wonderful." Immediately, her hands spread out, condensing spiritual energy into a small vortex.
Then, a slender zither made of extremely precious material materialized and floated in front of her. Ye Chongqing on this side didn't understand a single thing, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead as he asked himself, "What does she want to do? Compete in playing the zither to ruin my face and teach me how to behave? Then bring it on." He smirked and let out a confident, Because he already held the victory in his hands, no one could defeat him in his domain, even if he couldn't practice cultivation. But contrary to his expectations, Dan Tongqing Shui happily called out, "Grandmaster, this junior is in questions related to music theory and wishes to seek your guidance." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing felt relieved in his heart, so she wasn't here to challenge his shop, making him agitated for nothing. Wait, she called me Grandmaster. Thinking of this, he became overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Dan Tongqing Shui on this side was thinking, "Senior said that the shop has everything. Then he would only treat me as a guest, but if I directly call him Grandmaster, he definitely won't be able to refuse." Just as she predicted, Ye Chongqing was so thrilled that his eyes curved and he wriggled with a smile, saying, "I wouldn't dare accept the title of Grandmaster. I wouldn't dare." After that, he quickly regained his elegant demeanor, coughed lightly, and introduced himself. "I am Ye Chongqing. It's not convenient to demonstrate here. Let's go to the backyard to discuss the details, please." He smiled and extended his hand, gesturing to invite her inside.
Dan Tongqing Shui joyfully cupped her hands and respectfully replied, "Master Ye, I understand." Going inside, Ye Chongqing briefly introduced everything. "This is my humble courtyard, where I usually sit to practice the zither and draw paintings." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the wooden door to invite the guest inside. She was agitated by the blinding light inside, slightly squinting her eyes and cursing inwardly, so blinding. But when she regained her composure, what caught her eyes inside was like a miniature landscape, surrounded by dense Tao rhythm with stunning scenery. Everything was truly wonderful, as if she were in a painting. She frowned slightly, looking at everything. Is this a humble courtyard? This is clearly a holy land of fortune. Staying here for one day is definitely better than 1,000 days of bitter cultivation elsewhere. I really want to stay here forever. She joyfully felt the fresh air, her eyes in a daze, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Looking at that familiar dazed expression, Ye Changqing couldn't help but feel bored. These cultivators were starting their daily, crazy routine again. Then he briefly introduced everything inside. First, this is the calligraphy desk where I write and draw every day. Next is the Go board I often play on.
Seeing the round stone, she pointed at it and asked him curiously, "This? What is this?" Ye Changqing awkwardly explained, "That stone, that is a teapad. If you like it, I can give it to you." She shyly declined, "Thank you for your good intentions, Grandmaster Ye, but it is too precious. Please forgive Qing Sui for not being able to accept it." Ye Changqing looked at her in confusion, placing a hand on his head as he wondered, isn't it just a somewhat nice-looking stone? But Dantong Qing Sui didn't think like him. Sweating and biting her lip tightly in anxious thought, she murmured to herself, using the Hun Yuan stone, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, as a teapad, and even casually giving it to others. Such a man who cares nothing for fame and wealth makes me want him to teach me even more. She revealed a wicked smile behind Ye Changqing's back, her whole body exuding a gloomy aura as if she was about to swallow someone alive. In the morning, out in the courtyard, Ye Changqing and Dantong Qing Sui were standing on the porch. In front of them were 2 wooden chairs, and opposite was a wooden table with an incredibly mysterious zither. At the head of the zither was a piece of paper with many strange lines of text. While observing, Dantong Qing Sui suddenly caught sight of that strange zither. Curious and full of questions, she walked over, politely covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes filled with immense shock. Is that? She didn't doubt anything and recognized it immediately, but was still somewhat bewildered by the unbelievable truth right in front of her. As expected, it was Tian Yu. Upon realizing the truth that it was Tian Yu, she panicked immensely. Her mind felt like it was going to explode, burning flames erupting in her thoughts. She just wanted to shout loudly to the whole world, but she couldn't, only able to scream silently in her heart, "Ah, Tian Yu!" Her heart was like that, but her outward appearance was completely different. Her face was profusely sweating. Her eyes widened, unable to believe the truth before her eyes. Could this be the legendary immortal artifact that manifests heavenly sounds and guides the heart to the righteous path? Ye Changqing must have noticed Dantong Qing Sui's dumbfounded astonishment, so he stepped in to reassure her. He smiled with narrowed eyes, politely gesturing with his hand as he spoke. "Miss, if you want to discuss music theory with me, then play a piece first for me to hear." He thought she would listen to what he said, but he was wrong. She completely ignored what Ye Changqing said, turning a deaf ear to his words, and just stood rooted to the spot, staring in only one direction. Her big round eyes were glued to the Tian Yu zither. Her eyes were like that, while her mouth was drooling, looking incredibly covetous. Her 2 hands clenched together, eager and impatient to try it. This made him feel 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless, only able to stand and watch, sigh a little, and feel a bit of disgust at what he was seeing. Ye Changqing noticed her covetous eagerness to try out the zither, so he made the offer to her.
He was polite in front of the girl, one hand pointing toward the Tian Yu zither, the other politely placed behind his back, respectfully wanting her to try it out. "If you don't mind, miss, please use this zither of mine." Dantong Qing Sui couldn't believe his precious offer, so she was extremely surprised and extremely happy. Her large round eyes sparkled brightly, and she replied with a few words. "Using your Tian Yu zither? Is it really possible? Does this junior have this honor?" Of course, of course. Seeing you crave this zither so much, who could bear not to lend it?" Suddenly, he felt a little nostalgic in his heart. A bit of sadness clearly showed on his face, his brows furrowed, with a certain sense of longing. His hand lightly touched the Tian Yu zither as he thought to himself, "The body of this zither is a Kenghai Yizhu in a pile of wood." Going back to the past, on a day when the weather was not very good, because the weather at this time was extremely harsh, extremely cold. Falling snow covered everything around. There was no alley that wasn't completely covered by layers of snow. So Ye Changqing had to go up the mountain to chop wood to bring back and light a fire for warmth. His whole body was pale, wearing only a few thin clothes that couldn't sufficiently warm his whole body. So freezing and numb, he diligently hugged 3 logs and brought them back in the icy weather. "This winter, I have to rely entirely on you." After managing to bring the wood back, instead of leaving it for the next day, he continued to work hard to have something for heating. He took a log, holding it down with 1 foot so it wouldn't fall out. Then he prepared an axe, holding it firmly enough, grasped the log tightly with both hands, and began chopping it into pieces with a very rigid and fierce expression. "I'll use you to test the blade first." He began to swing the axe and chopped hard into the wooden log, but suddenly the axe bounced back at him, hitting him right on the chin. Perhaps because the log was too hard compared to his strength, it caused him to spit blood from his mouth, leaving him unable to react to the sudden event, and it made him fall backwards and roll onto the cold, snow-white ground. The wooden log, due to the strong impact from the axe, rolled onto the ground. On the surface of the log, a glow illuminated from the center, making the characters stand out. And those characters meant Tian Yu. And what's more, being able to discover it was entirely thanks to these sharp eyes of mine. As for Qin Xuan,
At this moment, Ye Chongqing stood in front of a simple yet fully equipped shop with the full name of Qin Shi Bai Workshop.
At the shop, he picked up something white. Then he turned and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this string?" The shopkeeper with pure white hair smiled and said to Ye Chongqing, "This is silk, 6 taels of silver." After hearing the exorbitant price, he angrily exclaimed to the shopkeeper, "Why don't you just rob someone?" The man lowered himself, covered his mouth with his hand, and leaned close to his ear with an incredibly sly voice. "Without a spirit root, this is the price." This provocation made him even more annoyed and furious. Ye Chongqing, finding the price too extortionate, angrily stormed out the door and said to the old man, "You just wait." Meanwhile, the old man waved goodbye to him. "Take care, you are welcome to come back next time." Returning to the house, he tied a red string around his forehead. Holding a bunch of green mustard greens in his hand, his mood was still fuming and resentful. Isn't it just a silk zither string? Then suddenly he discovered a small silkworm in the mustard greens and made up his mind. I will start by raising silkworms. Not long after, all his hard work paid off. A beautiful long zither with a distinct wood color looked absolutely perfect. To make a perfect zither, favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony are required. Ye Chongqing gently held the zither's neck, checked the completeness of the zither, and then commented with great satisfaction, "None of these can be missing." Ye Chongqing stood in front of the zither, extended his hand towards Dantong Qing Shui, and gently told her that music theory originally comes from the heart. The fairy can do it as she pleases. Hearing this, Dantong Qing Shui became shy, clasped her hands together, and replied, "Yes." She touched the zither, her snow-white, delicate hands carefully stroking each string. In front of the sturdy and clean wooden house, in the spacious and peaceful courtyard illuminated by harmonious sunlight, under the cool shade of a tree, Dantong Qing Shui played the zither while carefully thinking. Her pure white hair was tied up, looking very neat and elegant, with sweat rolling down that beautiful face. Her slender fingers gently plucked each zither string, as she thought to herself, "The magical artifacts of this world are divided from high to low. Immortal artifacts, Tao artifacts, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, and so on."
She continued to immerse herself in her own thoughts. In her mind appeared a scene of magnificent palaces lined up next to each other. Lights and torches brightly illuminated the entire space. Dividing the 2 rows of palaces was a crystal-clear river, reflecting the scenery on both banks. Across the river was a bridge, and many people were standing on that bridge. She thought, for an ordinary sect to possess a Tao artifact or an ancient treasure, it would already be considered a sect-pacifying treasure. Then she recalled a treasure shaped like a bell cast in gold. It was surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, and she continued to ponder. As for immortal artifacts, they only exist in a few ancient records and are extremely rare in the world. Thinking of this, Dantong Qing Shui associated it with a torn book and a meticulously carved writing brush. Surrounding them were beautiful golden rays of light. She gently placed her hands on each string of the zither. Her fingers curled and plucked the surface of the zither, creating magical melodies. While playing the zither, she kept pondering, but the Tao rhythm on this zither of Grandmaster Ye. With that thought, she plucked the zither forcefully and then raised her hand high into the sky. Her face showed seriousness and caution. From the middle of the zither appeared golden flashes of lightning, along with a stream of energy that gradually spread out, enveloping Dantong Qing Shui's body. The surrounding space, which had been bright, suddenly and strangely darkened.
After plucking the melody, her hands lowered, trembling slightly, seemingly because she was overly excited. The surrounding space also gradually brightened again. Seeing this scene, Ye Chongqing didn't understand what was going on. 2 giant question marks seemed to appear above his head. Having finished the piece, Dantong Qing Shui's face showed joy and satisfaction. Her cheeks were flushed. She smiled radiantly, smiling so much that her eyes squinted into lines. She cupped her hands and politely said to Ye Chongqing, "This junior is named Dantong Qing Shui. If you do not mind, please just call me Qing Shui." Ye Chongqing smirked softly. It was unclear what he was thinking. His face darkened, making it impossible for anyone to guess his expression. After that, he raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Ye Chongqing stood in the vast space, his jet-black hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. He smiled, looking incredibly elegant and at ease. His right hand held a book, making him look very intellectual, while his left hand reached out as he said to Dantong Qing Shui, "The snow melts outside the gate, revealing thousands of green mountains. Flowers bloom by the river in the feelings of February." Then he continued to praise, "Good name." After speaking, his facial expression changed. He brought the book up to cover his increasingly strange smile. Ye Chongqing secretly praised himself in his heart. "I managed to show off again. There's no way this fairy won't be head over heels for me this time." Before he could finish his thought, he heard Dantong Qing Shui's joyful voice. She turned to look at him, hesitantly asking, as if she was very eager to continue playing the zither, "May I ask if I can start now?" Hearing this, Ye Chongqing's face darkened, looking extremely disappointed, and he blamed himself. "Tsk, I totally failed to show off." Since she had said so, Ye Chongqing had no choice but to smile and agree. He reached out his hand politely, smiling and saying to Dantong Qing Shui, "Fairy, please."
After receiving Ye Chongqing's agreement, Dantong Qingshui sat down and placed the zither on her lap. Her agile hands plucked the strings. Each clear, melodious, and soothing sound echoed in the pristine morning space. Not only that, but she constantly changed her posture, sometimes sitting while playing the zither, sometimes standing up to fly along with each melody, sometimes looking up at the sky, feeling every rhythm swirling throughout the space. She focused absolutely on her music. Nothing could stop the passion flowing within her at that moment. The melody she played seemed to make the grass and flowers in the courtyard even more beautiful, graceful, and lush. Finally, she finished the piece. Her beautiful, happy face sparkled under the dazzling sunlight. She shyly turned to ask Ye Chongqing for his opinion. "Senior, how was it?" Under Dantong Qingshui's expectant gaze, Ye Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes in thought, and said, "Not bad."
Hearing Ye Chongqing's answer, Dantong Qingshui's face darkened, as if she could not accept his words, "not bad." She forced an extremely reluctant smile, looking very resentful, and thought to herself, "Just not bad? Then I will use 10 parts of my power." Her 2 hands were placed on the zither, creating 2 sound waves, as if at this moment she was extremely determined to prove herself in front of him. Her eyes closed tightly to feel the melody more accurately, her face slightly tilted up, looking both resolute and confident, her hands nimble, taking turns plucking each zither string. The beautiful, vast space was once again enveloped in the earnest and overflowing sound of the zither. At this time, the sound of her zither no longer radiated a golden light, but was instead replaced by blue streams of energy. Her beautiful face showed a look of determination mixed with smugness, her 2 hands moving ceaselessly, causing each stream of energy to rise, not only enveloping her, but also spreading throughout the surrounding space. It seemed that the sound of her zither at this time was expressing her anger and her desire to prove herself.
Looking at Dantong Qingshui's burning determination, Ye Chongqing smiled carefree, as if he didn't understand at all that his words had irritated her. He continuously clapped his hands and praised, "Good, good." Dantong Qingshui continued to play the zither, her hair fluttering in the wind. A look of determination still appeared on her face, but it seemed she was no longer as angry as at the beginning, and was now enjoying the melodious sound of the zither. Each of her snow-white fingers plucked the zither, the strings seemingly emitting a ring of sound waves that made her hair fly up. On the surface, she was still quietly playing the zither as if nothing had happened, but deep down she was already exhausted, repeatedly questioning Ye Chongqing in her mind. "Has Grandmaster Ye acknowledged me now?" Ye Chongqing's face was filled with joy, clapping endlessly as he praised, "The zither's sound is graceful and touching, although there are some flaws." His face bore a bright smile, and he said with a sincere tone, "But looking at it now, being able to perform like this is already considered very difficult." Hearing those words from Ye Chongqing, Dantong Qingshui suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed, as if something was choking her throat, and she coughed loudly a few times. He immediately remembered the days gone by, reminiscing about the past, those days dominated by fear, and he recounted, "I know a young lady who also once said she knew how to play the zither, and the result." That young lady had long, golden, radiant hair, looking graceful and ladylike. She held a zither in her hands, plucking it with all her might, closing her eyes to enjoy the music. But unexpectedly, that was precisely a sea of bitterness, causing love and hatred. Ye Chongqing sighed. In this world, it is hard to escape destiny. Afterward, Ye Chongqing turned his gaze toward her, his eyes shining like stars, and gave a thumbs up, praising her endlessly. Compared to her, Miss Qingshui was still several levels higher. Hearing this, Dantong Qingshui panicked slightly, freezing and opening her mouth to look at him. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel angry. She turned away, her entire body exuding a gloomy, cold aura, and her hands clenched into fists as she thought to herself, "To think he would compare me to that person." But then she reconsidered, shaking her head in denial. No, the Grandmaster makes a lot of sense." Qingshui looked at him with an innocent expression, her 2 fingers pinching together slightly timidly, and said softly, "Qingshui is untalented and lacks learning." Hearing only half of the sentence, Ye Qingshui was extremely surprised, his eyes widening as he looked at her, as if sensing something unusual. She slowly approached, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with an intoxicating infatuation, and gently said word by word, "Where I am lacking, please guide me more." It was already around noon, and the sunlight filtered through the small windows. The space was unusually quiet, without even the slightest rustle of the wind. Dantong Qingshui stood far back again, placing her hands respectfully in front of her chest, closing her eyes, bowing her head slightly, and solemnly speaking aloud. "I request Grandmaster Ye's guidance." She was a bit tense, mixed with some panic, beads of sweat dotting her pretty face, as anxious thoughts surrounded her. "Master Holy Lord," the old man often said. She recalled his past words. In a room, he had his back turned, while she knelt and listened attentively. "Qingshui, your master is someone who has experienced much." Then he slowly turned his head and continued, "You must remember,
On the path of cultivation in music theory, you can definitely do it, unless you cannot. Literary grandmasters waste their words. Ye Chengshui still looked at her with an affectionate gaze, but deep down she was still wondering whether Grandmaster Ye could articulate an accurate understanding that surpassed the Master Holy Lord. Ye Chengshui felt a bit awkward, raised his hand to scratch his face, gave a polite smile, and replied, "I wouldn't call it giving guidance. Everyone interprets and understands melodies differently, so the comprehension and gains harvested from a piece of music are also very distinct." Hearing this, Dantong Chengshui seemed rooted to the spot, her expression changing as she stood completely motionless, uttering only 3 words, "Grandmaster Ye."
Suddenly, she seemed to regain her vitality, overjoyed, and actually spoke words that far surpassed those of the Master Holy Lord. With a joyful heart, she felt as if the surrounding air was truly fresh, the wind gently blowing through her hair, bringing along fragrant scents. With the rustling sound of leaves, she felt as if she were standing on a cliff, with waves following one after another below, opening her arms to blend into the majestic mountainous scenery of heaven and earth. Ye Changqing's expression darkened, and he coughed heavily a few times. He raised his hand, looked towards her, and then happily said, "The piece of music you played, I have remembered it." He walked directly over and sat in front of the zither.
He began to gently place his hands above the zither, speaking slowly. "Next, I will play." Ye Changqing looked straight at her, his eyes gentle as he said, "Let Miss Chengshui come and comprehend the difference between me and you." Dantong Chengshui stood opposite him. He looked up and saw her clasping her hands together, saying sincerely, "Yes, Chengshui will wash her ears and listen respectfully." She looked forward nervously, imagining a terrifying scene of a volcano starting to erupt with red-hot lava. She fearfully placed her hands on her chest, handing over the initiative of comprehension into his hands. Is this Grandmaster Ye's special method of enlightenment? He raised his hands and then brought them down to pluck the strings skillfully yet gently. Every movement of him plucking the zither strings scattered brilliant rays of light. Dantong Chengshui stood there witnessing everything, admiring it. She looked at those lights and heard those sounds from Ye Changqing, as if realizing something. He was relaxed, playing the zither slowly. He closed his eyes to feel it. The strings seemed to resonate with the great Tao. Ye Changqing immersed himself in the music, the melodious tune making the surrounding scenery like a fairyland, with rolling mountains faintly visible in the distance. Several white cranes flew in flocks. Ye Changqing, sitting amidst that scenery, was no different from a fairy, the zither sound making people's minds even calmer, clear and transparent. Dantong Chengshui also closed her eyes to feel it. The music also brought her to that land. She felt as if she were riding on the back of a crane, flying over high mountains, feeling like she was lying in the clouds, just like riding an immortal crane soaring into the sky. After a while, Ye Changqing finally finished playing. He stopped and placed his hand on the zither strings. One piece is done. Ye Changqing wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Whew, this piece of music is actually a bit more difficult than I imagined." Although the music had stopped, Dantong Chengshui was still mesmerized at this moment, spreading her arms wide and immersing herself in her dreams. Ye Changqing looked and pondered, "Is this method of comprehension so absorbing?" He stood up, left his seat, and walked toward Chengshui, saying, "All right, it is good that you can feel it. You can be considered a teachable child." An incense stick's time later, with incense smoke billowing, Dantong Chengshui finally startled awake after a long stupor.
Her whole body seemed to attain enlightenment, glowing completely, leveling up her experience. "I have comprehended it." Dantong Chengshui looked at Ye Changqing, who was leisurely drinking tea, and thought, Grandmaster Ye's level in the aspect of music theory is indeed unfathomably profound. Dantong Chengshui frowned slightly. Perhaps he could help her solve the greatest bewilderment in her heart. Chengshui began to recall her past thoughts. Since childhood, when she joined the Ziqing Holy Land, she had started cultivating the Tao of music theory. Chengshui devoted herself to learning and practicing, and was praised by everyone for having innate talent in the Tao of music theory. Whenever anyone heard her play the zither, they couldn't help but praise her profusely, clapping non-stop. Playing so beautifully, truly amazing. But once, Dantong Chengshui raised her hand and cast a spell to materialize an item. It was a Huafan book. At that time, while Chengshui was wandering, she found this zither score book in the cave mansion of some deceased almighty. Every time she started to play it, she would be immobilized because she couldn't withstand the Tao rhythm contained within the score. But the one time she successfully played this song, that book emitted a strange, blinding light. Dantong Chengshui had an idea, smiling with a cunning expression. But if I take out this Huafan book, she glanced over and thought, how will Grandmaster Ye deal with this? Immediately, Dantong Chengshui approached Ye Changqing and spoke in a gentle voice. Grandmaster Ye, this music score has troubled this junior for many years. Could I ask for some guidance? Dantong Chengshui handed it directly to him, and Ye Changqing reflexively took it.
Ye Changqing picked up the book and read it with a look full of surprise. Mortal transformation? Is this piece very difficult?
Dan Tongqing Shui's face darkened, clearly revealing her fear, her hands trembling slightly. That's right. Although those who understand music theory can comprehend the music score, if they were to perform it, even my master. She recalled the scene of Su Zetian playing that music score and being struck by forces that shattered his bones, screaming out in horror, "Ah!" which made her even more terrified. Su Zetian had stood there stiffly, his entire body trembling, his eyes hollow. Dan Tongqing Shui's entire body shuddered. In a fearful voice, she tremblingly continued, could not withstand the impact of the Tao principle's pressure within it. She stood there watching as Ye Chongqing held the book, and he said with a hint of panic, "So that's how it is." Ye Chongqing turned to look at Dan Tongqing Shui and said, "If my guess is not wrong, the composer of this music was probably a woman." That sentence from Ye Chongqing struck her ears like a thunderbolt. Dan Tongqing Shui panicked, her mouth gaping open, and then said, "That's not wrong. That cave dwelling in the past truly belonged to a fairy." Dan Tongqing Shui turned her back, unable to help but admire him, her face beaming with happy smiles. Grandmaster Ye only needed to look once to guess it. He truly deserves to be my idol. Ye Chongqing's face was extremely dejected. He sighed wearily, and his eyes once again became soulless and emotionless.
He looked at the book with its exquisite handwriting and thought, how could a man write this kind of calligraphy? Ye Chongqing coughed once and said, "Then I will play this music score for you." Hearing this, Dan Tongqing Shui beside him was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up. She asked again, afraid she had misheard. "Really?" She said loudly, "Then I will trouble Grandmaster Ye." Thus, under the golden sunlight of the sky, Ye Chongqing sat down on a chair and played for Dan Tongqing Shui to hear. He raised his hands in front of the zither, looking a bit hesitant, but quickly regained his seriousness and reassured himself, "Although this zither piece is very complex, it cannot stump me." Then his hands gently touched the zither, creating a deep and graceful zither sound, like a piece of music that charmed the heavens in the earth. The sound of the zither rang out, like an echo of the mountains and sky, a clear and bright sound, giving people a feeling of nostalgia. Ye Chongqing himself, the person playing the zither, was also immersing himself in it. Suddenly, Dan Tongqing Shui let out a loud scream, and at the same time, all things around seemed about to be blown away by Ye Chongqing's zither sound. She was no exception. Ye Chongqing remained completely unaware and seemed to pay no attention to his surroundings, just silently playing the zither. While using her hands to block the wind, Dan Tongqing Shui wondered, "This surge of power?" Ye Chongqing was still engrossed, and right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Successive musical notes flew up, blending into one with the sound of the zither. Then these musical notes began to fly around Dan Tongqing Shui's body, catching her off guard. She was startled, her eyes wide open to see what was happening, only to be surprised. What? The musical notes from just now had turned into a string, tightly wrapping around her legs, then moving up to her chest, arms, and stomach. Dan Tongqing Shui looked very panicked at the current situation. "It's Grandmaster Ye," she said. As she spoke, she was panting, her face flushed red, and she looked towards Ye Chongqing. Could it be that he wanted to use this music score?
Imparting the great Tao providence and music theory to me. Then Dan Tongqing Shui felt something very strange. She softly said, "Wait, could it be that something is about to burst out?" Speaking up to this point, Dan Tongqing Shui had no breath left to speak. Her whole body trembled, and her breathing gradually became heavier. "Ah!" she let out a cry. And at the same time, a sparkling golden lotus was released, emitting a brilliant aura that dazzled people's eyes. That golden lotus floated in the air. Then it slowly bloomed and fully opened. Inside was a small lump of something, seeming very tiny. Upon looking closely, it was a naked newborn baby, its whole body radiating rainbow light like a protective cover. Dan Tongqing Shui also opened her eyes at this moment and exclaimed in astonishment, "Early stage nascent soul." But then Dan Tongqing Shui also regained her reason and blurted out, "Just by listening to Grandmaster Ye playing the zither, I directly stepped into the nascent soul realm." As she thought, she stared intently at Ye Chongqing, who was still playing the zither. The scene shifts to the northern Desolation Ice Plains, the territory of the Devil Race. This place is surrounded by a thick, cold curtain of white snow, and all the trees have been frozen. Only a freezing desolation remains. Over there, a pack of black wolves is running past, as if fleeing from something. Surprisingly, Ye Chongqing's zither music had soared to this freezing place. Suddenly, a homemade arrow flew from nowhere, piercing one of the fleeing wolves. On the other side were three humanoid figures with rather grotesque shapes, standing and cheering joyfully for a quite successful hunt. While they were grinning widely, those clear musical notes slowly flew over, making these people ask in surprise, "What is that sound? Where is the zither music coming from?" Suddenly, the ice underneath began to crack, and the ground was shaking, terrifying these grotesque figures. Then they shouted, "The ground is shaking!" An unknown beam of light also appeared in the sky above. A lightning bolt struck down from the sky, and the ground shook violently, making the terrified demons say it was the direction of the Holy Land.
The surrounding demons were astonished and said loudly, "Could it be that Lord Devil Emperor is finally about to awaken? After so many years, why is there an omen of awakening now? Could it be because of the music that just transmitted over?" A subordinate ran up, pointing forward, and said, "Elder, what exactly happened? What are the clan leaders talking about?" Over here, the elder frowned and recounted a legend. In the abyss of the endless ice plains, the most terrifying Devil Emperor is in a deep slumber. When she awakens once more, she will command the Devil Race army to occupy Zhongshou again, reunifying the world. After speaking, the elder fell to his knees, making the guy next to him panicked as well. The elder clasped his hands together, crying and saying, "As long as the Devil Emperor awakens, the suffering of exile of our Devil Race for the past 10,000 years is about to end." The music had also resonated to the 10 Directions Great Mountains of Nanling, the resting place of the demon race. Following the melody of the music, it echoed to every corner of the demon race, reaching even the deepest caves. The song also reached the ears of the Demon King, who was in secluded cultivation. His sharp eyes turned as he asked who was playing. Just as he finished speaking, he flew out of the cave and landed at the entrance. As the words were spoken, all the demonic beasts of the entire race had fully gathered outside the cave. Seeing the demon venerable come out, the entire group of demonic beasts immediately bowed in greeting. All the demonic beasts of the whole race knelt down respectfully and said, "Greetings, demon venerable." Looking at the subordinates below, he replied, "Everyone stand up." Among the demons, a demonic beast questioned, "Demon venerable, you have been in a deep slumber for 1,000 years. Why did you suddenly come out of seclusion at this time?" He looked towards that demon and asked in confusion, "Could it be that you all didn't hear any sound just now?" That demonic beast was surprised. This junior indeed heard some sounds, but thought it was nothing more than an ordinary piece of music. Hearing this, the demon venerable explained, "Ordinary? This piece of music is exactly the Huafan melody." That demonic beast then finished the sentence. From the legends, nearby another one also voiced a question, "Demon venerable, what exactly is the Huafan melody, that it could disturb your venerable self?" The demon venerable sat down and began to explain. This Huafan melody was composed 10,000 years ago by a female of the Devil Race, whose magical power was equal to the Devil Emperor for her human lover. Everyone was shocked and said in unison, "A female of the Devil Race equal to the Devil Emperor? Why would she have a human race lover? How could humans and devils fall in love? 10,000 years ago, heaven and earth still considered demons and devils as supreme, let alone this devil woman possessing such high magical power." The demon venerable began to explain to make them understand. This Huafan melody was composed by a female of the Devil Race with magical power comparable to the Devil Emperor for her human lover 10,000 years ago. The three demons still stood listening attentively. After that, the three of them successively spoke up. How could humans and devils fall in love? 10,000 years ago, the world was headed by demons and devils. Moreover, this devil woman had such high magical power. The demon venerable raised a hand and continued, "That's right. 1,000,000 years ago, the two realms of demons and devils divided the world in two, while the human race..."
A green vortex appeared in the hands of the demon venerable. The demon venerable continued from earlier. They were merely existences standing at the very bottom. Later on, the insignificant human race silently comprehended a cultivation method suitable for them within the great Tao of heaven and earth. After that, they quickly revived the human race, dividing the world into 3 parts alongside the demons and devils. Therefore, the union of these two people happened unexpectedly. Originally, this woman's cultivation realm was about to reach ascension, but because that human cultivator severed his own supreme cultivation base, she not only bore the price of severing her cultivation base and suffered the backlash of heavenly punishment, but she was also sealed deep within the northern desolation, inside a mysterious ancient bronze coffin by her lover using some kind of ancient secret technique. Legends say that the human cultivator left behind the Huafan piece, and only by playing this piece could the seal on the mysterious ancient bronze coffin of this female devil emperor be broken. Furthermore, the legends mention that only the reincarnation of that human cultivator could play the Huafan piece. The fox demon spoke up in astonishment. "Demon Venerable, do you mean that if you have heard Huafan, then it can definitely be heard on the northern desolation ice plains as well?"
Huyu's face lit up with joy as he respectfully said that unsealing the demoness's bronze coffin makes the future truly worth looking forward to. The demon venerable laughed heartily, saying, "That's right, I believe it won't be long before the devil realm returns to wage war against the human race." Huyu and Huyu said in unison, "This junior understands, we will dispatch people immediately." Everyone agreed that once the devil race launches their offensive, we can also seize the opportunity to act and launch a full-scale attack on Zhongzhou. At the same time, on the airship of the Ziqing Holy Land, 2 flying ships simultaneously entered the territory of the Taisuen Holy Land. One person spoke up, "I can see the Taisuen Holy Land." Chongfang walked forward, stepping up to the bow of the ship and said, "That's right, it's the 7 peaks of Taisuen. It seems we've arrived earlier than expected." Suddenly, the ship shook violently, causing chaos everywhere. Chongfeng was even knocked flat on the ground by the tremor. He cried out in pain, "What happened?" The ship was currently colliding with the formation of Mount Taisuen. Several disciples panicked and screamed for help as the ship continued to rock. What on earth is wrong with the Taisuen Holy Land? A few people angrily spoke up. This is them asserting their dominance over us. This is an intimidation display. On the way to welcome the people from the Zicheng Holy Land, the Taoists were walking down the stairs when Taoist Kuye couldn't help but tease the Holy Lord, calling him senior brother Chang Suen. He leaned into Chang Suen's ear and said weirdly, "Have you truly grasped the method to break Shu Jitian's 4 dragons spitting water formation this time?" Chang Suen couldn't help but punch Kuye in the chest. He proudly said, "This old man has already obtained the true inheritance of the ancestral master. Breaking that damn old man's chest formation is as simple as eating and drinking. Just wait a moment. This old man will definitely win back everything that belongs to the Taisuen Holy Land this time." His words made the 3 elders excitedly cheer. "That's right, senior brother. A man must do what a man must do. A true man never says he's afraid." Hearing this, Chang Suen raised his finger and said, "However, junior brothers," his face turned pale as he continued, "later, when we see that old fogey Shu Jitian, we should still keep a low profile and be a bit modest." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, Master Holy Lord." As if thinking of something terrifying, he said, "That old fogey surnamed Shu has always been suspicious. If he changes his strategy, this old man's efforts this year will be in vain again." Suddenly, someone stepped forward and said, "Brother He, long time no see." Chang Suen awkwardly turned around to greet, "Long time no see, junior brother Shu." He clasped his hands in greeting. "I heard that your attainment in the Tao of chess has skyrocketed again over the past 10 years. Hearing this, the Holy Lord of the Zicheng Holy Land, Shu Jitian, gave a mocking smile. "You still haven't solved the 4 dragons spitting water formation from decades ago. Why would I even need to skyrocket?" He wore a sly expression and said, "Taking so many magical treasures from the Taisuen Holy Land like this, I also feel ashamed."
His words made the people from Taisuen Holy Land tremble with anger. From afar, the sound of footsteps approached, and a voice said, "If you play, you must accept the outcome. Don't be a sore loser." It turned out the speaker was an elder of Zicheng Holy Land, Qi Long. Yuanjin pulled out a sword from nowhere. He rushed forward angrily and said, "Old man Qi, it is one thing for Holy Lord Su to mock us a few times, but since when is it your turn to speak?" The old man smiled disdainfully. "Brother Yuanjin, your temper is still as bad as ever. How about we spar a bit another day?" The sword on his forehead began to glow, and he said, "I believe you haven't forgotten my sword strike." Seeing that nothing happened, he was surprised. "Wait a minute, why isn't my sword coming out?"
A surge of spiritual energy suddenly radiated from Yuanjin's body. The powerful spiritual energy startled Qi Long. "You broke through," he gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that 10 years ago this old man had said he needed 2,000 years. The spiritual energy surrounding Yuanjin grew thicker and thicker. He said smugly, "That's right, Qi Long. You didn't expect this, did you?" He laughed heartily and continued, "This old man has successfully stepped into the soul formation realm." Seeing his junior brother like this, Chang Suen held his head in distress. "Didn't I tell you all to keep a low profile?" He approached and touched Yuanjin's shoulder. On one side, preventing Yuanjin from making a scene. "Senior brother, don't stop me." On the other side, awkwardly explaining to Shu Zetian, "I'm so sorry, making brother Shu laugh at us." Meanwhile, Shu Zetian was still dazed, not understanding what was going on. He cupped his hands in apology to the people of Zicheng Holy Land. "Ah, Brother Qi, although Yuanjin has broken through his shackles, this old man's aptitude is dull, and I fear I will forever be inferior in the Tao of chess." As soon as Chang Suen finished speaking, another voice echoed, "Senior Brother Holy Lord, there is no need to show such weakness." The elders chimed in one by one with words of challenge. "Today is not like before. Our Senior Brother Holy Lord is no longer afraid of you. A man must do what a man must do. Isn't it just playing chess? Play. Add some bets for me." Hearing this, Chang Suen was so angry he was about to explode. "Holy crap, are you guys playing me?" Taoist Chang Suen saw the two sides arguing back and forth, and it seemed quite intense, especially since Taoist Yuanjin had a hot temper. Fearing a fierce battle would break out and ruin the harmony between the two sides, he quickly stepped in the middle to advise, "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." But in reality, his group was much more agitated, making the people from Zicheng Holy Land speechless and look a bit dumbfounded. Then the group from Zicheng Holy Land hastily gathered to discuss. Suddenly, someone from Zicheng Holy Land spoke up first. "Are these still those stinky old men who cry and whine when they lose at chess?" Qi Long beside them also chimed in. "So arrogant." Nangang Xuanji gently stroked his beard and said, "Things are not like before." On each person's face was an expression of discomfort mixed with irritation. Shu Zetian alone stood apart, seemingly realizing something unusual, and thought to himself, "Things are not as usual. There must definitely be an anomaly. It seems that this group from Taisuen Holy Land definitely has an expert guiding them from behind." Returning to the main hall of Taisuen Holy Land, Shu Zetian's group had arrived. Chang Feng, walking from behind, said to Shu Zetian, "Master, the disciples of our Zicheng have all been properly settled." Hearing Chang Feng's report, Shu Zetian hurriedly turned his head to listen, indicating he understood. Suddenly, Chang Feng saw something that caught his attention. It turned out that Taoist Chang Suen's group was approaching him. Then Chang Feng hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Junior Chang Feng pays respect to the seniors of Taisuen Holy Land." Taoist Chang Suen, seeing that Chang Feng looked polite, stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "No need for formalities. It seems the holy son of your Zicheng Holy Land has improved quite a bit." Hearing Taoist Chung Swen's praise, Shu Zetian felt a bit smug and said, "It's just a small achievement," but in reality he wanted to show off. Shu Zetian hurriedly approached, patted Taoist Chung Swen's shoulder, and then said in a low voice, "I heard that your holy son Li Chongming has also made rapid progress cultivating the longevity incantation for the past 10 years. Looking like mutual business flattery, please give us some guidance this time." On this side, Chung Feng's face clearly showed a look of disdain, smiling wickedly as he chimed in. "Why hasn't senior brother Li shown up yet? Could it be he knows he cannot compare to me, so he deliberately avoids me?" "Chung Feng, do not be disrespectful." Shu Zetian spoke up to remind Chung Feng, but he was a bit unconvinced, turning his head away to avoid it, and then cleared his throat. Afterwards, Chung Feng pretended to realize his mistake and spoke up. Yes, it was this junior who offended. On the folding fan in Chung Feng's hand were written the words "advertising space for rent," while his eyes looked away elsewhere.
Perfected Zhang Xuan stroked his beard and answered Chung Feng's earlier question. During this period of time, Chongming is in secluded cultivation. This was the image of Li Chongming holding a mnemonic chant in his hands, frantically studying the profound mysteries hidden deep within the Tao methods. Odd changes, even does not change, the sign depends on the quadrant. Odd changes, even does not change, the sign depends on the quadrant. Perfected Zhang Xuan continued speaking. Furthermore, Chongming has now abandoned the Tao of longevity and switched to cultivating the sword Tao. This made Chung Feng exclaim in surprise. Switch to cultivating the sword Tao? Su Zetian, who was beside them, was equally astonished and blurted out, "So suddenly?" Perfected Zhang Xuan spoke in a solemn tone. Young people who have never experienced the stumbles of society are easily impulsive. Then he did a 180-degree turn, his face beaming with a bright smile, and rubbed his head while speaking somewhat shyly. Coincidentally, he met a renowned master who gave him guidance, and he is completely awakened. In reality, Perfected Zhang Xuan's main purpose was just to show off. Su Zetian and Chung Feng stood stiffly with their mouths wide open, thinking to themselves, what the hell is this old man trying to do?
Taoist Chang Xuan hurriedly turned his head and gave a thumbs up to Taoist Yuan Zhen, secretly thinking in his heart, "See that? This is what you call being humble." Taoist Yuan Zhen also smiled brightly and replied with a thumbs up, indicating, "Senior brother is amazing." Then the two groups went their separate ways, returning to their respective camps to discuss during the intermission. Over here, Taoist Qingye pretended to raise his voice and said loudly, "Are you guys acting dumb out of fear?" His actual purpose was just to let Shu Zetian's group hear it. Taoist Yuan Zhen, not understanding the situation yet, uttered a puzzled, "Huh?" On the other side, Nangang Xuanji spoke coldly, changing it just like that. Who is this old man trying to fool? The person next to him also spoke up, looking towards Shu Zetian as if to clarify their doubts. He is a disciple. How could he give up so easily? With a thoughtful expression, Shu Zetian gently stroked his beard and said, "If what he says is true, then we must be careful." Then, knitting his brows tightly, he looked at the two people next to him with deep, cold eyes and said, "Something is going to happen in this martial arts tournament." Nangang Xuanji seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "It seems that just now He Cheng Xuan mentioned something about a master teacher which caught Shu Zetian's attention." Nangang Xuanji suddenly realized something, then shockingly and hastily said to the other two, "Could it be that Li Changming has received the true sword Dao inheritance of that expert?" And the expert in Nangang Xuanji's words was very likely Ye Changqing. Shu Zetian hurriedly waved his hand and said with some displeasure, "Forget it. Thinking more about it now is useless. Before the Holy Sun martial arts tournament, I still have to play chess with He Cheng Xuan. When the time comes, I'll find a way to get information out of him." Although hearing Shu Zetian say this made it sound like telling them not to worry, the two people beside him still felt a bit uneasy. If some shocking, unexpected event occurred that caused Zicheng Holy Land to lose, then from then on, the group from Taisuen Holy Land would constantly use that matter to tease their Zicheng Holy Land all day long.
Shu Zetian's eyes were filled with killing intent, seemingly very frustrated from constantly pondering who that big shot actually was. Then he coldly spoke to the two people beside him. "Let this old man see what kind of sacred being is this big shot that gives you such confidence to rely on." In Shu Zetian's heart, he secretly thought, what if Taoist Chung Xuan's group was just bluffing? Therefore, he had to clearly know the truth to be at ease. And if it truly was an expert, he had to find a way to dig them out to be satisfied. After a highly intense verbal battle over at Taisuen Holy Land, at this moment inside Ye Chengqing's house, perfectly fine and out of nowhere, Ye Chengqing sneezed loudly. Beside him at this time was Dan Tung Cheng Shue. Ye Chengqing foolishly picked his nose with his hand and said, "Who is missing me? According to my guess, it can only be Shu Zetian. Remember in the previous chapter, he seemed to want information about the big shot, which is him." Seeing Ye Chengqing perfectly fine suddenly sneeze, Dan Tung Cheng Shue beside him became worried, so she quickly turned to Ye Chengqing and asked, "Grandmaster Ye, are you all right?" Ye Chengqing at this time had successfully dug out a booger from his nostril, then stared blankly at it and calmly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Right after that, with a swish, Ye Chengqing successfully flicked the booger away. Then Ye Chengqing naturally remained perfectly calm as if nothing had just happened. With a bright smile on his face, he looked towards Dan Tung Cheng Shue and asked, "Miss Cheng Shue is passing by this place." Seeing Ye Chengqing asking about her, Dan Tung Cheng Shue happily replied, "That's right, Grandmaster Ye." On the surface, Ye Changqing feigned a gentle and friendly demeanor, smiling brightly as he said, "Well, it's getting quite late now." But deep down, he had transformed into a lustful wolf, secretly thinking, "Could you consider leaving this place?" Accompanied by the most wicked expression imaginable, he thought, "It's very hard for a young single man like me to hold back." As for Dantong Shui, she had no idea that Ye Changqing only looked gentle and refined on the outside, while his inner thoughts were profoundly unpredictable. Dantong Shui seemed to understand the meaning behind Ye Changqing's words, so she smiled happily and replied, "Ah, you are absolutely right." Seeing that Dantong Shui was so understanding, Ye Changqing felt somewhat relieved and secretly thought, "It's good that she understands, in case I really can't hold back." Dantong Shui winked slightly, waved her hand, and smiled brightly at Ye Changqing. "Then Shui will temporarily stay at Grandmaster Ye's place for a night." Having said that, Dantong Shui immediately turned her back and ran inside the house without giving Ye Changqing a chance to say a word. She gleefully thought to herself, "Tomorrow I can ask for Grandmaster Ye's guidance on zither arts again." Leaving Ye Changqing on this side, who panically said, "Hey, aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" and reached out his hand as if wanting to hold Dantong Shui back, saying, "Don't." Dantong Shui's figure gradually faded, but Ye Changqing still stood there frozen in panic, thinking to himself, "These cultivators." He then approached the zither, sat down, placed his two hands on it, and sighed softly. Sigh. With eyes full of utter disgust, Ye Changqing muttered inwardly, "Just because you can practice cultivation doesn't mean you can do whatever you want?" Deep down, Ye Changqing felt that they were relying on having a spirit root to bully a useless person without a spirit root like him, and then vented his anger on the innocent zither on the table. Simultaneously with Ye Changqing's plucking motions, golden rays of light appeared on the zither, as if every pluck radiated magical power. The inner voice of the zither thought in annoyance, "Stop adding special effects to me." Along with that was a continuous series of sounds from Ye Changqing's playing. The angrier he got, the longer the zither had to suffer. While playing the zither, Ye Changqing suddenly realized something and stopped his hands, startled in his heart. Wait, even though everyone in this world has a spirit root, their level and understanding regarding zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting can be called a disaster. Along with that were images of the people who had been exposed to Ye Changqing's skills in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, from left to right including Yan Bingxin, Lu Wushuang, Dantong Shui, Daoist Changxuan, and Lu Changhe. After thinking for a while, Ye Changqing propped his chin on his hand and came to a final conclusion. So each of them fanatically worships me after seeing my works, but in reality it's not like that. What they worship are the profound mysteries inside those things, rather than them being artistically blind.
Seeing that this speculation was becoming more and more reasonable, Ye Changqing's mind felt enlightened. Clapping his hands together with a smack, he came up with a new idea. If that's the case, then I just need to make more people see my works. Then, after that, Ye Changqing slowly reached out his hand, then clenched it tightly and said with an extremely excited demeanor, "Becoming famous in this world won't be a problem." Along with that excited appearance was a bright smile on Ye Changqing's lips. Deep down, he thought to himself that if he could smoothly make many people know about his works, he was bound to strike it rich.
Then Ye Changqing lifted his foot onto the table, glancing down with a profound expression, and said, "If a person has no dreams, how are they different from a salted fish?" Ye Changqing spoke loudly and clearly. Accompanying those words was his posture, foot planted on the table, arm resting on his thigh, his eyes looking straight toward a bright ideal in the distance. Ye Changqing's next action was pointing straight at the sky with a thoroughly smile. After that, Ye Changqing closed his eyes, smiled softly, and said, "Set a small goal first." Then Ye Changqing suddenly shouted loudly, "Take my artwork and go to the imperial capital of Great Yan." While full of determination, Ye Changqing suddenly thought of something. It seemed this matter made him a bit unhappy, and he said dejectedly, "But the outside world is full of spiritual beasts and wild monsters." Accompanying Ye Changqing's words was an image of a desolate land where a monster resembling a demonized cat appeared out of nowhere. Its body was covered in a red, murderous aura, looking many times larger than him. Its fierce eyes and sharp teeth stared at Ye Changqing, as if wanting to eat him alive, making Ye Changqing shudder in fear. Then it suddenly let out a roar, making Ye Changqing feel like dying on the spot. Thinking of that terrifying scene, he secretly thought that if he stepped out of here and ran into some monster that devoured him, his dream of getting rich would vanish into thin air. Thus, Ye Changqing's face was now beaded with drops of sweat. Filled with fear, he trembled and voiced out, "A handsome young man with no spirit root, who can't beat anyone, how can I safely reach the imperial capital? Do I have to beg those immortals for help?" While thinking, Ye Changqing brought his thumb up to bite, secretly worrying that if they refused to help, he would lose a lot of face.
In the tea room, where Taoist Chang Xuan, along with Su Zetian and other immortals, were leisurely sitting, drinking tea, and discussing the Tao, Taoist Chang Xuan then spoke up first to break the ice. "Brother Su, please taste this top-grade enlightenment tea." Deep down, he secretly thought, "Old Su, you usually love to bully us, so today I will open your eyes." As soon as Su Zetian picked up the teacup, the spreading fragrance of the tea rushed straight into his nose, causing Su Zetian to be a little surprised and say out loud, "Oh, tea brewed from enlightenment tea leaves, extremely rare." In his heart, Su Zetian secretly thought, "This old man is planning to show off." After speaking, Su Zetian slowly raised the teacup to enjoy it. Hearing Su Zetian flatter him, Taoist Chang Xuan smiled somewhat complacently and said, "It's just so-so, only fragments of enlightenment tea leaves." Deep down, he secretly thought, "Old man, I still have plenty of fragments of enlightenment tea leaves. Drink as much as you want. The angrier you get, the happier I am." Taoist Chang Xuan felt a bit dissatisfied, so he continued to show off. In the past, this old man once drank tea brewed from a complete enlightenment tea leaf. In his heart, Taoist Chang Xuan secretly thought, "It was tea personally brewed for me by the ancestral master. How could you have such a blessing?" Hearing Taoist Chang Xuan mention a complete enlightenment tea leaf made Su Zetian slightly startled. Seeing that Su Zetian's hand holding the teacup unconsciously trembled right after hearing Taoist Chang Xuan mention the complete enlightenment tea leaf, Chang Feng worriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Su Zetian lowered his head, the expression on his face somewhat complex, and then coldly answered Chang Feng, "It's nothing, just my blood pressure suddenly getting a little high." In his heart, he secretly thought, "This hateful old man Chang Xuan, when I have the chance, I will definitely make you regret this."
At this moment, a sudden loud crash broke the tranquil atmosphere in the tea room. Hearing the loud noise, Su Zetian stood up in a panic and said loudly, "What happened?" Taoist Yunjian cheerfully and hurriedly spoke up. It seems Chang Ming has successfully broken through, causing Su Zetian beside him to be slightly surprised. Taoist Yunjian cast a sidelong glance at Su Zetian, and seeing him completely astonished, felt immensely overjoyed and couldn't help but feel smug. Then he pretended to exhale and calmly continued, "To reach such a level in just 1 month." Afterward, Taoist Yunjian continued to pretend to sigh in admiration. Chang Ming truly has a natural aptitude for the sword Tao. This made Su Zetian behind him slightly apprehensive mixed with anger, while Chang Feng beside them was still in a state of shock. Only cultivated for 1 month? Chang Feng shouted in extreme shock upon hearing Taoist Yunjian's words, his face now drenched in sweat. His whole body was currently trembling. Seeing Chang Feng like this, Taoist Yunjian couldn't help but rejoice inwardly, but still pretended to be concerned and asked Chang Feng, "Martial nephew Chang Feng, what are you trembling for?" Deep down, he thought to himself, "Martial nephew, you are scared now, aren't you? You normally love to show off so much." Chang Feng tried to suppress his trembling, pretending that nothing was wrong, and calmly replied, "It's nothing. My blood pressure just suddenly got a bit high." In his heart, he thought to himself, "You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? Seeing me trembling like this must make you very happy." Then, feeling a bit anxious mixed with unwillingness, Chang Feng thought inwardly, to possess such powerful sword chi after only cultivating for 1 month?
Li Changming, you can fool others, but you cannot fool someone who has cultivated the sword Tao for nearly 100 years like me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so Chang Feng decided to cast a magical power. His body was now surrounded by a purple light. Following that, Chang Feng shouted loudly in his mind, "In your dreams." His face currently showed anger mixed with unwillingness. Along with that, a beam of purple Tao spell shot straight forward from Chang Feng's finger. The purple beam of light had now passed through the door, heading straight towards the tower in front of Chang Feng, where a blue light covered the entire area. Above the tower there was a giant sword hovering, and the surrounding scenery was filled with majestic high mountains everywhere. The beam of light flew near the tower and headed straight up towards the hovering sword. The purple magical power arrived, and one would think a massive earth-shattering explosion would occur, but it didn't. In front of the tower, an invisible wall seemed to block it, thwarting the attack of the purple magical power shot by Chang Feng, and just like that, the attack failed. Chang Feng frowned and grimaced, his eyes wide and mouth agape in horror as he thought to himself, "Impossible!" Chang Feng was agitated, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. On the side of the tower, an aura radiated, surrounding the sword hovering in the sky. Seeing that image, Chang Feng was sweating profusely, his mouth wide open as he inwardly thought, "This is extremely pure sword Tao true intent. To think that Li Changming could cultivate it in just 1 month." Chang Feng said resentfully, "Damn it!" Deep down, he wondered if someone like him who had cultivated the sword Tao for nearly 100 years would actually lose to a brat who had only been cultivating for a month. Because the more he thought about it, the more unconvinced he felt, Chang Feng formed hand seals to cast a magical power again, and gradually a purple beam of magical power appeared from his hand. After that, a long and massive black sword appeared hovering in the air in front of Chang Feng, causing Su Zetian beside him to panic endlessly, and he spoke loudly, "I must see it with my own eyes."
Then the sword, under Changfeng's control, carried him and flew straight towards the tower in front of them. Su Jitian beside him shouted anxiously, "Changfeng, don't be reckless." After that, Su Jitian hurriedly reached out his hand as if wanting to block that purple magical power.
Shu Zhitian was so anxious that he couldn't sit still, wanting to rush over and stop Changfeng. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder from behind, and a calm voice reassured him. It's fine. If they aren't impulsive, they aren't young people. It turned out to be Taoist Changxuan. He looked as if nothing was wrong, hence his composure. But in reality, deep down, Taoist Changxuan was extremely delighted to see Shu Jitian so incredibly anxious. Shu Jitian beside him also looked at Taoist Changxuan with eyes clearly showing disgust. In his heart, he thought, I usually bully you. Now that you see me like this, you must be very happy. Changfeng and his sword were still flying toward Li Changming's location. Surrounding him at this moment was a majestic and magnificent mountain landscape. Clouds and mist obscured the mountain peaks. Cranes flew freely around, and green trees welcomed the wind. In the distance were pavilions and towers that looked ancient but not overshadowed. The place where Li Changming cultivated was truly picturesque, with green hills and clear waters, just like a painting. Changfeng glanced down and coldly confirmed. Found it. Deep down, Changfeng thought to himself, let's see just how formidable this Li Changming is, to have reached this cultivation realm in just a short span of 1 month. At the mountain peak where Li Changming resided, Changfeng and his sword had flown close to the tower where a sword was hovering. Below the mountain near the tower, Li Changming was forming hand seals and casting magical power, slowly chanting incantations line by line. Qian sword gold, Kun yielding wheel, Zen thunder lightning, soon profound wind. Around where Li Changming sat was an 8-trigram circle, accompanied by a blue light surrounding his body. Hovering above his head was the sword, its power seemingly growing stronger and stronger. Odd changes, even stays the same. Signs depend on the quadrant. Wherever Li Changming chanted the incantation, the wind billowed violently, causing the surrounding trees to lose quite a few leaves. Suddenly, Li Changming opened his eyes and shouted the final incantation, "Sword, open." After Li Changming's incantation, the surrounding space abruptly changed, and the hovering sword above his head suddenly underwent an anomaly, gradually expanding in size.
Along with the ever-growing size of the sword, lightning continuously flashed in the sky above Li Changming's head. Because of this, Li Changming slowly flew higher into the air. Behind his back was a circle with sparkling, colorful spheres, surrounded by a beam of blue light. Changfeng was blinded by the scene before him, hurriedly using his hand to cover his eyes and furrowing his brows tightly. Along with that blinding light was a terrifying power that made Changfeng scream, "Ah!" As for Li Changming, he was still accumulating energy, ready to release it at any moment. The rocks and soil around him were completely peeled away because of it. Seeing the sword and Li Changming seemingly merging into one, Changfeng was a bit startled and terrified. Beads of sweat were already dotting his face at this moment, and then he spoke up. To think this guy actually managed to cultivate man and sword as one?
Impossible. Then Changfeng used his magical power to fly his sword closer to Li Changming to more easily grasp the situation. Deep down, Changfeng could not help but scream inwardly, mixed with a hint of jealousy. On Li Changming's side, many other small swords had now appeared around him. It seemed that Li Changming sensed something at this moment, so he became a bit vigilant. He thought to himself, there is murderous intent. Then Li Changming used his magical power to send a sword flying towards Changfeng and coldly said, "Take this." Seeing that Li Changming had discovered him, Changfeng was shocked and thought, not good. Seeing the sword flying right in front of his face, Changfeng immediately ducked backward to dodge the sword shot by Li Changming. But unexpectedly, things did not go exactly as Changfeng wanted. Because he leaned back too far, Changfeng lost his balance and fell. He panicked and let out a scream, "Ah!" slowly falling down to the ground. On Li Changming's side, after successfully blocking the murderous intent and mastering the realm of man and sword as one, he slowly descended. Li Changming landed on the ground in a very leisurely manner. His appearance was somewhat majestic, but also contained a hint of indifference. He was currently wearing a white robe with a black outer coat. Around his waist was a yellow belt. He wore black shoes on his feet. He did not wear any accessories on his head, only simply tying his hair up into a bun, but this did not diminish his dashing and elegant demeanor at all. On Li Changming's forehead right now, the mark of a sword was clearly imprinted, emitting a dazzling golden light around it, making him look extremely imposing.
Seeing that he had reached the highest realm in the sword Dao, Li Changming felt very satisfied and smiled happily as he spoke. His cultivation realm had stabilized. It was truly worthy of the 10-character true mantra passed down by the ancestral master. The fellow Taoists beside him, seeing this scene, were also overjoyed for Li Changming. The three of them clapped their hands and praised him. "Congratulations, senior brother Li. Congratulations, holy son." In this highly proud atmosphere, suddenly something interrupted, taking Li Changming and the fellow Taoists by surprise. It turned out that the thing catching their attention was the killing intent from earlier when Li Changming had blown Changfeng away. He fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake and crack, while Changfeng himself was currently completely unconscious, not knowing what was going on around him. Looking closely, the robes on Changfeng's body were covered in mud, and his usually bright pale pink hair was now messy and dirty. Li Changming looked toward the source of the noise, feeling that this fall seemed quite heavy. He approached to check the situation and said, "This brother, he looks a lot like Changfeng from the Ziqing Holy Land, right?" Li Changming voiced his speculation. The fellow Taoists beside him also had a hint of doubt, thinking to themselves that this person looked a bit like the Holy Sun, but somehow also didn't. Suddenly a fellow Taoist spoke up. "This brother's hair is a bit thin. He looks older than you, senior brother." This fellow Taoist looked at Changfeng's hair and offered his own guess. Suddenly another fellow Taoist spoke up to clear everyone's doubts. "Senior brother Li, this is the Holy Sun." Hearing this confirmation, Li Changming was somewhat shocked and replied, "Ah, what happened to him? Quickly, take him back to the room." Li Changming poured tea into a cup unhurriedly. Each warm drop flowed down like soft silk, weaving together to create a delicate work of art. Smoke slowly rose from the warm teacup, swirling like pure white clouds, carrying the strong fragrance of tea that spread throughout the room. That scent was so elegant and gentle, lingering like the scent of spring flowers, seeping into every corner and awakening all human senses. Changfeng stood out in a mysterious black long robe with gold and purple collars, huddling on a rudimentary wooden chair. His long pink-purple hair hung loose, partially hiding his pale face. His eyes were dull, and his lips trembled. After Li Changming calmly finished pouring the tea, the steam still rose thickly, carrying the gentle scent of jasmine tea throughout the room. He pushed the teacup toward Changfeng, his warm voice sounding, "Brother, drink some tea and calm down first." Seeing Changfeng pick up the teacup and take slow sips, Li Changming couldn't help but be curious. His eyes followed Changfeng's every move as he carefully asked, "Have you remembered yet?"
Hearing this, Changfeng put down his teacup, turned to look at Li Changming with a calm expression, and said indifferently, "Remember what?" Li Changming's expression was puzzled and confused, pointing his index finger at the sky with one hand and resting the other lightly on his thigh. His warm, deep voice echoed in the room. "You fell from the sky just now, and we hurriedly helped you into the room." Then he chuckled and said to Changfeng, "But you are fine now." Hearing this, Changfeng touched his head with one hand, held his teacup with the other, and laughed along with Li Changming, saying, "That's good then."
He placed his hands on his head, suddenly letting out a "ha," as if stimulated by a flash of light in his mind. His face wrinkled in extreme bewilderment. His eyes widened and sparkled, his mouth agape as if wanting to swallow the entire atmosphere. It seemed that something incredibly important that had been forgotten for so long was now rushing back like a flood, leaving him overwhelmed and confused. Changfeng shouted loudly, "Where are my figure-8 bangs?" His shout echoed throughout the space of Taisuen, like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, shattering the tranquility of the entire palace and the majestic mountains. The cry was filled with pain and anger. Perhaps he considered his bangs as his very life. He slammed his teacup onto the table, shouting at Li Changming. And also, it seemed that he was very angry at this moment. He lost his usual calmness and could no longer control his emotions. After that, Yin Changfeng grabbed Li Changming's collar, shouting furiously, "Li Changming, why did you switch to cultivating the sword Dao?" Faced with his aggressive behavior, Li Changming was frightened, squeezing his eyes shut and frowning, not knowing what to say. Changfeng's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open, his face displaying extreme frustration and astonishment. It seemed he could not believe the truth unfolding before his eyes. He shouted at Li Changming, "Furthermore, in just one short month, you have already cultivated to the state of man and sword as one." It seemed he could not imagine that Li Changming could achieve such a high level in just 1 month of practice. Being held tightly by his collar, Li Changming was extremely panicked, confusion showing in his eyes, as he explained to Changfeng, "I received guidance from a supreme figure. He was the one who told me to switch to cultivating the sword Dao."
Changfeng's face darkened, revealing suspicion. His brows remained tightly furrowed, his pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, just who on earth could change the cultivation path of the Holy Sun? His hands trembled as he slowly released Li Changming's collar. His face was pensive, his brows furrowed, and his eyes gazed distantly into the void as he continued to ponder. If only I could also receive guidance from that expert. Changfeng rubbed his head, feigning remorse, wanting to pry information about the expert from Li Changming's mouth. "I was just too happy for Junior Brother Li earlier. Please excuse my lack of manners. Junior Brother, who is this supreme expert you speak of?" Li Changming approached Changfeng, placing a hand over his mouth. Seeing this, Changfeng also leaned in closer, his face showing joy and anticipation. Li Changming whispered to him, "Let me tell you, this is..." But Changfeng's joy was in vain, because Li Changming did not want to reveal anything about that expert to him, only saying, "A secret." Hearing this, Changfeng's face showed annoyance. Rolling his eyes, he asked back, "Huh?" Li Changming shook his head helplessly, his expression resolute as if he had made up his mind not to reveal anything more, and continued, "It's not that I'm being selfish. The Holy Lord issued a ban forbidding anyone from mentioning matters regarding this expert." After that, he put on a despicable expression, squinted his eyes, and revealed a sinister smile, showing off his glaringly white teeth as if to scare Changfeng. His voice rang out full of threat.
Violators will be immediately expelled from Taisuen.
The next day, the martial arts tournament began. On the vast courtyard bustling with human voices and colors, countless people from all over gathered together. They wore brilliant outfits, carrying burning hopes and dreams. They gathered in small groups of 5 or 7, chatting with each other. The lively chatter blended with playful laughter echoing throughout the space, creating an incredibly vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a resounding sound captured everyone's attention. That sound was like a ringing bell, signaling the start of a grand event. King Holy Land, full of elk. 2 Taoists were sitting in a pavilion, seemingly waiting for someone. One was elegantly drinking tea, while the other could not sit still. He paced back and forth continuously inside the pavilion, revealing an impatient and anxious look. The white-haired Taoist anxiously asked the other, "Where is Senior Brother Holy Lord?" After speaking, he sat down. Hearing this, the other Taoist held his teacup and gently said, "He went to compete in chess skills with Shu Zetian." Hearing that, the white-haired Taoist let out a long sigh. I hope this year we can have some prospects. The Senior Brother Holy Lord that the 2 Taoists just mentioned, Taoist Chang Xuan, who was in a faraway place, suddenly sneezed. Taoist Chang Xuan was sitting in a pavilion amidst a vast bamboo forest, full of peace under the warm morning sunlight. He muttered, "Why do I keep feeling like someone is talking behind my back?" Suddenly, the person competing in chess with him, Shu Zetian, reached out his hand, pointed at the chess piece, and said to him, "Brother He, let's play it quick and simple this time. 1 game to determine the winner." A chessboard and a bowl of chess pieces were placed neatly on the table in the middle of the pavilion. Shu Zetian, wearing a long robe with a purple fur collar, had an extremely serious expression as he asked for the opinion of Taoist Chang Xuan sitting opposite him. "We can increase the bet at any time during the game. How about it?"
Hearing this, Taoist Chang Xuan stroked his snow-white long beard and readily agreed to Shu Zetian's proposal. All right. Shu Zetian's crow's feet-lined face revealed a calm expression, his long purple hair swaying in the gentle breeze blowing through the bamboo forest. He extended his hand and said, "Please." Taoist Chang Xuan placed a black chess piece on the chessboard while saying to Shu Zetian, "Brother Shu." He put his hand down and continued, "Your 4-dragon spitting water formation is truly very powerful. All these years, I still haven't been able to decipher it." His face showed a serious expression as he probed Shu Zetian, "Could it be that you have received the guidance of some renowned master?" Hearing Taoist Chang Xuan's words, Shu Zetian calmly placed a white piece on the board as an affirmation of his confidence. Each piece was placed carefully and meticulously, as if Shu Zetian was drawing up a perfectly tactical battlefield. Then he crossed his arms, a smug look appearing on his face, and asked Taoist Chang Xuan, "Brother He, have you ever heard of chess sage Nangong?" His question echoed in the pavilion, carrying a hint of pride and a bit of a challenge. After speaking, his eyes, sharp as a machete, stared intently at Taoist Chang Xuan, waiting for an answer. Taoist Chang Xuan was stunned upon hearing this and asked Shu Zetian in return, "Are you talking about the current top chess sage of Zhongzhou, Nangong Xuanji?" Taoist Chang Xuan sat opposite him and smiled, his eyes fixed on Shu Zetian as if to confirm what he had just heard. Shu Zetian's face darkened, revealing a smug and superior expression. His mouth curled into a sinister smirk as he answered Taoist Chang Xuan, "That's right, this old man has received his guidance." Taoist Chang Xuan frowned, his old face revealing a look of horror as if he had understood everything. His sharp gaze stared fixedly at Shu Zetian, as if wanting to pierce through his heart. He said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to have the help of the chess sage." Then he smirked, his voice carrying a tone of sarcasm as he continued, "Speaking so bluntly, it seems you feel that you can still win for sure this time."
Shu Zetian, arrogant and conceited, pretended to be modest and replied, "It's not me, it's just that I'm not as petty as Brother He." The 2 of them locked eyes intensely, as if sparks of electricity were flying between their gazes. Shu Zetian gave a fake smile, his face somewhat mocking Taoist Chang Xuan, and said, "You keep the matter of your senior a closely guarded secret, refusing to reveal even the slightest bit of information." Taoist Chang Xuan asked back in annoyance, "I am petty?" Suddenly, Taoist Chang Xuan rotated his hands, creating golden rays of light mixed with a few hints of pink, and said, "Increase the bet." Extremely precious-looking spiritual treasures appeared one after another. Each spiritual treasure emitted a special aura, attracting everyone's gaze. First was an ancient sword, its sharp blade sparkling with a silver light, and a jade pendant the size of a fist, radiating a gentle green light. Besides those, there was a wine jug, and so on. Taoist Chang Xuan reached out his hand with a determined look. "I bet 5 spiritual treasures." Taoist Chang Xuan's declaration made Shu Zetian jump in surprise, his mouth gape open in utter shock. He shouted at him, "You're crazy! I have the help of Senior Nangong." Taoist Chang Xuan stood opposite him and upon hearing this, calmly stroked his beard.
Sunlight pierced through the bamboo canopy, shining down on the small leaves and creating magical, shimmering spots of light. The wind blew loudly, weaving through the deserted bamboo forest and sweeping up the bamboo leaves. The bamboo leaves flew into the pavilion. Taoist Chang Xuan smiled faintly, his gentle smile faintly visible behind the flying bamboo leaves. His eyes exuded the calm and unhurried demeanor of an expert, as he said, "Rest assured, Brother Shu, you don't need to hold back. Whatever abilities you have, just use them." After saying that, his eyes half closed as he sank into silence. His face became stern, exuding an ironclad determination. In his mind, endless thoughts appeared, intertwining with one another. He thought, compared to ancestral Master Ye, he imagined the image of Ye Changqing, with a calm, unhurried, and serious demeanor, raising a folded fan forward. Blue rays of light gathered in front of the fan. Magical green rays of light suddenly gathered in front of the fan, forming a vortex of energy. He reached out his hand to place a black chess piece on the board while continuing his thought. A chess saint is nothing more than a child.
He forcefully placed the chess piece down. A golden aura surrounded his hand as he held the piece. That aura spun continuously, radiating sparkling rays of light. When the black piece was placed on the chessboard, a powerful surge of energy radiated from his hand, enveloping the entire board. An extraordinary source of energy seemed to be released, forming an 8 trigrams formation. Shu Zetian was extremely shocked seeing the scene. He stood like a stone statue, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape in astonishment, and his whole body trembling from intense emotion. With a face full of disbelief, he thought to himself, "What? Impossible! To think he could see a path of survival in the 4 dragons spitting water formation."
After an incense stick's time, based on what Ye Changqing had taught him, Zhang Xuan broke all the life gates in the 4 dragons spitting water. Outside the bamboo forest, the incense burner placed on the ancient tree stump emitted thick smoke. The smoke swirled like dragons soaring in the sky, full of mystery and authority. Perhaps the incense burner was also watching the intense battle between perfected Zhang Xuan and Ye Changqing. It seemed to be cheering for both of them, hoping they could display all their skills and achieve victory. Su Zetian looked at the chessboard, resentful, and asked while panting, "Who on earth taught you your chess skills?" Perfected Zhang Xuan smiled triumphantly, his eyes crinkling, as he stroked his long, silver-white beard, and thought to himself, "Brother Su, stop asking. This old man won't tell." Seeing that perfected Zhang Xuan remained completely silent, a furious expression appeared on Su Zetian's face, as he thought, "Good, good, good. Playing like this, are we?" Suddenly, he pulled out a jade-green stone from nowhere. He laughed loudly, looking at the stone as if with it he could defeat perfected Zhang Xuan. He thought, "Then don't blame me." Outside the pavilion, a gentle breeze blew, carrying the faint fragrance of flowers and grass. The sunlight shone harmoniously across the vast, lush green forest. The leaves rustled in the wind, creating a melodious and soothing piece of music. Su Zetian channeled his energy into the stone, and a brilliant green light radiated from it. He furrowed his brows tightly, sweat pouring down his face, gritted his teeth, and thought, "Ye Changxuan, you forced me to do this." Inside the pavilion, the two sat facing each other. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, shining into the pavilion and dyeing the entire space golden. On the mahogany chessboard placed between them, the black and white chess pieces were locked in a struggling conflict. Looking at the chess formation, Su Zetian thought to himself, "Fortunately, I gave Senior Nangang a Mother Realm Stone."
Su Zetian closed his eyes, letting his imagination soar. Before his eyes appeared the scenery of a majestic mountainous region, with towering peaks lined up closely together. The mountain summits were immersed in clouds and mist, and the fiery red sun shone in all directions, dyeing the entire sky and the mountains red. He continued to think that even if they were at the ends of the earth, they could still converse instantly. It turned out this was the trick he had been hiding for so long. He called out softly, "Senior Nangang, Senior Nangang, Senior Nangang." Nangang Swenji, whom Shu Zetian was calling, was in a distant mountainous region and seemed to have heard his call at this moment. While Nangang Swenji was refining metal, using his power to support an emerald-colored blazing stone in his hands, a loud call suddenly echoed, "Senior Nangang!" Nangang Swenji was slightly displeased at being interrupted before finishing his work. His face darkened slightly, but he still replied politely, "Holy Lord Shu, what is the matter that you seek this old man for?" After all, it was someone close to him. Looking at the emerald green light in Nangang Swenji's hand, Su Zetian felt endlessly anxious. Perhaps he did not want to make his senior feel disappointed or let down, but he still decided to speak his mind. "Your 4 dragons spitting water chess formation is about to be broken." Hearing this, Nangang Swenji was stunned. Oh, a chess formation this old man spent over 1,000 years to create, yet someone in this lifetime can actually break it? Was the effort and dedication he meticulously poured into it completely shattered? Curious as to how that person did it, he asked Su Zetian, "Tell me his solution." After saying that, a magical power appeared under Nangang Swenji's brown robe. A blue light stretched from his hand into a straight line and flew into the distance. Amidst the verdant space of plants and trees interspersed with rocks, a go-board formation appeared before his eyes thanks to Nangang Swenji's power. Perhaps he was recreating his precious heart's blood. The four dragons spitting water formation, which no genius had been able to break for 1,000 years, was now as easy as flipping a hand for someone else. Touching the imaginary chessboard, the escape routes from this layout instantly transformed before his eyes, causing Nangang Swenji to endlessly exclaim, "Exquisite, truly exquisite."
Watching the black and white chess pieces move to escape the encirclement of four dragons spitting water, he felt the subtlety of this go-board world. Nangang Swenji looked at the changes in his creative achievement of over 1,000 years, his white hair over his brown robe and his eyes shining with joy like discovering a new continent, constantly exclaiming, "Even I didn't realize that there were so many gates of survival in this situation." What was this emotion of Nangang Swenji? Xu Zetian initially thought differently. He expected that Nangang Swenji would not let his spiritual child be easily cracked by others, and would find a way to strike back. So he stared wide-eyed and asked with his mouth agape, "Senior Nangang, could it be that even you are tying your hands and submitting?" Seeing through Xu Zetian's thoughts, moreover, with the self-esteem in his heart, Nangang Swenji completely denied it, affirmed his own thoughts, and then smiled in response. "Tying my hands and submitting? After all, this old man has cultivated the Tao of chess for a lifetime. How could I be so easily defeated by someone?" In the heart of the lush green bamboo forest, sunlight gently peers through each canopy of leaves, where a small house was situated, with a tea and pastry table for heartfelt conversations. Continuing the story of the unparalleled situation that has now found its nemesis, a man with white hair sitting opposite Xu Zetian offered his perspective. As a true Go player, in my opinion, only by breaking and rebuilding can one win in danger. That's how it should be. Xu Zetian smugly clenched his fist. He rested his chin on his hand, his sharp eyes narrowed, blooming into a dark smile as his wish was fulfilled. With Senior Nangang making a move, old Ghost He was bound to lose. Thus, he said to the brother chatting with him, "Brother He, why don't we place a big bet?" It turned out to be Taoist Chang Xuan, and he also agreed, feeling it was no big deal. Taoist Chang Xuan, with his usual calm demeanor, replied, "All right, how do you want to bet?" Xu Zetian slyly stated his condition. Very simple, this old man carries two ancient treasures on him, one mid-grade and one high-grade. Just hearing about it, their value was already worth a treasury of 1,000 gold pieces. His sharp, challenging eyes looked toward Taoist Chang Xuan. "We bet on this. How about it?" Taoist Chang Xuan's eyes were in his own world of thought, deeply analyzing Xu Zetian's intentions. Two ancient treasures, sitting opposite each other amidst the fresh air of heaven and earth. Taoist Chang Xuan closed his eyes to feel that refreshing breeze while voicing his analysis of Xu Zetian's request. But why does this old man feel that Brother Xu's intention is not here? Indeed, being brothers, Taoist Chang Xuan understood Xu Zetian too well, so Xu Zetian did not hesitate to admit, "That's right, this old man dares to use two ancient treasures to bet, not only wanting to play chess, but also wanting to bet on the expert you mentioned." His voice began to grow harsh. "Who exactly is it?" Then suddenly his hand reached out, moving his white chess piece forcefully, as if wanting to carve it into the wooden go-board. His skillful fingers then touched the black piece, and its new position on the board was set with tremendous force. An earth-shattering power originated from the go-board in that hall. Purple sparks clashed fiercely with flashing orange light. An intense battle of strength unfolded. Who would be the winner here? The most thrilling part had passed, returning the inherent peace to the blue sky, the leaves happily blending with the sunlight again. After Nangang Swenji personally joined the battle, Taoist Chang Xuan gradually lost his advantage. He thought he understood his brother's playing style, but who would have expected the person right in front of him to undergo a spectacular transformation? Taoist Chang Xuan couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "That's not right. Why has Xu Zetian's chess formation suddenly changed?" Of course it had to change. With the precious stone in hand, Xu Zetian easily unleashed his go-playing abilities to dominate the chessboard.
This was a highly damaging psychological blow to Taoist Chang Xuan. The feeling of not being able to understand his opponent's chess moves surrounded him, making him tremble in waves. Meanwhile, Xu Zetian smiled calmly. "Brother He, why are you so tense?" Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. Seeing that the situation was already at his throat, Taoist Chang Xuan decided to use this 36th stratagem. He stood up, smiled kindly, and cupped his hands to ask for permission. "I suddenly have an urgent matter. Please wait a moment, Brother Xu. Regardless, it won't affect the result much." Xu Zetian agreed. "Please go ahead."
Taoist Chang Xuan left through the emerald stone tablet. Xu Zetian smugly thanked Nangang Swenji, truly worthy of being Senior Nangang. The opponent no longer had the strength to fight back. In the space on the other side, he turned his head away after finishing the task, advising the junior not to underestimate the enemy. A fair distance ahead of the house, the slender knuckles of the cultivator were raised. Perhaps it was a movement technique, because Taoist Chang Xuan was running for his dear life to escape. Just slip away first, then look for ancestral Master Ye to ask for some pointers. It turned out that neither of the two brothers played Go cleanly. The sun was already high, its glaring rays shining down on the tree canopies at a corner of the Chongqing grocery store. It turned out that inside that place there was also a rear courtyard, where the lush trees caused countless leaves to fall whenever the wind blew by, forcing people to clean up all day to keep the space green and clean. Ye Chongqing was enthusiastically sweeping the yard when he was startled by a noise in a nearby trash pile. Fortunately, his hand sweeping the yard was still steady. A small brown object carved with red characters was wriggling in the pile of dry leaves that Ye Chongqing had gathered. There was also a golden light radiating around it. Seeing this scene, Ye Chongqing panicked. What on earth is this? He bent down to observe, using the broom for support, then reached out his hand to pick it up. Looking at the object in the palm of his hand, he was extremely puzzled. The wooden token that Elder Hate gave me? What is going on? There is even light around it. What is happening here? Before he could recover from his confusion, the wooden token flew into the air from his hand, and a very loud call rang out, "Senior Ye!" It was so loud that he had to step back and squint his eyes.
In his palm was still that wooden token, and that surge of power suddenly coiled into a circle. Then, the image of Taoist Chang Xuan appeared in the sky, his face tearful with sparkling puppy eyes looking at him, his mouth crying out aggrievedly, "Senior Ye, save my life!" Seeing Taoist Chang Xuan, Ye Chang Xuan's face turned pale, as white as a sheet of paper, his mouth agape in extreme shock. Oh my God, could you believe it? Is this the video call tool of cultivators? Not letting Ye Chang Xuan stare blankly at him like that any longer, Taoist Chang Xuan continued to wail and cry, his white hair and beard drooping down because he needed to be saved. "Senior Ye, this old man is in trouble. You must definitely help me." Seeing Taoist Chang Xuan looking so pitiful, Ye Chang Xuan was a bit hesitant. What in the world is it this time? All right, first things first, he had to help the person. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda after all. Therefore, Ye Chang Xuan told Taoist Chang Xuan to state his problem. Well, he spoke first, but still out of fear he involuntarily took 3 steps back, even raising his hand as a protective shield. Didn't that stance look a bit cowardly? But his heart was in the right place, so let's let it slide. Having received help, Taoist Chang Xuan clasped his hands together and stepped back to a corner to display the chess formation that Shu Zetian used to oppress him. His eyes narrowed with joy as he asked Ye Chang Xuan, "Please take a look. How should the black piece move to escape the siege?" Ye Chang Xuan looked at the chess formation in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and then pointed his index finger. Is that it? Look, isn't that disappointing? To him it was as easy as pie, but to Taoist Chang Xuan it was super difficult. Seeing Ye Chang Xuan so angry that he was speechless, like a teacher seeing his student failing to do basic homework, Taoist Chang Xuan's tear-filled eyes widened, looking at him with tears welling up.
No matter how much he explained, it wouldn't work, so the teacher Ye Chongqing became helpless. It was giving him a serious headache, but he couldn't bear to refuse perfected Zhang Xuan, so he had to say, "Forget it, I'll tell you which move to make, and you play exactly like that." How awesome for perfected Zhang Xuan. Hearing Ye Chongqing agree to help him, he smiled as bright as a flower, obediently thanking his capable teacher. "Yes, thank you, Senior Ye." What a truly kind-hearted person. Holding the wooden tablet securely, as if his victory over Shu Zetian was already in hand, perfected Zhang Xuan smiled triumphantly, his previous puppy dog eyes asking for help now fully replaced. One could only see the scheming of a person using a dirty trick to call for backup. With the ancestral master personally taking the field, everything would be fine today. Perhaps in the bamboo forest just now, perfected Zhang Xuan had already been instructed by Ye Chongqing on a few brilliant chess moves to defeat Shu Zetian, so let's look forward to his counterattack. Returning to the unfinished Go board, perfected Zhang Xuan smiled brightly. "Junior brother Shu, you've waited a long time." His demeanor was extremely confident, a far cry from when he was pressured by Shu Zetian or Nangong Xuanzheni himself. Shu Zetian also noticed this abnormality. Crossing his arms, he said to perfected Zhang Xuan, "Brother Hey, you are so relaxed. Has your skill progressed 1,000 miles?" That was just the opening greeting. Now let's continue the fierce match between perfected Zhang Xuan and Shu Zetian. Perfected Zhang Xuan's eyes half closed. Perhaps he was using his mental power to prepare for the best move. His battle stance was ready, his fingers picking up a black piece from the chess box. And now Ye Chongqing, guiding from afar with a mysterious power like the night moon, had his calm voice echo out magically. Black plays at the star 8th position, severing the 2 pieces. Telepathy was activated, and perfected Zhang Xuan replied, "Yes," then placed the piece exactly where Ye Chongqing directed, with grand momentum. What is this? Playing a chess move outside of their expectations? How will the duo of Shu Zetian and the 1,000-year chess player Nangong Xuanzheni deal with this? Seeing this position, Shu Zetian's face darkened a bit, feeling somewhat panicked and afraid. He thought he already had the victory in hand, never expecting perfected Zhang Xuan to return so phenomenally.
Through the emerald jade stone, Nangang Xuanji decided to choose White 9 Retreat as the next move. Xu Zetian relayed his thought, understood, and his hand quickly placed the chess piece on the chessboard. Like a powerful wolf in the night, Ye Changqing chose his move. Black 10 falls into position. Connecting heaven and earth was transmitted from afar to command Taoist Changxuan. A clack echoed on the chessboard. The move was set, deciding to fight them with his power. Nangang Xuanji absolutely refused to admit defeat and launched a killing blow right away, which was White 33, Flood Dragon becoming a true dragon. With the majestic power of the dragon caused trouble for the opposing team. A black chess piece was placed on the chessboard. A fierce counterattack for Black 10 falls into position. Connecting heaven and earth is right here. The match between the two seniors of Xu Zetian and Taoist Changxuan is truly too fascinating. What will Ye Changqing's counterattack through Taoist Changxuan be? Nangang Xuanji, who did not know about the existence of the Go Master that Taoist Changxuan asked for help, looked at his chess piece and sneered complacently, seeing how the junior would respond. Ye Changqing will not let him rejoice and win. Stop struggling. Sooner or later he will trap him on this chessboard. Are these two really well-matched opponents? Let's look forward to the next part. Why could Ye Changqing confidently say that Nangang Xuanji's side should stop struggling? Because the co-threat has been resolved. Although the white pieces have a strong momentum, it's time for them to be exhausted. It seems that the expert of the cultivation world, Nangang Xuanji, is not his opponent after all.
Unparalleled power has arrived. Ye Changqing shouted, the final move. His hands controlled his power. Thanks to telepathy, Taoist Changxuan could exactly mimic his movements, preparing to unleash a strike that would make his opponents look up in awe. Indeed, Nangang Xuanji and Xu Zetian stared blankly at Taoist Changxuan. What would this move be? Could the two of them decipher it? And that was exactly Ye Changqing's powerful weapon. Duan Long Stone, Dragon Severing Stone. The golden color stood out glaringly. The convergence of essence was right here. How could the emerald dragon withstand it? There is actually such a chess move? Nangang Xuanji was shocked speechless, his eyes staring blankly at Taoist Changxuan's move. How could this be? Xu Zetian also couldn't believe his eyes. He had lost his composure in front of Taoist Changxuan. Senior Nangang had lost. The white pieces were surrounded on all sides, with no way to escape. Taoist Changxuan was as happy as a clam. Ye Changqing, seeing this scene from afar, couldn't help but think that this old man was using him as a buff again. Truly, everything ended up in his hands. Looking at the wooden token in his hand, Taoist Changxuan was thrilled, smiling brightly, and said to the benefactor who saved him in the chess match, "Thank you, Senior Ye. Thank you, Senior Ye." How could he forget this favor? Xu Zetian, seeing his brother, turned to stone. Was this old man normal? Was he really that overjoyed just from winning a game of chess? The main business was done, and Ye Changqing had to continue with his sweeping. Therefore, he quickly wrapped things up and replied, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." His eyes looked at the wooden token. As for Nangang Xuanji, he was burning with anger, because in this cultivation world, the title of the #1 Go player that once belonged to Nangang Xuanji had now collapsed. His entire body couldn't stand firm, and the palm holding the stone tablet trembled in waves out of anger. This old man has cultivated the Tao of chess for nearly 3,000 years.
Feeling that his position had been snatched away, he was unwilling to accept it, having considered himself invincible in the world regarding the Tao of chess. Now, not only had someone seen through this old man's moves, but they had also defeated this old man in chess intent. Who was it? Who had forced him into this situation? He had to know. Through the stone slab, he asked Xu Zetian, his voice roaring in anger, "Holy Lord Xu, where exactly are you right now? Who are you playing chess with?" Xu Zetian was terrified upon hearing this. Perhaps he realized just how intensely the fire of anger in Nangang Xuanji's heart was burning. He stammered in reply, Taiswen Holy Land, north of the Great Yan Nation." He was also heartbroken, as his two ancient treasures and his wish could no longer be fulfilled, leaving his face grimacing and tears on the verge of spilling from his eyes. "The person playing chess with me is Holy Lord Perfected Zhongsuen of Taiswen Holy Land." However, Xu Zetian knew that Perfected Zhongsuen could not be that profound, and was also cheating like him, so he honestly confessed what he knew to Nangang Xuanji. But behind him is a mysterious expert. Even I don't know who it is. He meant that the peerlessly powerful Ye Changqing had strongly supported Perfected Zhongsuen. Having understood, Nangang Xuanji replied to Xu Zetian, "Got it." Thus, swift as a flash, Nangang Xuanji flew across the blue sky, soaring alongside a flock of swallows spreading their wings toward a suitable destination. Perhaps he was going to find the person who dethroned him in the Great Yan Nation. Perfected Zhongsuen and the expert Ye Changqing get ready to prepare tea and pastries to welcome a distinguished guest from afar, and prepare your mindset to play another game of Go. Crossing thousands of high mountains, Nangang Xuanji was still continuing his journey to find the person who defeated him. This determination was truly admirable.
One had to admire such an example of hard work in his twilight years, crossing thousands of miles, passing through towering cloudy mountains. Keep it up, Nangang Swenji. Of course, because he wholeheartedly wanted to learn, he had to meet that expert, otherwise his cultivation would stagnate here forever and never progress. While one person was pondering, feeling that his 1,000 years of learning chess skills had collapsed and a golden empire was threatened, the other was leisurely thinking about the chess formation. Ye Changqing was the latter. Reflecting on that chess game, he sighed out of boredom. Sigh, I haven't played this type of chess formation since I was in middle school.
While watching the platinum-haired beauty play music, he pondered, let's increase the difficulty of it next time. Seeing the figure of the man sitting shoulder to shoulder, her fair and elegant hands stopped on the zither strings, no longer continuing with her favorite instrument. Dan Tong Ching Shui smiled gently at him, her radiant beauty beaming with smiling eyes, and her voice, clear as a forest spring, rang out. Grandmaster Ye, is there still any problem with the zither piece Ching Shui just played? Ye Chongqing tilted his head, sipping a mouthful of water, feeling deeply appreciative of the melody like a true veteran. Placing the cup down on the stone table with a clink, he prepared to give his comments. As expected of the main character, he understands and knows every problem. Surely Ye Chongqing was well versed in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting in his old world.
He tilted his chin in thought, his long black hair falling over the shoulders of his blue robe. His eyes were closed, but he could still offer an objective critique. Overall, this zither piece is quite decent, but it lacks a certain kind of feeling. What is this? This guy talks in such a complicated way. This time, Dan Tong Ching Shui was also puzzled by his comment. Tilted her head, her sparkling eyes looking at him, looking incredibly cute and adorable. You have hit the reader's hearts, Dan Tong Ching Shui. She gently asked Ye Chongqing, what exactly is the feeling you are talking about? Ye Chongqing felt that Dan Tong Ching Shui's zither playing seemed to be lacking something, so he was giving her feedback. Ye Chongqing gently closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest while slowly giving Dan Tong Ching Shui his critique on the proper way to play the zither. During the process of your playing, you focused too much on technique and neglected the emotion of the music. You must learn to follow your heart's desires and release your innate nature. As he continued to speak, Ye Chongqing changed his posture, going from crossing his arms over his chest to raising one hand high as if to touch the sky, with the other hand pointing straight to the ground. An illusion of beautiful white flowers and sparkling lights surrounded Ye Chongqing's body. Dan Tong Ching Shui looked at her two hands, appearing very pensive as she secretly thought to herself. It turned out that for a long time she always felt she was lacking something, but did not know what it was. Today, hearing Ye Chongqing's critique made Dan Tong Ching Shui suddenly awaken, and she stutteringly repeated the incantation Ye Chongqing had just spoken. Follow your heart's desires, release your innate nature. Dan Tong Ching Shui felt like she had worn out iron shoes searching in vain, only to find it effortlessly. Could this be what the Master Holy Lord once spoke of? The highest profound meaning of the Tao of music, the spotless state of mind? Dan Tong Ching Shui seemed to comprehend the philosophy of life distilled from the core of Ye Chongqing's words. Just within her eyes alone, a sharp light was hidden. That source of philosophy was like fierce, erupting volcanic magma, causing Dan Tong Ching Shui to fully awaken.
Ye Chongqing felt that having only theory without practice was not very good, so he hurriedly spoke up. Let's do this. I will play this piece again. Listen carefully and feel it. Dan Tong Ching Shui replied, yes. Saying so, Ye Chongqing approached the zither and sat down. Then Ye Chongqing began to use his 10 slender fingers to touch the strings, tune them, and pluck a few notes, actively listening to Ye Chongqing play and learning. The clear sounds played by Ye Chongqing soared gently, blending into the bustling atmosphere of Xiachi town. On the streets at this time, many people were busy trading, shopping, and strolling. That melodious tune, along with its gentle notes, flew to the front of shopkeeper Wei's Weiji restaurant. Inside, shopkeeper Wei and Ah Fu were standing next to the checkout counter, pricking up their ears to listen. Shopkeeper Wei heard a slight difference in the zither sound and sighed, Aizo, the sound of the zither has changed. This must be the zither played by Mr. Ye himself. Ah Fu, beside him, also felt that it seemed to be Ye Chongqing playing personally, so he spoke up. That's right, it is a completely different cultivation realm from the sound just now.
Returning to Ye Changqing's house, he was still immersed in the art, the rising and falling sounds still echoing steadily. After finishing that piece of music, Ye Changqing happily turned his head to look at Dan Tong Ching Shui and probed her. How do you feel? As for her, it seemed she was still trembling a little. Dan Tong Ching Shui was deeply moved, her eyes clearly reflecting many intertwined complex emotions, surrounded by an illusion of blooming roses. Dan Tong Ching Shui felt that the music she played sounded very ordinary, but the piece played by Ye Changqing was incredibly profound. Then, Dan Tong Ching Shui looked at Ye Changqing and sighed with admiration. What Grandmaster Ye said just now is indeed reasonable. Ching Shui needs to try harder. Ye Changqing, hearing Dan Tongqing Shui's answer, knew she had understood the deep meaning inside the music, so he stood up and said to her, "It's good that you can feel it." After saying that, Ye Changqing left, but did not forget to leave Dan Tongqing Shui with one sentence: "It's getting late, let's stop here for today." As for Dan Tongqing Shui, her emotions at this moment seemed a bit complex, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Dan Tongqing Shui's face darkened as she bit her lip. Suddenly, Dan Tongqing Shui turned her head back to look at Ye Changqing and called out, "Grandmaster Ye." After that, Dan Tongqing Shui lowered her head. She seemed a bit unhappy, but still looked at Ye Changqing with admiration and reluctantly said, "Qing Shui has been here for a while now. I plan to leave tomorrow." Ye Changqing was a bit surprised to hear Dan Tongqing Shui wanted to leave. "Huh? Want to leave already?" Ye Changqing, carrying a somewhat melancholy mood, thought to himself, "Sigh." As expected, humans and immortals walk different paths. Suddenly, Dan Tongqing Shui took out some kind of book from her person. Then, Dan Tongqing Shui blushed shyly and said to Ye Changqing, "I obtained this ancient book by chance, but I cannot comprehend its contents. Qing Shui has never been able to understand it. I'm afraid only Grandmaster Ye can understand it.
Therefore, Qing Shui wants to give it to you." Along with these words, Dan Tongqing Shui blushed, tightly closed her eyes, and used both hands to hand the book to Ye Changqing. Ye Changqing reached out and received the book gifted by Dan Tongqing Shui. After that, Ye Changqing slowly opened the book, and a ray of white light emitted from within it. Then he looked carefully at the music score written on it and said, "The text on this seems to have had its rules intentionally scrambled by someone, but it is not impossible to decipher. I will try it tonight." Ye Changqing happily pointed straight to the sky and spoke out loud. Looking like he could succeed, he was a bit smug. Shifting the scene to another place, at a small pavilion somewhere, surrounded by bamboo trees, the scenery looked incredibly peaceful. It turned out this was the place where perfected Zhang Xuan and Su Zetian were competing in chess skills, and the content of their competition was Go. Perfected Zhang Xuan stroked his beard while looking at Su Zetian with an expression that seemed challenging and said, "Brother Su, the game just now was definitely a remarkably spectacular game." Su Zetian looked a bit angry, his trembling hand clenching tightly, and the purple ring on his finger shone brighter than normal rings. But Su Zetian still tried to restrain himself from losing his temper, looked at perfected Zhang Xuan and said, "Brother Hei's chess skills now truly open my eyes. The two ancient treasures serving as the betting conditioner in this ring. Take it." After saying that, Su Zetian took off the glowing purple ring on his finger, placed it on the Go board, and pushed it toward perfected Zhang Xuan. Currently, perfected Zhang Xuan was feeling very excited about winning against Su Zetian, staring intently at the ring while thinking to himself, after losing for so many years, there's finally a day to win it back. In contrast to perfected Zhang Xuan's joyful appearance, waving goodbye to Su Zetian and saying, "Brother Su, take care." On Su Zetian's side, he was miserably disappointed because of the tragic loss, so he lowered his head and left dejectedly.
While perfected Zhang Xuan was still smiling brightly like a flower to say goodbye to Zhu Zetian, suddenly from behind, Taoist Yuan Jian also poked his head out to peek, feeling extremely joyful in his heart, and then stepped towards perfected Zhang Xuan. Perfected Zhang Xuan turned his head and saw Taoist Yuan Jian speaking. "Congratulations, Holy Lord Senior Brother. Today you can finally hold your head high." Along with the congratulations, Taoist Yuan Jian did not forget to give a thumbs up to express, "Senior Brother is amazing." Perfected Zhang Xuan knew Taoist Yuan Jian would definitely come here to peek, so he wasn't too surprised to see his appearance. Perfected Zhang Xuan trembled all over, clasped his hands together, his heart filled with joy, and said emotionally in tears, "If it weren't for Ancestral Master Ye's dedicated guidance, this old man fears that I wouldn't have been able to win in my entire life." Taoist Yuan Jian, who was peeking earlier, saw that perfected Zhang Xuan had won 2 ancient artifacts, so he said happily, "Senior Brother, hurry up and take out the 2 ancient treasures to take a look." Perfected Zhang Xuan was so overjoyed that he almost forgot, so he clenched his fists and said excitedly, "All right." Perfected Zhang Xuan used his magical power. After that, an orange circle appeared, and in the middle was the brain he had just won from Zhu Zetian, floating in the air. When he successfully summoned the 2 ancient treasures, perfected Zhang Xuan seemed a bit silent, while Taoist Yuan Jian's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O shape in astonishment as he said, "This?"
Here's a pen and a bell. In front of Taoist Chang Xuan and Taoist Wan Zhan, a black brush pen covered in green murderous intent appeared. A beautifully carved copper bell with orange-red light, covered in purple murderous intent, also appeared. Looking closely, the body of the black brush pen was decorated with exquisite patterns, and a red string was added on top. The body of this brush seems to be made of Yuli iron essence, Taoist Yuan Zhan said. Yuli iron essence is very rare. It carries a fierce aura from birth and can easily damage a cultivator's soul. It's better not to provoke it. The shock on Taoist Yuan Zhan's face had not yet faded. Next was the copper bell. On the body of the bell, countless souls seemed to be faintly hovering around. This bell has an extremely strong murderous intent. Only by suppressing and killing countless living souls could such a terrifying aura be born, Taoist Chang Xuan said. The faces of Taoist Chang Xuan and Taoist Yuan Zhan were filled with surprise mixed with horror. Taoist Chang Xuan looked at the 2 ancient treasures with a cold gaze, thought of something in his mind, and then spoke.
an ancient treasure containing immense power. If it can be used as the central magical artifact of our Taishuan Grand Mountain Protecting Formation, along with Taoist Changshuan's words, an illusion of the copper bell appeared in the center of an 8-trigram circle, surrounded by many thick chains, looking quite terrifying. Then our Taishuan can enjoy eternal peace, Taoist Yuanzhan cheered joyfully. At this time, Taoist Changshuan had stored the 2 ancient treasures with extremely heavy murderous intent into his purple ring, then looked at it and said coldly, "Let's talk about this later." Standing behind him, Taoist Yuanzhan exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? The Holy Sun Martial Tournament is about to begin. Let's go take a look." After saying that, Taoist Changshuan and Taoist Yuanzhan stepped out of the bamboo forest and headed to the martial tournament. Switching scenes, in front of the martial tournament arena, Su Zetian shuddered. He seemed to have sensed the presence of Nangong Xuanji's group, Qi Delong, and a white-haired, white-bearded man with 6-pack abs. Nangong Xuanji's group was staring sharply at Su Zetian, as if they wanted to eat him alive. As for Qi Delong, his stare at Su Zetian was even more intense, terrifying enough to burn him. Su Zetian shuddered, turned his head, and asked fearfully, "Why are you all looking at this old man?" But in his heart he knew exactly why. Qi Delong angrily furrowed his brows, looked at Su Zetian with a judgmental gaze, and said loudly to him, "Holy Lord, senior brother, you just lost 2 ancient treasures." Along with those words, Qi Delong also held up 2 fingers to make it clear, causing Su Zetian to be so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, his teeth chattering, his eyes wide open, and his whole body frozen, unable to move.
Su Zetian trembled even more in fear when he saw the man with white hair and beard, possessing a 6-pack abdomen, glaring and pointing straight at his face, shouting, "Holy Lord, can the lost items be put on your tab?" Nangong Xuanji beside him showed no emotion, just standing there gently stroking his beard before speaking coldly. "Although the assets of our Ziqing Holy Land are large, they cannot withstand such squandering."
Interrogated by all 3 at the same time, Su Zetian was so terrified that he couldn't bear it anymore. He had to raise his hands to show his surrender and said, "The 2 ancient treasures were secretly hidden by this old man, you can rest assured." Hearing Su Zetian's words, Qi Delong seemed to vent some of the anger in his heart. While stroking his beard, he calmly said, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" The white-haired, white-bearded man with the 6-pack abs next to him also became happy again and lowered his voice, saying, "Making us worry for nothing," which gave Su Zetian a scare, but also brought a little bit of annoyance. Nangong Xuanji now calmly and satisfyingly spoke up. "Why haven't we ever heard Senior Brother Holy Lord mention it before?" Su Zetian had now returned to his normal state. He secretly thought about the 2 ancient treasures he had given to Taoist Changshuan, then spoke in a deep, gloomy voice. "Because these 2 items are the rarest, ultimate killing weapons in the world." Hearing this sentence from Su Zetian made Nangong Xuanji, Qi Delong, and the white-haired man with 6-pack abs panic and shout, "What?" Hearing the panicked shouts of Nangong Xuanji and the others, Su Zetian still showed no emotion. The 2 magical treasures that Su Zetian had lost to Changshuan both came from the land of great peril. Countless fellow disciples had their bodies destroyed and their Tao erased to suppress these 2 ancient treasures until now. Su Zetian said bitterly, "Even with the cultivation of us martial brothers right now, we cannot easily try to break the seal. Otherwise, a disaster will definitely strike." The old man standing next to him panicked. "Such dangerous items. Why did Senior Brother still want to give them to the Taishuan Holy Lord?" Another person next to him was sweating profusely with worry and said, "That's right. What if he breaks the seal on it? Won't it plunge all living beings into misery?"
Zhu Jitian turned his face, saying smugly, "This old man has his own intentions." He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "Brother He, if you can truly break the seal." He let out a wicked smile, thinking, "When disaster strikes Taishuan Holy Land, this old man wants to see whether the mysterious senior you spoke of will just stand by and watch." As he thought this, his face revealed a sinister expression. The 2 old men next to him looked at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat. The 3 people standing around Zhu Jitian advised, "Senior brother, isn't this too risky? Taishuan merely beat you in a game of chess, yet you want to destroy their territory. If word gets out, it will ruin the reputation of Zhu Jitian Holy Land." All 3 of them said in unison, "Senior Brother Holy Lord, please think this through carefully." After hearing the advice of the 3, Zhu Jitian just waved his hand and frowned. "I am well aware of your concerns, but this old man has his own plans. The 3 junior brothers do not need to persuade me." He looked down at the courtyard and asked, "Where is that girl Qingsui? We have been at Taishuan Holy Land for several days, yet I haven't seen her." A silver-haired old man nearby stroked his beard and said, "Earlier on the way, the girl Qingsui heard the sound of a zither and chased after it. It seems she has sensed some providence." Zhu Jitian nodded in agreement. "That's right," he said. "Although Cheng Feng and Qingsui were both established as the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, and their cultivation talents are not far apart, Qingsui was born with special providence on her body, able to encounter the most beneficial providence for her cultivation,
While Chang Feng is plagued by bad luck, Ching Sui has a physique favored by fortune.
He rested his chin on his hand, frowned, and said, "But if we talk about the proactiveness for the position of Holy Lord, it would be great if Ching Shui had half of Chang Feng's." At this time, a voice from outside came, inviting the two Holy Lords to the stage. The old man turned around. "Oh, it's about to start." At this moment, two profound beams of light, one azure and one purple, landed. It was Chang Feng and Chang Ming standing facing each other on the field. The gathered crowd watched with excitement and shouted, "Look quickly, it's Senior Brother Li." Someone outside exclaimed, "Ever since Senior Brother Li switched to cultivating the sword Dao, it's like he has changed into a different person. He even seems to have Buddha nature." Chang Ming stood with his hands clasped, his body emitting an aura, and the people behind him cheered. "Senior Brother Li, do your best. Tai Swain Holy Land will definitely win." A red-haired guy, annoyed by Chang Ming, immediately said a few mocking words. So what if he switched his cultivation? The guy standing next to him chimed in. "That's right, our senior brother has already been leading in the sword Dao for 100 years. Chang Feng at this time held his sword in his hand, and the crowd behind him cheered. "Take care of Tai Swain Holy Land. Senior brother, do your best." Zhu Zhetian turned around to look. He said, "Brother Chang Xuan, we are only waiting for you to preside over the grand situation." Hearing this, Chang Xuan was delighted and replied with a cheerful smile. "All right, Brother Shu has waited a long time." He stood up and announced loudly, "The martial arts tournament begins now." Chang Feng smiled, looked at Chang Ming and said, "Junior Brother Li, please advise me." But Chang Ming's opening words surprised Chang Feng. He reached out his hand and gently said, "Senior Yin, can you listen to a word from this little brother?" Chang Feng thought to himself, "What trick are you trying to play?" But he still reluctantly blurted out, "What do you want to say?" Chang Ming clasped his hands together, his aura radiating all around his body. "The current me has only switched to cultivating the sword Dao for half a year. My level is still far behind. Looking across the entire Tai Swain Holy Land, the only person who can compete with Senior Yin in sportsmanship is junior sister Wu Shuang."
Chang Feng frowned. "Are you talking about Lu Wushuang, the gold attribute female sword cultivator of your Tai Swan Pavilion?" Chang Feng pointed his sword and angrily shouted, "She is nothing but an ordinary true disciple. How can she compare to a holy son like you and me?" Chang Ming smiled and pointed his finger up. "Brother Yin is being narrow-minded. Sister Wu Shuang's sword skill is definitely above mine." Chang Feng broke a sweat and thought to himself, "This Li Chang Ming has already comprehended the sword Dao true intent. If it is really as he says, what level of strength has Lu Wushuang reached?" He looked up at Zhu Zetian and thought, "No, it wasn't easy for Dantong Ching Shui to not be here. It's my turn to show off." He thought to himself that he absolutely could not lose at this martial arts gathering, right in front of the Master Holy Lord. Chang Feng angrily gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He shouted loudly, "Junior Brother Li, stop changing the subject. It's still better for you and me to spar." His eyes lit up as he looked straight towards Chang Ming. Then he swung his sword, flew over, and shouted, "Watch my sword!" At this moment, a towering golden light appeared in the sky. Lu Wushuang was hovering in the sky holding a sword, then rushed straight down towards Chang Ming and Chang Feng. Seeing this, Chang Feng panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. He frowned, his jaw dropped, and he exclaimed, That is Lu Wushuang."
Lu Wushuang was looking down and glaring at him at this moment. Seeing this, Zhu Zetian also exclaimed, That is," he frowned, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to speak, "yin-yang sword intent." The old man standing next to Chang Shuang smiled happily and said, "Not bad, yin-yang sword intent, a supreme comprehension, much better than normal sword Dao true intent." At this time, Lu Wushuang landed on the ground. Chang Ming turned his head to look, and Chang Feng was startled in surprise. The crowd outside cheered, "Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister, not only has your cultivation increased, but you are also even more beautiful. Your cold face is like the sun in the middle of winter, exactly the cold beauty type." Chang Ming clasped his hands and said, "Junior Sister Lu, congratulations on making another breakthrough in the sword Dao." She smiled, her beauty as pretty as a flower, and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother. Originally, Wu Shuang wanted to practice cultivation for a while longer, but because I didn't want to miss this martial arts tournament, I came out of seclusion earlier than planned." At the palace walls, the two met at a location. Lu Wushuang came in front of Chang Feng, lowered her body, clasped her hands politely, and said, "Holy Sun Yin has studied the sword Dao for many years. Taking the opportunity of this martial arts tournament, Wu Shuang would like to ask for some guidance from you." After hearing her request, Chang Feng was extremely startled by this condition. Then, a guy suddenly appeared. Li Chang Ming broke the atmosphere between the two. He nonchalantly smiled happily with both hands. "This is great. Both of you are experts in cultivating the sword Dao. It just so happens that you are evenly matched opponents." But in the meantime, Chang Feng gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and his face showed extreme tension, thinking about one thing in his head. This Lu Wushuang is young, but has already cultivated the yin-yang sword intent. Even if I use all my strength, it's still unclear who will win or lose.
Seemingly guessing the strength of the opponent right in front of him, he was extremely anxious in his heart, not knowing where he would end up in this martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, he pondered silently. Facing her in such an important situation, he could not risk failing.
After thinking for a while, Chongfeng raised his hand to show a challenge to Lu Wushuang, smiling as he said, "Junior sister Lu, this is a match between those of the Holy Sun Revel. An ordinary true disciple like you is afraid to have no qualifications to fight me." Hearing his words, Li Chongming grasped one hand and slapped the back of his hand strongly, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Ah, then that's just perfect." After that, he pointed at Lu Wushuang and told him that earlier, Master had declared that Junior Sister Lu is already the Holy Maiden of our Taishuan Holy Land. It seemed that Li Chongming's words would surprise Chongfeng greatly, and exactly as predicted beforehand, he was extremely shocked, feeling as if struck by lightning, grimacing, his jaw dropping, and shouting after hearing the earth-shattering news. "What?" At this time, Xu Zetian, hearing the conversation, immediately turned to Taoist Changshuan to ask about the situation. Is what Li Chongming said true? Changshuan stroked his beard and calmly replied, "Of course." Right then, Taoist Changshuan from above spoke loudly down below for Chongfeng to hear clearly. "Martial nephew Chongfeng, Wushuang has already been conferred as the Holy Maiden of our sect. It's just that the conferment ceremony hasn't been held yet, so her fighting with you is not considered overstepping the rules." Hearing this, he was extremely startled. What? Because fundamentally, this was not within Chongfeng's expectations. Meanwhile, upon hearing Changshuan's words, Xu Zetian sweated from his forehead to his cheeks, pondering deeply in his mind with extreme anxiety. In the end, Lu Wushuang is only a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, still one step behind Chongfeng's nascent soul cultivation realm, so he definitely cannot lose.
Having finished his thoughts, he reached out from the upper floor and spoke loudly to Chang Feng. "If Holy Lord Chang Xuan has said so, then just go ahead and accept the challenge. Don't let outsiders look down on our Xiqing Holy Land." Hearing this, Chang Feng's entire face broke out in a sweat, and he panicked, blurting out, "Huh?" It seemed that Shatan's words of encouragement were not very effective for Chang Feng. Because the opponent in front of him was likely very strong, he was extremely apprehensive about challenging Lu Wushuang. Receiving Shatan's words made him grit his teeth, the anger in his heart multiplying. The pressure and burden on his shoulders became heavier than ever before. Originally, he wanted to defeat Li Changming to establish his prestige, so how did it turn out like this? Thus, having gathered his thoughts, he calmly reassured himself. Although he knew it was difficult, he had to stay calm. Otherwise, an unpredictable emotional outburst would lead to total defeat. He extended his hand and said, "Junior Sister Lu, please." Lu Wushuang clasped her hands together. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yin." His words of this moment seemed quite timid, lacking the confidence he had earlier. This proved one thing. Outwardly, he was extremely defiant towards Junior Sister Lu, but inwardly, he was extremely scared and uneasy. Chang Feng's anxiety was growing higher and higher, showing no signs of cooling down. During this tense moment, Li Changming, who was far away from the arena outside, raised both hands and waved, wearing an encouraging smile for the two young members, and shouted loudly, "Good luck, you two." Hearing the voice coming from the outside area, the two young members turned their heads to look. One side seemed quite calm, but the other side, which was him, felt extremely helpless and at a loss regarding the guy's actions. What was bound to happen had come. Everything was ready for both sides. Now it just took one of them to make a move and act first. And to avoid waiting too long, Chang Feng was the first to strike. On his face right now, from his forehead to his cheeks, there was a streak of sweat. He was extremely worried, but he had to continue fulfilling his duty. He raised his hand and cast a spell to summon his sword.
At this very moment, he frowned, grimaced, and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself that even if you have cultivated the yin-yang sword intent, I have practiced the sword Dao for 100 years. After this thought, he dashed desperately towards Lu Wushuang and shouted loudly, "Take this!" even though she hadn't prepared her move yet. As soon as she saw the opponent preparing to act, she quickly closed her eyes, placed her hands in front of her chest, summoned a sword to fight, and at this moment, her eyes became sharper than ever. Right here, she used her own unique technique, and a massive, terrifying, and fierce silhouette appeared behind her. Zhen Yuan Sword Scripture, 8th Stage. Outside the martial arts arena, seeing the fierce power from the girl's side, everyone gasped in amazement. However, there were two different kinds of reactions. One side was left with their mouths wide open in utter shock at what was before their eyes, while the other side was completely infatuated and deeply captivated. Changming was completely different. He was very calm and proud, clapping his hands in praise. Wushuang is so amazing. In another area, the two people watching from the balcony, Taoist Chang Xuan and Xu Zetian, couldn't help but be shocked, bewildered, and sweating upon seeing the technique, exclaiming, "What?" But everyone else's reaction was nothing compared to Chang Feng, who was heavily shocked because he witnessed something he couldn't believe. His face was covered in sweat, his mouth hung wide open, and with visible panic, he shouted loudly, "8th Stage!"
Seeing the unbelievable truth before his eyes, he froze on the spot and shouted, "How? How could this be?" At this moment, her eyes lit up and then closed, channeling her power into the sword, and she remembered the technique that Chongqing had taught her. after which she opened her large eyes and decisively pointed her sword, slashing down heavily at her opponent. The slash cut off a few strands of Changfeng's hair, causing him to turn pale and stand completely paralyzed, unable to do anything because her power was overwhelmingly greater than his own capabilities, leaving him frozen and astounded. Because Lu Wushuang's recent attack was so powerful, it created an immense shockwave as a long sword strike was unleashed, causing the distant mountain to crack, and the multi-story building there was also affected. At this time, a young man with pink hair suddenly knelt on the floor, with a dark cloud over his head and water droplets falling like rain. This young man was none other than Changfeng. He looked up to show respect to someone, his face darkened, and with terrified, trembling eyes, he stuttered, I lost. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a beautiful girl holding a sword appeared and walked forward. Suddenly, the sword in the girl's hand gradually disappeared. It seemed as if the sword itself was dissipating. That beautiful girl was Lu Wushuang. She knelt down and cupped her hands over her chest as if she was reporting to someone and said, "Thanks for the concession." Down below, although there were many people watching Lu Wushuang kneeling and reporting information to a mysterious woman who seemed to hold a very high status, among all the people present at that moment, no one dared to speak up, yet there was only one young man clapping, his mouth continuously praising Lu Wushuang incessantly. Excellent, excellent. That young man was Li Chongming. He laughed, clapped, and praised, as expected of junior sister Lu.
Up above there were two men, one with white hair and one with red hair, looking down. The red-haired man started complaining. What is going on with this Lu Wushuang? That red-haired man was none other than Shu Zetian. He got angry, his face dark, grabbing the collar of the white-haired man next to him and yelling, "What was that thing just now?" The white-haired man, intimidated by Shu Zetian, was Taoist Changshuang. He was terrified, his whole body trembling. He coughed once, then stammered in response to the angry Shu Zetian, This old man also doesn't know." Facing Shu Zetian's terrifying face and his hand gripping tightly onto his collar, he was so frightened that sweat poured down his face as if he had just been drenched in water, and he continued, Perhaps she comprehended it herself during secluded cultivation. After hearing the answer, Shu Zetian still seemed unsatisfied and had not calmed down. He was angry, his face turning gloomy. The fury was fully displayed on his face. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Damn it! Shu Zetian sat down on a nearby red chair with a face full of anger, his arms crossed over his chest, his legs shaking. His mind was currently filled with questions. Previously, Lu Wushuang was nothing more than an ordinary true disciple. It must be that mysterious expert playing tricks behind the scenes. While Shu Zetian was fuming, Taoist Changshuan turned away, secretly glanced at him, and covered his mouth to laugh without him noticing. In his mind, he thought, He's mad, he's mad. The late night was quiet, a peaceful scene with a perfectly round moon illuminating the entire night sky full of twinkling stars along with a few scattered clouds. Outside, the rooms were lit by yellow lamps, surrounded by trees with small fireflies flying around. In the distance, there was the foot of the mountain and lingering clouds.
At a stone table with 4 seats, 3 people are sitting. A young girl is slumped over the table sleeping, a young man is sitting and reading something, and an old man is sitting and watching the two of them. In front of the old man and the young man are 2 dishes that have likely been finished. The surrounding scene is quiet. The stone lantern and the lake with a wooden bridge crossing in front of a house are incredibly beautiful, with a gentle breeze sweeping by, causing leaves from nearby branches to fall and hover in the air. Perhaps the scene just now was in the young man's imagination. That young man is none other than Ye Chongqing. He is lying in bed, hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other in thought. The night is long and he cannot sleep. Beside him there is a glowing book. A girl with white hair and purple eyes smiling appears in his mind. That girl is none other than Dantong Qing Shui. Ye Chongqing lies on his pillow thinking of Dantong Qing Shui, then lets out a sigh, his face flushing red, likely out of shyness. A new train of thought appears in his mind. It couldn't be because Miss Qing Shui left. Suddenly, Ye Chongqing turns abruptly toward the glowing book. Upon seeing the book, his eyes widen in shock, dumbfounded, his mouth agape forming an O shape without him even realizing it. Unable to wait any longer, Ye Chongqing grabs the glowing book and sits up swiftly. Since he can't fall asleep yet, he decides, maybe I should read this book she gave me. He quickly moves to the edge of the bed, checks the title of the book, and seemingly very puzzled says, But this book is called Eating Dirt? Ye Chongqing narrows his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching as he makes wild guesses. Why does it feel like I'm being mocked? He touches the unlit candle on the table, causing it to ignite and illuminate the dark room. Ye Chongqing sits on the chair near the table, holding the candle, and begins to open the book, reading aloud. To practice this cultivation method, one must...
Although he had only read the first few words, he seemed very interested in this book. It was so good that suddenly while reading, he raised his hand, snapped his fingers, laughed out loud, and said it was interesting. Scene transition. In a pitch-black place, a white dove suddenly flew out from nowhere into the pitch-black sky with white streaks. The sky had already brightened. The rooster in the yard with an eye-catching red comb began to crow cock-a-doodle-doo. Inside the room, sunlight shone through the crack in the door onto Ye Chongqing, who was sleeping on the table surrounded by pens and books.
It seemed he had a sound sleep on that table. Feeling that it was already morning, he still lay slumped on the table and just exclaimed with a single word, "Oh." Then Ye Changqing lifted his head. He was bewildered, unable to wake up from his nap, with drool still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Then he wiped it with his hand and said, Even though his eyes were still tightly shut, unable to fully wake up after his sleep, he still picked up the pile of documents on the table and exclaimed, "Oh, last night I kept studying this book until late at night and unknowingly fell asleep." It seemed he had read very enthusiastically and diligently, but fell asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, Ye Changqing stepped out of the room to welcome the fresh morning sunlight. He stretched and let out a long yawn, with a morning sleepy tear still lingering on the corner of his eye. Perhaps before falling asleep he had finished reading that book named Music Theory. He said it was a good thing he had finished reading and understood it all. The image of the roofs appeared, along with lush green trees and pure white birds soaring to welcome the morning, embracing the warm, fresh rays of the morning sun. Somewhere in the peaceful, quiet scenery of things, a loud call suddenly rang out. "Miss Qing Shui." Unsurprisingly, that call for Miss Qing Shui came from Ye Changqing. He stood in front of the house door for a long time, and then walked around while waving his hand to look for her, with a happy face full of vitality after a night of studying the book she gave him so much that he fell asleep on the table. Suddenly, while looking for Miss Qing Shui, he saw something. He was very surprised, his mouth wide open when he saw it, and he seemed to freeze. At that moment, his head was filled with so many questions of why, how, and huge question marks. The thing that made Ye Changqing put a question mark in his head was a piece of paper rolled up and secured with a string, lying neatly on a wooden chair. He reached out and picked up that roll of paper.
As soon as he opened it, he was so surprised by the content inside that his eyes widened and his mouth couldn't close, and then he began to read every word inside. Grand Master Ye. This was exactly the letter that Dantong Qing Shui left for Ye Changqing. He imagined the scene of her sitting at the table, surrounded by white flowers, holding a pen and slowly, carefully writing each stroke. Completing the content of the letter, "Thank you for your guidance and hospitality over the past few days. Qing Shui will definitely remember it for a lifetime." It seemed that when writing the following words, Dantong Qing Shui was a bit shy, resting her chin on her hand, her delicate face blushing on both cheeks out of shyness, as she continued to write that, "If there is destiny in the future." Upon reading this, Ye Changqing blushed shyly. He smiled, looking like an idiot, thinking that, if we are destined, she could teach me cultivation, and devoting her body to repay me would be even better. At this point, his thoughts began to drift towards other matters. However, when he read the next sentence, he could no longer indulge in his wishful thinking and was immediately brought back to reality. Ye Changqing's face stiffened, and he read aloud, "If there is destiny in the future." But the reality of the letter slapped him hard in the face when he read the next sentence. His jaw dropped in surprise. "I will come to visit you again." At this moment, his mind was filled with a series of question marks as he looked at the paper with each carefully written word. "If there is destiny in the future, I will come to visit you again."
It seemed that the letter was completely different from what Ye Changqing had imagined. After the young man finished reading it, he threw it behind him, his eyes filled with resentment, his mouth twitching up, and he scoffed to show his displeasure. Finally, he accepted the truth. "Never mind. Since she has already left, let's try the cultivation method she gave me." That was what Ye Changqing said after finishing Miss Qing Shui's letter. He looked at the notebook she gave him in his hand and decided to try the cultivation method in the notebook that he had stayed up late studying until he fell asleep on the desk yesterday. Ye Changqing sat on the chair placed right in the middle of the courtyard. He raised both hands to rest his head, while his legs were crossed, looking quite relaxed. And then the names of a series of cultivation methods such as born from the ethereal, wandering through heaven and earth, no beginning, no end, and unchanging, imperishable, appeared while he was lying down reading the book. Suddenly, his face darkened. Perhaps this was one of the cultivation methods with immense power, Big Dipper inheriting providence and transforming yin and yang. A series of light rays came from nowhere and surrounded Ye Changqing, his long hair fluttering in the air. He continued to practice the cultivation method, cold spring 8 directions 4 qi facing the sun. The light rays kept advancing closer and closer to Changqing. Gusts of wind swept up the leaves on the trees, making them fall to the ground. The cultivation method was still being practiced, having beginning, having end, all things being born and transformed, circulating 10,000 miles. The sky, which was still clear and blue with dazzling sunlight from the sun, suddenly disappeared. Fierce, gloomy, dark clouds had replaced the gentle, lush green clouds since who knows when. The bright sky, full of vitality, had now become much darker, gloomier, and bleaker. Lightning flashed across the sky, as if wanting to tear the whole sky into pieces of paper. Each bolt of lightning began to strike the ground with increasing intensity, as if wanting to rip the sky into 100 small pieces.
The largest bolt of lightning seemed to be striking near the place where Ye Changqing was sitting and practicing the cultivation method. He still kept his eyes closed, practicing the incantation. Beside him appeared a blue dragon symbolizing the power of water, looking very fierce and terrifying. Seeming to sense something unusual, Ye Changqing frowned in annoyance.
Suddenly, he opened one eye, his gaze flashing like a lightning bolt in the gray sky at that moment, and around him, a few bolts of lightning were surrounding the place where he sat. In the sky above Xiachi town, a beam of light suddenly appeared amidst the pitch-black clouds. From that beam of light, a massive lightning bolt struck the ground. The townspeople panicked, wondering why the sky had suddenly changed. Just a few minutes ago, there were still brilliant rays of sunlight weaving through the treetops and leaves, but now, dark clouds and lightning had completely invaded the town. Two villagers with faces of extreme bewilderment were chatting together. "That's right, wasn't it just sunny a moment ago?" The other said, "This lightning is truly terrifying." In the courtyard, while gusts of wind swayed the tree branches, there was a dog sleeping soundly, completely unaware of this frighteningly rapid and sudden change in the weather. A huge lightning bolt struck the ground, causing the earth to light up and tremble for a moment. Because the lightning was so massive, the dog felt the vibration of the ground, which made its body tremble, so it half opened its eyes and woke up. Waking up in astonishment and confusion, considering the weather had been beautiful and it was just enjoying it for a bit, it never expected to be awakened by the noise of the lightning and the ground's vibration caused by the strike. To satisfy its curiosity, the dog raised its head to look for the place where the lightning struck.
Suddenly, the dog jumped up with a panicked face, eyes wide open and mouth agape looking at the lightning bolt. This was a minor heavenly tribulation. Seeing its master practicing cultivation methods floating before its eyes, surrounded by a golden circle of power, the dog carried so many doubts and tens of thousands of questions as to why, having followed beside its master for so many years, this was the first time it saw the master cultivate. Suddenly, Ye Changqing frowned and widened his eyes. He looked down at his hands with their bulging golden blood vessels and panicked, thinking in his head that suddenly he could feel countless warm currents moving within his body. Could this be a hint that he could now cultivate? Thinking of this, Ye Changqing was overjoyed. He jumped up and howled with joy at having successfully cultivated the things he had spent his precious evening sleep time researching. It seemed that Ye Changqing was very interested in practicing cultivation methods. At this moment, his voice sounded very excited, his eyes containing so much joy and dedication, his hand with 3 fingers raised, seemingly to concentrate his power. A white hole right in the middle of a sky full of pitch-black clouds began to shine down on Ye Changqing, who was excitedly cultivating after reading and understanding the ancient book gifted by Miss Qing Shui. He continued to chant the incantation, heaven and earth intersecting, having beginning, having end, all things being born and transformed, circulating 10,000 miles. Surrounding Ye Changqing were currents of blazing golden power enveloping him. He floated in the air, spreading his arms to concentrate power towards himself, while the continuous lightning strikes made the dark gray sky momentarily flash with light like electrical sparks. A massive lightning bolt struck down, with thunder rumbling across the entire sky, the lightning bolts looking as if they wanted to tear the sky into 100 pieces. The black dog looked up at the sky. In its joy, it smiled with narrowed eyes, opening its mouth wide and sticking out its tongue to show Ye Changqing that it was very proud of him. As expected of the master, just simply reading an incantation could attract a minor heavenly tribulation.
Suddenly, the pebble on the ground began to glow and levitate into the air, radiating streams of multicolored power in blue, red, purple, and yellow. The stone flew next to Ye Changqing, who was sitting and reciting a Dharma incantation, and the multicolored streams of power began to grow larger. The circle enclosing Ye Changqing in the stone manifested a rainbow color, causing the black dog to freeze in shock upon seeing it. The black dog's eyes lit up brightly, its tongue hanging out in the face of its master's cultivation method's power. It was surprised to think he can actually refine the heaven and earthware treasure, the Hunyorn stone. It seemed the dog was very passionate and fond of this magical spell. Ye Changqing just sat cross-legged, eyes closed, silently reciting the cultivation method. The perfectly intact stone suddenly developed numerous cracks, looking as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Rays of multicolored power gradually escaped from the stone and flew towards Ye Changqing. It seemed he was absorbing the power from this stone. Seeing the scene from the side, the black dog widened its eyes and gaped, finally understanding the type of cultivation method its master was using. So that was it. The dog kept looking at its master and barked continuously, its long tail wagging as if trying to signal something to its master. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this entire small town was not enough for the master's cultivation, which was why he had to refine the Hunyorn stone. It seemed the dog had realized something while its master was practicing the cultivation method. The black dog looked very frantic, grabbing its head with its 2 front paws, sweat breaking out on its forehead, panic in its eyes, and tongue hanging out as if afraid of something. It seemed to have discovered that, unfortunately, there was only one Hunyorn stone in the house. For the master, this was definitely not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. What should be done?
Suddenly, amidst a brainstorm in its head, the dog came up with a great idea. I got it!
At this moment, the black dog looked very sinister. It narrowed its eyes and smiled, revealing sharp teeth that looked truly terrifying, while its paw clenched near its mouth. A scene of a remote and desolate mountainous region appeared. Here the mountains were endless, with countless peaks obscured in the mist. However, there were many stones here and a chain wrapped around them. This might be a restricted area. There was a bamboo bridge crossing over, and beneath that bamboo bridge were countless bones piled up. It seemed many beings had wanted to reach this place. In its head, the dog thought, I remember that deep within the restricted area of the Nanling Spirit Fox clan, there seems to be such a strange world. The black dog suddenly grew larger, its fur grew longer, and it seemed to be transforming into a wolf with a vicious expression, its teeth gnashing tightly together. That wolf smiled in its mind, thinking, my time to show off has finally come. From a tiny puppy, it suddenly transformed into a huge wolf. The black wolf gradually approached the door, seemingly very resolute in its decision. Master, rest assured. Stepping out the door, the black dog turned into a wolf with a ferocious face, its eyes glowing and a surge of purple power emanating from its body. For the great cause of his cultivation, for its master, the gentle dog was willing to turn into a wolf and do the best things for Ye Changqing, its venerable master. The wolf gradually walked away from the gate along with the purple power. Even if Black Emperor has to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate. Suddenly, the wolf became even larger, standing up on two legs with bulging muscles, just like a grown man. Its sharp eyes exuded a source of purple power, and its sharp teeth looked incredibly terrifying.
The night sky became clearer with clouds and small stars peeking through the heavens. The gate leading into the place where Ye Changqing was practicing his cultivation method seemed emptier than usual due to the absence of the black dog. Inside, amid the blindingly bright lights, the power gradually dissipated into motes of light floating into the air, and the ring of power disappeared. Ye Changqing sat in the courtyard with his eyes closed, practicing his cultivation method, with a small cluster of light right in front of his abdomen. Almost all the glowing streams were converging towards him. Suddenly, Ye Changqing opened his eyes with a panicked expression. Perhaps he had felt or seen something while practicing his cultivation method. His face darkened, his body trembled, and sweat poured down in streams as he blurted out, "So that's how it is." All of a sudden, he returned to a joyful state, smiled, raised his fist, and said, "This is the feeling of self-cultivation." However, Ye Changqing wondered why he still couldn't do it after more than 5 years, yet suddenly achieved comprehension today. Tens of thousands of why questions appeared in his mind. Suddenly, he saw the stone at his feet, and his attention began to shift toward this glowing stone. The stone had now turned purple, and he exclaimed in surprise. He bent down, picked up the stone to examine it, and a series of doubts and questions surfaced in his mind. Isn't this my tea pet? Why did it change color? Ye Changqing held the stone, staring at it for a long while before panicking. Could it be? He looked at the book gifted by Miss Qing Shui, then looked back at the stone and exclaimed in shock. Could it be that this music theory book Miss Qing Shui left for me is specifically written for those who do not have a spirit root like me? Ye Changqing's mouth hung open with countless questions as he looked at the book and the stone in his hand. It seemed that the stone and the book had a close connection, a cultivation method to absorb the energy of this stone for cultivation.
Late at night inside the manor, the night moon shone brightly, its dim light appearing and disappearing to the floating clouds. The weather tonight was truly wonderful. The lights were still on inside the manor, and fireflies began to hover around, glowing with small spots of light in the bushes. Ye Changqing smiled happily and said, "Reasonable, extremely reasonable. As expected, heaven does not cut off one's path." Ye Changqing could see a chef with blue hair, wearing a red bandana tied around his head, in an outfit like people in ancient Hong Kong. In his hand, he held a large knife used for chopping meat and bones. However, his eyes couldn't be seen because they were covered by a horizontal black bar. That person was Liu Maoxing, a talented chef in Chinese cuisine, specializing in cooking for the imperial court. Ye Changqing thought that there seemed to be people who became officials through cooking. Next, Ye Changqing saw a boy about the same age as Liu Maoxing, whose eyes were also covered by a black line. He had strange hair, where the bangs and the back were clearly separated by color. The front bangs were yellow, while the back hair was black. In his hand, he held a go piece. The posture of raising the piece and the way he held it both exuded a professional style. That was the boy Hikaru, a master Go player who became an outstanding professional Go player when he grew up. Ye Changqing thought in another way that some people became saints through playing chess. After that, another young man appeared, looking older than the other two, with his eyes also covered by a black line, wearing a smile.
His black hair matched his black outfit with many strange details, and on his back hung a black sword with meticulous patterns. It was none other than Kirito, a person who specialized in conquering games. Ye Chongqing thought that some people could even build a harem while playing games, and those who had just appeared represented Ye Chongqing's examples of talents that people suddenly acquired or obtained through their own effort and hard work.
As for Ye Chongqing, he quickly and happily reached out his hand, holding a strange object that looked like a sweet potato, constantly glowing like a gold ingot reflecting light when illuminated. Ye Chongqing happily shouted loudly, "I've transmigrated for 5 years, and today I will rely on this stone to reach the peak of my life." Then Ye Chongqing quickly deflated, realizing, but there is only one piece of this thing. Looking at the pebble that looked as big as his palm, Ye Chongqing continued regretfully, "This is also an item Elder He gave me before. I can't be thick-skinned enough to find him and ask for another one." Speaking up to here, Ye Chongqing let out an exhausted sigh, his face full of black lines, and lamented, "What should I do?" Somewhere in Taiswan Holy Land, there were lanterns hung on thin strings shining brightly, as if they were floating in the air, adorning the starry night sky, creating a wonderful scenery. In a high courtyard, orange lights radiated, blending with the color of the flames burning in the lanterns hung around, and a shrill voice screamed resentfully, "I'm so mad!" It was Zhu Jitan, the owner of that resentful voice, who was fuming with anger, his whole head hot as if it wanted to smoke from anger, cursing, "How many things has that old ghost Hei-chung Swin hidden in the end?" Chung Feng, who was beside him, didn't know what to say seeing Zhu Jitan's angry state. Then immediately a thud echoed. It was Chung Feng kneeling right in front of Zhu Jitan and apologizing. "Master, your disciple is incompetent and has caused King Holy Land to lose face."
Looking at Chang Feng's sincere apology and repentant appearance, Xu Zhitian just placed his hand to rub Chang Feng's head. With a face full of gentleness, he smiled and comforted him. "Sai, you can't be blamed for today's defeat. That Lu Wushuang's strength has exceeded your master's imagination." Hearing Xu Zhitian comfort him like that, Chang Feng was so moved that he shed tears. He lunged forward to hug Xu Zhitian, calling out twice, "Master," and then cried bitterly. Xu Zhitian, being hugged so suddenly, lost his balance, let out an "ah," and fell backward. Later, when Xu Zhitian managed to stand firm again, he hugged the person who was crying miserably and said softly, "It's okay, don't cry, don't cry." From his chest, he could still hear the miserable sounds of hiccups and wailing. Suddenly, the room door opened, and a white-haired girl walked in, wearing a white outfit with blue patterns. The person who entered was exactly Dantong Xingxue. Dantong Xingxue came in without warning, only casually saying as she opened the door, "Master, Xingxue has returned." Then Dantong Xingxue immediately saw the scene of Chang Feng crying miserably in Xu Zhitian's embrace, and Xu Zhitian was even hugging Chang Feng back. Xu Zhitian's and Dantong Xingxue's eyes met, both of them froze, and the atmosphere suddenly became frighteningly silent. As if understanding something from this overly ambiguous situation, in the middle of the night with only 2 people in the room, one crying and hugging the other while the other hugged back, making one constantly think of taboo things. Dantong Xingxue tried to stay calm, turned her head away, and even covered her face with her hand, saying to Xu Zhitian behind her, "Sorry, it seems I came at the wrong time." Xu Zhitian panicked and immediately threw Chang Feng to the side. Laughing awkwardly and not knowing how to explain the situation, he could only reply, No, you came at the perfect time." Chang Feng, who was thrown aside, immediately let out a painful "ouch."
Then Xu Zhitian walked over to Dantong Xingxue, his footsteps terrifyingly fast. With genuine sincerity and concern, Xu Zhitian asked, "Xingxue, where did you run off to?" Dantong Xingxue respectfully answered Xu Zhitian's question. While the flying ship was passing through the sky above Xiuqi town, this disciple suddenly sensed a providence and went to search for it. Xu Zhitian didn't quite understand and repeated the 2 words, "Providence?" Suddenly, right in the center of Dantong Xingxue's forehead, a glowing 5-petaled green lotus appeared. Seeing this, Xu Zhitian exclaimed in astonishment, You have cultivated the moon shadow." Chang Feng, who had been lying in a daze nearby, now sat up and approached, asking in disbelief, "What did you say?" Seeing Chang Feng ask this, Dantong Xingxue couldn't help but smile mockingly, gently covering her mouth with her hand, but intentionally making her smile obvious. Her whole body seemed to emit the dark aura of a villain, as she said to Chang Feng, "Yes, Xingxue is untalented, but has taken a step ahead of senior brother." Hearing that mockingly humble and sarcastic remark, Chang Feng was so furious that he coughed up blood. Xu Zhitian didn't care much about the rivalry between his 2 disciples. He just let a long, hearty laugh, full of joy, and said, "This is truly an unexpected surprise." Then Xu Zhitian suggested to Dantong Xingxue, "Xingxue, tomorrow I need you to participate in the martial arts tournament and defeat Holy Sun Li Changming of Taiswan Holy Land." One would have thought Dantong Xingxue would agree, but surprisingly, she shook her head and resolutely said, "I refuse."
In the pitch-black room illuminated only by lanterns, Xu Zetian and Changfeng stood facing each other. He waved his hand and said, "Changfeng, you go out first. I need to talk to your junior sister." Changfeng clasped his hands behind his back and bowed his head to his master, saying, "Yes." In the distance, Dantong Shui was slowly walking towards them. Changfeng strode out of the room, his face grim and darkened. Dantong Shui slowly appeared, her slender figure accentuated by a pure white dress. She approached Xu Zetian, who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and a solemn expression. Seeing Dantong Shui approaching, Xu Zetian slumped down onto the wooden chair. He slowly raised his arm, his slender fingers gently rubbing his glabella, and let out a long sigh. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over Dantong Shui, who was respectfully clasping her hands in greeting before him. His voice rang out, full of authority and not hiding his anger. "Shui, why do you not want to fight?" Hearing her master's question, Dantong Shui maintained her posture with her hands clasped together, her face composed, and calmly said, "Now this disciple has stepped into the nascent soul realm." Her soft yet firm voice rang out again. Whether it is holy son Li Chongming or junior sister Lu Wushang of Taisui, they are all still golden core cultivators. She slowly raised her head, her bright eyes exuding confidence but not lacking respect, and continued, "If Shui uses her cultivation to suppress them, even if I win, it wouldn't be glorious." Suddenly she thought of something, her face darkening, and added, "Furthermore," she leaned in closer to Xu Zetian, slightly tilting her body, and covered one side of her mouth with her hand as if to whisper a secret. Her voice arose, "If Tai Suen still has an ultimate move, and if by chance Shui also loses, then Master Holy Lord, you will no longer be able to hold your head up." Dantong Shui's words were like a ladle of cold water poured directly into Xu Zetian's mind. His eyes widened to the extreme, his pupils constricting, as if terrified of something horrific.
Seeing her master acting so fearfully, Dantong Shui not only did not stop but also asked him in return, "Neither allowed to win nor allowed to lose, what do you want your disciple to do?" Listening to Dantong Shui's words, Xu Zetian's face turned pale and a forced smile appeared on his lips. Trying to hide the anxiety and fear surrounding him, he agreed with Dantong Shui's point. Right. He cleared his throat and continued, "This old man has lived for 1,000 years, but today my reason was clouded by the matter of winning and losing. I almost lost my composure." After speaking, he frowned, thinking to himself, not having seen this girl for just a few days, not only has her cultivation realm increased significantly. He looked at Dantong Shui, who was smiling brightly, and continued his thought. But her state of mind also seems to have undergone a massive change, possessing somewhat the demeanor of a great master. Xu Zetian stood up abruptly, looked at his disciple, and said, "Shui girl, you have reached the nascent soul realm. This old man has decided that after this martial tournament concludes, I will announce to the entirety of Ziqing Holy Land that the future Holy Lord position will be taken over by you. How about it?" He smiled, asking for her opinion. Dantong Shui did not hesitate, shaking her head decisively. She bloomed a radiant smile, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Forgive Shui, I cannot obey." Xu Zetian felt as if he was struck by lightning, unable to believe what he had just heard. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall, his mouth dropped wide open, and a shrill scream echoed, tearing through the air. "What?" "Master, your disciple's mindset from now on only wishes to cultivate a pure state of mind. I have no thought of the Holy Lord position at all. Senior Brother Yin is the most suitable person." She bowed her head, cupped her hands, and explained. A storm of anger was surging within Xu Zetian's chest. He widened his eyes, grabbed Dantong Shui's shoulders with both hands, and shook her as if wanting her to wake up and reconsider, shouting loudly, "What exactly have you gone through these past few days that you don't even value this old man's Holy Lord position anymore?"
Dantong Shui stood up straight, her eyes shining with faith and will, her hand clenched into a raised fist. Shui had unexpectedly befriended a peerless expert. Hearing this, Xu Zetian stood stunned, his whole body as if frozen. He looked at his beloved disciple with a face full of astonishment and confusion. His heart was filled with raging fire, but outwardly he still appeared in disbelief, doubtingly asking, "You also met a peerless expert?" Saying so, he secretly thought to himself why everyone could meet an expert except for him. Suddenly he closed the distance, urgently asking Dantong Shui, "Quickly tell me who exactly he is and what cultivation realm he has reached now." She, with her white hair half down and half in a bun, and her big, sparkling round eyes, suddenly became serious and honestly replied, "As for his cultivation realm, your disciple doesn't know." But, speaking up to here, she fell silent for a long time. Memories came flooding back into her mind. She recalled the image of Ye Chongqing, the majestic and awe-inspiring Grand Master, gently petting Black Emperor. Regarding the large dog with pitch-black fur, bright eyes, and a fierce appearance, she continued,
Besides normally keeping a demon king in the house, Grandmaster Ye uses the Heaven and Earth Hunyuan stone as a teapot. The image of the zither appeared in her mind again, radiating a pure azure energy. It seemed as if a fish was swimming around the body of the zither, as she further explained to her master. Being able to use the immortal artifact Tianyu to play the Hua Fan melody, it's nothing special. Hearing his disciple say this, Shu Jitian's face darkened and completely scrunched up. His eyes turned dark, the corners of his mouth opened to the maximum, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard, his whole body trembling. A long time later, he finally shouted loudly, "You call this nothing special?"
Seeing this, Su Jitian swallowed hard in fear, finding it hard to breathe. He thought if the expert that the girl Qing Shui met was indeed the supreme senior from Heichang Xuan's mouth, then with an angry expression he frowned and asked himself, does such a terrifying existence truly exist in this world? The image of a young man hovering amidst 1,000 character seals appeared in his imagination. In the middle of an endless void, the figure of a middle-aged man was hovering, facing a peculiarly colored block surrounded by dense Tao rhythm. At this moment, seeing what was unfolding before him, Taoist Chongshuan pondered deeply, saying that this seal was a high-grade ancient treasure passed down since the founding of Taiswan Holy Land. After saying that, he quietly touched each character with his hand, saying as he touched that it had long become the formation core protecting Taiswan. His tone grew heavy as he proclaimed loudly that if he merged this bronze bell given to him by Su Jitian into the formation core to combine with the Taiswan seals today, he immediately exerted his magical power. His face grimaced as he channeled all his energy to decode the ancient artifact in his hand, making the two ancient treasures form the formation core. Under a clear sky with beautiful and poetic rays of sunlight shining through the leaves, there was a small house on top of that mountain. That house emanated extremely mysterious rings of power, accompanied by a highly mysterious voice saying that the mountain-protecting grand formation was definitely extremely sturdy. However, that bell suddenly emitted an unusually strange purple light.
Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Taoist Chang Xuan appeared surprised and wary, exclaiming, "This old ghost Su Jitian, I'm afraid he won't be willing to let me take an ancient treasure, yet he even used runes to seal this bell." Saying this, he looked into the distance. "Wait until I use the Taishuan seal to unseal the spell." With a meaningful smile, he continued, "Tomorrow I will go provoke that old ghost Su again," and then laughed sinisterly. Taoist Chang Xuan released his spiritual energy, making it fly forward. He quickly let go of his hand and said, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the bell quickly left his hand. The exquisitely carved bell flew towards a transparent square block. Seeing this, he commanded, "Get closer," and the bell approached the block. The bell touched the giant block and gradually went inside. He was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" when he saw that box completely enclose the small bell and emit a blinding light. Taoist Chang Xuan narrowed his eyes, wondering what on earth was going on. However, that bell quickly erupted with a mysterious power, causing the small house to shake. Not only that, at the foot of the mountain, the ground suddenly shook, making everyone astounded. People were stunned, trying to stand firm and asking each other, "What's going on? Everywhere is shaking."
Hearing this, suddenly someone shouted that it seemed to be coming from Taiswain Hall. At this time, the old fairy panicked and asked what on earth was going on. Why was the earth shaking and the mountains trembling? Where is senior brother? Where is he now? Seeing this, Taoist Qingye remarked, "It seems there is a massive power that has not yet erupted." Hearing this, everyone was terrified and said that an anomaly of this scale only had one possibility. Suddenly, Shu Jitian, Yin Chongfeng, and Dantong Qingshui walked over from out of nowhere, making them startled and hastily call out to Holy Lord Shu. With a serious expression, Shu Jitian said, "It must be that old man He Changxuan using the ancient treasure I gave him to reinforce the mountain-protecting grand formation of your Tai Swain." Hearing this, the old fairy was surprised. Could it be the bronze bell that contains a trace of murderous intent? Immediately, Shu Jitian replied, "Exactly." With a face full of anger, he cursed inwardly. "Old man, why are you in such a hurry?" The sky was pitch black, but everyone was still gathered densely in front of the palace. Shu Jitian stood at the back, looking at everyone, thinking to himself, "I originally thought I would just undo the seal on the ancient treasure, release the artifact spirit, and when the time comes, naturally invite that mysterious senior to handle it. Who would have expected you to be so reckless?" His face darkened, sweat dripping down his face, his eyes widened, and his lips pursed as he continued to think. What if the mountain-protecting grand formation cannot withstand the power of the ancient treasure and shatters? Suddenly, a brilliant golden pillar of light flashed from within the palace, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone around was attracted by the dazzling light. They looked up at the sky with expressions of amazement and full of curiosity. Murmurs and discussions echoed everywhere. Someone gasped, pointing at the pillar of light, and said, "Look quickly at Tai Swain Hall." Another person was bewildered. "What is going on?"
Su Tian looked up at the sky, gazing toward the pillar of light, and couldn't help but exclaim, "We're doomed." He frowned, his eyes still staring intently at the distant scene, thinking to himself, the worst-case scenario has happened. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a blinding flash of light. In the midst of the dark night, a brilliant golden pillar of light suddenly flashed from behind the towering walls of the palace. Two Taoists had to brace themselves against the aura radiating from the pillar while looking at it, to the point where one couldn't help but sigh. This aura is too strong. Taoist Chikmie panicked, turning back to order, "Quickly, protect the disciples." After that, he clasped his hands together and chanted an incantation, a golden light flashing from his fingertips. The other Taoists also gathered, pooling all their strength to form a protective circle for the disciples. Outside the Taiswen Holy Land, the brilliant pillar of light continued to increase in power. The initial sparkling gold had turned into a fiery red, radiating a scorching and powerful aura that made heaven and earth tremble. The disciples of Taiswen stood peacefully within a circle protected by the Taoists. The circle of light enveloped them, creating an invisible shield against the berserk power from the pillar of light. From the top of the Taiswen Palace, brilliant rays of light flashed like fireworks, adorning the dark night with a surreal and mysterious beauty, but their destructive power was also incredibly terrifying. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly ripped apart by a loud explosion echoing everywhere. Right after the explosion, a giant flame burst forth before everyone's eyes. The fiery red flame, billowing like a ferocious beast, radiating a blazing heat that incinerated everything around it. The people standing in the protective circle saw this scene and shouted loudly, "Oh no, this power is too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on." Amidst the chaotic scene covered by countless streams of light, a strange object suddenly appeared. It was a giant bronze bell. The bell appeared from nowhere, floating in midair as if held by an invisible force. Around the bronze bell, a deep pink aura radiated out, enveloping it. Everyone looked up at the bronze bell with expressions of astonishment and curiosity, having never seen such a miraculous object before.
Whispers of discussion rang out. "Wait, what is that?" At this moment, apart from the pink halo enveloping the bronze bell, it also emitted incredibly bizarre black beams of light. The patch of sky that had just been illuminated by the brilliant golden pillar of light had turned pitch black again. From afar, perfected Zhongshuan was flying at extraordinary speed, heading toward Taiswen Hall, which was engulfed in a sea of fire. Surrounding perfected Zhongshuan was a brilliant circle of light, radiating powerful energy, forming a protective shield that guarded him against the surrounding dangers. As he flew, perfected Zhongshuan shouted loudly, full of anger and might, "Zhu Zhitian!" The silhouette of perfected Zhongshuan flashed by, but his voice still echoed everywhere. "You have made this old man a sinner of the ages." This scream seemed to want to tear the sky apart, stirring heaven and earth, expressing the extreme indignation of the perfected one at the tragedy happening at Taiswen Hall. Li Changming and Lu Wushuang were inside the protective circle. Hearing the furious scream of perfected Zhongshuan, they turned their heads and said in panic, "It's Master." Seeing the figure of perfected Zhongshuan appear, Li Changming rejoiced as if he had found a ray of hope. The other Taoists, seeing perfected Zhongshuan enter their protective circle, joyfully shouted, "Senior brother, Holy Lord!" After entering the protective circle, perfected Zhongshuan urgently asked the other Taoists, "What on earth happened?" He looked forward, his face pale and bloodless, his expression extremely terrified, his body trembling, sweating profusely. His brows were furrowed, his eyes wide open, the whites of his eyes rolling, pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on the object ahead without moving even a bit. That bronze bell, looking at it, he seemed to be terrified of something, his face in extreme panic. It wasn't some ancient treasure at all.
Instead, it was a pseudo-immortal artifact with an artifact spirit. He looked at the bronze bell emitting that dark, unlucky energy and spoke in fear. The surrounding space became dark and blinding due to the energy from that bronze bell. Taoist Cheng Swin continued to explain, "Only when this old man released the seal did I discover it was such an evil object." Everyone stood crowded together within the protective barrier, full of fear and anxiety, looking up at the bronze bell from above. The blinding dark energy obscured their vision. Taoist Cheng Swin's voice, full of regret and despair, rang out again. "Unfortunately, it is already too late." Hearing this, Zhu Jitian's face darkened and he gritted his teeth tightly. From behind, he approached Taoist Cheng Swin. His disciples, Li Changming and Dantang Ching Shui, also walked behind. Zhu Jitian clasped his hands and said to Taoist Cheng Swin, "Brother He, since I am the cause of this matter, Ziqing Holy Land will definitely not stand by and watch." Zhu Jitian sternly turned his head back decisively, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He ordered everyone from Ziqing Holy Land, "Disciples of Ziqing Holy Land, heed my command. Form the Ziqing Extreme Sword Formation." His voice echoed through the space, carrying soaring determination. Hearing Zhu Jitian's order, the disciples of Ziqing Holy Land shouted in unison, "Understood." Then they executed their magical power, gathered Tao rhythm in their hands, and blasted it straight forward.
The disciples held their swords high, followed by a purple light appearing along with sword lights that rushed straight up into the sky, creating an extremely majestic scene. In the pit of that formation diagram, those sword lights continuously shot down. In the sky, many formation diagrams appeared. After those sword lights completely merged together, a purple dragon suddenly emerged, twisting and flying down. Then it let out a roar that echoed everywhere. This purple dragon, formed from sword light, had pure white eyes but looked very soulful. Its horns and eyebrows gleamed with purple rays, intertwined with white. The dragon's whiskers were delicate but whipped out long. Its shape looked incredibly majestic and imposing. After seeing this purple dragon, Taoist Cheng Xuan was startled in amazement, but also understood Su Zetian's intention. Not wanting Tai Xuan Holy Land to be inferior to Zi King Holy Land, Taoist Cheng Xuan, who was still standing within the barrier with everyone else, immediately stretched out his arm and rallied, giving orders to the disciples of Tai Xuan Holy Land. After that, Taoist Cheng Xuan quickly clasped his hands together and formed the Tai Xuan Dragon Transformation formation. The disciples of Tai Xuan Holy Land loudly responded, "Understood." Thus, their formation diagram was created, covered by a golden light, surrounded by tens of thousands of characters. Then a powerful pink dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, flying parallel to the previous purple dragon. This made everyone present look up with eyes full of awe at this pair of majestic and valiant dragons. When both Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi King Holy Land had completed the first step, Taoist Cheng Xuan and Su Zetian formed hand seals to execute the next step. On each person's fingers was a different color of providence. On Taoist Cheng Xuan's side it was pale pink, and on Su Zetian's side it was purple. Both of their faces were now dotted with sweat, their eyes wide open, and then they shouted loudly, "Suppress." Thus the two dragons, one pink and one purple, as if endowed with extra power, opened their mouths wide and let out a loud roar to show their prestige, charging straight toward the bronze bell in front. Facing the two majestic dragons of the two Holy Lands at this moment was the large bronze bell hovering in the sky, fully radiating black murderous intent around it. Seeing itself about to be attacked, the mysterious creature inside the bell did not show the slightest bit of fear, immediately echoing out with a tone full of disdain, "A bunch of ants, how useless." The black murderous intent gradually disappeared, leaving only a red light radiating out, surrounded by a five-colored halo.
Suddenly, from inside the bell, two pitch-black hands reached out and firmly grabbed the two dragons, ambushing them before they could even react. The people from both Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi King Holy Land below all panicked and shouted, "What?" Their eyes wide open without blinking, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing, because all of them thought that the two valiant dragons they had jointly created would be more than enough to defeat that bizarre bronze bell hovering in the sky. At this moment, the bronze bell had transformed into an extremely huge face of fire. It suddenly laughed triumphantly, looking at the people of Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi King Holy Land as if to show off its prowess. After laughing, he spoke up, 5,000 years already. Then he continued to laugh wickedly, and then the bronze bell transformed into the shape of a fire demon, his whole body seemingly ablaze, hovering in the sky. Surrounding him was a ruby-colored flame with a very oppressive aura. Then he looked straight at the people of Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi King Holy Land and coldly said, "I am finally unsealed." He had hair of pulsating fire, deep eye sockets without pupils, but only a white color bordered with red light, sharp teeth, a smile reaching his ears, and his entire body was covered in black. The fire demon's hands tightly gripped the tails of the two dragons, jointly created by Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi King Holy Land, causing Taoist Cheng Xuan and Su Zetian to suffer backlash. This damaged their blood and chi, making them immediately cough up blood on the spot. Then he coughed. Cough. Taoist Cheng Xuan widened his eyes and said in panic, "How could this be?" Taoist Cheng Xuan put his hand on his chest and said heartbreakingly, "Could it be that my Tai Xuan will truly face annihilation today?" The fire demon was now much larger than before. That immense height allowed him to stand tall behind the main hall of Tai Xuan Holy Land without being obscured. He stared intently at them, as if wanting to devour them all alive. Below, the protective barrier was emitting a dazzling golden light, protecting them.
The fire monster bared its teeth in a sinister smile, circulated chi in its hands, and spoke with disdain. "Let this seat see how much ability you have." After that, he swung his arm to cast magical powers to attack. At this moment, the power and chi radiating from the fire monster looked like arrows made of fire. These fire arrows were shot out one after another, flying straight down towards the barrier as if wanting to pierce through everything. Every arrow that hit the target created a plume of smoke, turning the entire barrier into a blinding white screen of smoke. Taoist Cheng Xuan frowned, raised his arm, circulated his chi, and then shouted loudly, trying his best to block it.
Seeing that the people from both Tai Xuan Holy Land and Zi Qing could withstand his first ultimate move, the fire demon launched his second ultimate move, A fireball appeared in his hand. He then raised the fireball high, sneered, and said, "Try this move." From within that fireball, the fire monster pulled out a flaming spear, held it in his hand, and glared at the crowd below. Following that, the fire monster hurled the spear, and the spear flew straight toward the people of both Taishuan Holy Land and Ziqing. He shouted loudly, "Die, you bugs!" The spear thrust straight toward the barrier where the people of Taishuan Holy Land and Ziqing were standing inside. Then an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shattering the barrier and blowing the people of both Taishuan Holy Land and Ziqing far away due to the impact of the overwhelming power. The people of both sides were covered in injuries, writhing on the ground, surrounded by the residual flames from the recent collision. Seeing the people defeated, the fire demon laughed till tears came out and said disdainfully, "You are truly too weak. You cannot even block a single move of this seat. Obediently become my bait." Hearing such utterly despicable words, Perfected Zhang Zuan was trembling as he struggled to stand up, not wanting to let that lowly fire demon look down on them cultivators. After successfully standing up, even though he was covered in injuries and in extreme agony, Perfected Zhang Zuan still loudly shouted, "People of Taishuan, hear my command! Quickly take all disciples below the Tao integration realm and everyone from Ziqing Holy Land away from this place." Perfected Zhang Zuan's face was full of injuries at this moment, but deep within his old eyes lay an unyielding and indomitable will that was hard to defeat, absolutely refusing to back down, even if his body were torn to pieces and his bones crushed. Hearing this command from Perfected Zhang Zuan caused Taoist Yanzhen, Perfected Juju, and Taoist Queen Ye to be startled and worried as they spoke in unison. "Senior Brother Holy Lord, you want to..." Perfected Zhang Zuan then narrowed his eyes and raised his hands to form seals, creating an 8 trigrams formation diagram, radiating with golden light and full of spiritual energy. On that circle were strange characters, and then Perfected Zhang Zuan spoke solemnly. "This old man wants to risk a lifetime of cultivation."
Taoist Cheng Xuan then immediately opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to risk his life fighting it. He frowned and then powerfully voiced, "Explode together with it." Hearing that, Taoist Cheng Xuan wanted to explode together with the fire monster. Shu Zetian broke out in a cold sweat, timidly asking Taoist Cheng Xuan again, "Brother, are you trying to sacrifice yourself to achieve a greater good?" Seeing the people of both the Taishuan and Ziqing Holy Lands below having internal strife, the monster laughed heartily and then glared, raising its voice, "Just relying on you, you want to stop me?" That sentence implied that even if Taoist Cheng Xuan risked his life, he could never defeat it. Even though he was looked down upon by the fire monster, Taoist Cheng Xuan remained calm, turning his face to instruct Shu Zetian. "Shu Zetian, I entrust the Taishuan disciples to you." This made Shu Zetian a little surprised by those words. He didn't expect that in this near-death situation, Taoist Cheng Xuan would not worry about himself, but rather about the disciples under his command, even entrusting his arch-rival to take care of them. Hearing these words from Taoist Cheng Xuan, although he didn't want to, Shu Zetian then reached out his hand to open a pathway right in midair. Then Shu Zetian live this woke in the disciples of Taishuan Holy Land. "This is the path leading to my Ziqing Holy Land. Everyone go there to take refuge for now." Behind Shu Zetian at this moment was the image of Ziqing Holy Land, with a tall tower in a majestic blue-gray tone, looking very imposing. After hearing those words from Shu Zetian, the disciples of Taishuan Holy Land, although unwilling to leave the Holy Lord Taoist Cheng Xuan behind, still tried to suppress their grief and immediately ran into that door one after another to save their own lives, because after all, heaven and earth will destroy those who don't look out for themselves. Seeing the disciples of Taishuan Holy Land about to flee, the fire monster immediately took out a hammer, raised it high, prepared to smash it hard into the ground, and angrily shouted, "Don't even think about a single person escaping."
Seeing this, Li Changming and Lu Wushuang both panicked and shouted loudly, "Master! Holy Lord!" Their faces were filled with anxiety for Taoist Chang Shuang. After all, he was old and frail, coupled with the injuries from the battle just now, making the two of them even more heartbroken. Seeing the fire monster's hammer about to strike down, while Li Changming and Lu Wushuang were still standing there in a daze, Taoist Chang Shuang hurriedly shouted for the two of them to dodge. "Go quickly!" In the heat of the moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the ground inside the ruins of the Taishuan main hall. Then a beam of light flew out from inside the crack. It was unknown what it was. It flew straight towards the fire monster holding the hammer in front. Just in time, it created a protective barrier to block the earth-shattering power from the hammer striking straight down at Taoist Chang Shuang and the disciples. Seeing its attack blocked, the monster was stunned, many question marks appearing in its head, and it exclaimed, "Oh!" wondering what the hell this was. Taoist Chang Shuang thought he was done for. Who would have expected him to be safe and sound? It truly was a case of good people getting good karma. Therefore, Taoist Chang Shuang stood still, gently stroked his beard, and narrowed his eyes to carefully observe what the situation was.
What had saved them? Could it be some expert seeing Taiswan Holy Land in danger and lending a helping hand? At this moment, Taoist Chang Shuang saw a blinding beam of light appear from the peak of Mount Taiswan, covering the entire towering mountain.
That ray of light gradually flew in front of Taoist Chang Swen. He narrowed his eyes to look closer, only to realize it was a piece of cloth floating in the sky. It radiated a beautiful five-colored halo of light around it. Over on their side, Li Chongming, Lu Wushuang, and Taoist Yuan Zhen stood dazed, looking at the floating cloth in the sky, not knowing why it had flown over to help them in this situation hanging by a thread. Taoist Chang Swen suddenly realized what it was, standing stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He just stood there with his mouth agape in shock, his voice trembling as he stammered out, That is the Taishuan Chongqing painting. This was the very painting that Taoist Chang Swen had received as a gift when he visited Ye Chongqing's house earlier. The landscape painting was fully unrolled, revealing the image of the majestic blue Mount Taishuan inside, looking exactly like a copy of the real one behind them, covered by floating white clouds that made it look very poetic. The tower faintly visible beneath the mountain was precisely the Taishuan Holy Land. Surrounding the picturesque scenery was a five-colored aura mixed with golden light. This oppressive stream of power looked truly dazzling. The Taishuan Chongqing painting. Looking at the large, exquisitely beautiful painting up high, the crowd below could not help but stare up in wide-eyed awe.
The group of Lu Wushuang, Li Chongming, junior sister Zhang, and the other disciples looked at the painting and were a bit dazed, but they secretly knew that it was Ye Chongqing stepping in to help, so they shouted, "It's Senior Ye!" Lu Wushuang stared intently at the painting and placed both hands over her chest, and with an extremely fierce belief in an imminent victory, she spoke up, "It is definitely Senior Ye." Taoist Chang Swen next to her also shared the same view as Lu Wushuang. He was so moved that he shed tears and burst out, "That's right!" Everyone around understood. Only Xu Zetian understood nothing, causing Xu Zetian to look over in a dazed, not knowing who Taoist Chang Swen and the others were talking about. The Taishuan Chongqing painting was still hovering high above, and below was Taoist Chang Swen, who was still very emotional, raising both hands high and joyfully continuing. Senior definitely sensed that Taishuan was in danger, so he lent us this painting. Xu Zetian beside him still had a look of surprise, not knowing what was happening before his eyes. And regarding that mysterious expert, why wouldn't anyone explain it to him? Xu Zetian then stood dumbfounded, his face sweating profusely, and thought to himself in panic, what is the situation? Who is Senior Ye? While Xu Zetian was still bewildered because he didn't know who Senior Ye was, Dantang Klingshui in the back, looking at the Taishuan Chongqing painting combined with Taoist Chang Swen's words, frowned in doubt and thought to herself, "Senior Ye?" Dantang Klingshui's eyes widened as if she realized something, and she thought to herself, could it be that Grandmaster Ye in Shachi Town? Just thinking about Ye Chongqing, Dantang Klingshui suddenly smiled devilishly, then her face completely flushed red, her eyes half closed and brimming with affection, as she covered her mouth with her hand and smiled shyly, thinking to herself, "I knew it."
The fire monster is currently still continuing to strike down on the barrier protecting the people of both the Taishuan Holy Land and Ziqing sides. But there is no way to pierce through this protective barrier. A five-colored light radiates around the protective barrier the moment the fire monster's hammer touches it. The fire monster takes out a new weapon, a trident, then looks down at the protective barrier created by the Taishuan Chongqing painting and says resentfully, "Damn it, a cheap trick like this dares to stop me." Around the fire monster right now there is also a ring of fire protecting it. Following that, the fire monster gathers all its strength, tenses its body, and charges down, preparing to strike the protective barrier once more in an all-or-nothing attempt. Even though the fire monster has put all its strength into this strike still does nothing to the protective barrier. It is like an invincible wall that nothing can shatter. Changing the scene to Ye Chongqing's small courtyard, the sky is still pitch black. One would think the surroundings would be very quiet. Unexpectedly, there is a loud rumbling noise continuously echoing, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of this place. The window in Ye Chongqing's room slowly begins to open. Meanwhile, Ye Chongqing is curled up, using both hands to cover his ears on the bed. His face is full of annoyance. It seems his sleep has been disturbed by that continuous loud rumbling sound. Ye Chongqing begins to open his eyes wide, bloodshot veins mixed in his pupils, biting his lips, frowning, looking very frantic due to lack of sleep. Seemingly unable to endure that hateful sound any longer, Ye Chongqing immediately sits straight up and shouts angrily, "It's so damn noisy," his eyes looking very resentful.
Suddenly, Ye Chongqing slowly raised his right arm and shouted loudly, "Stop! Give it to me!" After that, Ye Chongqing slammed his hand heavily onto the bed to vent all of his pent-up frustration. His eyes widened and his brows tightly furrowed. The sheer force was so strong that his hair seemed to stand on end. On the bed, the image of a massive hand faintly appeared, surrounded by a stream of golden providence. Shifting the scene to the main hall of Taishuan Holy Land, along with this action of Ye Chongqing, a massive hand suddenly appeared from inside the Taishuan Chongqing painting. Ye Chongqing's arm also slowly began to reach out from the painting. The people from both Taishuan Holy Land and Ziqing, along with the fire demon, were startled and surprised by the scene before their eyes. Beneath Ye Chongqing's massive arm was a stream of golden providence. After a moment of being stunned, the fire demon realized that the massive arm was about to strike toward him, so he foolishly and panickingly shouted, What is this?" Right in front of the fire demon now was the illusion of Ye Changqing appearing with a massive body. He then raised his arm high, glanced at the fire demon with full contempt, and angrily voiced out, "Stop!" Down below, the people from both Taiswen Holy Land and Ziqing were also intently observing the situation above. Following Ye Changqing's command to stop was an earth-shattering, ghost-sweeping, and gods-howling explosion of dense smoke and fire. The sound rang out fiercely and thunderously. Seeing that the situation was bad, with a bad premonition in his heart, the fire demon panicked and thought to himself, "Not good." Before the fire demon could even react, Ye Changqing had already proceeded to attack him. The two streams of power from Ye Changqing and the fire demon collided, creating a massive, shocking sound. The fire demon was in a dangerous situation, ready to fall straight to the ground at any moment. Next, Ye Changqing continued to heavily slam his arm down onto the 8 grams formation diagram, radiating golden light, and loudly spoke again. "Give it to me." His tone sounded as if carrying a hint of a warning.
Daoist Chang Xuan and Su Zetian stood completely still, dumbfounded by the sight of this smoke-filled battle. Seemingly seeing something that terrified him greatly, Su Zetian broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth wide open in shock as he shouted, "What?" After being defeated by Ye Changqing, he perhaps realized his limited position and power, forcing him to admit that there was actually such a terrifying existence in this place. Speaking in fear, surely the huge commotion I caused just now has alarmed the expert. He hurriedly and swiftly ran away to keep his little life, chanting, "Can't provoke him, can't provoke him." For him right now, keeping his life was more important than anything else. He had to quickly return to where he belonged. After the demon venerable returned to the bronze bell, it emitted a gloomy aura surrounding it, making people focus their eyes on it, unable to hide their shock. Naturally, both Su Zetian and Daoist Chang Xuan were no exception. Su Zetian was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, The bronze bell has actually been subdued." No one could believe what was happening right before their eyes. The bronze bell had actually been subdued? Not hesitating to express his gratitude for the miraculous merit of Ye Changqing, Daoist Chang Xuan also knelt down, clasping his hands together and saying with trembling lips, "Thank you, Senior Ye, for lending a helping hand." He bowed continuously while repeatedly saying, "The ancestral master has manifested. The heavens are blessing Taiswan." To Daoist Chang Xuan and all the people of Taiswan, Ye Changqing was like the representative of their ancestral master. When the people were in distress and someone caused chaos, the ancestral master manifested to save them and bless Taiswan. At that time, deep in his thoughts, Su Zetian seemed to wake up from his delusion, realizing that this was the expert standing behind He Chang Xuan. Had he implicitly understood something? Scene transition. In the bedroom that was already flickering with the early morning sunlight, Ye Changqing, with a groggy face and dark circles under his eyes, muttered, "It finally stopped. Who repairs their house in the middle of the night?" After saying that, he fell asleep without thinking about anything else, sinking deep into his own illusions.
In contrast to the cozy scene of warm blankets and soft mattresses, over on the side of the Tai Swen crowd, everyone was still eagerly standing around to admire the peerless painting. Perhaps they had never seen a painting so intoxicatingly beautiful. People looked at it carefully, constantly letting out gasps of amazement. The painting gradually enlarged, as if to satisfy the eyes of everyone present. They whispered and discussed among themselves, "Wow, what kind of painting is this?" Everyone was filled with endless surprise and astonishment. That painting was truly magical. How could it make everyone's eyes widen and cause them to exclaim, "Wow, wow," what after another? Lu Wushuang was no exception. Together with Li Changming, she gazed at it passionately, looking until her eyes were satisfied, her gaze filled with admiration for its sheer magnificence. With Yin Changfeng and Dan Tongxing Sui present there, they certainly could not help but be amazed by the surreal beauty of the painting that illuminated a whole corner of the sky. Amidst this heartbreakingly beautiful and equally surreal scene, the things sketched on the paper gradually magnified, then left the drawing paper and descended to the ground. It was truly an astonishing event. Such a situation had never occurred since ancient times. Shu Zitan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, This, I have lived for over 1,000 years, but I have never seen such a spectacle before." Everyone there also dropped their jaws, staring wide-eyed. "What is going on here? The Ancestral Master's painting has repaired our sect for us? I see that the Ancestral Master has bestowed the prosperous scene in the painting upon Taishuan." Suddenly, the bronze bell emitted a miraculous golden light. Then it flew towards Taishuan Hall, causing the people below to look up and exclaim. The bronze bell flew towards Taishuan Hall. It slowly descended, then slowly disappeared. Perfected Shang Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. Disappeared? How is that possible? The bronze bell flew towards Taishuan Hall and then fused into one. He was certain of his speculation.
This is Senior Ye, who has fused the bronze bell into the Taishuan seal, making them together become the formation core of the mountain-protecting Grand Formation. Even, he hesitated, looking at the profound mystery unfolding before his eyes, and said, even the leaked energy has been completely repaired as before. It's really wonderful. Perfected Shang Xuan and Su Zetian went from being dazed to amazed. Indeed, never before in this world had they witnessed such a magical scene. Suddenly, Su Zetian placed his hand on Perfected Shang Xuan's shoulder and said, Brother He, what happened today really opened my eyes. Can I ask you for a recommendation? I really want to pay my respects to the senior you all speak of. His words carried a hint of implication. He had probably had his horizons broadened by Ye Changcheng's power. He had truly never witnessed such a magical scene. Hearing Su Zetian say that, Perfected Shang Xuan also casually expressed, Brother He, you have also seen the mighty power of Ancestral Master Ye. We cannot rashly go there.
It is better to wait for 2 more days. After this old man finishes healing, we will think of a countermeasure, he said with a smile while putting his arm around Shu Zetian's shoulder. Hearing this, Shu Zetian had no other choice but to obey Taoist Chang Xuan's words, as that was the only way. Before leaving, Shu Zetian also had to turn back and remind Taoist Chang Xuan with a respectful attitude, but no less emphasizing the need to meet the senior Ye that the people of Tai Xuan kept talking about. Brother He, you must recover very soon. Hearing the words coming from Shu Zetian's mouth, Taoist Chang Xuan sure must have sensed the true intention hidden within those words, showing just how impatient he was. After Shu Zetian and his people, Yin Changfeng and Dan Tong Cheng Sui, left Mount Tai Xuan, Taoist Chang Xuan also reminded everyone to go back and rest. Fighting all night, the guests from Ziqing Holy Land have also worked hard. Hurry back and rest. But before returning, Lu Wushuang still had a few words to say to Taoist Chang Xuan. Master Holy Lord, I wonder if you still remember the words Mr. Ye said when he bestowed the Tai Xuan Changqing painting upon you that day. At that time, Senior said he had a slight premonition in his heart, so he later drew this Tai Xuan Changqing painting. Recalling the day Ye Changqing bestowed the Tai Xuan Changqing painting upon Taoist Chang Xuan, Ye Changqing said thoughtfully, but the more I look at it, the more I feel like something is still missing in the painting. He asked, is it the artistic conception? He replied, not quite. The palaces drawn at first were not very magnificent, and the atmosphere and lighting were also very gloomy. The words clearly showed his doubt and dissatisfaction. Now looking back, it looks like a pile of ruins. Generally speaking, it is just not beautiful. To correct it according to his own aesthetics, Ye Changqing used his masterful craftsmanship to embellish the painting with a few strokes, turning to Lu Wushuang and saying, therefore, this time I have redrawn the palaces and enriched the colors, making the entirety of Mount Tai Xuan look like a fairyland.
Returning to the conversation between Taoist Chang Xuan and Lu Wushuang, after he heard Lu Wushuang recount that detail, he hesitated slightly and thought, ruins? Redraw? What exactly was Lu Wushuang trying to say? Las Wushuang, you mean to say everything that happened last night? Before Taoist Chang Xuan could even finish his sentence, Lu Wushuang quickly nodded, indicating that Taoist Chang Xuan's current thought was correct. Actually, it had long been within the calculations of Senior Ye. Lu Wushuang, with tears welling up in her eyes as if admiring Ye Changqing's clear calculations, replied, this disciple thinks it is exactly so. Hearing this, Taoist Chang Xuan also couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being an almighty with the power to reach the heavens. Many thanks to Senior Ye for your protection. This junior is endlessly grateful. As he spoke, he clasped his hands towards the place where dazzling light illuminated the entire sky, expressing his deep respect. The scene made it hard for people not to be moved. Mount Tai Xuan was immersed in the magical scenery of the early morning sunrise. The scene shifted to another town area. A pair of clean black shoes stepped lightly. A seemingly mysterious person, entirely covered in a black cloak, walked briskly to the place named Shachi Town. Every step and gait showed agility and haste. He walked while thinking, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes timidly looking around. To think that there was such an extraordinary spiritual land within the Tai Xuan Holy Land. He continued walking forward. Where the dazzling golden light radiated, spiritual energy densely covered the entire small town. While walking, he suddenly came to a complete stop. Squinting his eyes, he looked up and asked himself in wonder, is this the place with the strongest Tao rhythm? He squinted towards that dazzling light. It seemed he had realized something that made him stare in shock and astonishment. No, it's not just Tao rhythm. There is actually the aura of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. Could this be some ancient ruin, or the residence of some peerless almighty expert? Every word expressed his astonishment, his mouth hanging open in surprise. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. That mysterious person entirely covered in a black cloak was none other than Nangang Xuanji.
The door suddenly opened gently. It seemed that the spiritual energy here was indeed too strong, causing the wind to rise. He fell to his knees, struggling to resist. Suddenly, his jaw dropped and his teeth chattered. I am actually sweating profusely. Nangang Xuanji's face turned pale and sweaty, his whole body trembling in fear. When the door opened, the person who appeared was none other than Ye Chongqing. He looked blankly at the person standing in front of him. Seeing Ye Chongqing suddenly appear, Nangong Xuanji couldn't help but jump in shock. Seeing the stranger in front of him looking at him in surprise, Ye Chongqing gently asked, "Old man, what's wrong with you? Could it be heat stroke?" While asking, he stepped closer to examine the situation, clearly showing his concern. Nangong Xuanji still hadn't escaped his own thoughts. There were still things in them that made him feel chaotic. This young man looked ordinary, with no true qi around his body at all, but he was actually able to walk out of that place full of Tao rhythm without being injured at all. Lost in sudden thoughts about the identity of the young man standing in front of him, while Ye Chongqing was still worried, panicking and asking, "Old man."
After that call, the old man respectfully bowed and introduced himself. "I am Nangong Xuanji, paying respects to the expert." Ye Chongqing panicked again, startled. "Huh? Again?" He was probably no longer too surprised, having met such strange people before, but even so, he was still quite panicked by the actions of total strangers suddenly paying respects to him. Outside, the branches and leaves swayed, fluttering back and forth in the wind. Inside, Ye Chongqing calmly offered tea to Nangong Xuanji. "Old gentleman, you must have gotten sunstroke and are having hallucinations. Drink some tea to calm your spirit first." As he spoke, he handed the tea to the old man sitting opposite him. Nangong Xuanji was still embarrassed, respectfully clasping his hands. "Thank you, expert." Suddenly he was surprised when right before his eyes was a chessboard with exquisite moves. Black lands on 13 to seize the soul, white settles on 12 to guard the young origin. Hearing Nangong Xuanji's words, Ye Chongqing's eyes lit up and he asked, "Old gentleman, do you also understand chess?" Nangong Xuanji bashfully admitted, "I won't hide it from the expert. My entire life has been dedicated to the Tao of chess." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing excitedly exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful. I haven't met an opponent for a long time." Hearing this, Nangong Xuanji looked astonished, his mouth agape and eyes wide. "Huh?" He thought to himself. So my lifelong dedication was exactly to wait for this moment. Ye Chongqing placed his piece first, and then it was his turn to make a move. Nangong Xuanji thought, "It turns out my lifelong dedication to the Tao of chess was just waiting for the moment to play a game with the expert." On the chessboard, the game had just begun with 8 pieces, 4 white for Ye Chongqing and 4 black for Nangong Xuanji. Ye Chongqing's face clearly showed joy. "I finally found an opponent for myself." As for Nangong Xuanji, his hand holding the chess piece trembled as he calculated every single move. Suddenly, Ye Chongqing spoke up. "Old gentleman, I once heard that a chess player with supreme chess intent at their peak can calculate the ever-changing variations of the chessboard. Would you say that is correct?" Nangong Xuanji replied while holding his piece. "That is correct." Despite having supreme chess intent at his peak, being able to calculate the ever-changing variations of the chessboard, and having studied diligently for so long, he still could not see through Ye Chongqing's chessboard. Sure enough, every move on Ye Chongqing's chessboard made people admire him and required careful thought before making a strike. Looking at the chessboard, he thought, could it be that the person who borrowed the hands of the Taiswan Holy Lord to defeat me last time is exactly this expert?
It is indeed the person right in front of him. Images of God's one move appeared in Nangong Xuanji's mind. That strategy, could its owner truly be Ye Chongqing? Nangong Xuanji fell back in shock just recalling it. What? This pressure must be a test that the expert has set for me. As long as I can grasp it, it will be a great providence. Black's 214th move. He calculated every move on the go board clearly, not wanting to make any mistakes, frowning and grinding his teeth in deep thought. Finally, he executed the technique, dropping the pearl. Nangong Xuanji had just unleashed his technique when Ye Chongqing quickly responded with an amused expression. He let out an "ah" sound, then, without a second thought, straightforwardly executed controlling territory on 4 sides.
Ye Chongqing's white chess piece landed on the board with a clack, following his hand's movement. Nangong Xuanji saw Ye Chongqing launch a classic strike, which made him panic and let out an "ah." That ultimate move executed by Ye Chongqing shone brilliantly in one corner. Nangong Xuanji tremblingly held his chess piece and said, "There is only..." A sigh in his words clearly showed his anxiety and deep thought. Perhaps he had never met an expert who played chess so well, forcing him to utilize all the skills he had honed over the years. "The people of the world all call this old man the chess saint," Nangong Xuanji said, while looking at every move on the chessboard between him and Ye Chongqing. But today, in this chessboard, at this time, it was clear on the chessboard that the black side was bound to lose. Nangong Xuanji continued to express, "This old man can feel it again. There is always someone better, and a sky beyond the sky." Suddenly, he seemed to sense a new stream of energy. The cultivation bottleneck that has troubled me for 1,000 years also seems to show signs of loosening, he thought to himself. Although his hand holding the chess piece was trembling, he still reassured his thoughts. As long as he tried a little harder, it would be possible. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. "Ignorant Junior." It turned out to be from the tree sitting next to him, violently emitting a stream of energy.
Nangong Xuanji was also surprised by that scene, panicking. This is again... The tree spoke again. You still cannot break through right now. A scene as if words were transmitted to Nangong Xuanji. He sat there, only able to gape in terrifying astonishment. Every branch on its trunk suddenly moved. The tree emitted a dazzling purple energy under the moonlight. Before Nangong Xuanji's eyes now appeared an extremely massive tree, surrounded by that dazzling purple energy. Under the canopy of the divine willow tree, that voice continued to fiercely criticize. Ignorant junior, you still cannot break through right now. In the dreamscape, Nangong Xuanji solemnly looked towards the tree, suspiciously thinking in his heart, this willow tree is a 10,000-year demon tree. If it is planted in the garden, it must have been planted by an expert. Then he silently asked, why would it suddenly speak up?
Despite his doubts, he still cupped his hands respectfully and apologized to the willow tree. This junior was impulsive for a moment. I hope senior can forgive me. He seemed unconvinced, raising his voice to ask in response to the criticism. It's just that I don't know what reason you have for saying this junior still cannot break through. Hearing him say this, that voice suddenly rebuked loudly. Ignorant, why don't you lower your head and look at the master's chess formation? Nangong Xuanji turned his head to look at the chessboard, as if realizing something, and suddenly exclaimed in his heart in shock. This is... Light flashed on the chessboard, and somehow it had fallen into a situation that displayed the word ominous. He stared intently at the chessboard in front of him. Suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at the current situation and exclaimed inwardly, could it be that this is the expert reminding me? Breaking through right now would lead to great peril. Ye Changqing, sitting opposite him, boredly raised a chess piece, looked at it, and said, Sai, when playing chess, if you don't adjust your state of mind well, in light cases, you lose a few pieces. Then he placed the piece down calmly, emphasizing the last words he said, as if reminding Nangong Xuanji, in severe cases, you will lose the whole board. Nangong Xuanji seemed to have discovered the truth, thinking to himself, the expert has seen that my state of mind right now is unstable. If I forcefully break through, in a light case, my advancement will fail and my true essence will be damaged. In a severe case, I will fail on the verge of success and suffer from chi deviation. As if reading his thoughts, the divine willow tree said, that's right, the master holds all things in his heart. He didn't want to make you lose face, so he used this tactful method to remind you. Why aren't you hurrying to thank him?
Hearing this, he suddenly stood up, causing Ye Changqing to jump in surprise. Afterward, he cupped his hands respectfully towards him and exclaimed to the person opposite, the expert is indeed formidable. I admire you. He was dazed and bewildered, asking himself in surprise, huh? You surrendered after just playing a few pieces? I still have several ultimate moves I haven't used yet. Then he said in confusion, what's the old gentleman saying? Let's continue. Nangong Xuanji still calmly said, no, even using my lifelong strength, I cannot compare to a 10,000th of the expert. I wouldn't dare to show off my slight skill before a master. After saying that, suddenly a leaf fell from the willow tree. Nangong Xuanji reached out both hands to catch the willow leaf. The leaf kept glowing from the moment it fell until it was already in his hands. Then the willow tree said, consider yourself tactful. Think of this leaf as a providence bestowed upon you. Leave quickly. Nangong Xuanji seriously obeyed the order and said, understood, I understand. Then he bowed to bid Ye Changqing farewell. I have disturbed you today. I will take my leave. He replied, all right, and then helplessly watched Nangong Xuanji turn around to bid farewell every few steps. Ye Changqing watched him walk far away, unable to help but feel bewildered, and asked himself, strange, why did he suddenly leave? He suspiciously looked up at the tall willow tree above his head, unable to help but speculate. Could he be allergic to willow trees? Scene transition. Nangong Xuanji was riding a short sword back. On the way back, he seemed to have realized something and murmured, to think that such an almighty is living in seclusion in Taiswan Holy Land. Looking at it this way, losing to him earlier can be considered perfectly reasonable. Finally, it had reached the final stage of the martial gathering between the two great Holy Lands. Inside Taiswan Holy Land, He Changswan smiled radiantly, looking at the harvest board, unable to help but feel proud, and exclaimed, not bad, not bad. The paths of sword, alchemy, divination, and talismans all have some minor harvests. This caused Su Jitian, who was standing next to him, to feel furious and think to himself, we didn't harvest anything at all, and even had to compensate with 2 magical treasures. He suddenly cleared his throat.
Then, from behind He Changquan, he darkened his face and raised his voice to ask, Brother He, when are you going to take this old man to pay respects to that ancestral master? This caused He Changquan, who was just feeling happy, to suddenly become a bit scared and startled. He Changquan turned his head, nervously and awkwardly smiled, and said, Brother Shu, it's not that I won't take you, but my ancestral master needs secluded cultivation, so it's truly inconvenient to disturb him. Hearing this, Shu Zetian thought He Changquan was unwilling, so he spoke as if dropping a threat. Brother He, it's not that I'm in a hurry. Chess Saint Nangong will be here soon. His purpose is also for the expert behind your sect. He Changquan was startled, turned around, and exclaimed in sheer astonishment, Really?
Hearing that, Shu Zetian standing opposite him calmly nodded to silently confirm the words he just said. He further explained, Senior Nangong entered the Dao Si chess and has now reached the peak of the void-piercing realm. In less than 50 years, he will surely break through. The image of Nangong Xuanji appeared, looking valiant and commanding the chess pieces in a majestic and awe-inspiring manner. He Cheng Xuan raised his hand to his forehead, his face darkening with fear as he thought, a figure like this cannot be offended. Despite all my calculations, I didn't expect Shu Zetian to use his name to force me into taking him to meet Senior Ye. Suddenly, news spread from outside. Chess Saint Nangong Xuanji has arrived. Nangong Xuanji walked in, and both He Cheng Xuan and Shu Zetian went to welcome him. Shu Zetian respectfully said, Senior Nangong has arrived. He Cheng Xuan also stepped forward to greet him. He Cheng Xuan pays respects to the chess saint.
Nangong Xuanji still had a bright smile on his lips as he greeted the two of them. Greetings to the two holy lords. Then he walked up to He Chong Suen and apologized, saying, Coming uninvited today, I hope Taoist Chong Suen can forgive me. Hearing this, He Chong Suen respectfully cupped his hands and replied, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Then that serious face disappeared in an instant, and He Chong Suen wore a joyful, blooming face as he said to Nangong Xuanji, Senior chess saint descending is the honor of our Taiswen Holy Land. Nangong Xuanji hurriedly stepped forward to support He Chong Suen and said, Taiswen Holy Lord, there is no need for such formality. He smiled radiantly and continued, Last time you broke my 4 dragons spitting water formation, it was truly spectacular. This old man is full of admiration. Hearing him say this, He Chong Suen immediately broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly from behind, Shu Zetian's face appeared and said to Nangong Xuanji, Senior Nangong, there is something you do not know. He said, Although Brother He is skilled in the Tao of chess, it is still not enough to break your formation. Rather, there is an expert standing behind him. Hearing this, He Chong Suen suddenly froze, and his face turned bright red. As if gaining momentum, he loudly asked He Chong Suen, How about letting the Taiswen Holy Lord lead you and me to meet the person who actually made the move? Hearing this, He Chong Suen flared up in anger. Unable to hold back, He Chong Suen, full of anger, went over and grabbed Shu Zetian's collar, shouting loudly, You old ghost Shu, don't go too far. But he still smiled contemptuously and asked, What, could it be that Brother He wants to hide it? He thought maliciously in his mind, Who doesn't know that Senior Nangong is a chess fanatic who would never give up on any expert in the Tao of chess? On the side, Nangong Xuanji said to the two people in front of him, Actually, before this old man came to Taiswen, I had already met that expert. Huh? The other two exclaimed in unison, full of surprise. Nangong Xuanji, with a mouthful of smiles, stroked his beard and said, It truly exceeds my imagination. As if not believing his own ears, Shu Zetian asked him in astonishment, No way! Senior Nangong is already at the peak of the void-piercing realm. Could it be that that person's strength is even higher than yours? Nangong Xuanji reached into his sleeve, took out something glowing, and said, Looking at this item, you will understand. A leaf, he uttered as if doubting his own eyes, but in a moment, seeing the leaf, he asked loudly in utter amazement, Why does it contain such massive energy? He Chong Suen was equally surprised, voicing the doubt in his heart. This is a leaf from the 10,000-year demon tree in the Ancestral Master's manor. Not letting them continue to wonder, Nangong Xuanji looked at the leaf and answered affirmatively. That's right, just one leaf can help me break through the void-piercing realm and step into the Mahayana realm. Then he added, This expert's cultivation base is fundamentally not something that you and I can speculate about.
Hearing this, Shu Zetian was so stunned that he couldn't close his mouth, exclaiming, No way! Just what kind of character is this? At this moment, in an extremely majestic place, red cloths were spread and decorated everywhere in the holy palace. It seemed that a wedding was being prepared here. Nanling Qingshu, the place occupied by the Spirit Fox clan, was known as Yuhu City. At this moment, Black Emperor was startled and sprang up, saying, Finally reached the most prosperous territory of the Fox clan. After that, he immediately cast a spell to cast an illusion and transform himself into human form. His face showed a smug smile, looking extremely sinister, and he said with satisfaction, It was not a waste of effort for this king to run for several days and nights. Black Emperor appeared with a muscular physique, bare-chested but fully clothed below, though he wore a dark brown fur cape that only covered the upper half of his back. He began to squat down and look at the residents below, speaking triumphantly and loudly. There will definitely be the Hunyorn stone here that Master needs for cultivation. After thinking for a long enough time, he immediately jumped down incredibly professionally, not missing a single beat. While walking alone on the street, a man shouted loudly, raising one hand and projecting his voice, startling him. Congratulations to the 13th princess and the young master of the Black Tiger clan on their marriage. The stall is on a huge sale for 3 days. At that time, at a small shop nearby, the Black Emperor also saw a pretty, cute young girl standing in front of the shop, and because of the earlier event, she happily shouted to inform everyone. Tomorrow, the shop will cease operations. The shopkeeper has been invited to attend the grand wedding ceremony. Seeing the girl and hearing those words, the Black Emperor smiled smugly, an incredibly sinister smile. Then suddenly, the Black Emperor looked to the other side, where another girl also stepped forward and ran out, raising one hand with the purpose of stepping further out to call out to everyone more clearly, and shouted loudly, the out-of-print hardcover portrait of our clan's old ancestor, Demon Venerable's power protects your cultivation. After hearing this information, the Black Emperor stood quietly in a far corner, glancing and pondering deeply. Oh, a grand wedding ceremony. To think that the Fox family would actually marry their daughter to the Black Tiger clan. Following that, as he was walking along the road and arrived in front of a door, two strange young men suddenly appeared. One of the two young men unexpectedly spotted the Black Emperor. He recognized him and joyfully called out, "It's the Black Emperor!" But the words he spoke had no good intentions at all. His eyebrows furrowed and his mouth curled up into a smile, making him look incredibly sinister.
Having said that, these two guys walked out of the shop to greet an old acquaintance they hadn't seen in a long time. Upon stepping out the door, the two of them rested their hands on their hips, stood arrogantly in front of Black Emperor, and provocatively said, "Black Emperor, the 7 great demon kings are putting all their efforts into hunting you down all over Nanling, yet you still dare to come here?" Then he continued to slander him. "Out of consideration for the fact that you were severely injured before, we brothers won't treat you roughly, so why don't you surrender with your hands up?" Meanwhile, he just silently listened to what they were saying, letting them hurl their harsh words at him. At this moment, hearing these unpleasant words, Black Emperor began to grit his teeth. Demonic energy started to appear all around his body, and he smiled, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Hey, right here his fury escalated rapidly as he caused his extremely powerful demonic energy to erupt. That force blasted away the two who were mocking him just a moment ago, sending them flying far away in sheer panic and terror as they blurted out, "What?" From then on, his power was revealed even more intensely and clearly than ever before, as he used one hand to direct more power toward the two guys. His eyes emitted a red glint, looking incredibly fierce. His power even blew away the loincloth on his body as he spread his legs wide, throwing everything around him into total chaos. However, at that moment he laughed like a maniac because he had subdued those 2 nobodies who dared to speak nonsense in front of this king. Right at this very moment, the entire area around the street was overwhelmed by his aura and power, proving just how immense his strength truly was. At this time, he extended his sharp claws, continuing to use his power to attack and make the 2 float in midair, completely controlled. Struggling to no avail as they were being choked by the neck, only able to flail their arms to block the power, he happily mocked the 2 and said, "You 2 fools, where do you see this king being severely injured?" Afterward, Black Emperor sighed and thought to himself, after going through the baptism of Master's Black Emperor painting, I am now much stronger than before.
At that moment, of the 2 guys controlled by the Black Emperor, one grimaced in obvious discomfort but tried his best to force the words out. "The aura on your body." As for the other, he glared in fear and anxiety, a streak of sweat rolling down his cheek, and said nervously with his mouth wide open, "Are you actually about to break through to the Demon Emperor realm?" Hearing this, the Black Emperor became even more ruthless. He used his strength to make the 2 tremble even more, bringing them to the verge of suffocation. He punished them and made it clear for them to hear. "I heard that your 13th princess is about to marry Ming Yan of the Black Tiger clan." He smiled as he spoke, but one hand continued to maintain his strength with no intention of sparing their lives. The mastermind behind the 3-month siege on this king was none other than that Ming Yan. Saying so, the Black Emperor became increasingly violent. One might have thought he would spare their lives, but no, he continued to squeeze his hand tightly, causing the 2 to suffocate even more. Their hands gripped their necks to resist the force, their heads tilted forward, and sweat poured down their cheeks. Their expressions were filled with sheer terror, and their throats immediately felt unbearable. However, one of the 2 still tried to hold on as much as possible. His whole body was trembling in extreme fear, yet his words were highly defiant, completely ignoring the fact that he was about to die. "So what? Let me tell you, when the time comes, the old ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan will also attend the wedding ceremony. Don't even think about causing trouble." Afterward, the Black Emperor smiled smugly, appearing extremely arrogant, his eyebrows furrowing. "Oh, you've also provided this king with a piece of good news." His expression at that moment was incredibly triumphant upon hearing something so highly useful to the Black Emperor.
Finally, the Black Emperor turned his head back, and he wasn't going to easily show mercy and spare those 2, ignoring them. He immediately clenched his hands and strangled the necks of the 2 rude guys, and then the 2 fell down and died right on the spot. But before they died, he said a few words to them. "If the old ancestor of these strong-smelling foxes is also coming to the grand ceremony, then I can just take this opportunity to sneak into the forbidden grounds of the Spirit Fox clan and take the Hunyan stone for master." The next day, everything prepared yesterday was now ready, and everywhere was joyously awaiting the wedding day. People all over the city stood waiting, shouting loudly for young Master Minyan of the Black Tiger clan coming to receive the bride. Everywhere in the city was filled with the joyful atmosphere of the festival, and everyone was crowding together to watch the grand event. Everything around was decorated with brilliant lanterns with the symbolic color of red. As the people of the Black Tiger clan were arriving with the bridal sedan chair, everyone was murmuring, "Why is the Black Tiger clan receiving the bride so quietly?" Another person seeing this replied, "That's right, there aren't even people blowing trumpets or beating drums. Could it be that the Black Tiger clan doesn't accept this marriage?"
At that moment, a bizarre pitch-black paw began to step forward. It turned out to be an extremely fierce, growling panther. Its entire body was black all around, but its eyes had a different color, yellow. Strangely enough, the person riding on its back was someone familiar we often mention, the young master of the Black Tiger clan, named Minyan. While everyone was murmuring and discussing, his face frowned, tense, thinking to himself, marrying a female from a foreign clan, such a disgraceful matter. This young master does not want many people to know.
Suddenly, in his subconscious, he recalled the scene from yesterday where the two guys were killed by the Black Emperor, causing him to ponder. And on the corpses of those two guards in Yuhu City, there was indeed the aura of the Black Emperor. I am absolutely sure I didn't mistake it. Then he gritted his teeth, trembling with fear, perhaps because of what happened yesterday. Black Emperor, if you dare to appear before me, I will definitely. Then suddenly, a sound echoed from somewhere, making everything around seem much more lively. Everyone around was overjoyed and chattered. The band is here. A strange man then explained, saying, I told you, the marriage between the two clans is a good thing. How could there lack any commotion? Hearing the sound of the music, Minyan turned his head, frowned, and shouted angrily, Damn it, who is the one bringing bad luck to this young master? What is meant to happen will happen. The atmosphere throughout Yuhu City, which was empty due to the lack of music on the day of the wedding, now that there was music, everyone was even more joyful and excited. But at the same time, it also made one person, Minyan here, even more furious. It was none other than the Black Emperor. The notes rang out, each word of the lyrics creating an extremely glorious song. The Black Emperor danced along with a few of his subordinates, all grooving to the humming melodies. Remembering gratitude and grudges, brushing sleeves to cover the bright moon, west wind blowing falling leaves and withering flowers, resting on swords and blades, hard to sleep. Next, the Black Emperor stepped towards Minyan, provoking and angering him while dancing around with both hands raised as if doing a fan dance. He danced and joked with him. For the great joy of young Master Minyan, I intentionally instructed the brothers to come and perform a hidden leaf village dance to share the joy with everyone. The singing voices echoed along with the melodious musical notes in the space, like a passing guest of the mountains and rivers, ultimately leaving behind long sighs of sorrowful parting. Upon hearing his provocations, he stepped down from the panther's back with an extremely angry demeanor. Afterward, he advanced, getting close to the Black Emperor, and immediately pointed his finger straight at his face, shouting furiously and fiercely, Black Emperor, you dare to appear before this young master again. Because he was so fiercely furious, he raised his hand, then gathered fiery chi energy on his palm and leaped, flying towards the Black Emperor, with his facial expression looking extremely ferocious at this moment, his face contorted madly, and his bloodshot eyes clearly visible. He looked just like a fierce beast. He angrily shouted, I spared your life that day. I didn't expect you to come knocking on death's door yourself today. Minyan went crazy, fiercely charging forward to strike a palm at the Black Emperor. At this moment, seeing the opponent's action in advance, the Black Emperor furrowed his brows, let out a gleeful smile, revealing his fangs, while also clearly showing his arrogant nature deep down, as he said, Is that all the skill you have? Then, whatever will be, will be. Minyan madly rushed to attack the Black Emperor with his own fiery chi energy. But unfortunately for him, the Black Emperor grasped the situation right in front of him, proving to be faster than Minyan. The Black Emperor dodged and stepped back to the side.
He quickly pointed his finger, preparing to take revenge on Minyan. At this moment, he showed an extremely smug and satisfied smile about this matter, making him look incredibly confident. At a highly thrilling moment, but due to a lack of calculation and inability to foresee the future, Minyan was pushed to a disadvantage. As a result, he missed, and naturally, because Black Emperor was smarter and more quick-witted, he used a spell to chain him up, causing him to tremble. Panicking at his actions, he shouted loudly, What's going on? Black Emperor ignored whatever Minyan said. No matter if he shouted loudly, panicked, or whatever, his facial expression showed not a single bit of care for him, and what he did was clearly displayed right before the eyes. He pointed his finger down at Minyan, causing him to be smashed headfirst into the ground extremely violently, without a single bit of mercy. Even so, he was still very surprised by Black Emperor's strength. Despite being made to smash headfirst into the ground by him, he still frowned in discomfort. His entire face was covered in sweat, and twisting his face, he shouted, We haven't met for a few months. I didn't expect you to have broken through already. Meanwhile, Minyan thought further. Previously, he was injured. Now, not only had he recovered completely to his original state, but he was also only one step away from the Demon Emperor realm. How could this be possible? While he was thinking, right at that moment, Black Emperor was extremely delighted and satisfied, laughing gloatingly at the action he had caused. At this moment, Black Emperor tilted his head slightly, appearing not to care at all about the opponent, and instead showed an extremely arrogant expression, smiling delightedly. With both hands on his hips, he laughed and said, I haven't even congratulated the young master for obtaining the 13th princess with the purest Spirit Fox clan bloodline. Extremely furious at Black Emperor's provocative words, he frowned, his mind tense with fierce anger.
With a streak of sweat on his cheek, he scowled and said hastily, "Stop showing off and quickly release this young master, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself."
He snapped his fingers, leaving a way out for Ming Yan. But we can guess that because today is probably his grand ceremony, letting him die would seem quite pitiful for everyone, as well as the bride. After snapping his fingers to spare his life and releasing Ming Yan, at this moment he immediately turned around and challenged him. "Fine then, we will meet again at the wedding banquet main hall." Ming Yan was so angry that his face turned bright red, hating the person standing in front of him, and shouted with resentment, "You dare ruin my good deeds." Black Emperor did not care about Ming Yan's hateful look, only smiled sarcastically and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? This king has always been a man of his word." After speaking, Black Emperor immediately turned and walked away, leaving Ming Yan behind. He gritted his teeth in extreme anger, but could not do anything. If looks could kill, Black Emperor would have died long ago. Then Ming Yan turned to the guard behind him and ordered, "Quickly go inform the Fox clan. Black Emperor has reached the Demon Emperor realm. Also, instruct all the guards at the scene of the wedding banquet main hall to be strictly on guard." Hearing Ming Yan's furious voice, the guard's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Understood." Somewhere else, the town was immersed in a scene of cherry blossoms. The massive ancient cherry blossom trees bloomed, looking like giant pink umbrellas. The fragile petals were endlessly swept away by the wind, falling randomly onto the roof tiles, creating a very romantic scenery. Inside that manor, the cherry blossom trees were particularly abundant and blooming all around. The quiet surface of the lake was also dyed with the color of cherry blossoms as the petals floated adrift on the lake. This is Tashan Palace, the residence of the Spirit Fox Clan's leader.
A guard was issuing orders to the other guards around him. His voice sounded urgent. "Mobilize all personnel in the back mountain to the grand ceremony site. Search for the Black Emperor. None of you are allowed to alarm the old ancestor." Everyone around, upon hearing the order, stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Understood." Then those guards quickly ran off. 2 or 3 of them ran past a tree. A black-haired man with long ears watched the scene and sneered, "A bunch of fools." The person sitting in the tree was exactly the Black Emperor, the one those people were searching for. The Black Emperor sat leisurely in the tree, holding a leaf in his mouth, happily watching this scene, and said with satisfaction, "As expected, they fell for my trick of luring the tiger out of the mountain." After seeing that group of people leave, and no one lingering around anymore, the Black Emperor jumped down from the tree, transforming into his beast form and landing gently on the ground. Right as he landed, the Black Emperor quickly ran forward, surrounded by a thin wisp of purple smoke. In his mind, he thought, "The guards and that old fox have all gone to the grand ceremony site. Doesn't that mean the forbidden ground is free for this king to enter and leave as I please?" As the Black Emperor was running enthusiastically, something jumped over from behind, leaving a trail of white light and lightning flashes. It was unclear what had just appeared. Caught off guard by the unknown white entity, the Black Emperor was startled and blurted out, "Who?" That white entity gradually revealed itself. It turned out to be a white-furred animal walking on 4 legs. Its slender legs landed gently, surrounded by glowing pink demonic energy. It was a fox with green eyes and snow-white fur. The orange color at its tail, in the tips of its ears, added to the haughty appearance of that white fox. It was surrounded by streams of demonic energy and white smoke created by the white fox itself. It appeared right in front of the Black Emperor. Seeing the appearance of that fox, the Black Emperor couldn't help but be startled.
Afterward, the demon fox leaped onto a cherry blossom branch. It looked down at the Black Emperor below and smiled, speaking with disdain. "You didn't even notice an extra person right next to you." The demon fox continued to mock. "The legendary Black Emperor is nothing more than this." The Black Emperor was naturally angered by the fox's mocking words. He bared his sharp teeth and growled at the demon fox. "Little fox, since you have recognized me, you won't be able to leave this flower forest today." With that said, the Black Emperor immediately used an illusionary transformation to turn himself into a human, shedding his previous beast form. As he rolled his wrists ready to fight, streaks of light and purple-green demonic energy mixed together around him, generated by his illusionary transformation technique. The demon fox lying on the tree saw the Black Emperor return to human form without the slightest trace of fear, and said softly, "What's wrong?" Then a pinkish light radiated around the fox. Afterward, the fox also used an illusionary transformation to change into a human form. A woman emerged from the shape of the white fox, sitting cross-legged on the tree. Her long legs wore black stockings, combining with her snow-white skin to create a sexy allure. Wearing a cheongsam with a deep neckline cut into a heart shape, her fox ears did not disappear. The white fox that had just transformed into a human was none other than the princess of the Spirit Fox clan, Hushisan. She smiled seductively and said, "Just as I wished, I also want to test your strength." Suddenly, Hushisan smiled, revealing the characteristic fangs in the carnivore, exhaling heavily with her face turning flushed. Hushisan gracefully lay flat on the thick branch, utilizing her alluring charm.
Her foxtail swayed gently to a rhythm, and her enchanting voice would captivate any man who heard it. Lord Black Emperor.
The Black Emperor suddenly smiled lecherously, thinking in his mind that he didn't expect this fox to be so beautiful after transforming into a human. Seeing that the Black Emperor seemed to have fallen for her demonic charm, Hu Shishan let out a few arrogant laughs. Ha ha ha! Then she jumped down from the tree, immediately pressing herself against the Black Emperor's solid chest, her warm hand touching his bare chest. As the two skins came into contact, the temperature suddenly rose. Hu Shishan's chest pressed against the Black Emperor's body as she smiled wickedly and said, "We are here." The surrounding space was filled with heart shapes, everything was covered in pink, and that charming voice continued to echo. Or perhaps Hu Shishan spoke with deep hidden meaning, secretly using spiritual energy on the Black Emperor. But the Black Emperor was a sly one. Not letting Hu Shishan play her tricks, he immediately threw a punch downward, making Hu Shishan let out an ah and faint with foam at the mouth before she could even execute the plan calculated in her head. After Hu Shishan fainted, the Black Emperor tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of rice and said with an arrogant smile, "Sorry, you might not be human, but I am truly a dog." After saying that, to be safe, the Black Emperor took small leaps instead of transforming into a beast and running like before. Carrying Hu Shishan actually had a purpose. He said to the unconscious Hu Shishan, "Since we are going to the forbidden ground of your fox clan, I'll borrow you to scout ahead." At the ceremony venue, red flags were fluttering, and a joyous atmosphere spread everywhere. Today was the grand wedding ceremony of the Fox clan and the Black Tiger clan.
The red carpet stretched from the main doors all the way up the stairs. A large crowd of guests had gathered in the main courtyard. The majority of the guests were people of the demon race. Some demons had not yet fully transformed, walking around the courtyard looking like beastmen. Tu Shandiao slowly walked down the stairs, happily speaking to the guests present. "Thank you, elders and brothers from all the demon tribes, for coming today to attend the grand wedding ceremony of my little daughter and young master Ming Yan." Hearing Tu Shandiao's words, the demon crowd below excitedly shouted, "Clan leader Tu, let's not do these cumbersome formalities anymore." "That's right, invite the groom and bride up," two beastmen below shouted loudly. With someone leading the way, the demons behind also chimed in, clapping and saying loudly, "We have long heard that the 13th Highness possesses heaven-toppling beauty, but was kept hidden deeply in her boudoir by you. Ha ha, we've wanted to meet her for a long time." The Fox clan leader Tu Shandiao waved his hand to stop them, smiling awkwardly at the reckless demons below, and lowered his voice to appease them. "Don't be impatient, everyone. Give the girl a little more time to comb her hair." Unexpectedly, just as Tu Shandiao finished speaking, an impatient voice came from afar. "How much longer do you want this seat to wait?" The person who just spoke was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes and a red cloak. Upon seeing this person's figure, the people in the courtyard happily turned around. "The groom has arrived." Mingyuet's crane grumpily walked over. "Has that old fox 2C not arrived yet?" Mingyuet's crane appeared in his familiar black clothes. The 6 black tiger stripes on his face made his expression look even more ferocious, while the blood-red cloak behind his back fluttered in the wind. The surrounding demons clamored and moved aside to make way for Mingyuet's crane, grinning and flattering him. "Is young Master Mingyan in such a hurry? Congratulations, young master." Mingyuet's crane slowly walked up the stairs, heading straight to where Tu Shandiao was standing. Hearing him address 2C like that, Tu Shandiao was naturally displeased and opened his mouth to reprimand Mingyuet's crane. "Young master, please speak carefully. The old ancestor coming out of seclusion to attend is the great fortune of you two." Mingyuet's crane suddenly reached out and grabbed Tu Shandiao's neck. Smack! Mingyuet's crane slowly tightened. Completely disregarding that this was the Fox clan's territory, Mingyuet's blatantly choked Tu Shandiao, a member of the Fox clan. Tu Shandiao was choked so tightly by him that breathing became difficult, grimacing at the vicious smile on Mingyu Tsang's face. Mingyu Tsang said disdainfully, "Ha! When that old fox broke through and destroyed his own inner core, he still waited for our clan's magical treasure, the Black Tiger Banner, to save him?" Mingyu Tsang grabbed Tu Shandiao's collar, pulling him close to his face, and warned Tu Shandiao with a fierce smile, "You better be careful when you speak." Bam! After speaking, Mingyu Tsang shifted his hand into a palm strike, sending Tu Shandiao flying far away. His rear made intimate contact with the courtyard bricks, sending dust flying everywhere. The reason Mingyu Tsang could act so unscrupulously without any misgivings was that the Fox clan had declined today. It was no longer the boundlessly glorious Fox clan of the past. Tu Shandiao struggled to prop up his dust-covered body, coughing a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Mingyu Tsang ignored Tu Shandiao and stood straight in the middle of the courtyard, arrogantly declaring, "Now that the Black Tiger Banner is in my hands, tell that 2C to roll out here and pay his respects to me immediately." His red cloak and black hair fluttered in the wind, following the powerful voice emitted by Mingyu Tsang. Tu Shandiao, both angry and terrified, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, replied tremblingly, All right. Mingyu Tsang watched Tu Shandiao staggering back as he went inside to report, snorting coldly with disdain in his heart. "Huh, if it weren't for the fact that our Black Tiger clan urgently needs the Hunyuan stone in 2C's hands."
Like you lewd foxes are even worthy. On Ming Song's face appeared a clear smile of disdain, unable to hold back his smug thoughts. With our clan's demon venerable adult here, it won't be long before the entire Fox clan becomes a dependency of our Black Tiger clan. Ming Song spoke while imagining the scene of them marching their army to the Fox clan, the flags of the Black Tiger clan fluttering in the wind, a sea of fire engulfing Tushandal's weak Fox clan. Ming Song even had malicious intentions toward Tushandal's daughters. As for your 13 daughters, they will all become playthings in the hands of this king. At this time, Tushan was sleeping soundly under the peach blossom tree, her girlish face seductive and charming, her fiery red hair spread across the grass. Truly worthy of being a beauty of the Fox clan, this beauty was indeed capable of toppling nations and cities, captivating all living beings. The sleeping Tushan slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed pink. As soon as Tushan opened her eyes, the smiling face of the Black Emperor appeared in Tushan line of sight. "You're awake." Tushan sat up abruptly, astounded to find herself hogtied with both hands behind her back. "This is..." The Black Emperor held one end of the rope tying Tushan stepped his foot on Tushan buttocks, and said with an evil smile, "You recognize this king, so you must certainly be some Princess Highness." The Black Emperor reached out to grab Tushan chin, forcing Tushan to look up at him. "Now this king wants you to take me into the forbidden ground in your clan." Tushan rolled her eyes to look elsewhere, remaining silent without answering, as if deep in thought. By the time she turned her head back, this female fox's face had changed to a seductive smile. "All right." The Black Emperor held the rope tying Tushan to let Tushan lead the way for him. As Tushan walked, she blushed while looking at the Black Emperor, asking shyly, "How did you sneak in here?"
Black Emperor raised the hand holding the rope and proudly replied, "Naturally, taking advantage of the grand wedding ceremony of Hushi-san and that Ming-yan, I sneaked in during the chaos." Hushi-san looked at Black Emperor, smiled faintly, and feigned ignorance to ask, "You also know Hushi-san?" Black Emperor suddenly looked around vigilantly for a moment before turning to answer Hushi-san. Who doesn't know the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan, the purest bloodline in the Spirit Fox clan at present, hidden and raised since childhood, appearing for the first time today? Hushi-san's footsteps suddenly stopped. "Here, I have already led you past the killing formation at the valley entrance." Black Emperor followed Hushi-san's gaze. In front of them was a luxurious mansion surrounded by planted peach blossoms. Peach petals fluttered down into the courtyard, creating a scene as beautiful as a dream. Hushi-san's pleasant voice rang out, "This is the Forbidden Ground Ancient Hall." Having finished her task, Hushi-san turned to ask Black Emperor, "Can I go back now?" Black Emperor reached out and pushed Hushi-san's shoulder hard, almost making Hushi-san stumble forward. "Keep dreaming. Just obediently be a hostage for this king." The two people in the large courtyard were completely unaware that at this moment, on top of the ancient hall, a white, blue-eyed fox was quietly observing the two newcomers. Returning to Ming-yan's side, he frowned and with a somewhat stern attitude asked Tushan Dao, "I ask you, did you see Black Emperor at the ceremony today?" Tushan Dao calmly replied, "I did not." After hearing Tushan Dao's answer, Ming-yan frowned again, gritted his teeth, and thought with some suspicion, could it be that Black Emperor is playing tricks on this young master? While Ming-yan was still in deep thought, someone suddenly ran in and frantically reported, "Clan leader, this is bad. 13th Highness is nowhere to be found."
It turned out that the person who had just run in a panic was a fox demon maid. Her face was currently filled with anxiety. Hearing this news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, making Ming-yan whiten his eyes and drop his jaw in shock as he yelled, "What?" Hearing this news, Tushan Dial was equally surprised, his eyes widening and his mouth hanging open as he shouted, "What?" Tushan Dial still couldn't believe it, so he approached the fox demon maid and asked loudly, "What exactly happened?" This caused the fox demon maid to drop to her knees in extreme fear, her whole body trembling, her face covered in sweat, afraid that she would be punished. Then she stammered her reply. Your Highness chased us servants out, saying she wanted to prepare herself. Just now, when the servant girls opened the door and went in, we found that your Highness had jumped out of the window." As she spoke, the fox demon maid recalled the illusionary scene beside her. When she entered 13th Highness's room, she was nowhere to be seen, only the window was left wide open. The fox demon maid's face was now completely flushed red, her whole body went limp, and her tears and snot were smeared all over. Slap. Right after she finished speaking, the fox demon maid was immediately struck with a resounding slap, causing her to scream "ah" in pain before falling down. Min Yen, while slapping her, was so furious that his eyes glared fiercely at the fox demon maid as he shouted, "What kind of garbage do you idiots eat?" Tushan Dial tried to appease Min Yen and calmly said, "Young master, please calm your anger. I will send people to find that girl right now." As for Min Yen beside him, he remained silent without saying a word, his expression looking ashen. Although Min Yen didn't say anything on the outside, in his heart he was already mad with rage, his eyes flashing with a red glint, as if he wanted to destroy everything. A wave of hot air radiated around him, and then he thought to himself, Hushi-san, you will have to pay the price for not knowing what's good for you today towards me. As for Tushan Dial and the fox demon maid, they had no idea about Min Yan's thoughts, simply assuming that he was just angry for a moment and would calm down soon. The scene shifted to the ancient temple in the forbidden ground of the Fox clan. Lord Black Emperor, what do you think of this marriage of our Fox clan? As she spoke, Hushi-san rested her chin on her hand, her eyes charming yet somewhat bewitching as she looked at Black Emperor. She lay fully stretched out on the ground, her legs continuously swinging back and forth. Turning to Black Emperor, completely ignoring Hushi-san's deliberate attempts to seduce him, Black Emperor focused solely on what he was doing. He rummaged through the large mirror for the Hunyuan stone, making objects fly everywhere, and said, "From what I see, that Min Yan is just a pile of stinking shit." As Black Emperor was speaking, the image of Min Yan suddenly flashed across his mind, causing Black Emperor to show visible disgust. He immediately stopped what he was doing, his eyes turning pensive as he voiced his regret for Hushi-san. It's a pity that the 13th princess has to marry this kind of trash.
Hearing the Black Emperor feel pity for her made Hushi-san also feel sorry for her own beauty. Having to be a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung, Hushi-san then let out a sigh and said sadly, unconsciously, "Indeed, I want to marry." While Hushi-san was speaking, she suddenly realized she had a slip of the tongue and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. After that, Hushi-san sat up, pretended to cough a few times, and said again, "Actually, I heard the 13th princess say that the person she wants to marry can only be a peerless expert with heaven-reaching cultivation." As she spoke, Hushi-san clasped her hands together as if praying, speaking in a sweet voice. Her eyes looked far away, containing passionate affection when thinking about her ideal husband, and Hushi-san's face was completely flushed red at this moment.
Gentle and refined in character, every single action makes others submit. Tusha-san had stood up by now, her face growing redder and redder, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her two hands held up her small chin, her heart bursting with love. But the more one listened to Tusha-san's description, the more it felt like that ideal type was Ye Cheng-ching. A tall figure, peak demeanor, holding a fan and gently waving it back and forth. His eyes looking at Tusha-san were filled with love, the corners of his lips smiling faintly as he walked up to her side. But unfortunately, life is not like a fantasy, and Tusha-san's mind now returned to reality. Her pretty face clearly showed regret as she spoke in disappointment. But how could such a person exist? Hearing this, the Black Emperor turned around and said, "Who said they don't exist? This king's master is exactly such a person." Mentioning his master Ye Cheng-ching, the image of him with a glowing aura immediately appeared in the Black Emperor's mind, giving a thumbs up to signify, "I am number one," clearly showing boundless pride and reverence on his face right now. Then he raised his two hands high and voiced out, "Master not only has unfathomably deep cultivation, but also grants providence to others without asking for anything." Having said that, the Black Emperor then glanced down at Tusha-san and asked, "Do you know how much time it has taken from the moment this king started practicing cultivation until now?"
Tusha-san thought for a moment and then replied, "Now that you have reached the Demon Emperor realm, even with outstanding talent, it must have taken you more than 500 years of cultivation, right?" Black Emperor then held up 5 fingers, making Tusha-san a bit confused. Then Black Emperor smiled proudly and said, 5 years. Hearing this, Tusha-san panicked endlessly and then thought to herself, impossible. Tusha-san was extremely terrified at this moment and thought, can 5 years make an ordinary demonic beast advance to a demon emperor? While thinking, Tusha-san stared intently at Black Emperor. He was currently continuing to rummage through the belongings to find the Hunyuan stone. If there really is such an expert, even if I, Tusha-san, have to follow and serve him for a lifetime, I wouldn't have any complaints. Just thinking of the master that Black Emperor mentioned earlier made Tusha-san blush. Although her face looked somewhat scared, it was mixed with a hint of shyness. At this moment, Black Emperor seemed to read Tusha-san's mind, so he turned and said, "Wait until my mission is completed, then I will take you to meet Master. How about it?" After hearing Black Emperor say that he would take her home to meet his master, Ye Cheng-ching, once the task was done, Tusha-san's heart was filled with joy and excitement. She raised her hand high, her face full of enthusiasm, and said, "All right, it's a promise." Just as Tusha-san finished speaking, suddenly, not far away, Black Emperor discovered what he needed. "It's the Hunyuan stone," Black Emperor shouted happily, and then thought, it's exactly like the saying, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. The special edition Hunyuan stones were currently lying scattered on the table, emitting a jade-green light mixed with purple. There were at least a few dozen of them. Black Emperor laughed joyfully and said, "Heaven is helping me." Then he ran as fast as his legs could carry him toward the place where the Hunyuan stones were kept. Black Emperor was excitedly running to grab the Hunyuan stones, when suddenly he was held back by Tusha-san, who shouted, "Hey, wait!" Then Tusha-san voiced a warning. "I advise you not to go over there. That thing is very dangerous."
This made Black Emperor turn his head to look at Tushisan as he thought to himself, dangerous? But what exactly is dangerous? If you don't explain, how am I supposed to know?
Black Emperor no longer cared about the danger that Tushisan had mentioned. He then slowly stepped forward and calmly said, "What is there to be afraid of? Didn't the old fox 2C already go to attend a celebration?" Leaving Tushisan behind at a loss for words in the face of Black Emperor's extremely arrogant actions and words. Hearing Black Emperor's words, Tushisan's face turned completely black at this moment. She secretly thought that he was indeed a black dog who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Her expression was now a bit sly, but she still said seriously, "But the celebration hasn't started yet." Over here, Black Emperor had squatted down, holding a bag in one hand and scooping up Hunyan stones with the other, acting as if he didn't care, and said, "How do you know?" Then continued to collect the Hunyan stones. Hearing Black Emperor ask this, Tushisan immediately replied, "Because I am the bride, ah? How can the ceremony begin if I am not present?" Tushisan's face was completely flushed red at this moment, standing in an elegant pose as if wanting to prove, "I am the main character and also the bride. I'm not lying to you. Whether you want to believe it or not, you have to believe it." Over here, Black Emperor had finished collecting the Hunyan stones, filling his back. But right after hearing the words Tushisan just uttered, Black Emperor was incredibly surprised and startled, turning his head to look at Tushisan with his eyes wide open, and then shouted loudly, "You are the 13th princess?"
Suddenly, at this moment, the nearby coffin emitted light, causing the Black Emperor to lean his head in to see what was happening. Suddenly, from within that coffin, a purple ray of light emitted a shocking pressure that knocked the Black Emperor back, making the Black Emperor so surprised that he opened his mouth wide and let out a shout, "Ah!" Along with that, a pink aura radiating an incredibly terrifying black light gushed out massively, as if wanting to swallow the Black Emperor whole. From the aura inside the coffin, a voice suddenly rang out, "Audacious Junior, put down the Hunyan stone." That aura right now seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Hearing such a warning, the Black Emperor seemed to not care in the slightest. His next action was not only failing to put down the bag of Hunyan stone he had just collected, but also stuffing it all into his body, after which the Black Emperor let out a cold snort. Seeing that the Black Emperor was seemingly trying to ignore it, the aura inside the coffin immediately launched an attack, shooting straight at the spot where the Black Emperor was standing. Knowing that danger was approaching, the Black Emperor immediately and quickly jumped up to dodge the attack shot out by the aura inside the coffin. The Black Emperor showed an extremely arrogant appearance, flashed a sarcastic smile, and then shouted in a provocative tone, "If I let it go just because you told me to, how much face would I lose? Bye-bye." Just as he finished speaking, the Black Emperor hugged the Hunyan stone and quickly ran towards the door, while the aura inside the coffin also quickly chased after the Black Emperor. Tushisan at this time also quickly rushed after him, making the Black Emperor extremely surprised, not knowing what tricks Tushisan was planning to pull. Tushisan then winked at the Black Emperor, wearing a beautiful smile on her lips, hinting as if she was about to do something mischievous to him.
Tushisan's subsequent action of running away without looking back left the Black Emperor utterly bewildered and dumbfounded. He then reached out his hand as if wanting to hold Tushisan back and shouted, "Huh? What are you trying to do?" Ignoring the Black Emperor, who was still confused about what was happening inside, Tushisan successfully jumped out of the door, kicking up a cloud of dust around her, yet landing in a very beautiful posture. Tushisan turned around and smiled wickedly, staring at the door in front of her, and thought to herself, "Black Emperor, let me see what you are capable of." Tushisan gathered chi energy while pulling down the door's lever, and thought, "If you can survive and get out, I will go with you to meet that peerless expert." Just as Tushisan finished her thought, the door was about to close. Tushisan just stood there, one hand on her waist, staring coldly at the Black Emperor who was still inside. Seeing that Tushisan not only ran away first and abandoned him, but also pulled the mechanism to close the door and lock him in, the Black Emperor shouted in indignation, "You stinky fox!" Along with those words, the outside light was gradually blocked by the door, leaving only a tiny glimmer of light shining on the Black Emperor's face. His eyes now clearly revealed a look of helplessness. It was too late for the Black Emperor to escape. The door was now completely sealed shut. Even if the Black Emperor shouted until his voice went hoarse, the closed door would be very difficult to open from the inside. The situation was even worse because the Black Emperor was now caught up by the aura from the coffin, which was surrounding him. "Ah!" the Black Emperor screamed in surprise. The aura from the coffin had now transformed into countless large and small chains binding the Black Emperor's body, making it impossible for him to move, leaving him with no choice but to stand still and be bound.
The Black Emperor let out a soft groan of complaint, because currently the Black Emperor had fallen into a precarious situation hanging by a thread, not knowing how to escape and bring the Hunyuan stone back to his master, Ye Chongqing. That aura full of coercive pressure tightened around the Black Emperor's body more and more. The Black Emperor, now in human form, faced the fox phantom appearing from the forbidden ground in front of him. The phantom angrily scolded, "Black dog, You spoke offensive words in my clan's forbidden ground first, and now you want to take the Hunyuan stone away. A woman with terrifying power suddenly appeared, flashing a blinding light, and declared boldly, "Did you think this seat was dead?" She waved her hand and launched her attack. The Black Emperor used all his strength to break free from the chains that made him uncomfortable. The Black Emperor replied, "I have offended you, but my master must use the Hunyuan stone for cultivation. I hope Senior can show mercy." She frowned and said, "Liar. The Hunyuan stone is a heaven and earth rare treasure. Even someone as powerful as this seat cannot refine it. What the hell is your master?" It turned out she was 2C, the ancestral master of the Spirit Fox clan, the human form of the fox from earlier. With every word she spoke, her face showed the word disdain. Is he even worthy of using this heavenly material and earthly treasure? Hearing her speak of his master like that, the Black Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. He waved his hand forcefully and said, "Insolent. With my master's cultivation, just lifting a hand is enough to kill you." 2C still frowned, her eyes clearly showing disbelief at the Black Emperor's words. This seat has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's the first time seeing someone so arrogant. It seems I must teach you a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and unleashed her technique. The Black Emperor's eyes quickly and sharply detected it, using his strength to resist 2C's attack. Her power made him feel a bit strained as he retreated backward.
His feet stepped back to gather momentum. The two of them, with two streams of power not inferior to each other in the slightest, both unleashed vicious attacks. Black Emperor, strong and confident, dashed straight towards 2C. She also immediately countered, and the two powers clashed just like that. The stream of power from both of them was too terrifying, exploding in a massive collision, with smoke flying everywhere. Both of them retreated backwards to dodge. 2C used all of her strength to fight, while he gritted his teeth in anger. She, 2C, also suffered a few wounds from the explosion just now. She became irritable, her eyes revealing a look of resentment. "Too much talking," her mouth said. "Go to hell." Hearing this, Black Emperor only laughed out loud. Relying just on you and you want to kill me? Old fox, what do you think this is?" While speaking, his hand brought out a mysterious scroll. After speaking, Black Emperor reached out with the scroll. That scroll flew into the air, flashing a golden light that blinded people's eyes. Then the scroll opened to reveal a yellow dragon painting, causing Black Emperor's power to increase exponentially. 2C looked at the scene before her and asked in a daze, could it be the Demon Emperor painting? Surrounding the yellow dragon painting was a power that made even 2C wary. The painting unleashed its power, striking directly at 2C, making her fly backwards without being able to react. That power was truly terrifying, creating yet another massive explosion. 2C took the hit, unable to counterattack, and was beaten until she coughed up blood. She was extremely furious, her resentful eyes looking towards the source of the power that defeated her. She clutched her aching body, not expecting the Demon Emperor painting to reappear in the world today. Seeing that she couldn't react in time, Black Emperor quickly unleashed his power, shattering the gates of the Forbidden Hall.
Afterward, the Black Emperor took back the Black Emperor painting and said seriously, "I have no enmity with your Fox clan. Today, I am merely taking the Hanyuan stone. Take care." Having said that, he turned sharply and left, leaving 2C behind still holding his body in pain. Switching scenes, after running out of the Forbidden Hall, Tushi-san jumped down a cliff. She glanced ahead and suddenly saw someone appear. "Father, are you looking for me?" she asked softly to the person opposite her. It turned out to be Tushi-san's father, Tushandao, and his men. Tushandao frowned and questioned her, expressing dissatisfaction with his daughter's actions. "You wretched girl, how dare you run away from your marriage? Do you want your father to apologize with his death to the Black Tiger clan?" The two disciples behind him also spoke up to advise. 13th Highness, this marriage alliance with the Black Tiger clan is of great significance. You cannot act recklessly. The other person also hurriedly chimed in. That's right, even if you don't think about the clan leader, you must think about the old ancestor. Tushandao endlessly advised his daughter. Indeed, the old ancestor failed to break through his realm this time and suffered a backlash from the Great Tao. Only the Black Tiger banner in Ming Yan's hands can heal his internal injuries. You are a princess. You should also think about the 10,000-year grand plan of the Spirit Fox clan. If the old ancestor dies, our clan is doomed. While listening to Tushandao preaching logic, the Black Emperor quickly escaped outside. Little did he know that all his actions at that moment were captured within Tushi-san's sight. She thought to herself, this black dog actually came out. Afterwards, she confidently said to Tushandao, "Father, what if I can find an even stronger backer for the Spirit Fox clan?" Hearing his precious daughter say this, Tushandao couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "What do you mean by that? Looking across the entire demon race, who else could be stronger than the power of the Black Tiger clan?" Tushi-san, looking as if she had already found someone her clan could rely on, replied with an extremely triumphant expression and tone. "Then just wait and see, father." Her arrogant demeanor, along with the wind lightly blowing her hair and dress, gave people the impression that she was absolutely certain she had found that high mountain.
After saying that, she gave a smirk, confident in what she was about to do.
Then she leaned backward, letting herself fall into the deep, dark cliff, leaving her father in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe the words he had just heard. Tu Shandao called out loudly to his daughter, "Shi-san!" The two disciples beside him also shouted, "Highness! Highness!" All three of them could only stand there helplessly, watching in panic as Tu Shandao threw herself down the deep cliff. While everyone was still standing there in panic, looking down the deep cliff where Tu Shandao had fallen, right behind them, the Black Emperor, transforming into his wolf form, flew in like a rocket. The Black Emperor charged out like a hero, knocking aside the people of the Fox clan blocking his way, and dived straight down the cliff without a second thought. Tu Shandao, seeing the Black Emperor rushing in, was suddenly surprised and turned sharply toward him. His face was full of suspicion. "Black Emperor, why is he here?"
Black Emperor risked his life and dove straight down the deep cliff. In an instant, a commotion echoed from below the cliff. Witnessing the scene before him, Tu Shandiao couldn't help but be shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Black Emperor had successfully used his strength to save Tu Shisan, who was free falling down the cliff. As if she had anticipated this situation, Black Emperor reproached, "Why must you suffer like this?" Tu Shisan, currently carried on Black Emperor's back, put on a frightened expression, acting out a bitter trick, and said with sniffling tears, "Thinking about being forced to marry Ming Yan and not being able to see the peerless expert you mentioned, Shisan would rather die." In the blink of an eye, Black Emperor, carrying Tu Shisan on his back, leaped from the cliff to land right in front of Tu Shandiao. Seeing this situation, Tu Shandiao could not stay calm and angrily shouted, "Black Emperor, put my daughter down. The affairs of the Fox clan are not for you to meddle in." Hearing those words escape his mouth, Black Emperor sneered disdainfully and said with an arrogant face, "Old fox, you don't know shit." Black Emperor slightly bent his legs to land and continued, "If the 13th princess is lucky enough to serve beside the master, that would be the greatest fortune of your clan." After saying that, Black Emperor carried Tu Shisan and flew away in a flash, leaving behind Tu Shandiao, who was reaching out to keep his daughter, helplessly demanding, "Stop right there." Once Tu Shisan had escaped her father's grasp and the arranged marriage with the Black Tiger clan, her expression became extremely smug. The corners of her mouth curled up into a slight smile as she secretly thought to herself, "Hee, the plan was a success." Tu Shandiao stood rooted to the spot, unable to do anything, and vented his anger on his two disciples by shouting, "Why aren't you two chasing after them?" He could only frown, grit his teeth, and look on with fear as Black Emperor took his daughter away. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, asking, "Has that black dog run away?"
Hearing this, Tu Shandiao immediately turned around, looking at the woman in front of him in panic. Old ancestor. Seeing that the arrival was Tu Si of the Spirit Fox clan, he who was frowning and panicking a second ago immediately showed a respectful attitude. "Why were you alarmed?" Tu Si clearly showed her displeasure and angrily replied, "The black dog coerced the girl Shisan, entered our clan's forbidden ground, and stole the Hunyuan stone." Tu Shandiao was even more shocked upon hearing this, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Although he was angry to the point of gritting his teeth, because he wanted to protect his daughter, he fearfully explained, "Old ancestor, Shisan was taken away. I'm afraid this Spirit Fox clan will." Contrary to his angry and trembling attitude, Tu Si still turned around and calmly replied, then announced to the outside world that the Black Emperor captured the girl Shisan with the intention of taking revenge on the Black Tiger clan. As she spoke, she put on a proud posture, hands on her hips, and an arrogant expression on her face. Tu Shandiao panicked upon hearing this. Old ancestor is wise. His emotions at this time became even more fearful, so scared that drops of sweat had drenched his face. He said, "But we need the Black Tiger banner to heal your injuries." Tu Si waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. This seat has discovered a sacred relic 100 times more precious than the Black Tiger banner. If you captured this seat's granddaughter, then compensate with your Demon Emperor painting." Then she flew away smugly. At the scene in the main hall, Tu Shandiao seemed to hastily explain, bowing his head in front of Minyan and saying, "That is exactly what happened. The Black Emperor is despicable and shameless." His face showed hatred and anger as he continued, "Not only did he take my daughter, but he also injured our clansmen." He suddenly spoke loudly as if he wanted the person in front of him to hear clearly. He even spoke arrogantly, saying it was to humiliate you. Minyan started to tremble with anger all over.
A fiery red, violent power appeared and surrounded him. He said, "Black Emperor, you actually dared to provoke this young master," making Tu Shandiao also startle in fear. He growled, saying that snatching this young master's bride on the day of the grand wedding was an insult to our entire Black Tiger clan. Minyan's power began to erupt fiercely, and the pupils in his eyes also disappeared. He wildly roared, "Heaven and earth array, eternal night star posture, my heart's name commands you to come." The surrounding beastmen all couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw a piece of jade carved with a tiger shape, realizing it was the Black Tiger Jade Talisman.
This jade talisman had been passed down through many generations of Black Tiger leaders, and it was said it could be used once in a critical moment. Two demons gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, a giant dark whirlwind appeared, accompanied by an echoing voice, summoning the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. From within that whirlwind, a mysterious figure emerged, undoubtedly that of the old ancestor. Everything around suddenly vanished, revealing the clear figure of a middle-aged man with long flowing white hair and bizarre tentacles on his back. Ming-Yan immediately clasped his hands in front of him and knelt down. All the surrounding beastmen also knelt down, bowing their heads respectfully yet fearfully, saying, "Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, Lord Demon Venerable of the Black Tiger." Tu Shandiao looked panicked, unexpectedly summoning this old ancestor. The senior was a wolf-level demon venerable known for slaughter. This Brad Black Emperor was completely doomed. Mingyuet Song raised his voice to question the one who just summoned him. "Ming-Yan, why did you use the Black Tiger Blood Jade to summon this venerable?" He looked up with resolute eyes, staring straight at the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan, and replied, "Ancestor, a year ago this descendant once pursued a Demon King realm expert calling himself the Black Emperor, but let him escape. He stood up abruptly, unable to suppress his anger, and loudly stated that right now he had actually kidnapped the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan who was about to marry this descendant, which was clearly an insult to our Black Tiger clan." At this moment, Yuek Song had also slowly landed, while Ming-Yan continued to say, "That is why I summoned the Blood Jade to invite the ancestor here." Then, beyond his expectation, that old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan used a single finger to shoot out a dark red and black energy straight into Ming-Yan's body. Trash. Ming-Yan couldn't react in time and was blasted tens of thousands of meters away, even spewing saliva from his mouth. He was blasted so hard that a patch of land exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yuek Song glanced at Ming-Yan, seemingly quite angry at his actions, and shouted loudly, "Unable to thoroughly exterminate the opponent, yet daring to seek counter-revenge? What a disgrace."
He waved his hand, then immediately flew into the air, leaving the surrounding beastmen gaping in astonishment. He continued to ask, "Which clan does that guy belong to?" Tu Shandiao quickly and respectfully replied, "It seems he came from the Zhanzhou realm, incarnated as a black dog." Hearing that the one who wanted to humiliate his clan was a dog, Mingyuet Song said disdainfully, "Just the kind of dog raised by the human race." He then shifted the topic and asked where the old ancestor of the Fox clan was right now, to just let his descendant be taken away? A savage smile curled on his lips. Tu Shandiao immediately replied, "The old ancestor has already gone to pursue him." Mingyuet Song let out an exclamation of surprise, thinking to himself that Tu Si had many schemes, yet he was actually willing to personally take action to chase after a little demon king. He raised his hands, revealing sharp claws like a yaksha demon. Using a surge of power, he transformed it into a chain and wrapped it around the neck of Ming-Yan, whose face was completely bruised and battered.
He pulled him closer and tightened his grip, causing Ming-Yan to tremble all over in pain. He tightened his grip even more, forcefully taking a red banner with a mighty tiger pattern from Ming-Yan's body. He shouted, "You are not worthy of possessing the Black Tiger banner." He frowned with a disgusted expression, his sharp eyes scolding. "After this old man finishes resolving this matter, get out and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Ming-Yan's face turned purple, his whole body trembling because he couldn't breathe, but he still forced out a yes to answer him, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Gritting his teeth, coupled with a few scratches from Ming-Yu Tong's sudden strike, made him look very miserable right now. Two mysterious figures glided by swiftly. One was a female beastkin with chestnut brown hair, who was Tu Shisen. She wore a seductive outfit that revealed her beautiful figure. The other was a male beastkin with sharp eyes and jet black hair, who was the Black Emperor. The two gently stopped on the branch of a bamboo tree. Tu Shisen put her hands on her hips, her eyes following the direction the Black Emperor was pointing. He said that was the place, and his hand was pointing towards a large manor. Tu Shisen's expression suddenly changed, her green eyes wide open, and her small mouth agape at that massive, magnificent manor. This could be considered a cultivation blessed land, she thought to herself. After that, the two gently jumped down near a giant ancient tree. Before they could even stand firm, a voice suddenly rang out. Where does this fox demon come from? Making her panic and worry because of some terrifying pressure.
A vine flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. Her body stiffened, unable to move. "This is a 10,000-year demon tree. It's over. I can't move my body." A hand suddenly grabbed the vine. It turned out to be the Black Emperor who was walking with her earlier. He excitedly said, "Hey, Brother Tree, don't be impulsive. She is someone I brought to visit the master," holding a vine in his hand. But Brother Tree, he hadn't even finished his intended sentence when he turned his head towards the great tree and asked in confusion, "Haven't seen you for a few days. Why did you cut your bangs?" The demon tree remembered the past. The demon tree began to recount. "The master saw that these branches were too dense, so he kindly helped me trim them a bit." Following the demon tree's recount, an image began to appear of a young man holding scissors, pruning leaves for the giant ancient tree while singing, digging and digging in the small flower garden.
The beautiful female fox demon began to feel extreme panic when thinking about who would dare to cut the branches of a demon tree of this level. Who on earth is the master that the Black Emperor is talking about? Suddenly, behind the two of them, a woman's shout rang out. She directly called out the nickname Black Dog. When the Black Emperor turned around, he recognized the figure of 2C. She rushed over while shouting loudly, "Hand over the magical treasure!" Just as she raised her fist to strike at the Black Emperor, he jumped up in time, dodging 2C. The Black Emperor gritted his teeth, looking at 2C and said, "Old fox, I didn't expect you to dare chase me all the way here." She arrogantly replied, "Cut the nonsense. Hand over the Demon Emperor painting, and this seat will spare you from death."
He glanced over, smiled disdainfully, and snorted, "In your Fox Clan's territory, perhaps I would still be somewhat wary, but coming here, you'd better show me some respect." Hearing this, she became furious. Extending her sharp claws, she lunged at the Black Emperor while shouting loudly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Her speed was so fast that the Black Emperor could only raise his hands to block and retreat. He felt a sudden burst of pain as his blood splattered everywhere. He closed one eye and gritted his teeth. Seeing things go south, the Black Emperor turned back to ask the ancient tree for help. "Brother Tree, help me." The demon tree replied, "It's not time yet." On this side, 2C gathered spiritual energy into a massive purple-pink orb. She then launched that orb to attack the Black Emperor, arrogantly and angrily shouting, "Stupid dog, you're dead meat." Tushi-san was filled with panic, her voice trembling and sobbing, carrying ultimate fear. She pleaded desperately, "Old ancestor, please show mercy." Under the clear blue sky without a single cloud, Ye Chongqing was immersed in his work amidst the peaceful natural scenery of the garden. He stood under a tree with a wooden table in front of him, seemingly focused on doing something, humming a song. "I dig and dig and dig and dig, planting a little ideal can make it bloom." He raised his hand, tightly gripping an old pair of scissors in his palm, and with a decisive motion he cut off a leaf. Ye Chongqing complained that it was in the way, lifted the branch high and threw it far away into a hidden corner. The branch he threw away, seemingly inanimate, suddenly became magical. It emitted a brilliant orange-yellow aura, enveloping the entire bare branch, as if a source of life was hiding within it. It flew away at high speed, darting out of the house, soaring over the tiled roof, without anyone knowing where it was heading. 2C and the Black Emperor in his human form were clashing in a fierce battle. 2C circulated her inner energy into her palms, forming an energy ring that spun at a dizzying speed. The Black Emperor possessed incredible agility and flexibility. His body was also covered by a pink aura as he crouched down slightly, looking like he was about to unleash another move to counter 2C. Suddenly, the tree branch that Ye Changqing had thrown away earlier, carrying rapidly back towards 2C, carrying a terrifying surge of power. This was, when I went away, the willows were fresh and green. 2C narrowed her eyes at the branch hurtling towards her, carrying a berserk power, and a look of sheer astonishment appeared on her face. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The berserk power from the branch suddenly erupted, forming a blinding pillar of light that pierced through 2C's body and shot straight into the high sky. 2C screamed in agony, her body trembling violently under the power of the pillar of light. The Black Emperor stood up straight, his hands continuing to discharge electricity, while that pink-purple aura enveloped his entire body. Seeing 2C beaten so miserably, the Black Emperor could not contain his extreme joy, tears welling up in his eyes. He muttered, his voice trembling with emotion, "Brother Tree, you finally took action." The demon tree rustled its drooping leaves and used transmitted voice to say, "It wasn't me. It was Master who took action." The ancient banyan tree in front of 2C stood tall and proud, its massive canopy providing shade for an entire patch of sky, bearing the marks of time. 2C looked at the tree trunk with its lush branches and leaves, which seemed to contain an endless source of power, and asked herself in surprise, "A 10,000-year demon tree?" She grew furious, a harsh look appearing on her face, her eyebrows knitted together. She bared her teeth, and her voice was filled with indignation as she raised it to threaten. "You have some skill, but this venerable is not someone to be trifled with."
The branches from the demon tree were like soft silk, twisting with myriad transformations. It stretched and curved, radiating a strange energy. This energy was hidden within every vein and every leaf. It delivered a fatal blow to 2C. The demon tree showed no mercy to 2C. It warned her, saying, "2C, while you still haven't disturbed Master, I advise you to leave quickly." One strike from the demon tree made 2C unable to defend in time, forcing her to fall to her knees. Her face contorted in pain as she let out a groan. "Ah!" 2C suppressed her pain.
Her face was contorted in pain, but her eyes still exuded the look of an arrogant, haughty person. She shouted loudly at the demon tree. What kind of thing are you to dare give orders to this seat? The demon tree concentrated its power, forming an 8 trigrams ring, radiating a terrifying energy that stirred up the entire space. It seemed like it wanted to use its ultimate move to defeat 2C. It said with determination, making noise outside Master's residence, and even attacking the pet that Master raised. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It unleashed its final attack. A massive stream of energy was released from the 8 trigrams ring, carrying destructive power, rushing straight towards 2C. 2C tried her best to defend, but ultimately still lost at the hands of the demon tree. She was knocked down, her face contorted, her eyes narrowed with hatred, clearly revealing an unwillingness, as if she wanted to swallow the whole world. She thought to herself, there are very few figures in the world whose cultivation can surpass this venerable. Suffering a loss at the hands of this old tree today can be considered this old lady's bad luck. Thinking so, she looked towards the demon tree again, curious. But he actually has a master. Exactly what kind of almighty is he? Different from the chaotic battle over there, this place was unusually quiet and peaceful. Ye Chongqing let go of the scissors. The sound of metal clashing against the table rang out with a click. It seemed he heard some noise, turning his back in surprise. He narrowed his eyes and looked far away, trying to find the source of the sound. His face clearly showed a look of confusion. He concentrated, trying to listen to distinguish the sound, and then asked himself, what is that noise outside? Why is it so loud? At this moment, Ye Chongqing suddenly stepped forward, his whole body exuding a powerful spiritual energy. He asked in a calm voice, what happened?
Hearing his voice, Tushi-san widened her eyes in surprise, a drop of anxious sweat rolling down her cheek as she cried out that this was bad. Hearing the familiar voice, the Black Emperor was equally startled. It was the Master. At this moment, Ye Chongqing stepped out. As he walked, he exuded an incredibly powerful spiritual energy that made others wary. Tushi-san was now uncomfortable and afraid, looking at the man in front of her and thinking to herself that a feeling of pressure covered the sky. Because his spiritual energy was too dense, the others could not bear it and were pushed far away. The 3 of them were thrown into the distance, crying out in pain. Suddenly, all 3 of them unexpectedly tumbled to the ground, transforming back into their original forms. This surprised Ye Chongqing, making him snort. 2 animals, 1 fox and 1 dog, stood facing each other, competing and roaring a few times. At this moment he realized, and said in a bored tone, "Ah, so it was just animals fighting." Then he called out loudly, ordering, "Black Emperor, why don't you hurry over here?"
Hearing this, the Black Emperor arrogantly stuck its tongue out at the fox opposite it, as if saying, "See, this is the greatness of my master." Hearing this, the opposite fox growled 3 times and said that a dog relying on its master was truly a failure of the demon race. At this time, Ye Chongqing was already angry because it didn't listen when called, and he shouted, "Did you not hear me calling you?" Helpless, he sat down and said, "Disperse. You guys are making a racket here. It's not good to disturb the neighbors." At this time, the orange-yellow fox calculated in its heart, its eyes lighting up as it thought to itself, "Now is the time. Let this venerable test your strength." Immediately, it lunged forward rapidly, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and sticking out its long tongue, kicking off its heels to pounce on the Black Emperor to attack. At this moment, Ye Chongqing's expression suddenly changed and his face darkened. He quickly reached out his hand and grabbed the yellow fox by the neck, startling it. Feeling its body being lifted, it tightly shut its eyes and thought, "Not good." Ye Chongqing angrily shouted, "You little brat, you still want to scratch me?" The fox stared blankly at him as if it thought he was going to eat it. In anger, he threw it away, causing it to cry out, "Awoo!" And while throwing it, he scolded, "Leave quickly, or I'll skin you." Just as he was about to enter the house, he heard a sound, so he turned around and let out a hum. A small white fox, pure and extremely beautiful but injured, was trembling in fear and backing away. Upon seeing the beautiful fox, his eyes lit up and he let out a sound of delight. Immediately, he hugged the small fox tightly, pressing his cheek against it and rubbing his cheek, his voice full of excitement. What an adorable little white fox! But then he became worried when he saw the little fox was injured and asked, "Are you hurt?" Then he gently said, "Little fox, follow me home. I will bandage you up, okay?" Seeing the young man's sincerity, the little fox let out a soft cry. Seeing this, 2C was furious and cursed inwardly, "Shameless mortal." Ye Chongqing, affectionately holding the little fox in his arms, turned to the Black Emperor and scolded, "Don't fight outside next time, you hear me?" The Black Emperor, who had a bump punched on its head by him, cried aggrievingly and let out a bark to show agreement, thinking inwardly, "Yes, master, the Black Emperor knows its mistake." On the other side, 2C, who was thrown by him, stood up angrily and cursed, "Mortal, release Shisan." Shisan briefly revealed her human form and turned to secretly reply, "Old ancestor, rest assured, Shisan has a plan." Afterward, she happily returned to her original form and was carried inside by him.
Hearing this, 2C was extremely puzzled and let out a hum. Then, with a highly captivating gaze, Shisan said she had inquired clearly. Compared to such a peerless expert, the conditions of the Black Tiger clan were not worth mentioning. He carried Tu Shison into the house and slammed the door shut, while she happily waved her hand and transmitted her voice. Shison will definitely find a magical treasure to heal the old ancestor. Hearing this, Tu Si was extremely surprised, wondering what he actually came here for. At Yin-Yang Holy Land, in a certain room, several old immortals gathered and sat in a circle. This person was the Yin-Yang Holy Lord, Duan Tongde. He calmly closed his eyes and said nothing, feeling as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly someone walked in and reporting to the Holy Lord. According to the disciples guarding the human realm, Black Tiger Demon Venerable Ming Yue Kang and Fox Clan Demon Venerable Tu Si broke into the Nanling barrier and have now entered the Zhongzhou continent. Hearing this, Yan Tianshan's face wrinkled as he angrily shouted, "Two demon venerables forcibly broke into the human realm? Why?" Hearing this, the servant reported that it seemed to be to chase after a black dog demon.
Hearing this, the Yin-Yang Holy Lord Duan Tongde was puzzled, thinking that a black dog demon being able to alarm two great demon venerables definitely meant something fishy was going on. Saying that, he waved the staff in his hand, calculating, "Forget it, the appearance of demon venerables must be handled by the holy lords of the four great holy lands. I will go meet them first." Thinking so, he ordered, "Elders, lead the disciples to station at the Holy Land and await orders." Hearing this, the elders respectfully obeyed the Holy Lord's command. Then the Holy Lord stepped onto his shining sword, and the howling wind swept up a lot of dust and sand. At a dizzying speed, Duan Tongde soared high into the sky. He flew to a certain location, then raised his hands to create a small spiritual energy orb and muttered a voice transmission. "Old friends, the Black Tiger Demon Venerable Min Yue Tong and the Spirit Fox Demon Venerable Tu Si have breached the barrier of my Yin-Yang Holy Land and entered the Zhongzhou continent. Looking at the traces of their demonic energy, I'm afraid they are heading north. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the small orb grew large and flew high into the sky. In an instant, the spell reached the side of the Dalo Holy Land's Holy Lord, Luo Wanfang. Receiving it, she said, "No matter what their purpose is, if the demon venerables dare to intrude, we cannot just watch helplessly." She stood up and said as she walked, "Brother Duan, rest assured, I will set out immediately to meet up with you." Then, with an angry expression, she followed the trail of light. At the Taiswan Holy Land, Shu Zetian was playing chess with He Chang-swen when he suddenly asked, "The Nanlang demon race has been quiet for so many years. Why did the two great demon venerables recklessly barge into the Zhongzhou continent this time?" In response, He Chang-swen answered that it was mostly because of some secret treasure. At this time, Shu Zetian angrily said, "Brother He, I see you are not worried at all. North of Nanling is exactly the Taiswan Holy Land." While making a chess move, He Chang-swen stroked his beard and gently replied to Shu Zetian, "Before reaching Mount Taiswan, they will definitely have to pass through Shaoqi town first." Then he asked, "With Ancestral Master Ye watching over, what kind of waves can two demon venerables make? If they are tired of living, they can just come." Hearing this, Shu Zetian forcefully tossed a chess piece. At this time, Tu Si angrily flew to a mountain peak, muttering, "This venerable will never come here a second time." She didn't even know what level of demonic entity that tree spirit was, but that young man was even more terrifying, she thought while trembling. At this moment, Ye Chang-swen, with a solemn face full of dark energy, cast a spell. Tu Si was immediately thrown far away, causing her to scream, "Ah, ouch!" While Tu Si was being swallowed, Ming Yue Tong smirked wickedly. He spoke up. "Tu Si, long time no see." Tu Si was surprised. "Black Tiger Demon Venerable, Ming Yue Tong." He asked, "Did you also go chasing after the Black Emperor? It seems you returned in failure." "So what?" Tu Si replied. "As long as your Spirit Fox clan submits to my Black Tiger clan from now on, this Venerable can go teach that black dog a lesson for you. How about it?" Yue Tong suggested. "Stupid cat, if you want to die so badly, this old lady will grant your wish." Tu Si smiled sinisterly. "Black Tiger Demon Venerable, I won't hide it from you. I chased after the Black Emperor, but he absolutely refused to let the person go and even severely injured me." "Don't even think about tricking me. The Black Emperor is only at the Demon King realm. How could he defeat a Demon Venerable like you?" Yue Tong doubted. Tu Si replied, "Because he has the Demon Emperor painting in his hands." "Demon Emperor painting?" Yue Tong was surprised. "The legendary demon race holy relic, nurtured by heaven and earth."
No wonder this coquettish fox chased so far in person. If this venerable wants to cultivate to become a demon emperor, this item is indispensable, he thought to himself. The dark red binding rings began to dissipate. "Where is that black emperor hiding now?" Yue Tsang asked. "That black emperor is hiding in a small town at the foot of Mount Taiswan," Tu Si replied with an eerie smile. Protected by the demon emperor painting, not only has his cultivation increased, but he is also extremely arrogant. He even said that with the Demon Emperor painting in hand within a few years, he could replace the Black Tiger clan and dominate the demon race. Ignorant brat, daring to spout such arrogant words. Yue Tsang was furious. He then summoned his spear. "This seat will go meet him." Saying that, he rushed off extremely fast. "Stupid fool with brawn but no brains. Let's see how you die this time," Tu Si cursed inwardly.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Spirit Fox Demon Venerable, halt. Who is it? Tusi asked. Subsequently, figures appeared one after another. So it is the two great holy lords of Yin Yang and Dailo, coming here specifically. Is there a matter? She continued asking. Don't play dumb. You violated the agreement between the human and demon races, entering the Zhengzhou continent with the cultivation of a demon venerable. You should know the consequences. What exactly is your purpose? Speak quickly, the two big shots interrogated. Right then, deciding that in for a penny and a for a pound, she would push all the blame onto that old geezer Minuet Song, Tusi thought to herself. The two holy lords might not know, she began to cry. This servant was forced by Minuet Song of the Black Tiger clan to help him find a treasure. Tusi was pretending to be terrified at this moment. While imagining Minuet Song's ferocious image, she tremblingly said that Minuet Song was extremely greedy, relied on the Black Tiger banner for protection, and had just gone to the town near Mount Taisuen to snatch the Demon Emperor painting. Demon Emperor painting? Holy Lords Lu Wanfang of Dailo Holy Land shouted with a panicked expression. In disbelief, he continued, Isn't that the legendary magical treasure enlightened by the Demon Emperor? At this time, Tusi was still acting vigorously, her face covered in tears. Wiping them with her hands, she desperately fabricated the story. That's right, that Minuet Song discovered the traces of the treasure. Afraid that this servant would ruin his good deeds, he injured me and left alone. Meanwhile, Yin Yang Holy Lord Don Tang Dead rolled his eyes to look around as if to verify Tusi's words. Seeing the remaining traces, he secretly confirmed that this place indeed had the aura left by the Black Tiger clan, and the wounds on Tusi's body were not fake either. Then he spoke to Tusi, who was kneeling in front of him. Spirit Fox Demon Venerable, the Holy Lord of Dailo and I will track down Minuet Song's whereabouts ourselves. Since you were oppressed by others, we will not pursue the matter this time. Leave the Zhengzhou continent quickly. She still had 2 streams of tears running down her cheeks, acting respectfully as she said, Carefully obeying the Yin Yang Holy Lord's order, this servant is leaving. Saying that, Tusi turned around and sped off extremely fast. A cunning expression appeared on her face as she rejoiced inwardly. Old Black Tiger Thief, you are definitely dead this time.
In the small town, the atmosphere was quiet, and mild weather enveloped a corner of the sky. A snow-white fox, perhaps because of being injured, had a face full of grievance while being bandaged by gentle hands. Ye Chongqing sat on a chair, smiling gently, tenderly holding the fox to face him. He spoke to it, saying it was just a superficial wound, and it would probably heal very quickly. The fox's eyes shone brightly, its expression both amazed and shy, crying out aloud, ah, in its heart. Ye Chongqing at this moment seemed to emit a ring of aura, as beautiful as a flower, speaking to reassure her. Little girl, it's okay. His words were like an arrow shooting straight into her heart, stirring the maidenly soul of the fox, who was also Tushi 13, making her so overjoyed that she secretly sighed, how a figure with such profound cultivation could treat her like this, not hesitating to exclaim, so cool. Black Emperor looked smugly at the white fox in front of him, secretly communicating, Look, Master is friendly and approachable just like I said. Ye Chongqing looked down from above, his expression changing as he let out a, Then he suddenly paused, as if realizing something unusual, and asked with confused eyes, why did it suddenly get dark? The sky at this time had lost its original clarity. Instead, a large spot of light appeared, surrounded by glowing red halos, with black streaks marking the entire sky. The pitch-black beams of light gathered in one place, and a dark shadow gradually appeared, accompanied by a loud explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The dark shadow gradually became clear. That person was none other than Mingyue Song, who loudly called out to Black Emperor, and then threatened, Hand over the Demon Emperor painting. This venerable will spare you from death.
Hearing the call, Black Emperor furrowed his brows, revealing his sharp teeth, and exclaimed that this was not good. Tu Shisan had also realized who the newcomer was by now, clearly showing panic, sweat dripping all over her face, and fearfully cried out that it was Mingyue Song. Who was making a noise? A voice came from within the grove, and a ray of blue-purple light flashed, illuminating the whole sky. The light shone upon Mingyue Song, causing his power to dissipate. Mingyue Song smirked, showing a look of disdain. Ha! To think there is actually an ancient demon tree here. Black Emperor, you were arrogant precisely because you relied on its protection, right? Having said that, he immediately unleashed his power. His eyes no longer showed irises but emitted a mixture of black and red rays of light. He shouted loudly, Black Tiger Banner, open. After the shout ended, a bizarre magical formation opened, and the space was enveloped in dark colors. A red flag appeared, on which a ferocious black tiger bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws was drawn. Mingyue Song continued to chant the incantation, 5 demons hooking life, myriad phenomena seeking appearance. The wind surged violently, and amidst a deep red area, creatures of unknown shapes appeared, only known to be incredibly ferocious. Those pitch-black rays of light began to entangle the ancient demon tree, making it unable to resist as it blurted out, Damn it, to think I am being suppressed. Seeing this, Black Emperor could no longer keep his calm and panicked, shouting, Brother Tree, what's wrong with you? On this side, the demon tree helplessly replied, That guy seems to have a magical treasure. I am temporarily trapped. Tu Shisan seemed to have realized something and panicked, shouting, It's the Black Tiger Banner.
Realizing this, the little fox turned to explain to the Black Emperor about the Black Tiger banner. With its help, Min Yatsong's combat power would increase at least 5 times. Hearing this, the Black Emperor's expression also showed shock. The dog beside Yachangqing immediately dashed outside and thought to itself, daring to be arrogant outside Master's residence, watch how I deal with him. Yachangqing, standing behind, didn't understand what was going on and called out its name loudly, but it seemed not to hear and continued to rush out. He stared blankly with wide eyes at the dog's fading figure, suspiciously asking himself, why did this guy run outside? The Black Emperor instantly flew out like a flash. In front of Min Yatsong, the Black Emperor bravely erupted with energy to intercept him, shouting, Min Yatsong, don't you dare be insolent. He laughed loudly, showing a contemptuous look, and asked, you are the Black Emperor?
You came right on time, watch this. Saying that from above, he unleashed a powerful energy source, striking the ground towards Black Emperor's position. Not inferior to him, he immediately countered and blocked that powerful attack of Min Yatsong. From afar, he looked up at Min Yatsong, who was stabilizing his power. Black Emperor then seized the opportunity, taking 2 quick leaps to get close and attack him. But unfortunately, Min Yatsong noticed it. He instantly stepped back slightly to dodge. After that, he approached Black Emperor and landed an uppercut kick, making him unable to react in time. Ha! The next punch came like lightning, forcing Black Emperor to continue taking the hits. Then, Min Yatsong grabbed Black Emperor with one hand and threw him far away. He then laughed heartily with a smug look, despising Black Emperor and saying, the strength of a dog is only this much. You dog brat are truly trash. Min Yatsong manipulated his power. He forcefully lifted Black Emperor into the air, making him unable to move and threatened, hand over the demon painting. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for making your soul scatter and disperse. Black Emperor still spoke to him in a highly warning tone. You have disturbed Master. You'd better get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place later. Min Yatsong smirked, despising that warning, and said, Master, you're about to die and still dare to boast and threaten me. Suddenly, a shout calling Black Emperor's name echoed. Black Emperor! This made Min Yatsong pay attention. It was Yachangqing. He approached with energy blazing around his body. Every step he took seemed to shake heaven and earth. He hardened his face and asked loudly, Are you fighting outside again? His overwhelmingly powerful aura made Min Yatsong astonished. His eyes exuded extreme fury, terrifying anyone who looked at them. Suddenly, a massive energy source with a powerful light appeared in front of Min Yatsong. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped as he exclaimed, What? The light became increasingly dazzling, and the energy grew more and more, forcing him to revert to the form of a tiger, but his face was still filled with terror as he asked himself inwardly, What is going on? Looking at himself, Min Yatsong suddenly jolted, secretly asking himself, Just a wave of pressure forced me to reveal my true form? At this moment, Yachangqing, full of anger, shouted at Black Emperor, You never learn, do you? Let's see how I deal with you. Yachangqing's incredibly powerful energy erupted from afar, causing Min Yatsong's jaw to drop a second time as he exclaimed in his heart, This human? Seeing this, he was terrified and asked himself inwardly, Why does he have such formidable cultivation? Yachangqing stepped outside with a face full of anger and shouted, You never learn, do you? Let's see how I deal with you. Stepping outside, he suddenly froze and became speechless, because right in front of his eyes was a black tiger.
That tiger growled terrifyingly. It made Yachangqing so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Last time it was a fox. This time it's a tiger. Are we filming the animal world or something? But I am not Wu Song. He regained his senses and nervously searched his surroundings for something to defend himself. Weapons. Are there any weapons? I got it, he exclaimed in joy when he saw the knife over there. Yachangqing tiptoed closer to grab the knife without daring to alert the tiger. He pulled it out decisively. After that, Yachangqing tremblingly raised the knife, his eyes full of fear, as he said, Don't come over here. Then he couldn't help but doubtfully ask himself in his heart, Can this thing beat a tiger?
That tiger had a face full of astonishment and panic, exclaiming in its heart, That broadsword, its aura actually surpasses the Black Tiger banner, our clan's holy relic. Just what tier of magical treasure is it? A pseudo-immortal artifact? No, could it be a true immortal artifact? The image of Yachangqing, majestic and imposing with an overwhelming aura, coldly pointed the sharp broadsword at the tiger. The tiger fearfully muttered in its heart, I'm breaking a sweat this time. Thus Ming Yue Tong, in the form of a tiger, showed a conciliatory expression and said, This old man offended you unintentionally. How about we each take a step back and stop here? But from Yachangqing's perspective, the tiger in front of him was growling, as if trying to retreat, while he was still trembling as he looked at the black tiger.
He looked at the tiger in fear and thought, it seems to be afraid. Was it scared by this broadsword? I should take the chance to run away quickly. He then turned back and yelled at the dog behind him, stupid dog, run away quickly. However, the Black Emperor did not listen, and with a smug face stood opposite Mingyue Tong, laughing out loud and saying to him, ha ha ha, old thief, do you know how formidable my master is now? How dare you act arrogant? Watch me beat you, come out here. Ye Chongqing, full of fear, looked at the Black Emperor's cheerful face as it barked woof woof, and secretly tried to stop it. Hey, don't provoke it. Being driven mad like this, Mingyue Tong became furious and roared, bastard, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Black Emperor, today I will definitely take your life. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought to himself, if Senior wants to hunt me down to the very end, then don't blame me for burning my bridges. Then he spat out blood and put his 2 front paws out to form signs. After releasing the seal on the ground, suddenly a blinding light full of energy flashed in the sky. The Black Emperor, who had taken a defensive stance on this side, looked at what was happening and voiced his suspicion in his mind. This is a secret technique of the demon race, essence, blood, soul, sacrifice. The scene shifted to the sky above Shaoqi town, where a group of people riding swords were moving towards a fiery red vortex that was forming, with numerous lightning bolts shooting out around it. Lo Wanfeng looked towards the vortex and said, over there. Duan Tongde beside him made a guess, saying, it seems Mingyue Tong has already started making his move. Suddenly, a notification from the magical treasure in his hand attracted Duan Tongde's attention.
Duan Tongde pressed it, and suddenly the image of a disciple appeared. Duan Tongde called out the name of perfected Tai Suen, Hei Chong Suen. Duan Tongde angrily shouted, so slow and dawdling, this old mem has already arrived, can you be a bit faster? On the other side, the disciple seemed helpless, raising a hand to his forehead and said, reporting to Master, Holy Lord Chong Suen said, the image of Hei Chong Suen, who was still leisurely playing Go with someone else, appeared and said, tell Duan Tongde to rest assured, that black tiger won't be able to escape Shaoqi town. Duan Tongde's face darkened. Lo Wanfeng behind him heard this and suddenly exclaimed, who is this? Duan Tongde, already angry, became even more furious and shouted, outrageous, stop talking nonsense. Then Duan Tongde continued moving to Shaoqi town. Lo Wanfeng followed behind, stunned by the powerful energy radiating out, and exclaimed, such terrifying demonic energy. A young woman behind them solemnly voiced her suspicion. It seems Mingyue Tong is using some ancient secret technique. As if afraid, Lo Wanfeng suddenly cupped her hands and said, Brother Duan, among the great holy lords, this little sister has always felt that your cultivation is the highest.
The young ladies behind also followed suit, cupping their hands and saying in unison, Yin-Yang Holy Lord's merit rivals creation. Duan Tongde angrily shouted for the 3rd time, what do you mean by that? Luan Wanfeng sophistically offered a solution. How about you move forward a little bit to see how the battle situation is, so we can easily respond? Duan Tongde seriously pointed at Luan Wanfeng, not knowing if he was being sincere or sarcastic, and praised, Luan Wanfeng, you fucking sister, are truly a genius. Then, looking towards that demonic energy, Duan Tongde thought to himself, Mingyue Song's aura is right ahead. After that, Duan Tongde entered Shaoqi town. Tongde was suddenly startled and let out a, huh? Floating in the air, Duan Tongde screamed, ah! Just a moment later, Duan Tongde unexpectedly fell from midair. What is going on? Not understanding what was happening, Duan Tongde asked himself, why did my true chi suddenly get cut off? Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred. This caused Duan Tongde, who had just successfully landed in the most painful way possible, to exclaim in shock. That is... Looking towards the intense radiating demonic energy, Duan Tongde was surprised and said, Mingyue Song actually used himself as the formation core, using his own bloodline as a sacrifice. Tongde suddenly became suspicious and thought, the fact that my true chi was completely lost just now must have been due to his influence. At this moment the townspeople were all terrified and fleeing. Run quickly, where did this strange wind come from? Help! Duan Tongde raised his hand to block the rising demonic energy, and secretly made up his mind, I must stop this evil demon. On this side, Mingyue Tong's eyes were filled with evil energy. He growled fiercely and shouted, respectfully inviting the ancient black tiger god to return to my body. Facing that ferocious tiger, Ye Chongqing, who was terrified and profusely sweating all this time, thought to himself, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. It seems it is truly angry.
He swung the knife wildly and shouted to scare the tiger, don't come over here! The old man Mingyue Song smiled, revealing teeth whiter than pearls, and thought, I have consumed 1,500 years of lifespan to invite the ancient black tiger god to possess my body. He smiled even more craftily. Even if you have an immortal artifact in your hands, you can't do anything to this seat. He immediately gathered power and opened his mouth, shooting a blast of chi towards Chongqing, making him cry out an ah. The Black Emperor panicked, jumped up, and immediately barked, woof woof, yip yip. Chongqing's face turned even greener at this moment, questioning, sonic wave technique? Motherfucker. A kitchen meat cleaver was sent flying by the force. Hey, my knife! Hiddenly, Mingyue Song seized the opportunity when he was dodging the knife to sneak attack, pouncing like a starving tiger catching its prey. He shouted loudly at Chongqing, accept your death for this seat.
Elder Tree and the Black Emperor panicked and shouted in unison, "Master, be careful!" Changqing quickly reached into his shirt to find something, thinking to himself that in this situation, it was all or nothing. "Watch my sword riding the heavenly wind!" Changqing yelled at the stinky tiger, taking out something green, shaped like a giant piece of catnip. "Watch this move!" The Black Emperor was much calmer now, thinking, "I knew it, Master definitely has a guaranteed winning move." Mingyuetsong saw something in front of him, asking himself, "What is this?" It turned out that the thing Changqing brought out was catnip, a special treat for feline animals.
At this moment, Mingyuetong could no longer control himself and unconsciously drooled all over. He thought to himself, "No, I absolutely cannot let this thing bewitch me." But that was just his last bit of resistance. How could anyone resist the temptation of catnip? Changqing held the catnip, waving it back and forth, and said, "I didn't expect this thing to actually work on tigers, which also belong to the feline family." Mingyuetong lay on the ground, licking the catnip. While licking, he thought to himself, "Ha, do you think just having this is enough to grasp the weakness of this seat? You truly overestimate yourself." Changqing seized the opportunity, bent down to quickly pick up the kitchen knife, and decisively slashed down. The old Mingyuetong hadn't even realized what was happening, only having time to cry out, Changqing put his hands on his hips and sighed in relief. Truly a piece of meat on the chopping block. Mingyuetong slowly left his body, and he muttered, "Damn it, to think I was defeated by a stinky mortal." The Black Emperor's eyes were now brighter than car headlights, his tongue hanging out long, as expected of Master, so resourceful and absolutely dashing. Elder Tree also said, "Fortunately we have Master, otherwise I truly couldn't deal with this Mingyuetong." Changqing sighed, "Well, it seems I have to make another cat teaser for the little white fox." Duan Tongde, who was struggling to withstand the powerful aura, suddenly felt an unusual sense of relief. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. What happened? The surrounding demonic energy has disappeared. He couldn't help but think in astonishment. The oppressive pressure from just now vanished instantly. Suddenly something green darted down. Right then, Lo Wanfeng also caught up and called out, "Brother Duan." She approached and said that Mingyuetsong's formidable demonic energy had disappeared, wondering if everything was all right. However, Duan Tongde rejected the idea. No one in the entire Jiangzhou can fight head-on with the ancient black tiger god. Even if it's us, fighting alone would only lead to a dead end. Then he sighed sorrowfully in acceptance. It seems Mingyuetong has won. Hearing this, Lo Wanfeng immediately panicked. "Do you mean that old thief relied on the forbidden summoning a god technique from earlier, successfully killed the person, seized the treasure, and has already obtained the demon emperor painting, and the demonic energy disappearing means he is concealing his aura, preparing to leave?" Thinking of this, the two immediately flew away. "That's right, we must quickly catch him. We cannot release the tiger back to the mountain, otherwise Jiangzhou will be in danger." At this time, in the Chongqing grocery store, the Black Emperor leaned against Mingyuetsong's body and laughed triumphantly. "Serves you right. Do you know how formidable Master is now?" Witnessing the scene just now, Ye Chongqing stood still as a statue. He started to panic. Tigers in the cultivation world probably don't count as protected animals, right? Must clean up the traces first to avoid being discovered. Thus, he immediately ran over, grabbing Mingyuetsong's body with both hands and dragging it with all his might. Bit by bit, it took a lot of effort to drag the corpse of that tiger into the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Tusha-san couldn't help but be shocked, her fur standing on end. Was this Mingyuetsong? Getting close to him, Tusha-san gaped in disbelief. Was he dead? The Black Emperor held his head high in triumph. That's right, the Master didn't even need to exert any effort to deal with this old monster. However, only Ye Chongqing knew how terrified he had been just moments ago, and now he was trying to figure out how to dispose of the corpse. Countless ideas popped into his head. Leaving it like this would be such a waste. Should he turn it into dried tiger meat or make tiger soup? Tusha-san was still in a state of shock, unable to believe that such a figure actually existed in this world.
Fortunately, I advised the old ancestor in time. Otherwise, I would probably have lost my life here today. Meanwhile, he turned to gently ask the little white fox, "Does your wound still hurt?" He reached out to gently stroke Tusha-san's head, at which point she thought to herself, "The strength of this person surpasses the cultivators I have seen. Even the old ancestor is not equal to a tenth of his. Thighs this big and strong, I must hug them tightly." So she genuinely enjoyed those caresses, then jumped onto Ye Chongqing's lap to actively curry favor with him, affectionately rubbing her fur against his cheek. Ye Chongqing couldn't help but be happy and exclaimed, "Truly too adorable. Now I finally understand King Zhou." His face lit up as he said, "From now on, you are my number 2 pet." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be stunned, asking herself inwardly, "A pet?" Then Tusha-san felt a burst of pleasure, her eyes turning into heart shapes, as she thought, "But for such a peerless expert transcending the world to be willing to pamper and love me?" Thinking of this, she surrendered to these temptations and turned her head away. "Old ancestor, I'm sorry. The 10,000-year grand plan, making the demon race great again or whatever, is not equal to this affection the Master has for me." The Black Emperor on the other side secretly admired, as expected of the Master, using his charm to conquer the 13th princess so quickly. In front of the Chongqing grocery store, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared.
The Holy Lord of Dalu Homirand, Luwanfeng, turned to look around while speaking. Damn it, a step late again, letting this guy get away. Yin-Yang Holy Lord Duan Tongde suddenly saw a large pool of blood and knelt down to look at it. With such a large pool of blood, the person holding the magical treasure has definitely fallen into the tiger's mouth. Hearing this, Luwanfeng stood there, suddenly filled with fear. After that, Duan Tongde gathered a stream of bright qi under his palm at the spot of the large pool of blood. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong, and with an astonished expression, he exclaimed, "No, this isn't right. This is the blood of a black tiger." Luwanfeng panicked upon hearing this and asked, "What?" The Yin-Yang Holy Lord's face now darkened, thousands of bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes, as he tremblingly replied, "Furthermore, through the probing of my spiritual sense, I can no longer feel Mingyue Tsang's aura. It seems he is dead." His words made one feel a hint of fear.
Luwanfeng had a look of disbelief and said in a daze, "Dead? Brother Duan, do you mean someone just killed the Black Tiger Demon Venerable here?" Duan Tongde had now regained his composure. He stood up and replied softly, "That's right." Luwanfeng wondered, "But didn't you say that no one in all of Jiangzhou could fight against Mingyue Tsang after summoning a god?" Duan Tongde looked at Chaoqi town ahead and explained, "Perhaps this small town truly holds a peerless expert beyond our imagination." He thought to himself, "No wonder that old man Chang Xuan still had the mind to play chess. It seems he already knew there was a profound mystery here." After saying that, he turned around and continued calmly, "Forget it. If the Black Tiger Demon Venerable is dead, then let's leave this place. This Shaoqi town is the territory of Mount Taishuan. Even if there really is some almighty expert, that old ghost Chang Xuan will handle it." Seeing this, Luwanfeng hurriedly called after him, "Brother Duan, are you really not curious? Who on earth killed Mingyue Tong?" Duan Tongde said, "Sister." At this moment, a mysterious aura seemed to surround the Yin-Yang Holy Lord. With a serious expression, he cleared his throat and said, "We rushed here without resting, yet the expert took care of this guy before we arrived, leaving only a pool of blood. Do you still not understand?" Luwanfeng seemed to suddenly realize the hidden meaning in Duan Tongde's words. She said, "You mean the expert didn't want to be disturbed by us, so they deliberately chose to finish the battle quickly?" Duan Tongde turned his face and replied seriously, "Exactly. Sometimes being too curious is not a good thing. It might even cost you your life." The scene shifts to dusk in Shaoqi town. Ye Changqing placed an empty bowl in front of Tu Shisan. He happily pointed at the small wooden house in front of him and said, "From now on, this is your home. Here is the water bowl, the food bowl, and your nest." Behind him stood the Black Emperor, staring intently. The elder tree suddenly spoke up and asked the Black Emperor, "Could it be that the master wants Tu Shisan to sleep in the yard?" The Black Emperor frowned. "I don't know. Perhaps the master has some other deep intention."
Ye Changqing rolled his shoulders and continued, "All right, everyone is tired today. Get some rest early." After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave when he heard Tu Shisan's cries. Glancing down, he saw Tu Shisan purring. She meant to say, "Master, I don't want to sleep here. I want to go to the room with you." Seeing Tu Shisan following him and crying out, Ye Changqing reached out and lifted Tu Shisan up in front of him. With an expression as if he understood Tu Shisan's intention, he asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Hearing this, Tu Shisan showed a delighted look, nodding her head and purring. Ye Changqing cheerfully and happily hugged Tu Shisan in his arms, saying, "All right, then come along." After saying that, he carried Tu Shisan and walked step by step into the room. Elder Tree and the Black Emperor stood to the side witnessing this scene. Elder Tree said, "I understand now. This move of Master is playing hard to get, to test whether Tu Shisan has truly submitted." Hearing those words, the Black Emperor looked thrilled, giving a thumbs up in agreement and replying, "Profound, truly profound." Elder Tree continued speaking to the Black Emperor. "Today, fighting the Black Tiger Demon Venerable, I consumed too much vital energy. I need to fall into a deep sleep for a while." Hearing this, the Black Emperor replied with a sad face, "Brother Tree, how long do you have to sleep?"
Elder Tree replied, "At least a few years, at most a few decades. This is the heaven and earth power contained within the spirit spring that Master used to water me when he planted me back then." Hearing Elder Tree's words, the Black Emperor could only put on an unpleasant expression. The Elder continued, "I hid it inside this leaf, having always been reluctant to use it. Today, I am giving it to you to help you step into the Demon Emperor realm, but you must promise me to protect Master for a lifetime." As he spoke, the Elder handed the leaf carrying the heaven and earth power hidden from the spirit spring over many years to the Black Emperor. At the same time, the Black Emperor respectfully received it with both hands. After receiving that leaf, Elder Tree threatened the Black Emperor, "If not, wait until this tree wakes up. I will directly cripple your cultivation." Hearing that threat from Elder Tree, the Black Emperor looked terrified, sweating profusely. Raising both hands to express a vow, he anxiously replied,
Understood, Brother Tree, rest assured. Hearing the Black Emperor's answer, Elder Tree was relieved and said his goodbyes. All right, I'm asleep now. Having said that, Elder Tree fell asleep. The night scenery at Ye Changqing's residence was breathtakingly beautiful. The falling night did not make people afraid, because there was still the light of the moon and small stars. Elder Tree stood tall in the courtyard, with the Black Emperor lying beneath him. His body emitted waves of purple gas, covering the entire area. The Black Emperor slept soundly, oblivious to the world. Inside the room, Ye Changqing and Tu Shisan were also sleeping soundly, falling into their own dreams. The purple gas spread and flew into the room where Ye Changqing was fast asleep, and he inhaled a breath of that gas into his body.
A surge of purple chi erupted powerfully, enveloping the entire Changqing grocery store. The scene shifts to the morning of the second day at the Changqing grocery store. Ye Changqing, who was sound asleep, vaguely woke up with a bit of drool still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes and asking himself, why does the bed feel so crowded? Suddenly, he looked down at the bed. Beside him at this moment was Tu Shisan, who had taken human form and was still sleeping soundly and comfortably. Seeing this sight, Ye Changqing was instantly stunned speechless. He was so surprised that his mouth hung open, his mind filled with questions. What kind of situation is this? Last time with Yan Bingxin, at least she was a human, but this time, why did an animal girl appear in my bed? Tu Shisan probably heard the slight commotion, sat up and yawned repeatedly, her face still sleepy while her hands waved near her mouth. She turned her head to look at Ye Changqing sitting motionlessly there and let out a hum. Seeing that he was awake, she took the initiative to lunge at him, calling out joyfully, "Master, you're awake!" Ye Changqing couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon seeing this, his face still full of doubt. Wait, who are you?" As he spoke, he stood up in surprise to dodge the incoming Tu Shisan. Failing to hug Ye Changqing, Tu Shisan fell flat on the ground.
She sat up, looked at the male lead, and said coquettishly, "So mean, you even slept with this servant last night. How could you abandon the servant so quickly?" Hearing her ask this, Ye Changqing was stunned, his mouth gaped open, and his pupils shrank in shock. He stood there in a daze, his face drained of blood. 10,000 why questions popped up in his mind. What? Did I really do something worse than a beast last night? Why don't I remember anything? Being a beast and not even remembering it, the more he thought about it, the more regrettable it felt. He suddenly regained his composure and said, "Wait." As he spoke, he looked at the woman sitting in front of him. "These ears, this tail, could it be that you are that white fox?" Ye Changqing was dumbfounded once again. Contrary to the male lead's suffocatingly chaotic emotions, Tu Shisan replied with a happy and bright smile. "That's right, it is the servant." Hearing this, Ye Changqing's whole body darkened. He covered his face, and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. He thought, "I'm doomed. This time I've really turned into King Zhou." But it didn't seem too bad either. He cast a peeking glance at Tu Shisan. Ye Changqing pushed the door open and stepped outside. Tu Shisan was beside him, laughing and talking while linking arms with him. He said, "I say, can you let go of me?" Tu Shisan replied, "No way. This servant just wants to stay with master." Outside, Ye Changqing glanced over at the Black Emperor, who was barking woof woof. The Black Emperor wagged his tail to express his greetings to his master. Ye Changqing looked at the Black Emperor but couldn't recognize who he was. He asked, "Big bro, who might you be?" He panicked and pondered, as if suddenly realizing something. "Wait, you are the Black Emperor? Your appearance has changed too. Iron Black Egg got directly upgraded to dark clouds covering snow."
He leaned over and looked at Black Emperor, full of questions. "How did you get so big overnight? Did you eat some joy-inducing growth hormone?" Hearing this, Black Emperor fell into deep thought, making no sound for a moment. It turned around and walked towards the table in front. Ye Changqing and Tu Shisan felt extremely puzzled, a giant question mark popping up in their minds. Suddenly, Black Emperor looked up at the item placed on the table and barked, "Woof, woof, woof," which made the 2 of them unconsciously jump and startle. Ye Changqing shook Tu Shisan's hand off his. He walked briskly to Black Emperor. Seeing this, Tu Shisan called out after him, "Master!" Ye Changqing picked up the stone on the table, saying with both joy and surprise, This is the T-Pet stone that I cultivated and absorbed, and it's even the Pro Max version from before." Holding the pet stone in his hand, his face couldn't hide his delight as he turned to look at Black Emperor and said, "Black Emperor, is this what you brought back?" Black Emperor smiled, wagging its tail continuously. "Woof, woof, that's right, master." Ye Changqing immediately leaned down and planted a kiss on Black Emperor's forehead. The 2 of them just played happily with each other, while Tu Shisan could only stand silently on the side watching. Ye Changqing even praised Black Emperor. "Ha ha ha, good dog!" Black Emperor had now regained its position in its master's heart. It put on a smug expression, grinning widely with sinister eyes. It thought, "Hee, Tu Shisan, don't be jealous of me." Tu Shisan, witnessing her master happy with someone else, combined with Black Emperor's teasing expression, was so angry that a boiling hot aura emanated from around her body. She thought, "Stinky dog, to actually take our Fox Clan's Hunyuan stone to compete for master's favor, I'll show you who's boss later." At that moment, a few people outside gathered together, gossiping clamorously. "Hey, did you guys hear anything?" one person asked. A woman replied, "The tiger roar last night was truly terrifying."
Hearing this, the other person said in astonishment, "Are you hallucinating? How could our town have tigers?" "It's true. I originally wanted to go report to the authorities, but eventually the sound disappeared." Standing behind them and hearing what everyone said, Ye Chongqing's face suddenly turned bruised purple. He thought in fear, so someone actually heard the commotion yesterday. If the authorities come to investigate and search out the tiger corpse in my house, this matter will be impossible to explain clearly. He seemed to suddenly have an idea. "I got it!" On the streets of Shiochi town, Ye Chongqing and Tu Shisan were taking a stroll. Tu Shisan asked blankly, "Master, where are we going?" Ye Chongqing replied, "To divide the loot." He looked at Tu Shisan and continued, "By the way, coming out with me like this, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others as a member of the demon race?" Hearing this, Tu Shisan smiled comfortingly. "Ah, master, please rest assured."
I used a special magical power. Outsiders won't be able to see her ears and tail. Hearing this, Chongqing felt somewhat relieved, so that was how it was. Holding a plate of piping hot grilled meat skewers with both hands, yet Chongqing smiled brightly and said loudly, "Come, come, fellow villagers. I accidentally grilled too much meat, so I'm sharing it with everyone. Don't be polite." As he spoke, he went around distributing it to each person. Seeing this, everyone was visibly surprised and let out an "ooh," then said, "Thank you, sir." Someone asked, "Mr. Ye, what kind of meat is this?" Yet Chongqing was embarrassed and replied, This is just normal meat. Come, everyone, try it first." Regardless of all that, the tray of grilled meat skewers in Chongqing's hands truly piqued people's interest and drew their eyes. Seeing everyone eating and profusely praising how delicious it was, he chuckled inwardly and thought to himself, "The law does not punish the masses. Now that they have eaten my grilled tiger meat, no one can think of running away." He continued to grin widely and invited a nearby auntie. "Auntie, please give it a try." The auntie didn't refuse and happily accepted, saying, "Oh my, thank you, sir." Another old woman chimed in to praise the male lead. "Mr. Ye is both handsome and knows how to cook. Whoever marries you will truly be blessed."
Suddenly, an auntie from somewhere leaned close to Ye Chongqing and said mysteriously, "The person behind you is your new wife, right? Wasn't there another young lady last time? You've already taken a concubine so quickly." Hearing her say that, Tu Shisan instantly became embarrassed. Ye Chongqing quickly waved his hands in denial. No, Miss Tu is... Before he could finish his sentence, Tu Shisan chimed in cheerfully from behind. "Master, which house are we going to next?" The auntie's face flushed red as she exclaimed in surprise, "Master?" The two aunties looked at the young couple in front of them, covering their mouths and laughing. My, young people nowadays play such strange games. Tu Shisan linked her arm with Ye Chongqing's. Meanwhile, he didn't know how to properly explain and could only stand there saying, "Aunties, it's not what you think." The auntie looked at Tu Shisan and said, "But this young lady is so skinny, I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to bear children. I happen to have a niece on my mother's side who is hardworking and does a good job, with a very plump figure. She can definitely give birth to a son. Does Mr. Ye want to consider it?" Ye Chongqing's face turned pale as he hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No. Hearing the auntie call her skinny, Tu Shisan blushed with anger. She thought to herself, "You dare say my figure is bad. Today I will let you see the charm of this princess." The look in her eyes showed that she had almost come up with a plan. The streets of Xiaoqi town were still noisy and bustling. Ye Chongqing seemed to have relieved his worries, standing with his hands on his hips. Finally dealt with this tiger. He turned to speak to Tu Shisan. "Miss Tu." Tu Shisan kept a cold face and didn't answer, decisively walking ahead, leaving Ye Chongqing utterly bewildered behind. He thought, is she in a bad mood because she got tired from carrying things just now? I need to coax her quickly. Ye Chongqing ran up in front of Tu Shisan, looking cheerful but also a bit worried as he said, "Miss Tu, I really want to thank you today. Without you, I definitely couldn't have finished this alone." Unconsciously, tears fell down Tu Shisan's cheeks.
She sobbed and asked, "Master, do you really feel that this servant's figure is not good?" Seeing Tu Shisan sobbing like that, Ye Chongqing felt extremely flustered, his face blushing as he replied, "Miss Tu, Aunt Wang was just speaking casually earlier. Please don't mind it." Hearing Ye Chongqing's comforting words, Tu Shisan moved close to his body, looked straight into his face and said, "Then what does Master think in his heart?" Ye Chongqing gave a thumbs up, intending to praise her, and smiled, saying, "Without any exaggeration, Miss Tu's figure is naturally unparalleled." Hearing the praise from Ye Chongqing, Tu Shisan struck a seductive pose and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry and make use of the time?" Seeing this, the Black Emperor thought with a somewhat shy face, "As expected of the Fox clan, if the one I liked wasn't Little Female Dog, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on." Ye Chongqing probably still hadn't understood Shisan's intention. He wondered in his thoughts, "Make use of the time. What does that mean?" A jolt of electricity flashed through his head, making him suddenly realize, "Oh, I understand now." He reached out and lightly touched Tu Shisan's shoulder, saying, "Can you pose according to what I say?" Tu Shisan replied with a shy face, "Of course I can. This servant will do whatever master likes."
As time gradually passed and incense sticks time later, Tu Shisan's face flushed red with shyness like a ripe tomato. Her whole body trembled slightly like a leaf fluttering in the wind, sweating profusely as if taking a bath, and her mouth let out soft moans like the buzz of a mosquito. Ye Chongqing looked at this scene, his face darkened, revealing a twisted, despicable smile. Sweat also poured all over his face as his mouth muttered praises. So beautiful, too beautiful. Tu-Shi-san twisted her body, her slender waist swaying like water waves, her long legs seemingly endless, her skin as smooth and white as snow, and her plump chest like peaches, faintly visible behind her thin clothing. However, maintaining this posture for a long time made her whole body tremble violently. Sweat dripped down her forehead, and her face was wrinkled with immense discomfort, as if she couldn't endure it any longer. She immediately asked, "Master, how much longer?" Ye Chongqing held a painting brush standing in front of the wooden table. He was still intently painting the beautiful scenery before his eyes, not taking his eyes off Tu-Shi-san at all. The Black Emperor stood by watching this scene. It seemed unimaginable to it. It sighed helplessly and dejectedly, thinking to itself, "I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this?" Tu-Shi-san was exhausted, her face flushed, sweating profusely. She made eye contact with the Black Emperor and asked in confusion, "Black Emperor, what kind of special hobby of the master is this?" The Black Emperor raised its paw, pretending to be calm, and defended its master with a serious tone. "Don't be so short-sighted. Currently, the master is about to give you a great providence." Saying that, the Black Emperor looked towards Ye Chongqing, who was leaning over, highly concentrated, moving the brush tip on the paper smoothly and gracefully. It thought for a while, its intuition telling it this was a good thing. Unexpectedly, this painting could help her increase her cultivation rapidly, just like it did. Hearing this, Tu-Shi-san's eyes lit up, shining with a fanatical infatuation. She smiled joyfully, her mouth curving into a crescent shape. The blush on her face had not yet faded. Her skin felt hot, and she spoke to the Black Emperor in a sweet tone. "So that's how it is. Master was afraid that this servant couldn't endure it, so he wanted to increase this servant's cultivation first."
Seeing Tu-Shi-san having such delusions, the Black Emperor was also helpless and didn't know what to say. Rolling his eyes, he looked at her wearily like she was a stupid little girl. He explained sarcastically, "Well, I feel you are overthinking it. Maybe it is simply that your fox charm art has no effect on Master." Contrary to the heated argument between Tu-Shi-san and the Black Emperor, Ye Chongqing remained quiet, completely immersed in his own world, highly focused on his work. He gently held the brush, every gesture of his being slow, meticulous, full of caution and delicacy. His hand moved rhythmically, creating smooth and soft lines. The painting gradually took shape under his brushstrokes, every detail meticulously polished, bringing a vivid and realistic feeling. After a period of intense concentration, Ye Chongqing finally put down the brush, his face beaming with the joy of victory. A radiant smile bloomed on his lips, his eyes sparkling with pride as he said to the other two, "Done."
The painting placed on the rustic wooden table was like a sparkling precious gem, attracting all eyes. A sparkling golden light emitted from the painting, and a powerful yet incredibly exquisite and elegant energy was also radiating from it. Tu-Shi-san stood stunned before the painting, her eyes wide open, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. Her face could not suppress the astonishment. She gaped and hesitantly uttered, "What is happening?" It seemed that the golden light and the energy source from the painting were now surrounding her, seeping into every cell of her body, awakening intense emotion she had never experienced before. Suddenly, the painting that had been quietly resting on the rustic wooden table gently vibrated, then slowly rose from the table, hovering in midair. The brilliant golden light radiating from the painting grew increasingly intense, sparkling like thousands of diamonds gleaming under the sun. That light enveloped the entire room, dispelling all darkness, making the room shimmering and mystical like a fairyland. Ye Chongqing raised his hand to his chin, his slender fingers lightly tracing his jawline. A look of triumphant confidence appeared on his face as he closed his eyes, concentrating in deep thought for a long time before saying, "The name of this painting is..." Tu-Shi-san's eyes lit up, exuding eagerness and curiosity. She was waiting for Ye Chongqing's next words to know the name he would give to the miraculous painting shining brightly before her. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent, leaving only the rapid heartbeat of Tu-Shi-san.
"Qingqiu has foxes, leaves can become immortals" was the exact name that Ye Chongqing had given to this painting. It was a painting featuring Tu-Shi-san as the main character. She stood in the middle of the painting in a posture that was both alluring and gracefully soft. Surrounding her were faint drifting clouds, making Tu-Shi-san appear to shift between illusion and reality, further enhancing her ethereal and otherworldly beauty. The scene shifted. Amidst the brilliant pink foliage, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating a magnificent and majestic palace that vaguely resembled an immortal wonderland. This was Taoshan Palace. Suddenly, lightning from the sky struck down upon Taoshan Palace. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the space as if wanting to tear the atmosphere apart. Lightning flashed, streaking across the sky like sharp swords, and everything around gradually sank into darkness.
A child standing in Taoshan Palace witnessed this scene and asked in surprise, "Purple energy coming from the east is an auspicious sign. Why is there thunder and lightning?" Another child hearing this explained, "An auspicious sign has suddenly descended." A person pointed into the distance, shouting to attract everyone's attention, "Look over there, those peach trees." On the ancient peach trees within the grounds of Taoshan Palace, the brightly blooming pink flowers suddenly caught fire in a bizarre manner. The flames flared up fiercely, spreading rapidly and incinerating the beautiful blossoms. Seeing this sight, the people of Taoshan Palace cried out in horror, "Why is it like this?" The grass has also turned yellow. A panic scream rang out, piercing the chaotic atmosphere. All eyes turned toward the lush green grass beneath their feet. But now, instead of the familiar, refreshing green, the grass had turned a dazzling yellow, as if scorched by a fire, with tiny sparks glittering on every blade. 3 children panicked and quickly ran back, asking each other, "Where are the old ancestor and the clan leader? Quickly invite them to come and take a look." 2 Shandio and 2 Su stood in the magnificent palace, watching the thunder and lightning explode everywhere. The fiercely burning flames were like ferocious demons swallowing everything around Taoshan Palace. 2 Shandio was anxious, sweat pouring down his face, as he asked 2 Su, "Old ancestor, what is happening?"
2C's face scowled, her brows furrowed, filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Someone is forcefully taking away the providence of the immortal peach." 2 Shandiao was stunned upon hearing this, and asked, "Who on earth is driving our Spirit Fox clan to the brink of extermination?" 2C looked around, the light from the fire reflecting on her face, creating mysterious patches of light and shadow. She speculated, could it be because of that? She cupped her hands together, the flames now spreading across her palms. She stepped forward towards the fiercely flickering flames and told Tu Shandial, "You guard the Taoxian Palace. This seat wants to go to Nanling to meet Lord Gulong." Saying so, she turned her head back, her face shining with determination. 10,000 great mountains, Wolong Valley. 2C flew over. "The elders of the Black Tiger clan, why are they also here?" She wondered. "Why have you two come here?" she asked and then landed. "Greetings, Spirit Fox Demon Venerable. The 2 of us came to invite Lord Gulong to divine a hexagram for our clan's old ancestor," the 2 replied. "Ming Yaetong, he still hasn't returned?" 2C was surprised. "Not only has he not returned, but a few days ago the old ancestor's soul-guiding lamp went out." "The soul-guiding lamp is tethered by each person's divine soul. When the soul perishes, the lamp also goes out," 2C pondered. "Are you saying Ming Yaetong is dead?" She was shocked. "Nonsense. The old ancestor's cultivation is unmatched. How could he die?" "Then pretend I never said anything," 2C replied while shrugging. "Ming Yaetong, you brought this upon yourself," she thought inwardly. "Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you barge right in." "Does the Spirit Fox Demon Venerable know the inside story? Please tell us," the 2 men asked. "That's right. The old ancestor lost contact precisely after leaving your Fox clan territory." "Stop investigating. Ming Yaetong brought this bitter fruit upon himself," she replied.
Lord Gulong, the 2 elders were surprised. Although the myriad mortal transformation melody has sounded and our race's counterattack is drawing near, for Ming Yuetsong to violate the agreement and charge into Zhongzhou at this time is simply too arrogant. "Demon Venerable Gulong," the speaker suddenly knelt down. "Old ancestor Yuetsong is at fault, but his cultivation is formidable and he has secret techniques on him. How could he be defeated so easily?" "That's right. We hope Lord Gulong can perform a divination." "Very well," Gulong replied and began to divine. "Wearing 9, stepping on 1, 5 dwells in the center, meaning of the Dragon Palace, spirit turtle of the profound gate." The tortoiseshell began to glow. "Ah, a dazzling image. Indeed, it is not out of my expectations," Gulong said. "Fire, thunder, Shi-Hei, Li above and Zen below, an image of alternating fire and thunder. It signifies great peril."
"What?" The 2 men panicked. "This is heaven punishing his sins, being burned to death," Gulong judged. It seemed that Ming Yuechong did not die at the hands of an ordinary cultivator, but a more supreme existence. "Lord Gulong, exactly who is it? We will take revenge for the old ancestor," the 2 elders shouted angrily. "Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. If you continue to investigate deeper, even this old man will be implicated. You should go back to avoid bringing disaster to the entire Black Tiger clan," Gulong replied. "So it is an existence that even you cannot peek at?" They were surprised. "Thank you for the warning, Lord Gulong. We will go back and make arrangements," one of the 2 elders replied. The 2 Black Tiger clan members left. Gulong began to ask, "Spirit Fox Demon Venerable, what business do you have seeking this seat?" "Lord Gulong, just now an anomaly descended from the sky above Qingqiu's Taoshan Palace, and all the providence of Qingqiu was sucked away to another place," 2C replied. "So that's how it is. All things have a destiny. The providence of a clan can only be used on the same clan. If this providence left Taoshan Palace, it will definitely go to a Spirit Fox clan member in another place," Gulong replied. "Another place? But the entire Fox clan in Nanling is located in Qingqiu," 2C wondered. "A few days ago, it seems the 13th princess of your clan just ran away from her marriage, right?" he asked. "Do you mean today's matter is related to that girl?" 2C asked.
If this old man's guess is not wrong, Chinkyu's providence is probably entirely on Tushi's son. How is that possible? Her cultivation hasn't even reached the Demon King realm. How can she bear so much providence? She was surprised. Lord Qulong, may I ask if you can divine who snatched the providence away? Tusi asked. This old man will try his best. Saying that, Qulong began to exert his spiritual energy. Principles of the 9 palaces, laws returning to the spirit. Dui 9. A bolt of lightning struck his body, sending Tusi flying. Lord Qulong, she panicked.
Lord Golong coughed up blood and replied, "It is the will of heaven, the will of heaven. I cannot investigate any more. I cannot ask any more." In the sky above Xiachi town, Zhang Xuan was flying and thinking. That old ghost Suji Tian had finally left. It was really rushing him to death. Last time, the aura of that black tiger demon venerable disappeared in Xiachi town. It must be Senior Ye who took action. As a junior, he should still go to pay respects and express his gratitude. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and called out, "Brother He." He turned around and met 3 people. "Where do you want to go?" Shuji Tian asked. "Old ghost Su." "No, Brother Su. Why haven't you left yet?" Zhang Xuan was surprised. Suji Tian looked at perfected Zhang Xuan, smiling very affectionately, and then softly said, "Although you refused my request to visit Mr. Ye yesterday, as it happens, I met 2 guests from the imperial capital of Great Yan." Suji Tian's words were full of reproach, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "If you don't take me there, I naturally have a way to force you to take me." The scene shifts to an illusion of Suji Tian's flashback. At this time, Suji Tian was on his way back to Ziking Holy Land, when suddenly someone was walking towards him from ahead. They seemed to be acquaintances, causing Suji Tian to exclaim in surprise. Oh, it turned out to be the High Ancestor of Great Yan Nation. In front of Suji Tian at this moment were Yang Bingsing and Yan Tianshan. Seeing the appearance of the High Ancestor of Great Yan, Yan Tianshan, made Suji Tian a bit surprised. Therefore, Suji Tian immediately clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Pardon my lack of manners. Haven't you been in secluded cultivation for many years? Where do you want to go now that you have come out of seclusion?" Yan Tianshan replied gently, "I am going to Xiachi Town in the Taisuen territory."
Shuji Tian asked curiously, "Shochi Town, why are you going there?" Behind Yan Tianshan, Yan Bingxin happily answered on his behalf. Reporting to the Ziqing Holy Lord, Bingxin must escort the old ancestor to Xiaoqi Town to pay respects to Mr. Ye. Hearing the words Yan Bingxin just uttered caused Shuji Tian to be startled for a moment, thinking to himself, "Mr. Ye, could it be the Senior Ye mentioned by He Changsuan? Damn old He, now that the High Ancestor of Great Yan is here, let's see how you can still hide that precious ancestor, master." Shuji Tian stood silently and thought. Suddenly, Shuji Tian stepped closer and grabbed Yan Tianshan's hand. "Brother Yan, you truly have a good eye." Then Shuji Tian stared intently at Yan Tianshan, making him sweat profusely. His 2 hands seemed to grip Yan Tianshan's hand even tighter, as if to show their close bond, and he continued boldly, "This old man has always wanted to pay respects to this senior. Let's go." Returning to reality, after hearing Shuji Tian's story, Taoist Changsuan was now so furious that his blood was boiling. His face had turned ashen, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his eyes showed clear hostility, and his teeth were clenched as he thought in disgust, "This old ghost Shu just got incredibly lucky." On the streets of Xiaoqi Town, Shuji Tian raised his arm and formally introduced, "Let me introduce you for a moment. This is..." Yan Tianshan behind him leisurely stroked his white beard. Yan Bingxin stood silently by the side without saying a word. Taoist Changsuan on this side didn't wait for Shuji Tian to finish his sentence before stroking his long beard and interrupting. "The High Ancestor Emperor of Great Yan, Yan Tianshan of the Yan Nation, how could this old man not know?" Yan Tianshan slowly approached Taoist Changsuan. Then he placed his hand on Taoist Changsuan's shoulder, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and spoke tumbly. "Holy Lord of Taiswan Holy Land, Taoist Changsuan, long time no see."
Next is the scene where Taoist Chengxuan and Yan Tianshan look into each other's eyes, silently thinking about the past and the present. It is as if this meeting is an opportunity for them to ignite the flame of friendship. Shuji Tian, standing in the middle watching this situation, suddenly feels as if he hears the sound of crows flying past. To break this silent atmosphere, Shuji Tian awkwardly speaks up, "Are you 2 acquaintances?" After hearing that question from Shuji Tian, Taoist Chengxuan and Yan Tianshan immediately turn to face each other, ready to enter a combat stance. Starting off is Taoist Chengxuan's verbal battle. Back then it was him who personally set the laws, making the cultivators of the Great Yan Nation imperial family the most revered. Along with that is a challenging look. Within the territory, all sects and factions were considered heretics. Yan Tianshan on this side is not outdone and immediately snaps back. So what? As the ruler of Great Yan, this old man has the responsibility to unify the hearts of the people. While in the middle of a heated verbal battle, suddenly Yan Bingxin next to him pulls Yan Tianshan back. Feeling someone pulling his sleeve, Yan Tianshan turns his head to see that it is Yan Bingxin. At this moment, because Yan Bingxin is too worried in her heart that a chaotic battle will occur, she softly reassures Yan Tianshan, "Old ancestor, please calm down. After all, we are in Taisuen territory. It's better not to argue with Holy Lord He." Yan Tianshan is still very angry at this time because he was provoked by Taoist Changxuan, so he doesn't listen to Yan Bingxin's advice, but turns to vent his anger on her. So what if we are in Taisuen territory? This old man will absolutely not bow his head to him. Suddenly being scolded by the old ancestor for a whole barrage, Yan Bingxin doesn't know what to say next.
Taoist Chang Xuan glanced over and saw that Yan Tianshan was driven mad with anger by him, so he couldn't help but feel smug inwardly. With a challenging tone and a mocking smile, he spoke up. Is that so? Then please leave. Ancestral Master Ye of our Taiswan Holy Land does not welcome you. Yan Tianshan was still furious, but after hearing Taoist Chang Xuan say that Ye Changcheng was his ancestral master, Yan Tianshan couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, What? Senior Ye is the ancestral master of your Taiswan Holy Land? Seeing Yan Tianshan's surprised reaction, Taoist Chang Xuan couldn't help but rejoice inwardly and replied, That's a matter of course. Otherwise, how could his senior self live in seclusion in Shiochi town and even gift our Taiswan Holy Land countless providence? Along with those words was a burst of smug laughter from Taoist Chang Xuan, leaving Yan Tianshan beside him speechless as he looked at his old friend. Yan Tianshan thought he had misheard, so feeling a bit dissatisfied, he loudly shouted and asked Shu Zetian, Is what He Chang Xuan said true? This caused Shu Zetian, who was sitting peacefully beside him, to suddenly be shouted at, making him a bit frightened and his face covered in sweat. Shu Zetian lowered his head and spoke in a small voice. It's probably not wrong. Shu Zetian slowly recalled the scene from that day. At that time, Ye Changcheng appeared out of nowhere, his expression cold but mixed with a hint of anger, staring intently down at the fire demon. He reached his hand straight out and spoke in a gloomy tone. Stop your hand from me. Then Shu Zetian began to narrate to Yan Tianshan. A few days ago at Mount Taiswan, I saw with my own eyes Senior Ye take action, suppressing the outbreak of the pseudo-immortal artifact spirit, and even casting an immortal spell to help Taiswan Holy Land rebuild the damaged main hall. At this moment, Shu Zetian also recalled the scene of Taiswan Hall, which went from a desolate ruin to suddenly being swept by a ray of light from a strange painting, returning to its original form, and even looking newer than before. Although Yan Tianshan didn't witness it with his own eyes, through Shu Zetian's account, he could imagine a part of that power. Afterward, Yan Tianshan stammered, At this moment, Shu Zetian suddenly glared at Perfected Zhang Xuan from behind, his expression looking extremely angry. Meanwhile, Perfected Zhang Xuan stood there calmly, completely unaware that Shu Zetian was glaring at him. Approaching closer, Yan Tianshan swallowed his pride and spoke softly to Perfected Zhang Xuan. Tai Xuan Holy Lord, can we discuss this a bit more? Seeing Yan Tianshan's attitude, Perfected Zhang Xuan couldn't help but rejoice inwardly, yet he pretended to be normal and asked, Oh, discuss what? Hearing Perfected Zhang Xuan's tone, which seemed to imply agreement, Yan Tianshan patted his chest to show his courage, then excitedly said, The Great Yan imperial family is willing to establish Taishuan Holy Land as the state sect of the Great Yan nation. Seeing Yan Tianshan's demeanor, Perfected Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Realizing the solemnity of the matter, Perfected Zhang Xuan was still in a daze, letting out a surprised, Huh? On the side, Shu Zetian, on the contrary, showed panic, and then shouted in shock, Are you serious? Yan Tianshan affirmed confidently, That's right. As long as you let me and Bing Shen meet Senior Ye. In his heart, Perfected Zhang Xuan was now as happy as if he were at a festival, but he still pretended not to care about the vain title of state sect and calmly said, seeing your sincerity, follow me. With that, Perfected Zhang Xuan turned around and left. Although Perfected Zhang Xuan's outward appearance still looked normal, in his heart he was currently screaming non-stop, then thought to himself, Our Taishuan Holy Land's precious ancestral master is so highly welcomed, it really gives a sense of crisis. Because there is High Ancestor Yan Tianshan and the 9th Princess of Great Yan, Yan Bingxin, as well as the Holy Lord of Ziking Holy Land, Shu Zetian, not to mention how many more people will have their eyes on that ancestral master of his Taishuan Holy Land in the future. How could he not be worried?
Putting his thoughts aside for now, Perfected Zhang Xuan was walking when he suddenly remembered something, so he turned his head and said to Yan Tianshan, The senior living in seclusion here definitely has a profound meaning. Later on, do not act recklessly and speak out of turn to lose your manners. Yan Tianshan smiled confidently and replied, That is of course. This old man absolutely will not speak directly about heavenly secrets. However, Yan Tianshan's sweat was now soaking his entire face, carrying his anxiety as he thought to himself, It's just that I have never interacted with such a supreme figure before. How should I greet him with my first sentence? Suddenly someone stepped out. It turned out to be Ye Changxing stepping out from inside the house. Seeing Perfected Zhang Xuan's group standing in front of the door, probably wanting to visit him, Ye Changxing immediately asked inquiringly, Everyone? As soon as Yan Bingxin saw Ye Changxing, her eyes lit up, her face blushed completely red, her hands subconsciously placed in front of her chest, and then she gently spoke. Mr. Ye,
I've come to visit you again. After that, Yan Bingxin immediately pounced onto Ye Changxing, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes were tightly shut, her mouth wore a bright smile, and her cheeks were flushed red, which left Ye Changxing inevitably surprised. Seeing Yan Bingxin hugging Ye Changxing so intimately caused Yan Tianshan's jaw to drop as he exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Changxing finally reacted to Yan Bingxin's eager actions, hastily pushing her away and saying, Miss Yan, you're here. Seeing the group of Dallas Changxuan, Shu Zetian, and Dan Tianshan staring blankly as the two of them struggled back and forth, Ye Changxing felt a bit concerned and thought to himself, With so many people watching, you should let go first. After that, he successfully pushed Yan Bingxin away. Once Ye Changxing had completely detached himself from Yan Bingxin, to quickly dispel the awkwardness, he spoke up, Well then, please come in and take a seat first. Despite Ye Chongqing's reminder, Yan Bingxin was still touching him, making Ye Chongqing feel somewhat awkward, so he hurriedly reminded her, "Miss Yan, your hands, don't touch randomly." Su Zetian had already stepped into the house at this time, but something suddenly caught his eye, causing him to abruptly widen his eyes in surprise. The Black Emperor, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a noise and immediately perked up his ears to listen. Seeing a group of strangers entering, the Black Emperor quickly bared his sharp teeth, his eyes filled with anger as he growled a few times. Su Zetian screamed in terror after seeing the Black Emperor. Demon Emperor. Yan Tianshan on the side also shouted in astonishment. A Demon Emperor actually exists in the Zhongzhou continent? Because Taoist Changxuan had previously visited Ye Chongqing's house, he wasn't the least bit surprised when he saw the Black Emperor. However, seeing the shocked reactions of Yan Tianshan and Su Zetian brought him immense joy. He then calmly said, "That's only natural. With cultivation like Senior Ye's, of course he has to raise a puppy." Suddenly, Taoist Changxuan turned his head, looked at Yan Tianshan and Su Zetian and reminded them, "Don't blame this old man for not warning you. A Demon Emperor is just the tip of the iceberg. This place is a genuine land of fortune." Then Taoist Changxuan thought to himself, "Tremble, you trashes of the soul formation realm," because right in front of their group right now was an immortal scenery with abundant providence radiating everywhere and cranes flying with outstretched wings. In the distance was a small pond with a bridge crossing over it, along with the small courtyard where Ye Chongqing lived daily in the back, and in the front yard was the 1,000-year demon tree sleeping soundly. Yan Bingxin looked affectionately at Ye Chongqing and said, "Mr. Ye, Bingxin missed you very much. Did you miss me?" Ye Chongqing awkwardly replied, "Sort of." Hearing that answer, Yan Bingxin thought Ye Chongqing also missed her, so she immediately hugged his arm tightly. Ye Chongqing's inner self was screaming right now to let go of his hand. If the white fox saw this, he would be doomed tonight. Yan Bingxin suddenly leaned close to Ye Chongqing's ear and whispered softly, "Mr. Ye, I have already told the old ancestor and my father about our matter." Ye Chongqing suddenly felt that someone was staring at him from behind, sending chills down his spine. Ye Chongqing was now completely panicked, wondering if it was the white fox, so he quickly spoke up to clarify with Yan Bingxin. Hey, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak nonsense. We have a pure male-female relationship." Even though he was trembling with fear, Ye Chongqing still yelled confidently at Yan Bingxin, conveniently speaking loudly so that Taoist Changxuan's group could hear as well. Just in case the white fox was there, it would somewhat reduce the trouble. Taoist Changxuan saw Ye Chongqing and Yan Bingxin locking arms, their gestures and words very intimate, making him happily speak up. Senior Ye and Miss Yan truly have destiny with each other. Hearing these words from Taoist Changxuan, Ye Chongqing's face turned pale, and he hurriedly waved his hands in vehement denial, saying, "No way, no way." In his heart, Ye Chongqing was constantly screaming, thinking that love only messes with the head and brings suffering to oneself. Then Ye Chongqing reached out and pointed towards the table in the yard, saying, "Please come sit over here." Tu Shisan, currently in the form of a fox, stepped outside. Tu Shisan's white fox form had a petite and very agile-looking body. She possessed a long and narrow snout, bright eyes, and a nose that seemed very keen. Covering her body was a typical short white coat of fur and a long, bushy tail like a broom.
The three people, Shu Jitian, Perfected Zhangxuan, and Yan Tianshan, saw Tu Shisan appear. Their eyes widened and mouths formed an O shape in astonishment, and then they said in unison, "Damn it, there's actually another one." The demonic energy was truly dense. The white fox, Tu Shisan, was currently radiating a surge of purple demonic energy, her sharp eyes glowing as she looked toward Perfected Zhangxuan's group. Perfected Zhangxuan recognized the true body of the white fox as Tu Shisan and couldn't help but be slightly shocked, shouting with his mouth wide open. Her cultivation is clearly only at the Demon King realm, yet her demonic energy is just like that of a demon emperor.
The white fox Tu Shisan suddenly shifted her gaze to Yan Bingxin. Meanwhile, Yan Bingxin was also staring blankly at Tu Shisan. Then the white fox Tu Shisan stepped closer, right next to Yan Bingxin's skeet. Feeling a bit surprised, she looked down, only to suddenly see Tu Shisan's human form beneath her true fox body. She was blushing, looking incredibly seductive. Tu Shisan then sat sideways, leaning on her elbow, playing with a few strands of red hair, and evaluated. Master doesn't like small goods. But in reality, she wanted to belittle Yan Bingxin and elevate her own value. Hearing Tu Shisan's somewhat insulting words, Yan Bingxin felt a mix of anger and embarrassment and shouted, "Huh?" Her whole body was trembling, her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth in sheer indignation. Following that, Yan Bingxin yelled out in dissatisfaction, her hands still placed over her chest. "Huh, don't think that just because you have a bit of beauty, you can do whatever you want. Mr. Ye is not such a fickle person." After a scene where everyone gaped in astonishment, mixed with Yan Bingxin's frustration, Taoist Changxuan and the others had already approached the table to sit down. Ye Changxing had finished brewing the tea and was pouring it into their cups. The tea in the cups had a gentle green color, with an enlightenment tea leaf right in the center, and the heat was still radiating thick white smoke.
Su Zetian and Yan Tianshan were seeing the sight for the first time, so they were a bit surprised. Su Zetian stared and spoke. Wow, is this tea brewed from the Enlightenment tea leaves? Daoist Cheng Xuan beside him felt a soaring joy, his face full of pride mixed with satisfaction as he explained, "That's right. This tea seems to be even more fragrant than last time by a few degrees." Although Yan Bingsim had tasted it before, just looking at it and smelling its fragrance made her extremely happy and satisfied, so she chuckled softly. Then Yan Bingsin also spoke. "It is even more suitable for an immortal's physique." Yan Tianshan picked up his teacup, smelled it, and fell into deep thought. If little Nine could become Tao companions with Mr. Ye.
Doesn't this mean my great Yan will enjoy eternal peace? Along with that thought was the image of Ye Chongqing and Yan Bingsin standing close to each other. She was beside Ye Chongqing, looking at him with an affectionate smile. Ye Chongqing then suddenly remembered the important matter regarding the reason Daoist Cheng Xuan's group came here, so he spoke up. Tell me, what brings you all here today?" Hearing this, Daoist Cheng Xuan immediately stood up, clasped his hands together, and respectfully said, "Reporting to Senior, recently I found an ancient brush. Last time I came in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't bring any gifts to present myself." Along with those words, Daoist Cheng Xuan slowly took out the ancient brush from his robe. "Today, I finally have a satisfactory gift to bring." Hovering above Daoist Cheng Xuan's hand right now was the box containing the ancient brush he just mentioned. A brilliant orange-yellow light radiated from the box. "Please accept it, Senior." Having said that, Daoist Cheng Xuan quickly handed the box to Ye Chongqing with both hands. Ye Chongqing also reached out his hand to receive the gift, smiling politely. "You are too courteous." As soon as he received the box, Ye Chongqing quickly opened it, and a dazzling yellow light shone from within. But when he saw the ancient brush inside, Ye Chongqing was so surprised that he let out a gasp. Then Ye Chongqing quickly took the ancient brush out. From the black body and white tail of the brush, a very beautiful blue-white light was emitted. Ye Chongqing was very satisfied with this ancient brush, so he smiled brightly and said, "This brush is very good. Elder He is truly thoughtful." Hearing himself praised by his Taiswan Holy Land's ancestral master, Ye Chongqing, Daoist Cheng Xuan was overjoyed. He rubbed his head and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Not at all, not at all. Compared to the Taiswan Cheng Xuan painting that Senior gave me last time, this brush is only a small fraction of its worth." After saying that, Daoist Cheng Xuan stroked his beard, looking extremely delighted. Seeing Daoist Cheng Xuan acting so smug, Zhu Jitang side him couldn't help but feel angry, his face turning ashen since who knows when.
Shu Jitian indignantly thought in his heart, if he had known earlier that Senior Ye liked this ancient treasure so much, he shouldn't have used it as a wager before. Looking at Daoist Cheng Xuan's joyful appearance made Shu Jitian feel angrier the more he thought about it, because the person praised by Senior Ye, Ye Chongqing, should have been him, since that ancient brush was originally one of the ancient treasures that Shu Jitian had secretly stashed away. "Senior Ye, I am Shu Jitian. Visiting for the first time today, I have also prepared a small gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a small wooden box appeared in Shu Jitian's hands. He smiled while using both hands to present it towards Ye Chongqing. Receiving another gift so suddenly made Ye Chongqing feel a bit embarrassed. He then scratched his head and smiled kindly, saying, "Elder Shu is too thoughtful. Then this Ye will accept it." Saying so, Ye Chongqing reached out to receive the box that Shu Jitian gifted him. Just like last time, Ye Chongqing quickly opened the box to see what was inside. From within the box, a dazzling golden light shone out. Seeing the gift inside made Ye Chongqing extremely satisfied. He narrowed his eyes, smiled brightly, and said, "This is a top-grade ink stick." Seeing that he was also praised by Ye Chongqing, Shu Jitian happily said, "As long as Senior likes it, that's fine." The ink stick inside the box gifted by Shu Jitian had a long rectangular shape. On the front of the ink stick, the two words Cha Mo, tea ink, were engraved, and its entire body was radiating a golden light, looking very pleasing to the eye. Even though he received a precious gift, Ye Chongqing still appeared humble. He smiled brightly and said, "As the saying goes, one cannot accept a reward without contributing. Today, since I have accepted Elder Shu's gift, I will give a painting in return."
Whether you want calligraphy or a painting, just say it. Hearing that Ye Chongqing would return his favor with a painting and even let Shu Zetian freely choose the genre caused Shu Zetian to currently stand there dazed, not knowing what to do. At this time, Shu Zetian finally managed to digest that information and joyfully jumped up. His eyes looking at Ye Chongqing now changed from bewildered to excited. He tightly clenched his hands, brought them to his chest, and happily replied, "Really? Really?" as if afraid Ye Chongqing would change his mind. Shu Zetian saw that his expression was a bit overboard, so he quickly reined it in, faked coughed a few times, and calmly replied, "Then I want a piece of calligraphy related to the sword." After that, Shu Zetian fell silent, secretly thinking about the calligraphy that Ye Chongqing was about to write as a gift for him. Qing Shui also received Senior Ye's enlightenment to break through to the nascent soul realm.
If the senior put pen to paper to produce a masterpiece containing sword providence, it would definitely help Chang Feng break through too. If he could successfully help Chang Feng break through, then in the future he could help Shu Zetian's Ziqing Holy Land gain face. It could even help his Ziqing Holy Land crush that Taoist Chang Xuan's Taishuan Holy Land. That way he would no longer have an arrogant attitude towards him. Hearing that Shu Zetian wanted to receive a piece of calligraphy, Ye Chongqing happily waved his hand and replied, "Small matter, you'll have it immediately." Hearing Ye Chongqing agree to his wish, Shu Zetian's eyes lit up brightly and he clenched his hands tightly to show his joy. After speaking, Ye Chongqing turned around and walked towards the paper table to write a gift for Shu Zetian. But at this moment, seeing that there was no paper on the table, Ye Chongqing suddenly remembered that the house had run out of paper and let out an "Oh." Ye Chongqing then pulled a long face, feeling a bit worried, and thought to himself, "That's not right. It seems the Xuan paper was used up last night." Because he had promised to return Shu Zetian's favor with a piece of calligraphy but had run out of paper, Ye Chongqing felt a bit sad. After thinking, Ye Chongqing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and spoke up. "Well, the Xuan paper in the house is all gone. Everyone please sit and relax. Let me go buy some and come back." At this time, Ye Chongqing also didn't expect that he would have to leave his guests behind to go buy paper, but since he had promised, he had to keep his word and accept it.
Suddenly, Yan Bingxin beside him raised her hand, smiled brightly, and spoke. "Mr. Ye, no need to worry. I have prepared everything for you." Ye Chongqing then also turned his head to look at Yan Bingxin. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in Yan Bingxin's hand. Then, from that light in Yan Bingxin's hand, a thick stack of paper transformed and appeared. This stack of paper was then neatly placed on the table for Ye Chongqing by Yan Bingxin. Seeing the towering stack of paper, Ye Chongqing was extremely happy. Seeing Ye Chongqing's happy expression, Yan Bingxin added, "You usually like to create calligraphy and paintings. These are all brought from the imperial capital. They can be used for a long time." Ye Chongqing immediately used both hands to hold Yan Bingxin's hands. Then he looked at Yan Bingxin and said gratefully, "Miss Yan, it is still you who understands me." Being suddenly held by Ye Chongqing, Yan Bingxin was also a bit surprised. At this time, Ye Chongqing couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking to himself that Xuan paper is usually the most expensive, and buying it in the small town is incredibly expensive. This way, a lot of money is saved. In this stack of paper given by Yan Bingxin also helped Ye Chongqing resolve this extremely awkward situation. Yan Bingxin suddenly took off the ring on her hand. Then, blushing shyly, Yan Bingxin handed the ring to Ye Chongqing and spoke, "There are still many more in this spatial ring. I will hand them all over to you." Ye Chongqing then also reached out with both hands to receive the ring that Yan Bingxin gifted him. Dallas Chang Xuan, seeing Ye Chongqing receive a mere stack of ordinary paper yet showing such an expression, also had beads of sweat forming on his face. In his heart he couldn't help but think, what the Ninth Highness brought out is nothing but ordinary Xuan paper, yet the senior is so in high spirits. Shu Zetian beside him, seeing Ye Chongqing's joyful attitude, also had a face dotted with sweat. In his heart he was endlessly shocked, thinking, it seems that in the end I am still too vulgar. Ancient artifacts mean nothing to people like Senior Ye. Yan Tianshan at this time also fell slightly silent, gently stroking his white beard, then pondered deeply about Ye Chongqing. This is exactly the cultivation realm of a peerless expert. It is not something that juniors like us can ever attain, because just an ordinary stack of Xuan paper gifted by this old man Yan Tianshan's granddaughter Yan Bingxing actually made him value it so highly. As for the precious ancient treasures gifted by Taoist Chang Xuan and Shu Zetian, although Ye Chongqing also happily accepted the gifts, the expression on his face was not as eager. It seems that if Ye Chongqing and Yan Bingxing could form a union together, perhaps my great Yan would soon stand at the top of the world. Right after that, Ye Chongqing spread the Xuan paper out on the table. Then he reached out and picked up the brush gifted by He Chang Xuan. That brush seemed to harbor an indescribable beauty, possessing both a unique texture and emitting a faint golden light. Ye Chongqing, holding the brush in his hand, said with a smiling face, "Then I shall begin."
Su Zhitan watched him prepare to put pen to paper, his eyes fixed on Ye Chongqing. He stared unblinkingly, so tense that he swallowed continuously. As he watched Ye Chongqing standing there holding that brush, he thought to himself, wondering what kind of providence the senior would bestow upon him. After that, Ye Chongqing gently laid down the first strokes. His hand skillfully and fluidly curved every line. It seemed that every stroke he drew carried a certain beautiful aura. Its magnetic appeal was truly too miraculous. His entire person at that moment exuded an unparalleled demeanor, as if he had blended with nature to create an ultimate masterpiece. As he drew, he closed his eyes in contemplation, and then recited a few lines of poetry to inscribe on the Xuan paper. A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. Drawing another stroke, Ye Chongqing recited further, "One sort's frost chills 14 states." After finishing the last line of poetry, a burst of radiant aura suddenly flared up. Ye Chongqing at that time was no different from an immortal harboring a power that few could possess. He shone like a dazzling sun, floating proudly amidst a ring of aura. Su Zhitan was perhaps witnessing such an indescribable scene for the first time, and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, this is sword force, sword might, sword chi, sword intent? He stood there staring blankly. At this moment, Ye Chongqing was surrounded by a ring of sword chi that illuminated the entire scenery. He felt a bit of admiration and happiness. To think that I can comprehend so much sword Dao true intent, turning decay into something magical.
Ye Chongqing, with the brush still in his hand, continued to draw the remaining strokes on the Xuan paper. It seemed that at this moment, the energy current surrounding Ye Chongqing underwent a slight change, becoming more distinct. Su Jitan, who just a minute ago was comprehending the sword Dao true intent, now turned pale, his expression showing some worry. This is not good. The streams of sword chi seemed to be driven by something, whistling down towards where Su Jitan was standing. Those streams of sword chi even emitted clanking sounds. Fortunately, Su Jitan nimbly dodged them. Those streams of sword intent still continued to shoot down towards Su Jitan, the light they emitted so strong that it forced people to hurriedly cover their eyes.
Su Jitan stood frozen there, allowing the sword intent to rush straight at him. He just silently locked his eyes on Ye Chongqing and the blinding sword intent. But perhaps because the power of that sword intent was too strong, he finally couldn't bear it and fell to his knees. On his face at this moment there was only pain and an inability to remain calm. He thought, I have cultivated for so many years, yet in front of Senior Ye, I still seem like a child. At this point, no matter how strong he was, he could not endure it. His face turned ashen, his body trembled, and crying out an he fainted. Seeing that Su Jitan could no longer hold on, He Chong-swen felt a bit of fear. He frowned and thought, this old ghost Su probably can't withstand the Great Doll Principal's pressure of Senior Ye and is about to suffer chi deviation. Thinking this, he quickly used his power and hastily flew to Su Jitan's side, standing behind him. Without a moment's pause, he used his power to suppress the spiritual energy that was about to cause chi deviation in Su Jitan's body. He Chong-swen closed his eyes and chanted the incantation. Clear mind like water, clear water is the mind, a slight breeze does not rise. As soon as his words ended, he struck a powerful palm on Su Jitan's body, shouting loudly, Clear Heart Incantation. After He Chong-swen used the Clear Heart Incantation to suppress the spiritual energy about to cause chi deviation in Su Jitan's body, he shouted loudly to wake him up, Old Ghost Su, wake up quickly. At that time, Su Jitan still stood there silently, unaware of anything. Suddenly his complexion changed slightly, as if he had sensed Taoist Chong-swen's call. His face went from being hazy to showing a hint of emotion.
A flash of light appeared, blinding the eyes. The scene shifted. By then it was already morning, and at the same time, Su Jitan had regained his spiritual energy. He had returned to his normal state, as if brought back to life. Sweating profusely, with a dark expression, he panted heavily. He instinctively turned to look at Taoist Cheng Xuan, only to see him shedding tears with a sorrowful expression. He felt a bit panicked, not understanding what was going on. Regaining his composure, he turned and said to He Chong-swen, Thank you, Brother He. This Shu almost committed a faux pas in front of Senior Ye. Taoist Cheng Xuan understood his meaning and replied coldly, It's nothing. At that moment, on Ye Chongqing's side, it seemed he had drawn the final stroke of calligraphy. One could not help but acknowledge it. Just looking at the last few strokes, one could see his craftsmanship. Every character emitted rays of light, making the painting even more mystical. Finishing that stroke, he spoke with a beaming smile. It's done.
He gently placed the brush given by Taoist Chong-swen back on the table. He turned to the waiting people and said, Everyone take a look. What do you think of this calligraphy? As he spoke, he pointed to the drawing he had just created. This calligraphy seemed to carry a spiritual energy, emitting a miraculous light. Hearing Ye Chongqing's invitation to look, the three of them couldn't help but be curious. They immediately approached and bowed their heads to look, their eyes all showing surprise to the point of admiring Ye Chongqing's talent. The calligraphy drawn by the main character had each character radiating its own light, finally combining to create a calligraphy piece of blinding beauty. It was hard for anyone not to admire it. That calligraphy consisted of 2 lines of poetry. One sword's frost chills 14 states. The hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. After looking at and reading the calligraphy, Ye Chong-swen felt as if he had blended into a peaceful space, with leaves swaying in the wind, giving people an extremely relaxed feeling. He closed his eyes to feel it, and then said, These characters not only give people a feeling of perfect talent and virtue, but also hide a truly boundless divine intent inside. Su Jitan also couldn't help but reply in amazement. That's right. The surprising thing is that each character conceals completely different sword daos, but when these words are connected together, they form a truly different meaning. He just expressed his amazement. In his mind, the words in that calligraphy just appeared in a state separated from the poem. 1 sword, frost chills, 14 states, full hall, flowers intoxicate, 3,000 guests. Wow! Indeed, each of those words carries a different meaning when standing alone, but when combined, they bring a new meaning. The words harmonize perfectly with each other, creating 2 lines of poetry that make people read them with admiration. Hearing Su Jitan's explanation, Yan Bingsin had some doubts, and immediately asked, Elder Shu, what do you mean by that? Su Jitan turned around and answered her, It seems to be like mountains. Mountains stacked on top of each other, forming a single, towering mountain. Some mountains connect to form an unexpectedly magnificent landscape. After hearing the explanation, Yan Bingsin understood the meaning of that miraculous calligraphy. With a delighted face, she smiled happily and said, So it turns out to be like that? Both Taoist Chong-swen and Su Jitan stood there looking at the calligraphy that was still radiating light, the two seeming to share the same thought. But the profound mystery in Senior Ye's couplet wasn't just exactly that. What they could understand was only a shallow part.
Su Zetian turned towards Ye Chongqing and unexpectedly asked, "Senior Ye, is this calligraphy really given to me?" Ye Chongqing smiled and replied, "Of course it is." In his mind, he thought, exchanging a piece of calligraphy for a top-grade inkstick, I've made a huge profit. Thinking this, he was overjoyed.
Hearing this, Shu Zetian lowered his head and thought about something. Then he respectfully faced Ye Chongqing and said loudly, "Thank you, Mr. Ye, for gifting this treasure. Please accept a bow from this Shu." Then he knelt down. Seeing this, Ye Chongqing was startled once again. He instinctively jumped in fright. "Whoa, what is this?" He quickly approached Shu Zetian, reached out to help him up and said with a flustered expression, Don't, it's just a piece of calligraphy. Elder Shu, why must you do this? Quickly stand up." Hearing this, Shu Zetian replied, "Senior." Yan Tianshan and Taoist Changshan stood there, stroking their beards and watching their every move. The two of them seemed to realize something and thought to themselves, Senior stopping him like this is just to give Brother Shu some face. In reality, he clearly knows his identity as the ancestral master of Taiswan Holy Land, so he absolutely won't show it outwardly. Ye Chongqing didn't expect another awkward situation to arise. He wearily put his hand on his forehead and thought, this is really shortening my lifespan. Then he turned to Yan Tianshan and Taoist Changshan and said, Right, it's rare for us to meet today. It's also mealtime now, so I invite everyone to eat Black Tiger Hot Pot. What do you guys think? Hearing the word hot pot, Yan Bingxin's eyes whitened, and she asked happily, Eat hot pot? The other three were deeply shocked after hearing this, their mouths wide open as they exclaimed together, Black Tiger Hot Pot? After a period of careful preparation, a sumptuous hot pot feast was laid out. The hot pot was placed in the center of the table, surrounded by delicious ingredients ready to be dipped. Ye Chongqing stood up, holding his chopsticks and dipping meat into the pot. He hospitably said, Everyone, dip whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony. After he spoke, everyone stopped being polite and began to use their chopsticks, picking up pieces of tiger meat to dip into the hot pot. However, it seemed that the three people sitting opposite still looked a bit hesitant, eyeing the boiling hot pot with skeptical gazes. Yan Tianshan thought deeply, recalling rumors that a few days ago, the Black Tiger Demon Venerable Mingyue Song of Nanling had charged into Changzhou, causing the two great holy lords of Yin-Yang and Dalo to personally step forward to stop him. His old hands trembled as he picked up a piece of meat, his heart still filled with doubts. In the end, that demon had suddenly perished within the territory of Taiswan Holy Land, and even his corpse had disappeared without a trace. Could it be?
Su Zetian, sitting nearby, also understood what Yan Tianshan was speculating. He nodded. It was exactly as he thought. That guy passed through Shaoqi town and was killed by Senior Ye. Perfected Zhang Xuan then turned to look at the two of them in a daze. He thought to himself, what about the corpse? Looking at the plate of fresh and delicious tiger meat in front of them, the three of them all thought that it was probably this very plate in front of them. Yan Tianshan's body suddenly went limp. He let out a sigh. Just to have a hot pot meal, he casually killed the Black Tiger Demon Venerable. Changxing and Yan Bingxin were still eating enthusiastically. Yan Tianshan looked at Changxing eating so deliciously and thought, in Senior Ye's eyes, a demon venerable who is cultivated to this realm is probably no different from a wild demonic beast that hasn't taken human form. Seeing that Bingxin had no doubts at all, her hand still picking up meat to put into the hot pot, he used a transmitted voice bell to remind her, Bingxin, this black tiger meat contains berserk essence chi. With your current cultivation, you cannot digest it yet, so it's better not to eat it. Bingxin, who was just about to pick up a piece of meat, suddenly stopped upon hearing this. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, looking at that plate of fresh tiger meat unwillingly, and sorrowfully replied, I know. Ye Chongqing enthusiastically picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Yan Bingxin's bowl. He smiled happily and said, Miss Yan, try it. This meat is very fragrant. Bingxin waved her hand to decline. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's good intentions, but Bingxin cannot eat meat lately. Ye Chongqing was both disappointed and surprised as he asked, cannot eat meat? He thought to himself, could it be to lose weight? To think that girls in the cultivation world also have to fast. Chongqing looked over at the other three hospitably and said, then you all eat a bit more. There's a lot of tiger meat. I can't finish it alone. Ye Chongqing didn't dare to refuse Chongqing's invitation. He was forced to pick up the meat and eat. Su's Ruten was no exception. Although he was a bit scared, he also didn't dare to voice a refusal. Ye Chongqing chewed the meat with a heart full of anxiety. After eating a piece of tiger meat, the three of them instantly lost the nervousness they just had. Ye Chongqing closed his eyes to feel the taste and said, it seems it's not bad either. Su Zuten also exclaimed, it's not as scary as I thought. Yan Tianshan also had to praise. That's right, I even feel my body warming up. It's very comfortable. Suddenly, Yan Tianshan's eyes looked a bit strange.
A burning sensation flared up inside their bodies. This feeling didn't seem quite right. Su Zetian opened his eyes wide. It was burning up. Ye Chongqing was still chewing loudly, but his hand had already picked up a piece of meat ready to put in his mouth. Seeing the three of them acting unusually, he asked, what's wrong with everyone? Yan Tianshan felt itchy all over and scratched his arms. Su Zetian was just like him. His body broke out in a red rash, and he also felt itchy. Perfected Song Xuan, his face flushed red, said tearfully, sorry, Senior Ye, we need to step outside for a bit. Chongqing listened, but didn't understand what was happening to them. Having said that, the three of them excused themselves together. Chongqing didn't dare to stop them. As soon as they left, his face showed a hint of sadness as he asked himself, they just took 2 bites and ran to the toilet? Then he stared at the plate of tiger meat and thought, could it be that this black tiger meat has gone bad?
I even specifically used that ice orb to freeze it. Indeed, Ye Changqing preserved the black tiger meat very carefully, but he didn't know the reason why his guests asked to leave right after eating it. At this moment on the mountain outside Xiaoqi town, the towering, undulating mountains flickered in and out of the pristine white clouds, looking truly majestic. Yan Tianshan's face was flushed red, panting constantly to catch his breath, letting out a long ah. Standing opposite him, Lu Changhe was also panting heavily, unable to catch his breath, puffing. My body is too hot. Yan Tianshan, Su Shitian, and perfected Zhang Xuan ran around wildly while constantly shouting, Brother Su, Brother He, a soul formation realm like me fundamentally cannot withstand such tyrannical essence energy. Even our void training realm cannot bear it either. Perfected Zhang Xuan was so exhausted that his face turned purple, having no strength left to run anymore. Let's join hands to resolve it. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. Lu Changhe beside them was equally exhausted, whispering weakly, That's right, I'm about to lose it. Perfected Zhang Xuan immediately clasped his hands together to circulate his energy, and a blinding light flashed. Lu Changhe also placed his hands together and slowly unleashed a move. A circle of fiery light appeared fiercely. Yan Tianshan was no exception. He focused on chanting an incantation to circulate his own inner energy. Then suddenly he spread his hands and slammed them together, sparking fire. The three of them combined their strength. An unimaginably terrifying power shook the ground, and light continuously surged up. That power was so strong that it created a massive tremor, exploding straight into the sky and disturbing the entire heaven and earth.
At this moment, deep in a forest within a certain valley, the bubbling sound of a flowing stream was truly peaceful. Yan Tianshan was utterly exhausted, his entire body devoid of any strength, leaning against the rock wall as he whispered, Many thanks to you two. He was so tired that he slumped onto the ground, sticking his tongue out to pant. If the two of them hadn't intervened in time, he was afraid this old man would have hardly escaped the calamity today. Hearing this, perfected Zhang Xuan glanced over at him, then smiled and said modestly, We also did it to release the violent true qi within our bodies. Lu Changhe also leaned against the rock wall to rest, looking up at the sky and letting out a long sigh as he said, Although Senior Ye's place has great providence and immense fortune everywhere, it also hides extreme danger. At this very moment, Ye Changqing was having a meal with Yan Bingxin. She turned to ask him, Mr. Ye, how long have you been in this small town? Hearing her sudden question, Ye Changqing's face darkened, not knowing how to answer properly. He no longer had the mood to eat, putting his chopsticks down on the table and saying in a sad voice, More than 5 years, I think.
Hearing this, she still tried to ask further, Have you never thought about going somewhere else to take a look? Ye Changqing's mood sank with every moment. I have always yearned for the outside world. Unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity. He recalled the time he walked alone, holding a lantern in the deep dark forest. It seemed as if there were eyes of wild wolves staring at him all around. They were just looking for an opportunity to rush out and pounce. He was terrified, his whole body trembling and his face turning pale, because outside the town, there were always demonic beasts wanting to harm him. At that time, Ye Changqing was trying to reassure himself, trying to walk forward quickly and determined not to be afraid. But the rustling of the bleak wind and the constant fear surrounding him made him unable to feel at ease at all. Every few minutes, he would turn his head to glance around. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light emit in front of him, along with a terrified voice ringing out, Oh my God, even a ghost like me is scared of this aura. Someone who cannot be provoked has arrived. Out of nowhere, there was a small dog. It hid behind a large rock, cautiously poking its head out to look. Ye Changqing turned his head to look at it with an extremely terrifying face. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was slightly open in a smile, looking truly sinister. Seeing that face of his, the dog couldn't help but panic as if its heart was about to drop out, screaming, Ghost! It immediately ran away from there, screaming incessantly, so scared that it cried, Run away quickly! Ye Changqing looked gluey and depressed. He let out a soft sigh and said, It's very difficult. Yan Bingxin beside him also stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly she shouted, I understand. Her face was extremely resolute, her eyes wide open with determination. Thinking seriously, Mr. Ye's meaning was that if a peerless expert made even a slight movement, it would cause chaos in the world. He cared about all living beings, so he couldn't leave here easily. At this moment, Ye Changqing suddenly spoke, interrupting Bingxin's train of thought. Miss Yan, did you and the others encounter any danger on your way here? Which surprised her slightly.
Following Mr. Ye's question, Bingxin searched her memory and said, No, Grandpa and I brought several guards this time. At the same time, images of heavily muscled, robust guys with well-defined abs, firm biceps, and solid pecs appeared. Ye Changqing feigned understanding, saying, So that's how it is. In his heart, he was extremely excited and thought to himself, Wow, to think there are guards protecting them. It seems there's hope of leaving this place. Yan Bingxin excitedly continued,
Moreover, this small town is not far from Qinghe City. As long as we reach Qinghe City, we can directly go through a teleportation formation to the Great Yan Imperial capital. The sparkling images of Xiachi Town and Qinghe City appeared one after another. The teleportation formation looked like a massive portal, shining with an incredibly brilliant golden light. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing hurriedly asked, "Teleportation formation? How does one teleport?" Yan Bingxin happily explained, even raising 2 fingers to illustrate. It is a large formation that shortens 1,000 miles, capable of taking people anywhere in the Great Yan nation. Chongqing beside her listened with extreme focus, his hand unconsciously resting on his chin, looking thoughtful. Suddenly he leaned forward, his face full of excitement, and said, "Then is there a popular trend for calligraphy and painting in the imperial capital?" This made Bingxin instinctively step back, smiling as she replied, "Of course. The imperial capital has several academies, and naturally there is no shortage of masters of the literary Tao. They are all highly educated and knowledgeable, so they naturally like to collect calligraphy and paintings." A beautiful scene appeared, with colorful flowers blooming one after another and peerless beauties showing up.
Hearing this, Ye Chongqing beside her suddenly felt afraid, his lips pressed tightly together, sweating, thinking to himself, "It sounds like Miss Yan's family cannot be underestimated, and the environment of the Great Yan Imperial capital is also not bad. If they like calligraphy and painting, there will definitely be a place for me to settle down." Resting his hand on his chin, his face revealed a bit of contemplation, somewhat stunned as if realizing a truth. Of joy, adding a little girlish shyness, she offered, "How about you go with us this time?" Unable to believe what he just heard, Chongqing's face immediately turned completely red, looking extremely flustered, his eyes wide open, his mouth unable to close, secretly rejoicing in his heart. "I haven't even opened my mouth and they already took the initiative to mention it. It's truly like finding a pillow and sleepy." Retracting his previous expression to maintain his image, he coughed softly a few times, putting on the appearance of a handsome, free-spirited man, and slowly said, "Since Miss Yan has enthusiastically invited me, then I shall respectfully obey rather than politely decline." Making Yan Bingxin visibly delighted, she immediately became enthusiastic, her eyes full of anticipation, clasping her hands together, her voice unable to contain her happiness as she asked, "Really? That's great. Then when do we depart?" In contrast to Miss Yan's excitement, Chongqing fell into deep thought, his smile freezing, his face darkening as he thought seriously. In just a split second, he turned to her with an extremely excited face, his eyes wide open, and a bright smile on his lips. "I think tomorrow is good." Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting their conversation, "Senior Ye, I have returned." It was Yan Tianshan. Chongqing was a little surprised to see him, and asked, "Why is it only you? Where are Elder He and Elder Shu?" Yan Tianshan immediately explained, Those two said the gifts have been delivered, so they won't bother Senior today," with a somewhat dejected tone. Although he said that, Elder Yan's face couldn't hide a bit of seriousness, thinking to himself, although the cultivation of those 2 old men has increased, their meridians were also injured by the shock of the Black Tiger's meat, so they didn't dare to return. Yan Tianshan's voice rang out, startling old Yan Tianshan a bit. Still full of joy, she excitedly announced, "Grandpa, Mr. Ye wants to go to the imperial capital and stay with us for a few days." Like lightning striking his ears, old Yan's jaw dropped, his face full of shock, his eyes widened, and he shouted in astonishment, "Huh? Really? That's great!" Yan Tianshan spoke with an extremely jubilant face, his hands even clenching involuntarily, clearly showing his agitation, which made Miss Yan beside him unable to help but feel happy. Hurriedly bowing his head and clasping his hands in a salute, old Yan bent over and solemnly said, "Senior Ye gracing the imperial capital with his presence is the honor of our entire family." Chongqing turned around and said loudly with great excitement, "All right, then we set off early tomorrow morning." While Yan Bingxin's gaze was still focused on old Yan, time passed so quickly, and in a flash, it was late at night. In a certain room where the lights had not yet been turned off, Yan Tianshan slowly sat down on a chair. With a tired expression, he let out a heavy breath and reached into his robe, searching for something. It was a token used for communication. At this moment, we come to know that the person Elder Yan wanted to converse with was Emperor Yan Yangnian. As soon as his figure appeared through the artifact, he anxiously asked, "Old Ancestor, for you to proactively contact this junior, has there been progress in the matter?" Elder Tianshan was extremely delighted at this time, smiling and leisurely stroking his beard as he replied, "Not bad. Tomorrow, Senior Ye will return to the imperial capital together with this old man and Bingxin." Hearing this information, the emperor could not help but be excited, his face clearly showing astonished thrill as he asked back, "What? Senior Ye wants to come to the imperial capital?" At this moment, Elder Yan suddenly turned serious, his voice extremely grave as he said, "That is correct. There is one more thing. This old man wants you to have all the calligraphy and painting shops renovated and expanded to twice their size overnight." The emperor panicked, sweating profusely with his mouth wide open, and asked in confusion,
Why is this? Mr. Ye loves calligraphy and painting. We must make Mr. Ye feel that the citizens of Great Yan's imperial capital are the same, Elder Yan carefully explained. If there is any delay, you can stop sitting on this emperor's throne. The resolute words were uttered along with a gesture of drawing a hand across his neck, accompanied by an extremely serious expression, causing Yan Yangnian's heart to pound, his legs to tremble, and his body to be drenched in cold sweat.
Only able to obediently listen, a clear and loud yes was answered. At that moment, Chongqing was holding a ring in his hand, carefully observing it and muttering, "So this is the legendary storage ring?" For some reason, Chongqing dropped the ring, scratched his head in frustration, and cried out miserably, "In theory, it completely belongs to me now, but I can't feel any spiritual energy, so how am I supposed to use this storage ring?" Meanwhile, the ring remained lying there peacefully, shining brightly. Could it be like the setting in fantasy novels, where you have to drip blood to recognize the master? Yet Chongqing realized in panic, his expression inevitably stunned, unable to believe that logic. Slowly raising his index finger, he thought to himself he had heard that dripping one's blood onto the storage ring would create some kind of connection between the storage ring and oneself. Without any superfluous movements, Chongqing decisively bit hard into his finger until it bled, then slowly dripped his blood onto the ring, causing the energy around the ring to fluctuate and form ripples. Is this enough? He quietly stood to the side, waiting for something to happen, while the ring continued to glow non-stop. In just an instant, Ye Chongqing was stunned, his eyes widening in shock, uncontrollably stuttering. What is this situation? The ring was now emitting blinding rays of light, sparkling in various colors, like brilliant quartz that dazzled the eyes. Acting on reflex, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the space at that moment was completely different. His body felt as if it were floating in the Milky Way, surrounded by stars. It was truly incredibly magical and sparkling, causing Ye Chongqing to be startled and shout out in disbelief. "Holy shit, this is the space of the storage ring!" He suddenly transformed into a domineering CEO waking up in an 1,800 square meter golden house as a majestic scene appeared. Surrounded by stars, Chongqing stood at the center of a magic circle with a divine dragon coiling around him, looking incredibly awe-inspiring and majestic. This made Ye Chongqing extremely excited, cheering with pure joy. This feeling is too thrilling. Early the next morning, Yan Bingxing and Yan Tianshan stood in the courtyard. The old man stroked his long beard and laughed in satisfaction. The personnel arranged along the way are all in position. This trip must definitely make Senior Ye feel as if he is returning home. On this side, inside the room, a hand pulled up the meticulously tailored hem of an exquisite garment into midair. Ye Chongqing draped a very handsome outfit over himself. He carefully adjusted the hem of his clothes, reached his hands to his head, and skillfully tied a topknot with a white ribbon. As soon as he was done, he gently reached out for Tushi-san, who was in her beast form on the ground, and then pushed the room door open. He walked to the courtyard where Yan Tianshan and Yan Bingxin were waiting for him. Hearing the footsteps, the old man was suddenly startled. Ye Chongqing was wearing an extremely elegant outfit, with one hand clasped behind his back and the other neatly holding the beautiful Tushi-san. As soon as he saw them, he smiled brightly. "You two have waited a long time." Yan Bingxin's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, so handsome." Elder Yan next to him also stroked his beard in agreement. Hearing the beauty's praise, he smiled shyly and said, "I changed into a new outfit, giving myself a little sense of ceremony."
Yan Tianshan on this side stroked his beard and praised him. "Mr. Ye is inherently elegant and gentle. Wearing this black outfit makes you even more peerlessly unmatched." Hearing the old man say this, he also smiled happily. Meanwhile, Yan Bingxin's face was flushed with excitement as she secretly calculated in her heart, "I must figure out a way to keep Mr. Ye in the imperial capital so I can stay by his side forever in this life." Immediately after, the three people and one beast left together. The Black Emperor stayed inside the house, watching his master gradually go far away. Tushi-san slightly peeked its head out. Seeing the Black Emperor's previous expression made it concerned and asked, "Silly dog, do you also want to go with the master?" The Black Emperor replied, "The Great Yan imperial capital has many talented people. I'm afraid my going along would bring unnecessary trouble to the master. I will secretly protect the two of you. On this journey, you must also take good care of the master." Tushi-san firmly responded, "Rest assured." Right after, all three rode on their own horses, heading straight out of the small town. Ye Chongqing felt strange, looking around anxiously, thinking to himself, "How strange, it is clearly daytime. Why is there not even a shadow of a person in the village?" Without thinking much, he continued his journey, unaware that the residents of the small town had been forced behind their houses to make way for Ye Chongqing. A gagged villager trembled upon seeing a sharp sword pressed against their neck. Seeing this, the person holding the sword warned,
Do not make a sound. Anyone who dares to disturb Mr. Ye's distinguished self will face severe consequences. Yan Bingxin, who was riding, suddenly turned her head and asked him, "What is Mr. Ye looking for?" Ye Changshan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that today, traveling with you two, the usually bustling village is quite peaceful." Hearing this, the old man did not reply, his blood-red eyes revealing a dangerous look as he thought, "Of course, after all, this old man is not some kind of devil." Just like that, the three arrived at the gate of the small town. Before leaving, Ye Changshan turned back to look at the town gate for a moment. "It has been 5 years. This is the first time I am leaving Shachi town." A while later, the three of them rode their horses to the forest outside Shachi town. Chong Chong, his face full of worry, couldn't help but turn back and remind them, "I heard that quite a few demonic beasts had been appearing in the nearby mountains and forests. You two must be careful." Yan Tianshan smiled and reassured him, "Senior Ye, rest assured. I have arranged an extermination team along the road. I absolutely cannot let these creatures sully your eyes." In the bushes by the road, Liu Chongho, covered in wounds, was exhaustedly leaning on his sword planted in the ground. He and his subordinates watched Ye Changshan's group heading towards the deep forest.
The subordinate turned around and called out, "Manor Lord Liu." He glanced at the pile of demonic beasts that had just been completely slaughtered by Liu Chonghe and asked, "Killing so many demonic beasts in such a short time, can you endure it?" He firmly replied, "Being able to clear the path and protect Mr. Ye is the most glorious mission in the world for the entire Kishi Manor." He grabbed his sword, stood up, and continued, "We absolutely must complete it." He drew his sheathed sword, then rushed forward with several subordinates. He said, "Continue killing." Outside the palace of the Great Yan imperial family, the emperor and the crown prince were conversing with each other. The crown prince of Great Yan was very dissatisfied with his father's actions. He said, "Royal father, as the emperor of Great Yan, why are you acting so humble? It is hard to avoid losing heavenly majesty." Yan Yang looked displeased, turning around to remind him, "Jinghong, you must remember well, being able to meet Senior Ye and stay by Senior Ye's side will be the greatest fortune of your entire life." Yan Jinghong's face was full of disdain. Yan Yang continued, "Do not dismiss this. That girl Bingxin only stayed by Mr. Ye's side for a few days, and Mr. Ye already bestowed upon her a second spirit root. Now she is highly regarded by the old ancestor. Her future achievements will definitely be boundless." Yan Jinghong asked, "Is this the reason why Royal Father arranged for me to be placed next to this person?" He still stubbornly clung to his views and argued back, "A spirit root is something innate. How can it be something that just anyone can casually grasp?" Yan shouted, "Shut up!" He pointed his finger straight at Yan Jinghong's face and scolded, "You are nothing but a petty medium-grade wood spirit root, and up to now you cannot even enter the Tao. I, showing consideration for your diligent studies, ignored the objections of the ministers and still appointed you as the crown prince."
The flames of anger flared up as he pinched Yan Jinghong's ear. Now that he had built his own Dunglan Academy, taken in a few factions, and his wings had hardened, he dared to doubt Mr. Ye? He turned away, leaving Yan Jinghong still awkwardly bowing his head in apology, leaving behind only one sentence. "If I had known earlier, I should have conferred Bingxin as the crown princess. At least relying on her cultivation, she could still convince the masses." In the late afternoon, outside the city of the Great Yan imperial capital, everyone was gathered waiting for Yan Bingxin to return. Seeing that the teleportation formation was about to open, Yan turned around and shouted, "Pull yourselves together. Senior Ye is about to arrive." The ministers all respectfully replied, "Yes." Although he obediently complied, Yan Jinghong's heart was full of dissatisfaction. His low status was shameful enough, and the court officials were just flattering sycophants.
This guy surnamed Ye could make the old ancestor and imperial father revolve around him, even molding a golden statue and building a temple for him. He must be a swindler in the martial world. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. To make himself bow his head to this lowly, despicable person? Keep dreaming. Just as he finished thinking, the teleportation formation opened, and Ye Changchu's group of 3 stepped out. Ye Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this teleportation formation is indeed a novelty." Seeing the group approaching, the people of Great Yan simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed solemnly. Yan said loudly, "Junior Yan pays respects to Senior Ye." Ye Changqing, bewildered, turned and asked Yan Tianshan softly, "Who are these people?" Before the old man could answer, Yan happily led his son forward to introduce them. "I am Bingxin's father, and this is Bingxin's older brother." He recalled his conversation with Yan Bingxin. "Mr. Ye, I have already told the old ancestor and my father about our matter." His whole body broke out in a sweat, fearfully thinking that the whole family had come out in full force. Could they be here to force a marriage? It's better not to mention this matter again. While thinking, he raised his hand to his chest. The ring he wore on his index finger was constantly glowing. He said, "Up here." As soon as he spoke, from inside the ring, a jar of pickled apricots flew out, its entire body emitting a beautiful golden light. He smiled awkwardly, hugging the jar of pickled apricots and holding it out. "I, Ye, came to your door casually, and have prepared a humble gift. Please accept it." Yan received a jar, his eyes wide and mouth shaped like an O in astonishment and curiosity. "May I ask, Senior Ye, what is this item?"
Seeing his father holding that ugly thing made Yan Jinghong show visible contempt. He said dissatisfiedly, taking out such a vulgar and rustic object to make a fool of yourself.
Hearing Yan Jinghong speak, Yan Yongnian angrily shouted, "Jinghong, do not be insolent." Chongqing explained, these are indeed fruits grown by my family. It took a lot of effort just to make one jar. He happily talked about the effects of the canned peaches, noting that in some places it is said they can cure all diseases. There is also a saying, the god of canned yellow peaches will bless every child in the north. Yan Jinghong went crazy, pointing his finger straight at his face. Don't talk nonsense. I could already tell you are not a decent person. I have never seen anything that can cure all diseases. Yan Bingxin embarrassedly called out, "Brother," but they were all drowned out by Yan Tianshan's shout, "Shut your mouth." Being scolded, Yan Jinghong immediately withdrew his previous arrogant aura and tremblingly said, "Old ancestor, Yan Tianshan pointed at his face and reprimanded, "Being so insolent in front of Senior Ye, I think your position as crown prince should come to an end." Ye Chongqing, who had been standing there eating melons, watching the drama the whole time, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So this guy is the crown prince. No wonder he is so arrogant. Only now did he realize the situation, sweating profusely as he thought. Wait, crown prince? He astonishingly reached a conclusion. Then aren't these people the royal family of the great Yan nation? Being scolded by the old ancestor, Yan Jinghong immediately knelt heavily on the ground. He bowed his entire body to the floor and said, "Old ancestor, please understand clearly." Then he pointed straight at him again and continued, "This person is swindling in broad daylight. Your grandson truly cannot stand to watch it anymore." Yan Tianshan said in a deep voice, "So according to you, your father and I are both fools, all deceived by Senior Ye? You are the only sober and rational one here?" Yan Jinghong, flustered, hurriedly waved his hands. No, your grandson didn't mean that." Yan Tianshan raised his hand high with an expressionless face. His hand was about to collide with Yan Jinghong's cheek. Then with a slap, Yan Jinghong was made dizzy by Yan Tianshan's strike and leaned heavily to one side. The old man cursed. Truly extremely stupid. Yan Jinghong fell to the ground, holding his swollen, beaten face, crying in pain.
The old man took the jar of pickled plums from Yang Yan's hands and said, "This jar of immortal fruit is a blessing from Senior Ye, and it is a magical treasure of which there is only one in the entire world." He pointed at the jar and explained, "Huang, yellow, and Huang, emperor, are homophones. So Senior Ye definitely went out of his way to specially prepare this for us, yet you dare to slander such a holy relic." He was about to raise his hand to slap Yan Jinghong again when Yan Yang spoke up to pacify him. "Old ancestor, please calm your anger." Ye Chongqing looked at the group of people, all of whom were from the imperial family, and stiffened, thinking to himself, "Damn it, if I had known earlier that you were members of the imperial family, I definitely wouldn't have gifted this." Having dealt with the disrespectful brat, the old man turned to smile brightly at him and said, "To think this unfilial crown prince would appear, it is truly a family misfortune. This old man has already taught him a lesson on behalf of Senior Ye." He hurriedly replied, "It's fine, it's fine." Saying that, the old man invited him onto the carriage to return to the imperial palace. "The carriage returning to the palace is ready. Please go this way." He smiled and said thank you. Yan Tianshan stepped forward to lift the curtain, and the old man carefully reminded the senior to watch his step. As soon as he stepped onto the carriage, he released the fox in his hands. Ye Chongqing sat properly in the palanquin, waiting for the old man to leave. Seeing that the person had completely left, his mood relaxed a bit. He said awkwardly, "Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well stay with peace of mind. They respect me quite a bit, so there probably won't be any problems." He thought to himself, "How many heads do I have to dare go against the royal family?" The carriage started moving. The carriage slowly entered the city gates. As soon as he entered the city, he lifted the curtain to enjoy the prosperity of the capital. He said, "I've finally arrived. This is the imperial capital of Great Yan." In the most developed capital in the country, what caught his eye were crimson pavilions and purple platforms, a series of massive architectural structures, each one majestic and magnificent.
As night fell, the prosperity of the capital city became even more evident through the hanging lanterns of the taverns and brothels, along with the bustling crowds. Suddenly, a familiar scene flashed in his mind. He felt dizzy. Holding his face in discomfort, he wondered why this scene felt so familiar, as if he had returned to an old place. At this moment, in front of the Dongshang Chongqing temple, people were gathering around the golden statue of Ye Chongqing, whispering and discussing. "Look, that statue seems to be glowing. Could it be that immortal Ye has manifested his presence again?" Outside the palace halls, the voices of a group of students echoed. Confucius spoke of sacrifice, Mencius spoke for righteousness. Inside the Donglan Academy, the Grand Tutor was teaching the children of nobles. As long as one fulfills their own duties, they will reach the stage of benevolence. The Grand Tutor sitting at the very top was Zhang Shen. Suddenly, a strange smell drifted in from nowhere.
He dodged to the side in disgust, asking where this foul Tao rhythm was coming from, then waved his hand back and forth, saying angrily, "It has disturbed my Donglan Academy, making it unclean." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called out from afar, "Grand Tutor!" A student ran in frantically, saying, "Grand Tutor, things are bad." The student was in such a hurry that he tripped over the steps and fell flat on the ground. Seeing him fall, Zhang Shen became even angrier and shouted, "What are you rushing for? Panicking like this, you've lost the dignity of the academy." The student blushed deeply, awkwardly clasping his hands and reporting, "Grand Tutor, the golden statues of the 6 sages of the literary Tao in the Hall of Sages?"
Everything has faded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shen also panicked and stood up abruptly. He hurriedly asked, "What are you talking about?" He quickly went to the sage hall, and upon seeing the statues, his jaw dropped in shock. How can this be good? Seeing this, he immediately had someone call the crown prince. A moment later, the eunuch shouted loudly, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Yan Zhuhong walked slowly, trembling, his heart full of dissatisfaction. The old ancestor had actually punished him to kneel for a whole night for some imperial reason. He groaned in pain because of his knees. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Zhang Shen suddenly spoke, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." He immediately retracted his previous demeanor and asked Zhang Shen, "Grand Tutor Zhang, what is so urgent to make this Crown Prince come in person?" Zhang Shen then recounted the entire incident that had just occurred. Just now, a surge of Tao rhythm appeared in the Eastern Palace, and then the golden statues of the 6 sages of the literary Tao in the Sage Hall all faded. Hearing this, Yan Jinghong also panicked. Unable to believe his eyes, he had to confirm. "What did you say? The golden statues of the 6 sages of the literary Tao have been enshrined here for 1,000 years. Why did they suddenly turn out like this?" Zhang Shen bowed and reported, "Reporting to Your Highness, for the past few months this strange phenomenon has been appearing everywhere in the great Yan nation." Zhang Shen stepped closer and whispered into Yan Jinghong's ear, "According to my investigation, it is all because His Majesty built the so-called Changqing Temple in Dongshan." Yan Jinghong asked in astonishment, "Is this true?"
Grand Tutor Zhang cupped his hands and bowed, saying firmly, "Do you still not believe this old minister?" Outside, a soldier ran up and reported loudly. Hearing this, Grand Tutor Zhang turned his head and asked in annoyance, "What is it?" That soldier cupped his hands and respectfully reported, "The patrol came to report. Yesterday, Sage Chongqing at Dongshan seemed to condense Tao rhythm around his body, faintly showing a brilliant aura anomaly compared to when it was just completed." Hearing this, the Crown Prince was very annoyed, twisting his mouth and shouting loudly, I know. As soon as Ye Chongqing entered the imperial capital, this strange thing appeared. It must be that he used some spell again." He flicked his sleeves, his voice getting louder and louder. "This is a blatant insult to the 6 sages and to the Eastern Palace. Prepare the carriage to go to the villa. This Crown Prince must teach that guy a proper lesson." After speaking, the Crown Prince left angrily, and Grand Tutor Zhang, seeing this, also followed closely behind. On this side, at the villa where Ye Chongqing lived, there was a maid hanging a painting up high, while the maid below examined it for a moment and reminded, "It's too low. The painting has fallen to the ground." "Yes," the other maid replied. Yan Bingxin on this side glanced at them, crossed her arms and said aloud, "Raise the right side a little bit." Then she turned to Ye Chongqing and asked, "Mr. Ye, are you used to living in the villa outside the palace?" He, who was sitting on a chair enjoying tea, heard this and turned to smile, saying, "This place is very good. Many thanks to His Majesty and Miss Yan for the hospitality." After saying that, he was delighted and joyful. He raised his hand, took a sip of tea, and thought to himself, "Living in the royal villa is indeed not bad. I don't need to do trivial chores myself." Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, startling him and causing him to spit his tea right out. "Ye Chongqing, come out here for me." He turned his head to look. The voice just now came from outside the window. Ye Chongqing approached the window and wondered to himself, "So fierce, who did I provoke?" Yan Bingxin, standing next to him, saw the person below and was startled, her mouth agape. It turned out to be the Crown Prince. He stood below the villa and shouted angrily, "Ye Chongqing, don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you are at home." Seeing no one reply, he arrogantly entered right away. Yan Bingxin, as angry as if there was a fire on her head, led Ye Chongqing behind her and pushed the door wide open. She yelled awkwardly, "Brother, what do you want to do?" He didn't show respect to anyone, holding a sword by his side and standing in the middle of the room, shouting loudly, "Ninth sister, this matter has nothing to do with you. I am looking for the guy named Ye." As soon as he finished speaking, the Crown Prince saw him and immediately drew his precious sword. He placed the sword on his shoulder and shouted, "You smelly brat, confess honestly the good deeds you have done." Having just stepped out of the room without understanding what was going on, he was terrified into a cold sweat when the sword was placed against his neck. He reassured with a trembling voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please calm down first. I think there might be some misunderstanding in this matter." Saying so, his face turned pale as he looked at the sword, thinking to himself, "What is going on? I've only been here for 2 days. Don't tell me I'm going to lose my How already? Being near a king is like accompanying a tiger."
The Crown Prince's attitude was very grumpy and furious, directly pointing the long sharp sword at his neck and saying, "You relied on some petty tricks to deceive my imperial father and the old ancestor, but this Crown Prince has read many books and will not be fooled by you." He quickly explained to appease the Crown Prince's erupting anger. With a confused and awkward voice, he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please listen to my Before he could finish, the Crown Prince growled, firmly gritting his teeth in response. His face wrinkled and his eyebrows furrowed, showing that the Crown Prince was extremely irritated. Suddenly, a strange golden light flashed in the room, drawing the Crown Prince's attention.
The person pointing the sword identified that beam of light from afar. It turned out to be coming from the landscape painting hanging on that wall, which was radiating a strange light. The painting on the wall was actually glowing, and he pondered inwardly, wondering where that light source came from. As for him, he was still in a panic because he was being threatened by the Crown Prince to the point of having a sword blade pressed right against his neck. Even though he was still panicked, standing there dumbfounded with sweat profusely rolling down his face, he stammered. The Crown Prince seemed to no longer care or pay any attention to Ye Chongqing, but instead had a strong desire for that blinding light, thinking inwardly, "Let me see what this is." As he slowly stepped closer to it, his expression changed completely. His eyes clearly showed shock, astonishment, and total amazement, as if he had never seen such a miraculous object in the world. The Crown Prince could not hide his excitement and shouted loudly, This is. That seemingly ordinary wall painting had now separated into many wondrous paintings floating in midair. They were neatly arranged row by row, as if wanting people to admire and marvel at their beauty. Indeed, they were magical paintings. All four corners of the paintings were covered in a sparkling golden light. All the essence of the landscape seemed to be gathering in this room. These paintings had strong brushwork and exquisite technique. One could see the painter's unique thoughts. The Crown Prince praised and extolled them endlessly. Hearing this, he could only stand still, helplessly watching the person continue to speak beautiful words, thinking, "How can this Crown Prince even scold people while praising something? My CPU is already smoking." Suddenly, a thought flashed through the Crown Prince's mind. His eyes filled with hope and the desire to possess what was currently appearing right before his eyes. "That's not right. These paintings seem to be transmitting a magical power to me." The Crown Prince asked himself a question and wondered about it. That light formed a sphere that grew brighter and more radiant, and the golden color subsequently flooded the entire room. Immediately after, the paintings began to shine even more rays of light, making anyone standing nearby feel mesmerized and immersed in it. The light seemed to want to attract people to touch it. The Crown Prince found it very hard to resist or reject the radiant brilliance of the painting in order to obtain the power he had always desired.
The Crown Prince's expression of resistance and opposition unexpectedly appeared clearly for a moment. He gritted his teeth in endurance, inwardly recalling the events he had experienced in the past. Because his spirit root was unclear, he as the Crown Prince of Great Yan could never enter the Tao, becoming a laughingstock known to everyone in the imperial family. A dark night enveloped him. All the judgments, prying eyes, criticisms, and mockery were aimed at this pitiful Crown Prince. It seemed that ray of light carried the warmth, hope, and wishes of the Crown Prince over the recent long period of time. His eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of falling. But at this moment his hand slowly approached that little light, floating and illuminating this gloomy, sorrowful room. The Crown Prince inwardly thought, "I seem to have grasped a bit of that most important, profound mystery." His hand reached out, wishing to obtain power from it. It looked as if those wondrous paintings knew the noble and exalted Crown Prince was approaching them, thus glowing even more strongly, only needing a single sentence or a suitable providence. Ye Chongqing, standing right nearby, waved his hands and called out loudly, "Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince!" He was trying to shake the Crown Prince so that he would no longer immerse himself in the immense desire to obtain power from that beautiful beam of light, to satisfy the expectations, as well as the restlessness and frustration that always lingered in his heart. Hearing this, he immediately withdrew his hand, putting on a stable appearance, and his attitude gradually returned to normal. The Crown Prince let out a cough to change the subject, acting as if he hadn't just seen what he was doing a moment ago. Immediately after that, the Crown Prince faked a reproachful, irritable voice to scold him. "Stop trying to claim false kinship. This Crown Prince asks you, where did this painting come from?" Even so, his obsession with the painting still remained. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing was a bit surprised and awkward. He decisively replied to the Crown Prince, "I painted it," then turned away. The words he just said made him extremely shocked, surprised because he never thought that a person who looked so childish and careless could possess such peak painting skills, truly worthy of being called a peerless genius.
As expected, the Crown Prince did not believe him and immediately denied what he had just said. "Absurd! How could you paint such a masterpiece?" It was only natural for the Crown Prince to be suspicious because those paintings were truly not ordinary at all. Moreover, they contained immense power that made people covet them, meaning they could not possibly be painted by an ordinary mortal. Then he walked over to the drawing table, where the painting and brush still remained, the ink in the inkstone not even dry yet. He held it up and handed it to the Crown Prince as proof that he was the one who drew the recent paintings, telling him to look if he didn't believe it.
he presented the unfinished landscape painting, whose lines had not yet been perfected, for the Crown Prince to admire. Furthermore, he still had many ideas he wanted to incorporate into this painting, hoping to convey a profound meaning to everyone. This painting is still unfinished. I also want to inscribe a poem, but I have only thought of the first 2 lines. The Crown Prince stood there in a daze, gazing at the painting in fascination. Your Highness the Crown Prince, since you are proficient in poetry, could you write the next 2 lines for me? Wanting to soothe the Crown Prince's anger, he made a request that was highly relevant to him, targeting a hobby and a strong point in which the Crown Prince possessed talent. The Crown Prince lifted his chin high and solemnly ordered him to recite those 2 lines. Speak. In high spirits to compose a poem, he quickly recited the 2 lines he had thought of for this work. Severing ties with the South Qing market, moving away from the noisy South Qing market, a secluded world utterly like a wild man's home, a quiet place akin to a rustic country house. When Ye Changqing recited those 2 lines, it was as if a masterpiece was materializing, evoking a picturesque landscape. The wind and trees were in harmony, a flock of cranes brushed past, and the soul was purified, feeling extraordinarily tranquil.
Upon hearing it, the Crown Prince froze, staggered, and stammered, unable to speak because the 2 lines of poetry were so excellent. They were not only visually evocative, but also phonetically resonant, making one feel incredibly moved and stirred. He seemed to not believe his own ears, unable to believe that he was the one who created those 2 masterpiece lines of poetry. Before the Crown Prince's eyes, a different space seemed to open up, completely novel compared to these 4 empty walls. Majestic mountains, green trees, and lush flora and fauna, accentuated by a crane flying low. It was truly so poetic. The scenery gave birth to emotions indeed. Even someone in a dream probably would never imagine a scenery so wonderfully beautiful and perfect like this. It was another new and interesting thing in this Crown Prince's life to witness. Almost nowhere in the whole world could one find this marvelous beauty. Being so profoundly astonished, he couldn't help but exclaim, that's right, it is exactly these 2 lines of poetry. This is precisely a fitting providence. The Crown Prince's face clearly showed immense admiration and reverence for Ye Changqing. He continued to speak in an entranced, admiring tone. The artistic conception of these 2 lines is endlessly continuous. The flat and oblique tones in the end rhymes leave no room for criticism. Even if I had read all the books of poetry and literature in the world, I could not have matched these 2 lines. Successive words of praise and endless compliments from the Crown Prince were directed at him. The man with the high bun was stunned, his masculine eyebrows also furrowing in surprise at the information he had just heard.
At this point, the person conversing with that man, a gentleman in dark blue robes with a jade pendant attached to his lapel, continued. Early on the roof, lush fruits are formed. Newly on the pond's surface, vibrant flowers float. The meaning of this parallel verse is that the trees on the roof are heavy with fruit, and duckweed floats on the pond's surface along with flowers. It turned out that Ye Changqing was the author of that vivid and excellent verse. His sparkling eyes looked expectantly at the person opposite him as he asked, Crown Prince, what do you think of connecting these 2 lines? The Crown Prince, dressed in vibrant red with a royal aura, closed his eyes and pondered the words. The trees on the roof are heavy with fruit, and duckweed floats on the pond's surface along with flowers. Then he shouted in praise, an excellent verse. This is truly an excellent verse. With a jade-like white hand holding the calligraphy brush, Ye Changqing was probably satisfied with the poem he had composed. He happily smiled and talked to the Crown Prince. All right, then I will write down the poem now. Yan Bingxin, who was by his side grinding ink for Ye Changqing, carefully watched the ink stick move and said, Mr. Ye, let me grind the ink. The poet opposite her smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits and replied to her, I've troubled you, Miss Yan.
Your Highness the Crown Prince looked at Ye Changqing standing in front of the wooden table with suspicion. He did not believe in his abilities. It wasn't right. This Ye Changqing was clearly a wandering swindler. How could he have such elegant words? Thus, he decided to find the answer for himself. His legs quickly walked away, ignoring the man and woman who were composing poetry. In his mind, he thought about going back to discuss things with Grand Tutor Zhang for a bit. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around. With big, round golden quartz eyes, he looked at the walking figure and called out, Hey, Your Highness the Crown Prince. But unfortunately, he did not turn his head back. What was this reaction from the Crown Prince? Ye Changqing felt extremely awkward and worried. He hesitantly asked Yan Bingxin, Why did your brother suddenly come and then suddenly leave? But even his own biological younger sister didn't know the reason. She could only hesitantly reply to Ye Changqing, I don't know either. A red sedan chair was pulled by horses. In front of the curtain was a man steering them forward. The carriage was traveling down the road very rhythmically. Inside the sedan chair was Your Highness the Crown Prince. He was still troubled by the matter of Ye Changqing. Although he didn't want to admit it, it had to be said that the poem that brat composed earlier was truly a masterpiece. He rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, tilting his head to analyze it. The parallel couplets in it were exquisite. Even this Crown Prince cannot compare to them. His royal hand pulled the curtain aside, his eyes looking far into the distance. His mind was focused on Ye Changqing's room again. The power felt from the painting in his room in that poem showed that he was indeed no ordinary person. He covered his face in helplessness. No, impossible. Looking at his ragged appearance, he is clearly a wandering swindler. How could he have such talent? Letting the doubts in his heart guide the way, the Crown Prince changed his original direction. He ordered the servant at the front of the carriage.
"Do not return to the palace yet. Go to Dongshan." The carriage driver quickly obeyed and replied, "Yes." After that, he also gripped the ropes tightly to make the horses go faster, shouting to the horses, "Yeah!" The pair of horses listened to their master, gathering their strength in one breath. Their legs contracted. The sky was clear and blue. The wind rustled. "As for us, let's go together to find out the truth."
The journey to Dongshan was quite far. It felt like just a moment ago, but the sun had long set, returning the tranquility of the night sky with thousands of twinkling stars to humanity. A crescent moon hung suspended in the vast sky, with clouds slowly drifting in the wind. Amidst the pure atmosphere of the night scenery, a pair of feet quickening their pace on the stairs broke the silence of nature. His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived at Dongshan. The place he was approaching had a brilliant design with red and yellow tones. The lit lanterns helped people admire the beauty of the temple. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked and thought, "The temple and golden statue Imperial Father made for that guy are both here. Perhaps I can discover something." Upon stepping onto the terrace, the Crown Prince saw a towering golden statue before the steps that made him stop in his tracks. The golden statue depicted a strong, sturdy man with clear muscle lines. The honored figure was none other than Ye Chongqing. His Highness the Crown Prince couldn't help but marvel that this place indeed had the same Tao rhythm as in his painting. He closed his eyes, feeling the magical space of the temple, his mind peaceful at being far away from the noisy South City market. It sounded like a poetic sentiment, as expected of the place worshipping Ye Chongqing. But did His Highness the Crown Prince realize that a fairy-like energy was radiating around that meticulously sculpted golden statue? That light surrounded the Crown Prince, who was closing his eyes in contemplation, and a poetic verse echoed in his mind. A secluded place like a rural home, the roof covered with heavily fruiting trees. What was this? Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's body suddenly felt feather-light, his whole person seeming to be slowly lifted up. His feet were no longer balanced on the ground, now drawn together, and the place where the Crown Prince stood was also surrounded by a jade gold light. The poetic voice silently continued. The lake surfaced with scattered grass. Without knowing since when, His Highness the Crown Prince unconsciously stood in the exact same posture as the statue of Ye Chongqing. The last 3 words of the poem also rang out, floating with flowers. At this moment, he suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open in shock, his sharp brows furrowing. Looking at his hand, His Highness the Crown Prince had a speculation about the strange phenomenon that just occurred. I can see that my spirit root is about to be activated. But at the same time, that energy also left the Crown Prince with a question that made people fearful just thinking about it. Could it be, exactly as Imperial Father said, Ye Chongqing is a sage? And at this time, the moon and stars were also coming together to create a shimmering painting in another corner of the sky.
Natural light illuminated the entire Eastern Palace, where the spiritual energy was at its most prosperous. In a closed room within the Eastern Palace, a group of people was discussing together, with the one presiding being a man wearing green clothes. A white-haired gentleman spoke up. "Grand Tutor." The gentleman clasped his hands to show proper respect for his status. He expressed his worry about a certain matter, which was that His Highness the Crown Prince had trespassed into Mr. Ye's residence, fearing it was inappropriate. The others also began to voice their opinions. Specifically, another gentleman beside him supported the stance of the previous speaker. "That's right, that is Sage Changqing, who has the trust of His Majesty. For His Highness to act like that, I fear he will lose the king's favor." The person addressed as the Grand Tutor only now spoke up. He explained, also making his feelings clear. "With things having reached this point, no matter what the outcome is, even if we have to bet our lives, we must remain loyal to His Highness." The other court officials felt reassured upon hearing their superior say this. They strictly obeyed, clasping their hands and saying in unison, "Yes, we ministers will forever remain loyal to His Highness."
The internal meeting was still going smoothly. No one had noticed a person walking towards the room with a rhythmic and leisurely pace. From outside the door, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just been mentioned, appeared, his posture dignified and fitting of royal demeanor. His red robe moved with his every step. Everyone turned around and exclaimed, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." It seemed His Highness the Crown Prince had returned to the Eastern Palace after his trip to Ye Changqing's temple at Dongshan. His face was radiant and brimming with vitality. The Crown Prince greeted the officials. "It is so late, why haven't you lords rested yet?" An official noticed the Crown Prince's energy and immediately said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, why do you have such abundant literary aura?" This question completely stunned His Highness the Crown Prince. Perhaps he himself didn't know the reason either. The Grand Tutor also asked out of concern, panicking, "Could it be that you have entered the Tao?" The greatest desire was taking steps towards His Highness the Crown Prince, and he firmly admitted, "That's right, I have finally succeeded in taking that step." This turning point made him recall his arduous journey, as the halo right in the middle of his forehead also lit up. Previously, he felt that governing the nation required literary and military strategies, and cultivation was just useless miscellaneous learning. But now he had awakened to the fact that his vision was narrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt overlapping knowledge appearing before his eyes like towering mountain ranges. His Highness the Crown Prince of the present moment was different. His resolute voice rang out, "But now I understand." To him, the light of cultivation would guide people to peerless strength. His fiery heart was boiling with the desire to learn the Tao. He sighed with emotion. Confucian scholars can also use literature to enter the Tao. In the miscellaneous learning of cultivation, there also contains the principles of heaven and earth.
The Grand Tutor felt a bit scared. He was extremely panicked.
Huh? We subjects are wanting to fight to the death. Why is your highness surrendering first? He boldly asked the crown prince, still not forgetting his manners towards the majestic figure by respectfully bowing and clasping his hands. May I ask, why did you suddenly think of these things? Remembering the moment he was enlightened in front of the sage statue of Ye Chongqing, he slowly replied with boundless gratitude. Fortunately, Mr. Ye repaid grievance with virtue and did not hesitate to instruct me. The holy literary providence still radiated a blinding light around the crown prince who had just entered the Tao. Once again, he truly wanted to thank Ye Chongqing, continuing to explain to the Grand Tutor. Only then could I comprehend this much. The group of court officials was completely spun around. They had plotted together to help the crown prince deal with Ye Chongqing. Now seeing him completely changed, they felt extremely disoriented. The Mr. Ye you mentioned? Could it be that Ye Chongqing? The crown prince did not deny it. That's right. I think only young Master Ye is the true Mahayana of the literary Tao. The golden statues that the commoners built for a few months and that we worshipped previously suddenly vanished, turning into mud and wooden statues. The officials below could not help but gape, extremely angry yet powerless to do anything. No way. The clown is actually me. One surprise followed another. Before he could process all the information, the Grand Tutor was dragged away by the Crown Prince. He grabbed his hand and said cheerfully, "Grand Tutor Zong, quickly follow me into the palace to seek an audience with Imperial Father." The Grand Tutor's eyes widened in bewilderment. Huh? Night fell upon the Imperial Palace. Over here in the Imperial Study, Jing Hong and the person beside him respectfully bowed and reported to His Majesty the Emperor. "Sorry to disturb you late at night. Please forgive us, Imperial Father." Jing Hong clasped his hands and smiled, his head radiating a blinding aura. "Today your son finally understands that Mr. Ye is truly a genius of the world, deeply tied to the national destiny of our great Yan." Hearing this, the person beside him broke out in a sweat, hesitatingly adding, This subject also has this thought." Hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor smiled brightly like a blooming flower, opening his mouth wide to praise the two of them. "Good, very good."
He maintained his proud smile, placed his hand on Jing Hong's shoulder, and said, "Jing Hong, you knew to turn back to the shore and successfully entered the Tao, which can be considered as not disappointing my expectations of you." Upon hearing this, Jing Hong spoke loudly. "Imperial Father, your minister's son proposes carving a golden statue for Mr. Ye in the Hall of Sages, and simultaneously honoring him as the head of the literary sages to encourage the scholars of this generation to rise up." His Majesty the Emperor did not think much, immediately turned around and waved his hand. "Granted. I hope that all the scholars of our great Yan achieve success on the literary Tao, not failing the seniors' painstaking efforts." At this exact moment, amidst the cold night mist, Ye Chongqing sat down with his zither, looking very poetic. He raised his hand to pluck the final note to end the song, the crisp ting sound of the zither echoing gently. For some unknown reason, as if aided by some unseen power, he suddenly became excited, an aura of blooming flowers around him, as he happily said, "Strange, I suddenly feel my back getting a bit stiffer. My backer has become firmer." The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, at the villa where Ye Chongqing was resting, after having a good night's sleep, he sluggishly stretched his arms and let out a big yawn. Ye Chongqing placed his hands behind his back, taking wide strides with a joyful mood. "Let's go for a stroll on the streets of the imperial capital today."
As soon as he walked out the door, he locked eyes with Jing Hong, who was coming in. As soon as he saw Ye Chongqing, he happily smiled and greeted him first. "Good morning, Mr. Ye." He felt that something was wrong, hesitantly scratched the back of his head, and asked him, "Mr. Ye, why are you here so early in the morning?" He politely replied, "Jing Hong came over today, recalling the guidance and help of Sir from before I have already understood." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing was extremely shocked, his face turned pale, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn, thinking about it for a whole night, is this person that hold grudges? Thinking so, he smiled wryly, cupped his hands, and said, "Previously, Ye's words had many offensive points. I still hope your Highness the Crown Prince can forgive me." He resolutely waved his hand and said, "No, thanks to Sir, Jing Hong has today." He turned his head away, raised his hand, and clenched it, 2 streams of tears flowing down his eyes, extremely moved. "I only hate that I didn't meet Sir sooner." Ye Chongqing basically didn't understand a single thing, looking at him speechlessly, asking himself, "What is this guy talking about? Why don't I understand anything?" The more he talked with Jing Hong, the more confused he became, so he decided to use the 36 stratagems, running away as the best choice. Forcing an awkward smile, he said, "Well, today I and your esteemed sister have made an appointment to go for a walk. I will take my leave first." Immediately after that, Ye Chongqing went down to the street, which was full of people everywhere, bustling and lively.
Ye Chongqing sat quietly in the luxurious carriage rumbling down the street. He excitedly lifted the curtain, looked at everything around him, and exclaimed, "Wow, as expected of the imperial capital, it looks much more bustling than Shaoqi town." The girls outside saw Ye Chongqing and immediately blushed, starting to whisper,
Quickly, look at that man on the carriage. Wow, so handsome. He looks exactly like the golden statue in the Chongqing Temple at Dongshan. After seeing Ye Chongqing, the beauties simultaneously rushed onto the street to block the carriage. Seeing this, the coachman was scared out of his wits and hurriedly pulled the reins to stop the horse. Ye Chongqing was dumbfounded, his head full of question marks, as he looked at the beauties blocking his carriage. The beauties took turns striking poses, speaking in a delicate and graceful manner. We wonder if the young master has a marriage arrangement yet. It doesn't matter if you do. I can be a concubine, and my family's manor can take in a live-in son-in-law. Ye Chongqing blushed like a tomato, sweating profusely on his forehead as he backed away and said, "Young ladies, although this humble one has some good looks, matters between men and women still need to be mutual. If everyone really has feelings for this Ye, we can start by being friends." After speaking, he felt satisfied, closed his eyes, and thought narcissistically, "Are the girls in the imperial capital all this enthusiastic? It seems I am blessed." He didn't notice that Yan Bingxing behind him was burning with anger. Annoyed, she pushed him back, emitting a deadly gloomy atmosphere. Her eyes were pitch black, soulless, yet extremely sharp and cold, as she gritted out each word. "What did you just say?" The three women saw Yan Bingxing and felt as if 1,000 bolts of lightning had struck their heads. They gasped in surprise and blurted out, "You are Her Highness the Ninth Princess." Yan Bingxing smiled, though it seemed like a fierce fire was raging behind her. She forced a friendly smile and gently warned them, emphasizing each word. "Since you know who I am, why aren't you getting out of the way? Otherwise, I will tell my imperial father to confiscate all your homes."
Hearing this, those three women were so frightened that they cried, running away as fast as if caught by ghosts. Yes, this lowly one will leave immediately. Ye Chongqing didn't understand anything, poking his head out to watch them run away and wondering, leaving so fast? At least leave a contact method. Yan Bingxin crossed her arms, annoyed and puffing her cheeks with a disdainful glare, coldly snorting in her heart. Vulgar cosmetics, yet they still dare to cling to Mr. Ye. At this moment, he turned his head and asked her, "By the way, Miss Yan, where are you planning to take me to play?" She pointed forward and calmly replied, "That's it." A towering building with bright red roof tiles appeared under the sunlight. This was the Qingfeng Loiwet Pavilion, which had a total of 4 floors, divided into calligraphy, painting, chess, and zither, where people with similar interests could interact. Yan Bingxin turned her head and told him, "The manager of each floor is a top talent in the field of that floor." Ye Chongqing looked up and blurted out, "So that's how it is." In his heart, he chuckled secretly. "It seems I can have a proper discussion this time." She and he walked in together. Looking at everything around, Yan Bingxin excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people today." Suddenly, the manager of Chengfeng Loiwet Rillian, Lu Ruyi, appeared. She wore a beautiful purple outfit that accentuated her world-toppling beauty. Seeing the two of them arrive, Lu Ruyi happily ran out to greet them. "So it is the Ninth Highness gracing us with her presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Yan Bingxin stepped forward and replied, "Sister Lu, Qingfeng Loiwet Pavilion does not judge by high or low status, rich or poor. It only judges by the level of skill. Please don't be so polite." Lu Ruyi nodded. "The Ninth Highness is right." Then she turned her head to ask Ye Chongqing, "I wonder who the person next to you is?" Yan Bingxin immediately reached out her hand to introduce. "This person is—" Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly clasped his hands and interrupted. "This humble one's surname is Ye, and I usually have an interest in elegant hobbies. I have heard the name of your esteemed pavilion for a long time, and specifically came to visit." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin stood beside him with her mouth wide open, wondering in her heart, Mr. Ye's 4 arts are all already at the peak. Why is he being so modest?
I understand now. It must be because I just said that status is not discussed in the pavilion, so Mr. Ye deliberately hid it, wanting to use calligraphy to make friends. Ye Chongqing calmly walked inside, and Yan Bingxing, seeing him, was extremely joyful, her face glowing. Seeing the two arrive, that girl warmly welcomed them. "You two came at the right time. Master Wang is hardly in the pavilion. Please come in." Ye Chongqing looked back and asked Yan Bingxing a few questions. "Who is Master Wang? Is she very formidable?" Seeing that he didn't know the person, she happily explained. "That's right. She is the youngest calligraphy master today, but her temperament is eccentric. Crown Prince Brother had successfully sent 3 edicts to invite her, yet she still did not agree to join Dongwan Academy." Hearing those words about Master Wang, he found it somewhat interesting. "Oh, it seems I came at the right time today." At this time, inside the hall, everyone was looking up at the stage, chattering and discussing noisily. The calligraphy brush smoothly glided over the white paper with great skill. Wang Mo put down the brush and smiled at everyone. "The calligraphy is complete. Please hold it up and display it for me." Master Wang handed the paper she had just written on to someone. That person raised the paper high for everyone below to appreciate, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Master Wang has created an untitled piece." Looking at the paper, voices of discussion began to resonate. "Bestowing you with a divine charm that hides elegance, your aura is leisurely and extraordinary. It is even invincible like Chengqing, not inferior to Chengqing." The people below looked at Master Wang's calligraphy, which was like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, and praised it endlessly. Beautiful writing, truly beautiful writing. One guy already started to bid. "I bid 500 taels. Others hearing that amount of money glared with disdain. "Who were you insulting? You want to buy Master Wang's calligraphy with just 500 taels?"
Seeing this, the others competed to bid non-stop. I bid 1,000 taels. I bid 2,000 taels. Ye Changqing saw the lively atmosphere here and was amazed that everyone had no hesitation in spending money to acquire Wang Mo's calligraphy. It turned out the calligraphy was so popular in the imperial capital. He wondered how much his own handwriting could be sold for. Ye Changqing also couldn't help but say in surprise, "But I didn't expect this Master Wang to be a female." Yan Bingxin also greatly admired Wang Mo. With eyes sparkling like stars, she looked at her and said, "That's right, she is young but possesses profound knowledge, so naturally she can bear the title of master." A blue-haired guy from nowhere burst into loud laughter and raised his voice. "This level is also worthy of being called a master?" It turned out that this person was young Master Chen Chang'an of the Xia dynasty. He sat arrogantly on the chair, looking down on everyone. The literary circles of the Yan nation are only so-so. Hearing those words, Wang Mo couldn't hold back and asked, "What?" The surrounding crowd was constantly indignant, expressing their dissatisfaction with Chen Chang'an's arrogance. To actually look down on Master Wang? Where did this guy come from? Intentionally coming here to pick a fight, right? What qualifications do you have to judge Master Wang's calligraphy? Not only was that guy not afraid, but he also despised everyone. He slowly stood up to speak face to face. "I heard that the Qingfeng Luoyu Pavilion of the Yan Nation gathers talents, so I came from the Xia dynasty to take a look. Gathering talents? I see it as a gathering of radishes." He clasped his hands behind his back and couldn't stop bursting into laughter to humiliate others. "I didn't expect them all to be untalented people with undeserved reputations, fishing for fame." Wang Mo couldn't bear to let people insult her like that. She angrily shouted, "Were you saying is fishing for fame?" Suddenly, footsteps approached to speak. It turned out to be the famous young Master Chen Chang'an. That purple-haired girl approached and softly said with respect, "Pardon my disrespect, pardon my disrespect." Hearing what she said, the surrounding crowd was startled and astonished by his identity. Chen Chang'an, to think it is actually him. Yan Bingxin was a little surprised to see the person in front of her. Ye Changqing curiously turned to ask, "Miss Yan, who is this person? Is he very famous?" Bingxin immediately explained, "That's right. Chen Chang'an is the calligraphy saint of the Xia dynasty, achieving fame at a young age." She added in surprise, "I didn't expect him to come to the Yan nation."
Opposite them, Chang'an said arrogantly, "As long as you know who I am, let me show you what true calligraphy is." He waved his hand and ordered, "Present it here." 2 disciples heard the order and boldly replied, "Yes." The 2 of them slowly opened the scroll of calligraphy. On it appeared 4 characters, "The advantage is ours." The calligraphy made everyone look on in awe. Even Wang Mo admired it. "So formidable. This level is indeed above mine." Chang'an stood with his arms crossed in front of his calligraphy, saying arrogantly, "If all of you are only at the level of Master Wang, I advise Queen Feng Luoyu Pavilion to close down early to save face."
The people of the Yan nation, being bluntly humiliated like this, were furious, their faces turning as red as tomatoes. Clenching their fists, they said, "This brat is so arrogant. I really want to beat him to death." Although boiling with anger, they still had to calm each other down. But he indeed has some level of skill. Hold it in. Seeing Chen Chang'an being so overbearing, Yan Bingxin couldn't help but get angry. Detestable, daring to look down on our great Yan nation. I'm so mad. Seeing everyone fuming with anger, Chen Chang'an pointed his finger and said with a smug smile, "That's right, exactly this expression. I just love the way you look at me with displeasure, but can't do anything to me." Ye Changqing couldn't stand Chen Chang'an's temper of looking down on others' talents. He stepped forward and said softly, "Young Master Chen, I see that your calligraphy is nothing special either." As soon as the words were spoken, they caught the attention of everyone there. Hearing someone belittling his calligraphy, Chen Chang'an asked in annoyance, "Who is speaking?" Ye Changqing calmly and respectfully replied to him, "It is this humble one." Standing nearby, Yan Bingxin was also a bit stunned. Seeing that this young man looked unfamiliar, someone asked, "Who is this kid?" Another person replied, "Unfamiliar. He must be a newcomer." Seeing Changqing suddenly step up, Yan Bingxin hurriedly pulled his sleeve and asked worriedly, "Mr. Ye, Chen Chang'an is an elite of the Xia nation. Are you confident?" Changqing rested his hands on his hips, smiled confidently and replied, "Miss Yan, rest assured." In Ye Changqing's heart at this moment, nothing could make him lose interest. "Elite? I, your father, exactly want to beat up the elite." Chen Chang'an walked over to Changqing and questioned, "Kid, tell me, what is the problem with my calligraphy?" Ye Changqing slowly gave his opinion. This piece of calligraphy looks not bad on the outside, but fundamentally, it does not contain the true intent of calligraphy. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an burst out laughing. True intent? Is this kid sleeping and talking nonsense? Writing words can actually produce true intent? He frowned and asked. Changqing replied with a firm gaze. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. After speaking, Chen Chang'an immediately made a decision. Fine, everyone here today more or less understands brush and ink.
If someone can reach the realm you speak of, he boldly declared, I, Chen Chang'an, will crawl out of this Queen Fang Loi wet pavilion. And of course, he wouldn't forget to dish out an appropriate punishment if no one could write it. The golden sign of this Queen Fang Loi wet pavilion will have to be taken down. Chongqing, without the slightest fear, replied immediately, Deal.
Then I shall perform. Ye Chongqing walked with a confident demeanor, leaving everyone staring at him with their mouths agape. They did not know who this kid was to dare to boldly challenge Chen Chang'an, the elite of the Xia dynasty, like this. Ye Chongqing stood before the table placed in the middle of the hall, picking up the brush to prepare to write. Everyone around watched attentively. The 9th princess stood nearby, eagerly looking forward to it, her eyes glued to the hand Ye Chongqing used to hold the brush. Mr. Ye is about to write. I'm so looking forward to it. The black-clad young woman in the crowd was a bit worried, her hands unconsciously clenching tightly in front of her chest. I have studied calligraphy since childhood, and have never reached the level of having true intent upon setting the brush. This young master is trying to bail me out. If he really cannot do it, he will definitely be humiliated by Chen Chang'an later. The black-clad woman thought to herself, and then looked up at Ye Chongqing with concern. Young Master Chen sat with his legs crossed, looking smugly at Manager Lu with a sarcastic smile. Manager Lu, Creanfeng Luiwei Pavilion is about to be destroyed in the hands of this ignorant fool. But Manager Lu did not care about this sarcasm at all, glancing slightly at Ye Chongqing. That might not be the case. I think highly of this young Master Ye. On the other side, Ye Chongqing was not in a hurry to write immediately, but closed his eyes to feel. What should I write?
A moment later, Ye Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes. I've got it! Ye Chongqing walked closer to the table, holding a brush, smiling brightly as he said, Next, watch my performance. Saying so, his hand holding the brush lightly dipped into the inkstone once. Starting to write, Ye Chongqing's expression was extremely focused, his hand moving gently like flowing water and floating clouds. Every lift of the hand, every dot and comma, gave people the feeling of 100 flowers blooming, generous and open-minded. Just this proficient writing operation alone was enough to create a beautiful landscape painting. Ye Chongqing quickly finished writing, raised the brush and smiled. Done! Saying so, he lowered the brush and placed it on the rack. The 9th princess was so anxious that she couldn't wait. Quick, let me see. The black-clad woman beside her also wore a look of anticipation. As for young Master Chen on the other side, he maintained his disdainful expression, waving his hand and making sarcastic remarks. Yeah, right. Looking at his messy and unbearable brushstrokes, what good thing can he write? Better not dirty this young master's eyes. The two women ignored young Master Chen and ran to Ye Chongqing's table. As soon as they saw the written paper on the table, they were stunned. Before the eyes of the two women, that piece of paper seemed to be emitting a sparkling aura. This is. The paper only recorded a simple sentence, just because you are so beautiful. Yet these words seemed to be emitting a brilliant aura, with light waves gently circulating. The black-clad woman exclaimed in shock, a brush producing flowers, a true brush producing flowers. Meanwhile, the 9th princess looked at the line of words and suddenly blushed. Remembering Ye Chongqing's handsome and unrestrained appearance, she suddenly smiled shyly. Just because you are so beautiful. 5 short words. I seem to see the heroic posture of my future husband. The black-clad woman also blushed and expressed her feelings. Taking one more look, my heart feels like it's exploding. Getting a little closer, my whole body is about to melt.
Young Master Chen stood far from the table so he couldn't see clearly. He only saw the two women in front of the table constantly praising it. Unable to hold back, he snapped, What? Are you guys intentionally trying to scam us? Young Master Chen hurriedly walked over, speaking loudly, Watch me expose you. Young Master Chen walked over and stood in front of the table, glancing down. The words, Just because she is too beautiful, on the paper caught his eyes, seemingly emitting an aura. Young Master Chen hurriedly raised his hand to cover that blinding aura. What is this? The blinding light slowly dissipated. Feeling that the light had softened, young Master Chen slightly opened his eyes to look, but the scene in front of him had changed. A woman wearing blue clothes, as beautiful as a fairy, appeared in front of young Master Chen. Her fresh beauty seemed capable of making 100 flowers bloom and birds sing joyfully. Young Master Chen was startled, looking at the woman manifested in front of his eyes, stammering, How is this possible? Young Master Chen's mood at this moment was truly like a bolt from the blue, staring in disbelief at the illusion ahead. To think it could reach this cultivation realm. The crowd below looked at the expressions of the people who had just seen the calligraphy, and their curiosity immediately surged, clamoring loudly to see. Hey, let us see too. We are too impatient. Hurry up. Manager Lu glanced and signaled to the two maids nearby. The two maids bowed together and accepted the order, yes. One maid went to the left side of the table and gently held the left corner of the large piece of paper.
The remaining maid held the right corner.
Then both of them simultaneously raised the paper and turned it forward for everyone to see. The 4 words, "simply because she is so beautiful," appeared dazzlingly bright before the people present. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time, and they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, it's written so well! That's right, that's right!" The people walked up to the paper held by the 2 maids, continuously praising it in awe. Ye Changqing stood in the distance observing everyone's attitude, unable to keep himself from smiling until his eyes narrowed into slits. He secretly calculated the prospect of getting rich through writing. Hey, looking at their reactions, this calligraphy of mine can definitely be sold for a good price. Manager Lu smiled as beautifully as a flower, covering her mouth as she glanced at young Master Chen, who was grinding his teeth in anger on the other side. "Young Master Chen, are you convinced?" Young Master Chen furiously flicked his sleeves and turned away. Consider it your win today. Let's go." But how could Manager Lu let young Master Chen leave so easily? Wait a moment. Young Master Chen turned back angrily, his expression looking as if he wanted to bite someone, and shouted, "What is it?" Manager Lu gently reminded him, "Young Master Chen just said earlier that if someone could put pen to paper and write out the true intent, you yourself would crawl out of here. Do you still remember?" The people in the hall only remembered when Manager Lu mentioned it, and immediately clamored for young Master Chen to fulfill his promise. "That's right! It's time for you to fulfill your promise. How does it feel to get your face slapped?" Young Master Chen looked at the aggressive crowd shouting around him, and his feeling of anger was instantly replaced by fear.
His previously aggressive attitude also deflated, and he stammered, You are bullying people too much." Manager Liu smiled with narrowed eyes, her words sharp as a knife, every single one piercing deep. "If you can play, you can take the loss. Just now, if you had won, it would have meant smashing the signboard of the Qingfeng Loyuet Pavilion. Now that you've lost the bet, just leaving like this makes our Qingfeng Loyuet Pavilion signboard seem a bit too worthless." Manager Liu spoke, then opened her eyes, staring at young Master Chen with a terrifying, dose-like gaze. This gaze made young Master Chen shudder in fear, and even his voice trembled when he spoke. "Are you really going to make me crawl out of here? I come from an aristocratic family of the Great Dia dynasty." Manager Liu spread her hands and calmly said, "The Qingfeng Loyuet Pavilion has never cared about high or low status, rich or poor. We only judge based on the level of skill. Since you came, you naturally accepted this rule. Please." Manager Liu spoke and then pointed her hand toward the main door. The crowd below was still shouting noisily, absolutely refusing to let it go. "Young Master Chen, hurry up and crawl, 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 crawl." Young Master Chen was trembling with anger but didn't know what to do. Damn it! A subordinate nearby, seeing the intensely reacting crowd below, also ran over in confusion and asked, "Young Master, what should we do?" Young Master Chen, powerless to resist, had to fulfill his promise, genuinely crawling out like a dog. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw back a sentence, "Just you wait for me." The 9th princess smiled brightly and gave 2 thumbs up to Manager Liu. "Big Sister Liu, well done." Even Ye Changqing was surprised by this woman's brilliant coping ability. As expected of the manager here, she was indeed talented and sharp. Manager Liu walked up to Ye Changqing and bowed her head in gratitude. "Ruyu thanks Mr. Ye for stepping up righteously just now." Ye Changqing just said gently, "It's nothing. Calligraphy is originally meant to cultivate the mind." Ye Changqing spoke, then looked at the black-clad woman. "I just couldn't stand seeing that young Master Chen use it as a trick to corner Master Wang."
The black-clad woman suddenly blushed and waved her hand. "In front of you, how could this little girl dare to call herself a teacher?" Saying that, the black-clad woman looked at Ye Changqing shyly. From now on, I still ask Mr. Ye for more guidance." Ye Changqing smiled. "Among 3 people, there must be my teacher. There are also many things that this Ye needs to learn. Let's make progress together." Hearing this, the black-clad woman was startled, as if she had realized some great truth. Among 3 people, there must be my teacher. What a humble yet profound statement. The black-clad woman suddenly cupped her fists and said loudly, "Mr. Ye, this little girl is willing to follow by your side, receiving your guidance day and night." Right at this moment, the 9th princess suddenly walked over and hugged Ye Changqing's arm, sticking her tongue out and making a funny face at the black-clad woman. Mr. Ye is not free. This unexpected intimate action made Ye Changqing blush in embarrassment. "Huh?" After speaking, the 9th princess let go of Ye Changqing and ran over to Manager Lu, excitedly suggesting, "Sister Lu, hurry and take us to the 2nd floor to have a look." Manager Lu smiled and made an inviting gesture. "All right, you 2 please follow me." Manager Lu led Ye Changqing and the 9th princess up the stairs, introducing as they walked, "You 2, this is the Danqing floor." As Ye Changqing stepped into the room, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Oh! In front of them was a classroom. The students were all sitting at their desks, seriously painting according to the teacher's instructions. Ye Changqing looked on with endless admiration. Wow, horizontal and vertical. It's truly neat and uniform. Ye Changqing noticed a woman wearing pink clothes standing in the middle of the class. "Miss Lu, who is that?" Manager Lu immediately introduced. "That is the manager of the Danqing floor, Shushu Ye."
In the distance, Shushu Ye smiled brightly like a flower and gently pointed at a student's painting, her voice as soft as the spring breeze. What is this? Looking at the woman in front of him, Ye Changqing couldn't help but praise. A gentle temperament in a tender appearance. Not bad, not bad. Yet in the next second, the gentle woman Ye Changqing had just spoken of suddenly slammed the table hard and shouted loudly, "Stop!" The smile on Ye Changqing's face instantly froze. Eh? The student who was painting trembled as they looked at Shushu Ye, not knowing what they had just done wrong. Teacher? What's wrong? Shushu Ye suddenly smiled, but the smile on her face was as cold as the winter wind, making the student tremble in fear. Your paints? Why are they arranged like this? Everyone else has them all arranged on the right. The student tearfully explained. I am left-handed. It's convenient to use like this.
Shu Tianyue smiled again, brought her face close to that student's face, and emphasized every single word. Arrange the painting colors according to my request. The student was so scared they were about to cry. Yes, yes. Manager Liu turned around somewhat awkwardly to explain to Ye Changqing and his companion, who were both frozen in place by Shu Tianyue's dizzyingly sudden change in attitude. Please don't blame her, you two. Tianyue indeed has strange requests in some areas, but the disciples she teaches all produce exquisite skills and are very highly welcomed. Having just instructed the student who placed the painting colors in the wrong position, Shu Tianyue suddenly noticed the desk of the female student next to her. Huh? Shu Tianyue suddenly snatched the paper the female student was painting on, put her hands on her hips, and asked, "The topic I assigned today is named the Heavenly Maiden painting. Why didn't you paint a heavenly maiden?" The female student, startled by the question, replied tremblingly, "I did paint it. I painted a heavenly maiden descending to the mortal realm to rejoice with the people." Shu Tianyue's face darkened. Pointing at the painting, she said strictly, "I have said before, heavenly maidens can only be in the sky. Why didn't you listen to me?" Being questioned, the female student momentarily panicked, her face looking like she was about to cry, and replied timidly, "Because I felt that a heavenly maiden descending to the mortal realm would be more lively and adorable." Shu Tianyue's face instantly turned cold. "Since you didn't listen to me, then there's no need to be my disciple anymore. Put down your painting tools and leave immediately." Upon hearing this, the female student immediately knelt straight down on the ground in panic. "Ah, teacher, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." The female student spoke and kowtowed to Shu Tianyue, begging fearfully, "Teacher, I beg you." Because the female student's movements were too forceful, she accidentally bumped the drawing table behind her out of position. Shu Tianyue looked at that desk deviating from the row and gritted her teeth in anger. "Shh!" The female student panicked, looking at the teacher who had never shown an angry emotion on her face now staring at her with gritted teeth, and inwardly cried out, "I'm doomed." Ye Changqing rested his chin on his hand, looking at the scene over there with amusement. This time, her obsessive-compulsive disorder is going to kill her.
Sure enough, Shu Shiyue on the other side coldly opened her mouth to chase people away. Someone as unruly as you fundamentally cannot paint beautiful pictures. It is better to find another path early. Hearing these words, the female disciple felt as if her head was being torn apart. Right at this moment, Ye Changqing suddenly spoke up. "Miss, these words are wrong." Following the voice, Shu Shiyue looked toward Ye Changqing and the others standing in front of the door. A hint of surprise was revealed in her eyes. "Who might you be?" Manager Li immediately stepped forward to introduce. "Shiyue, this is Mr. Ye who came together with Her Highness the Ninth Princess." Hearing the introduction, Shu Shiyue frowned. Clinging to the rich and powerful, probably a freeloader. Thinking like that, outwardly Shu Shiyue still cupped her hands in a salute to Ye Changqing. "Dare I ask what guidance you have?" Ye Changqing calmly opened his mouth. "It doesn't count as guidance, just a few opinions regarding your teaching method." Shu Shiyue smiled. "Oh, this little woman is all ears." Ye Changqing began to say, "You have a very severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, specifically manifested in how you require others to execute everything according to your standards and wishes. But there are no absolutes in this world, let alone the fact that everyone's painting style is different. Let 100 flowers bloom, teaching according to one's aptitude is the true path."
Shu Shiyue crossed her arms over her chest, her gaze toward Ye Changqing adding a few parts of mockery. "Teaching according to aptitude," Mr. Ye says it lightly, "but I wonder if you have ever taught any brilliant disciples." Ye Changqing was indeed choked by this question and couldn't answer. In his mind, there suddenly appeared those snot-nosed brats he used to teach. Those naughty kids with no prospects in the private school had all run off to practice cultivation. Ye Changqing thought for a moment, then awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his head. Well, it seemed he really hadn't. Shu Shiyue was just waiting for this response and immediately retorted, "Then what qualifications do you have to dictate my teaching methods?" Ye Changqing rested his chin on his hand and nodded. Miss Shu makes sense. How about this then? You and I will each pick a disciple here, instruct them to paint a picture, and let the others here judge who is superior. How about it?" Shu Shiyue, hearing Ye Changqing's proposal, suddenly burst out laughing as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? These disciples were all taught by me. You want to use my disciples to compete with me? Isn't that a bit unrealistic?" Shu Shiyue said, looking straight at Ye Changqing. Ye Changqing wagged his finger. No, I will not choose your disciple."
Xu Shiwei narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms again as she looked at Ye Chongqing in annoyance, and asked, "Then who will you choose?"
Ye Chongqing's hand suddenly rested on the ninth princess's shoulder, pulling her to his side, and he confidently smiled, saying, "I choose Miss Yan." Being suddenly pulled away, the ninth princess looked at Ye Chongqing in confusion. Eh? Huh? Xu Shuye looked at the student Ye Chongqing had chosen, covered her mouth, and laughed unceremoniously, saying, "Mr. Ye, it's not that I don't give face to the Ninth Highness, but as far as I know, she doesn't have the slightest talent in painting. Do you really want to choose her?" The words, "not the slightest talent," from Xu Shuye were like a sharp arrow stabbing straight into the ninth princess's head, truly a bloodless murder. But Ye Chongqing did not flinch at all, firmly raising his voice. "I don't think so. Miss Yan is extremely smart. She can certainly produce an artwork that will satisfy others." Praised, the ninth princess blushed with embarrassment, not expecting Mr. Ye to value her so much. Her morale immediately surged, and she reached up to pull out the "not the slightest talent" arrow stuck in her head, crushing it in her hand, and boldly declared, "Then I absolutely cannot let him down." Xu Shuye looked at Ye Chongqing with eyes full of disgust, gritted her teeth, and thought to herself, truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Then she quickly entered a combat state, hurriedly turned her head and glanced backward, calling out, "Hu Luanhua." Hearing his master call, he immediately stood up and loudly shouted in response, "Your disciple is here." Xu Shuye suddenly reached out her hand, raised one finger, and said, "1 hour." At this moment, a confident smile was on her lips, and she continued, "After 1 hour, the final result will be decided," because she thought that using just 1 hour would be more than enough to defeat him. After hearing Xu Shuye state that the competition time was 1 hour, Ye Chongqing had no intention of objecting at all. He just gave a smug smile, looked straight into her eyes, and replied with a single word, "All right." Many people from other floors had now come to the Dangqing gathering floor to watch the competition, their numbers increasing by the minute. The lively chatter and discussions of the crowd grew louder over time. Hu Luanhua and Yan Bingxin were now seated at the competition table. Behind the two of them were Xu Shuye and Ye Chongqing. Yan Bingxin suddenly turned her head, looking at him with a bright smile, and asked, which took him somewhat by surprise, "Mr. Ye, I have never painted before. Could you teach me some techniques?" He then stepped over to her and gently picked up the calligraphy brush. Ye Chongqing began by using the brush to draw a circle on the paper, followed by a dot in the middle. As for Yan Bingxin, she was intently watching him demonstrate each stroke. Seeing her so focused, he gave her a kind smile and said, "For techniques, you only need to remember 5 styles: flat, round, flowing, heavy, and variable." The more he spoke about painting, the more cheerfully Ye Chongqing smiled, his eyes curving happily as he continued to explain. In the paths of painting, the most important thing is the inner heart. At this moment, she had clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her eyes brimming with admiration as she stared at him without blinking, her mouth hanging open, forgetting even to close it. Ye Chongqing thought that if he spoke too complexly, someone like her, who had never painted and was not well versed in painting, would get confused. Therefore, he tried to condense the meaning and gave her the simplest definition. Draw the thing you consider the most important in your heart. You don't need too many methods. Your feelings will naturally pour into it. Yan Bingxin muttered, "The most important thing." Then she began to search through all her memories from the moment she gained consciousness up to the present, trying to see what the most important thing was to her. Finally, she found the most important thing that Ye Chongqing had mentioned and joyfully thought to herself, "Grandmaster, I have comprehended it." After that, she quickly picked up the calligraphy brush and began to sketch a few basic lines. In her heart, she thought, listening to Mr. Ye's words, the brush moved naturally on its own, as if it had a life of its own. Because right in front of her eyes at this moment was a Ye-green fish. Its body is transparent as crystal, leaping high into the air as if trying to catch the prey in front of it.
Xu Tianyue, standing on the side, was extremely annoyed seeing him and Yan Bingxing smiling happily and discussing the issue of techniques. She then said in a disgusted tone, "Just empty talk, discussing military tactics on paper." Even though she was very angry when some random guy suddenly appeared from nowhere and lectured her, she was also very curious to know what he could actually do. Therefore, she put on a scowling face and said, "Let's see what you people can draw." Hu Luanhua had been waiting for a while and still hadn't received any orders from his master, so he was a bit anxious, but he didn't dare to show any attitude. He only gently asked for her opinion. "Sir, what should this disciple draw?" Hearing Hu Luanhua ask this, she turned her head to look over with an annoyed expression. However, since Yan Bingxing was someone who knew nothing about painting anyway, she was somewhat disdainful. Feeling a bit bored and no longer wanting to pay attention, she stepped away to leave, but didn't forget to wave her hand lightly and leave a few words for him. "The opponent is just an amateur. You can casually draw anything and still beat her. Your master will go rest for a bit."
As they were walking, Xu Shoye suddenly remembered something, so she hastily stopped in her tracks. Then she quickly turned her head to look at Hu Luanhua with an extremely terrifying expression on her face. With a tone as cold as the netherworld, she emphasized,
Remember to put the displayed tools back in their original places. Do not move them, understand? Huluanhua replied miserably, I know. But in his heart he was screaming, the teacher really suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, just as Mr. Ye said earlier. Then he thought for a moment, picked up his calligraphy brush and started drawing. In a flash, 1 sichin had passed. Lu Ruyi hurriedly spoke up. Both of you have completed the paintings, so let everyone here evaluate them. She smiled, looking towards Ye Chongqing and Xu Shouye, and asked for their opinions. I wonder whose painting should be viewed first. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing quickly showed his chivalry towards women. Ladies first, let's see the brilliant disciple of Miss Xu. He smiled smugly at Xu Shouye and thought to himself, according to my years of experience watching movies, the one who goes first will definitely lose, so I must definitely go second. Hearing him say this, Xu Shouye became a bit conceited, so she used an extremely confident tone to say to Ye Chongqing, all right, then I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. In her heart at this moment, she was secretly thinking, he is probably afraid that his skills are not good enough, so he wants to see her painting first to broaden his horizons. After that, she quickly called out her disciple's name, Huluanhua. Then she pointed straight at his face and ordered, show them what you have drawn. Hearing this, he hesitated a bit and then replied, yes.
Then he immediately approached the table and sat down. After that, he picked up the drawing paper. He slowly stood up and held the painting high next to him to show off his painting skills in front of everyone. Then he smiled and said to Xu Shouye, what this disciple drew is exactly His Majesty the Emperor of our great Yan nation. The image on this painting was indeed Yan Yan Yan, drawn by Huluanhua to look exactly like the real person. His stance looked extremely majestic, holding a finely carved sword in his hand, and wearing simple attire that still exuded the aura and demeanor of the supreme ruler currently leading the great Yan nation dynasty. After seeing the lifelike painting of the Emperor of the Great Yan Nation, Yan Yan Yan, drawn by Huluanhua, the fellow disciples excitedly shouted and praised him endlessly. As expected of senior brother Hu, very well drawn, very well drawn. His Majesty's heavenly posture leaps vividly off the paper. Hearing his fellow disciples praising him so highly, he was overjoyed, but did not dare to show an overly exaggerated expression. Xu Shouye stood still and crossed her arms, displaying a smug and arrogant attitude after seeing Huluanhua's finished work, and said disdainfully to Ye Chongqing, Mr. Ye, do you have anything to say? As for him at this moment, he paid no attention to her conceited and arrogant attitude, but only observed the painting drawn by Huluanhua attentively. After that, he slowly expressed his own opinion. This disciple of Miss Xu indeed has solid technique, but there are a few incorrect details in this painting. Even though she was very annoyed by Ye Chongqing's extremely tactful criticism, she still wanted to know the reason, so she asked in irritation, what is incorrect? Ye Chongqing put his hand to his chin, his eyes thoughtful, as he slowly recalled Yan Yan Yan's posture when holding a sword. Then, comparing it with his posture holding the sword in the drawing, he said, if I remember correctly, His Majesty usually uses his left hand, but in this painting he is holding the sword with his right hand. Hearing this remark from Ye Chongqing, Xu Shouye was a bit shocked and loudly questioned him, what?
Ye Chongqing continued excitedly. Moreover, I heard before that the Yan nation's royal family practices a family-inherited fist technique and doesn't like using weapons. Along with his words was an image of Yan Bingxin circulating her qi to execute a fist technique. In her hands at this moment were 2 bright blue flames. Next was an image of Yan Yan Nin with eyes full of murderous intent, bare-chested, standing in a posture ready to unleash a move from the fist technique. From his 2 hands, 2 orange-red flames were radiating. After that, he continued saying, usually they don't even carry weapons with them. Then he turned toward Yan Bingxin and gently asked, Miss Yan, am I right? Hearing this, her face blushed completely red. Deep in her heart, she was secretly thinking, Ye Chongqing really cares about her and her relatives, remembering even such small details perfectly. Next, she reached out her hand and clenched it tightly, as if to prove that the people belonging to the royal family of the great Yan nation all use fist techniques, and then confirmed, that's right, my imperial father's favorite saying is that the empire was won by striking with fists. After receiving confirmation from Yan Bingxin, he turned to face him and questioned, but concerning this matter regarding His Majesty, even a mountain villager like me knows about it. You have lived in the imperial capital for many years. Naturally, you should know better than me. Hearing him say this, the expression on Huluanhua's face briefly fell into deep thought. Ye Chongqing continued asking, why did you draw it wrong? After his question, his face quickly darkened, looking extremely depressed, and then he lowered his head and began to explain the reason. Because you, sir, previously requested that the characters in our paintings must all use their right hand, and noble people must hold weapons in their hands to look majestic. Hearing Huluanhua mention her, she panicked slightly. He suddenly reached up, lightly scratched his head, and continued. Those who do not follow this requirement have all been expelled from the sect. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing sighed heavily. He then turned to look at Su Shiyu and began to lecture her. Miss Su, do you see now? Because of your obsessive compulsion, it has caused your disciples to lose their most basic observation and judgment skills. How can one become an excellent painter like this?
Xu Xue's face had darkened at this moment, looking straight at him and awkwardly speaking up as if wanting to make excuses for herself. Seeing that she had run out of arguments, Ye Changqing smiled, turned his head to look at her and said, "Miss Yan, show your painting to everyone for a bit." She happily smiled, her eyes crinkling, and raised her hand to reply, "Okay." After that, Yan Bingxing slowly picked up the painting and said to everyone, "I drew this painting." The painting was now held high by her for everyone to enjoy, including him and Xu Xiye. Then she smiled brightly while introducing the subject, "Mr. Ye." Hearing that Yan Bingxing had drawn him, Ye Changqing gently waved his hand and smiled shyly, saying to her, "Really now, I told you to draw what is important in your heart. Why did you draw me? It makes me so embarrassed." But actually, deep down, he was secretly thinking, "Do you know how much I like it? To think that the most important thing in your heart is actually me." Then he secretly laughed with smugness in his heart. When Xu Xiye and Hu Luanhua saw the painting she drew, their eyes widened, their mouths gaped in astonishment, and they shouted in unison, "What is this painting?" Seeing that their reaction to the painting she drew was a bit exaggerated, Ye Changqing turned around in confusion and asked, "Yeah, what's wrong?"
Then he stepped forward towards her, and right at this historic moment, Ya Changqing finally got to witness with his own eyes Yan Bingxin's masterpiece that took a whole hour. Even he was so panicked that his body stiffened, his eyes unable to blink due to the sheer shock. His previously rosy complexion was replaced by pale skin. He hastily blurted out a word, "Damn," because Yan Bingxin had drawn him striking a pose, and this posture looked no different from a candidate running for the male beauty pageant. On his left was her, and on his right was her older brother, and the postures of those two were just as ridiculous as his. If the crown prince were to see this masterpiece, he would be just as panicked as Ye Changqing and everyone else present on the Danqing floor right now. Why is there even a part of me? She was incredibly happy at this time, paying no attention to his stiff, panicked reaction or that of anyone else who had seen this masterpiece. She only cared about one thing. "How is it, Mr. Ye? I followed the method you taught. My drawing isn't bad, right?" On her lips right now was a fully confident smile, waiting for Ye Changqing to praise her. Ye Changqing's face darkened at this moment. He forced an extremely stiff smile and replied to her, "This kind of art is somewhat a bit advanced for humanity." After that, he quickly lowered his head, covered his face with his hand, and miserably thought in his heart, "It's ruined. I'm definitely going to lose this time." The people around were startled upon hearing this, and one of them spoke up, "Wait, although the figures in the painting have broken proportions and bizarre postures, why can I feel the aura of the Tao of painting within it?" Xu Xiye recalled that painting and nodded in secret agreement. "That's right. Not to mention the people on the two sides for now, but the person in the middle who looks like this guy surnamed Ye, even though the drawn body makes others nauseous, why does it continuously radiate providence?"
If Ye Changqing could read her mind, he would disgustedly say, "Hey, who are you calling twisted?" Yan Bingxin held the picture in her hands, laughing like it was a great harvest. Xu Xiye didn't pay any attention, deeply immersed in her own thoughts. Could it be that the Ninth Highness is actually a master of painting? Thinking of this, her face turned pale and she rested her hand on her forehead. No, that's not right. This painting, whether in its line work or coloring, is of an absolutely trash, low-grade level, and moreover, it doesn't look like something an expert pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger could fake. Then there is only one possibility. Xu Xiye thought on, her forehead beaded with sweat. The skill of this Mr. Ye truly far exceeds mine. Just 1 short hour could allow the Ninth Highness, who has no talent in painting whatsoever, to reach a level where her painting contains providence. Could it be that I have truly delayed my disciples and ruined their futures? She glanced over at the depressed Hula Wanhua beside her, asking herself internally. Suddenly, Ye Changqing spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. "Miss Su, my intention was never to compete for superiority. I merely wanted you to understand the principle. 10,000 horses standing mute is truly sorrowful. Do not stick to one pattern to select talented people. It means that a stagnant society without vitality is a sad thing. One should not follow a rigid mold, but must select a wider variety of talents." Hearing his words, Xu Xiye felt as if she had been enlightened. Her face flushed red as she silently repeated his words. "Do not stick to one pattern to select talented people." A teardrop fell, rolling down her cheek.
Xu Xiwei trembled, using her hand to wipe the tears from her face. Seeing this, Ye Changqing was suddenly startled and anxiously exclaimed, "Huh? Miss Xu, what's wrong?" She replied tearfully, "Mr. Ye, you were right. I understand now." Hearing this, he was left speechless, awkwardly replying to her, That's good then. That's good." In his mind, he secretly thought, "I haven't even said anything yet. Why is she already crying?"
Suddenly it felt like a bolt of lightning struck Ye Changqing's head, leaving him dumbfounded, sweat rolling down his cheeks in rows. With Xu Shiwei crying and looking at him on one side, Ye Changqing stammered, well, if Miss Xu has no other matters, I will take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he awkwardly pulled Yan Bingshan's hand and walked away, leaving the half-crying Xu Shiwei standing there dumbfounded with her mouth agape. Yan Bingshan was overjoyed in her heart, secretly thinking from behind, Mr. Ye and I are holding hands. On this side, he approached her and said, Manager Liu, let's quickly go to the next floor. Hearing this, she hesitantly replied, all right, please follow me, you two. She reached out her hand and led both of them. As they walked, she turned back to look at him and said, with such extraordinary talent, Mr. Ye, I wonder which expert you are. Walking behind, Ye Changqing politely replied, you praise me too much, Miss Liu. I am just an ordinary person who loves calligraphy and painting. Hearing this, Manager Liu felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming in astonishment, ordinary?
She stiffened her face, thinking inwardly, to be able to make the two floor masters of our Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion submit wholeheartedly while laughing and talking, you call this normal? She tried to suppress the anger in her heart, but outwardly she still couldn't hide her angry wrinkles. Yet Changqing, walking beside her, said, that's right, just now I was starting from my personal aesthetic viewpoint to have a friendly exchange with the two floor masters. Hearing him say that, she could only turn her head and let out a few dry laughs. Ha! Lu Rui then raised her hand to pull the door curtain to one side. Her hand movements looked incredibly graceful. She gently looked towards Ye Changqing in the Ninth Princess, then gestured, this way. Lu Rui happily introduced, this is the third floor, the chess arts floor. As she spoke, she pointed her arm towards the students practicing chess inside, her tone extremely enthusiastic. She continued, and the floor master of this floor, Mo Chi, is known as the chess maniac, meaning someone obsessed with playing chess. She is the #1 chess player of Great Yan. As she spoke, she guided Ye Changqing's gaze toward the teacher standing inside reading a book. Her name was Mo Chi. Her demeanor was extremely leisurely, and her appearance was equally beautiful and graceful. Lu Rui smiled brightly and asked, Mr. Ye has probably heard of her? Hearing Manager Li's question, Ye Changqing replied somewhat embarrassedly. He said, Miss Li, please forgive me. I just arrived at the imperial capital a few days ago and have never heard the great name of Floor Master Mo here. Seeing that he didn't seem to know much about Mo Chi, Lu Rui immediately explained, she has spent her entire life researching the art of Go and is the only disciple in the Great Yan nation to have received enlightenment from the chess saint Nangang Xuanji. Hearing this, Ye Changqing could not hide his surprise and admiration. He unconsciously let out a loud "oh," his eyes widening to show immense interest.
He said to Lu Rui, I also once played chess with an old man who claimed to have spent his entire life studying the Tao of chess. As he spoke, he raised a finger in front of Lu Rui. Saying this, Ye Changqing recalled that time, and the image of a chess-obsessed old man appeared. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless, thinking, but his chess skills weren't that good. He ran away before we even played a few matches. At this time, Lu Rui didn't hesitate any longer and quickly said aloud, this is the Go floor. Suddenly, something lit up brightly in the chess room, and the eyes of the three newcomers were immediately drawn to the ceiling that was shining brilliantly. The Ninth Princess couldn't hide her amazement and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the overhead looks just like a night sky illusion. Yan Bingxing's eyes lit up, smiling as brightly as a flower. Worthy of a chess master, even the decorations are like a chessboard. She cast a doubtful glance at Mochi and wondered to herself, since that must be Floor Master Mo, what were those things on the shelf behind her? Hearing this, Lu Rui happily replied, those are the magical treasures of our Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion, 13 ancient endgames passed down from ancient times, kept by the third floor. On the shelf was a series of boxes placed extremely solemnly, which could be recognized as extremely precious at first glance. Lu Rui proudly continued, to this day, no one has been able to solve any of the games in them. Hearing this, Ye Changqing subconsciously reached out to stroke his chin and thought to himself, oh, is it really that impressive? Not knowing if he was too arrogant or had long been aware of his own abilities, he shouted loudly, then I want to play all 13 games. Hearing these words, Mochi felt extremely shocked. She looked at Ye Changqing and couldn't help but blurt out, huh? She looked at Ye Changqing with extreme disgust, wondering in her heart who this guy was and how he dared to be so loud and arrogant. Thinking of this, Mochi quickly approached the three of them. She bowed in greeting to Lu Rui. Greetings, Manager Lu. I wonder what brings you here today. Lu Rui only had time to utter the words, we are, but Ye Changqing quickly stole her words, saying, Miss, can you let me see the 13 ancient endgames?
Hearing these words, Mo Chi looked quite displeased. She crossed her arms over her chest and said coldly, this young master, the ancient endgame is a treasure of the 13th floor. It is not something you can see just because you want to.
Not to mention your unclear background, even if you are from a noble and wealthy family, you must pass the trial first. As she spoke, Mochi's eyes became increasingly sharp and extremely stern. Hearing this, Ye Changqing felt dissatisfied and thought to himself, they're just a few chess scores, why make it so complicated? Seeing Ye Changqing's clueless face, Mochi quickly explained, each of the 13 ancient endgames contains extremely dangerous providence. Ordinary chess players simply cannot endure it. She clasped her hands behind her back, walked up to Ye Changqing, and continued before his astonished eyes. If your cultivation is insufficient and you forcefully try to comprehend them, mildly, it will damage your meridians. Severely, you will lose your Tao and your life. These words from Mochi were certainly no joke, because looking into her eyes, the serious nature of the matter was clearly visible. She sternly recounted a story from the past. My late master, Nanggong Xuanji, initially left a trial. Only those who pass it have the qualifications to see these endgame chess scores. She pointed her finger straight at Ye Changqing's face and scolded loudly, her tone unreserved. This is also exactly to protect someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like you. Liu Ruyi said, cheer, do not be rude. She explained with a resolute gaze. This Mr. Ye is peerless in both calligraphy and painting. He just proved his strength on the first and second floors. Mochi crossed her arms over her chest, snorted, and replied with eyes full of contempt. So what? Knowing how to wield a brush and splash ink doesn't mean knowing how to play chess. Ye Changqing's face darkened, and he held his face in his hand. Then remember your words. With eyes seemingly emitting light, Ye Changqing issued a challenge. Miss Mo, please present the test. Mochi gestured toward an elderly man. Look, this elder Yin is an expert of the Tao of chess in the imperial capital. What he is currently comprehending is exactly the trial my master left behind. But he hasn't slept or rested for 3 whole days, and still hasn't placed a piece.
After hearing this, Ye Changqing immediately walked toward Elder Yen. With an excited expression, he said to Elder Yen, let me take a look. Seeing this, Mochi immediately grew angry. Hey, I advise you not to overestimate your own strength and get trapped in the chess game. The 9th princess raised her index finger and calmly replied, It's fine, Secmaster Mo. Mr. Ye's level in the Tao of chess is much more formidable than you think. Elder Yen immediately replied, If your force is isolated and weak, do not run. If the formation collapses, do not advance. His eyes were dark-circled from not sleeping for 3 days, and his vein-bulging hands held his head. How on earth should this be solved? Ye Changqing clasped his hands together, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Old gentleman, can you let me give it a try?
Elder Yin sighed helplessly. Forget it. This old man has studied it for 3 days and couldn't even place a single piece. It seems I truly have no destiny with the ancient endgame. He decisively turned and stood up, reaching out his hand. Please, young man. Ye Changqing replied. Many thanks. Ye Changqing sat down at the chessboard with great momentum. His finger chose the first piece. Ye Changqing didn't hesitate to place a white piece on the board with a firm tone, open. The chessboard immediately lit up. Soon after, an old gentleman appeared, radiating a dazzling light all around. His darkened face, pupilless eyes, and confident demeanor truly made others feel somewhat intimidated. This old gentleman placed his piece on the board with blazing momentum. Elder Yin was surprised, his forehead sweating. Not good. Black is attacking the center. The situation is critical. However, Ye Changqing remained very calm. It's fine. Although this board shows signs of a triple co-cycle, we just need to break out of the current predicament and strike from elsewhere. After that, Mr. Ye spoke while placing his piece down. Then we can turn defeat into victory. Elder Yin was surprised, understanding everything. So that's how it is. That old gentleman stared intently at the chessboard. On this side, Ye Changqing was equally matched, happily playing chess and saying to his opponent, worrying about gains and losses, not daring to break through, then you will be trapped to death in this trial board. Ye Changqing continued, and you will never be qualified to see the ancient endgame.
At the same time, Ye Changqing's hand reached into the chess bowl. He pinched a chess piece between his 2 fingers and finalized with the sentence, White's 58th move, then decisively placed the chess piece on the chessboard. Flying wind determines the universe. Right after his words ended, the chessboard immediately emitted a blinding light. That old gentleman with white eyes and no pupils then dissipated along with the beam of light. Elder Yin could not hold back his astonishment, accompanied by his admiration for Ye Changqing, and exclaimed, Marvelous! Truly marvelous! Mochi was equally surprised by Ye Changqing's performance. To think he actually broke the trial of her master? Calligraphy, painting, and chess arts? There was nothing he wasn't good at. The 9th princess, Yan Bing-sing, happily covered her mouth, smiling and praising, as expected of Mr. Ye. Mochi thought to herself in surprise, I didn't expect someone could break the trial in such a short time. Ye Changqing continued to fight with the chessboard in front of the surrounding people's astonishment, humbly saying, Thanks for letting me win.
Ye Chongqing happily turned to say to Mochi, "Floormaster Mochi, can you now broaden my horizons and let me see these 13 ancient endgames?" The experts in the room also chimed in. This young man is probably the person with the highest level in the Tao of chess in nearly 100 years. Another expert added, "That's right, if he can solve even just one endgame, he will receive a tremendous fortune." Mochi, despite her reluctance, had to sigh and agree. All right. She held the box containing the paper replicating that ancient endgame, but still did not forget to remind Ye Chongqing, "Mr. Ye, although you have passed the trial." Mochi's expression was grave, but this little girl still needs to give a reminder. She turned her head toward Ye Chongqing. "Even someone as strong as my master, although able to enter the Tao on the spot, could only solve one board. Therefore..."
Hearing this, Ye Chongqing was not panicked at all, but replied with a face full of excitement, "Understood, understood. Hurry up and let me try." He couldn't wait to show off his talents. He excitedly smiled with delight. "Stop using superstitious feudalism to fool me. Aren't they just a few pieces of paper? How dangerous can they be?" Mochi used her teeth to bite her finger, letting drops of blood drip onto the wooden box. After being watered with blood, the box emitted a mysterious purple light. When Elder Yin saw this scene, his eyes and mouth opened wide. He couldn't help but be surprised. To actually use such an ancient blood restriction for protection, it seems this endgame score is truly not simple. Mochi slowly opened the box. The piece of paper inside, once freed, immediately flew out. Everyone there was affected by the magic power of the paper. I have already felt a massive suppressive power. It feels like being glanced at by the heavenly secret Tao of chess like an ant. Let alone looking, the pressure is so heavy that I can't even lift my head. Mochi gently held the piece of paper. It seems she wasn't affected too much by its magic power. It seems everyone feels that this endgame formation is extremely dangerous and eerie. She raised the paper and said with a serious expression, "I hope chess players whose cultivation realm has not yet reached the required level do not have the delusion of finding a way to solve the board themselves. If any unexpected accidents occur because of this, I will not be held responsible." Mochi handed the paper to Ye Chongqing. "Mr. Ye, please." Yan Bingxing behind him also enthusiastically cheered. "Mr. Ye, do your best." Ye Chongqing held a chess piece in his right hand and the paper in his left, studying and playing very leisurely. The first pieces were placed down by Ye Chongqing. He simulated the chessboard as shown on the paper. Black 7 chases, white 8 seizes the upper move. Ye Chongqing reminisced about the past. "This is quite similar to the match I played when participating in the amateur level 1 competition before transmigrating. Just like this." Mochi stood from afar, crossing her arms over her chest, and said, "To actually start directly without preparing any defenses." Seeing this, Yan Bingxing frowned and replied, "As long as he is used to it, normally ruthless people don't talk much." After a while, the chessboard still hadn't emptied much and was quite full. Ye Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, pondered, and let out a sound. "What should I do now?" The people around started discussing animatedly. It seems this young man has also fallen into a bitter struggle. Others chimed in with comments expressing disappointment. He has some skill, but not much. It seems this ancient endgame cannot be solved like this. Mochi shook her head in disappointment. "After so many years, I thought I had finally waited for an expert."
The pavilion master instructed me to find a rare talent, but it seems it is not this gentleman. Ye Chongqing was deep in thought. He had already figured out 11 ways to solve it, but it would take more than 6 moves to win. At this moment, he realized that the people around him had been waiting for quite a long time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he just picked a method at random. Forget it, he would use the third method. Playing according to this third method, Ye Chongqing placed the chess pieces faster and faster. He continuously placed the pieces onto the board so quickly that it seemed the entire board was clearly visualized in his mind. The speed at which he played was so fast that it even caused his long hair to flutter. A gentleman looked up, saw this, and shouted loudly, "Quick, look!" Everyone followed the gentleman's voice and exclaimed in panic, "What is that?" Li Rui saw this and said loudly, her voice extremely certain, "That is the chessboard manifesting its form." Mochi also could not sit still before the unbelievable sight before her eyes, and replied, "In the past, when my master used an endgame to enter the Tao, such a spectacle did not appear. A chessboard that no one had solved for hundreds of years was slowly and easily being solved by Ye Chongqing in just a short amount of time." Elder Yin exclaimed in awe, "Marvelous, marvelous! This chessboard seems to focus on the gentleman's eye position. One would be dragged into a ceaseless struggle and worn down to death." Elder Yin continued, "But what this young friend calculated is the fundamental path." Li Ruli anxiously asked Mochi, "Cheer, do you think Mr. Ye can solve it?"
Mochi immediately replied, "It is not a matter of if, but he has already done it. It is indeed so. Ye Chongqing is now like in a state of trance. Every step is very fast and decisive. Solving it is only a matter of time." After Ye Chongqing finished solving this difficult Go board, the piece of paper fell onto the chessboard and spoke. "Junior, congratulations to you, successfully solving the endgame left behind by this seat." The paper flew up and continued, "Congratulations, you are qualified to obtain the inheritance of this seat." Seeing this, Ye Chongqing's face lit up with joy as he followed up. "It's here! It's here! Is this the reward of the ancient endgame?" Then he did not hesitate to reach his hands forward. Ye Changqing spread his arms wide, with an expression of pure enjoyment, ready to receive his reward. Come, I am ready, the reward of the chess god. The paper began to emit a blue light. That light went straight into Ye Changqing's body, then quietly fell back onto the chessboard. Everyone around felt confused by Ye Changqing's strange behavior. Mochi curiously asked, "What is wrong with Mr. Ye?" Yan Bingxin frowned and worriedly replied, "I don't know. Perhaps he is trying to show respect to the ancient endgame." Seeing that nothing happened to himself, Ye Changqing's face changed color, and he frowned.
With a disappointed expression, clearly wanting to demand justice, he shouted in grievance, "What is going on? Where is the inheritance?" He dissatisfiedly wanted to flip the chessboard, showing an unwilling face as he burst out, "Are you playing dirty?" Yan Bingxin worriedly asked Ye Changqing, "Mr. Ye, are you okay?" Ye Changqing embarrassedly pointed his index finger at his face and smiled, replying, I'm fine. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. Could it be that this inheritance is like a jigsaw puzzle, requiring each piece to be put together to fully unlock? Thinking of this, Mr. Ye turned to Mochi and said solemnly, "Miss Mo, can I, Ye, solve all 12 endgames?" Those bold words made Mochi couldn't help but be stunned. Sweating profusely, she stammered in reply, You intend to continue solving them?" Ye Changqing replied without hesitation, "That's right." Hearing this, the surrounding people could not keep quiet either. Everyone chattered animatedly. One person said, "Could it be that this young man wants to continue solving the endgames?" Another person said, "What do you mean young? That is a big shot." Another continued, "This is still the first time someone has said they want to solve all the endgames. So brave, so brave." Mochi was still in shock from Ye Changqing's bold question. She recalled the past. Previously, when my master just solved one board, he had exhausted all his mental energy and was so tired he couldn't even stand up. Seeing Mochi still unmoving, Ye Changqing asked anxiously once again, "Miss Mo, is there something wrong?" Hearing this, Mochi hurriedly replied, No, please wait a moment. I will immediately bring them out for you." Lu Ruyi witnessed the whole story from afar, from beginning to end. Thinking of something, she turned her back to the wall. Lu Ruyi's eyes showed a hint of danger. She revealed a sly and scheming smile and thought to herself, "Mr. Ye is indeed a genius. I must report to the pavilion master immediately." No sooner said than done. Lu Ruyi pulled out a communication device from her body and made a call.
In the pavilion master's room on the top floor, the connection light from Liu Dui was transmitted. A girl with long platinum blonde hair and a sexy green dress was sitting by the door, holding a half-finished cigarette in one hand while the other hand received the signal from Liu Dui. The girl reached out and picked up the connection device. Liu Dui's voice from the other end of the line rang out respectfully. "Pavilion master, apologies for disturbing your rest." The girl calmly continued smoking the half-finished cigarette, then exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled, replying, "Rui, using a transmitted voice at this time, is there something the matter?" Liu Rui's gaze turned towards Ye Changqing, happily reporting the news to the pavilion master. Reporting to the pavilion master, just now a young gentleman used less than a shichen to solve the ancient endgame preserved by Mochi. Liu Dui continued, "Currently, he also wants to try solving the remaining 12 boards." That statement surprised the pavilion master, her expression turning serious as she wanted to confirm what she had just heard. "Oh, you're saying he wants to consecutively solve all the ancient endgames?" Liu Dui replied, "That is correct." Hearing this, the pavilion master's smile became mysterious. "You can let him try. I actually want to see if he has this ability or not." The other end of the line replied, "Your subordinate understands." The pavilion master gazed out at the vast sky, harboring a strong hope in her heart as she thought to herself, "The person I have always been searching for, has he finally appeared today?" Mochi continuously placed the endgame boxes down. She informed Ye Changqing, but unlike before, the skepticism and disdain were gone, replaced by reverence. "Mr. Ye, the chess scores for the remaining 12 ancient endgames are all here."
Ye Changqing happily bowed his head. "Thank you." Then he approached and opened the second endgame box. The light emitting from the box was very strong, forcing Ye Changqing to take a few steps back. His eyes looked seriously inside the box. Ye Changqing slowly took out the ancient piece inside the box. He closed his eyes and a go board gradually appeared in his mind, arranged exactly like the one on that endgame paper. After thinking for a moment, he began to make the first move. His eyes were even more determined this time, and his entire focus was concentrated on the go board in front of him. His hand holding the chess piece placed it down without the slightest hesitation. A blue light flashed from the chess piece, making his hair flutter. That light grew larger and larger, and its power continued to increase. As expected, the time it took to solve the board this time was even faster than the previous one. Mochi's eyes widened in astonishment to think he actually solved the second board, and it even took less time than the first one. The experts in the distance also had to nod in acknowledgement of Ye Changqing's talent. Damn, he's too overpowered. Ye Changqing had probably gradually gotten used to this. Hearing the words of admiration and praise from all directions, Ye Changqing wasn't as happy as last time, because to him, this match wasn't too difficult to solve. He thought, this piece seems to be a bit easier than the previous one. Just like the last time, after successfully solving the endgame, the paper flew up again and said, "Junior, congratulations. You have successfully solved the endgame left behind by this seat. This also means you are qualified to obtain this seat's inheritance."
Ye Changqing looked at the paper, thinking there must be something good this time, right? The paper flew up high, and that same blue light entered Ye Changqing's body. But Ye Changqing experienced no changes at all, either internally or externally. Seeing this, Ye Changqing had an idea and turned toward Yan Bingxin. How about we let someone else try it out? He opened the third endgame box, took out the paper inside, and skillfully set up the chessboard according to the paper. He looked toward Yan Bingxin and smiled, saying, "Miss Yan." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin clasped her hands in front of her stomach and timidly walked toward Ye Changqing, asking, "Mr. Ye, do you have any orders?" Ye Changqing didn't hesitate to point at the recently arranged chessboard, seriously telling Yan Bingxin, "Do you see this position?" The close contact made Yan Bingxin blush. Ye Changqing continued to smile, saying, "Place the white piece right there." Yan Bingxin was surprised upon hearing this. Sweat of fear dripped down, and she suddenly pointed a finger at herself, saying loudly, "Me?" Ye Changqing closed his eyes and replied with a smile,
"Mm-hmm."
Despite being afraid, Yan Bingxin still did as Ye Changqing said. "All right." She carefully adjusted the slit changsha she was wearing and slowly sat down. Holding a white chess piece, before she could even place it down, she was made weak by the power of the chessboard, using her other hand to cover her face. Yan Bingxin slowly placed the chess piece down with great difficulty. Mo Qi anxiously warned, "Ninth Highness, be careful." After much effort, Yan Bingxin finally placed the chess piece down. Once solved, the chessboard emitted a bright light.
The piece of paper flew up and spoke. "Congratulations, Descendant, for successfully solving the endgame this seat left behind. This means you are qualified to obtain this seat's inheritance." The paper continued. "This seat left a strand of primordial spirit in every endgame, and today I pass on to you the boundless starry constellation incantation." Suddenly, Yan Bingxin levitated along with a sparkling golden light. She was surprised. This is... At this moment, she finally understood Mr. Ye's intention when he told her to place the chess piece. "Mr. Ye told me to place the piece. It turns out he intended to bestow this rare fortune upon me." The piece of paper continued to speak. "When this cultivation method is cultivated to major completion, one can move mountains and fill seas and make the wind blow the grass down, but one must possess the Zaiwi chess soul formation to cultivate it. I will pass the core mental mantra to you first. Remember to engrave it in your heart." The piece of paper remained glowing, floating in the air. Yan Bingxin's eyes lit up as a gust of wind suddenly wrapped around her. She immediately dropped to one knee, clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She sincerely and respectfully thanked Ye Changqing. "Bingxin thanks Mr. Ye for bestowing such providence." Hearing Yan Bingxin say this, Ye Changqing replied in surprise, "Huh?" Mo Qi's expression changed, unable to help but be astonished by such a spontaneous action from Ye Changqing. A heaven-defiant providence and fortune, simply given away to someone else just like that. Yan Bingxin smiled happily, rubbing her head shyly after receiving the favor. The people around couldn't help but discuss enthusiastically. "I wanted too. I'm so envious." However, Ye Changqing appeared sorrowful, mixed with a bit of jealousy toward Yan Bingxin as she received the power. "Others can obtain the inheritance, but I cannot. Is it because I don't have a spirit root?" Thinking of this, Ye Changqing couldn't suppress his anger, and his face darkened. He bit his lip, furrowed his brows, and his eyes lost their pupils. His hand clenched tightly, veins popping out, as he slammed it hard on the chessboard. "Fine, fine, fine. So this is how we're playing."
His face broke into a bizarre, resentful smile. One of his eyes seemed to shoot out a ray of determination as he boldly declared, "Today, I will destroy all of you." Then he opened the next box. "Open! Open for me!" The pieces of paper were opened one by one in an instant, with light emitting from one box after another. They were all opened. The anger burning inside Ye Changqing was spreading more and more throughout his body. He went crazy, tirelessly breaking each box one by one. Without resting for even a single second, just like that, board after board was broken by him without any mercy. "Break! Keep breaking!" Ye Changqing's eyes emitted a bright light. Every chess piece he placed down was moved swiftly and continuously. With eyes full of determination, he shouted loudly, "Keep breaking! Break them all for me!" "Congratulations, Descendant." This time it was not a blue light, but a beam of red light that pierced straight into Ye Changqing's chest. However, absolutely nothing happened to him, which made him even angrier. Then came the familiar words on the paper after solving the endgame, "Congratulations." And so it repeated for a long time. "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations." But still, nothing happened to Ye Changqing, causing him to completely lose control and explode, pointing his finger up and shouting loudly, "Congratulations, my ass! Playing with people's minds like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" Just like that, after another hour passed, Ye Changqing finally regained his composure. Yan Bingxin looked at Ye Changqing with an amazed gaze, unable to close her mouth. Ye Changqing spoke, his hands clasped behind his back. "Let's go."
Yan Bingxin stood behind him, clasping her hands over her chest. Her face bloomed with a happy smile, and with an expression full of admiration for Ye Chongqing, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Ye is so amazing." Mochi behind them bowed respectfully to Ye Chongqing. "Congratulations, Mr. Ye." She turned her head, her face unable to hide the fear from the scene she had just witnessed. Mochi's expression became heavy. Never before had she met such a person. 13 endgames, all completely solved in less than 3 hours. What kind of figure was this exactly? All three of them, Lu Ruyi, Ye Chongqing, and Yan Bingxin, stood in the hall without saying a word.
Liu Ruyi glanced slightly at Ye Chongqing, her hands clasped tightly together, her expression full of anxiety. Mr. Ye had solved all the ancient endgames, so why was he so unhappy? Ye Chongqing stood with his arms crossed, an angry expression on his face. Liu Ruyi was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, her face darkening. Could it be that she had not hosted him well somewhere? Suddenly, a sound echoed from a room, making Ye Chongqing curious, and he couldn't help but let out a, "Huh?" Ye Chongqing asked, "This zither sound is—" Seeing this, Liu Ruyi immediately turned to Ye Chongqing and hurriedly explained, "It must be that the fairy has graced the 4th floor with her presence again today." Ye Chongqing asked in surprise, "Is that fairy the floor master of the 4th floor?" Liu Ruyi replied, "No, she is a female cultivator from an immortal sect. A month ago when she first came to the pavilion, she used her zither arts to defeat the 4th floor master at that time, and then left. After that, she would occasionally come to the pavilion to compete with those who wanted to test their skills against her, and to this day she has never tasted defeat." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing no longer had an angry expression, but instead felt intrigued. A bit interesting. It seems that today we can see the fairy show off her elegance again.
That fairy had a triumphant look on his face as he laughed loudly. I will definitely win today." A voice echoed from behind the curtain, showing anger. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. The person behind the curtain began to move her graceful fingers across the zither. A burst of power emanated from it, causing the fairy to exclaim, "What?" That power blew his hair back. Perhaps he also felt that power, so his expression revealed fear. He froze and looked down, seeing a long bleeding gash appear on his face. Seeing this, his previous confidence and burning aura immediately vanished. He instantly lay down and threw a tantrum, rolling back and forth continuously, crying out, "Ah, my Yushu Linfeng face, the #1 in Guanhu Village, Lushu Street, Chaoming District of the Imperial Capital." The voice from behind the curtain rose again, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Hearing this, the young man sat up straight, his whole body trembling. He stood up in anger, pointed at the curtain, and said loudly, "A zither competition is just a zither competition. Why ruin my looks? Is it because you can't afford to lose?" Inside the curtain was a girl with rosy lips. "It's because you are too weak. You couldn't even resist the wind pressure generated by the zither sound." She continued, "Moreover, the initial bet was that if I lost, I had to marry an ugly guy like you, so I truly couldn't afford to lose." Hearing such insulting words about himself, he pointed at himself in disbelief. "Me?" Seeing this, Ye Chongqing immediately said, Hey, even if you win, you shouldn't attack someone's appearance." Ye Chongqing looked over at the young man with a somewhat teasing expression. "I see that this brother's appearance is, reluctantly speaking, still passable." Hearing this, the young man held his face, expressing dissatisfaction, and snorted, "Stinky brat, stop being sarcastic. If you have what it takes, you go up." Hearing the challenge, Ye Chongqing patted the young man's shoulder, laughed confidently, and said, "Don't say that. I actually do have what it takes."
Ye Chongqing approached the curtain, clasped his hands together, and respectfully said, "Miss, may I have a match with you?" Hearing Mr. Ye's challenge, the lady behind the curtain immediately replied, "There is no need, I admit defeat." Those words left everyone, including Ye Chongqing, astonished. "Why?" The young man, still holding his face in surprise, shouted loudly. "Huh?" Dissatisfied, he questioned the girl, pointing at Ye Chongqing. "Based on what? Based on what did you immediately admit defeat as soon as he arrived?" The curtain slowly opened, and the girl offered an explanation. "Because." The girl stepped out from behind the curtain, with long light pink hair and large round eyes, wearing an outfit of the same tone. Emitting an elegant aura from head to toe, she stepped forward and continued, "Grandmaster Ye is #1 in the world in my heart." The four people sat facing each other, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Ye Chongqing looked at the girl and happily said, "Just now, hearing the sound of the zither, I felt it was somewhat familiar. It turns out it really is Miss Qing Shui." Hearing Ye Chongqing recognize her, she joyfully held her teacup and chatted happily. "Thank you, Mr. Ye, for remembering. As soon as you spoke, Qing Shui also recognized you." Seeing Ye Chongqing and Qing Shui laughing and talking like that, Lu Ruyi frowned unhappily. This fairy with extremely excellent zither arts was normally arrogant in character, yet was so humble at this moment. She looked at Ye Chongqing, who was enjoying his tea with a serious face. What kind of identity does this Mr. Ye actually have? Ye Chongqing continued to ask Qing Shui, "We haven't met these past few days. Why did Miss Qing Shui come to the imperial capital?" Qing Shui's face turned red with embarrassment, and she reluctantly said, "The reason I came, according to reliable news, Senior Ye was preparing to set off for the imperial capital."
A man with reddish-brown hair and beard laughed loudly and said to Qing Shui, "It's finally our turn to increase our impression points in front of Senior Ye." He continued, "Qing Shui, go to the King Feng Lo Yue Pavilion in the Imperial Capital to host a banquet first. Wait for him to drop by and make sure to give Senior Ye a truly good experience."
The man and Qing Shui both broke into a scheming smile. "But we must do it very naturally. We cannot let Senior feel disturbed." Understood. Witnessing the two of them chatting so animatedly, Yan Bingxin could not help but be curious. This Qing Shui, why is she so familiar with Mr. Ye? Suddenly, one of Yan Bingxin's eyes flashed with a blue light. She frowned and thought, ice and water attribute dual spirit root, yet she is only a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Qing Shui calmly enjoyed her cup of tea and snorted in her heart. The 9th princess of the great Yan nation is only so-so. Ye Changqing said happily, "From the zither sound just now, it seems your Tao of music has improved." Hearing the praise from Ye Changqing, Qing Shui blushed shyly. "Grandmaster Ye praises me too much. If possible, I still hope you can point out a few more things for Qing Shui. Hearing your guidance is Qing Shui's greatest honor." Yan Bingxin added, "That is right. This big sister's zither playing is considered decent, but it still cannot compare to a 10,000th of Mr. Ye's." Hearing Yan Bingxin say that, Qing Shui could not help but get angry, her hands clenched tightly and her expression changing. "Big sister? You wretched girl, you call me big sister?" But it was denied by Ye Changqing. "These words of Miss Yan are wrong."
He explained that although his level was slightly higher than Miss Qing Shui's, in literature there is no first place and in martial arts there is no second place. Having the intention is enough. At this point, Qing Shui grabbed Ye Changqing's hand and placed it on her chest, her eyes full of hope. That's right, so Qing Shui is willing to be telepathically connected with Mr. Ye. Ye Changqing shyly rubbed his head and accepted Qing Shui's request. All right, since Miss Qing Shui has said so, then I will show off a bit. Hee. No sooner said than done. Ye Changqing quickly walked toward the zither, sat down cautiously, and prepared his posture. The lightning-emitting glares between Yan Bingxin and Qing Shui, despite no words being spoken, were enough to understand that they were silently confronting each other. Qing Shui smirked at her rival. "You have definitely lost, little sister." Yan Bingxin was not to be outdone, her sharp eyes glaring at Qing Shui as she humped. "Big sister, do not jump to conclusions too early." Ye Changqing used his talent and skillful hands on the zither strings. The sound of the zither spread throughout the room, out to the county streets outside, and then into the bustling market. The people who heard the zither sound could not help but sigh in admiration. "This zither sound is so peaceful. After hearing it, my heart feels much calmer, and my cultivation seems to have increased as well." Everyone turned toward the pavilion ahead. The melody seemed to be coming from there. One person firmly stated, "It is truly a divine sound." Inside the room, Lu Rui was also surprised by Ye Changqing's skills. She originally thought that Miss Qing Shui's zither skills were already 1 in a million. Unexpectedly, in front of Mr. Ye, it was completely like a tiny spark compared to the bright moon. Ye Changqing closed his eyes to feel the music, his hands still gracefully moving over the zither strings. The zither sound also made the people in the room close their eyes to experience it. Yan Bingxin said with delight, "This melody by Mr. Ye has taught me how to arrange the spiritual energy in my body." Qing Shui herself also had to widen her eyes at Ye Changqing's performance. "After listening to this piece, not only has my cultivation realm increased, but my state of mind also seems to have become much clearer." Suddenly, a sound came from Ye Changqing's stomach. Qing Shui immediately asked with concern, "Grandmaster Ye, are you hungry?" Ye Changqing scratched his face and replied shyly, "Hee. From the 1st floor to the 4th floor, it truly consumed quite a lot of physical energy." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin rested her chin on her hand, looking at Changqing with a mysterious smile. "Hee. The chance to show off has arrived." Saying that, she stepped forward and linked arms with Ye Changqing. "Mr. Ye, I know the most delicious restaurant in the imperial capital. Let's go together." Ye Changqing replied, "All right."
Ye Changqing looked towards Qing Shui. "If Miss Qing Shui doesn't mind, come along, how about it?" Hearing this, Qing Shui excitedly replied, "Since Grandmaster Ye has invited me, Qing Shui naturally has no reason not to go." Seeing this, Yan Bingxin put her hands on her hips and glared daggers at Qing Shui, snorting, "I just wanted to have a meal for 2 with Mr. Ye. What are you joining in the fun for?" With a provocative and smug expression, Qing Shui looked at Yan Bingxin. "Then go tell Grandmaster Ye that, see if he calls you petty." Mr. Ye urged, "What are you two doing? Let's go quickly." Outside, the wind was blowing strongly, and the scenery was quite poetic. The girls behind respectfully bowed to see Ye Changqing off. Mr. Ye walked slowly, and Ye Changqing left the place in a happy mood. Liu Rui stood at a high vantage point watching Ye Changqing walk far away. "Did everyone hear the melody just now?" A girl immediately replied. Not only the zither and chess, Mr. Ye's comprehension and painting cultivation realm are also not ordinary.
And it must be admitted, his level in the Tao of chess is not something an ordinary person can compare to. The girl next to her replied, his calligraphy level is also peerless. Liu Rui nodded. It seems our opinions are unanimous. Everyone there nodded in agreement. All four of them together took out their devices, raised them in front of their faces, and said in unison, respectfully inviting the pavilion master to descend.
A large beam of light shone forth. The girls knelt down together. They respectfully greeted in unison. Subordinates pay respects to the pavilion master. The pavilion master of Qingfeng Loyet Pavilion replied, it seems you have investigated on my behalf. Where is that man who can only belong to me? Arriving at the restaurant, Yan Bingxin said, Mr. Ye, this is the best restaurant in the imperial capital. Mr. Ye looked up at the signboard, Zui Xian Restaurant. Not a bad name. It seems the owner here is very learned. Then the three of them went inside together. Seeing the guests arrive, the boss came out to welcome them. Welcome to our humble establishment. Yan Bingxin smiled happily and replied, shopkeeper, we want the best private room. Understood. Please come upstairs, you three. Ye Changqing stepped up the stairs. The three walked along the large corridor, and the boss said, this way, please. Everyone, this is the first-class private room of our Zui Xian restaurant. Not only is it carefully decorated, but even the furnishings are all exquisite items. Ye Changqing acknowledged, it is indeed not bad. Ye Changqing turned to look at Yan Bingxin. Miss Yan, since I arrived in the imperial capital, I have been taken care of quite a bit by you. Please let me treat you to this meal to express my gratitude. Yan Bingxin firmly refused. Mr. Ye is a guest of Great Yan. How could I let you spend money? She thought, if Imperial Father knew I let Mr. Ye spend money, he would definitely scold me. Qing Sui respectfully said, then thank you, Grandmaster Ye. Qing Sui feels that respectfully obeying is better than politely declining.
Ye Changqing smiled and replied, that's more like it. Miss Qing Shui is still the most sensible. Ye Changqing waved his hand. Shopkeeper, bring the menu here. The shopkeeper happily replied, right away. Yan Bingxin's legs went soft and she slumped to the ground. Sob, sob, sob. Mr. Ye actually praised her. Qing Shui, standing behind, clasped her hands. When a man takes the initiative to pay, it is to show his own strength. At this time, you absolutely cannot refuse. Otherwise, it will make the other party lose face. Qing Shui glanced at Yan Bingxin. Little girl, you still have a lot to learn. The boss took out the menu, handed it to Ye Changqing, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingxin, and smiled happily. Dear guests, please order. Ye Changqing looked at the menu in front of him with an empty stomach, licked his lips to show his craving, and said, let me see what's delicious. He slowly opened the menu, and it emitted a blinding golden light. When Ye Changqing saw the dishes in the menu, his teeth bit his tongue so hard that it bled. He hurriedly closed the menu, his face covered in sweat, his body trembling, no longer looking as excited as before. He thought to himself, Mother, it truly deserves to be the most high-end restaurant in the imperial capital. These prices are too scary. Ye Changqing closed his eyes tightly, his face wrinkling up. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted tough. Then he took out his money pouch and weighed it in his hand. I wonder if all the savings I brought from home are enough to eat this meal. Yan Bingxin stared intently at the menu, seriously choosing a dish. I want to order
Buddha jumps over the wall, 5 snake soup, 7 treasure gourd duck, and a bottle of 82 drunken immortal wine. The shopkeeper held his pen, jotting down swiftly, and replied with a welcoming smile, right away. Hearing Yan Bingxin order so many dishes, combined with already knowing the prices beforehand, Ye Changqing was terrified, his face turning pale. Just hearing about the 82 premium wine sounded expensive. Seeing Ye Changqing looking unhappy, Yan Bingxin worriedly asked, Mr. Ye, do you not like the things I ordered? Hearing this, Ye Changqing immediately shook his head and waved his hands, replying, No, I like them all. Miss Qing Shui, take a look and see what else you want to eat. As if given permission, Qing Shui didn't hold back and folded the menu. Miss Yan chose dishes that are too greasy. I will choose vegetarian. Hearing this, Yan Bingxin got angry. What did you say? Ye Changqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Vegetarian is good. Vegetarian is cheap. Qing Shui turned to the shopkeeper and said, 1,000-year snow lotus soup. The shopkeeper replied, right away. As for Ye Changqing, he couldn't hold back and directly spat out blood. The shopkeeper then turned to ask Ye Changqing, Guest, how about you? Ye Changqing's face was deathly pale as he held a towel to wipe his mouth. I don't need anything else. There are a few of us. We can't eat that much. The shopkeeper happily replied, All right, I'll serve your dishes right away. Ye Changqing held up his money pouch, 2 streams of tears flowing down in deep regret. Looking out the window, he imagined his money flying away with the wind. Goodbye, my money. Ye Changqing, Yan Bingxin, and Qing Shui sat together waiting for their food. Ye Changqing then turned to Yan Bingxin and asked, Miss Yan, seeing how familiar you were when ordering just now, you must come here to eat often, right? Ye Changqing had an ulterior motive for asking this. He hoped that perhaps the shopkeeper would give a discount out of respect for a regular customer. Yan Bingxin replied, That's right, but I don't just come here to eat. It's mainly because I like the elegant atmosphere here. Then she pointed her hand forward. For example, that painting is the authentic work of Grandmaster Billion. Hearing this, Ye Changqing stood up and looked towards the painting, just as the shopkeeper brought the food in. Here are your dishes. Ye Changqing asked, is Grandmaster Billion also a famous painter? Hearing this, the shopkeeper happily explained, Guest, Grandmaster Billion is the owner of our Suisian pavilion. He only likes lotuses and is even more skilled at painting them, so over time he gave himself this elegant title. Hearing this, Ye Changqing rested his chin on his hand and pondered. This person's painting skill is indeed not bad, but in terms of artistic conception, it is still lacking a bit. Hearing Ye Changqing belittle his master like that, the shopkeeper became angry. He gnashed his teeth and glared, scoffing inwardly. Wasn't he just trying to show off in front of the two young ladies? After serving all the dishes, the shopkeeper walked out in a frustrated mood. He cursed as he walked. Just a stinky brat who dares to make unreasonable comments about Grandmaster Billion, truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the shopkeeper of Suisian Pavilion. Ah Cheng? Hearing someone call his name, he turned around curiously and uttered, A person appeared wearing a green hat and green-toned clothing, revealing a man with delicate features and green eyes. The shopkeeper was surprised and stammered, Be Grandmaster Billion. Grandmaster Billion then asked, I just heard you say someone was discussing me? The shopkeeper respectfully replied, That's right. In the Tianzi Hao room, there is a young man pointing fingers at your painting. Hearing that someone was criticizing his painting, Grandmaster Billion was surprised. Oh, there is such a thing. Then Grandmaster Billion turned around, clasping his hands behind his back. He walked towards the Tianzi Hao room. Then I, on the contrary, would like to meet this person. Upon arriving, Grandmaster Billion unceremoniously pushed the room doors wide open with both hands and said, Everyone, pardon the intrusion. In front of Grandmaster Billion was a very unsightly scene. Ye Changqing was eating like a starving tiger, ignoring the world. Ye Changqing, with a mouthful of food, chewed and hummed, Who are you? Seeing that someone did not know him, someone like Grandmaster Billion immediately shifted his mood from calm to angry, and said, I am the owner of Suisian Pavilion, surnamed Bu, named Zhao, titled Billion. Hearing this, Ye Changqing calmly replied, Oh, so you are Grandmaster Billion.
Grandmaster Billion asked, I heard that this young master had some opinions about my painting just now. Ye Changqing still held his chopsticks to pick up food, his mouth chewing incessantly, and replied unhurriedly, I have no opinions. I just feel it lacks a bit of artistic conception. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Billion cupped his hands, bowed respectfully, and said, Then may I ask the young master to offer some guidance? Seeing someone trying to bother Ye Changqing, Qing Shui said unhappily, You person, you are so impolite. We are eating. Where do we have time to guide you? Ye Changqing was very satisfied with Qing Shui's retort. He had to eat his fill to make up for this meal that cost him his entire fortune. Well said. A meal that makes me go bankrupt must not be wasted. Grandmaster Billion heard this and replied, It was presumptuous of me, but in all my life I have never heard anyone criticize my lotus flower painting. If the young master can completely convince me today.
Grandmaster Billion pointed his fingers straight and said firmly, This meal is free. Hearing this, Ye Changqing was very surprised, the food seemingly stuck in his throat. He turned to Grandmaster Billion wanting to confirm, What did you say? Ye Changqing suddenly stood up as if finding a ray of hope, his previously dejected face now replaced with excitement. He grabbed Grandmaster Billion's hand and said, Are these words true? Grandmaster Billion was very surprised by Ye Changqing's actions, sweating profusely as he replied, Of course it's true. Ye Changqing walked toward the painting, waving his hand and saying, Then this lowly one will embarrass himself. He smiled mysteriously. Bring a brush here. Grandmaster Billion urgently told the shopkeeper, Come here, serve the brush and ink. The shopkeeper bowed his head and said, Yes. Grandmaster Billion thought to himself, On the contrary, I want to see what kind of thing you, brat, can draw. Paper and brush were neatly prepared on the table. Ye Changqing picked up the brush. Everyone gathered around to witness Ye Changqing showing off his skills. Ye Changqing rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes, and looked confused. What should I draw? Then he glanced toward Grandmaster Billion. In his head, Ye Changqing already had an idea for his painting. Got it. Ye Changqing dipped the brush into the inkstick, his hand gracefully sketching the first strokes, pouring his soul into the painting. Stroke by stroke was drawn by Ye Changqing. A while later, he happily announced, Finished. Grandmaster Billion, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingson all gathered around to admire Ye Changqing's painting. The three of them stared wide-eyed at the painting, unable to believe their eyes. Grandmaster Billion couldn't help but exclaim, This is... A painting of a lotus pond was sketched by Ye Changqing very delicately and soulfully. The color coordination was also extremely pleasing to the eye. It made Grandmaster Billion, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingson get lost in another world. They were as if lost inside the painting Ye Changqing drew. Qing Shui said, Have we entered the heaven and earth inside the painting? Yan Bingson followed up. Everything looks so real at first glance. Suddenly, Yan Bingson felt something, crying out, My clothes are wet.
She thought, This water is actually real. On this side, Grandmaster Billion praised it endlessly. Too beautiful, it's truly too beautiful. The lotus flower with its eye-catching pale pink color, blooming so proudly, looks just like a young girl of 15 or 17. The scent of the lotus spread, attracting Grandmaster Billion. Holding the flower respectfully with both hands, he enjoyed its fragrance. Ah, one could faintly even smell the scent of this flower.
Suddenly, Ye Chongqing tapped loudly, as if intentionally waking everyone up. At this moment, Grandmaster Billion, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingxin seemed to return from another world, suddenly feeling unaccustomed. The shopkeeper received a slap from Grandmaster Billion, and Ye Chongqing asked, "Grandmaster Billion, how is my painting?" Grandmaster Billion immediately tightly grasped Ye Chongqing's hand. This unconsciously made Ye Chongqing freeze. He said, "A divine masterpiece, truly a divine masterpiece." Grandmaster Billion's eyes clearly showed happiness, and he joyfully said, "You are the true Grandmaster. Compared to you, my painting is worth nothing. I don't need Billion anymore, not now and not in the future." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing explained, "The lotus blooms from the mud but is not tainted, bathed in clear water but not vulgar. It can be admired from afar but cannot be touched. If you can understand this, it is truly the highest good." Grandmaster Billion was stunned by Ye Chongqing's words. Blooms from the mud but is not tainted, can be admired from afar but cannot be touched. He immediately cupped his hands and knelt before Ye Chongqing. "A single sentence from you, young master, has made this lowly one realize that the past few decades of my life have been lived in vain." Then he kowtowed and bowed deeply. "Please accept my bow." Ye Chongqing was surprised by Grandmaster Billion's actions. He was momentarily confused. What kind of situation is this? Why did he kneel directly? He approached Grandmaster Billion and hurriedly helped him up. No, I just wanted to ask about this meal." Grandmaster Billion raised his hand to interrupt, turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Remember carefully, from now on, whenever this young master comes to the Tushan Pavilion, it will be completely free of charge." The shopkeeper fearfully cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing's eyes lit up, unable to close his mouth from smiling. Completely free.
Grandmaster Billion smiled and replied, "I only hope the young master can leave this painting for me." Before he could even finish his sentence, Ye Chongqing brought the painting over, happily handing it to Grandmaster Billion, and said, "No problem." After the meal, the three of them left. Grandmaster Billion still did not forget to say, "Take care on your way, young master. Please come visit often in the future." Ye Chongqing rubbed his head worriedly. Exchanging a painting for free meals forever? Isn't that a bit too much? The two girls in front seemed unhappy, directly expressing their feelings one after another. "Let's go. It is indeed a bit too much." Ye Chongqing hurriedly explained, "He said it himself. I didn't force him." Yan Bingxing unhappily replied, "In my eyes, this painting of Mr. Ye is more than enough to exchange for his entire Zuisian pavilion." Ye Chongqing was surprised, letting out a loud gasp. Qing Shui added, "That's right. That guy really got a huge bargain." Ye Chongqing thought, no matter how beautiful the painting is, exchanging a painting for a whole pavilion is still too exaggerated. Ye Chongqing became suspicious. These two aren't trying to trick me, are they?
Over here, Grandmaster Billion happily hugged the painting to his body and caressed it. He joyfully said, "What a huge profit! Today is truly a huge profit." Grandmaster Billion suddenly saw a person and let out a grunt. It was Morong Li Zhou. She was sitting on the windowsill and asked Grandmaster Billion, "Grandmaster is so happy. Did you encounter something joyous?" Seeing this, Grandmaster Billion panicked. "Female Demon Pavilion Master Morong, why are you here?" Morong Li Zhou used her slender body to jump directly down from the window, then slowly sat down on a chair. With her hand resting on her chin and her legs crossed, she said gracefully to Grandmaster Billion, "Let me ask you, did Mr. Ye just dine here?" Grandmaster Billion replied, "By Mr. Ye, do you mean the young master who just brought two young ladies with him?" Morong Li Zhou replied, "That's right." Grandmaster Billion raised the painting drawn by Ye Chongqing to show off and happily said, "You came at a bad time. The young master just left, and he even gave me a painting." Grandmaster Billion opened the painting, and a ray of light escaped from it. Seeing the painting, Morong Li Zhou was so affected by its dazzling light that she had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. She smiled and said, "Good, very good. Just a mere painting can make me feel the intent of the great Tao. As expected, he is worthy of me." Morong Li Zhou paid attention to the details of the painting.
Seeing the signature of the painting's owner, she read aloud, "Ye Chongqing. Is this his taboo name?" Morong Li Zhou thought to herself, "Ye Chongqing, Ye Chongqing." Then she suddenly realized, isn't he that sage Chongqing? Hearing this, Grandmaster Billion was equally surprised. Her eyes widened and her hands covered her face. "I heard that over the past 2 days, anomalies have frequently appeared at the Chongqing Temple in Dongshan. Could it be that this gentleman is constantly resonating with his divine statue?" Hearing that, Morong Li Zhou smiled sinisterly, her voice full of determination. "This man can only belong to my Morong Li Zhou." In another night scene, a pair of legs was walking swiftly. It was none other than Morong Li Zhou. She was so fast that she emitted light. Morong Li Zhou was walking on the rooftops when suddenly something made her stop and turn around. A hand was using a magical spell. The power of the spell shattered even the sturdy roof. The silhouette of a person appeared in front of Morong Li Zhou, an elderly man with silver white hair and beard, who said, "In the middle of the night at the Great Yan Imperial Palace, Miss Morong, it's been a long time. Are you well?"
Murong Lizhou looked at the man with a displeased expression. Murong Lizhou used her long, slender white legs to slowly land. One of her feet touched the ground, her eyes looking up. Murong Lizhou said, "Now you truly have the appearance of an old ancestor. We have been separated for many years. In the past, my father once said that you might not have any hope of reaching the soul formation realm in this lifetime." Hearing this, the man's face darkened. Murong Lizhou used a teasing gaze and continued, "Yet to think that you have actually broken through." The man replied, "That is correct. The heavens bless our great Yan." The man bowed his head and continued, "This old man was assisted by an expert, not only successfully ascending to the peak of soul formation, but my cultivation and sword techniques have also made great strides." On the opposite side, Murong Lizhou said, "What expert's assistance? Stop speaking in riddles with me." She lost her calm and asked, "That Mr. Ye? What exactly is his background and identity?" The man let out a surprised, "Huh?" his face turning serious as he asked back, "How do you know Senior Ye?" Murong Lizhou didn't say anything and took a drag from her pipe. She laughed happily and said, "He performed so outstandingly on the 4th floor of the Cleanfang Loyoi Pavilion. How could I not know?" She confided, "Over the years, I have searched all over Zhangzhou, only hoping to find a man worthy of me." Her eyes turned cold as she continued. The results were all extremely disappointing. Today, having witnessed his abilities with my own eyes, I finally know that there is such a peerless expert in this world.
The man, with a serious expression, said to Murong Lizhou, "Miss Murong, please forgive this old man for speaking bluntly. He is someone you cannot have. This old man advises you to give up this idea soon, to avoid affecting the Murong family behind you." Hearing this, Murong Lizhou calmly said, "Cannot have?" She raised both hands, and in an instant a golden eagle appeared flying above Murong Lizhou's head, its power so great that it agitated even the man. Murong Lizhou's eyes radiated murderous intent at that moment. "Let me see who dares to stop me." The power grew increasingly stronger, making the man unable to stand firm. He shouted loudly, "True phoenix fire!"
Murong Lizhou and the eagle from earlier seemed to merge into one. Its wings had become Murong Lizhou's wings. She flew up like a true queen. The man said, "Have you already integrated with the true phoenix body?" Murong Lizhou, her eyes full of confident aura, replied, "Do you still think I cannot get him now?" The man said helplessly, "Miss Murong, you come from one of the 4 great ancient clans, the Murong clan, and you have the true phoenix body assisting you." The man's eyes turned serious as he said, "Even looking far and wide over the past 100 years, you definitely stand among the most outstanding figures of the Zhangzhou continent." Murong Lizhou's eyes became terrifying. She said, "Cut the praise. If you know what's good for you, quickly reveal Mr. Ye's background to me." The man said calmly, "Even though you have cultivated to such a level, Senior Ye's true realm is still not something we can ever reach." On this side, Ye Chongqing was wrapping his arms around his body due to the cold wind, letting out a rather loud shiver. Ye Chongqing sat inside the house, looking out at the poetic night scenery ahead, and said, "It's still a bit chilly tonight." A petite fox with pure white fur, looking very adorable, was holding a towel in its mouth to bring to Ye Chongqing. It cried out, "Awoo, awoo! Master, aren't you doing your usual work today?" Seeing the fox handing him the towel, Ye Chongqing said happily, "Thank you, my little white fox." Turning away, his mood suddenly changed. With a melancholy expression, he asked himself, "So what is the providence hidden in the ancient endgame?" His expression clearly showed jealousy. "I really envy Miss Yan for obtaining the boundless starry constellation incantation, while I can only touch this stone." The fox widened its eyes upon hearing this. Ye Chongqing raised the stone, and seeing his little fox staring blankly and remaining motionless on the spot, he thought, "Its absorption speed is really fast."
The fox transformed into a beautiful girl, asking Ye Chongqing with a provocative face, "Master, what have you experienced outside? These past 2 days you need more and more." Ye Chongqing directed his gaze into the distance and said, "If it doesn't work, just throw it away. Hugging it to warm my hands is also fine." Ye Chongqing showed a depressed expression. Even Bilion's skill level can be called a grandmaster. Ye Chongqing raised his hand high, truly angry. As the sky gradually brightened, the man and Murong Lizhou were standing and sitting on the roof. Murong Lizhou spoke up, "So that's how it is. To think that this Mr. Ye is actually the ancestral master of Taisuen Holy Land, who ascended to the upper realm and descended to the mortal world." The man replied, "That's right. Just relying on calligraphy, he could make this old man loosen his cultivation realm's bottleneck and casually bestow a dual spirit root upon being Sin. With Senior Ye's peerless cultivation being so humble, one cannot help but revere him." Murong Lizhou replied sadly, "To think that I, Murong Lizhou, hailing from an aristocratic family and possessing the Phoenix bloodline, am still not worth mentioning in front of Mr. Ye." The man turned to comfort Murong Lizhou. "Miss Murong, there is no need to be discouraged. If you focus and practice your cultivation diligently, next year you will definitely have hope for ascension." He waved his hand and continued, "But as for any ideas regarding Ancestral Master Ye, just give it up."
Morong Lizhou smiled meaningfully and replied, "Why give it up?" The man looked up in doubt. She said, "Even if he cannot belong to me alone, I, Morong Lizhou, must definitely have him." Then she clenched her fist to show her fierce determination. Morong Lizhou turned to the man and said, "Take me to Mr. Ye's place." The man was so helpless that he frowned, brought his hand to his forehead, shook his head, and scoffed. "I really cannot persuade you. Miss Morong, this old man will remind you of one thing. A figure like Senior Ye naturally does not lack beautiful confidants with touching beauty by his side." Well, Morong Lizhou completely ignored the man's advice. "It doesn't matter. I don't care." The beautiful scenery right before their eyes was the villa where Ye Chongqing lived. He slowly walked out, still feeling the lingering effects of sleep. Covering his yawning mouth with his hand, with his eyes barely open, he said, "Where is the zither sound coming from so early in the morning?" Suddenly, Ye Chongqing stopped in his tracks and let out a, "Huh?"
Ahead was the scene of Qing Shui skillfully playing the zither. "Greetings, Master Ye." Meanwhile, Yan Bingxin was sitting and enjoying tea. "Greetings, Mr. Ye." Ye Chongqing suddenly didn't know what to say to these two uninvited guests who had ruined his sleep. Ye Chongqing raised his hand, pointed at the two girls, and scolded. "Are you two really that free, running to my place early in the morning? Don't you need to improve yourselves?" Qing Shui calmly replied, "You really know how to joke." Yan Bingxin also leisurely held her teacup and said, "Being in the same place with you is the best upgrade." Hearing such flattering words from Yan Bingxin, Ye Chongqing no longer showed his annoyance. He turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Ah, right. Walking out into the corridor, Ye Chongqing entered another room and sat down. He put on a serious expression and thought to himself, "A princess who is lazy to learn from her royal master, and a cultivator who isn't serious about cultivation. It would be strange if I believed you." On this side, Morong Lizhou slowly walked over. She asked, "Is this Mr. Ye's residence?" Then she reached her hand toward the doorknob. Suddenly, the man grabbed Morong Lizhou's wrist, stopping her. The man said to Morong Lizhou, "Wait a moment." He continued, "Miss Morong, although your identity is extraordinary and you revere Senior Ye, when you meet him later, you must hold back a little. You absolutely must not get too emotional." Morong Lizhou, being stopped like this, became furious and questioned, "Yan Tianshan, are you trying to teach me what to do?" Morong reached out, intending to use a spell to strangle the man, but was stopped by him in time. Morong Lizhou let go and withdrew her spell. The man's face was blackened by the residual power. He snorted. The phoenix background indeed has a hot temper. Morong Lizhou opened the door. She walked and excitedly said, "Let me see the face of my future man." The man slowly walked over to Yan Bingxin, who was sweeping the courtyard. Seeing the man and Morong Lizhou arrive, Yan Bingxin greeted, "Old ancestor, you're here." The man asked Yan Bingxin, "Is Senior Ye here?" She replied, "Mr. Ye is in the backyard. He said he is currently creating." Morong Lizhou gradually lost patience and urged Yan Bingxin, "Quickly take me to see him." Yan Bingxin asked curiously, "You are?" The man coughed softly, gesturing as he introduced, "Bingxin, this is Miss Morong. Lead her inside." Yan Bingxin said, "Oh, please come this way." Yan Bingxin glanced nervously at Morong Lizhou behind her. Dantong Xing Sui just left, and the old ancestor brought another person. Could it be that she is also here to admire Mr. Ye? Yan Bingxin led the man and Morong Lizhou to Ye Chongqing. Upon arriving, Yan Bingxin said, "It is right here."
The three of them walked in together. Morong Lizhou thought, I finally meet you." Morong Lizhou was about to call out "Ye" when the man stopped her. "Wait." The man leaned into Morong Lizhou's ear and whispered, "When Senior Ye is concentrating, absolutely do not disturb him." Morong Lizhou asked impatiently, "Why?" The man's eyes widened as he replied, "Because this is a great providence." Ye Chongqing was carving a wooden pavilion. The source of power radiating from him was truly terrifying, completely surprising the two of them. The image of Ye Chongqing meticulously carving wood appeared. Morong Lizhou exclaimed, "To think there is such immense Tao principles true intent." As the product was about to be finished, he happily showed off his achievement. "Let me show you true art." Then he made the final touches, causing the entire villa to glow. It truly became massive. Another world appeared before the four of them. The man was surprised. What is the scene behind Mr. Ye? A dark and murky scene appeared, filled only with leafless, flowerless trees that looked quite frightening. Morongdine of wind and rain, tragic to the extreme, yet incredibly realistic. She thought, could it be a scene Mr. Ye experienced in the upper realm? The man closed his eyes to feel the scene before him. I seemed to hear the sound of a flute from afar. Finishing the final carving mark, Ye Chongqing was proud of his work and breathed on it. Today, the feeling of lowering the knife is extremely good. He smiled like a child. It's nothing. Practice makes perfect. Suddenly, the chisel moved on its own. Ye Chongqing was surprised by the chisel's movement and exclaimed, "Huh?"
The chisel approached the newly sculpted piece on its own. Then the chisel carved every stroke onto the tower that Ye Chongqing had painstakingly worked on since morning.
This surprised him, making him exclaim, "No, what's going on?" Everyone in the room stood behind, watching Ye Chongqing show off his skills. The man said, "Mr. Ye, this is—" Yan Bingxin also followed up, saying to Ye Chongqing, "It's even more magnificent and splendid than the anomaly sculpted just now." However, only Ye Chongqing knew that at this moment it wasn't his hands carving the statue, but the chisel controlling itself. He was flustered. "What's going on? Why can't my hands stop?" He muttered, "I haven't eaten candy yet." Ye Chongqing revealed an ugly expression. He couldn't control his own hands. Could it be that today I must take this wood-carving opportunity to enter the Tao? Ye Chongqing closed his eyes. He smiled calmly and said, "There seems to be a mysterious qi flowing inside my body." Suddenly, Yan Bingxin pointed her finger and said loudly, "Look, the scene has changed." In front of Yan Bingxin was a figure with white hair and beard. She said, "Another figure has appeared." That person appeared in the form of a saint, sitting on a lotus flower with closed eyes and hands forming seals, as if chanting a spell. It was, "On Phalai Peak stands a towering pagoda. I heard that when the rooster crows one can see the sun rise, not fearing the floating clouds obscuring my vision." Ye Chongqing continued, "Because I myself am at. This is the cultivation realm of the highest level." Behind the image of Ye Chongqing holding the newly carved statue was a man with extraordinary power. The light emitting from Ye Chongqing blinded Yan Bingxin, making her let out a gasp. She continued softly, "This divine sound has seemingly washed my mind and soul completely."
That light continued to maintain its brightness. The man, Murong Lijo, and Yan Bingxin could not get close. The statue was completed. A perfect statue. Not even the slightest flaw could be found. The statue radiated a mysterious blue power. Everyone present was overwhelmed. This was what Mr. Ye had carved. Murong Lijo could not help but be stunned and stammered, This tower! The man spoke loudly. "Miss Murong, what is this tower? This old man has lived for thousands of years and has never seen a magical artifact that could shatter the surrounding space like this." Murong Lijo said, "If I am not mistaken, this is from the ancient era, before the Great Flood, left behind by the god of creation, the two sages of heaven and earth, the Shuanghuang Tower." Hearing this, the man was shocked, unable to believe what he just heard from Murong Lijo about the existence of the god of creation, which was only recorded in a few ancient documents. The man's face became serious. According to what this old man knows, at least in the current world, most cultivators don't even know about the legend of the god of creation. Murong Lijo replied, "The ancient Murong clan worships the ancient gods, so I have some understanding." She continued, "The god of creation left behind the Shuanghuang Tower and the auspicious clouds of merit in the past. Now that Mr. Ye has once again summoned them to appear like this, could it be?" Murong Lijo's face showed unease. "In short, this Mr. Ye is absolutely not someone we can casually judge." The statue stopped exerting its power. Ye Chongqing scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, saying, "I just had a burst of creative inspiration and got too engrossed. Forgive me, forgive me." Seeing the man approach, Ye Chongqing happily said, "Elder Yan, you're here. The person next to you is—" Seeing Ye Chongqing ask about her, Murong Lijo's face flushed with embarrassment. She acted as timid as a young girl. "He's looking over here." Elder Yan immediately introduced, "This is Miss Murong. Miss Murong is—" Before he could finish introducing her, Murong Lijo quickly approached Ye Chongqing. She excitedly introduced herself. "I am Murong Lijo." Murong Lijo's beauty had mesmerized Ye Chongqing. Not bad. A mature beauty.
Murong Lijo bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, sir." Murong Lijo's greeting took Elder Yan completely by surprise, causing him to exclaim, "Miss Murong." He looked at Murong Lijo, thinking to himself, "In the great Yan ancient nation, Miss Murong has always acted without any restraint, yet she is willing to submit and bow before Senior Ye." Standing before Ye Chongqing, Murong Lijo felt a sense of inferiority. So what if she was a proud daughter of heaven from the ancient Murong clan? In front of Mr. Ye, who could summon the Shuanghuang Pagoda, she was ultimately just like a tiny ant. Ye Chongqing said, "Murong Lijo, the early sun shines on the teardrop pearls. Light clouds thinly cover the early morning pillars. Clear strings play a merciful echo. Red sleeves give rise to a hidden fragrance." Hearing this, Murong Lijo shyly covered her mouth with her clothes. To have Sir explain it like this, it is truly Lijo's honor. Seeing this, Yan Bingxin became angry. With jealousy written all over her face, she snorted, "Mr. Ye hasn't even recited a poem for me yet." Ye Chongqing approached and helped Murong Lijo up. "Please rise, miss." He felt very pleased with Murong Lijo's greeting. A beauty really knows how to express her feelings. Ye Chongqing touched Murong Lijo's sleeve. The material of this outfit felt quite expensive. Perhaps she has a discerning eye and will buy the small treasure pagoda that I just carved.
Ye Chongqing laughed loudly. "I am not an easygoing person, but as long as there is enough money, I can stop being human." He held Murong Lijo's hand, speaking flattering words. "Miss Murong, I see that you have peerless elegance and possess both talent and beauty. You must certainly have an understanding of painting and sculpture." Then Ye Chongqing held Murong Lijo's hand and said, "Please follow me." He reached out to introduce. So what do you think of my works? Behind Ye Changqing were giant wooden statues of various shapes. Murong Lijo replied shyly, Mr. Ye, although this little woman loves art, I have only managed to build the Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion in the imperial capital. Compared to your cultivation realm and level, the difference is still like heaven and earth. Then she clasped her hands together. This little woman cannot make a comment. Ye Changqing smiled and said, so you only managed to build the Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion. Suddenly, Ye Changqing changed his attitude and said unexpectedly, the Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion was built by you? Yan Bingxin was also surprised. So she is the renowned pavilion master of the Qingfeng Luoyue Pavilion. Even for a figure like her, judging Mr. Ye's works is truly like showing off one's slight skill before an expert. This time, the one who had to be cautious was Ye Changqing, his brows sweating as he said, Miss Murong, do you know that in literature there is no first, and in martial arts there is no second? He continued to explain, it's art. Everyone's perspective is different, their state of mind is different, and what they see naturally cannot be the same. Mr. Ye smiled awkwardly and pointed at his own face. Whether it is a work of art or a life of cultivation, it is all the same. Do not let yourself be influenced by outsiders like me. Yan Bingxin said, is this Mr. Ye's recent comprehension? Elder Yan stroked his long beard and said, he can gain comprehension at any given time. This is exactly what makes people revere Mr. Ye. Murong Lijo clasped her hands together and said, thank you, Mr. Ye. Lijo accepts your guidance. Seeing this, Ye Changqing smiled. It seems she understands my intention. There is a way. Ye Changqing said to Murong Lijo, then, Miss Murong, from your professional perspective. He laughed loudly and held out the wooden statue he had just carved towards Murong Lijo. How many taels of silver is this wooden sculpture of mine worth? Murong Lijo was surprised by Ye Changqing's words. How many taels of silver is it worth? For a peerless expert like Mr. Ye, how could his work be measured by trivial worldly items? Then she looked at the man with seeking eyes for help. Elder Yan, how should I answer? Elder Yan raised his hands to show that he didn't know the answer. Miss Murong, in front of Senior Ye, this old man is merely a junior. I also have no clue regarding your problem. Murong Lijo was full of tension. Although she didn't know Mr. Ye's intention in asking such a thing, she absolutely must not speak nonsense.
She thought to herself, otherwise it would be extremely disrespectful. Seeing Murong Lijo remain silent for so long, Ye Changqing began to speak. The art world of Great Yan is about to welcome a young genius once again. Ye Changqing picked up the statue. His gaze turned toward Murong Lijo with a confident look. Tremble for me, Pavilion Master. He placed the statue down on the table. Murong Lijo gently used her fingers to touch the statue, meticulously crafted with delicate patterns. It was truly a masterful work. Such a wonderfully skillful piece. She continued, its miraculous aspect does not lie in its craftsmanship.
If placed in the market, it would definitely be priced at 10,000 taels of gold or more. Hearing this, Ye Changqing couldn't help but be surprised. 10,000 taels? A whole 10,000 taels of gold? He cried in happiness. Mother! Then he sank into his own dream. I'm about to strike it rich. The young woman shouted loudly, Get out! Then she hurriedly supported Ye Changqing. Mr. Ye, be careful. Murong Lijo held him and said seriously, Excuse me, Mr. Ye. May this humble girl be a bit presumptuous? She said, For Lijo to evaluate this with money is truly a disgrace to you, sir. Ye Changqing was taken aback upon hearing this and said, Huh? Murong Lijo pointed at the treasure pagoda and said, Mr. Ye, in the opinion of this humble girl, your carved treasure pagoda statue fundamentally cannot be measured with money. Hearing this, Ye Changqing was surprised, mixed with a little fear. What do you mean? Are you going to buy it or not? Suddenly she changed to a gentle expression and said, Because it is so perfect, it can be said to be a priceless treasure. Ye Changqing scratched his head, chuckled and replied, If you put it that way, I can understand. He thought silently, Really, I almost thought she was drawing a pie in the sky for me. He suddenly became arrogant and said, Being too perfect is also a kind of burden. Ye Changqing picked up the treasure pagoda and said, Miss Marone, our meeting today can be considered a stroke of fate. He brought it to Marone and said, This wooden statue is a gift for you. Consider it building a good relationship with capitalists in the art world. Murong Lijo took the treasure pagoda, her body trembling, while Ye Changqing turned to a corner and thought, It seems that starting tomorrow, I'll have to lower my standards a bit, otherwise people really won't dare to buy. Murong Lijo held the treasure pagoda, full of joy, and said affectionately, Mr. Ye's gift, this humble girl cannot repay. He said, Then, for the next few days, do you want to come and go with me to exchange ideas on the art of painting? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Huh? And so a few days passed. At this time, Yan Bangxin was walking over in a huff. I want to see how they have been exchanging over these past 2 days. A sound came from inside. What do you think of this brushstroke of mine? She gritted her teeth in anger when she heard. Ye Changqing, you are so bad. Don't draw there. How shameless. She started peeking inside where the two were painting together. The candle is extinguished, so how can you look at the painting? Don't worry, I used luminous paint. Yan Bingxin said angrily, This hateful woman. On the second day, Murong Lijo stood up and adjusted her clothes neatly. She turned and said to Ye Changqing, Mr. Ye, this humble girl will take her leave first. After that she left. Ye Changqing now lay sprawling, trembling as he said, I can't draw anymore. I really can't draw anymore. I only wanted to discuss technical aspects so she could appraise the painting. Who knew Miss Murong would be so passionately uninhibited, directly shifting to a deep exchange? He slammed the table and waved his hands, shouting loudly, there are too many tricks in the city. Right now, the person involved is regretting, extremely regretting. Ye Changqing sat in the room alone, muttering to himself, I've been in the imperial capital for many days, even though food and lodging are free, but my path of starting a business is still only halfway there. He unrolled the painting he had drawn. The painting slowly rolled down. The painting still hasn't been sold, and I even got scammed. Ye Changqing held the painting in his hands and said, but lately it seems my paintings and calligraphy have improved compared to before. The common folk took turns shouting, hey everyone, look, the auspicious signs have suddenly increased.
A golden statue of a muscular man glowed brightly. People took turns saying, is this a sign of striking it rich? Striking it rich, Sage Changqing, bless us. Ye Changqing folded the painting. He rubbed his head and said, I need to find a way to make a bit more money, at least enough to return to Shaoqi town. Suddenly a voice called out, Mr. Ye. He turned around, bowed, and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it has been a while. The Crown Prince smiled and replied, Indeed, today I brought Grand Tutor Zhang from Donglan Academy to meet you. Ye Changqing asked in confusion, Grand Tutor Zhang? The Crown Prince said, That's right, the Grand Tutor is the one who truly holds the power to run my Donglan Academy. He is a true master of the world. From my father to all the students in the world, everyone deeply respects the Grand Tutor. Ye Changqing replied, Then I wonder what Grand Tutor Zhang wants to meet me for. The Crown Prince smiled and said, Of course, he heard that Mr. Ye is an outstanding gentleman, so he has the heart to value the virtuous and cherish talent. Hearing this, Ye Changqing bowed and said, Thank you for Grand Tutor Zhang's favor. I am extremely grateful. He began to think triumphantly. He already had a good relationship with the Crown Prince, and now connecting with this Grand Tutor would further solidify his network. Perhaps he could even get a position in Donglan Academy as a university lecturer, which wouldn't be a bad job either. The Grand Tutor stepped in. He respectfully greeted Ye Changqing. Student Zhang Shen pays respects to Mr. Ye. Ye Changqing hurriedly smiled and replied, Grand Tutor Zhang, there is no need for such formality. Please stand up. Grand Tutor Zhang kept a serious face and said, With your level, perhaps you do not care about mortal formalities, but this is the sincere heart of a student. Ye Changqing said in a panic, All right, all right. Grand Tutor Zhang began to praise Mr. Ye. A handsome appearance like jade, an elegant aura from the inside out. I didn't expect this Sage Changqing to look so young and handsome. Thinking of this, he suddenly shook his head. No, how could one only judge a sage walking the world by his outward appearance?
Still getting to the main point, please quickly give your guidance. Grand Tutor Zhang said, Just as it is said, propriety is the foundation of political education, and law is the tool of political education, just as the dim morning and the arrival of autumn must also go through a process of formation. At this point, he suddenly asked, Mr. Ye, what do you think? Hearing this, Ye Changqing's face froze. What is this? I only understood the first 3 words of this sentence. Grand Tutor Zhang trembled as he waited for a response, thinking to himself, I hope my naive and ignorant perspective won't be despised by the mister. Meanwhile, Ye Changqing's face darkened because he couldn't explain it. How should I answer this? I'm urgently waiting online for a solution. The Crown Prince stood to the side, thinking to himself, the atmosphere is so solemn. Are these experts waiting for a debate move? Ye Changqing suddenly thought of a countermeasure for Grand Tutor Zhang's question. Although he couldn't answer directly, he guessed that most government officials probably couldn't refuse this sentence. Thinking of this, he placed his hand on Grand Tutor Zhang's shoulder and said, Well said, Grand Tutor Zhang. Ye Changqing smiled brightly and said, You deserve to be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple after your passing. Grand Tutor Zhang was surprised and thought, Imperial? Imperial Ancestral Temple? The Crown Prince on this side was also pondering, Is Mr. Ye signaling me to give Grand Tutor Zhang a deserving status? It's true that Grand Tutor Zhang has made many great contributions, but entering the Imperial Ancestral Temple is a major matter. Do I need to ask for Imperial Father's instructions? At this moment, Grand Tutor Zhang also thought in surprise, This minister is wholehearted for the great Yan nation and has never intended to rely on this to claim credit. He hurriedly said, Mr. Ye, people often say, Jade can be shattered, but its purity cannot be changed. Bamboo can be burned, but its integrity cannot be destroyed. Ye Changqing smiled and said, All right, you deserve to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was startled and panicked, thinking, Mr. Ye said it once again, this is clearly giving me a direct instruction. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and trembled. Imperial Father's opinion is not important, but Mr. Ye cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince took his leave. Mr. Ye, Grand Tutor Zhang, you two can talk. After that, he stepped outside.
He then ordered, Men, pass down the decree of this Crown Prince.
Grand Tutor Zhang is deeply learned and has devoted himself entirely to the country. He is permitted to be worshipped in the imperial ancestral temple after his passing. At this moment, Ye Chongqing and Grand Tutor Zhang were sitting together, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Grand Tutor Zhang spoke up. Mr. Ye, your student still has one matter he doesn't understand and hopes you can clear up the confusion. Mr. Ye said, go ahead and speak, it's fine. Grand Tutor Zhang said, Sir, the vast Zhangzhou is now divided and occupied by the 4 nations of Great Yan, Great Sha, Great Chen, and Great Chu. The wish of the emperors across generations of the 4 nations is to unify Zhangzhou themselves. To unify the 4 nations, the price to pay will certainly be immense. Lives will be plunged in misery and blood will flow like rivers. Cultivators might be able to survive temporarily, but the ones who suffer the most will definitely be the common people. So, your student wants to ask, is unifying Zhangzhou ultimately a noble wish, or the selfishness of the emperors through the ages? Upon hearing this, Ye Chongqing calmly raised his teacup and said, May I ask, Grand Tutor Zhang, what was the situation of the Zhangzhou continent before the existence of the 4 nations? Grand Tutor Zhang replied, Before the 4 great ancient nations, 7 nations fought for supremacy and dominance. That era was known as the era of the 7 nations. Ye Chongqing placed his teacup on the table and said, Good. You have profound knowledge and must know the history of the era of the 7 nations well. May I ask, Grand Tutor Zhang, between the era of the 7 nations and now, which era is more peaceful? Grand Tutor Zhang answered, Naturally, it is the present, where the 4 great ancient nations maintain order and the citizens live and work in peace. Mr. Ye smiled and said, The Grand Tutor loves the people and wants to avoid the outbreak of war that would leave the people wandering without a home.
Thinking like that is not wrong at all, but has the Grand Tutor ever thought, if you want eternal peace so that your descendants will never have to suffer the bitterness of war, Ye Chongqing continued, then there is only one way. Grand Tutor Zhang asked, What is it? Ye Chongqing replied, That is to help Great Yan unify the Jiangsu region. Hearing this, Grand Tutor Zhang stood up in admiration. Excellent, excellent. Giving up a 10,000-year foundation for momentary peace is exactly abandoning the common folk for small gains while suffering great losses. Only by daring to charge forward and fighting with one's life to compete can we help the common folk of future generations live a beautiful life. Saying that, he bowed and said, The noble sir has pointed out a bright path for this subject in the entirety of Great Yan. Ye Chongqing smiled awkwardly and replied, I was merely speaking empty theories. A horse carriage arrived. Grand Tutor Zhang looked outside, then turned back to look towards Mr. Ye. After getting Mr. Ye's answer, Grand Tutor Zhang happily felt reassured, thinking, having a long-term vision and planning deeply for the common folk, he truly deserves to be Sage Chongqing, whom the people of Great Yan revere and worship. Saying that, Grand Tutor Zhang climbed onto the carriage and left. At this time, Ye Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I just randomly used some junior high school history knowledge to bluff my way through. It seems the level of the Grand Tutor from Donglan Academy is only so-so. Every step he took was enveloped by a wisp of smoke. Suddenly, there was a strange token. What is this? Lightning. Suddenly, a huge thunderclap exploded in the sky. Strangely enough, a surge of power suddenly rushed through Ye Chongqing's body like an electric current. The feeling of a surging heat traveling all over his body had returned. In the Imperial Palace of Great Yan, Grand Tutor Zhang was paying his respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. He knelt, bowed his head and said, His Majesty, in the past, this old subject's vision was shallow, thinking that unifying Jiangsu was merely something the emperors of past eras did to satisfy their personal desires, intentionally preventing people from going to war with the other 3 countries. Grand Tutor Zhang continued loudly, but today, after hearing Sage Chongqing speak, I finally understood. Hearing Grand Tutor Zhang mention Ye Chongqing, Your Highness the Crown Prince couldn't help but reveal his curiosity. Oh, what did Senior Ye say? Grand Tutor Zhang said with a firm gaze, the war to unify Jiangsu. He continued, in the short term, although it wastes effort and sacrifices soldiers, looking at it from a long-term perspective, this is a great action, beneficial to the country and beneficial to the people, paving the way for eternal peace. Hearing this, Your Highness the Crown Prince couldn't help but be moved to tears. He said happily, with these words from Senior Ye, I also have a plan in my heart.
Sage Chongqing also said that after unifying the country, we can immediately unify the writing system, currency, and carriage tracks. Grand Tutor Zhang continued, to pass down to future generations. Your Highness the Crown Prince shouted loudly, books with the same writing, carriages with the same tracks, these great actions, from ancient times until now, no emperor has ever been able to accomplish them. Your Highness the Crown Prince was surprised by Ye Chongqing's viewpoint, not expecting Senior Ye to have surpassed others to this extent. Then he went to Grand Tutor Zhang and helped him up, saying that now our great Yan nation has the supreme destiny bestowed by Senior Ye.
Your Highness the Crown Prince laughed happily and said to Grand Tutor Zhang, "With a dedicated and devoted person like you, my beloved minister, why worry about our great cause not succeeding?" Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Reporting to His Majesty, the golden statue of Sage Chongqing has exhibited an unprecedented anomaly. Scene change. At Dongshan, a cast human statue exuded an aura that attracted many people around. They excitedly discussed with each other. "Look at that! Those clouds have many colors." Another person replied, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?"
It seems that behind the statue of the sage there is still the illusion of a pagoda. The people there were all in awe of the extremely grand statue before their eyes. All of them knelt respectfully and said in unison, "Sage Chongqing, please protect us. Sage Chongqing, please protect us." Standing up high with His Highness the Crown Prince, Elder Yan said, "There is no mistake. It is definitely the auspicious clouds of merit and the Xuanhuang Pagoda." Elder Yan continued, "The ancient records state that on that day, before the god of creation passed away in meditation, he left behind two magical treasures. Anyone who is not a person of peerless and illustrious merit from ancient times until now cannot summon them." His Highness the Crown Prince was surprised. The god of creation? Impossible. He continued, "Indeed, Senior Ye has immense divine abilities, but could the appearance of these two treasures be a coincidence?" Hearing this, Elder Yan became angry and immediately turned to His Highness the Crown Prince, scolding loudly, "Ignorant, do you know what kind of cultivation and fortune are needed to control these two treasures of heaven and earth?" Elder Yan continued to say, "That day, Miss Mu Rong and I witnessed with our own eyes that the wooden carving in Mr. Ye's hands was exactly the Xuanhuang Pagoda. Today, the auspicious clouds of merit appeared around Mr. Ye's golden statue again. It must be that Mr. Ye and his golden statue sensed each other, and only this kind of resonance could summon the treasures to appear. Even if he is not the reincarnation of the god of creation, he is certainly an illustrious figure from ancient times." A few days later, His Highness the Crown Prince said to the ninth princess, Yan Bingxin, "Ninth sister, isn't your outing to handle matters this time a bit ostentatious? We still have to welcome Mr. Ye to the academy to give a lecture." Yan Bingxin rested her chin on her hands and shyly replied, "Big brother, you don't understand. I'm afraid that I haven't reached Mr. Ye's level." She continued, "I can only do my best within my abilities to give Mr. Ye the best things." Hearing his younger sister say this, the Crown Prince was still a bit surprised. "Even so, isn't a golden carriage a bit heavy?" Yan Bingxin had a mysterious and scheming look on her face. "But only in this way can we defeat a certain someone." The door was thrown open, and Yan Bingxin revealed a look of amusement, filled with excitement. Seeing Ye Chongqing, His Highness the Crown Prince bowed his head and greeted, paying respects to Mr. Ye. Ye Chongqing also happily raised his hand in greeting and replied, "Good morning, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Bingxin." The gold-plated carriage began to move. Ye Chongqing sat in the carriage and called out, "Worthy of being the imperial capital, there are so many young people on the streets." His Highness the Crown Prince replied, "Ah, it was Grand Tutor Zhang who made public the news that you wanted to give a lecture at the academy. The young people on the streets are all heading towards Donglan Academy." The Crown Prince continued, "It seems that the younger generation of students in the Great Yan Nation greatly admires Mr. Ye."
Seeing so many people wanting to attend his lecture, Ye Chongqing began to feel afraid. It was over. He thought it was just going to be a small-scale lecture that he could handle, and he hadn't prepared any lesson at all. He thought back to the book he read most recently, Billionaire, You're Hurting Me, but immediately dismissed it. He couldn't possibly teach this. Ye Chongqing, sweating awkwardly, replied, "You flatter me." He said, "I see the scenery outside the window today is very beautiful. Your Highness the Crown Prince can take a closer look." The Crown Prince thought to himself, he is a peerless expert with unfathomable cultivation. Even though he does not care about fame and wealth, he can still maintain his curiosity and desire to explore small and ordinary things. This is exactly the attainment of a supreme figure. A man knelt under the statue of Ye Chongqing. The carriage also accidentally passed by the place where the statue was located. A voice rang out that Ye Chongqing could hear. "As expected, Sage Chongqing has blessed me with wealth." A woman by the road happily said, "My daughter-in-law also gave birth to a chubby baby boy." A bald man full of happiness said, "To think that even a cultivator can worship him. Not only did I elevate my cultivation realm rapidly, but even my inner energy is pure."
Ye Chongqing looked at the bald man. Can a cultivator raise their cultivation realm just by bowing and praying? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, it sounds like a very efficacious god. Chongqing, the exact same pronunciation as my name. Having been in the imperial capital for so long, even though eating and resting didn't cost money, yet Chongqing felt depressed and dejected, saying, "But my career path has only been half fulfilled." He unrolled his painting. Yet Chongqing felt bored. He failed to sell his paintings and even got scammed out of his looks. He unrolled his paintings and judged them himself. But recently, my paintings have improved compared to before. The paintings opened by Ye Chongqing accidentally caught the attention of the people. Someone said, "Hey, everyone look." Another person chimed in. The auspicious signs have suddenly increased. The statue suddenly emitted a brilliant glowing light. Does this imply gaining wealth? Welcoming wealth. May Sage Chongqing bless us. Then the paintings were rolled up. Ye Changqing said, I have to think of a way to make money, at least enough for travel expenses so I can return to Shaoqi town. Suddenly there was a call. Mr. Ye, Mr. Ye. The owner of that voice was the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Ye Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we haven't seen each other for a while. Your Highness the Crown Prince happily replied, That's right. Today I brought Grand Tutor Zhang from Donglan Academy to meet you. Ye Changqing was surprised. Grand Tutor Zhang? That's right. The Grand Tutor is the one at the helm of Donglan Academy, a true master of the world, the Crown Prince said with a proud face. From Imperial Father to the students, everyone deeply respects Grand Tutor Zhang. Ye Changqing replied, Oh, I wonder why Grand Tutor Zhang wants to meet me. Your Highness the Crown Prince replied with a happy face. Of course it's because he heard that Mr. Ye is an elegant gentleman, and it birthed respect and admiration for a man of talent. Ye Changqing replied, Thank you, Scholar Zhang, for your admiration. I am extremely grateful.
Ye Changqing rejoiced secretly in his heart. He originally had a good relationship with the Crown Prince. If he could get through to this great scholar Zheng today, he would secure this connection. Perhaps a position at Donglan Academy would fall into his hands. Working as an academy instructor seemed like a not bad job. A pair of feet slowly walked in. It was Grand Tutor Zheng. His student Zhang Shen paid his respects to Mr. Ye. Mr. Ye happily replied, Grand Tutor Zheng, there is no need for such formalities. Please stand up quickly. But Grand Tutor Zheng still said very seriously, With your status, you probably don't care about mortal etiquette, but this is the sincere respect of a student. Ye Changqing, somewhat startled, replied, All right, all right. Grand Tutor Zheng took a clear, direct look at Ye Changqing's appearance and couldn't stop praising. A handsome face, refined from the inside out. I didn't expect this sage Changqing to be so young and dashing. Grand Tutor Zheng then shook his head in denial. No, a sage walks the world. How can one judge solely by appearances? He coughed. I should still get to the main point and quickly ask for your guidance. Grand Tutor Zheng began his presentation. People often say that etiquette is the source of politics and education. Law serves politics and education. Etiquette and law are indispensable to politics and education. Mr. Ye, what is your view on this? Ye Changqing opened his mouth in surprise. What? In that sentence, I only understood the first 3 words. The statue of Ye Changqing was glowing. Yan Bingxin asked worriedly, Why does Mr. Ye seem so indifferent? The Crown Prince replied, I guess Mr. Ye must be immersed in being moved by the sincere reverence of great Yan. Ye Changqing helplessly covered his face with his hand. Fortune truly knows how to mock people.
His Highness the Crown Prince walked over. He happily said, Sage Changqing has boundless merit, now descending from heaven, walking across the world. Then His Highness the Crown Prince faced the statue, clasped his hands, knelt on the ground, and loudly declared, generously bestowing blessings and grace upon our great Yan. All the common folk there also knelt and followed in unison, Citizens of great Yan, pay our respects with me. Ye Changqing felt a bit awkward seeing this. Let us all pay our respects to Sage Changqing. Ye Changqing looked at the scene before him with an uncomfortable expression. Oh my, I really can't accept this. Ye Changqing looked at the person opposite him who had the exact same appearance as himself. He looked unhappy. Damn it, I heard he grants whatever is requested. That person revealed a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Ye Changqing became even more angry, feeling jealous. Can bowing to you give me a spirit root? Suddenly, that person reached out his hand. The man walked up to Ye Changqing, who let out a surprised gasp. The man shook hands with Ye Changqing. That made Ye Changqing feel like he was lost in another dimension. Whoa, so scary, so scary, so scary. You have a stream of spiritual light radiating from the top of your head. The voice continued to echo. Do you know, at such a young age, you already have a naturally strong physique. If one day you discover the truth, wouldn't you be like a dragon soaring in the sky?
Ye Changqing 似等离传绕了, 然后 replied the voice. The truth, finding out what truth. The voice continued to resonate. Do not rush. Only by experiencing hardships and failures can you truly understand yourself. Go. The two of them flew into the air. Ye Changqing seemed to lose consciousness. He slowly walked out of that beam of light, a beam of light with immense power, and then returned to reality. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was an old man with a long white beard, slowly descending while sitting on a lotus flower. The common folk there were astonished. One of them said, It's an immortal. The immortal has received the summons of Sage Changqing and has descended. Ye Changqing's entire body was currently radiating light, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Seeing this, the people immediately knelt down, bowing their heads, not daring to look directly, expressing their gratitude for the grace of Sage Changqing. Ye Changqing wearily said, What immortal descending to the mortal realm? It's clearly just a useless visual effect. It's really easy to fool the people here. Ye Changqing thought, could it be that all this time they have misunderstood me as Sage Changqing, which is why they are so respectful to me? At this moment, Ye Changqing finally realized everything. That's right, how could they be so utterly respectful to me just because of a few calligraphy and painting works? I was truly indulging in wishful thinking. Ye Changqing looked back at the people kneeling before him, among whom were His Highness the Crown Prince and the 9th Princess. He thought, wait a minute, it's fine if others mistake my identity, but the ones who mistook me are the imperial family. Ye Changqing imagined the scene of those people getting angry upon learning the truth and was endlessly terrified. If that Yan family finds out I am not some sage Changqing. Suddenly, his abdomen lit up. Ye Changqing rubbed his belly with his hand. Why is my lower abdomen suddenly burning hot? There is a feeling of a faint power moving inside. Ye Changqing seemed to have thought of something. Could this be a spirit root? Then he looked towards the statue of that sage Changqing. Was it really bestowed upon me by you, brother? Ye Changqing's eyes shone, drool leaking from his mouth. He said, I thought I would have to live a mediocre makeshift life in this cultivation world for my entire life. I didn't expect a deity to actually look out for me. I understand now. Is it because you are trapped in this stone statue and want me to use the identity of Sage Changqing to bestow grace upon the whole world and save all living beings?
Ye Changqing said happily, Since you are so righteous, I can't be outdone. Isn't it just cosplay? I'll give it a shot. Ye Changqing propped his chin with one hand and closed his eyes to think. But how should he play the role of an unfathomable sage who is a hidden expert? Suddenly he opened his eyes. He got it. The Xuanhuan novels he had read before wrote about this. In those novels, true cultivation experts, for various reasons, would casually suppress their own cultivation bases, making others unable to sense their cultivation auras. Ye Changqing continued with a smile. So, starting from today, he put his hands on his hips and declared with a face full of confidence, My new identity is the mortal version of Sage Changqing, forcibly suppressing my own cultivation base. After saying that, he started to move.
Walking towards His Highness the Crown Prince, Ye Changqing said, Everyone please rise. His Highness the Crown Prince and the 9th Princess stood up. The 9th Princess turned to the Crown Prince and said, Big brother, I have never seen Mr. Ye look so serious. His Highness the Crown Prince replied, In front of so many believers, it is only reasonable for Mr. Ye to show his majestic side. Murong Lijo stood from afar, witnessing everything. She expressed regret and said, Mr. Ye, I only hate that you and I met too early. Qing Shui saw this and asked, Why does the pavilion master say that? Murong Lijo calming replied, Even though I am the only girl to possess the phoenix bloodline of the Murong family, I am still not worthy of the current Mr. Ye. If I were given another 5,000 years, no, 4,000 years of cultivation, perhaps I would have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At Donglan Academy, inside all the young men were already seated. Even Elder Yan and the Emperor were waiting for Ye Changqing. Elder Yan gradually lost his calm and said, Why hasn't Senior Ye arrived yet? The Emperor reassured him. Jing Hong and Bing Xin set out to pick him up early in the morning. Perhaps they encountered something on the way that caused a delay. Grand Tutor Zhang then reporting to the old ancestor, Sage Changqing has manifested another miracle at the sage statue in Dongshan. The Emperor was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, What? Hearing this, Elder Yan remained very calm. His entire body was infused with light. Elder Yan said, Excellent. A stream of providence far surpassing the past has been transmitted from Dongshan. It seems Senior Ye has seen that we molded a golden statue and built a temple for him, and he is extremely pleased. A voice echoed from outside. Sage Changqing has arrived. Everyone stepped aside into 2 rows, leaving a central path for Ye Changqing. Ye Changqing's whole body radiated golden light, his face cold and stern. As he slowly walked forward, the people around him murmured excitedly, Such a handsome appearance, peerless aura. He is a supreme existence who has walked across this world. We finally get to meet our idol. Hearing the high praise about himself, Ye Changqing was overjoyed. It seems my acting is pretty good. He walked in and sat in the center seat. Elder Yan and the Emperor spoke together, paying respects to Senior Ye. Below them, the Grand Tutor and the students also greeted, paying respects to Sage Changqing. Ye Changqing was thrilled. Wow, so this is the feeling of losing oneself in the voices of worship. He coughed and pretended to be serious. Ye Changqing said, Everyone dispense with the formalities. Elder Yan said, Senior Ye, today all the court officials have gathered here just to listen to your teachings. Ye Changqing clasped his hands together.
His face was stern. Good, then let's begin. But he suddenly realized he hadn't prepared anything for today's lecture. With so many people listening to my teachings, what should I lecture about? He covered his face in thought. Losing face is a small matter, but what if I ruin the reputation of Sage Changqing? How can I make things right? Ye Changqing fearfully thought about the consequences. He wouldn't take back the spirit root that I worked so hard to obtain, right? Ye Changqing felt regretful about his decision. If he had known this earlier, he shouldn't have agreed to this troublesome matter. Looking at it this way, Xiachi Town is still better, quiet and peaceful, and there's also the Black Emperor and the little white fox to play with me. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and uttered an, this is just too difficult. That sentence made everyone present at that moment surprised. Hard? A student said. The golden words and jade thoughts of Sage Changqing? The very first word is hard? Elder Yan, on the other hand, had tears slowly streaming down. That's right, this old man cultivated for 1,000 years just to break the shackles. Forging his physique, tempering his character, Elder Yan cultivated to the point where his eyes had dark circles and his face became gaunt.
The emperor thought, Yan nation is located in the lands of Zhangzhou. One cannot be negligent about internal affairs and diplomacy. Then he reminisced about the past. Every day we feel like we are walking on thin ice. It is so hard. His Highness the Crown Prince covered his face with his hand and thought, this king is the Crown Prince, educated since childhood to become a wise ruler in the future. Then the Crown Prince's tears slowly fell, having never been able to be himself. Grand Tutor Jean over here bowed his head in fear. Although I hold a high position among the court officials, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. What kind of business are those princes doing? Investigate them for me. There is not a single day without living in constant fear. The emperor, the crown prince, and Grand Tutor Jean all shared the same thought. Everything was pure hardship. Then everyone said in unison, thank you, Sage Chongqing, for the guidance. Ye Chongqing smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, huh? What did I say? He coughed lightly to suppress his emotions. Whatever, they must be having another episode. Ye Chongqing spoke loudly. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a man, it first makes his mind suffer and his body endure hardship. He continued, heaven will... Ye Chongqing became more and more agitated as he spoke. Heaven gave birth to me, so there must be a use for me. 1,000 taels of gold spent will return again. A voice rang out. The decree of the gods. This is the decree of the gods. Then a strange beam of light appeared, surprising everyone. His Highness the Crown Prince said, that is, could it be the auspicious clouds of merit descending? The Emperor added, the auspicious clouds of merit that descended in the past were of 7 rainbow colors. The more he spoke, the more fearful he became. But now it has turned into pure gold. The light shone straight down to the ground. Ye Chongqing also couldn't help but be surprised, letting out a loud grunt. He wondered, where did this headlight come from? Then that beam of light merged into his body. What is going on? Ye Chongqing rubbed his belly with his hand.
A golden sprout bloomed. Ye Chongqing became in pain, letting out a cry. Whoa, why is my body suddenly so hot? I'm about to burn up. Your Highness the Crown Prince was startled and shouted loudly, hey, everyone look behind Mr. Ye. The Emperor said, that is a divine projection. Ye Chongqing's shadow appeared with a calm demeanor, completely opposite to the immense pain he was feeling. Elder Yan immediately rejected all the above opinions and stated his own view. No, that is the Dharma body of a sage. The light spread throughout the academy, making Elder Yan cover his face with his hands, so blinding. The Emperor was overwhelmed by the phenomenon before his eyes. Holy light illuminating everywhere. Holy light illuminating everywhere. All the participating men were also affected by that beam of light, having to cover their faces with their hands. The whole room was immersed in a dazzling golden light. The Emperor shouted, Old Ancestor, look quickly. All the men of the academy. Light is radiating from their heads. Elder Yan was surprised. They have all entered the Tao. A ray of light emitted from the middle of Grand Tutor Zong's forehead. He happily said, we have studied the books of the sages for many years, but never grasped the true intent. Grand Tutor Zong knelt down. Today, many thanks to Sage Chongqing for casting the spell.
Ye Chongqing was anxious. On what basis can you enter the Tao just by listening to me spout nonsense for a few sentences? Ye Chongqing's eyes showed frustration. I am proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but up to now I can only perform some cheap 5-cent effects. He cried and complained, who stole my cultivation life? After that complaint, a beam of light appeared on the ceiling, reflecting a ray of light downwards, and an object slowly emerged from within. Huh? What is that? It turned out to be the statue shaped like a pagoda that Ye Chongqing had once carved. Oh, no wonder it looks so familiar. Ye Chongqing reached out to catch the pagoda and said, is this the small treasure pagoda I carved? Why did it appear here? A student said, this phantom does not look like the Dharma idol of a sage. It seems to be a physical entity. Could it be the legendary supreme treasure of merit, the Xuanhong Pagoda? Ye Chongqing was anxious. Is that it? A supreme treasure of merit? Ye Chongqing held the statue in front of his face, resting his chin on his hand and thought, the weight of this thing is indeed heavier than my wooden statue. Could it be real? The statue glowed and slowly flew up from Ye Chongqing's hand. Even Ye Chongqing was affected by it and couldn't stand firm. He let out a loud cry. Seeing this, Elder Yan spoke up. Recognizing a master, the Xuanhong Pagoda is acknowledging an expert as its master. Ye Chongqing's face showed discomfort as he thought, this thing seems to be slowly merging into my body. The statue gradually blended into Ye Chongqing's hand, but it didn't obey my control. Suddenly, Ye Chongqing's eyes widened without pupils, and a completely different voice transmitted from Ye Chongqing. I am the Xuanhong Linglong Pagoda, the most holy object of heaven and earth.
Ye Chongqing said, why haven't you all paid your respects to our Lord yet? Hearing this, everyone bowed with great respect to greet him. They all shouted, congratulations to Sage Chongqing for obtaining the supreme holy treasure. 10 days later, Yan Bingxin was pressing her hands together in prayer, pacing back and forth constantly to reduce her tension. She anxiously said to Qing She, Mr. Ye has been in secluded cultivation for more than 10 days. Is he okay? Contrary to Yan Bingxin's anxiousness and unease, Qing She was extremely calm. Mr. Ye had instructed that unless there were something important, they should not disturb him. Qing She continued, perhaps he is practicing how to control the Xuanhuang Linglong Pagoda.
On this side, Ye Changqing was meditating, his body surrounded by a brilliant golden light. He sat seriously and chanted an incantation. Ye Changqing looked triumphant. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Zhen, Lie, Chen, Xing. Then he pointed his finger toward the statue. But the statue remained the same. Nothing happened. That took Ye Changqing by surprise. He said, "Why isn't there a single reaction?" He frustratingly held his head and complained, "I already have a spirit root, and the Xuanhuang Pagoda has entered my body. Why is there still no way to refine qi and cultivate my origin?" Then, resting his chin on both hands, Ye Changqing continued. Previously, Miss Qing Shui's cultivation method scroll clearly worked. Suddenly, Ye Changqing thought of something. "I know," he explained to himself. "I've just entered the path. Right now I'm on the first floor. While that pagoda is a high-level magical treasure, it must be in the stratosphere, so it's normal for it to ignore me." His eyes revealed a look of determination. "It's not that I can't cultivate high-level techniques, but right now I must break through my cultivation realm to have the qualifications to control the magical treasure."
Much more cost-effective than spirit stones. Ye Changqing held the stone and looked closely at every detail. There were only a few pieces of black stone left from what the Black Emperor brought back last time, so we had to think of a way to get a little more. Ye Changqing smiled happily. "This thing is truly very suitable for a cultivation newbie like me. Even a mortal can use it." Then he closed his eyes tightly and began to circulate his qi to transform yin and yang. Ye Changqing's hands began to form seals. Cold spring 8 directions, 4 qi facing the sun. The stone then floated into the air. Ye Changqing continued. "Heaven and earth intersect, all things being born and transformed, having beginning, having end, circulating 10,000 miles. Then the stone evaporated. Ye Changqing smiled happily. "This flavor is right. I can feel a mysterious warmth traveling along the 8 extraordinary meridians, ultimately gathering slowly in the lower abdomen." Ye Changqing's face showed a satisfied expression. "Ah, my whole body is starting to heat up," he said joyfully. "It feels like I've gained a lot of energy." The little fox was looking at the painting, absorbing. Suddenly, a light emitted from the painting, and the little fox unexpectedly opened its mouth wide and cried out, "My spiritual energy!" Yan Bingxin was resting her chin on her hand with her eyes closed in thought. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy hidden in the zither sound was very suitable for cultivation. Opposite her was Qing Sui playing the zither. Suddenly, Yan Bingxin opened her eyes wide with a frightened expression. She said, "Big sister Qing Sui, look." Yan Bingxin pointed towards the room. "All the spiritual energy is heading towards Mr. Ye's room." Hearing this, Qing Sui let out an "oh" in thought. She played the zither even more enthusiastically than before. The zither sound made Yan Bingxin temporarily freeze. If Mr. Ye wants to absorb it, then let Qing Sui contribute this insignificant little bit of spiritual energy. Qing Sui revealed a dangerous smile. "Everything will stay inside your body." At the same time, a man was transferring his power into Elder Yan. Suddenly, the man stopped, his eyes rolling back.
He shouted loudly, "Not good! Old ancestor, be careful!" Elder Yan at this moment also revealed an uncomfortable expression, his face covered in sweat. Involuntarily, Elder Yan coughed up blood. The man said anxiously, "Old ancestor!" Elder Yan angrily questioned the man, "What is going on?" Witnessed by the two of them, the power was gradually weakening. Elder Yan said, "Which thief dares to steal the spiritual energy of our great Yan imperial capital?" A soldier walked in, reporting to the old ancestor. Elder Yan immediately turned toward the soldier. The soldier continued, "The Imperial Astronomy Bureau reports all the spiritual energy of the imperial capital is flowing toward the villa of Sage Changqing. It seems he is practicing cultivation." Elder Yan said in surprise, "Has the cultivation of Sage Changqing reached such a level? A single cultivation session actually takes the spiritual energy of the entire imperial capital? I didn't expect Sage Changqing to have such a grand method, able to trigger a heaven and earth anomaly." The man followed up, "Old ancestor, if it is indeed Sage Changqing, it will be hard to resolve." Elder Yan glanced at the man and asked, "Why is that so?" The man replied, "Old ancestor, think about it. Sage Changqing merely cultivated once, yet almost absorbed all the spiritual energy of the imperial capital. If it continues like this, other cultivators won't be able to absorb spiritual energy, fundamentally making it impossible to practice cultivation in the imperial capital." The man added, "Even Kishi Manor doesn't have surplus rations." Elder Yan stroked his beard and admitted, "That's right. Although heaven and earth spiritual energy can regenerate, the speed of regeneration cannot keep up with the cultivation speed of Sage Ye Changqing." The man bowed his head and said, "Old ancestor, if many cultivators are forced to stop their cultivation and leave Great Yan, this would be a severe loss for our Great Yan. I wonder if we could invite Sage Changqing to." Elder Yan decisively replied, "No." Elder Yan said angrily, "Sage Changqing is the blessing of our Great Yan ancient nation. His cultivation is unfathomably profound. Who knows how much providence and benefits he will bring to our Great Yan?" Elder Yan clasped his hands behind his back and turned around. He continued, "Even if we lose all the rogue cultivator experts of Great Yan, even if Kishi Manor is disbanded at that time, we cannot ask Sage Changqing to leave." Although unwilling, the man still had to reluctantly agree. Yes, this official understands. In another development, a black dog was walking while sniffing something.
That thing was getting closer and closer. It was emitting from Ye Changqing's villa. The spiritual energy here is actually this abundant. It must definitely be here.
Following that, the dog stood on its hind legs and knocked on the door. The dog spoke up. "Sister-in-law, open the door, it's Brother Black." The knocking sound continued. Knock, knock. A voice came from inside. "What are you calling for? So annoying." The dog slowly went inside. It followed the little fox. Witnessing the fox rolling on the ground, the black dog said, "What are you doing?" The fox replied, "I feel like I can't hold it in anymore." The black dog replied, "Does this villain knocks the toilet?" Hearing this, the white fox was very angry. It kicked the black dog and shouted, "I mean, my current cultivation is already full."
Hearing this, the black dog gently scratched his cheek and said, "Then you are definitely about to break through cultivation realm. If you directly suppress it, your body will definitely explode and you will die." The white fox said worriedly, "Breaking through here will definitely disturb Master. He is currently troubled by other matters." Suddenly, a paw was raised. The black dog neatly picked up the white fox, then placed the white fox on its back and said, "Let's go. I will take you to a quiet place outside the city." Meanwhile, the three people Yi Changqing, Yan Bingxing, and Qing Shui were sitting and enjoying tea. Yan Bingxing spoke up. "Mr. Ye, were you cultivating a few days ago?" Yi Changqing smiled awkwardly and replied, "It's just that I suddenly had some comprehension, that's all." But in reality, he was extremely terrified in his heart. If he let them know that he locked himself in the room for so long just to absorb a single stone, it would be too disgraceful for Sage Changqing. Yan Bingxing thought, comprehension. As for Qing Shui beside her, during the few days Yi Changqing was in his room, she had been sitting and playing the zither to help Yi Changqing cultivate, so dark circles had appeared under both of her eyes. Miss Qing Shui was about to be squeezed dry, yet Mr. Ye said it was only a bit of comprehension. Suddenly, Qing Shui fell backward. Yan Bingxing said worriedly, "Sister Qing Shui, stop plucking the strings." But Qing Shui still insisted, "Help me up, I can still continue playing." Yan Bingxing smiled inwardly. As expected, Sage Changqing transcends all living beings. Qing Shui revealed an emotional expression. To be able to witness such a grand phenomenon. Saying that, her tears fell. "Even if I have to offer all my spiritual energy again, Qing Shui will not regret it." Yi Changqing said, "That's right, Miss Yan is born of the imperial family, and Miss Qing Shui also comes from a prestigious cultivation background. Surely the two of you must have profound knowledge."
Yan Bingxing replied, "Since childhood, I have been by the old ancestors' side, so I have seen and used quite a few rare treasures for cultivation." Qing Shui also happily shared, "That's right, my old master indeed rewarded me with quite a lot." Ye Changxing asked Yan Bingxing and Qing Shui, "That's great then. What is the name of this stone? Do you two know?" Yan Bingxing and Qing Shui hummed and thought. Yan Bingxing was surprised. Could this be the heaven and earth rare treasure, the Hunyuan stone? Qing Shui was equally surprised. "It is larger than the one I saw last time on Grandmaster Ye's desk in Chaoqi Town. The patterns on its shell also look more high grade." Seeing the two girls turn green and red in the face, Ye Changxing looked worried. "Oh no, I forgot that I am Sage Changxing. Asking like this won't make me lose my status as a sage, will it?" He fake coughed. I was just testing you two a bit. It's fine if you don't know." Qing Shui's eyes became sharp. "I understand. Grandmaster Ye is not satisfied hearing just the answer, Hunyuan stone." Yan Bingxing thought, "This is Mr. Ye's test for us two sisters." Saying that, the two of them flipped through every book to find the answer. Yan Bingxing said, "Wait a moment, we will look it up." Ye Changxing felt helpless. "I just wanted to ask. There really is no need to go to such trouble." After studying the books for a while, Qing Shui said to Ye Changxing, "Grandmaster Ye, this item is called the Hunyuan stone. It is a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought." Ye Changxing was surprised. "Hunyuan stone?" He then became happy. "I didn't expect you, little black, to actually be a great treasure." Yan Bingxing said, "That's right, the Hunyuan stone absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Even though it contains a massive amount of spiritual energy, normal cultivators basically have no way to refine and absorb it. Furthermore, only the demon race in Nanling, a desolate and remote place, can occasionally find a little bit." Ye Changxing looked towards the stone. "This toy is actually a specialty of the demon race?" Qing Shui said, "Not to mention that this one in Mr. Ye's hands is of top-tier quality. Even looking across the entire Zhengzhou cultivation world, a second one could not be found." Ye Changxing raised the stone. He looked at the stone and recalled what Yan Bingxing and Qing Shui had just said. "Money cannot buy it. A heaven and earth rare object. A rare true treasure. A second one cannot be found."
Ye Changqing said, "Good. Very good." Yan Bingxing said, "Although even the great Yan Imperial Palace does not have this magical treasure, it surely does not count as anything in the eyes of Sage Changqing." Ye Changqing felt wronged. "Miss Yan, your scolding is truly getting more and more high class." Then he stood up. Ye Changqing bowed his head, clasped his hands, and thanked Yan Bingxing and Qing Shui. "I understand the rarity of this item now. Many thanks to the two young ladies." He turned and walked out. At this moment, the two young ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Whew, it seems Mr. Ye is very satisfied with our answer." An incense stick's time later, the black dog walked in. On its back was the white fox. It said, "Little girl, we haven't met for a few days. To think your cultivation has already surpassed this king's." Hearing this, the fox jumped off the dog's back. It suddenly stood up and happily said, "Believing in Master, one can attain immortality." The fox continued, "Over the past few days, quite a few surging phenomena have appeared on Master's body. Even just absorbing a little from the surface is enough for me to use for a full 100,000 years. The black dog followed inside. It saw Ye Changqing's shining back in front of it.
Ye Changqing rested his chin on his hand, looking melancholic, and said, "This Hunyuan stone is so rare that even the imperial family doesn't have it. Where can it be found?" Seeing this, the black dog's eyes seemed to light up, and its long tongue lolled out, looking greedy. As expected, from the aura alone, it can be felt that Master's cultivation is becoming stronger and stronger. The fox also used all its strength to climb up. It let out a squeak, bringing Ye Changqing out of his train of thought. He happily pet the fox. "Little white fox, where did you go?"
"Why does it feel like you look much more energetic?" Suddenly, a woof-woof bark startled Ye Changqing. He turned around out of habit. Ye Changqing asked, "Black Emperor, why are you here too?" "I almost forgot." Ye Changqing held the stone in front of the dog. "Did you bring back these Hunyan stones?" The dog barked. "Woof woof, that's right." Ye Changqing hugged the dog, then he picked it up and praised. Good dog, then help me find a few more pieces." Hearing this, the dog's expression immediately changed, and its happiness disappeared. Ye Changqing's words still echoed in its mind. "Go help me find a few more pieces." The dog immediately barked frantically, woof woof woof, nodding. Ye Changqing put it down. Very good. He stretched his back as if relieved of a heavy burden. "I'm already fed up with this place. If I continue to pretend to be Sage Changqing like this, I'm afraid I'll be exposed." Ye Changqing started moving. He and the dog went outside. We should still return to Shaoqi town soon. At night, the dog from the daytime had turned into a man, sitting on the roof and letting out a long sigh. The white fox had also turned into a beautiful girl, flying over to ask, "Stupid dog, what are you sighing about alone here?" The dog answered depressingly, "Master's cultivation requires a lot of Hunyan stones, but I have already taken all of them from the Fox clan's forbidden ground. Where do I find them now?" The white fox said, "When I call you stupid, are you really that stupid? If the Fox clan doesn't have any, there's still the Black Tiger clan. If the Black Tiger clan doesn't have any, there are still other clans. When the time comes, I will visit each place with you one by one. Are you still afraid there won't be enough for Master to use?" Hearing the white fox's words gave it more determination. "You're right. Wait for Master to lead us back to Shaoqi town. Then we will storm into Nanling once again."
At Yang Changqing's villa, he was cultivating, Big Dipper inheriting providence and transforming yin and yang, Cold Spring 8 directions for qi facing the sun. Yang Changqing concluded with one word, withdraw. The last piece of Hunyorn stone was finally used up, becoming shriveled and stiff like this. Yang Changqing was in a good mood, feeling that his cultivation was getting more and more proficient. Yan Bingxin and the emperor arrived. Yan Bingxin spoke up, "Mr. Ye, my father has come to seek an audience with you." Yang Changqing replied, "Please take a seat, I will be right there." Yang Changqing rejoiced inwardly. He came at the right time. The emperor's face darkened, constantly tense, his hands clenched tightly to stay calm. The emperor thought, Senior Ye has been cultivating continuously for 4 days, and the entire imperial capital has been depleted of spiritual energy. Indeed, all the citizens of the imperial capital had become very emaciated. They cried and pleaded with His Majesty, "Your Majesty." That moved the emperor. If this continued, other cultivators in the imperial capital would have no way to survive. This was not a sustainable development plan. The emperor slammed the table, even though the old ancestor cannot make up his mind.
"But for the long-term peace of the country, we still have to invite Senior Ye to temporarily move elsewhere." Ye Changqing spoke up. "Your Majesty has waited a long time." Ye Changqing brought tea to offer them. He said, "I also have a matter to discuss with you." The emperor said, "Please speak, Senior Ye." Ye Changqing did not hesitate and said directly, "I have decided to leave the imperial capital in the next few days." This surprised the emperor and Yan Bingxin. The emperor's jaw dropped, his expression a bit exaggerated. "I haven't even opened my mouth yet. How did Mr. Ye proactively propose it?" Then the emperor placed his hand over his heart that felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Could it be that Mr. Ye also has a mind-reading technique? Yan Bingxin said anxiously, "Mr. Ye, you haven't been here long. Why do you want to leave?" Yan Bingxin couldn't help but shed tears. Was Bingxin's hospitality lacking? Ye Changqing smiled calmly. No. I have experienced the beauty of the imperial capital, so I have no regrets in this life." Ye Changqing looked up with a content expression, slowly pouring tea for the emperor and the 9th princess. But in reality, those were just excuses. Ye Changqing's mood changed, his face looking depressed. Such a mighty imperial capital, yet he couldn't find a single Hunyuan stone, so how could he practice cultivation? Ye Changqing continued, "I saw that the feng shui of the imperial capital is very good, so I tried growing some tea. Your Majesty, please have a taste." The emperor stared at the teacup for a long time, not daring to drink. Drinking tea? What does Senior Ye mean by this?
Then the emperor drank it in one gulp. "All right, let me finish the cup first." The taste of the tea made the emperor inevitably mesmerized, asking himself, This is... He seemed to be immersed in a world of satisfaction. This cup of tea actually contains supreme providence. It can even generate spiritual energy in the body. Truly wonderful. Ye Changqing said, "After I leave, these tea leaves and the tea tree behind the house will be left for His Majesty." Ye Changqing's words snapped the emperor out of his soaring emotions.
It was my short-sightedness. Mr. Ye absorbing the imperial capital's spiritual energy was not for his own cultivation. The image of Ye Chongqing harvesting tea leaves appeared, but rather to cultivate and refine spiritual energy through growing tea to take care of everyone. The emperor was moved to tears, 2 streams flowing down his face. Senior Ye is always thinking of Great Yan. The emperor immediately stood up and walked quickly toward Ye Chongqing. He knelt down and respectfully said, "Senior Ye." This action made Ye Chongqing inevitably surprised, intertwined with a bit of fear. He hurriedly ran over to help the emperor up. "His Majesty, please stand up quickly. I cannot accept such a grand bow." The emperor said, "Mr. Ye surely has his own reasons for leaving, but the people of Great Yan will absolutely not forget Mr. Ye's grace." Having said that, the emperor waved his hand and ordered, "Pass down my decree. The 12 commanderies and 6 cities of Great Yan must build the Chongqing Temple in the shortest time possible. I want the territory of Great Yan to echo the title of Sage Chongqing." The next day, as Ye Chongqing was leaving, Ye Chongqing's expression was not very happy. Oh, no way. In front of him were Grand Tutor Zhang, Yan Bingxin, and the Crown Prince. Even the Emperor and Elder Yan had all arrived to see Ye Chongqing off.
Ye Chongqing thought to himself, "Are you guys really coming?" The enthusiasm of the major figures of Great Yan made Ye Chongqing feel awkward and embarrassed to death. Not only that, from afar came the voice of Miss Qing Shui echoing, "Mr. Ye." Her face was sad, and she uttered an extremely domineering sentence. "Can Qing Shui accompany you to Shaoqi town?" Ye Chongqing replied, "Huh? Why?" Qing Shui confessed, "Qing Shui's aptitude is poor, and recently I have encountered new problems in the Tao of music. But rest assured, once the doubts in Qing Shui's heart are resolved, I will leave immediately and absolutely not bother you anymore." Ye Chongqing scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and replied, "Miss Qing Shui is exaggerating. If you want to, I naturally welcome you." Elder Yan also spoke up, "If Senior Ye has time, you can return to visit at any time. The people of Great Yan will never forget your kindness." Ye Chongqing waved his hand shyly. "Elder Yan is also exaggerating." The other men also bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Respectfully seeing off Sage Chongqing, may your fortune and prosperity be like an immortal, and your lifespan match heaven and earth." The blessing surprised Ye Chongqing but was intertwined with happiness. He replied, "Thank you everyone for your love." Ye Chongqing thought to himself, "Is this the treatment of Sage Chongqing? It really makes me feel so bitter." At the same time, in the Qingfeng Loyue Pavilion, Morong Lizhou was looking at the scenery outside, missing someone day by day but unable to meet him. Li Ruyi slowly walked in. She looked at Morong Lizhou and thought to herself, "On the day she cannot meet Mr. Ye, the pavilion master is always in this lonely state." Li Ruyi raised her voice, "Pavilion master, today Mr. Ye will leave the imperial capital from the direction of Dongshan." Morong Lizhou replied, "What does his departure have to do with this seat?" Li Ruyi said, "I heard that Mr. Ye does not intend to return in the short term. Do you really not want to see him again?" Morong Lizhou turned her head and said, "Really? I wouldn't dare hide it." She angrily reprimanded Li Ruyi, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Morong Lizhou gathered momentum and flew outside. Li Ruyi watched her go and smiled happily. "Ah, women, in the end, they still cannot escape the word love." Yan Bingxin pulled Ye Chongqing's clothes and said, "Mr. Ye, you definitely have to remember me." Ye Chongqing reluctantly replied, I will try." Yan Bingxin said, "Remember me 100 times a day, okay?" The emperor said, "Old ancestor, if we can match Little Nine and Mr. Ye into a couple, wouldn't that be a wonderful, mutually beneficial thing?" Elder Yan saw through that. He said, "I advise you to give up your illusions early and clearly recognize reality. That light came so fast. A peerless expert like Mr. Ye is only worthy of someone with a sufficiently high status. Little Nine is still far from it." Ye Chongqing said, "The person hasn't even appeared, and we have already prepared 7 parts of it." Murong Lizhou slowly stepped out within that radiant light. It was still the dignified appearance and brilliant aura of the head of Qingfeng Luiwei Pavilion. Facing her formidable power, Murong Lizhou received quite a few remarks from the surrounding people, saying, "This person can actually control fire. Could she be related to the legendary phoenix?" Ye Chongqing was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of Murong Lizhou. "Miss Murong." Ye Chongqing's eyes showed admiration. "Wow, I didn't expect Miss Murong to not only be surprisingly beautiful, with such an outstanding appearance, she must certainly be a cultivator with an extremely high cultivation base." Murong Lizhou called out, "Mr. Ye." Her eyes clearly showed sadness as she said, "You are leaving today, right?" Ye Chongqing replied, "That's right." Suddenly, Ye Chongqing realized something. Murong Lizhou stared at Ye Chongqing fixedly, as if wanting to reveal her unrequited love for the man in front of her. Seeing this, Ye Chongqing's face flushed red. He shyly glanced in another direction, raised his hand to stroke his hair to change the subject. "Hey, if you look at me like this again, I will suspect that you have feelings for me." But that thought was immediately extinguished by Ye Chongqing. No, it is more accurate that she is probably looking at Sage Chongqing. Ye Chongqing's face darkened, showing a bitter expression.
Ye Changqing, if your current identity wasn't Sage Changqing, with this kind of gaze, perhaps you wouldn't even expect it in your entire life. Ye Changqing let out a sigh, thinking to himself, I now have a spirit root and also have a suitable cultivation method. As long as I can find the Hunyan stone and put effort into cultivation, then one day I will win the heart of a beauty. Thinking so, Ye Changqing turned to speak to Murong Lizhou. Even though you and I are just passing acquaintances, Ye Changqing said happily, but I thank Miss Murong for being willing to respect me and seeing me off for a distance. Hearing Ye Changqing say this, Murong Lizhou felt sad. Passing acquaintances? So in Mr. Ye's eyes we can only be passing acquaintances? Or perhaps Mr. Ye already knew her intentions, didn't want to accept them, and didn't point them out directly just to leave her some final face. Murong Lizhou's gaze still did not leave Ye Changqing. It must definitely be like that.
A sage walking through the world must surely be surrounded by countless beauties. How could he possibly love a little girl like me? Witnessing the scene before her, Qing Shui couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, no woman could resist Mr. Ye's charm, even if she was a woman from the ancient Murong clan. Then she praised herself. Her judgment was indeed not wrong. The emperor bowed his head respectfully and said, Mr. Ye, everything is ready, and the teleportation can begin at any time. Ye Changqing replied, Thank you for your hard work. He slowly walked away, and everyone there said their final goodbyes, respectfully sending off Sage Changqing. Ye Changqing turned back and smiled slightly, waving goodbye. Everyone, let's meet again if destiny permits. Good brother, thank you so much for this time. Your identity was very useful and helped me become truly amazing. The golden statue uttered a single word, Kida. In the great Daya ancient nation, on Mount Yunlu, the home of a century-old sword Dao sect, the 10,000 sword sect. Someone said, don't miss a good opportunity. Chances don't come every day, so if you should act, then act. The cultivation method of our authentic sword sect is being demonstrated right now. Whether the quality is good or not, you will see directly. There were 3 men sitting together, forming a triangle, raising their hands together to cast spells. In front of them were 3 floating swords, along with a green yin-yang 8 trigrams formation appearing. The first person, with long hair, a wiry beard, a small face, and arched eyebrows, was the sect master of the 10,000 sword sect, Jian Jingwen. He said, Flying on a sword for 1,000 miles, do you mock it? The second man, with a long white beard and hair, and a small face, was the elder of the 10,000 sword sect. His becoming immortal one sword exploded the clouds in the sky. They chanted an incantation together for a while, and shouted loudly together. The 3 swords joined their tips together to create a circle. Another man said, Look everyone, this is one of the top-tier cultivation methods that our sect master and elder are demonstrating for you. The older-looking man said nothing, just standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing. The man continued to praise. Our 10,000 sword sect is the most famous sect among sword cultivators, guarded by our masters, with a foundation of 10,000 years. The man spoke for a while and then shouted, If any fellow Taoists intend to register, please follow me. Other men replied, Does this junior brother want to come in and enjoy the Grandmaster's performance? The other person answered, Grabbing a random person and already calling them junior brother, you really must be going mad from poverty for not being able to collect tuition fees. Hearing the exaggerated praise made the people there feel uncomfortable. Someone couldn't bear it and spoke up. The most famous? I think third-rated best. Another added, I still want to go to the Four Sages' Holy Land to learn. Then many people gathered in groups and discussed enthusiastically. My cultivating relative said the 10,000 sword sect will decline soon. The Four Sages' Holy Land is the eternal god.
Facing that chaotic scene, the elder anxiously said to the sectmaster beside him, Sectmaster, Zijing Holy Land has suddenly risen to fame. Will we still be able to recruit any disciples this year? He continued, I heard it is all because Zijing Holy Lord Shu Zetian obtained a heaven-defying providence. The sectmaster of Wanjian sect reassured the elder, What are you panicking for? This old man still has one last magical treasure. Today, this old man personally went to the Sword Burial Lake to investigate thoroughly. He continued, Our ancestral master is in secluded cultivation here, yet life waves are still transmitting out. The sword chi beneath the Sword Burial Lake is burning hot. The sectmaster added, This old man thinks, just as expected, our ancestral master will soon come out of seclusion. Hearing this, the elder became even more anxious, sweat pouring down his face. The ancestral master has stepped into the Mahayana realm for many years, and as expected is about to face ascension. Why would he choose to come out of seclusion at this time? The sectmaster glanced at the elder and said, Of course it is because he cannot bear to see the morale of Wanjian sect decline, and cannot let go of descendants like us. Then the sectmaster pointed his finger and ordered, You two immediately spread the news that the strongest ancestral master of Wanjian sect is about to come out of seclusion. Hearing the order from the sectmaster, the 2 of them immediately obeyed and followed. Disciples understand.
The sectmaster said, Let Zijing Holy Land and the world know. As long as the 10,000 sword sect's ancestral master is still here, we are still the sword Dao leader of Zhengzhou. Suddenly, a strong wind pushed everyone around. The strong wind was so fierce that books and glasses were immediately shattered. The sectmaster was surprised. This tremor was the sword tomb at the back mountain. The sword burial lake had movement. Then the sect master raised his hand to calculate something. He began to say, "First is Kan, second is Kun. The Zin trigram lies in the east, the Shun trigram lies in the southeast." Suddenly, the sect master unexpectedly opened his eyes. His face clearly showed a joyful expression. "Heaven is truly helping us. It seems our ancestral master is about to come out of seclusion." A disciple then said, reporting to the sect master, "Those mortals who came to visit just now did not register." Hearing this, the sect master was very angry. He shouted, "Could it be they don't know the strongest ancestral master of our sect is about to come out of seclusion?" The disciple helplessly replied, "This disciple already told them, but they said their stomachs are not good and cannot digest empty promises." The disciple saying this made the sect master even angrier, so angry that his face darkened, his mouth wide open in astonishment. They would rather wait 5 years later for Z King Holy Land to open its mountain and accept disciples, rather than be willing to join the 10,000 Sword Sept to welcome our sect's ancestor right now? How hateful! The elder and sect master stepped into some world together, traversing forests and mountains.
The further they went, the closer they got. It seemed the spiritual energy here was quite strong, making movement relatively difficult. An elder spoke up. "The murderous intent of Sword Burial Lake is something we cannot bear, even if we get too close." He added, "Those ancestral masters can remain in secluded cultivation here for 1,000 years. The sect master gritted his teeth in anger because those brats from earlier didn't register to become his disciples. Those stupid fools had eyes but were blind, not knowing what they had missed. Right then, a mysterious purple light appeared and emanated outward. The sect master immediately clasped his hands and respectfully greeted, welcoming the ancestral master of our sect. In front of them was the figure of a powerful man of the Wanzhen sect, the Wanzhen sect's ancestral master, Situ Genping. However, it seemed that after his awakening, he was not yet stable enough to adapt to the outside world. This old man has painstakingly cultivated for 1,000 years and has formed an immortal sword heart. It's a pity that from beginning to end it has been difficult to break through the final step and comprehend the great Tao sword intent. Situ Genping opened his eyes, which contained a brilliant red light within. This time, heaven's will has guided me to come out of seclusion, so I must find providence. The sect master and the elder knelt down and greeted. Disciples pay respects to the ancestral master. Situ Genping replied, "So it is the people of the Wanzhen sect."
The elder replied, "That's right." Situ Genping said, "Among you, who is the current sect master?" The sect master replied, "Reporting to the ancestral master, your disciple Zhang Zhang Yuan is the current sect master of Wanzhen sect." Situ Genping looked down from above at the sect master and the elder. Above their heads appeared the words, "Mid-stage soul formation, early-stage void training." Situ Genping said helplessly, "A nameless nobody at the early-stage void training? No wonder Wanzhen sect has declined to this extent." The words were like a fatal knife strike to the sect master. The elder said, "Is the ancestral master dissatisfied with us right after coming out of seclusion? Nowadays, the situation in the cultivation world is unstable, and with budget cuts, you cannot blame our sect master." Situ Genping landed his feet on the ground. He said, "Enough. Follow me to the main hall and report on everything that has happened since this seat went into secluded cultivation." The elder and the sect master replied, "Yes." Returning to Wanzhen sect, Situ Genping sat on the ancestral master's chair, listening to the sect master's presentation. The sect master reported, "Ancestral master, those are the major events that have occurred on the Jiangsu continent over the years." Listening to the sect master's report, Situ Genping felt a headache and was depressed. "So that's how it is. The experts of my generation back then have fallen one by one. With such fortune, has no one ascended?" The sect master replied, "That's correct. Not only Wanzhen sect, but other cultivation holy lands in Jiangsu have also trended towards decline due to the passing of the seniors. They have long been unlike before." The sect master continued enthusiastically. "Now, the Taoist sects of Jiangsu are unstable. With the ancestral master coming out of seclusion at this time, you will surely lead Wanzhen sect back to the leading position among the sects in Jiangsu." Situ Genping, with a grave expression, asked in return, "Do you know why the Taoist sects in Jiangsu are unstable?" The sect master replied, "A few months ago, the Huafan melody echoed once again, causing the demons in Nanling in the northern frontier to stir, and the female devil emperor in the northern frontier also shows signs of awakening."
Hearing this, Situ Genping immediately panicked and said loudly, "The Huafan melody sounds. The devil emperor breaks the coffin." The more he spoke, the more he sweated. Indeed, if this came true, it would be a major event concerning the survival of the Zhongzhou Taoist sects. Even if that female devil had been sealed for 9 tribulations, she is still an invisible existence in the world. Saying this, Situ Genping cast a spell. Even though this old man had cultivated the immortal sword heart, he had never been able to comprehend the great Tao sword intent. He feared that if both sides could not spare each other on the battlefield in the future, he did not know what his chances of winning would be.
The sect master's words interrupted C2 Genping's train of thought as he said, Ancestral Master, you do not need to worry. The Holy Lord of Taiswan Holy Land, Taoist Chang Suen, once made a bold declaration. The sect master stroked his chin and confidently stated that the human race would have a figure akin to an emperor. Taiswan Holy Land's recent sudden rise is precisely because they received the protection of this emperor. However, the sect master's words made C2 Genping furious, and he retorted, absurd. He questioned, do you know what a terrifying existence an emperor is? Then C2 Genping explained, an emperor is someone who has cultivated their Tao to great perfection. A single thought can trigger a heavenly tribulation, allowing them to ascend to the heavenly realm. Seeing this, the sect master fearfully and timidly cupped his hands. This disciple understands, but Taiswan Holy Land spoke with absolute certainty. They must have paid their respects to that emperor.
The sect master's words made C2 Genping pause. He thought to himself, does an emperor truly exist in the Sword Tao nowadays? If an emperor were to give guidance on the Sword Tao, then this old man's comprehension of the great Tao sword intent would be within the palm of my hand. Thinking of this, C2 Genping asked the sect master, how is your relationship with the Taiswan Holy Lord? The sect master confidently stroked his beard and replied, it is passable. He suddenly realized something and asked C2 Genping in panic, Ancestral Master, do you want to meet the emperor of the human race? C2 Genping stood up and replied, that is right. He loudly expressed his intention. This old man wants to receive guidance from the emperor. Otherwise, with this old man's current lifespan, if I can never comprehend the great Tao sword intent, my impending doom will soon arrive. The sect master was surprised. Impending doom? The sect master's expression became solemn. So the ancestral master's coming out of seclusion is not because his sword Tao has reached perfection, but because his impending doom is approaching. The sect master was saddened. I was hoping the ancestral master would lead the Wanzhen sect to prosper once again. Who would have thought that this time we have hit rock bottom? C2 Genping walked over. He approached and said to the sect master, this old man knows your concerns. As a supreme emperor, his temperament must be eccentric. If this old man forces it, perhaps it will implicate the entire Wanzhen sect. But right now, this old man truly cannot wait. Hearing C2 Genping's heartfelt words, the sect master replied, this junior understands. C2 Genping continued, this old man can guarantee, if I can comprehend the great Tao sword intent, in the future I will definitely leave behind a portion of fortune and providence for the Wanzhen sect. He raised his hand and swore, at the very least I can guarantee the Wanzhen sect will prosper for another 5,000 years. Hearing this, the sect master was shocked. 5,000 years. He dizzyingly held his head. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a good thing. The sect master pondered. Based on this ancestral master's cultivation, no one in the entire Wanzhen sect can stop him. But it is not good to let him use the Wanzhen sect's reputation to provoke that emperor. It's better to... Suddenly the sect master had an idea. I have it. He immediately bowed deeply and said, Ancestral Master, this disciple has thought of a matter that can help you break through in the Sword Tao. C2 Genping replied, oh, what matter? The sect master shared. Does the Ancestral Master still remember the Ziqing Holy Land? They and our Wanzhen sect both revere the Sword Tao. Not long ago, Ziqing Holy Lord Shuzatin seized a heaven-defying providence. That night, an unparalleled sword-like shot up into the sky. The momentum was truly massive. C2 Genping replied, could it be that this providence is even more formidable than the teachings of an emperor? The sect master said, our factions were evenly matched, but the Ziqing Holy Lord personally verified it. Junior, that providence is indeed related to the Sword Tao. He was so moved that his tears fell, not hiding anything from the ancestral master. From then on, everyone believed that the Sword Tao of Ziqing Holy Land was the most orthodox, swarming to join their sect to seek teachings. C2 Genping was furious. They just got one opportunity, yet they dare to arrogantly claim their Sword Tao is orthodox like that? This old man will go the Ziqing Holy Land to see exactly how heaven-defying that providence is. The sect master said, not only did I shift the attention of this great bodhisattva ancestral master, but I also created some trouble for our recruitment competitor, Ziqing Holy Land. 2 birds with 1 stone. He stroked his beard happily. John Zhengwan, are you truly a genius? Over here is Ziqing Holy Land. C2 Genping flew forward. He landed and said, such a strong power. It can be felt 100 miles away from Ziqing Holy Land.
C2 Genping looked from afar. It seemed the source of this power was exactly that scroll. He laughed loudly. Zhen Zenyuan was not wrong. This providence is indeed a great heavenly fortune for sword cultivators of the world. Then C2 Genping continued flying, laughing loudly. Ha, let this old man carefully try to sense it a bit. Outside Ziqing Holy Land was a protective spherical barrier. Who goes there? Take this, C2 Genping said. Ha! Trivial tricks. Without fear, he directly used his immense power to destroy the protective layer. Suddenly, a sword pointed straight at his face. C2 Genping was completely unafraid. 3 men surrounded him, pointing their swords at C2 Genping and said, who dares to be so bold as to trespass into Ziqing Holy Land? A man flying high above looked down and said, who are you, sir? The man thought to himself, why can't I sense this old man's cultivation base? Could he be some sort of expert? But it doesn't matter. We have the numbers, and the mountain-protecting Grand Formation has also been reinforced by Senior Ye's precious painting. Daring to trespass into our sect, we will make sure he comes but cannot return. Situ Zhenping then directly stated his demand. Junior, lend that calligraphy piece to this old man to use. He continued, regarding today's offense, this old man will no longer bicker with you. One of the men said, Holy Lord, this person is too arrogant. We should just kill him. Hearing this, Situ Zhenping laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, he confidently challenged. Since the time I began my cultivation, you are the first person who dared to speak of killing this old man. The Holy Lord angrily said, All right, everyone, set up the formation. The three men, with the Holy Lord's approval, immediately took action. Swords pierced the void. The Holy Lord also unleashed a move. These actions only amused Situ Zhenping. Ha, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating your own strength. Relying on your trivial magical power, you dare to try and kill this old man? Situ Zhenping glared, his entire body radiating terrifying power. In an instant, he sent the group of people flying. The three men were thrown back, coughing up blood, and said, To think he is an expert above the void-piercing realm. Another added, Holy Lord, I'm afraid this person has already reached the half-step Mahayana realm. We are not his match. The Holy Lord was also somewhat injured by Situ Zhenping's power. No wonder we couldn't sense his cultivation base. He turns out to be a top-tier sword cultivator. After demonstrating his power, the ancestral master of the Wanzhen sect repeated his demand to the Z King Holy Lord. I will say it one more time. This old man only wants that calligraphy piece. At this moment, the Z King Holy Lord was in a much weaker position compared to the old man. The Holy Lord used all his life's strength to stand up.
He resolutely told the old Situ Zhenping that the calligraphy piece was the ultimate holy relic of the Ziqing Holy Land, so how could he easily give it to others? Then he pointed his sword at the arrogant old man in front of him and said, So what if you belong to the half-step Mahayana realm? The Ziqing Holy Lord loudly declared, The holy relic bestowed by Senior Ye, I will protect with my life. This determination of the Ziqing Holy Lord made the old Situ Zhenping suspicious. For him to dare speak so boldly, could it be that he still has a backup plan? Saying that, the Holy Lord muttered a sentence, With Sage Ye in my heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine. The sword technique in his hand immediately deployed a formation, the Huaji formation. Instantly, the swords of all three people from the Ziqing Holy Land flew over on command and gathered in one place, finally creating a complete sword magical formation.
From within the Huaji formation, a massive surge of sword energy was transmitted into the formation, preparing for a powerful counterattack. The sky in that area suddenly turned gloomy, and an object resembling a sword tip gradually appeared. The Ziqing Holy Lord was determined to win at all costs, letting him taste the weapon forged by the primordial spirits of past Ziqing Holy Lords. The Ziqing Holy Sword immediately struck, plunging right into the center of the Huaji formation just now. Finally, it completed its form and charged forward to attack the ancestral master of the Wanzhen sect. Old Situ Zhenping felt this power and finally revealed an intrigued smile. The Huaji formation combined with the Ziqing Holy Sword. Only then did he summon his own Holy Sword, getting serious to fight them in a proper battle. The ancestral master of the Wanzhen sect did not forget to praise them before striking. Very well, this is worthy of this old man making a move. He tightly grasped the hilt of his sword in his hand. Standing from afar, he unleashed several powerful streaks of sword intent, forming arcs full of might. The sword intent had only just approached at close range and was already able to forcefully break the Huaji formation. This made the Ziqing Holy Lord extremely shocked. How is this possible? Just the sword intent moving around his body pierced through the Huaji formation. Even the elders standing nearby had realized the extent of the Wanzhen sect ancestral master's power. They immediately suggested to the Holy Lord, Senior brother, the strength of this old thief is extraordinary. We must take him down with a single strike. That's right. If we cannot win, then the Ziqing Holy Land will face an overwhelming disaster. The Holy Lord quickly agreed, immediately preparing for the final strike. All right, then let's use the strongest move. He personally executed that decisive technique, the final move of the Ziqing sword incantation. A streak of purple light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the shape of a sword tip gradually appeared on his forehead. Finally, he released the shattering burning heaven, possessing immense pressure and absolute control. However, in the eyes of old Situ Zhenping, it was like water playing with fire. He sneered with clear disdain. Burning heaven? How do you know you're not just rushing headlong into death? At this moment, he also drew his longsword. The two sources of power within the sword techniques clashed directly against each other. Yet the shattering burning heaven of the Ziqing Holy Land was instantly shattered to pieces when it met his ordinary longsword. This completely exceeded the imagination of the Ziqing elders. The Holy Lord couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The strongest technique of my entire Holy Land, yet it was broken so easily? Thus, the ancestral master successfully broke the shattering burning heaven of the Ziqing Holy Land, and signaled for his longsword to return to his hand. He opened his mouth and said, Although I founded the Wanzhen sect years ago, and am revered as the Sword Dao ancestral master.
However, he could not pass his proudest move on to just anyone. Now that the sword had returned to his hands, he wanted to publicly display his sword technique in front of the Ziqing Holy Lord. Today, this old man would unleash this supreme technique once, so that everyone in the world would remember this unparalleled sword strike. He lowered his hand and began to execute the sword technique, Immortal Sword Heart. From the abundant and powerful spiritual energy, the form of an extremely ferocious dragon gradually took shape, called Duan Sanglong. Seeing this, the elders were both fearful and in awe, unable to control their emotions as they cried out. When this domineering and ferocious sword chi reached its peak, let alone moving mountains and draining seas, sweeping across Juzhou would not be an exaggeration. And the target it was aiming at was precisely the Ziqing Holy Lord of the Ziqing Holy Land over there. The elders hurriedly signaled to him, "Senior Brother Holy Lord, hurry and escape." However, it seemed the Holy Lord had been completely suppressed by the spiritual energy of the ancestral master of the Wanjian sect. He could neither run away nor utter a single word.
At this moment, the Duang Songlong sword chi had already manifested right before his eyes, and it was expected that the entire Holy Land would inevitably suffer a tragic destruction. Old C2 Zhenping was determined not to let this matter go, saying coldly, "You have nowhere to hide." Unexpectedly, the ferocious sword chi was blocked by a protective shield that appeared out of nowhere, leaving both sides completely astounded and unable to believe their eyes. What? Even the Ziqing Holy Lord did not know the origin of this shield, asking himself in bewilderment, "A protective shield? Where did this protective shield come from?" At this time, an elder signaled for them to look up. "Senior Brother Holy Lord, look above your head." When the Holy Lord looked up, that object gradually manifested more clearly. It was the scroll that Ye Changqing had left for the Ziqing Holy Land, the scroll bestowed by Senior Ye. It was its spiritual energy that created an invincible defensive layer, resisting the powerful sword chi just now. On the scroll, 2 lines of a poem were written. "A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. One sword's frost chills 14 states." Old C2 Zhenping was getting increasingly furious. He hastily deployed his sword chi once again, this time launching a direct attack. However, the incoming sword chi was blocked again by the defensive shield created by the scroll. The shield was so incredibly solid that not even the weapon of the ancestral master of the Wanjian sect could break it, which was nothing short of a massive blow to the weapon's wielder. How is this possible? At this time, the Holy Lord was able to move again and immediately approached the scroll. He drew near to the glowing scroll and sincerely expressed his utmost respect and gratitude. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's life-saving grace towards the Ziqing Holy Land. The elders of the Holy Land also knelt down simultaneously to express their gratitude. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's life-saving grace towards the Ziqing Holy Land. This made old C2 even more exasperated. He could not believe that there was a spell in this world that could stop this old man's sword chi. Now that the Ziqing Holy Land had a backer, the Holy Lord immediately stepped forward towards the situation to Ye Changqing through the divine scroll. "Senior Ye, this old thief is arrogant to the extreme, delusionally attempting to snatch away the holy relic you bestowed." After explaining, he immediately humbled himself and pleaded, "Our combat strength is no match for him. Please take action to save the Ziqing Holy Land." That scroll immediately responded, as a burst of power emerged and split into 2 directions. It released a powerful force outward, and that force was now fiercely charging straight towards the ancestral master of the Wanjian sect.
When that force shortened the distance, the ancestral master finally realized that it was an attack. This scroll could not only defend, but could it also attack? And when it shot to his position, he felt something unusual. Wait, what shot out was Sword Dao True Intent. The ancestral master immediately organized his defenses, mentally prepared to endure this strike. Yet this attack did not hit him directly, but flew right past him to the back. Elder C2 Zhenping realized he had fallen into a trap. This is bad. But everything was already too late. That attack detonated behind his back. Although at a considerable distance, the remaining shockwaves caused him to suffer a backlash and cough up blood. Ye Changqing's scroll created such a massive explosion that even outside witnesses like the Ziqing Holy Lord were staggered by it. He himself couldn't help but exclaim, acknowledging this ruthlessness. "What is this? Isn't Senior Ye's move a bit too ruthless?" That explosion hadn't ended at all. It continued to detonate several more times, with the attack power being incredibly strong each time. After a while, the sky finally cleared, and there was no more movement. Elder C2 Zhenping was blown several miles away, sustaining quite a few injuries. This left the elders, including the Holy Lord, entirely astounded, using just 2 streams of sword chi to knock this person back 100 miles. Through this incident, their admiration for Ye Changqing grew even deeper. As expected, Senior Ye's cultivation is above this Sword Dao ancestral master, isn't it? At this moment, Elder C2 Zhenping had not completely calmed down, continuously coughing up blood hoarsely. Although his body suffered quite a few injuries, it did not diminish the old man's mood at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Unbelievable to think that there is still someone in this world who can release great Dao sword intent. The more he spoke, the more he laughed heartily in satisfaction. This old man's horizons have truly been broadened, truly broadened. When his strength somewhat recovered, he leaned on his sword, stood up, and declared his identity. Good, good. This old man, C2 Zhenping, is the last person of the 5th generation of the Wanjian sect.
Ye Chongqing's scroll seemed to sense the danger and prepared to meet this strike head-on. If one could die under the Great Tao's sword intent, so be it. At this moment, Old Man Situ charged forward. He resolved to fight to the death with that scroll without any hesitation. In his tone, there was only cheerful relaxation and the desire to conquer this scroll, which could be considered as not living his life in vain. At this time, the elders of the Ziqing Holy Land finally reflected on his identity. Situ Zhenping, 5th generation of the Wanjian sect. The Ziqing Holy Lord calculated for a moment before realizing it. What a shock! The 5th generation of the Wanjian sect belonged to the same generation as their ancestral master. He knew he had offended a senior. He even imagined the worst-case scenario in his head and worried. If this old man really dies in the Ziqing Holy Land, wouldn't I be facing a major disaster? He immediately communicated this matter to Ye Chongqing through the scroll. Senior Ye, this person's background is a bit troublesome. Please withdraw your divine abilities first. This scroll's temperament was exactly like its owner's. Afraid of awkward situations, it immediately stopped the divine abilities. Meanwhile, Old Man Situ Zhenping was ready to unleash a perfect and powerful sword strike. In the end, he headed straight into thin air, leaving him extremely dumbfounded. Huh? Not only that, because he exerted himself too much, his back showed signs of breaking, causing him to cry out in pain. My old back! Seeing this, the Ziqing Holy Lord was extremely panicked, but couldn't do anything. Ancestral Master Situ. In the very next second, the old man fell from high above, letting out an earth-shattering cry. Ouch! Immediately, the senior members of the Ziqing Holy Land rushed over to check on the situation. The Holy Lord supported the seemingly very bitter Situ Zhenping to stand up. So it is Ancestral Master Situ of the Wanjian sect. Please forgive this junior for the earlier disrespect. The old man, sure enough, did not care about those words and insisted on determining the victor against the scroll, causing everyone to try and dissuade him. This scene was truly bustling. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly let me fight a few more rounds with that scroll. Ancestral Master Situ, you shouldn't be so emotional. That's right. If there is anything, let's talk about it slowly.
Being too emotional made him cough dryly even more, which simultaneously helped him calm down a bit. The ancestral master finally agreed to stop and talk properly. Forget it, this old man has been in secluded cultivation for 1,000 years, suddenly came out of seclusion and was eager to test his sword. It was also a moment of arrogance. Hearing this, the Holy Lord's expression became much more cheerful. Testing your sword? That's fine. The elder standing nearby even added a comment, making the ancestral master bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with them. Aren't you here to exterminate our sect? How scary. The old Situ Zhenping indicated he wanted to talk. Ziqing Holy Lord, can we talk for a bit? They returned to the Ziqing main hall to discuss matters. The Holy Lord carefully invited the distinguished guest inside. Ancestral Master, please come this way. He spoke first. Ancestral Master Situ, is there something specific? The old Situ Zhenping said, this old man came out of seclusion this time because I had a premonition that a great tribulation is approaching.
The old man's serious tone made the Holy Lord beside him couldn't help but be shocked. If he couldn't break through in the sword Tao within 2 years, he could only wait for death. What? The Holy Lord only now thought back on this matter. It turned out that this old man didn't come out of seclusion to help the Wanjian sect to make a comeback, but rather because he was about to pass away in meditation due to failing to break through. He noticed the old man's troubled expression and couldn't help but think, right now the Devil Emperor shows signs of reviving, and the Taoist sect of Zhongzhou is exactly in need of such an expert. To think that he would collapse immediately upon emerging into the world, it truly makes one feel sad. Thinking of this, the Ziqing Holy Lord stood up and asked, Senior, what can this junior do for you? The ancestral master of the Wanjian sect replied, It is very simple. This old man only wants to comprehend the supreme treasure scroll of the Ziqing Holy Hall. Hearing this, the Holy Lord was stunned. This is the place with the densest sword intent. Although he didn't say it, outsiders could see his reluctance, causing the ancestral master to hesitate slightly. This old man won't force it. Finally, the old man switched to another request. How about this? This old man only needs an opportunity for providence. Regardless of whether I break through or not, I will leave behind 2 sets of high-grade sword techniques for the Ziqing Holy Hall. How about it? The Holy Lord paid close attention to the main point. Hearing the words high-grade sword technique, his eyes lit up with nothing else on his mind. The Holy Lord immediately changed his attitude drastically, warmly inviting him. Oh my, Senior is too polite. Please, come this way. The Holy Lord quickly led him to the place. The grace of this magical treasure should inherently be shared with everyone. Feel free to comprehend it here. The Ziqing Holy Lord stepped inside first, but stopped Situ Zhenping for a moment. Ancestral Master, wait. After speaking, he immediately cast some sort of spell. He ordered, Open all the restrictions here. Open all the restrictions. Ye Chongqing's scroll immediately obeyed the command and began the process of retracting the restrictions. The Holy Lord explained,
Although the Great Tao Sod intent in this magical treasure is very pure, it is also extremely dangerous. Few people in our sect can withstand it, which is why we used restrictions to seal it. Seeing the scroll operating the magical treasure so proficiently made Elder C2 extremely satisfied. Good. Good.
At this time, someone came to the Holy Lord. Senior Brother Holy Lord, as an elder of Ziqing Holy Land, how dare you allow someone to cultivate near Senior Ye's magical treasure? The Holy Lord replied, that is right. Senior C2 is an elder with profound cultivation from the Wanzhen sect. Since he currently has a request for us, Ziqing Holy Land must naturally act righteously and help. That elder immediately reminded him, this magical treasure bestowed by Senior Ye will be the backing for us Ziqing Holy Land for the next 10,000 years. He leaned in and whispered to the Holy Lord, if an outsider sees through the secrets inside, how will you face the entire Ziqing Holy Land? The other elders were also apprehensive. Furthermore, if Senior Ye blames us, the Ziqing Holy Lord had heard all their intentions, and only now did he speak up. Everyone must know that the female devil emperor of the devil race is about to recover. When that time comes, they will definitely launch a massive army attack. The great sects of Jiangsu have always mutually supported each other since ancient times. Currently, there is a highly respected senior with profound cultivation who needs help. How can I sit still and ignore it? If Senior Ye truly passes down blame, he bluntly declared, this old man will definitely go and accept the punishment himself. After that, he turned to invite old C2 to practice. Please cultivate with peace of mind, Senior C2. Old C2 had heard the entire conversation just now. He couldn't help but be grateful for this kindness. The Ziqing Holy Lord truly had a righteous heart.
Saying that, he then approached the magical treasure ahead. A small favor like a drop of water must be repaid with a massive spring. He quickly entered inside, not forgetting to leave a guarantee. Rest assured, everyone, this old man absolutely will not take advantage unreasonably. He had reached the top. Before the scroll that Ye Chongqing left for the Holy Land, he declared that during his time of comprehension here, he only wanted to do a few small things for the Ziqing Holy Land. Saying that, he began to execute his spell, gathering auspicious energy, and finally deployed it outward. Subduing Heavenly King, conquering heaven first, heaven and earth black yellow, yin-yang profound law, arise. Sword Chi was immediately released outward densely, carrying energy from the host's body. This source of power spread all over the area surrounding the magical treasure. Even the Holy Land disciples outside could see it. What was that? The energy from the sword intent was directly imparted to the elders of the Ziqing Holy Land. Right after that, the entire Ziqing Holy Land could feel this auspicious chi. Oh, I feel a completely new type of sword intent. Even the Holy Lord enjoyed this feeling. Ah, powerful yet gentle. The sword intent made the elders somewhat change their view of C2 Zhenping. This old man was truly worth associating with. They could indeed learn a few things from him. At this time, a special butterfly flew into the Holy Land to find the Ziqing Holy Lord. It came beside the Holy Lord, making him immediately recognize it and stop. Master! The Holy Lord realized this butterfly was sent by Qing Shui, reporting the current situation to him. This is news transmitted by the little girl Qing Shui. This disciple has recently returned to Shaoqi Town with Senior Ye. Please do not worry. This news truly made the Holy Lord happy. Oh, I didn't expect Senior Ye to leave the imperial capital so quickly. After hearing this news, he let it go, silently wishing his disciple well in his heart. Qing Shui, you must grasp this opportunity well. At this moment, after many days of traveling, Ye Qing Shui and Qing Shui had finally arrived. He stretched his shoulders comfortably. So good, we've finally returned.
Seeing him so excited, Qing Shui couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster Ye, do you feel that the great Yan imperial capital is not good? Ye Chongqing shook his head and answered sincerely, that's not it. I just prefer being at home. I prefer being free. The two of them had now returned to the gates of Shaoqi Town, and it was already dusk. When I left, I thought the outside world was very dangerous, Ye Chongqing excitedly told Qing Shui. Who would have thought that along the way, the demonic beasts were all completely dead? After the two entered the small town, Ye Chongqing quickly spotted a familiar figure. Ah, this is little Wang from next door. Unable to hold back his excitement, he shouted loudly to greet everyone, while the Black Emperor beside him added to the bustling atmosphere. Ladies and fellow townsfolk, I have returned. However, little Wang seemed to have realized something, trembling in fear as he looked at him. Even the people near Ye Chongqing had disappeared to who knows where. They scattered in panic, everyone crying and begging Ye Chongqing to spare their lives. Sorry, Mr. Ye, we didn't mean to bother you. Please don't let them arrest us. Having just arrived home and witnessing this scene, Ye Chongqing didn't understand anything at all. What are they talking about?
Qing Shui thought differently. She considered this to be natural and said to him, Grandmaster Ye has just returned from the imperial capital, so your value has multiplied. This is their way of showing respect. Ye Chongqing believed this to be true and thought it made sense. Very quickly, Ye Chongqing stopped paying attention to what had just happened and suggested to Qing Shui, it's getting late, let's hurry back. The townspeople who were hiding from him saw him returning so innocently, and they couldn't help but feel a little guilty in their hearts. He's home. Could it be that we misunderstood Mr. Ye? They recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and reassured themselves not to think ill of a good person.
That's right. In the end, it wasn't Mr. Ye who tied us up. Everyone agreed with this idea. Could that group of people be fanatical followers of Mr. Ye? Mr. Ye was good. That group of people was bad. That evening at Ye Changqing's house, he was busy cleaning things inside, blowing dust here and there. He also inhaled quite a bit of dust. There's too much dust. Ye Changqing happily invited Qing Shui to sit down. Miss Qing Shui, let me do it. Then he grabbed a bucket and said to the Black Emperor, Black Emperor, go fetch a bucket of water. After a long time, Ye Changqing finally finished cleaning. Exhausted, he clung to the tea table and sighed. Finally done cleaning. Only now did he notice Qing Shui. She had already brewed tea and poured it for Ye Changqing, which improved his mood significantly. Thank you. I have really troubled Miss Qing Shui. Qing Shui brought the teacup in front of his eyes and replied with a smile. I should be the one saying that. Grandmaster Ye did not despise Qing Shui's dull aptitude and was still willing to offer guidance many times.
Ye Changqing reached out to take the teacup from her hand, accidentally touching Qing Shui's hand. Upon being touched, Qing Shui immediately startled and blushed. Just one touch, and her mind felt as if it was about to leave her body. It was a numb and tingling sensation, like being electrocuted. Qing Shui was extremely satisfied with this touch, so this was what it felt like to have close skin-to-skin contact with an expert. Afterwards, the two of them sat together and chatted. Ye Changqing said, speaking of which, it's quite strange. Although the imperial capital has myriad good things, only returning to Shaoqi town can make my body and mind truly relax. Qing Shui also agreed with him. That's right. Qing Shui also doesn't like noise and bustle. She poured another cup of tea to enjoy with Ye Changqing. Just like Master Ye, Qing Shui also increasingly preferred such a peaceful and quiet life. Ye Changqing reached out to support the teacup in her hand. Thank you. The two subconsciously touched hands. Ye Changqing reflexively pulled back a bit out of shyness. Meanwhile, Qing Shui's reaction was even more intense. She subconsciously enjoyed this touch. The providence on Grandmaster Ye's body is so comfortable. This made him seriously doubt life. Miss Qing Shui? What do you mean by this? Seeing him so timid made Qing Shui find it even more interesting. After all, he was still a pure and handsome young man. After a while, the situation returned to normal, and Ye Changqing asked her meekly, Miss Qing Shui, didn't you say earlier that there were some new problems on the Tao of Music? Qing Shui answered him, It is true. Although Qing Shui has made great progress today, I still have no way to play that Huafan melody. Hearing this, he blushed and stammered. I understand, but it is already late today. We could. As soon as Miss Qing Shui heard this, she understood the main idea of the sentence, endlessly sighing in admiration that Grandmaster Ye was indeed very thoughtful.
She immediately bowed to him. This Junya will take her leave first. Tonight, Qing Shui will definitely rest well and gather enough spirit so that tomorrow I can attentively listen to Grandmaster Ye's teachings. After that, she turned her back and walked away, leaving Ye Changqing dumbfounded. Being played like this, he couldn't control himself and blurted out some incredibly cheesy lines. All right, you wretched girl, your little trick has successfully attracted my attention. He then just fell asleep in the dead of night. Meanwhile, in another place, the Black Emperor went to the large ancient tree and called out, Brother Tree, Brother Tree, Brother Tree. The little white tiger followed and wondered, is it really appropriate to wake up Senior Tree like this? Unexpectedly, the Black Emperor's calls really woke the large tree up. The large tree responded to their words. What is the matter that you woke me up? The Black Emperor immediately said respectfully, Brother Tree, we followed Master back from the imperial capital and decided to make another trip to Nanling. The ancient tree wondered, what are you going to Nanling for? The little white tiger answered, Senior Tree, Master has used up all the Hunyan stones for his cultivation, so we want to go find some and bring them back. At this time, the elder tree asked no more questions, but directly let a leaf fall to where they were and began to instruct, you both have filial devotion. Take this item with you. The little white tiger held the item in her hand and asked, what is this? The elder tree explained, this willow leaf is equivalent to a full power strike from this seat. Although you each have a demon emperor painting for yourselves, it can only be used to increase cultivation and is not an ultimate killing weapon to destroy enemies. In a life and death situation, if used, anyone with a cultivation base below the Mahayana realm will be annihilated on the spot. The two immediately bowed to him. Thank you, Brother Tree. Thank you, Senior Tree. That ancient tree continued. Actually, this seat also knows a place in the Great Secret Realm that has a lot of Hunyan stones inside. But that place is fraught with danger, and even with the two of you combined, you wouldn't be able to return. It's better to wait until I have the opportunity to take human form. Then I will personally make a trip for Master. At this moment, the Black Emperor and the little white tiger happily replied, we won't trouble Brother Tree's great presence anymore. This time we will definitely bring back a lot. The next day, Qing Shui was practicing her zither melody again.
Changqing's mind had already imagined a beautiful scene. Grandmaster Ye, practicing this love song is really tiring. Can we switch to practicing the flirting glances song instead?
He was so immersed in the vision in his head that he couldn't even hear Qing Shui calling him, Grandmaster Ye, Grandmaster Ye. After many attempts, she finally woke up the dreaming man, Grandmaster Ye. Ye Changqing hesitantly apologized to her. Ahem, sorry, he asked Qing Shui again. Where were we just now? Qing Shui sighed and told him that she had tried many times but still couldn't play the Huafan melody. She said that the Huafan music score was very tricky. If it started with the azure dragon descending to the sea stance, the left fingers would pluck the strings frequently and delicately. The sound would be deep and unreal, and instead there would be a strange noise, making it impossible to combine hardness and softness. Hearing this, Ye Changqing immediately interrupted her. Wrong, he said to her seriously. Miss Qing Shui, what you said is truly too wrong. He analyzed. I can hear that towards this technically complex piece of music, you have conflicting emotions. This is the exact reason why you cannot play it. Qing Shui was very excited and wrote down the words he just said, inviting Grandmaster Ye to explain further. He said that their ultimate goal was to make the conversion probability of this musical piece reach a perfect level. Therefore, the basic logic during the performance was to clear the barrier of the melody, creating a new ecosystem for the path of music theory.
Through the differences and details that make the emotion of the performance explosive, consider the accentuation shift created by the plucking fingers, forming a combination of hardness and softness. Saying that, he sat down by the zither to accompany her for a segment. Come, let this one perform a bit for you. His fingers slowly pressed down on the zither strings with just the right amount of force. Ye Changqing passionately played a piece of Huafan. The beautiful and melodious tune made Miss Qing Shui absolutely love it. As expected, no matter how difficult the zither score was, Grandmaster Ye played it with leisurely ease. With such profound mastery, it seemed Grandmaster Ye was not affected by that unknown power at all. Ye Changqing's zither piece was incredibly skillful, making even a woman like Qing Shui feel a bit inferior. Could it be that her level in music theory was far inferior to Grandmaster Ye's, and her state of mind was not firm enough? The sound of the zither soon transmitted all the way to the Devil Emperor's holy cave in the northern Desolation ice plains. In that place, the firmly sealed 9 lifetimes bronze coffin lay deep within the holy cave. Contact with the zither sound caused it to stir. A source of energy from inside simply escaped. That source of magical power gradually erupted fiercely in tandem with the zither melody. Those blazing red flames wrapped around the ceiling chains on the outside, burning them away. The person stepping out from inside seemed to be an absolutely extraordinary figure, making others marvel the moment they appeared. Is it you? Have you returned? The extremely abnormal energy source quickly attracted the surrounding people to come and watch. What is this sound? It's coming from the depths of the holy cave. They stood next to the crevice leading to the holy cave.
One of them immediately recognized that this was the voice of the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor's voice echoed all around the place. Not long ago, that Huafan melody awakened me, and now the Huafan melody sounds again. This time, it directly liberates the person inside to the outside. The 9th lifetime has arrived. Layers of magical formations can no longer hinder me, the shackles of Gudu Klingfeng. That energy source just escaped from the crack of the holy cave. This made the witnesses extremely astonished. The demonic energy of an emperor was actually so terrifyingly turbulent, suddenly bursting open a gap. The Devil Emperor could actually respond to their words. Wait for me. Wait until I break through these layers of seals. I will come find you first. Her subordinates above immediately advised. Venerable Emperor, there is no need to rush breaking the seal. That's right, we cannot just watch you risk your life. You must definitely take care of your holy body. However, very soon, the Devil Emperor was able to escape from the layer of seals that had imprisoned her for 1,000 years. Everyone, do not worry. Upon seeing her, those Devil Ray subordinates immediately knelt down. Everyone expressed their reverence to her. Paying respects to the Venerable Emperor, one of them spoke up first. The restrictions in the deep area restrict all living beings from entering or leaving, to the point that we couldn't lend a helping hand. We are truly ashamed in our hearts. Hearing this, the Devil Emperor found it a bit laughable. She cast her eyes toward the recently broken restriction. What about restrictions? What about seals? Her hands were filled with incredibly powerful magical power. The period of 9 lifetimes of reincarnation has passed. The Devil Emperor, relying on her own strength, was certain of one thing. I, the Venerable Emperor of the Devil Race, Gudu Klingfeng, will only be even stronger than 1,000,000 years ago. Just after emerging from the restriction, the Devil Emperor urgently ordered, wait for the day I come out of seclusion. That will be the time to lead the Devil Race back to the world. The other Devil Race members knelt and respectfully said, we are willing to assist the Venerable Emperor to achieve great karma. Meanwhile, the melody of the zither continued to resonate in the air. The melodious sound of the zither flew all the way to the Z King Holy Land, quickly occupying the entire place. That was also where the ancestral master of the Wanjian sect, C2 Zhenping, was cultivating with his magical artifact. One sword's frost chills 14 provinces. Finally, he also heard that music. This immediately made him stare blankly in surprise. What sound is this? He sat there seriously feeling the sound. This melody, like resentment, like longing, like sighing, like crying. The sound of a flood dragon dancing in a gloomy ravine, a widow weeping on a lonely boat.
The more Elder Situ Zenping listened, the more immersed he became, truly astounded by the melody of this zither piece. Such a simple melody seemed to contain boundless true intent within it, allowing one to understand it profoundly. The sound of the music quickly spread into the manor. The Z King Holy Lord also happened to hear this melody. He immediately thought of his daughter earlier. It seemed to be the Hua Fan that Xing Shui had brought back from the Great Secret Realm that year, yet had never been able to play. This made him extremely joyful, as it seemed Xing Shui had truly learned the essence from Senior Ye. At this moment, Elder Situ Zenping hurriedly came from somewhere to meet the Z King Holy Lord. Holy Lord Zai. His appearance showed extreme urgency in finding him. Holy Lord Zai, did you hear that melody? The Z King Holy Lord replied, of course I did. Why is Senior Situ in such a hurry? Elder Situ answered seriously. This old man could feel that the zither sound just now contained a massive amount of providence. The elder turned to ask the Holy Lord, does Holy Lord Zai know who the player is? Hearing this, the Z King Holy Lord pondered for a moment. Great providence. Then a thought popped into his head. Could it be that Senior Ye was playing it himself just now? To confirm his thoughts, the Z King Holy Lord told the truth. I will not deceive you. I indeed know the person playing this. Really? Then can you take me to meet him for a bit? The Holy Lord added, but this expert only likes quietness and dislikes noise. It wouldn't be very good for me to take you there. But Elder Situ Zenping couldn't wait any longer. At this point, what was the use of worrying so much? The resurrection of the Devil Emperor was about to happen. If this person was also a part of our race, they naturally had to contribute. Hearing this, the Holy Lord became even more hesitant, his heart tangled like a mess of yarn. Oh well, this old man is also doing this for the greater good. Senior Ye predicts things like a god. He will definitely be able to understand this old man's intentions. Thinking this, he replied to Situ Zenping. Senior Situ makes sense. This expert is located right in the Taisuen Holy Land around Xiachi Town. Hearing this, Elder Situ recalled the past. Taisuen Holy Land? I remember in the past, before this old man went into secluded cultivation, that place was already famous for its picturesque mountains, spiritual rivers, and layers of talented people.
The Supreme Elders and the Holy Lord at that time were all rare prodigies, possessing the hope of ascending to the upper realm. The Holy Lord then told him the truth, not hiding anything from him. This senior, surnamed Ye, was precisely an ancestor of Taisuen who had already ascended. This left him utterly astonished. The ancestral master had already ascended? To be able to travel freely between the upper realm and the mortal realm, his cultivation must have truly reached a heaven-reaching and earth-shattering level.
Elder Situ then thanked the Holy Lord, expressing gratitude to the Z King Holy Lord for the guidance. After that, he immediately took out 2 precious books as a gift, asking him to accept these 2 sword technique manuals. The elder told the Holy Lord that if this old man could get his wish fulfilled on this trip, speaking while hastily leaving the Z King Holy Land right after, before the Holy Lord could even react, there would definitely be a generous reward later. In another place at the Taisuen Holy Land, a servant, upon seeing the Holy Lord, ran over to report, Holy Lord, at the bottom of the mountain, there is a senior calling himself Situ Jinping from the One Gen sect requesting an audience. Situ Jinping. While Elder He Chongsuen was still vaguely confused and didn't recognize the person, had this old man ever heard of such a figure still existing in the Wanjan sect? Holy Lord Nonggong hurriedly grabbed that servant and asked carefully, where is this person right now? That person then pointed far into the distance, right outside the mountain gate. Upon receiving the answer, the 2 Holy Lords hurriedly set off to meet the person immediately, even though Elder He Chongsuen seemed not quite ready. Quickly, let's go welcome him. On the way out of the Holy Land to welcome Situ Jinping, Elder He Chongsuen took the opportunity to ask, Senior Nonggong, who exactly is this person? Holy Lord Nonggong was also surprised that his junior did not know this person. You really don't know? He revealed, 1,000 years ago this person was the #1 in the Sword Dao of Jiangsu. Meanwhile, Elder Situ Jinping was standing outside the Holy Land waiting for them, finally waited for the people to arrive. Junior He Chongsuen greets Senior Situ. Elder Situ, hearing that someone still knew his name, found it a bit amusing. This old man has been in secluded cultivation for so many years. I thought the Jiangsu Dawa sect had already forgotten a figure like me. He spoke openly to the Holy Lord of this place. Taisuen Holy Lord, there is no need for excessive formalities. Suddenly, Elder Nonggong unexpectedly rushed over to Situ Jinping's side. Brother Situ.
Elder Situ was also extremely surprised to see the person. The 2 happily held hands, rejoicing in their reunion after a long time apart. Worthy younger brother Nonggong. Brother Situ. As soon as these 2 saw each other, they excitedly chatted to catch up on old times. Brother Situ, it's been 1,000 years since we last met. 1,000 years haven't seen each other, and your cultivation hasn't progressed at all. As soon as this sentence was blurted out, everyone fell silent, looking at each other speechlessly. What? It didn't take long for them to start arguing loudly. Although your cultivation has advanced rapidly, aren't you about to die soon? Coming out of seclusion is precisely to seek providence for this matter. Don't even think about stopping this old man. Meanwhile, the most puzzled person was still watching the 2 of them bicker, constantly asking himself, why did Senior Situ come to our Taisuen at this time to seek what kind of opportunity?
He suddenly thought of a possibility, coming to a realization that in this era, apart from Senior Ye, no one could guide this #1 sword Dao expert in Zhangzhou anymore. Thinking this, the Taiswan Holy Lord immediately asked Elder Situ, "Senior Situ, your visit this time? Is it to meet Ancestral Master Ye of our Taiswan Holy Land?" Elder Situ immediately admitted without deceiving the Taiswan Holy Lord. This old man's visit this time is indeed for this purpose. The more he explained the reason, the more astonished the Holy Lord became. If this old man cannot comprehend the great Tao Sword of Dent and achieve a second breakthrough in the Sword Tao, then before long my lifespan will be exhausted. At the Z King Holy Land, this old man witnessed the great Tao Sword intent with my own eyes in Ancestral Master Ye's calligraphy work. Thanks to the guidance of the Z King Holy Land, this old man learned that Ancestral Master Ye was living in seclusion near the Taiswan Holy Land. This annoyed him extremely, because out of nowhere he got extra work. Old Ghost Su, it's you who made work for me. Yet his expression when turning back to talk to Elder Situ was completely different from the thoughts in his head. The Holy Lord said to him, "Wanting to meet Ancestral Master Ye is not entirely impossible."
Old Taiswan happily invited. "Recently I have been directing the preparations for the Holy Maiden's canonization ceremony. I was just planning to go to Ancestral Master Ye's secluded residence to invite you to attend the ceremony." Hearing this, old Situ Genping was extremely overjoyed. "Is that true?" The Taiswan Holy Lord smiled and reaffirmed. "Of course, a cultivator does not deceive another cultivator." Suddenly he brought up another matter. However, shouldn't Senior Situ also pay a little tuition fee? His good virtuous brother also agreed with this demand, making old Situ understand the truth of life even more. Guest Elder, Taiswan Holy Hall. Going out to do anything requires paying a price. Situ Genping turned to speak to them, his tone extremely sincere. "Taiswan Holy Lord, if Ancestral Master Ye of your esteemed sect can truly help this old man comprehend something in the Sword Tao, this old man affirms that he is willing to bow his head and declare himself a subject to Ancestral Master Ye for life, and become a guest elder of the Taiswan Holy Hall." At this time, the Taiswan Holy Lord walked over, patted his shoulder and firmly affirmed, "Rest assured, no one can refuse Senior Ye's charm." Holy Lord Nongong then happily continued, "Brother Situ, from now on we will be fellow Taoists." Every word that came out made old Situ even more bewildered. "Are you all really that confident?" Suddenly, old Situ leaned close to his virtuous brother's ear and whispered, "I say, Nongong, you must have met Senior Ye already, right? Reveal a little of the truth to me." Holy Lord Nongong also told him, "Senior Ye once guided me in the Tao of chess and I benefited greatly from it." This truly made old Situ unable to believe it, so he asked back, "No way. He could actually instruct a chess saint who has cultivated the Tao of chess for thousands of years like you?" Holy Lord Nongong continued, "That's right. On the outside, Senior Ye looks elegant and gentle, but on the inside he is profoundly unfathomable. Every word and every action of his contains the righteous principles of heaven and earth and the great Tao." Old Situ asked further, "Then when interacting with this Senior Ye, is there anything special I need to pay attention to?" Holy Lord Nongong revealed, "You must use your true heart."
A few days later, they set off for the place where Ye Chongqing was living in seclusion. They stopped in front of a large city gate. There were no guards here, and the scenery from the outside was extremely unpredictable. Yet inside was a small town, which made Situ Jinping marvel. It was truly unbelievable. He didn't expect this town to be completely immersed in dense and pure Tao rhythm. The Holy Lord could also feel the uniqueness here, saying it was excellent, and that the residents in this town were all deeply influenced by the Tao rhythm. They entered the town together. It was just that the residents themselves were blessed but didn't know how to enjoy it. Suddenly, He Chung Suen wanted to remind Elder Situ of one thing. "Senior Situ, there is one thing I must definitely remind you of. Ancestral Master Ye does not like his identity to be exposed, so later you just need to call the Ancestral Master Mr. Ye." Elder Situ immediately replied enthusiastically, "I understand." After walking for a while, gentle zither melodies began to transmit through the air. This quickly attracted Situ Genping's attention. He quietly listened to each musical note escaping. "There is the sound of a zither again. It definitely comes from Mr. Ye's courtyard." Situ Genping really liked this piece of music and praised it endlessly. The technique is proficient, reaching the absolute peak cultivation realm. It seems the player has blended music theory into the melody. He could even distinguish between the musical piece from the other day and the one today, but it did not possess the massive providence like the piece from a few days ago. The Taiswan Holy Lord also knew this and said, "Perhaps it is just someone in Mr. Ye's courtyard who is very knowledgeable about music theory." After spending some time walking in Ye Chongqing's courtyard, they finally saw a figure. Elder He Chong Suen looked towards Ye Chongqing, who was resting there, and whispered, "It seems Mr. Ye is taking a lunch break. We will have to wait for a while." But Situ Jinping had curiously approached to take a look, thinking this was indeed an expert. He remarked that his appearance was exactly as Nongong Xuanji had described. Divine bearing like jade, elegant and transcending the mortal world. At first glance he looked like an immortal figure, but this immortal was dozing off and drooling. This forced the two to stand and wait for him to wake up, not daring to disturb him. A passing fragrance caused Ye Chongqing to wake up.
He stretched his back, feeling completely refreshed. Looking up, he already saw the two of them. The Taiswan Holy Lord smiled and waved at him to greet. "Hello, Mr. Ye." Ye Chongqing immediately stood up and greeted the old man. "Elder He, long time no see." Elder Situ unexpectedly took the initiative to greet first. "Situ Zhenping pays respects to you, sir." Seeing a stranger, he hesitated a bit and replied, "This is?" Before receiving an answer, a speculation had already formed in his heart.
going together with the Taiswan Holy Lord. If his guess wasn't wrong, his mind quickly came to a conclusion. They were all people passionate about calligraphy. At this time, the Taiswan Holy Lord finally introduced him. Mr. Ye, he is a friend of mine. He came here today with a few matters he wants to seek your guidance on. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing happily invited them inside. Then don't stand outside anymore. Please come in.
Afterward, the two of them quickly followed his footsteps into the courtyard. It seemed that Elder Situ didn't really trust him yet, constantly observing Ye Chongqing with a probing gaze. Mr. Ye was too young. It really felt like an exaggeration. Together, they stepped into Ye Chongqing's courtyard. As soon as they entered, the Taiswan Holy Lord noticed something unusual, which also caught Elder Situ's attention. This, to think that Xing Shui is actually practicing here, making the two elders extremely surprised. Why is the Ziqing Holy Maiden here? She was still deeply engrossed in playing a music piece on the zither. Ye Chongqing then said to them, "This is Miss Xing Shui. She has some issues regarding music theory, so she has been taking advanced studies at my place lately." Hearing this information, Elder C2's Ping was extremely shocked. The Ziqing Holy Maiden? Did Zhu Tian leave the future successor of his sect in this place? Elder He Chengxuan, on the other hand, was weeping, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Ye was secretly giving special tutoring to the Holy Maiden of the Ziqing Holy Land. The High and Mighty Holy Lord was actually crying and complaining at his feet. "Mr. Ye, have you forgotten our Wishwang? Then you should tell her to come out to the courtyard." At this time, Qing Shui tactfully excused herself to let them talk. "Grandmaster Ye, if you have guests, I will return to my room first." Ye Chongqing immediately agreed with her. "Yeah, make yourself at home, Miss Qing Shui." Afterward, he invited the two guests to sit down. "Please sit down, have a cup of tea first." The Taiswan Holy Lord did not hesitate and replied immediately, unlike Elder Situ, who was still a bit hesitant to follow. "Thank you, Mr. Ye." Elder He comfortably took a long breath. Holding the freshly brewed cup of tea in his hand, he sighed with emotion incessantly. Ah, it's still the previous brewing method, still the familiar taste. Elder Situ very quickly recognized the ingredient of this tea. Are these enlightenment tea leaves? 10,000 years ago when my masters brewed tea, they only took the highest grade enlightenment tea buds from the enlightenment Dao vine. He stared intently at the tea leaf in his hand with a look of disbelief. The rough things like the remaining tea leaves would be thrown away. Then he spoke his mind to himself. This old man has only been in secluded cultivation for 1,000 years. I didn't expect that now in the sect it would be an honor to drink enlightenment tea. Ye Chongqing could only force a reluctant smile, continuing to pour tea for the guests. It's fine. Drink first, and then we'll talk."
Situ Zhenping held the teacup in his hand, appreciating the aroma first. It seemed the Taiswan Holy Lord cared deeply about this. Let me see how long he can keep talking big. After taking a sip of tea, Elder Situ suddenly had a completely different expression, looking extremely shocked. His eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before his eyes had momentarily changed at some point. With just one sip, it was as if he had stepped directly into the Bayou Jing in the sky. Very quickly, he set foot in the 12th floor and 5 cities. Not only that, Ye Chanqing himself had imparted Dao comprehension to him. This all originated from the imagination of Elder Situ Zhenping when he tasted a sip of the Enlightenment tea leaf, feeling as if he had stepped into a fairyland. The old man finally woke up from the illusion. He could hardly believe what he had just experienced. Impossible! How could an Enlightenment tea leaf produce such rich essence? The more he thought about it, the more he felt a chill. Unless there is an expert who can control the heaven and earth spiritual energy, borrow divine fire, and temper with iron palms, manipulating it effortlessly. Only then could the essence within the leaves be refined to the highest level, far exceeding the Enlightenment snowsprouts by many times, and display the most perfect color and fragrance. Taiswan Holy Lord, sitting opposite, observing his expression, knew that yet another person had been conquered by these tea-making skills. How about it? I guarantee once you take a sip, you won't be able to stop.
Elder Situ stared blankly and asked Ye Chongqing, "Mr. Ye, did you process this tea with your own hands?" The Holy Lord on the other side panicked and reminded him, "Senior Situ, do not be so impolite." But Ye Chongqing answered confidently, "Of course." He revealed to them, "My tea roasting technique graduated from Xindong Feng." This made Elder Situ doubt life even more. Could he truly be an expert? At this moment, he asked, "Elder Situ, regarding calligraphy, do you have any questions you want to ask without hesitation?" Meanwhile, Elder He Chongxuan just sighed on the side. The ancestral master is indeed magnanimous, completely disregarding Senior Situ's offense. Yet the next question Elder Situ asked completely threw him into a panic. "Dare I ask, sir, what is the sword Dao?" The Holy Lord looked at him with an incredibly disbelieving expression. "Senior Situ, have you been possessed? You are continuously asking questions that seem to make things difficult." But Elder Situ still firmly wanted an answer from Ye Chongqing. If Mr. Ye is truly an expert, he will definitely give me a satisfactory answer. Meanwhile, after hearing the question, Ye Chongqing hesitated for a moment and said, "Is this a question within the scope of calligraphy?" In his heart, he panicked even more. What is the sword Dao? How would I know? I haven't even held a sword.
The Holy Lord mistakenly thought he was angry and immediately stood up to speak for him. Mr. Ye, this brother C2 of mine has a hot-tempered personality and is always a straightforward person who doesn't beat around the bush. I hope you won't blame him. Meanwhile, C2 Zhenping still silently observed Ye Chongqing's expression. This senior Ye, if he can integrate the true principles of the sword Dao into calligraphy, he must have thoroughly comprehended the sword Dao, as clear as seeing a fire in the palm of his hand. If he does not answer, then he is merely someone seeking fame and fortune. After a while, there was still no reply from Ye Chongqing. He genuinely did not know about this concept, which is why he was now in such an awkward situation. Sword Dao? What on earth is the sword Dao? Thinking too much only confused his brain further, to the point of scratching his head and tearing his hair out, yet still unable to come up with anything. Better to stop thinking and just recite a few lines of poetry to get it over with. Elder C2 seemed to have run out of patience to wait any longer, and let out a disappointed sigh.
Elder C2 was about to stand up and leave, saying that if Mr. Ye did not answer, it was fine. It was just that this old man had expected too much. However, the Taishuan Holy Lord suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He criticized C2 Zhenping. Senior C2, you are truly being too impolite. C2 Zhenping did not give face to these words and said bluntly, It is exactly this Mr. Ye of yours, who has an empty reputation without real substance. Now Ye Chongqing finally stood up and spoke, attracting the attention of the two. He released the power of his Dao while saying, If you ask what the sword Dao is, the more he spoke, the more his power expanded, making Elder C2 bewildered, while the Holy Lord remained strangely calm. This is the ancestral master is about to show his might. Ye Chongqing's body continuously emitted a brilliant golden light due to his powerful force. The light was so blindingly bright that the other two subconsciously had to cover their eyes. When they opened their eyes, it was also the moment Ye Chongqing successfully summoned his own precious sword, and the scene before their eyes also changed drastically, transforming from his courtyard into a war front with countless soldiers charging forward. They were standing in the middle of a battlefield illusion, which was so incredibly realistic that it made Elder C2 extremely panicked. What kind of situation is this? The Taishuan Holy Lord then said to him, The ancestral master taught us the juniors to use this method to experience things. You just need to watch carefully. The war began to unfold. The commanding generals of that mighty army let out a loud shout, Kill! Immediately, the entire army surged forward in an instant, charging ahead. All the illusions were aiming directly at Ye Chongqing's group. Its power was so strong that even a seasoned secluded cultivator like C2 Zhenping was shaken. Not good. Being attacked by such a powerful illusion, even I can't withstand it. At this moment, Ye Chongqing swung his sword, executing, one body fights across 3,000 miles. Then he unleashed a strike. One sword once withstood 1,000,000 troops. The slash went straight toward the soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, Ye Chongqing's sword completely scattered the army. The sight before them left the two big shots utterly astonished. One sword breaking the army. The illusion was not over yet. Ye Chongqing relied on it and chanted a line of poetry. Yellow dust scatters wide, the wind blows bleak and cold, winding through the cloudy plank path, climbing the sword pavilion. This time, the slash went straight into the blue sky enveloped in gloom within the illusion, directly opening a massive hole in the sky. This made the two of them even more panicked. One sword breaking the void. Ye Chongqing chanted another poem. The sword technique is completed. Take it with you. Where there is a flood dragon, behead the flood dragon. The illusion directly shattered before C2 Zhenping's eyes. This move was called One Sword Breaking the Illusion. After shattering the illusion, Ye Chongqing turned to ask C2 Zhenping, Elder C2. He smiled and asked for his opinion. Do you understand what the true sword Dao is now? This time, Elder C2 truly had nothing left to say. This was a divine technique, truly a divine technique. He immediately cupped his hands in respect.
Completely submitting to Ye Chongqing's talent, Mr. Ye's cultivation is so profound, this junior fears I will find it hard to reach in my entire life. Hearing this sentence sent the Taishuan Holy Lord's mood soaring to the clouds, naturally. Ye Chongqing immediately smiled and replied, Elder C2 praises me too much. This humble one merely recited a few lines unintentionally. But suddenly, another possibility came to mind. Wait, something seems wrong. He only now reconsidered C2 Zhenping's initial question and found it strange. This old man opened his mouth and asked what the sword Dao was, and he was even accompanied by the Taishuan Holy Lord. This made him think of a possibility. It's very likely this is a cultivation big shot. Ye Chongqing remembered the people he met before. Everyone was a genius. As for the ones before that, at first he just thought they were calligraphy enthusiasts, but looking back now, they must all be cultivators. The more he thought about it, the scarier it got. Right now, Ye Chongqing was no different from a descending immortal in their eyes, yet they inexplicably respected him in a strange way. Until now, he finally realized, could it be that from the very beginning, everyone recognized me as Sage Chongqing?
Just thinking about it drained all of Ye Changqing's vitality. It must be so. However, he couldn't just ignore it like this. No, since I have started cultivation, I will definitely encounter many problems in the future. He made up his mind that he absolutely could not lose Taiswen Holy Land. This was a solid backer. As long as he always pretended to be a sage and blended in with them, if there were problems in cultivation, he could tactfully ask about it through conversation. Then I'll just keep being mistaken for one. Besides, these cultivation big shots probably just want my calligraphy anyway.
The Taiswen Holy Lord was unaware of his plan and instead worried for him. Senior Ye, what's wrong with you? Ye Changqing immediately returned to his usual demeanor, smiling as he answered, Ahem, I'm fine. Do you two have any other questions? The Taiswen Holy Lord quickly replied, No more. Meanwhile, Elder Situ was unusually silent, making the Taiswen Holy Lord feel annoyed on Ye Changqing's behalf. Initially, he just wanted to go with the flow and follow the situation. The Holy Lord sighed in frustration. Who would have thought that Senior Situ would be so lacking in manners, and even doubt the Ancestral Master? How could I dare to say much now? Suddenly, Elder Situ Zhenping raised his hand to speak. Mr. Ye, I heard that you have great achievements in calligraphy. The sect-pacifying treasure of Ziqing Holy Land was bestowed by you. I wonder if this humble one could ask for a masterpiece of yours. The Taiswen Holy Lord was so furious that he almost pulled out his own beard. Senior Situ, could you not be so shameless? However, Ye Changqing happily agreed to this request. This is easy. I will go get it for you. While he went inside to get the painting, the Taiswen Holy Lord spoke frankly to Elder Situ. Senior Situ, I have to say, you were really too hasty just now. He turned pale and reminded. If there was any sentence that displeased Mr. Ye, we would definitely lose our lives here today. However, Elder Situ did not understand this meaning at all. Which sentence was hasty? He repeated the words Holy Lord Nongong had instructed. This old man specifically asked Nongong Swenji for advice, and he told this old man to use sincerity. Hearing this, the Taiswen Holy Lord was speechless. It truly was a case of one daring to teach and the other daring to listen. He grumbled beside Situ Zhenping. Ancestral Master Ye lives in seclusion here, and originally did not want to be disturbed. Yet you've made several slips of the tongue today. Speaking to himself, his emotions exploded as he scolded. If we anger Senior Ye because of this, and he brushes his sleeves and leaves, how will this old man explain it to the ancestors of Taiswen Holy Land? Ah. At this moment, Ye Changqing had already brought out the painting. You two have waited a long time. He smiled and handed the painting to Situ Zhenping. Elder Situ, this is my recent work. I hope you will like it.
Elder Situ respectfully received the precious painting, thanking Mr. Ye for bestowing the magical treasure. After finishing the matter, the Taiswen Holy Lord hurriedly bid farewell to Ye Changqing, saying they had bothered him enough for today. Then he immediately dragged Situ Zhenping away in a rush, saying they would take their leave first, and Senior Ye should also rest early. Ye Changqing also happily greeted them, saying, All right, take care on the way. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel he had gained a huge bargain, befriending another cultivation big shot. As expected, he truly lived up to his own reputation. The two big shots had already gone outside the courtyard. Because I was in a rush to ask about cultivation, I couldn't think thoroughly. Please don't blame me. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in their ears. Human juniors, today you have received providence from my master, so you should also help master do something. Elder Situ Zhenping immediately became vigilant and shouted, Who is it? Who is talking? Yet he was instantly and easily struck back by a willow branch. Elder Situ couldn't dodge in time and immediately turned back to look. It turned out to be the ancient willow tree that had pointed the way for the Black Emperor and the little white tiger. He was directly shocked. Was this the 1,000-year demon willow tree that Nongong Swenji mentioned? Situ Zhenping only realized now. This demon tree can actually break through my spiritual sense and directly transmit its voice into my head. It seems the cultivation of this tree must surely be above mine. The willow tree transmitted its voice to him again. This king notices that your lifespan is nearing its end, even though master has taught you the truth of the sword Dao today. But to prolong your life, you still have to undergo a life and death trial. Situ Zhenping immediately bowed his head and accepted. Senior, please speak frankly. This junior will definitely do his best. The willow tree revealed to him that 100,000 miles north of Shaoqi town, there was a perilous area left over from ancient times. The Taiswen Holy Lord immediately recognized upon hearing this that the place was extremely dangerous. It was not just a perilous land, but a life-forbidden zone. The place was no different from a mass grave, with the bones of cultivators scattered everywhere. Many cultivators had gone there, never to return, ultimately leaving behind only a set of withered, toxic bones. Some even continued to cultivate diligently right up until their deaths there. This was precisely the intention of the ancient willow tree. Very well, but as the saying goes, wealth is found in danger. The ancient willow tree instructed Situ Zhenping, There is the Hunyan stone needed for master's cultivation there. I want you to go and retrieve it. Receiving such a request surprised him greatly, not because the task was too difficult, but because the material was too unique. The Hunyan stone contained extremely powerful heaven and earth spiritual energy. Since ancient times, this old man had never heard of any cultivator using Hunyan for cultivation. Thinking of this made him associated even more with Ye Changqing. Has Mr. Ye already become this strong? The willow tree continued. That's right, but if you go there alone, you certainly won't return. It then deployed a formation to find someone.
This king will find a companion to help you. Not far away, there was a big shot engrossed in reading a book, completely unaware that a teleportation formation had appeared on the ground at some point. The chess manual that Mr. Ye specially compiled for me is truly wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Walking towards the large formation just like that, he stepped right into the center. Elde Mangang Swenji only noticed this pit after he had already stepped in.
But it was already too late. The formation directly sucked him down in broad daylight, making the old man cry out momentarily. After finishing the absorption, it gradually disappeared. The willow tree directly teleported Holy Lord Nangang to where the other two were negotiating. Seeing an acquaintance, the two immediately ran over to help. Senior Nangang. Old Nangang, having fallen unexpectedly, didn't understand what was going on at all. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? The other two old men immediately reassured him. Worthy brother Nangang, calm down. This place is Shaoqi Town. Seeing the two, Holy Lord Nangang became even more puzzled. Taiswan Holy Lord, brother Situ, why have I appeared in this place? Taiswan Holy Lord then pointed towards the ancient tree and said, it was Senior Tree who brought you to this place. Holy Lord Nangang had also seen the willow tree behind him. He immediately clasped his hands in salute. The old man seriously greeted the ancient willow tree. Nangang Xuanji pays respects to Senior Tree. At this time, the willow tree transmitted its voice for the Holy Lord to hear. You and the C2 kid have both received enlightenment from Master. Naturally, you must repay the kindness. As for the specific details, let the C2 kid tell you. Not long after, they also finished their exchange. Currently, only the three big shots were standing together discussing matters. Taiswan Holy Lord asked the two of them again, do you two really want to go to the forbidden ground of cultivators? C2 Zinpin affirmed, that's right, that place truly harbors extremely terrifying things.
He continued speaking, but Senior Tree said I still have to experience a life and death trial to truly break through. Nangang Swenji then chimed in, people always say heavenly secrets must not be revealed. This journey will surely be meaningful. Sensing that words could no longer stop their actions, the Tai Swen Holy Lord said to them, since it's like this, he clasped his hands to bid them farewell. Two elders, we will meet again later. Those two immediately set off, leaving the Tai Swen Holy Lord standing on the ground watching them. He sighed in admiration for the two of them, not expecting the two to be so decisive. He thought to himself, although they haven't broken through to the final cultivation realm yet, they can still be considered powerful figures of this era. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. If the two seniors truly encountered any mishaps, not only would our Tai Swen Holy Hall lose two elders, but the entire Jiangsu Taoist sect would suffer a tremendous loss. It was also time for him to leave. Even though he had so many worries, he could only keep them in his heart, only hoping that Ancestral Master Ye wouldn't disappoint their expectations and could lead us to bring glory to the Taoist sect. A few days later, in Nanling Chengqiu, outside Yuhu City, the two, Black Emperor and the Little White Fox, had already arrived here. The Little White Fox turned to ask Black Emperor, Black Emperor, Nanling is so vast. Are you sure you want to return to Yuhu City first? Black Emperor smiled confidently and said, what's there to fear? You are the 13th princess. What is there to be afraid of when returning to your own home? The Little White Fox replied with obvious annoyance. No need for sarcasm. Perhaps the Spirit Fox clan has long stopped acknowledging my status. After that, she jumped down the deep cliff, heading towards Yuhu City. She didn't forget to remind the other person, follow me carefully, lest I drag you into trouble too. Black Emperor also quickly followed behind her. He answered casually, what's there to fear? I have become someone everyone loves in Nanling. The two landed on the ground together. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded by a group of Beast Clan members. Halt! Seeing that the people of the Beast Clan had discovered them, the Little White Fox was a bit surprised. We've been found out so quickly? Black Emperor stood in front of her with a mocking smile. It seems that this time the Spirit Fox clan has truly mobilized everyone. Suddenly from the crowd, a person took the initiative toward them. She warned about Black Emperor's identity. After all, it is the Black Emperor, the one that even the 7 great demon kings couldn't do anything about, naturally worthy of laying out an inescapable net to hunt down.
Little White Fox recognized this person. It turned out to be the old ancestor. Following her was also an influential figure in the clan. As soon as the old woman saw the Black Emperor, she scolded. Previously, you kidnapped Shisan, destroying the marriage between us and the Black Tiger clan. No matter how much she scolded, the Black Emperor didn't care, only putting on a bored expression to let her finish yelling. You still have the nerve to step into Qingqiu. Standing on the side, Little White Fox also had her own thoughts. It seems that previously I couldn't fulfill my promise to the old ancestor. Now that they realize they can't wait any longer, they are preparing to tear off their masks and take action. The Black Emperor lost his patience. He waved his hand and said to the Fox clan crowd, all right, stop looking for fake excuses. He boldly confronted them. What destroying the marriage contract? What kidnapping the princess? To catch me, you old fox, you've ruined your own plans. Hitting the weak spot like that made the old ancestor so angry that she ground her teeth. She ignored the insulting words and directly made a demand. Junior, hand over the Demon Emperor painting, leave Shisan behind, and I will let you leave.
But how could the Black Emperor let this pass so easily? He smirked disdainfully. "You old fox, you really have some guts." He laughed and said, "I'm just afraid that even if I give it to you, you wouldn't dare to accept it." The old ancestor was teased until her ears burned red, becoming even more furious. Let's see how much longer you can act tough." She warned the Black Emperor. "Today, there are many experts of our clan present. We will definitely capture you."
At this moment, the little white fox finally spoke up to ease the tension. "Old ancestor, although the Black Emperor acts ostentatiously and does not follow common sense, his nature is not bad." She revealed the truth to them. "Moreover, he is Mr. Ye's pet. Today, if Mr. Ye finds out about the plot to suppress and kill the Black Emperor, it will surely bring disaster to the entire Spirit Fox clan." At this moment, the old ancestor finally noticed her and immediately discovered something unusual. "Shisan, have you stepped into the Demon Emperor realm?" Even the big shots in the clan were extremely shocked by this news. This truly shocked the entire Spirit Fox clan, and many people whispered to each other, "How long has it been?" When 13th Highness left King Chu, she was still several hundred years away from cultivating into a demon king. The old ancestor himself was the one who best understood the magnitude of this advancement. Shisan has an innate atavistic bloodline, and her demonic energy is pure, although cultivating is easier for her compared to ordinary demon foxes. To be able to make a massive leap in cultivation base and cultivate into a demon emperor after just a few months of leaving King Chu is astounding. He recalled his previous words. If this old man's guess is not wrong, the providence of King Chu right now has surely completely concentrated on Shisan. The more he thought about it, the more curious the old ancestor became, unable to hide his anger anymore. "Shisan, in that small courtyard, what kind of providence did you exactly encounter?" At this time, she didn't bother arguing with the two of them anymore and took the initiative to turn away first. "Never mind."
The old ancestor said to them, "Seeing that Shishan pleaded for you, you should first follow me back to Taoshan Palace." The little white fox immediately answered her, "Obey, I obey your command, old ancestor." Although the Black Emperor was arrogant, he also listened to these words. "All right, let's see what other tricks you have." After that, both of them followed the Spirit Fox clan on a trip back to Qingchu. The news quickly spread everywhere in Qingchu, and even at Taoshan Palace they had heard about it. Is it really true? No wonder the 13th Highness progressed so quickly. Everyone was curious about this news. It's hard to believe, truly hard to believe. It seems they have bowed their heads to the Black Emperor. Seeing is believing. Today my horizons have truly been broadened. Hearing this, the Black Emperor was extremely smug. "Ha, what kind of existence is my master after all? Can little demons like you even imagine it?" Now he finally explained why he took the little white fox with him. "At first, it was exactly because I took a liking to the aptitude of your 13th princess that I decided to bring her to the master's side. Now you know the benefits, right?" He also didn't forget to mock the Spirit Fox clan that always had a grudge against him. But this old ancestor of yours, without asking about right and wrong, stubbornly chased this emperor all the way to Zhongju. His words became increasingly provocative. If this seat hadn't pleaded for her, I'm afraid my elder brother Tree would have long beaten her back to her original form. The face of that Spirit Fox clan's old ancestor had already darkened with anger. You guys didn't see the scene of her tucking her tail and running away. It was hilarious enough to die for. She couldn't hold it in anymore. You are insulting people too much. After that, her hand immediately executed a sneak attack. That attack quickly shot straight towards the Black Emperor. It seemed she was extremely confident in her level. Even if it's not enough to be lethal, it's still enough to make you suffer for a few days. A small punishment as a great warning. However, that assassination attempt bounced off when it approached the Black Emperor. It was deflected by that defensive barrier and flew back to its original place.
Its movement was so fast that she only realized it when the attack hit it. Huh? The old ancestor never expected to be struck by her own attack, feeling completely panicked inside. How could the Demon Emperor realm block an assassination attempt from the Demon Venerable realm? Meanwhile, the Black Emperor took the opportunity to act arrogant, seeing her bring trouble upon herself. Inside his body, something was glowing. It was exactly this that helped the Black Emperor escape the previous attack. The Black Emperor took out a life-saving leaf that the ancient willow tree had given him earlier, saying this was the protective magical treasure that Brother Tree had gifted him. Seeing it, the old ancestor immediately realized that its original owner must be a great expert. Even though the Black Emperor used his body odor to mask it, she could still smell the terrifying essence qi contained within the leaves. She felt a deep sense of admiration inside, wondering if she really had to bow her head to this black dog. At this moment, the Black Emperor spoke up first, saying that the real purpose of this emperor and the 13th princess returning to Nanling this time was very simple, to help the master find some Hunyuan stones. He smiled and laid out a condition, saying that if the Spirit Fox clan was truly sincere, they only needed to respectfully offer this emperor 20 pieces, about the size of a fist. He spoke with absolute nonchalance, adding that this way, not only could they erase their past grievances, but from now on they could also be considered one family.
This made the old ancestor even more furious, as she directly scolded him, saying that she hadn't even settled the score for when he robbed the Hunyuan stones from the Forbidden Ground last time, and now he dared to talk about being one family?
Even the big shot of the Spirit Fox clan spoke up. Black Emperor, there is truly nothing to hide about this. She said, our Spirit Fox clan has accumulated for so many years, yet there were only a few Hunyuan stones in that Forbidden Ground. Last time you robbed us clean, and now there is truly not a single one left. This made the Black Emperor extremely shocked, as it was the first time he knew this truth. Are these Hunyuan stones really that scarce? Then wouldn't Master lack cultivation materials? The old ancestor suddenly interrupted him and said bluntly, stop bragging. This old self has never seen anyone who can cultivate by refining Hunyuan stones. Shisan immediately spoke up to explain to her. Reporting to old ancestor, the words the Black Emperor said are all true. Shisan has also witnessed Master's cultivation appearance with her own eyes. Hearing this, the old ancestor was truly left speechless. What? That person from the human race actually cultivates using Hunyuan stones? You must know the heaven and earth spiritual essence within the Hunyuan stone, let alone this seat at the peak of the demon venerable realm. I am afraid even a half-step demon emperor wouldn't be able to endure it. Thinking of this, she immediately and hurriedly asked for information about that mysterious person. Black Emperor, who exactly is your master? Is he the sect master of which sect? She hurriedly came in front of him. Or is he a venerable of somewhere? Could he be the emperor of the human realm? The Black Emperor couldn't take it anymore and grabbed her, forcefully making the old ancestor shut her mouth. Shh! Then he used words to warn her. You must have tasted Brother Tree's power last time, but he is just a subordinate of Master. Saying this, do you understand now? After speaking, he let go of the old ancestor. She immediately understood his meaning, so that was it. The Black Emperor's strength was ordinary, but he dared to act so unbridled and nonling. The destiny of the Spirit Fox clan could be easily seized and arbitrarily placed upon Shisan. Even that willow tree could easily suppress Ming Yukong, yet it was absolutely loyal to the master of the courtyard. Thinking of this mess, the old ancestor already felt troubled. It turned out the human race had another emperor appear. In the end, she could only sigh and accept it. It would be truly difficult for our demon race to rise up. At this time, the Black Emperor felt he couldn't take advantage of this place anymore and said in frustration, Sigh, I didn't expect this Taoshan to really have so little foundation. I only took the Hunyuan stones once and they are out of stock. He casually turned away to bid farewell to this place. Oh well, I still have to go somewhere else to search for Master. He didn't forget to pull Shisan along with him. Little Fox, let's go. Shisan also obeyed his words, stood up and followed behind the Black Emperor.
She bid farewell to the Spirit Fox clan before leaving. Old ancestor, Shisan will take her leave first. The old ancestor's mood was still full of immense regret. She originally thought that when the Govil Emperor awakened, the demon race could take the opportunity to share a part of the world. Unexpectedly, the human race had gained a new emperor. Now, the weakest was precisely our demon race. She watched the backs of the two people leaving the main hall, a thought flashing in her mind. It seemed the Spirit Fox clan had to choose a new target for their loyalty. Thinking this, she immediately stopped the two from leaving. Wait, the Black Emperor then asked her, what else is the matter? The old ancestor then gave an order to her clan, Tushandio, await my command. Immediately, hundreds of people in the clan knelt down to listen to her, understood. The old ancestor ordered them. Little Shisan is currently the one with the purest bloodline in the Spirit Fox clan today. For Senior Ye to bestow such fortune upon little Shisan is no different from granting a favor for Spirit Fox clan. Right now, this seat orders you to send clan members to Nanling to search for the Hunyuan stone for Senior Ye. Hearing this, Shisan was deeply moved, old ancestor. Meanwhile, the others in the Spirit Fox clan were extremely surprised by this decision. Old ancestor, isn't such a decision a bit too hasty?
He explained that acting like this was no different from publicly announcing to the other demon clans in Nanling that the Spirit Fox had officially sided with the Black Emperor. Hearing this, the old ancestor immediately used his prestige to glare and threaten. What, do you, the clan leader, still want to question this seat? That big shot immediately fell silent at these words. This junior would not dare. Seeing the old ancestor's change in expression, the Black Emperor was amused and thought to himself, whether it is fake or sincere, since the old fox has already acted this way, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse. He smiled with satisfaction and accepted in front of everyone. I didn't expect you juniors to be so understanding of the greater good. On this trip to Nanling, if I can find enough Hunyuan stones, I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of my master. The old ancestor had no other choice but to accept his words. If that's the case, then this old self thanks you in advance. On the third day at Taoshan Palace, the old ancestor had gathered enough people to search for the Hunyuan stones. An elder of the Spirit Fox clan reported, Old ancestor, we are ready to depart. Then he shouted an order, take action. Immediately, all the demon folks in the clan received the order and scattered to search, their voices gradually fading into the distance. At this time, only a few people remained. Shisan looked at the old ancestor and thought to herself, the Black Emperor borrowed the master's name, and with just a few empty words, he tricked my father and the ancestors into mobilizing the entire clan's forces to search everywhere for the Hunyuan stones.
This couldn't help but make her happy. She had truly taken the right path. She thought of Ye Chongqing at home again. Even though Mr. Ye's demands had been increasing recently, she wondered what would happen at home during the few days she was away. Suddenly, the old ancestor called her over. "Little Shishan." She snapped out of her daydream and replied, "Ah?" The old ancestor said to her, "Follow this old one to Taoshan Palace for a bit." She obediently followed her old ancestor. As they walked, she told Shishan, "Little Shishan, you carry a pure bloodline rarely seen in 100 years. Your cultivation speed is faster than that of ordinary fox demons. However, this old one still finds it hard to believe. With just the guidance of that Mr. Ye, could it really help you break through so quickly?" Little Shishan only smiled faintly upon hearing this. She remembered the time when Ye Chongqing personally painted a picture for her, which helped her cultivation immensely. Little Shishan smiled brightly and said to the old ancestor, "Old ancestor of the Fox clan, it is actually because Senior Ye personally drew a flying immortal fox painting for me." The old ancestor was left speechless by these words. "Is that so?" She asked little Shishan, "Do you have it with you? Can you let this old one take a look?" The little princess replied, "Of course." Shishan then conjured an illusion of the flying immortal fox painting for the senior to see. "Old ancestor, please look." The flying immortal fox painting slowly unfurled. It was truly an astonishingly stunning masterpiece revealed before the two of them. The old ancestor couldn't look at the painting for too long because its light was too blinding. Ah, it's so blinding. However, when she took a deep breath of the Tao rhythm emanating from the painting, she immediately calmed down. She inwardly exclaimed, "To think there are actually such dense Tao principles in Providence?" Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot out from the flying immortal fox painting. It aimed straight at the old ancestor, transmitting a certain amount of providence into her. The energy was so strong that it caused the old ancestor of the spirit fox clan to be lifted into the air slightly, crying out continuously in pain. Although she was in pain, she thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. "What is going on? The blood and chi in my body can feel this beam of light, and they are circulating at an accelerated pace." Right after that, it caused her to cough up a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly before little Shishan's eyes. The old ancestor fell to the ground without any reaction, making Shishan run over anxiously to check on her. "Old ancestor!" She grabbed her hand to help her up, extremely worried, contrasting with the smirk appearing on the other's lips. "Okay, it's okay. Old ancestor, are you all right?" The old ancestor smiled, wiping away the remaining bloodstain from the corner of her mouth, and replied, "It's nothing. That was just congested blood." As soon as she finished speaking, her body seemed to be filled with strength, and she stood straight up on her own, laughing gleefully. "Unbelievable! It is truly unbelievable!"
This matter made Shisan extremely worried. What exactly was wrong with her? The old ancestor took step after step, saying as she walked, "In the past, when I failed to achieve the Tao, I suffered a backlash and was severely injured." She arrived in front of the flying immortal painting, originally thinking it would take hundreds or thousands of years to recover her vital energy before she could attempt to break through again. Now she looked at the flying immortal painting as if seeing a treasure right before her eyes. But this flying immortal painting cleared the long accumulated stagnant blood in her body in just a moment. An evil thought suddenly popped into her mind. If I truly have the help of this item, in less than a month I can fully recover from the backlash in my body. In her mind, she was already imagining the moment of upgrading to soul formation. Once my recovery is complete, I will be able to continue attempting to break through and enter a higher level of life. On the other side, seeing her strange expression, little Shisan wondered. This reaction from the old ancestor was a bit abnormal. Could it be that she was suffering from chi deviation? Thinking of this, she immediately intended to retract the painting and put it away first. However, just as she was about to put the flying immortal painting away, her old ancestor immediately turned around and reacted. Her eyes and actions were completely different from before, becoming much more aggressive. This came so suddenly that Shisan was momentarily utterly bewildered. Not only that, she even lunged at Shisan and grabbed her by the neck. She looked as if she was about to murder someone, and every word radiated a towering, murderous intent. If I can completely possess this flying immortal painting, I won't have to worry about anything anymore. Her eyes were completely out of control, and only killing intent for Shisan remained in her mind. On the other side, the painting suddenly let out a voice as if there was divine power inside. "Tiger demon, how dare you!" Once again, another beam of light shone directly into her mind, knocking her flying outward. After a while, she finally woke up. The old ancestor seemed to awaken from that dream. What just happened was her inner demon. At this moment, a call rang in her ears. "Old ancestor." It was Shisen, calmly putting the painting away. She excitedly asked the old ancestor, "Isn't this flying immortal painting truly miraculous?" Unexpectedly, an illusion of Ye Changxing appeared behind her and said to her, "I advise you not to look down on yourself." Seeing this illusion, she immediately recognized him. That's right, it was exactly the young man from Shachi town. His words continued to echo in her ears. I will say it again, do not look down on yourself.
Meanwhile, in Xiaoqi town, Ye Changqing looked as if he was hiding and fighting something. He was even wearing a mask, looking extremely urgent. Stop your hands. Outside is Sage Changqing. His hands were equipped with weapons, stealthily peeking at the kitchen counter. It turned out there was a large mouse in the kitchen. However, it was enough to suppress Ye Changqing. Just looking at it made him scared. It's just an ordinary mouse. What's the big deal? It only takes a minute to destroy it. Thinking this, his hands and feet trembled as he tried to step onto the kitchen counter. Looking somewhat scruffy, he tried to approach the mouse over there. Ye Changqing tried very hard to drag his body onto the table. Unexpectedly, while crawling, he met the hiding mouse right face to face, one human and one mouse locking eyes. Both were scared by the other to the point of jumping up. Yikes! Ye Changqing was so terrified that he blurted out vows. I, Changqing, will spare you this once today. From now on we will live in peace together. That impassioned speech was perhaps not only heard by that mouse, but someone else also caught these words. Today I will spare you this once. I hope you know how to behave. Hearing this, the old ancestor could only bow her head and admit her fault. This old body understands. She thought to herself, this is a warning from Senior Ye. The flying immortal painting is the providence he gifted to little Shisan. I cannot seize it. Otherwise it won't be long before I invite fatal disaster upon myself. She looked at little Shisan in front of her, full of boundless potential. She had to admit little Shisan possessed a pure atavistic bloodline with an aptitude far surpassing hers. By the time she reaches my age, she will definitely become a demon emperor. Finally, she was willing to let go of her desires. I really must admit that I am old. Seeing her family's old ancestor so sorrowful, little Shisan asked with some concern, Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? But the old ancestor just cast her personal emotions aside and signaled to Shisan, rest assured, this old body is fine. Shisan suddenly leaned in closer to her and whispered, Old ancestor, Shisan still has a speculation.
The old ancestor then said to her, there is no need to be so formal. Just speak without hesitation. She then spoke with a hidden meaning. Shisan suspects that Master and our Spirit Fox clan definitely have a very deep relationship. Oh, what does this mean? She continued, surely you also know, Shisan carries an atavistic bloodline, just like a certain ancestor in our clan, and even her appearance is very similar, right? The old ancestor agreed with her words, but still wondered. That is true. This is something that all the elders in the Spirit Fox clan know, but what does it have to do with Senior Ye? Shisan said, Master's cultivation reaches the heavens and pierces the earth. He has definitely existed in this world for millions of years, or even longer. But looking back at the history of our Spirit Fox clan, no one has ever received Master's guidance. She spoke while unconsciously blushing in embarrassment. However, Master has always taken great care of Shisan, and even bestowed upon me the flying immortal painting. She asked her old ancestor, Old ancestor, don't you feel that this is because Shisan's appearance is similar to that ancestor, the one who shared the same bloodline with him? The old ancestor immediately understood her meaning. It makes sense. There are so many foxes in the Spirit Fox clan, yet only you were chosen by Senior Ye, and even increased the providence of the entire Taoshan. One can only say that.
Little Shisan quickly followed up, proving that the master and that ancestor had known each other early on, and that the ancestor back then had also followed the master. Therefore, the master chose her, the one who most resembled the ancestor among her descendants. Hearing this, the old ancestor joyfully agreed, saying it was not wrong. Over the past few hundred years, human cultivators have greatly admired the women of our Spirit Fox clan. The two of them speculated for a while and came to the conclusion that their ancestor might be Senior Ye's fairy. The old ancestor immediately grabbed Shisan's shoulders and said loudly, Little Shisan, you must tightly hold Senior Ye's heart. From now on, our Spirit Fox clan will have a backer and will never have to live under the pressure of others again. Little Shisan immediately agreed, confidently asserting, Please rest assured, old ancestor, Shisan will enhance her cultivation, and one day she will become a great demon emperor, whose name will resonate through the ages. Tu Shendao's jaw dropped upon hearing this. Destroy the Black Tiger clan? Fear rose in his heart. Even though Ming Yuezong had now fallen, the Black Tiger clan still had two Demon Emperor realm elders, Ming Yuelong and Ming Yuehai, overseeing it. It was said that there was also a big shot half-step into the Demon Emperor realm hidden in the dark, which would truly be somewhat difficult to deal with. Old Ancestor too also had her own calculations. The Black Emperor was now working for Senior Ye, and loudly declaring to destroy the entire Black Tiger clan at this moment. If our Spirit Fox clan did not take a side, she feared it would be hard to avoid being hated by him in the future. She frowned, not wanting Senior Ye to settle scores later either. Seeing them still hesitating, the Black Emperor urged impatiently, So how about it? This Emperor is standing up on behalf of the Fox clan. You guys must show a clear attitude. Tu Shendao hesitated a bit. Black Emperor, according to this old man's opinion, this matter still needs, but before he could finish, Old Ancestor 2 spoke up. This old body agrees. Old Ancestor 2's resolute attitude frightened him once again. He secretly thought that the old ancestor had always been cautious in her actions. Why was she acting so decisively this time? Several other clan members also advised, Old Ancestor, please reconsider.
But the old ancestor decisively raised her hand and brushed it off. There was no need to say more. If we keep stepping back, it will only result in the opponent pressing forward step by step. If we can't endure it anymore, then there is no need to endure. This seat will definitely reclaim justice from the Black Tiger clan. The woman's words were indeed imposing, and the Black Emperor, hearing this, delightedly clapped his hands in praise. Good. I didn't expect you to be someone who values love and righteousness. She crossed her arms and thought to herself, value love and righteousness, my foot. This old body just doesn't want to choose the wrong side. The ideological work was also completed, and the Black Emperor turned around and shouted loudly, now we will set off immediately. Destroy the lair of the Black Tiger clan, and if any other clan dares to interfere, this emperor will personally suppress them. Then he lowered his face and revealed a sinister smile. Today I will make the sky and earth of Nanling change color. After saying that, he immediately stomped his foot. He, Old Ancestor 2, and Shisan quickly soared high into the sky, heading towards the Black Tiger clan. The scene shifted to Wehu Mountain of the Black Tiger clan. The group of people patrolling found that something was not right in the sky. They looked up to gaze at the 3 spots of light like stars high in the sky, and curiously asked each other, what is that far away? The layer of mist on the surface is too thick, we can't see clearly. The guy next to him even asked where the fireworks came from. Without letting them wonder for long, the 3 spots of light flew straight down, causing the guy standing in the middle to panic. Why are they flying towards us? After that, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred, accompanied by earth and rocks, blowing them far away. Amidst the chaotic mess, 3 blurry shadows slowly appeared. After the greeting, the Black Emperor and the 2 women slowly revealed themselves. He pointed his hand straight ahead, and then said to them in a lofty and cold voice, you black cats, come out here and accept your death. Very quickly, 3 others ran over to reinforce them. Ming Yan, standing in the middle, shouted loudly, Black Emperor, to think it's actually you. He laughed heartily, mocking the leader. Isn't this young Master Ming Yan, who not only failed to marry a wife, but was also punished by being locked up at home? He then asked a sarcastic question. Is being locked in a dark room comfortable or uncomfortable? This guy was embarrassed, so his shame turned into anger, and he shouted loudly, you dare to mock us? Do you want to die? After saying that, he circulated his aura to create black fire in the palm of his hand, quickly rushing forward to attack frantically. He threw a black fireball with enormous pressure towards the Black Emperor. Old Ancestor 2 observed and felt it was not good. It is the nether fire of the Black Tiger clan.
She loudly reminded the Black Emperor, dodge quickly. But not only did he stand still there, choosing to face it, he also nonchalantly sneered and replied, what are you afraid of? The netherworld fireball rushed toward the Black Emperor just like that, creating an explosion with immense destructive power. Even Ming Yan, its master, was blown away by the shockwave. Because of this, he suffered internal injuries to the point of spitting out syrup. He tried to plant his feet firmly on the ground, creating a long sliding trail. Only after the explosion shockwave gradually subsided was he able to stand still. Even though he was injured by his own move, he still proudly introduced, this is the newest, extremely powerful technique we have cultivated. Ming Yan looked forward with a smug smile. Black Emperor, you are finished. The Black Emperor raised his hand, using the spiritual energy granted by the Elder Tree to create a protective barrier. Standing inside the barrier, he arrogantly mocked, fool, don't you know the saying, where there is smoke, there is no damage?
Ming Yan began to find the Black Emperor in front of him an eyesore, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how is this guy's resistance so high? He beckoned with his finger, ordering him, hurry up and stand up. He calmly mocked him, if you kneel any longer, I won't let you off either. This directly infuriated Ming Yan, who stood up and pointed, stop talking nonsense, what exactly are you here for today? The Black Emperor didn't hide anything. With a half-joking expression, he replied, to wipe out your Black Tiger clan. Hearing this nonsense, Ming Yan burst into laughter. Relying just on you? His face turned sharp as he spoke heavily to the Black Emperor. Do you still feel that the Spirit Fox clan can provide you with a backer? Directing his words toward Old Ancestor 2, Ming Yan mocked, 2C, I see that you and Old Fox are truly hungry. To actually collude with a black dog and act recklessly. The Black Emperor's ears itched upon hearing this, but Ming Yan continued to sneer. No wonder that Tushi-san wanted to run away from marriage. This promiscuous nature is truly ancestral. Every word he spoke was full of disdain. Old Ancestor 2 furiously shouted, Ming Yan, watch your mouth. Ming Yan took the opportunity to tease even more. What's wrong? I scolded your little lover and you couldn't hold back your temper? Old Ancestor 2 was so provoked that demonic energy completely enveloped her body. She shouted loudly, this seat wants you all to die, declaring that she would take on any challenge and clash directly with the entire Black Tiger clan. A surge of demonic energy was generated, forming a vortex that flew towards several clansmen of the Black Tiger clan. They cursed loudly from the other side. 2C, you are so bold. Does the Black Tiger clan allow you to act wildly?
Hearing this, the old ancestor got even more furious and asked back, "Act wildly?" With that, she activated the 9 hells sealing heaven formation, hitting 2 unfortunate guys directly, causing them to tumble backward and cry out in pain. Ming-Yan was also forced to his knees by a move from the old ancestor. Clutching his chest, he threatened, "2C, you are determined to oppose my Black Tiger clan, aren't you?" She was not afraid at all, stepping forward to affirm that this was not wrong. "You have oppressed the Spirit Fox clan for hundreds of years. Today, we will use your Black Tiger clan's young master as a sacrifice." But right at this moment, a tyrannical aura rushed over, speaking with a voice full of internal energy. "Spirit Fox Demon Venerable, you are truly bold." Hearing this, 2C vaguely recognized it. This voice, could it be that kid? The Black Emperor, who was picking his nose, saw the old ancestor looking panicked and asked, "Who?" She turned pale and replied, "The biggest backer of the Black Tiger clan, Ming Yotong's older brother, a half-step demon emperor, Ming Shan." Contrary to her, he didn't care about the profile of the newcomer at all. He casually flicked his booger away and asked further, "Oh, and then what?" Sister Shisan also spoke anxiously to the Black Emperor. "Ming Shan is the strongest person in the Black Tiger clan. Are you really sure about this?"
Seeing that someone had arrived to back him up, Ming-Yan regained his arrogant smirk. He could barely stand firm, having to lean on 2 clansmen, yet he still tyrannically threatened. "My great-grandpa will be here immediately. You are all doomed." A cluster of netherfire immediately rushed forward to attack the 3 of them. 2C was quick-witted and used her inner power. She barely managed to use her demonic energy to defend herself.
But this pressure was so overwhelming that she couldn't help but exclaim, "This death spirit chi is truly fierce." The Black Emperor immediately covered his sensitive nose, otherwise he would have almost thrown up. Ugh, his death chi is really much stinkier than his younger brother's. Old Ancestor 2 resisted fiercely while explaining. Ming Shan was obsessed with cultivation. Millions of years ago, he entered the Netherworld Forest alone, a place known as a secret realm of no return. It's just that there had been no news of him, and our non-Ling clans all thought he had perished in the Netherworld Forest, but unexpectedly, he returned alive. At this point, she could no longer control her defensive layer. She was directly pierced by his cultivation method, shattering her protective barrier and causing her to fall back in pain. High above, the powerful aura gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Ming Shan. He was the great elder of the Black Tiger clan, the elder brother of Ming Shan. He took the initiative to greet her. "2C, long time no see. How have you been?" Then he looked to the side. "This must be the Black Emperor, whose illustrious name has been renowned recently in Nanling." He also confirmed, "That's right, it's this daddy." After the greeting, he directly released an aura like 2 black arrows shooting forward. They instantly pierced through the bodies of the Black Emperor and 2C, catching them off guard. Shishan panicked and cried out, "Old Ancestor, Black Emperor!" her hands still gathering demonic energy ready to support them. Ming Shan slowly descended to the ground. Approaching to interrogate the 2, he asked, "I heard my younger brother, Ming Song, went missing in Zhongzhou while pursuing you 2. Speak, where exactly is he?" The Black Emperor sneered. "Where is he? What a bunch of naive fools." He adjusted his hair to restore his handsome look and continued. "That old black tiger, Ming Song, conceited about his little bit of cultivation, dared to shout outside my master's yard. My master slapped him once, directly shattering his divine soul and forcing him back to his original form. Coincidentally, my master's appetite has been quite good these past few days, so he roasted him directly. Then he recalled the scene on his master's dining table, featuring the intact severed head, while holding a sauce called soul extract to pour over it and enhance the flavor. The Black Emperor was also lucky enough to get 2 portions, his eyes shining brightly like the stars. He unconsciously used his claw to pick at his teeth and continued describing. It was truly fragrant and nutritious. Even thinking about it now makes me drool." Hearing this, 2C was a bit terrified, as she recalled Lord Gulong's words. "Fire, thunder, Shihei, Li above and Gen below. It is the hexagram of fire and thunder intersecting. It indicates great peril. Could it be that the burned and turned to injury Lord Gulong mentioned actually meant being turned into roast meat? The body of a demon venerable is comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure, yet in Senior Ye's hands it became a cooking ingredient? Fortunately, Senior Ye didn't fancy fur at that time, otherwise this old body would have been in danger too."
Hearing this, Ming Shan's aura erupted again, a frenzy of rage enveloping his body. He was determined to avenge his younger brother. "Junior, I don't care how right you are, but today I must make you taste this feeling." The Black Emperor was not afraid in the slightest, even threatening back. "Old cat, I will give you one last chance. Your Black Tiger clan must be willing to serve as slaves to the Spirit Fox clan from now on, and have that stupid grandson of yours who only knows how to yell without understanding the situation kneel down and apologize." He pointed at Ming Yen, who was standing behind the old man. The old man glanced back at his grandson, which stunned the boy. He stammered, opened his mouth, and pointed at himself, asking, "Me?" He continued in a calm tone, "This emperor can give you a way out. Otherwise," before he could finish, it drove Ming Shan crazy. The old man waved his hand, creating black chains, and commanded the Black Emperor, "Shut your mouth." The chains, carrying netherworld fire, rushed forward as if wanting to bind their target. Naturally, he still had no intention of dodging. He just stood there and sighed. "Truly, you won't turn back until you hit the south wall."
Saying that, he took out the demon tree leaf and chanted the incantation to activate it. Boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the laws of the universe, grant me divine might, summon the 5 thunders.
Immediately, the leaf emitted a dazzling demonic energy. In just an instant, it devoured all of Mingyue Shan's demonic energy. He could only stand there in a daze, his mouth agape in astonishment. His scoundrel grandson, Mingyan, along with the clansmen behind him, were also given a fright. Was their grand-uncle's death spirit chi directly devoured by a verdant demonic spell? With the leaf in hand, the Black Emperor's mouth itched to mock the old man. "Old cat, is this little bit of skill all you have?" He placed the leaf hovering in the palm of his hand, and immediately it unleashed demonic energy once again. It then directly erupted, creating a tremendously powerful, imposing force and pressure. Because of this, Mingyue Shan was attacked by a surge of demonic energy and immediately covered his face with his hands. Not only the old man, but the crowd behind him also couldn't withstand the pressure and fell over like stalks of wheat. Seeing this surge of spiritual energy, the old man realized that this spell was actually the aura of the Bugui secret realm. The old man recalled the time he was in secluded cultivation in the Bugui secret realm, raising his cultivation. He had felt a massive aura being sealed within his body. As long as he broke through this layer of the divine devouring incantation, he could become a demon emperor. Just as the power erupted fiercely and enveloped his entire body, causing him great pain, a strange surge of spiritual energy appeared right behind his back. It turned out that the eruption of his cultivation had disturbed the nearby willow demon tree. The demon tree whispered into his ear, "Stupid brat, to think you came here and disturbed this wood's peaceful cultivation." Only then did Mingyue Shan realize, oh no, his overly focused cultivation had disturbed an ancient almighty expert here. The demon tree punished him by tightly constricting the old man's neck with willow vines, causing him endless pain. Afterward, Mingyue Shan was suspended in midair, mumbling his pleas. "This stupid little demon begs the great god to spare my life." The willow demon tree continued to scold the old man incessantly. "Just a petty half-step demon emperor. How could you understand that in this heaven and earth, there are so many miraculous providences and heavenly destinies that you cannot comprehend or attain? Scram out of this seat's netherworld forest immediately, and never step half a foot inside for the rest of your life." Hearing this, the old man didn't dare say another word and immediately obeyed the command.
Returning to reality, although he found the Black Emperor to be a great eyesore, the old man couldn't do anything. This was the exact aura that had nearly pushed him to his death in the past. On the other side, he still stood proudly, ready to face the battle. The leaf in his hand shone so brightly that it awakened the demon tree. A voice emanating from the willow tree caught his attention. "Black Emperor, why did you use the thing this seat gave you so quickly?" Seeing that the demon tree had awakened, he suddenly put on the act of a wronged puppy, crying and sobbing. "Brother Tree, seek justice for me. This little brother was only acting on behalf of Master to save the people of the Spirit Fox clan in Nanling and to inquire about the Hunyun stone. Yet these people from the Black Tiger clan not only used every means to stop me, but also spoke nonsense." Still feeling it wasn't convincing enough, he immediately lay on the ground to throw a tantrum. These black cats said that whoever controls the territory has the right to decide. Even if the Heavenly King himself arrives, he must kneel and call them father. But this little brother only recognizes one good father, and that is Master. This blatant inversion of black and white made Mingyue Shan unable to believe his ears, yelling, "You didn't say that just now." The Black Emperor executed a plan of retreating to advance, falling to his knees and clasping his hands in a plea. "Brother Wood, this little brother is just a person with a cheap life. Dying is nothing to regret. But if it delays the great matter of finding the Hunyuan stone for Master, this little brother wouldn't dare act on his own even in death." Mingyan on the other side, whose ears were itching from annoyance, spoke up. "Black Emperor, if you're making things up, you must produce evidence." He was immediately retorted. "With this evidence, is it still called making things up?" Hearing this, the willow tree evaluated. "Black Tiger clan, you are inevitably going a bit too far." After that, it unleashed a surge of demonic energy. Mingyan, tightly bound, screamed, "Old ancestor, I cannot use my magical power." Beside him, Mingyue Shan reminded him, "Don't make a sound, idiot." The willow tree continued. "Although Master has reached the realm of heaven and earth fortune and doesn't want to bicker with bugs like you, this seat does not have Master's compassion. Now this seat will give your Black Tiger Demon Clan a chance. Fully cooperate with the Black Emperor to search for the Hunyuan stone for Master." But this Mingyan wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He fired up his foul mouth again. "Find the Hunyuan stone for your Master? What kind of weird tree demon are you to boast with such a big tone?" He immediately burst out his power and bullied. "You don't even dare to reveal your true body. Just what is the Master in your mouth to dare to order my Black Tiger clan around?" The demon tree did not want to talk much with this guy, quickly condensing spiritual energy again. Right after Mingyan's utterly ridiculous mockery, the demon tree unleashed its cower, charging towards him. Very quickly it casually released its power, sending him flying far away in tatters. Just a small energy sphere from the wood god caused Mingyue Song's demonic energy to vanish. "Daring to be disrespectful to the Master, I see you think your life is too long."
As it spoke, the purple willow tree condensed 3 more energy spheres, emitting rays of green light. They rushed forward just like that, heading straight towards where he had not yet recovered and stood up. Just when it seemed he could die at any moment this time, the great elder of the Tiger Clan, Mingyue Shan, quickly stepped forward to block the power and anger of the wood god. "The little demon of our clan is ignorant. Senior, please be lenient." His voice was 30% respectful and 70% yielding. On his face, he could not hide his exhaustion from having to block the wood god's attack. Behind him, Mingyue Song's body could not stop trembling at the horrifying sight and the overwhelming power of the wood god. "That scared me to death, old ancestor." In his words, there was still no trace of remorse or repentance as Mingyue Song propped himself up and stood. Realizing that Mingyue Song's personality was too stubborn and foolish, Mingyue San was no longer tolerant and raised his hand, preparing to strike the face of this foolish troublemaker. He slapped straight into the face of a fool who only knew how to eat and cause trouble. He was stunned, dead silent, his face surprised, as if he couldn't believe what just happened was real. "Fool, daring to speak insolently to an ancient demon tree. Why don't you quickly apologize?" he said to him with threatening words, a face full of anger and murderous intent. When he was hit with a slap, it seemed he had achieved enlightenment. His whole body trembled, and his left hand held his burning hot cheek, but he still didn't forget to ask back, "Is the other party really an ancient demon tree?" Without having time to get another confirmation, the wood god's voice rang out. "In front of this seat, do you think you can protect him?" As it spoke, the tree god created a round ball of energy, sparkling with green light. Terrified, he said, "Old ancestor, save me." Mingyue San stayed silent for a few seconds, as if he had thought of some plan. His face sank and turned purple. It seemed that to save Mingyan's life, there was only... He stopped thinking and began to gather his chi energy.
One strike shattered all the magical power of this troublemaker. Before he could even be surprised or utter another word, he collapsed. From his human form, he now reverted to his original form, which was a pitch-black striped tiger. The people of the Black Tiger Clan were terrified and panicked. Someone standing there spoke up. To think he was beaten back to his original form. Then another voice from behind added, "This is the sign that his magical power is completely lost and his inner core is destroyed. From now on, the young master will live as nothing more than a cripple." Mingyue Shan, after beating him back to his original form, immediately knelt down and clasped his hands together. "Senior, I have already meted out a severe punishment. Please spare his life. You people have no right to speak to this seat on equal terms. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot leave, the Black Tiger Clan would have been annihilated today." This could be seen as the wood god being quite satisfied with Mingyue Shan's punishment towards him, hence not wanting to pursue the matter further. He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow slightly. This junior understands. As long as his life is still spared, this can be considered a stroke of luck. Afterwards, the wood god turned around and said, "Dog, Black Emperor, this seat has already sent someone else to search for the Hunyuan stone on behalf of our master. You and the 13th princess just need to quickly return to our master's side." Hearing Brother Wood's instructions, the Black Emperor happily replied, "All right." After speaking, the wood god slowly disappeared. Mingyue Shan gently stood up, his mind filled with thoughts about the information he had just heard. The revered master they mentioned who needed the Hunyuan stone was...
If the Black Tiger Clan could provide enough Hunyorn stones, perhaps today's matter could be resolved. He was trying to make peace for both sides. Indeed, getting older meant thinking more deeply. The wood god disappeared, and the Black Emperor turned around, saying to Shi-san and the old fox, "Let's go." Just after taking a few steps, a voice called out from afar to hold them back. "Stop." The Black Emperor's face looked rather displeased. "What is it? Is there something else?" Mingyue-san walked up to the three of them, then fumbled in his pockets. "Black Emperor, today was all a misunderstanding." He bowed his head and gently offered him a ring glowing with an orange light and rainbow-reflecting halos, saying, "These 50 Hunyorn stones are a token of apology from this old man on behalf of the Black Tiger Clan." He gently took this small but beautiful ring from his hand, suppressing the joy in his heart. He thought, there are actually 50 stones? The Black Tiger Clan sure is wealthy. Since you have directly admitted defeat, this emperor will absolutely not let this opportunity pass. His smile showed a triumphant, somewhat inhumane look. "Only 50 stones?" he asked, as if that wasn't enough to show a sincere apology. His face was panic-stricken, bewildered, and full of confusion. Pressed too hard, he blurted out, "Huh? After all, Hunyorn stones are heaven and earth treasures, not stones you can find everywhere. These 50 stones are the entire accumulation of the Black Tiger Clan over thousands of years." "I don't believe him for a second," was just a passing thought in his mind. Digging his ear with his pinky finger, he said calmly, "At least 200 stones." Hearing that number, his face turned purple, and he said, "Your Excellency is too greedy." An image of a handsome young man, but with an unclear face, was just the silhouette of the person whom the Black Emperor, Shi-san, and the Tree God all called Master, a person with almost unparalleled strength.
The Black Emperor walked away, turning his head back to say a sentence to him. "Early morning the day after tomorrow, this emperor will leave Nanling. Hand over the Hunron stones on time, and when this emperor returns, I will naturally explain clearly to Master and Brother Tree."
Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. A victor's smile bloomed on his lips. His words were threatening, but his face was joyful because he already knew the outcome. The scene shifted to the day the Black Emperor and the 13th princess returned. 150 stones, plus the 50 stones in that ring. They were standing at the city gate. He was talking with a fellow clan member standing there, while the two girls gathered to have a sisterly chat. A total of 200 stones. Just a moment ago he looked quite fine, but now his face had become visibly pale. His eyes had dark circles, looking very tired. The Black Emperor happily held the bag of 150 Hunwan stones, saying cheerfully, Very good. After saying that, he immediately stuffed those 150 stones in, along with the 50 stones in that ring. Looking at Elder Ming's exhausted appearance, he must have worked hard going everywhere to beg for Hunwan stones these past 2 days, right? He asked in a mocking tone. In response to that question, his face secretly showed indignation, but he didn't dare to speak out. His face was already pale, and now being poked by his question made his complexion look no different from a ghost. The person next to him couldn't help but bare his teeth and retorted, Black Emperor, you've taken the advantage. Don't pretend to be wronged. Ming Wuxian spoke out to stop them. Enough. He closed his eyes and said in a calm voice, That's right. Now the tribes in Nanling have witnessed the prestige of the Black Emperor. Ming Wuxian bowed his head, clasping his hands together. After you return, please be sure to put in a good word for our Black Tiger clan.
The Black Emperor smiled gently and replied, Easy, easy. As he spoke, he placed his hand on his shoulder, a smile hanging on his lips. Ming Wuxian also gave a smile, but it was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. After that, the Black Emperor and Shisan prepared to return to their master. Before leaving Nanling, Shisan bowed slightly, speaking respectfully to her senior, old ancestor. Shisan is leaving now. The old fox gently placed a hand on Shisan's shoulder, his expression and words serious. After returning to Jiangsu, remember to concentrate on your cultivation besides Senior Ye. This is your providence and fortune, as well as that of the Spirit Fox clan. His words were like entrusting the entire clan to Shisan. Receiving the trust and delegation from the old fox, Shisan's heart was filled with determination, and she replied, Shisan understands. With that said, the two headed towards the beautiful blue sky and slowly disappeared from the territory of Nanling. The Black Emperor said as he flew, a mischievous look on his face, Too awesome. At this moment, unable to contain his joy upon achieving his goal, he muttered words of self-praise. Bringing back 200 Hunyan stones, Master and Brother Tree will surely look at this emperor in a different light. And then the scene shifted to the evening. The scenery here strange in its quietness and poetry. Scattered petals fell, the moonlight shone brightly, as the Black Emperor and Shisan flew down to Shaoqi town. He and she landed on a small plot of land together, where we could once again meet the wood god tree. The Black Emperor gleefully said, Brother Tree, we're back. The wood god warned, Do not go to Nanling arbitrarily in the future. By causing a ruckus in Nanling, the Black Tiger clan has already deemed you an irreconcilable enemy. As he spoke, the wood god drew a purple magic circle, which reflected the image of the Black Tiger clan. That old man roared, I'm dying of anger. The Black Emperor's face went completely dumbfounded upon seeing that, while Shisan remained silent. She didn't speak nor react at all. Wait until this seat recovers from the great Dao injuries on my bide. When that time comes, I will personally go to Nanling and make the Black Tiger clan pay the price. It seems the wood god had not yet quelled his anger over them insulting their master.
Saying that, the Black Emperor presented a ring in front of the wood god. Brother Tree, look, here are 200 Hunyuan stones that the Black Tiger clan has respectfully offered. Seeing that they are obedient, spare them a path to survival. Consider it as the Black Emperor having fulfilled his promise to the Black Tiger. This seat will make its own judgment on this matter. Even though he said that, the wood god was also reducing his anger towards the Black Tiger clan. Go and give the Hunyuan stones to the master, the wood god said to the Black Emperor and Shisan. He replied, yes. The one who replied was the Black Emperor, but the one who gave it to the master was Shisan. She gently placed the ring containing the Hunyuan stones on the table. Then she looked at him lying there and smiled gently. In her heart, she was very happy to be near him. She hoped that when the master woke up, he could see this gift. He was lying on the bed, fast asleep, drooling slightly, his breathing steady. Shisan couldn't help but lightly pinch his cheek. The master's sleeping appearance was too adorable. Being pinched by her, he slightly furrowed his brows. She was about to pull her hand back when it was caught by his large, warm hand, which startled her. Then he gave a sudden pull, making her lie right next to him. Losing her balance, she let out a soft cry. Ha! Afterward, he continued to sleep soundly. The little fox's face flushed red, her green eyes looking toward the handsome man. She happily closed her eyes and snuggled into his embrace.
The next day, inside the room, warm light from outside slowly shone through the window frames, creating a warm scene as everything gradually became clear. Ah, my waist aches so much. He opened his eyes and complained. Shisan was still lying on him, breathing heavily. Puff, puff. He subconsciously looked down.
startled and backed away, his face turning red, not forgetting to say, "Holy crap!" Going from a shy expression to a pale face, he asked, "When did Miss Tu come back?" She seemed to be sleeping too soundly and was completely oblivious to the world. While backing away, his hand suddenly touched something. He picked it up, asking himself, "This is? Could it be that Miss Tu brought it back?" He questioned himself, his brows slightly furrowing. A look of interest appeared on his face when he saw the beautiful ring emitting streams of light. "Let me go inside first to see what this item is like." He tried to enter the inside of that ring, but unexpectedly, what welcomed him was a free fall that startled him, making him exclaim, "Ah!" And after 7749 safe landing methods without any expert supervision, he finally set foot inside the ring and could begin to clearly see the items inside it. Inside this beautiful ring was a vast space. Right in the center, there were many Hunyan stones. His face was covered in sweat from the unpleasant landing, but his expression couldn't hide his shock and surprise upon seeing that. He spoke loudly, his voice filled with happiness. "Why are there so many Hunyan stones? Wouldn't this allow me to practice cultivation and directly achieve ascension? Ha ha ha!" He laughed gleefully at the wonderful sight. The scene shifted to when he exited to the outside. He was already sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor, holding a Hunyan stone in both hands. Heaven and earth intersecting, all things being born and transformed, he muttered softly, preparing to absorb the essence of the Hunyan stone.
Having beginning, having end, circulating 10,000 miles. After he finished reciting the sentence, golden lights began to wrap around him. The two Hunyan stones also consequently emitted small sparks of lightning. He opened his hands to let the stones float up. Surrounding him was a brilliant aura along with ancient golden characters. His entire body seemed to be lifted into the air. His eyes closed and his mouth continued to speak. Born in the 4 seasons, formed day and night. This time, the Hunyan stones that Black Emperor brought back are truly excellent. The essence inside is extremely dense. He smiled slightly, incidentally praising Black Emperor in his heart. I can even feel the intense energy fluctuations within my meridians. The image of his entire body became transparent, and the golden lights emitted from the Hunyan stones clearly illuminated the meridians inside his body. Inside the house, everything was quite fine, but he had no idea that outside the 2 small beasts, Black Emperor and Shisan, were desperately trying to cling to the trunk of the willow tree. The strong wind howlingly swept away many leaves. Because the wind was so strong, Shisan couldn't open her eyes at all and could only voice her confusion. What on earth is happening? The strong wind blew Black Emperor's face, causing his tongue to fly to one side, looking incredibly funny, but no less mischievous and adorable. Black Emperor replied, "It seems that Master's cultivation this time is extremely fierce. Look, Sister Shisan, the cultivation storm has definitely blown towards Master's place." Right after Black Emperor's words, the once peaceful countryside scenery had now become extremely chaotic just because of a massive gust of wind. Taiswan Holy Land, a place almost entirely composed of towering mountains, much higher than the clouds, the strong wind had unexpectedly managed to reach this place.
When the people inside saw the strong wind sweeping in, they immediately informed each other to run, urging everyone to quickly hide. Another person spoke up, saying that this wind was absorbing cultivation bases and spiritual energy. A place that was so peaceful had now become noisy and chaotic. The strong wind passed through the main gate and headed straight inside, continuously sweeping through the interior, almost completely covering the palaces of the cultivating immortals. Inside Taiswan Hall, an old immortal had a dark and serious expression upon seeing the scene outside. Why did the heaven and earth spiritual energy suddenly begin to erode? Beside that old immortal was another old man, his expression equally serious, with his hands placed behind his back. Inside the sect is a giant spirit-gathering formation established by the Ancestral Master, and furthermore, the mountain-protecting Grand Formation also has the effect of gathering spiritual energy, the white-haired old man said in a reassuring voice. Even though he offered reassurance, the black-haired man could not be certain that everything was safe. He replied to the white-haired old man, "Even so, it cannot withstand the eroding heaven and earth spiritual energy." While they were talking to each other, a voice suddenly called out from outside the main hall. "Good morning, junior brothers." Surprisingly, greeting the two of them was a person with long white hair that completely covered his face, and it was even standing straight up. "Oh my, a new look," the white-haired, slanted-bang old man said with a completely surprised and teasing expression. The black-haired man was also stunned by the exceptionally unusual greeting from the old man with his face covered by hair. He said, "Senior brother, this aesthetic is slightly beyond the limits of the rules." When teased by his 2 junior brothers, he didn't mind much and explained, "It's just that I was walking in the wind and it got blown into a mess," and as he spoke, he used both hands to comb his hair neatly. After neatly combing his hair, he returned to the demeanor of a superior and asked his 2 junior brothers, "Why hasn't junior brother Juju arrived?" The black-haired man replied, "A few days ago, senior brother Juju suddenly comprehended providence and went into secluded cultivation to concentrate on cultivating." The white-haired old man with a long beard slowly sat down on the chair.
Just as he sat down, something was reported. "Senior brother, a riot of heaven and earth spiritual energy has suddenly appeared in our Holy Land." As if he already knew, he closed his eyes, sighed, and with a concerned look on his face, replied, "It is nothing. This old man just went to check on it a moment ago."
The heaven and earth spiritual energy of Taiswan Holy Land is all flowing towards Shaoqi Town. He recalled the scene he saw during his investigation. This can also be considered as fertile water not flowing into an outsider's field, he added. Hearing this, the old man with white hair and slanted bangs spoke with a serious expression, seemingly resolving the confusion in his heart. So that's how it is. No wonder the mountain-protecting Grand Formation and the Spirit-gathering Formation couldn't retain the spiritual energy. It turns out the Ancestral Master needs to use it. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, the black-haired man chimed in. Could it be that he is refining a new spiritual treasure? As he spoke, he stroked his thick black beard. Hearing that, the white-haired old man continued to reply. Just making a slight move consumes so much spiritual energy. We must think of a way. Otherwise, how can we afford to support this living ancestor? Wu Shuang greets Master Holy Lord, Master, and Martial Uncle. While the two were discussing the consumption of spiritual energy, a voice came from outside, accompanied by streaks of purple light landing on the ground. "Wu Shuang, it's good that you are here." Upon hearing that person's voice, a clear look of joy appeared on the face of the white-haired old man sitting on the chair. Oh my, Wu Shuang has made no small progress in her secluded cultivation this time. The black-haired man turned toward the main door of the hall, casually offering a few words of praise to the person named Wu Shuang. The purple light gradually disappeared, replaced by a pair of beautiful, fair legs.
That's right, that beautiful girl was exactly Wu Shuang. Her whole body emitted a great source of power. Her figure was well-proportioned, and her black hair was long and smooth. Accompanied by the hairpins on both sides, she looked truly graceful and charming. Everyone shared the same thought when they saw her overwhelming power, realizing she had already condensed her essence. Their eyes couldn't hide their astonishment and admiration for it. With such terrifying progress, she truly is a formidable younger generation. In their thoughts were thousands of winged words of praise for her excellence. The white-haired elder gave a thumbs up with a happy smile, speaking joyfully. Right now, not to mention Spirit Sword Peak, even Wu Shuang's cultivation has far surpassed her peers of the Seven Peaks, taking the lead by a wide margin. The silver-haired elder stood up and said, "Junior brothers, today this old man wants to discuss with you the conferment of Wu Shuang in the Holy Maiden Conferment Ceremony. The ceremony will be held in the middle of this month, but guest elder Senior Nangong is currently traveling outside with the Sword Dao Ancestor Master. Based on your views, should this conferment ceremony be postponed for a period of time, waiting for them to return before holding it?" The white-haired elder gently stroked his beard, then waited for everyone's answer. The white-haired elder with slanted bangs spoke up. "Senior brother Holy Lord, although he has a resounding reputation, after all, Elder Nangong is only a guest elder, not to mention that Senior Situ. Furthermore, the Holy Maiden is related to the foundation of our Taiswan Holy Land." The words he spoke were accompanied by a scene of everyone in the sect standing before the conferment place, while Wu Shuang draped a beautiful red cloak over her shoulders.
This old man believes that the presence of you and Ancestral Master Ye is enough. When the old man finished his analysis, the black-haired man also chimed in agreement. Yuan Jian is absolutely right. Wu Shuang has waited for this conferment ceremony for quite some time. It cannot be delayed any longer. When everyone paused for a moment, she retracted her sword. Softly, her gentle voice replied like falling petals. "Master, Holy Lord, Master, and my two martial uncles have thought so thoughtfully for Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang is deeply grateful." Wu Shuang also believes the remnant ceremony should not be delayed, but not because of those guest elders. She looked up, her magical purple eyes and long curling eyelashes on display. It is all because of the prestige of Ancestral Master Ye. It is thanks to him that those experts are willing to join Taiswan Holy Land. Birds following the phoenix soar high. People accompanying the virtuous gain high character. The image of two brightly colored magnificent birds appeared, flying in opposite directions like an 8 trigrams formation diagram. The two birds were flying in a sky full of golden light. On the ground was him, and behind him were sparkling auras, as she knelt before him. She paused for a moment, then continued. Therefore, Wu Shuang believes that regardless of the scale or the number of people attending the conferment ceremony, as long as Ancestral Master Ye is present, it is enough. Upon hearing this, the old official immediately showed his approval and replied, "Well said. Our Taiswan Holy Land has been able to weather so many storms and still prosper, all thanks to the care of Ancestral Master Ye. When drinking water, remember its source. I shall go and invite Ancestral Master Ye." He spoke for the three of them to hear. Surely Ancestral Master Ye, seeing how our Taiswan Holy Land is currently thriving, will happily agree to attend. He said this while waving goodbye to the three of them. Next was a place filled with pale golden sunlight shining through branches, where beautiful cherry blossom trees scattered their soft pink petals onto the ground.
Respected Grandmaster Ye. That was his voice, holding someone's letter in his hand. The content of the letter was, because your cultivation speed over the past few days has been truly too fast. The image of a girl with long white hair gracefully striking the zither strings appeared, her entire body emitting beautiful blue pillars of light.
Qing Shui deeply felt that the Tao is boundless and learning is endless, but it seemed this had little effect. Her slender, fair hands trembled from exhaustion, yet to no avail. Therefore, she decided to quickly return to the Ziqing Holy Land for secluded cultivation. She made up her mind, hugged her zither, and left on a dark night. Wait until Qing Shui becomes stronger. I will definitely be ruthlessly defeated by you again. Through the lines of text, she smiled brightly. With her beauty and eyes full of emotion, she hugged a zither and hoped to return here as soon as possible, that was for sure. But after he finished reading Qing Shui's parting words, his mind was now filled with ellipses. His face was full of resignation when she wrote, "Huh? Forever waiting to be conquered by you, Qing Shui?" Behind that letter was an image of her, but that expression wasn't very friendly. So Miss Qing Shui actually played so excitingly. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart that this girl was too bold. But lately I've been progressing very fast. He leaned back and smiled happily. He could already see the cultivation status of his inner dantian through some incantations. He closed his eyes to feel it and muttered to himself. Then he thought about the Hunyuan stones and said, "If I finish cultivating all the Hunyuan stones that the Black Emperor brought back." A sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. He sat up, wondering who was knocking on his door. Ye Changqing pushed the door open. He spoke first with a happy face. "Elder He, why are you here? Please come in." Elder He happily replied, "Mr. Ye, this old man's visit isn't bothering you, right?" Ye Changqing turned his head and replied cheerfully, "It's fine." Looking at his outward expression, he seemed very happy, but Ye Changqing secretly worried, thinking, in front of this group of old cultivating men, my established identity is Sage Changqing. I must be a bit aloof. Ye Changqing walked and said, "Lately I haven't had anything to do, just doing some simple cultivation." Elder He's expression changed, thinking to himself, "Simple?" Then Elder He noticed a stream of very pure spiritual energy. It forced Elder He to close his eyes due to the purity of the spiritual energy. Elder He covered his face with his sleeve and said, "Where is this strong light coming from? And there is also such abundant spiritual energy." Ye Changqing looked surprised and said, Really?
Elder He still covered his eyes due to the glaring light, saying, "Of course, with this old man's experience, this strong beam of light is definitely a top-grade magical treasure." When Elder He opened his eyes, the surprise was clearly visible right in those eyes. Elder He rubbed his eyes again. Ye Changqing spoke up, "Elder He, come sit over here." As for Elder He, he thought, is that... A look of shock was clearly revealed on Elder He's facial features. Elder He was surprised by the Hunyuan stones and said, This... Elder He thought to himself, "It really is top-grade Hunyuan stones. Under the table is a pile of Hunyuan stones stacked in a bucket." In his panic, Elder He thought to himself, "Just being piled up here, they can't help but emit pure spiritual energy and Tao rhythm. I have never even seen Hunyuan stones with an appearance like this."
Sitting opposite, Ye Changqing continued to speak cordially. "Elder He, the two of us can be considered close acquaintances. If there is anything, just say it directly. It's fine." At the same time, his hand lifted the teapot. Then Elder He accepted the teacup and said, Well, Mr. Ye, in 2 days," his voice slightly hesitant. Elder He continued, This old man wants to invite you to Mount Taiswan to participate. I wonder if that is okay." Ye Changqing listened blankly. He said, "Inviting me to participate?" Elder He on the other side nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, Right. In Ye Changqing's mind, a thought had already popped up. A one-day tour to the Holy Land, yeah. Although Ye Changqing was happy on the inside, his outward appearance remained cooled as he asked back, "Elder He, you are the Holy Lord of Taiswan Holy Land, right?" Elder He thought in fear, "Is Ancestral Master Ye? Is he questioning me?" with a rather panicked expression. At the same time, in Taiswan Holy Land, 5 Holy Lords were sitting together for a meeting. Elder He started the conversation. "Thank you all for coming from afar. The last time the 5 great Holy Lords met must have been nearly 100 years ago. The Holy Lord of Dalu Holy Land, Lu Wanfeng, sat and said, 'It has been a long time since I visited Taiswan Holy Land. Today, the spiritual energy in Brother He's place is much thicker and pure than before.' The Holy Lord of Guahua Holy Land, Bai Ling, sat with arms crossed over her chest and closed eyes, saying, 'Not bad. Taiswan is currently abundant in providence. I have only been here for a moment, and the fatigue from the long journey has vanished. I even have the feeling of wanting to test my cultivation.' The Holy Lord of Ziqing Holy Land, Shu Zetian, sat drinking tea and said, 'All right, if you all keep praising him, Brother He will feel embarrassed.' Thump, the sound of hands slamming the table rang out. The Holy Lord of Yin Yang Holy Land, Duan Tongde, with a scowling face, said, 'Everyone, let's skip the polite greetings.
This time, this seat came here not just to participate in the Taiswan Holy Maiden's conferment ceremony, but also to discuss an important matter with you all.
Elder Su spoke up. What's wrong, Elder Duan? Elder He also asked. Could it be that something happened where you were guarding in the Western Desert? Elder Duan replied with a solemn expression. That's right. In the Western Desert Buddhist nation, at the Great Thunderclap Temple, the last high monk of the Yu generation is about to attain enlightenment and come out of seclusion. The holy lords of Ziking Holy Land, Tai Swan and Guhua were astonished. Luo Wanfong spoke up with a tone as if he had just learned of this. The Yu generation, there is actually still someone alive? Elder Su said, What's the matter? Must we be afraid of those stupid donkeys? Elder Duan expressed his worry. Sigh. Buddhism and Taoism do not share the same origin, let alone the fact that we and the Buddhist sect are sworn enemies. 1,000 years ago, the Buddhist sect and Taoist sect had a dispute over the orthodox Tao in Zhongzhou. The leaders of the 5 great holy lands joined forces to fight and were finally able to drive them out of Zhongzhou. Since then, the Buddhist sect went far away to the Western Desert and developed secretly somewhere. 500 years ago, the abbot of the Yu generation, Yu Xin, barged into Zhongzhou alone, visiting the great holy lands to debate Taoist principles, with the intention of spreading Buddhist teachings into Zhongzhou once again. If it weren't for my martial uncle, Taoist Chanyuan, stepping forward to engage in a verbal battle with him for 7 days and 7 nights, barely gaining the upper hand in the end, I fear that by now, across this entire land of Zhongzhou, Buddhist teachings would be widespread, and the Taoist sects would be in peril, Elder Duan said in a gloomy tone. Elder Su interjected as if suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Then will this monk of the Yu generation coming out of seclusion this time also be very powerful? Elder Duan replied, It is truly not simple. He closed his eyes and spoke with a rather displeased expression. It is said that in the age of 3 he was personally taught his basic education by Abbot Yu Xin. By the age of 5 he had already mastered 18 major and minor scriptures. Therefore he was bestowed the Dharma name, Z.
At 20 years old, blessed by the great Buddha Tathagata to honor his cultivation, he was once again bestowed the Dharma name Bo. Elder Duan said that because of this, everyone in the Buddhist sect calls him Yuchi Bo. Elder Duan continued, This person not only has high cultivation, but also grasps many secret techniques of the Buddhist sect. Coming out of seclusion this time is definitely to advance straight into Zhongzhou and wash away the humiliation for senior brother Yu Xin. Elder Duan still said, May I ask the holy lords if there is anyone among your disciples who can debate the Dharma with him? Everyone looked at each other. Some turned away, others chose to lower their heads. Unconsciously, the entire room became gloomier than ever before. Holy Lord Lo Wanfong spoke up with a slightly apprehensive expression. Our Dalo Holy Land does not have one. Bai Ling chimed in after with a slightly embarrassed expression. There is no one among my disciples either. Sigh, what is there to hesitate about? If we cannot win a battle of words, then we can just prevent this bald monk from setting foot into Zhongzhou and be done with it, Elder Su said, along with the action of slamming his hand on the table and standing up. Elder Duan retorted, This method is not good. If we forcefully keep him outside the border, isn't this announcing to everyone that our Taoist sect has weakened and is inferior to the Buddhist sect? Elder Duan continued, Moreover, do you truly have the confidence to stop him? Elder Duan's face became sharp. Elder Su could not refute and hesitantly said, This matter. Elder He spoke up, Don't worry, this old man has a way. Elder He continued, We still have the trump card Senior Ye. Elder He's face became more serious at this moment. Elder Shu immediately followed up, That's right. With Senior Ye presiding over Taiswan Holy Land here, Yuchi Bo will definitely not act recklessly. Bai Ling turned to Elder Shu and asked, Senior Ye, who is that person? Elder Duan jolted and glared, saying, I say, Taiswan Holy Lord, can this Senior Ye you mentioned be relied upon? If we lose and lose the face of the 5 great holy lands, let alone that. If the Taoist sect declines from now on, that would be the real disaster. Elder Shu jolted slightly, slammed his hand on the table, and said loudly, Insolent! You have never met Senior Ye, so you cannot speak like that. Senior Ye's cultivation is profound, and his cultivation realm is something we can hardly imagine.
Lo Wanfeng spoke up. Ziqing Holy Lord, don't be hasty. Brother Duan has no other intentions. He is merely raising a doubt. Elder Duan retorted, If there is such a formidable person in Zhongzhou, how could our Yin-Yang Holy Land not know about it? It must be that you are speaking nonsense, Elder Duan said with a confident tone. The teacup on the table suddenly trembled. Suddenly, it shook violently. Elder Duan spoke loudly with a surprised tone. My God, what happened? Bai Ling spoke up. Brother He, is your Taiswan Holy Land under attack? Boom! A loud explosion caused the wooden door to shatter into 1,000 pieces, flying chaotically everywhere. A black shadow appeared, rushing quickly toward Elder Duan. His eyes seemed to shrink, his face showing a look of shock. Taiswan wooden sword incantation, second stance, heaven and earth all return. As soon as the sentence ended, 2 large fishes with contrasting colors of white and black appeared together. The old man quickly used his hands to block the black one. His mouth couldn't help but scream, What? When he opened his eyes, Elder Duan was shocked, his face pouring with sweat, his voice hesitating. This is innate Taiji. Elder Duan, before his eyes stood a vast space, his feet touching the surface of an ape-racker's formation. The sparkling bright blue colors now transformed into 2 contrasting colors, only white and black.
Elder Duan looked up to see the entire space changing in less than a blink of an eye. He seemed to not believe this. His mouth blurted out, "How is it possible? Not only living in harmony, but also encompassing the Tao of balance. In our yin-yang holy land, we always follow the principle of yin-yang harmony, which can give birth to all things. This sword strike actually makes me see that all things in the world are tied to balance." Surrounding Elder Duan was a harmoniously alternating black and white background, red-headed birds taking flight, pitch-black bamboo clumps vaguely appearing in the white smoke. Wait, within this peaceful and tranquil scene, Elder Duan's expression unconsciously became serious. This sword intent is similar to the person who killed the black tiger demon in Shaoqi town at that time. An image of that day appeared in Elder Duan's mind. He couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. To think it's actually that expert. This sword intent is truly profound, with deep vision. He had escaped from that dreamlike illusion, his whole body trembling, sweat dripping down his forehead.
Seeing Elder Duan's complexion, Laurel Wanfeng worriedly approached him. She spoke up. "Brother Duan?" Elder Duan's breathing seemed to become more rapid than ever. Pant, pant. Elder Duan slowly tried to calm his chaotic emotions and turned to ask her, "Do you clearly remember we witnessed with our own eyes that person killing the black tiger demon who summoned a divine entity in Shaoqi town?" Now, it wasn't just Elder Duan who was surprised, but it was Laura Wanfeng's turn to be taken aback, her pupil shrinking. Her voice was filled with astonishment, as if she still couldn't believe her own ears. Could it really be him? They stopped and turned towards where Elder He was standing. Elder Duan respectfully asked, "Brother He, is this the move of that Senior Ye?" When asked by Elder Duan, Elder He's face harbored a hidden smile. Bai Ling added, "Senior Ye possesses vast divine abilities. He must have heard the words of certain people. Therefore, he showed a bit of his strength to deter and warn them." As she spoke, Bai Ling revealed a serious expression. Her two fingers almost touched, as if to prove that this was only a minuscule fraction of his peerless strength. As soon as Bai Ling stopped, Elder Duan spoke up again. "Brother He, it is this foolish younger brother who was blind." He said this while kneeling down.
"I never thought Senior Ye's strength would be this terrifying." Elder Duan spoke with irreparable regret, his entire body bowing low to the ground in respectful apology. Luan Feng also understood the situation and trembled, clasping his hands together and bowing his head to admit his fault. "Disaster comes from the mouth, but Brother Duan and I truly had no intention to offend. Please, you must help this foolish brother plead for us before Senior Ye." Both of them spoke in unison. "This sword intent, a single strike could overturn my yin-yang holy land." Elder Duan wore a terrified expression, panicking as he pleaded. Elder He watched this scene, thinking to himself that it seemed Senior Ye's single move had already scared them out of their wits. Bai Ling looked at Elder Duan and Luan Feng pleading in panic, silently assessing his power in her heart. Indeed, Senior Ye's strength was truly very formidable. Elder He finally spoke up in response. "This old man will plead on your behalf. Stand up, Tongde." "Tai Swain, Holy Lord, we truly know that your noble sect's ancestral master has profound cultivation, but could you be a bit more specific?" One person, out of sheer curiosity, spoke up. "What cultivation realm is this almighty expert actually at?" Elder He replied, "At the very least, an emperor of the human race." His eyes were sharp when speaking of his cultivation realm. Possibly even higher, an existence above the emperor realm. As soon as he finished speaking, it caused all three of them to widen their eyes in shock. Elder Duan even blurted out instinctively, "Emperor?" The person who asked earlier couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The scene shifts to where he is practicing, wearing an incredibly beautiful outfit with the golden light of the sword behind him. He retracted his sword and let out a sigh. "I didn't expect to lose track of time while practicing sword techniques. How long have I been practicing?" He turned to ask the supervisor. He replied, "To answer Senior Ye, about 3 double hours." He asked in surprise, 3 double hours? When did the conferring ceremony start? The other person replied, "It was planned for 2 double hours ago, but because Senior Ye was transmitting the sword Dao to us, the Holy Lords decided to wait until you finished teaching before starting." The person said this while gesturing with his hands. He was startled, his face turning purple, thinking to himself, "Huh? 2 double hours ago? So in other words, I've missed 4 whole hours of the entire Tai Swan Holy Land schedule? I shouldn't panic. After all, I've already accepted the status of Ancestral Master. Even if I missed it, they won't do anything to me." As he walked, a wave of emotions surged in his heart. After a while, he arrived at the Tai Swan Holy Land. In front of the hall, everyone had stepped out to welcome him. He walked lightly and cheerfully, trying to maintain his confidence. Under the shining sunlight, his whole body seemed to emit incredibly brilliant auras. Elder He, representing the Tai Swan Holy Land, respectfully welcoming Mr. Ye. "Elder He, there's no need to be so polite. I was too absorbed in practicing the sword and arrived late. Please forgive me." Elder He bowed and said, "Mr. Ye is joking." Elder He bowed his head, thinking to himself, "It's obvious that we received providence from you, yet you just say you were practicing the sword. The Ancestral Master is truly as humble as always." Ye Chongqing turned and asked, "Who are these people?" Elder He turned to look at the 4 Holy Lords standing behind.
Elder He raised his hand and said, I almost forgot. I came here to introduce them to you. Elder He gestured toward Elder Su and said, This is the Holy Lord of Z King Holy Land, Su Zetian, who has visited you once before. Elder Su bowed his night along with Elder He's words. Ye Chongqing spoke with a radiant face. Oh, long time no see, Elder Su. How have you been lately? Elder Su clasped his hands, his face sweating profusely, and said, This junior is doing well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ye. Elder He continued to point to the others and said, These are Holy Lord Bailing of Guhal Holy Land, Holy Lord Duantong Dead of Yinyang Holy Land, and Holy Lord La Wainfeng of Dalaro Holy Land. At the same time, the three Holy Lords clasped their hands, bowed, and said, paying respects to Mr. Ye.
Ye Chongqing's expression changed inwardly. Heavens, it's not just the Taiswan Holy Land that I've delayed, but all the 5 great Holy Lands. Elder He turned to look at Ye Chongqing and thought to himself, that's not right. Why does Ancestral Master Ye's expression look so strange? It must be because Ancestral Master Ye feels that participating in the grand ceremony has disturbed his peaceful cultivation. I must speed up the progress, Elder He continued to think. Elder He reached out and pointed to the silver chair with an extremely elaborate design, saying, Mr. Ye, please have a seat. Ye Chongqing turned to Elder He and said, Many thanks. Elder He used voice transmission to remind the Holy Lords, start quickly, skip all the tedious formalities. Don't delay Ancestral Master Ye's time to return to his residence for peaceful cultivation. Elder Duan looked back and said, Understood. Elder Duan suddenly shouted loudly, The auspicious hour has arrived. The conferment ceremony begins. With just his command, the burly men pulled together a long log and struck it against the silver bell.
A loud collision created an extremely piercing and echoing sound, which was also the declaration of the beginning of the grand canonization ceremony. Elder He held the scroll of the imperial edict in his hand. He announced loudly downward, Carrying the will of the heavens, today the disciple Lu Wushuang is canonized as the Holy Maiden of Taishuan Holy Land. While everything was going beautifully and solemnly, Elder He continued, omitting 500 words below. Elder He's very cool declaration made the other old men look dumbfounded, collectively exclaiming, Huh? From the sky, Lu Wushuang and 2 little fairies descended together. Needless to say, Lu Wushuang was truly very beautiful, as gentle as a soft lotus flower. Even he couldn't help but subconsciously exclaim, Wow! Seeing his positive reaction, Elder He thought to himself, as expected, Ancestral Master Ye cares deeply about Wushuang. This old man knew it. Canonizing her as the Holy Maiden wasn't wrong at all. A light breeze blew, making the flag embroidered with the character Swan flutter. Elder Duan continued speaking, Jade purity, jade pennant, all spirits sharing heaven, raising his hand as if to signal. Elder Duan's loud, resolute voice declared, Open the Ancestral Hall. From the sky, the Ancestral Hall slowly appeared with brilliant golden auras. Seeing this, Elder He immediately bowed his head respectfully and reported to the Ancestral Hall above, We disciples pay respects to the souls of the past Holy Lords of Taishuan Holy Land. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous disciples in the sect bowed their heads and shouted loudly, Disciples pay respects to the Ancestral Masters. Elder He turned around and respectfully said to him, Senior Ye, this junior invites you and Wushuang to enter the Ancestral Hall together and place the canonization crown on her. He quickly replied, Of course. He slowly stepped down. She stood below with her head bowed, her gentle voice rising as he stepped closer. Wushuang.
When he was just a little distance away from her, she clasped her hands together and respectfully said, Greetings, Senior Ye. He quickly approached and helped her up, taking the opportunity to praise her. You have extraordinary aptitude. Your future achievements will definitely be immeasurable. Her eyes shone with happiness, her face slightly flushed, and she quickly replied, Senior Ye is too kind. That Wushuang is able to have today is all thanks to your guidance. He turned to Elder He, his voice praising him. Being able to canonize Wushuang as the Taishuang Holy Maiden is still the blessing of Taishuang. Elder He, your eyes are quite good. Elder He's face turned red. He lightly placed his hand on his hair, smiling foolishly. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. He gathered his chi, pushed off the ground, and flew up. A thought appeared in his mind. I originally thought that with my current cultivation base, using true chi to fly up would still be a bit difficult, but the basic flying model is quite simple. He turned around, reached out his large hand, and said gently, Miss Wushuang, let's go. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, her face still slightly flushed, her hands lightly clasped in front of her chest, and she replied, Yes. Her slender hand was placed on his large arm, and then he took her up to the canonization ancestral temple. The scenery here was poetic and magical, with golden light constantly enveloping the entire ancestral temple. After a while, he and Wushuang set foot there. Standing in front of the ancestral temple's door, he thought to himself, Good thing I learned the canonization process from the books in the Suture Pavilion. Otherwise, I would have lost face today.
The first step is to offer incense and worship the Taishuan ancestors. Inside the spacious, decorated ancestral temple, he and she bowed and clasped their hands together in prayer. The second step is to receive the feather holy crown and the Taishuan ancient collar. This time he handed her a hat. It looked like a graduation cap from the modern era. After putting on the hat, he placed the collar around her neck. The third step is for the conferred disciple to share her thoughts. She stood on the clouds, placed her hand on her chest, and began to express her feelings. Being able to take this opportunity to become the Holy Maiden is my honor. Thank you, Mr. Ye, for your dedicated nurturing, and thank you to the grand elders of the sect for giving me this opportunity. There were many more sentences after that, but the author omitted them. The final step was to cheer her on. He gently patted her shoulder. Raising his other hand high as if cheering, he said, "Keep it up, Miss Wushang." Suddenly she called out to him, "Senior Ye." As for him, he was smiling with a very delighted expression. "Ah ha ha, perfect!" While he was overjoyed that he had finished everything, her call brought him back to his senses. "Senior Ye." Wushang turned around and pointed down to where he and she were standing. "Could we invite you to give the disciples of the Taiswan sect a few words of instruction?" He was startled. "Huh?" Looking down below, he panicked, thinking to himself, "The book didn't say I had to do this, and I haven't prepared anything at all." His face darkened as he thought of a way. The only option left was to borrow a few quotes from elsewhere. From atop the massive ancestral temple, he spoke down. "Everyone, a certain hero once said." Because of his words, all the disciples of the Taiswan Holy Land immediately paid attention. He spread his arms, closed his eyes, and continued. "Stepping towards the road of light, thorns will inevitably grow." His expression was extremely serious, though he didn't dare to open his eyes. Only by witnessing destruction can one see rebirth. Elder He, hearing his words, subconsciously exclaimed, "Ah!" And a big shot seriously said, "These words of Ancestral Master Ye seem to hold a hidden meaning." He got carried away by the emotion and continued to recite. "The endless journey is long and drawn out, and storms always follow like a shadow."
Just as the words were spoken, the once bright and beautiful sky suddenly turned pitch black. Lightning struck down from above. Luo Wanfeng looked fearful. "Why has the sky turned so gloomy? Something feels off," a red-haired person spoke up. "Look, everyone, cracks have appeared in the sky." "No, not cracks. Those are dense flashes of lightning." Thousands of lightning bolts struck down from the darkened sky. The disciples of the Taiswan Holy Land began to feel anxious and afraid. He chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, "It seems the buff effect of my sage Chung Cheng is still as powerful as ever." The red-haired person said to Elder He, "Holy Lord He, what exactly is this ancestral master of yours talking about to actually trigger the sound of thunder? With such dense lightning flashes and so many disciples of your sect in the square, what if they get hurt?" His voice carried a hint of worry. Meanwhile, the lightning continued to rumble in the sky. Elder He gently stroked his beard. "Brother Bai, there is no need to worry. Senior Ye is one of our own and would not make such a mistake." There was not a trace of worry or fear on Elder He's face as he continued. The old gentleman often triggers heavenly anomalies because his words contain profound and sharp meanings. You will be fine once you get used to it. Using force to suppress force, expelling thunder and controlling lightning. Sparkling golden light emanated from the ancestral hall. That light seemed to sweep away all the thunder and lightning.
A bolt of lightning flashed by, striking straight down onto the square. Unexpectedly, it hit Elder He. The terrifying light forced him to quickly cover his face. A sudden voice rang out. "This is..." His hand reached out and absorbed all the heavenly lightning. It was as if he held an orb of electricity in his hand. With his eyes shining brightly, his voice could not hide his excitement. "Oh my God, the thunder and lightning at this moment have blown away the darkness." Across the vast sky, the ancestral hall remained intact, but the golden light was now entirely replaced by an ocean blue. Even Wushang was frightened by his joke. Bai Ling ordered everyone, "Not good. The power of the lightning has concentrated in one place. Quickly have the elders watch over the disciples with lower cultivation bases. Everyone spread out and circulate energy to protect your bodies." Lo Wanfeng circulated his power, quickly creating a shield for himself. Elder Duan was not slow either, immediately circulating the yin-yang body protection. Bai Ling spoke up again. "If thousands of these heavenly lightning bolts are triggered again, I'm afraid we can't guarantee that their heart meridians won't be shattered." Having been struck by the lightning, Elder He now had a few purple bruises on his face. His whole body trembled as he said in fear, "Heavenly lightning is usually born in response to a big shot. I wonder if Ancestral Master Ye's previous words have triggered some kind of taboo." With a pitiful expression and 2 streams of tears running down his face, he complained, "Making such a huge ruckus every time, Taiswan's budget simply won't allow it." Standing on the ancestral hall, he casually watched the lightning bolts flashing in the sky. "I didn't expect the end of metaphysics to be pay to win," he said softly. Then, with an expression truly like a devil, he shouted, "This is the hero character I just spent money to buy before transmigrating. The dialogue is so cool, too." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck the ancestral hall directly, making the collision between the lightning and the protective barrier incredibly tense.
Growl! The cry of a spiritual beast was emanating from inside the ancestral temple. He was startled and turned around, wondering what that sound was.
A massive dragon appeared, its entire body as white as snow, with fierce, golden eyes glaring at him. "Damn it, I just said a few lines from a game. Why did I summon a divine dragon?" he cried out in despair, suddenly realizing he had played too stupidly. White Emperor quickly spoke up. "This is not good. To think that the heavenly thunder would attract a Yinglong." Luan Feng broke out in a cold sweat. She said, "Once Yinglong appears, tribulation fire burns the heavens. In just a single breath, thunder rumbles, and its power is enough to shatter the void." Bai Ling, who had not said a single word from afar before, could no longer keep silent and said, "Brother He, could this be part of Senior Ye's plan?" Hearing this, Elder He's expression darkened, although the senior's thoughts were not something they could guess. Elder He opened his eyes and looked up. But fortune and disaster give rise to each other. Disaster and fortune are linked. I believe that with Senior Ye overseeing this place, whether it's heavenly thunder or Yinglong arriving in the end, we will definitely pass through safely and be reborn after the calamity. Elder He's expression was cautious, always holding firm belief in his strength. But little did they know, this unexpected event was something he hadn't foreseen either. Up there, his face was dripping with sweat, and his voice trembled. "Along, if those lines just now made you unhappy, I can apologize right now." The white dragon didn't bother listening to him, and just created an orb of heavenly thunder. He was caught off guard. "Huh, oh my god, this dragon is preparing to unleash an ultimate move." He waved his hand downward to call for help. "Elder He, what should I do this time?" Everyone below didn't understand him, and asked in unison, "What does Senior Ye mean?" Elder Duan shielded his eyes with his hand and said, "The distance is quite far, so I can't hear clearly, but I guess the old gentleman is saying there's no need to worry." Elder Duan was very innocent and trusting, giving an okay sign forward and shouting loudly, "Senior, please rest assured and perform. Just leave the disciples to me."
The people on the other side snapped their fingers, signaling Cheng Qing. He couldn't help but be startled. What were these people doing? Cheng Qing frowned and thought to himself, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. I can only try this. He immediately summoned his power. Previously in the great Yan imperial capital, these merit treasures acknowledged me as their master. In Cheng Qing's hand at this moment was the glowing Xuanhong Pagoda. He couldn't help but panic for a long time, but how is this thing used? There aren't even any instructions. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down. Cheng Qing froze on the spot. Damn it! He immediately pushed and threw the Grand Pagoda out, shouting, "Xuanhong Pagoda, block it for me." Cheng Qing hurriedly created a shield to block the incoming power, but it was no use. Then the two powerful forces collided with each other. A layer of thick dust gradually dissipated. A few rays of light flashed through the thick smoke. Cheng Qing slowly walked out of the chaos. His whole body emitted an aura. "It's been a long time since I fought. Naturally, I've forgotten. The Xuanhong Pagoda is still endlessly emitting light energy. I created the Xuanhong Pagoda to be able to resist all attacks in the world." Yinglong's eyes suddenly flashed. It was gathering berserk energy, preparing to release it. Cheng Qing immediately leaped high into the air. He stood in opposition to it and asked in a stern voice, "Yinglong, does a thing like you dare to cause trouble in front of me?" Just as a bolt of power aimed at him, Cheng Qing calmly shouted, "Obstinate and unyielding."
The Xuanhuang Pagoda flew up with blazing power. "Go!" The two ultimate moves were unleashed, clashing in the sky. "Break!" As a result, Chongqing's Xuanhuang Pagoda shattered Yinglong's ancient move. It then began targeting Yinglong to destroy it. Chongqing simultaneously cast a spell. "Purple Extreme Xuanhuang, I pray for the protection of the mid-heaven heavenly dipper to forge my true body." The Xuanhuang Pagoda instantly radiated a blinding light. Yinglong could not help but growl as the talismans targeted it. Its body began to be tightly bound. Chongqing coldly reached out his hand. "Give it to me." He simultaneously raised his fist outward. "Scatter!" The tightly constricted Yinglong tried to struggle. A flash of green light then appeared. Chongqing hovered in the midair, full of majestic might. The others were all surprised seeing this. So Yinglong was actually defeated? The elder did not expect this. The thing Senior Ye just took out seems to be the Xuanhuang Pagoda. She also realized in shock, "No way, that is an ancient supreme treasure." They lamented a bit, seeing that the heavenly thunder had now passed. Wu Shuang reached out her hand to feel it. This is the massive spiritual energy left behind after that dragon was defeated. The few of them also discussed it. "Brother He, your judgment was not wrong. Senior Ye intentionally used the heavenly thunder to lure Yinglong, presenting a generous gift to Taiswan. Indeed." Taking this opportunity, Chongqing retracted the Xuanhuang Pagoda. It gradually dissipated in his hand. Suddenly, Chongqing frowned tightly. He hurriedly held his forehead in intense pain. "My head hurts so much."
The Xuanhuang Pagoda now emitted a blinding silver light. Chongqing held his head incessantly. The Xuanhuang Pagoda, auspicious clouds of merit, and also, in the vague darkness, a bronze coffin, a boiling red color from the eye sockets. Whose blood was this? Chongqing's body gradually heated up, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. What were those images? Were they my memories? Chongqing gradually fainted with a hazy consciousness. Who exactly am I? Chongqing fell downwards powerlessly. He just fell straight down from high above. Seeing this, the young woman could not help but shout anxiously, "Senior Ye!"
A surge of spiritual energy suddenly surrounded his body. Changqing's entire body was brought down to a lotus platform below. He just lay on the soft spot of the pistol. Changqing lay unconscious on the lotus platform for a long while. Then he also gradually regained his consciousness. What happened to me? He slowly sat up. Where did this lotus platform come from? Changqing touched his surroundings with some admiration. So soft, it feels so good to touch. He felt the abundant spiritual energy surrounding the lotus platform, the rolling chaotic qi, and the complex patterns that occasionally appeared and disappeared. Changqing smirked and chuckled. This chaos green lotus is indeed exactly as the legends say. He suddenly realized something. Changqing held his head in doubt. How do I know the name of this lotus platform so clearly? It seems I understand it very well, too. Then he began to sigh. My head still hurts a bit. It seems a lot of things just happened earlier. Fragments of memories appeared in Changqing's mind. My cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, and I could even control the Shuanghuang Pagoda. He realized with a start. I even fought a booming battle with that guy. Changqing put his hand to his chin in doubt. Why did these memories suddenly flood into my mind? He began to guess. The Chaos Green Lotus, if it is truly as spoken of in my memories, this item is a supreme treasure that is extremely rare even in the legendary Upper Realm. Changqing recalled the time he held the Shuanghuang Pagoda. When I pretended to be Sage Chongqing in the imperial capital, I was bestowed a Shuanghuang Pagoda. He stirred the stream of spiritual energy to evaluate it. Then this Chaos Green Lotus was perhaps also bestowed by Sage Chongqing. High above, a dazzling light pierced through the layers of clouds. Seeing this scene, the people below also realized. It seems the senior not only safely retreated from the heavenly tribulation, but also obtained a new magical treasure. Only then did the young woman land on the ground.
Her eyes were filled with joy as she looked into the distance, truly worthy of Senior Ye, always strategizing and winning against heaven by half a step. Among them, some were also curious. Among the magical artifacts and magical treasures that we know of, this item does not exist, but the design of the green lotus is truly strange, additionally enveloped in cyan clouds and a dim light. Then she admiringly realized, looking at its imposing momentum, perhaps even the crucial supreme treasures in our Dalu Holy Land could not compare to it. He thought to himself, to be able to gather such a dense amount of chaotic qi, it seems the day the lotus platform was born must trace back to the ancient era. The lotus platform then slowly brought Changqing down. The strange phenomenon that just appeared in the sky was something I never predicted. However, fortunately, it has been resolved. Everyone present respectfully bowed to him. We congratulate Mr. Ye for once again obtaining a supreme treasure. Changqing immediately laughed and replied, "Thank you all, but it is just a labor-saving transportation tool. There is no need to pay too much attention to it." The young man looked at him with full gratitude. It seemed this ancestral master of the Taiswen Holy Land was truly extraordinary. Defeating Yu Bo was entirely feasible. Following that, Changqing gave his instruction. "Everyone, the grand canonization ceremony has concluded. My responsibility is fulfilled. Now it is time for me to leave." The Holy Lord then hesitated and asked, "Senior Ye, this junior still has one matter."
Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Elder He, no banquet lasts forever. All attendees must eventually leave." Changqing implied that everything in the world has its own destiny and cannot be forced. Hearing this, he was startled and amazed. Mr. Ye suddenly used a Buddhist scripture to say goodbye. Could it be that he had already predicted what was about to happen to the Dudzi Pavilion? Before leaving, he also advised them in advance. "In the future, unless the Taiswen Holy Land is in danger, please do not bother me anymore so that I can cultivate in peace." Those people were dumbfounded when they heard this. As expected, Senior Ye had already predicted the upcoming events. After speaking, Changqing also left on the lotus platform. He breathed a sigh of relief. "If there's nothing important, don't drag people to find me to ask for calligraphy anymore." Changqing made up his mind. This time returning to Shachi Town, I will focus on cultivating and take back everything that belongs to me. Suddenly, he was out of luck and slipped and fell. Changqing angrily stomped his feet to vent his anger. "What's wrong? Out of gas? Is this broken vehicle okay? Hurry up and shift gears." The lotus platform seemed to receive a power boost and zoomed away. Changqing sped along like flying on the vehicle, and behind him was a respectful voice. "We bid farewell to Senior Ye." It was another beautiful day. A few days later, upon returning to Shachi Town, Changqing lay stretched out on the long chair. He sighed emotionally. According to the introduction in the Taiswen Sutra Pavilion, this cultivation world is distributed like this. Changqing looked at the map. The west and Zonjo are all humans, while the south and the north are not humans. Tushi-san listened and immediately complained. At this time, he finally turned around to ask her, "Miss Tu, you also come from Nanling, right? Why did you think of entering Zonjo?" She then confessed, "Yes, Senior, I am the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan, and my father is the current clan leader of the Spirit Fox clan." Tushi-san's eyes were filled with sadness as she continued, "But I entered Zonjo to escape an arranged marriage."
Recalling the past, she recounted, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank Lord Black Emperor for helping me run away from marriage." Chungking was a bit deep in thought. Miss Tu can also be considered a second-generation demon, yet she still couldn't escape the fate of being urged to marry.
he suddenly realized something. Black Emperor? Lord? Chungking associated it with the sentence, wondering, brought you to run away from marriage? He thought to himself, I only knew that the Black Emperor had some spiritual intelligence and could help me find the Hunyuan stone. Could it be that he sneaked out behind my back to cause trouble? This unfilial son. Chungking then asked, Miss Tu, apart from the Black Emperor bringing you to run away from marriage, did he do anything else? She immediately blushed. Does Mr. Ye not know anything at all? In her heart, she began to hesitate. The Black Emperor is also considered my benefactor. If I accidentally say something wrong that makes Senior Ye angry with the Black Emperor, wouldn't that be my fault? Chungking's gaze made Shisan tremble. But since Senior Ye asked so directly, how can I lie to Senior? She then answered in embarrassment. As far as I know, the Black Emperor only dug up 30 ancestral graves, which is how he became famous in the demon race. This single sentence of hers directly made him freeze. So he really did do bad things? Chungking encouraged Shisan. Just speak frankly. How could I blame the Black Emperor? She then answered in embarrassment. As far as I know, the Black Emperor only dug up 30 ancestral graves, which is how he became famous in the demon race.
On the tomb, there were even attached gifts that made people shake with anger, and at the Spirit Fox altar, someone even had diarrhea. Shisan continued recounting another of the Black Emperor's exploits. He even caught the sister-in-law of her aunt's third uncle having an affair with the third brother of the neighboring Golden Lion clan. After that, the Black Emperor also caused Sister Elephant to shed tears of sorrow. Her summoning made Chungking feel heartbroken just listening to it, rejecting the princess of the Giant Elephant clan. He almost cried along with it, thinking that when he did these things, he surely wouldn't mention that he had a master. Shisan worriedly asked, How do you feel? In his heart, Chungking was so bitter that he was trembling, wanting to sever the man-dog relationship with him. As capable as he is, why doesn't he just fly to the heavens? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, how formidable! Chungking remembered the young dog of his house. He began to calculate, if the Black Emperor was truly such a powerful demon, why would he acknowledge me, an unknown cultivator, as his master? Chungking pondered deeply. The great Yan imperial family mistook me for Sage Chongqing, and the Taiswan Holy Land mistook me for their ancestral master. On the other hand, Shisan was looking at him with infatuated eyes, thinking, to be able to control his state of mind so quickly, as expected of Sinem Ye. At this moment, he came up with a speculation. The Black Emperor must have mistaken me for someone else again. Chungqing hadn't spoken, making the girl wonder, Mr. Ye? At this time, he was still immersed in his own thoughts. A dog does not despise a poor master, even taking 1,000 steps back, even if he truly made a mistake. This dog must look at the merit of me raising him since he was little. Chungqing was startled as he remembered the ferocious appearance of the Black Emperor. Sweating, he bit his hand and pleaded to him, Leave me with an intact corpse. Following that, Chungqing instructed, Miss Tu, I am going out for a bit. She eagerly asked him, May I go with you? Chungqing then agreed. Of course. At this moment, the Black Emperor was nibbling in a corner, thinking, You don't say. It's so crisp and sweet. If coordinated with cultivation in the future, who knows? It might even become an immortal artifact. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Chungqing walked past, causing the Black Emperor to drop the apple right out of his hand. On this side, both of those two were also scared out of their wits. The Black Emperor shouted in panic, Master?
He couldn't help but panic. This mouth specialized in eating things alive. These legs were like a grand golden broadsword stance. Chungqing trembled even more, thinking, This lowly one was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai, actually treating you like a dog. This lowly one deserves to die. Shisan in his arms tried her best to signal, Master, please don't tremble. Black Emperor also noticed this and became suspicious. What does this expression of Master mean? Is he venting his dissatisfaction with me on the little fox? He hesitantly raised his syrup-covered front paw. Master! As Black Emperor stepped forward, he stepped back. Are you disgusted that my transformed appearance is too ugly? Chungqing stuttered and waved his hands, replying, Black Emperor, you go back first. The little fox and I have some things to do. Feeling abandoned, he was immersed in sorrow. Master! Shisan then signaled to Black Emperor, Rest assured and go home first. You silly dog, it's fine. Chungqing was screaming in his heart at this moment. Oh my god, at first I thought Black Emperor was just a timid dog as cowardly as a mouse. Who would thought that his human form would be this huge? I used to scold and curse him in every way. He anxiously looked around. Good heavens, I hope millions of times the Black Emperor won't hold a grudge. Chungqing gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He definitely had to seize the time to improve his cultivation. He hurriedly walked towards the refining workshop, thinking to himself, Otherwise, if Black Emperor finds out he acknowledged the wrong master, he will definitely turn against me. When that time comes, if I can't defeat him, the consequences will be extremely severe.
Chongqing shouted loudly, Blacksmith Song, do you sell swords? He sat waiting for a long time on the chair. Chongqing held his face and complained. Sister-in-law Bao's slap was still as strong as ever. Right at that moment, a hand handed him a towel. Here, Mr. Ye, you lost because you were simply too cultured. The blacksmith laughed and teased. Couldn't you just directly ask if I have any ready-made swords for sale? Why say sell swords? Was somewhat interested. Mr. Ye, you still haven't given up on your cultivation dream? It's fine. Old Song will help you fulfill this dream. Chongqing's eyes immediately sparkled. Thank you, Old Song, you. But his next sentence crushed his fantasy. 15 taels of silver. Chongqing immediately pointed his finger in protest. A normal precious sword is only 3 to 5 taels of silver, yet you are selling it at this price? The blacksmith confidently replied, that is the sentimental value of your cultivation path. His blood boiled even more. You really treat me like harvestable chives? I got it. Chongqing proposed a deal. I will use the first New Year door god painting of this winter to trade. How about it? Hearing this, the blacksmith's face immediately lit up with joy. Really? He recalled the painting. To be honest, the door god painting drawn by Mr. Ye was a bit inappropriate for public morals. Just thinking about it gave the blacksmith a nosebleed, but it was truly an auspicious item. He thought to himself about how those families screamed and fought over the New Year paintings every year.
The wealth made the blacksmith admire it. His household would surely be peaceful, harmonious, and prosperous. Ye Changqing even whispered, I will give you a special edition, a unique version too. He was immediately stunned. What? The blacksmith couldn't hold back just from hearing it. This was an item that once tasted, you couldn't give it up. As night fell, Ye Changqing brought his results home. Not bad, truly not bad. He looked at the sword and exclaimed, sharp as a knife, able to cut iron like mud. Ye Changqing swung the sword around. Now adding the suitable weapon, his cultivation speed would surely progress a step faster. Suddenly, he noticed the Black Emperor was up ahead. Ye Changqing was startled and stepped back. It's over. I haven't even thought of how to face the Black Emperor yet. On the other side, the dog was worried and having illusions. Could it be that Master already knows my identity and feels I embarrassed him outside? On this side, he trembled inwardly. It was fine when I didn't know before. Ye Changqing stepped forward, but now I know. He placed his hand to rub the Black Emperor's head. Ye Changqing forced a smile. I must use the fastest time to improve my cultivation. He thought to himself. Otherwise, if the Black Emperor finds out any flaws. The dog was still stammering while holding a chicken in its mouth. Master. The Black Emperor looked up pitifully. Master, this is for you. The chicken meant for the altar was motionless. Ye Changqing started to think negatively. Will I end up like this chicken? Dying painfully? He trembled and took a deep breath. Ye Changqing tried with all his life to do push-ups. The two spiritual pets leisurely watched him exercise. The Black Emperor couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shisan was somewhat curious. Stupid dog, what's wrong now? He answered honestly. Haven't you noticed that Master has changed recently? She also realized. Right, Master started practicing without resting. The Black Emperor guessed. Could it be that Master is warning me? That the body manifested that day was still not strong enough? Ye Changqing was still training hard. 100. Shisan then rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Stupid dog, why are you still overthinking?
He looked up at the sky. You don't understand. A simp and a love brain are always 100% compatible. You must have also felt it when the Master frequently practices. Black Emperor seriously gave his opinion. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred miles will continuously riot, being summoned by the Master to refine and turn into his own. She then asked him back, think about it. Could it be that the Master has attained a new comprehension or is about to break through? Black Emperor held his forehead and answered gloomily, even so, with the Master's immeasurable cultivation, this few hundred miles of spiritual energy is nothing but a drop in the ocean to him. But for our low cultivation realm, it simply cuts off our path of survival. The two of them conversed again. The Master has such profound cultivation and is so diligent. We should be working harder to cultivate. Shisan then teased him. Silly dog, why not find another place to cultivate? Black Emperor confessed. But what should we do about the current situation?
He suddenly had a brainwave. Finding another place is a great idea. The Black Emperor excitedly suggested, let's go into the dense forests of Nanling, or find a place near other holy lands with abundant spiritual energy, or perhaps a blessed land. At this moment, a hand pushed the door open forcefully. Chongqing inhaled and exhaled deeply in the days after the Black Emperor and Tu Shisan left. He vigorously summoned his sword chi to practice. After secluded cultivation, the feeling was indeed completely different. The true chi he generated became formidable, and even controlling this precious sword was much easier. The scene shifted to an immortal mountain, Mount Taisuen. Leaves were blown away from the branches by the wind. A trembling hand reached out. Spiritual energy! Where is all the spiritual energy gone? Cultivators, reduced to mere skin and bones, walked shakily. I haven't formed my golden core yet. I can only rely on the heaven and earth spiritual energy to cultivate. Oh heavens! Someone weakly spoke up. My spirit platform is about to dry up. Right at this moment, a female voice rang out. Junior brothers, halt!
Wu Shang, who was also exhausted, spoke up. Take these enlightenment pills and use them first. They should be able to help you endure for a while. They were all surprised. Holy Maiden, senior sister. Among them, someone recognized it. The enlightenment pill is a treasure that only sect leaders possess. She replied, in recent days, the spiritual energy on the mountains suddenly disappeared. Master Holy Lord and the Peak Masters are extremely anxious and are thinking of a solution. Wu Shang instructed, like a living bodhisattva. Junior brothers and sisters, if you encounter difficulties, just come find me or the Holy Sun. They all expressed their gratitude to her in unison. Many thanks, Holy Maiden, senior sister. You've worked hard too. Senior sister, you must also pay attention to resting.
Next, she also instructed them that after using it, they should quickly return to meditate and regulate their aura. Just then, Taoist Yanjian spoke up. Wu Shuang. She immediately turned her head. Master, when did you arrive? Do you have any instructions? He then replied, follow me to the Holy Hall for a trip. The scene transitioned to the Taiswan Holy Hall. A dense stream of spiritual energy surged out. Excellent, to think there was a spirit spring contained here. Back then, Master specially sealed this place, perhaps to cope with today's situation. Wu Shuang also happened to teleport to this place. She staggered a bit, but fortunately, an elder supported her. Are you all right? Wu Shuang forced a smile and replied, I'm fine. It's just that I haven't encountered spiritual energy for a long time, so I'm a bit dizzy. The elder from afar also waved to call her. Wu Shuang, come here quickly, come here. She immediately went near the stream of spiritual energy and put her head in to check the center of the spiritual energy. Wu Shuang poked her head into the flow and discovered a huge surprise. Her face became brighter and radiated with a glowing complexion. Wu Shuang joyfully thanked the people there. Thank you, Holy Lord and Master. Wu Shuang is much better now. But it's strange. This disciple clearly remembers that there was never any spiritual energy here before. He stroked his beard and recounted the past. In the Taiswan Holy Land, originally the water flowing down from the mountain all contained spiritual energy. This is a spirit spring that the Holy Lord left behind when this old man was still a disciple, meant to be used in times of need. Who would have thought it would be put to use today? The Holy Lord also continued. Over the past few days, the heaven and earth spiritual energy outside the mountain has inexplicably been swept away, making the disciples suffer. Now that we have reopened the spirit spring, we only hope it can help everyone first. This old man will quickly find out the cause. Suddenly the ground shook, surprising everyone. They looked at each other in panic. Where was the earthquake happening? Wu Shuang immediately pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look at the sky!" In an instant, the sky became filled with booming thunder and lightning. She couldn't help but shudder as she realized it was chaotic chi again. Seeing this, they all panicked and looked for a solution. This is bad. Junior brothers, quickly cast spells to stop it. This last piece of spiritual energy cannot be inexplicably swept away again. The Holy Lord began casting spells. Taoist Yanjian also nervously cast his spells at the same time. The other elder also had to hurriedly summon spiritual energy. The three of them exerted their utmost effort to reinforce the magical formation at the spirit spring. Observing the current situation in the sky, the Holy Lord pondered. Chaotic chi only appeared in the ancient era. It appeared when Hongmeng opened up heaven and earth, but later when the god of creation passed away, the great Tao of the human realm was no longer complete. He mused in deep thought. Ever since Ancestral Master Ye arrived at the Taiswan Holy Land, chaotic chi had continuously appeared. Could it be implying that Ancestral Master Ye's background is connected to the ancient era? A beam of light then shot straight down. The elders present closed their eyes and reached out their hands to listen. This sound was truly very familiar, seemingly like the sound of metal and stone. Countless rays of spiritual light emitted from above, but the Holy Lord thought, no, what this old man senses is the sound of the great Tao. At this moment, the scene was taking place in the Chongqing courtyard. He was still humming a few lines. Don't say it, you still shouldn't say it. Chongqing looked at the glowing precious sword and sighed in admiration. With the added patterns of the chaos green lotus, it indeed looked much better than a bare sword blade. He looked at the lotus platform and discovered that each petal had a different pattern. Once I finish carving, won't it become a green lotus signature? Chongqing continued to use the knife to carve the sword. Who knows, he might even be able to borrow a bit of providence from the chaos green lotus. The precious sword continuously fluctuated again, making him doubtful. Why is the divine sword vibrating so strongly? A stream of chaotic spiritual energy descended from above. The Holy Lord couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It's true, it's really true. He was certain. Ancient books had recorded that when the god of creation passed away, the great Tao of the human realm became deficient. Because of this, the cultivation of us cultivators was restricted, leading to the fact that if we sought the great perfection of the great Tao and wanted to break through, there was only the path of ascension. Now that the sound of the great Tao was ringing out, possessing the ability to repair the great Tao, could it be? Suddenly, Yurinjin froze in place. The Holy Lord hastily asked him, "Junior brother, did you also send something?" He let out a sigh of relief and replied, "That's right, that's right." Yurinjin pointed at the magic circle in the sky. "Senior brother, right now those patterns unexpectedly appearing in the sky are exactly the divine decree to repair the sword Tao."
The Holy Lord could not help but feel doubtful. What? Is it certain? He gave a thumbs up to affirm. There is no mistake. Yanjan guessed. There must be a peerless sword cultivator who has figured out the method to supplement the sword Tao of the Great Tao and is currently experimenting to completely repair it. The Holy Lord was still bewildered, but in heaven and earth, could there be any sword cultivator more powerful than Ancestral Master Ye? Wu Shuang only then spoke up. Master, I can also sense it. Hearing this, he replied in a gentle voice. Good, follow me to meditate. Yanjan circulated his energy and kissed him in praise. Only a sword cultivator at this moment can sense the changes in the sword Tao of heaven and earth. This feeling is too wonderful. I believe it won't be long before this old man can break through again. Wu Shuang suddenly furrowed her brows. Master, Wu Shuang senses a familiar aura. Through what she saw, she opened her eyes wide. It really is Ancestral Master Ye. Wu Shuang clasped her hands together and reported, Master Holy Lord, this disciple understands everything now. He doubtfully asked, what is it?
Currents of spiritual energy surged toward one direction. Over the past dozen days, the spiritual energy within 100 miles had all been gathered by Ancestral Master Ye into Xiaoqi town, which looked a bit overbearing at first glance. She continued to explain, but in reality, Ancestral Master Ye was using heaven and earth's spiritual energy as a guide, attempting to resonate with the sound of the Great Tao to repair the Great Tao. Yuanzhan agreed upon hearing this. It made sense. If anyone could cause the Great Tao of the world to stir, looking back through ancient and modern times, only Ancestral Master Ye could do such a thing. The Holy Lord stroked his beard and looked up high. If Ancestral Master Ye successfully repaired it, it meant that junior brother Yuanzhan would no longer need to relentlessly pursue ascension. He could also seek the Great Tao in the mortal realm and attain the true meaning of the Sword Tao. High in the sky, streams of spiritual energy were still radiating. Even if Ancestral Master Ye possessed heaven-defying abilities, this action was like going against the rules of cultivation that had existed for thousands of years. He reconsidered. Acting contrary to the norm like a madman was actually doing things that ordinary people didn't dare to do. Only then could one achieve what ordinary people could not achieve. Over here at the villa, Chang Qing was still diligently carving the sword. It was only missing the last few strokes. Stop shaking. After a while, the sword was still trembling. The sword suddenly shattered while emitting spiritual energy in front of Chang Qing. He couldn't help but complain that the sword was already broken, but the patterns remained intact. Chang Qing looked it over and evaluated it for a moment. It seemed that the patterns on the Chaos Green Lotus were extremely exquisite and surely carried a trace of immortal power. He flatly calculated that although this sword was made very meticulously, it was still just a mortal object and had no way to withstand immortal power.
He then lifted the lotus platform to observe it. These patterns were truly exquisite. The places he had carved lit up, while the other spots remained dark. Chongqing suddenly associated it with something else, like unlocking achievements in a game. The rings of spiritual energy in the high sky gradually dispersed. Next time, he could try carving this pattern onto other immortal artifacts. Those streams of spiritual energy immediately flew towards Mount Taiswan. As the sky gradually cleared, everyone became even more stunned. Can you feel it? The spiritual energy has returned, and it is even denser than before. Yuanzhan observed the situation, but the repairing of the Great Tao still failed. Wushang encouraged him. Master, there is no need to mind it. She continued excitedly. Ancestral Master Ye stepped forward to fulfill the wishes of all living beings, but it is indeed an act that goes against the heavens. Furthermore, repairing the heavenly Tao is by no means easy. He nodded and sighed, replying, that's true, but the fact that Mr. Ye dared to face the danger of being punished by the heavenly Tao to test this has already made me admire him. Suddenly, the Holy Lord realized something and turned his head. Several birds unexpectedly flew around him. Chang Xuan asked curiously, you all came looking for me at the same time. There must be an urgent matter. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanzhan also urged Wushang, let's go, we need to return and make arrangements for the disciples first. Suddenly, one of the birds unexpectedly transformed. A voice aggressively questioned Chang Xuan, Elder He, the anomaly that just appeared in the sky, could it be the grand method of Ancestral Master Ye? He stroked his beard and replied, that's right, it is Ancestral Master Ye attempting to repair the Great Tao. Unfortunately, he hasn't succeeded yet. The two sides began to exchange words. But that also proves that Ancestral Master Ye already has this level of strength. Why doesn't Z-King Holy Land have an ancestral master with such destiny? They then discussed among themselves. The heavenly realm and the human realm are clearly separated. Wanting to repair it is no easy task. But with Senior Ye's vision, he must have known early on that this couldn't succeed. So why does he still stubbornly insist on doing it his way? Wanfeng then asked everyone, do you all remember the day Ancestral Master Ye left Haiswalm? He was riding a lotus platform? She continued to recount. I once found in an ancient book that the lotus platform was formed by the condensation of chaotic chi after the primordial era. Hearing this, they immediately exclaimed, could it be the third supreme treasure after the Shuanghuang Paga and the auspicious clouds of merit? Wanfeng affirmed solemnly, that's right, it is the Chaos Green Lotus. The Chaos Green Lotus is also known as the Great Tao Green Lotus. Amidst the chaotic vital energy, legend has it that because the god of creation fell, the whole world sank into illusion at that time, and the various Taos in the human realm became flawed. A sparkling lotus bloomed, and the method to repair the various Taos was written on the petals of the Chaos Green Lotus, condensed from chaotic chi. She deduced very seriously.
As expected, Ancestral Master Ye must have comprehended the crux of the repairing method. Today was just a test run. Wanfeng continued to analyze each person. Brother Hei's Tao of longevity, Brother Duan's Yin-Yang Tao, and the Tao of all living beings that I practice.
She hastily assumed that Ancestral Master Ye could find a solution from that lotus platform. Hearing this, Trang Xuan immediately understood. That is to say, as long as Ancestral Master Ye gives a nod, our path of cultivation would not require ascension and we could still achieve great perfection. Wanfeng breathed a sigh of relief in agreement. If that is truly the case, then Ancestral Master Ye is the second person after the God of creation to help us cultivators escape the suffering of ascension and a short life. Hearing this, he shed tears of emotion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this action of Ancestral Master Ye deserves to be revered for 10,000 generations. Suddenly, a bird flew by, aiming straight at Trang Xuan. He was simply struck right in the face by Bai Ling dashing towards him.
Chang Xuan darkened his face and picked up the bird. Holy Lord Bai, how is the battle situation at the Guhal Holy Land? Bai Ling hastily reported. Fellow Taoist brothers, he hurriedly warned the 4 people there. The Guhal Holy Land has lost. Bai Ling gritted his teeth and continued with deep indignation. That Yuchi bull's cultivation is truly unfathomably profound. He recalled the battle at that time. Under the Holy Land's grand formation, suppressed by 8 elders, he could still calmly debate Buddhist principles. Yuchi Bu exuded the aura of Buddhist Dharma and mocked. This little monk came here to praise my Buddhist Dharma. His expression then revealed a vulgar look, and also to guide sentient beings to ascend to heaven. Bai Ling continued recounting the battle at that time. Martial Uncle Chan Yua of the Guhal Holy Land also suffered an incurable severe injury due to debating Tao principles with the opponent. He passed away yesterday. He desperately wanted to save him. Martial Uncle Chen Yuan. The other 4 were all in complete disbelief. What? Bai Ling gnashed his teeth with endless hatred. This Yuchi Bua, despite his young age, actually has a vicious mind. He is extremely good at sophistry and incredibly arrogant about his own comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma. During the Dharma debate, he shattered my martial uncle's Tao heart. Hearing this, Chang Xuan was startled for a moment. To actually be able to use the Buddhist Dharma to destroy someone else's Tao heart, this Yuchi boy is truly too terrifying. Wanfeng hurriedly urged him. If even Taoist Chen Yuan, who is proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, finds it hard to match him, then the remaining 4 great holy lands of ours, I'm afraid won't be able to hold out for long either. Bai Ling asked Cheng Xuan for his opinion first. Brother Hei, has Ancestral Master Ye shown any attitude? He confessed. You guys should also remember Ancestral Master Ye's previous words. At that time, Cheng Qing had instructed, if the Taiswan Holy Land does not face any crisis, then do not disturb my peaceful cultivation anymore. Cheng Xuan hesitated somewhat. The time since Ancestral Master Ye last came out of seclusion is only a little over 2 months. Repeatedly disturbing him now, Ancestral Master Ye might perhaps feel that I, as a Junior Holy Lord, am incompetent.
Everyone there was frozen stiff. Then Elder Duan spoke up. No, think carefully, everyone. Ancestral Master Ye previously said, if Taiswan Holy Land does not encounter any crisis. He anxiously questioned, now that the monks have attacked our doorstep, does it still not count as a crisis? Chang Swain quickly tried to mediate. Calm down first. He explained on the mainland map, the far west Guha Holy Land had already been defeated, and right now Yuchi Bo was on his way to Xicheng Holy Land. Elder Duan broke into a cold sweat. Truly, if they just let Yuchi Bo continue this streak of consecutive victories, the Taoist sect losing all face and losing talents would be a small matter. They clearly understood the situation of shaving heads to become monks, but if the common folk flocked to the Buddhist sect because of this, it would threaten the orthodox status of the Taoist sect in Zhengzhou. He fiercely condemned. Tao brother Chang Swain, no matter how humble and secluded Ancestral Master Ye is, he is still ultimately a person of the Taoist sect. Not only that, but another elder also agreed. Brother He, our 5 great holy lands have always been branches of the same tree. At this time, we must prioritize the big picture. Finally, Chang Swain had to compromise. This old man will definitely go and invite him, but we must also let Ancestral Master Ye have a few more days to recuperate. During this time, the Holy Lords still need to find a way to stop Yuchi Bo. They continued to pressure him, arguing that while they understood the reasoning, how could they delay the time? The opponent's comprehension of Buddhist Dharma was too profound, far surpassing theirs. Chang Swain immediately switched to villain mode and sneered. He raised a finger to remind them, fellow Taoists, even if you are not proficient in Buddhist Dharma, you at least know a little bit of fist and kick martial arts, right? Chang Swain angrily slammed his hand on the table. Why is it like this? Impossible. He clenched his fists to show his dissatisfaction. I cultivated bitterly for months, eating Hunyuan stones as meals. Chang Swain somewhat helplessly asked himself, the result is that my cultivation realm hasn't increased, and my painting skill has also stagnated. Just where exactly did the problem occur? Then he suddenly realized, could it be that my spirit root aptitude is too poor? Chang Swain then put his hand on his chin in deep thought. Next time I go to Taiswan Holy Land, I definitely have to find a way to measure my spirit root aptitude. But when I left last time, I said that unless there was a matter, no one should come disturb me. He scratched his head in frustration.
Why did I have to flex like that? Elder He, hurry up and come disturb me. Right at this moment, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Chang Quain vigilantly turned his head and asked, "Who is it?"
From the other side, a voice immediately echoed, "Disciple He Chang Xuan request an audience with Senior Ye." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my god, do these cultivators know mind-reading techniques? Chang Xuan hesitantly continued, "I wonder if Senior Ye will let me in." Chang Ching on this side hurriedly ran over. "Elder He, I'm here." He opened the door with a bright smile. "Come in quickly." Chang Ching also politely let him inside. "Elder He, please have a seat." Suddenly Chang Xuan noticed something, and the fine hairs on his body stood on end. Chang Xuan felt as if he was standing on a massive wave. He panicked and exclaimed, not realizing he had been pulled into an illusion by Ancestral Master Ye's calligraphy. Chang Xuan stood before the massive wave and shouted, "No matter, it's just an illusion, dispelling it will do." Following that, he immediately summoned power into his fingers.
The sudden wave crashed directly into Chang Xuan. Taking a splash of cold water to the face, he froze instantly. Chang Xuan hurriedly wrung the water from his hair, thinking that it seemed Ancestral Master Ye's cultivation had progressed again, for even an illusion could feel so profoundly real. At this time, Chang Swing also had a few things he wanted to confide. "Lately, I always feel that my calligraphy is a bit off," he thought to himself. Indeed, this Sword Dao calligraphy piece is becoming more and more profound. On this side, he anxiously voiced out, "That feeling is like when practicing cultivation, but not being able to find a point to exert force, nor discovering how to circulate the spirit root." Chang Xuan raised a finger in admiration. Because it had already formed its own system, the sword intent now flowed like the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Chang Swing's face immediately darkened in agony. Cultivation is hard, extremely hard. He also silently added in his heart, "Terrifying, terrifying to the extreme." Chang Xuan let out a long sigh. Chang Swing sighed just as much. However, he didn't forget to ask about the main matter. "Elder He coming here this time? What is it for?" He then confessed to him. "Does Mr. Ye know of the Western Desert Buddhist nation?" At the villa, under a beautiful sunny sky, Chang Xuan explained the whole situation to Chang Swing. "That is the gist of the matter. This time, this junior has come to invite Mr. Ye to lend our Taiswen Holy Land a hand, to debate with the demon monks of the Western Desert Buddhist nation." Chang Swing pondered it over and over for a long time, not expecting this world to have Buddhism too. Hearing this kind of behavior, it sounded like an evil cult. He recalled his past memories. "Luckily, I studied a lot and read quite a few related books in my previous life." Chang Swing closed his eyes and weighed his options. He wouldn't call himself a Buddhist grandmaster, but at least he could handle a thing or two. He directly shook hands with Chang Swing. Chang Swing spoke straightforwardly with full confidence. "Elder He, I won't deceive you. Lately, I also have a matter that requires a trip to the Taiswen Holy Land. Since you've invited me first today, let's go together." Being treated so warmly by him, Chang Xuan was a bit moved. To be agreed to so easily, happiness came too suddenly. He hurriedly stood up and asked him, "Then how about we set off immediately?" Chang Swing agreed without hesitation. "All right, test the spirit root, and conveniently help the Taiswen Holy Land a bit, doing a favor." The scene now shifted to Taiswen Hall. A foot stepped onto the stairs. The elders saw Chang Xuan and hastily asked, "Where is Ancestral Master Ye? How did it go? He wasn't blocked at the door, was he?" He happily stroked his beard and replied, "Ancestral Master Ye always cares for the Taoist sect. How could he not agree?" Not seeing his shadow anywhere, they hurriedly asked, "Then where is Ancestral Master Ye?" At this moment, the lotus platform radiated a sparkling light.
Chang Ching was flying alone high in the sky, sighing emotionally, riding his beloved vehicle. Chang Xuan only now replied with a darkened face, Ancestral Master Ye said he might arrive in a few days." Then he glanced around and hurriedly asked, "How is Brother Duan?" All four of them instantly fell silent. Elder Duan was currently being beaten up by the scepter. After observing his situation from afar, everyone covered their faces and said, "Elder He, did Senior Ye agree? This old man's fragile bones are about to give out." Chang Xuan then sent a message via voice transmission. "Brother Duan, just admit defeat. You don't have to be like this. You can already escape danger." He was already flattened on the ground at this moment. Elder Duan trembled, waiting for one last sentence, because Senior Ye had arrived. At this time, Chang Ching had arrived, riding the lotus platform.
A sparkling aura emanated from his body. The old man also just closed his eyes and let his hands fall. Immeasurable, heavenly venerable. Elder Duan took the opportunity to loudly reprimand, "You bald monk, you actually attacked an old man like me." Hearing this, Yu Chi Bo disdainfully replied, "Holy Lord Duan, is there anyone else in your yin-yang holy land capable of putting up a fight?" Driven into a corner, he angrily said, "You, Yu Chi Bo, be less arrogant. This old man doesn't mind telling you. Ancestral Master Ye of Taiswan Holy Land has already said it. His Dao magical power is boundless. Why would he be afraid of your 10,000 Zhong magical treasure?" Hearing this, his interest was piqued. Yu Chi Bo decisively turned around to leave. If that's the case, this poor monk will go to Taiswan Holy Land first. He dashed away, leaving a sentence behind. to compete and see who is better against that ancestral Master Ye. At this time, the elders all respectfully welcomed Chongqing. "Greetings, Senior Ye." He politely replied, "Everyone, there's no need to be so formal." Next, he turned to ask Changshuan, "Elder He, when will the debate take place?" The other party immediately replied, "The time is about what it takes for an incense stick to burn." Chongqing leisurely instructed, "Then I will make a trip to the Sutra Pavilion first. When the time comes, just send someone to find me." He complied. "I will have Wu Shuang go with you." Before Changshuan could finish speaking, Chongqing dashed off. "No need, I know the way." The few people there sighed in relief. Senior Ye must have gone to the Sutra Pavilion to find some Buddhist scriptures for reference. Seeing Senior take the debate on Dharma principles so seriously, we are also relieved.
Arriving at the destination, he immediately closed the door. Chongqing began to reveal a wicked expression. The plan was approved. He entered the Sutra Pavilion alone. I clearly remember seeing a crystal orb on the first floor. Suddenly, Chongqing discovered something. A sparkling crystal orb caught his attention. Found it. Chongqing recalled the memories of when he first transmigrated. It looked exactly like the crystal orb that the disciples used to test spirit roots before. He took a step closer to the crystal orb. Chongqing was excited to have found it. "Come here quickly." Next, Chongqing began to guess, directly placing his hand on it. Transmitting a little spiritual energy should do it, right? He then transmitted a burst of spiritual energy into the orb. Seeing the sparkling light emitted from the crystal orb made Chongqing overjoyed. So fast, there was already a reaction. At this time, the sky darkened, and chaotic vital energy appeared. Everything was peaceful. Why was there suddenly a lightning strike? Could it be that Senior Ye is trying to repair the Great Tao again? Changxuan suddenly shivered and realized, no, this is a completely different aura. I feel a kind of overwhelming might emanating from the bottom of my heart. The figure of the Azure Dragon loomed in the sky. A golden dragon claw pierced through the space of the Great Tao. The Azure Dragon then directly took form in the sky. Bailing panicked and exclaimed, "This is transformed from a spirit root." They hurriedly used spiritual energy to protect themselves. Even we cannot produce this kind of pressure. Changxuan now had enough courage to be absolutely certain. Senior Ye definitely knew that hateful monk was coming. He is ready to use all his strength to fight for the Taoist thoughts of Zhangzhou. Even the great elder pointed happily at the sky. Let that bald monk taste our power. Lightning began to strike down from the high heavens. Bai Ling hurriedly turned around. That is, look, a phoenix appearing up high, the vermilion bird. They all froze in place. Vermilion bird and azure dragon, their majesty filling the sky. Senior Ye could actually manifest two spirit roots at the same time. Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed, "No, it's not over yet." A giant turtle appeared along with a Qilin, leaving everyone astounded. Black Xuanwu, golden Qilin. To think 4 of them were conjured. The group all looked up at the anomaly in the sky. It was truly unbelievable just how powerful Senior Ye's spirit root actually was. Elder Duan also dragged his exhausted body over, running up and panting. "I'm exhausted to death from running." He propped his hands on his knees, panting as he continued. "That monk started half a cup of tea's time before me, but this old man went through the Holy Lord's teleportation formation, so calculating it, he's still about 100 or 200 miles away." Elder Duan, still unaware of the situation, hurriedly asked, "Has Ancestral Master Ye arrived?" Hey, look at me for a moment. I'm asking you guys." The great elder immediately waved his hand, signaling, "Don't be noisy. I am watching a miracle." Hearing this, he replied in disgust, "What's so beautiful in the sky to look at?" Then he raised his eyes to look high above. "It's not like the demon race is attacking." When he saw it with his own eyes, Elder Duan was shocked out of his wits. "This is..." 4 ancient divine beasts faintly appeared high in the sky. He finally understood this anomaly, the 4 symbols transformation. Elder Duan asked tremblingly, "Is this Senior Ye's grand method?" Wanfeng then asked back, "What do you think?" At this moment, Yuchibo's Dharma staff vibrated slightly. From afar, he had also noticed the unusual phenomenon, purple energy coming from the east, stretching for 30,000 miles. Yuchibo revealed an arrogant smile. "I heard that in the Taoist sect, this scene is an omen of an expert being born into the world." He laughed loudly. It seems this poor monk is about to meet a truly evenly matched opponent. At this time, Chang placed his hand on the Spirit Stone orb. He observed it for a while and became frustrated. Didn't they say the Spirit Stone orb would quickly stabilize and display the tester's spirit root attribute and quality? Chang began to complain a bit. "I have already transmitted 4 streams of spiritual energy, yet there is still no result." He looked at the Spirit Stone orb and evaluated. People say the color and intensity of the displayed light will change depending on the spirit root attribute, but in this Spirit Stone orb, it is all a complete mess. Chang's face darkened. Could it be that I have a mixed spirit root? Thinking this, he exerted more effort to increase his power and tried again. This time, Chang was startled. The Spirit Stone orb actually developed a crack. Chang couldn't help but be startled. "It's broken. It broke after he only channeled a few streams of spiritual energy into it." He couldn't help but cry tears of sorrow for himself, as this item was definitely very expensive. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from outside. "Mr. Ye," Wushang asked from outside. "Mr. Ye, are you inside?" He immediately stammered in reply. Here, coming out right away."
Seeing him come out, she hurriedly reported, "Senior Ye, that guy Yu Chi-bo from the Western Desert Buddhist Nation is about to arrive." Hearing this name, Chang King was a bit bewildered. Yu Chi-bo? He had a slight delusion in his heart. Should I change my name to Naruto, right on the spot? The scene shifts to the Taiswan Mountain Gate. Chi-bo used a scepter to blow away a group of disciples. Yuan Jan also hurriedly stepped forward. "Yu Chi-bo, do not show off your might in the Taiswan Holy Land." He replied with a superior and arrogant attitude. "This poor monk only wants to spar with the person who can transform into a divine projection. Do not block the way." He angrily rushed forward. "You monk, don't be so arrogant." The two of them immediately clashed and fought fiercely with him. "Take this." However, Chi-bo agilely dodged. "Benefactor, you are foolish." His eyes flashed. "Benefactor, you are foolish." Bai Ling seemed to sense a bad omen. Not good. Chang Swan anxiously asked everyone, "Why hasn't Senior Ye arrived yet?" At this moment, Chi-bo's scepter vibrated intensely.
A few drops of blood lingered on his face. Rest assured, Senior Ye has always planned thoroughly. He surely feels that the time has not yet come. A loud voice rang out, causing Chang Swan to feel fearful. This day has passed, and life too has decreased. Chi-bo gradually revealed himself from above. "I have arrived." The great elder pointed his blade at him. "Like a fish in shallow water, what joy is there? You, Chi-bo, although you understand the Buddhist Dharma and have profound cultivation." Chang Swan then stepped forward to represent them and questioned him. "Yet you use the pretext of debating Dharma principles to cause chaos in the Taoist sects of Zhangzhou." He smiled lightly, as if harmless, and replied, "How can I make you all believe that this poor monk only came to praise the Buddhist Dharma?" Bai Ling flew into a rage and shouted, "Nonsense! You are clearly using the pretext of debating Dharma principles to go on a killing spree." Chi-bo frowned. "Killing spree?" He sternly replied to them, "It is merely karma." Yu Chi-bo looked down with sharp eyes in a blood-stained face. Back then, when the seniors of the Zhangzhou Taoist sects drove this little monk's people away, did you ever think of today? He tightened his grip on his scepter, a brilliant aura radiating in all directions. The Taoist sects are about to collapse, yet you still dare to dream of struggling.
Yu Chi-bo's entire body hovered in the air, a blinding light appearing behind his back. This little monk is merely using killing to stop killing, just to vindicate the Buddhist sect. All the cultivators rushed forward with their weapons. "Cut the nonsense, take this." However, Yu Chi-bo's body seemed to be made of stone. He stood tall and firm under their techniques. He swung his scepter, and all the cultivators were sent flying in all directions, screaming miserably. Elsewhere, Ye Changqing and Wushuang were walking together. He said softly, "Miss Wushuang, just as you said, this Yu Chi-bo has used theories to defeat several great holy lands. Is this battle the final one?" Wushuang hurriedly replied, "That's right. The people in the Taoist sect know very little about the secret techniques of the Buddhist nation. Yu Chi-bo used this as a breakthrough point, acting ruthlessly and leaving no chances at all." Ye Changqing frowned. "Method after method. If you can't win an argument, why resort to physical force?" He thought for a moment, then poked the small pagoda. "Later, if I get hit, you will take the blow for me." After thinking, he turned his face to look at Wushuang again. "Right, Miss Wushuang, among the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou, there is a book called the Tao De Jing, right?" Wushuang frowned slightly. "Tao De Jing? This disciple has never heard of it." He was surprised. "Really?" Looking up at the sky, Ye Changqing said happily, "This is a classic work that explains the transformation of all things through the Tao." At this moment, right at the Taiswan Square, a group of people had all been knocked down by Yu Chi-bo. "Ouch, ouch, so ruthless, my old waist." Yu Chi-bo gently landed on the ground. This little monk entering the world only hopes to seek the Buddhist Tao above and enlighten sentient beings below. It is a pity that you Taoist brothers kept pressing, forcing this little monk to unwillingly fight back. An elderly cultivator struggled to sit up. "Nonsense, pure nonsense."
Yu Chi-bo slightly furrowed his elegant eyebrows. Today, outside the mountain gate, this little monk witnessed the majestic aura of the vermilion bird and the azure dragon, only then realizing that your Taoist sect truly has an expert. Saying that, he pointed his staff at an old cultivator and shouted, "Invite that person out here. Today, this little monk must definitely determine who is superior with him." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure with a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, standing on a lotus platform that was gradually descending. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Yu Chi-bo turned his face. Ye Changqing stood on the lotus platform with his hands clasped behind his back, indifferently reciting a poem. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. After hearing this sentence, Yu Chi-bo widened his eyes. Mystery upon mystery, the gateway to all marvels. Merely 12 repeating words, yet they describe the most core natural laws of heaven and earth. He looked up at the lotus seat the man was standing on and felt it was a bit strange. The lotus platform he rides. Yu Chi-bo remembered a scripture he had read, his eyes widening in astonishment.
The aura surrounding this magical treasure is truly extraordinary, bearing some resemblance to a treasure recorded in the true scripture. Ye Chongqing curled his eyes and smiled, greeting Yuchibo. This great master, this Ye arrived late, please forgive me. He was surprised by his attitude, not expecting there to be such a person in Zhongzhou, gentle as jade and unparalleled in the world. The cultivators who had just been knocked down by him were overjoyed upon seeing Ye Chongqing. It's Senior Ye. Senior Ye has arrived. We are saved this time. Wushang hurriedly ran over to support an elder. Holy Lord of our sect. The Holy Lord stood up and looked at her in surprise. Didn't you come with Senior Ye? Wushang replied. Master and Uncle Master Kling Ye were no match for Yuchibo outside the mountain gate and have been heavily injured. This disciple just finished settling the two of them, so I arrived late. On this side, Yuchibo was still evaluating Yuchibo. This person's expression was calm, and not the slightest bit of hostility could be felt from him. On the contrary, from the inside out he exuded an elegant and gentle demeanor, feeling like bathing in a spring breeze. His gaze gradually became sharp. This person is definitely not simple. Despite this, Yuchibo still bowed and saluted. Greetings, benefactor. This little monk Yuchibo pays his respects to the benefactor. Those cultivators also quickly clasped their hands and saluted, paying respects to Senior Ye. Ye Chongqing happily pointed to himself. Everyone has worked hard, rest assured, leave the rest to this Ye to handle. The Holy Lord quickly raised his hand. Senior Ye, please let this disciple make some arrangements first. The old man clapped his hands once.
After that, there were sounds of clearing and moving things. The black-clad disciples had brought several wooden tables up to the martial arts arena. He looked at the tables, his eyes lighting up as he laughed loudly. Isn't this a debate competition? He extended his hand and looked at Yuchibo. Master, please. Yuchibo also looked at him and put his palms together. Amitabha. The cultivators sitting in the judges' seats marveled. This was exactly the atmosphere of a contest between experts. After returning to their positions, Ye Chongqing explained the rules of the competition. This so-called debate consisted of one question and one answer, with each side asking 5 times and answering 5 times. Yuchibo replied, This little monk comes to your door to seek guidance. As a guest, it stands to reason that the host should ask first. Ye Chongqing heavily replied, Then I shall respectfully obey rather than politely decline. He stood behind the table with his hands clasped, speaking gently. Master Yuchibo, since you came for a debate on the Buddhist Tao, this Ye would like to ask. Ye Chongqing posed a sharp question. What is Buddha? Yuchibo quickly answered without hesitation. One who delivers all sentient beings is Buddha. He still gently rebutted. Although this answer is not wrong, it is not entirely correct either. He frowned. Please clarify, benefactor. Where did this poor monk go wrong? Ye Chongqing said, This Ye is untalented and only relied on reading the classic texts of the Buddhist sect to kill time, in which it is said that, he gently put his hands together, because the Buddha originally has no form, he takes all sentient beings as his form. His entire body emitted the golden light of the Buddha. Behind him, it was as if Tathagata Buddha appeared, delivering all sentient beings. Before comprehending the Buddhist Tao, one is a sentient being. Once enlightened, the sentient being is Buddha.
Yuchibo seemed to have attained enlightenment, panic flashing across his face. He quickly pressed his palms together and bowed. Excellent. All living beings are Buddha. All living beings are indeed Buddha. He resignedly said, What the benefactor said is absolutely correct. This time, this little monk has lost. Ye Chongqing smiled. It's nothing. The cultivators sitting outside watching were full of excitement. Amazing! Yuchibo has never admitted defeat before. Now debating the Dharma with Senior Ye, he has already lost the first question. This truly makes people overjoyed. Ye Chongqing gestured with his hand to Yuchibo. Second round. Please ask your question, Grandmaster Yuchibo. Yuchibo replied. The benefactor's first question was what is Buddha, so this little monk also wants to ask. His face was full of confidence. What is the Tao? The Holy Lord stood up furiously and yelled, This bald monk, your heart is wicked and your intentions are unpredictable. The two people sitting next to him quickly held him back. Don't be impulsive. Senior brother Zhongshuan, why are you so furious? He furrowed his brows tightly, thinking of Yuchibo as a villain framing Ye Chongqing. Just now, Senior Ye said all living beings are Buddha, and Yuchibo just admitted defeat. But now Yuchibo asks what is the Tao. The most satisfactory answer would definitely be that all living beings possess the Tao. The Holy Lord sat back at the table, rubbing his forehead with a headache. If so, the Taoist sect would be seen as copying the answer of the Buddhist sect. We have been schemed against this time. A female disciple exclaimed, I understand. If Senior Ye answers like that, it will obviously seem like he is not putting his heart into it, just answering perfunctorily to get it over with. He replied, That's right. An old cultivator said dejectedly, I wonder what kind of answer Senior Ye will come up with. Ye Chongqing rubbed his chin and thought, Grandmaster, are you waiting for a chance to take revenge on this Ye?
Yuchibo spoke frankly. Sir already has the answer in his heart. Ye Chongqing smirked, pointing directly at Yuchibo and said, But you are still too green and inexperienced. Then his entire body emitted a golden light, and a golden lotus platform appeared behind his back. Ye Chongqing shot his aura flying in all directions, aggressively pointing to the sky. It is the Tao. The cultivators stood up excitedly and shouted loudly. Mr. Ye's body is emitting providence from the inside out. Everyone look at those golden lotuses. It is exactly when providence harmonizes with the great Tao that they bloom. The Holy Lord frowned tightly and analyzed carefully. To be able to generate resonance with the Tao just based on his own thoughts. The old man opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Could it be that besides being a mortal emperor, Senior Ye is also the incarnation of the Tao? Yuchibo clenched his fists tightly and thought, damn it, the most fitting answer is that all things are the Tao. This person is amidst all things. He himself is the Tao. This answer is truly perfect without any flaws. He gritted his teeth and frowned. This person is indeed extraordinary. Yuchibo said uncomfortably, I didn't expect the benevolent to have such extraordinary wisdom. Listen carefully to the next one. He slammed his hand hard on the table. Life has 8 kinds of suffering. The Buddha can help people transcend. So what methods does the Taoist sect have? Ye Changjiang replied with a heartbroken expression. The Buddhist sect only teaches people to forget their suffering, but then he hugged himself tightly with a satisfied expression. The Taoist sect teaches the world to experience the suffering. Only when you have been through it and tasted it will you know how to let it go. That is the true path. Yuchibo was scared pale. What? This angle is truly tricky. As for those cultivators, they laughed uproariously. That bald-hang's expression is getting uglier and uglier. Ye Changqing slammed his hand hard on the table.
Filled with excitement, Master, please answer. Does the Buddha redeem those whose hands are stained with blood? He flushed red with anxiety and said, lay down the butcher's knife, and the Buddha will grant salvation. He immediately countered and questioned, if 10,000 people all kill the Buddha, who can redeem 10,000 people to become Buddhas? He was endlessly angry. Absurd. Who would dare kill the Buddha? He calmly replied, just because you wouldn't dare doesn't mean others wouldn't dare. Yuchibo trembled with anger, stubbornly arguing, while Ye Changqing calmly replied, then refute me. After the hourglass ran out, the Holy Lord's voice rang out, stop. He immediately announced, 10 questions, 10 answers have passed. Yuchibo loses. The master stuttered, as if unable to believe his eyes. I lost. Ye Changqing simply said, Master, the core of practicing Buddhist Dharma for the afterlife is karma. The core of practicing Taoist magic in this life is destiny. Zhangzhou has long been influenced by Taoist sects. Your Buddhist Dharma is no longer suitable here. He was furious, clenching his fists tightly. This little monk still does not understand. Changqing sighed. It's not that you don't understand, but that you don't want to understand. You constantly speak of the boundless Buddhist Dharma, saving others and saving oneself. But in reality, your heart only uses this as an excuse for revenge. Those old grudges have long become grains of sand in the sea. The seniors have long turned to dust in the ground. It is you who refuses to let go for personal gain. The more Ye Changqing analyzed, the more the master's blood boiled. The master gritted his teeth, truly not expecting that within the Taoist sects of Zhangzhou, there existed someone who surpassed millions of people like the benefactor. His eyes burned with fire and light. He sat cross-legged, formed seals with both hands, and a brilliant golden light erupted. The massive illusion behind his back emitted a terrifying pressure. He said in a deep voice, an almighty like the benefactor simply should not appear in the mortal world. He shouted while pointing at Changqing. Vajra's furious glare only kills, does not save. Ye Changqing sneered, thinking to himself, oh my, someone's ego is hurt, but these trashy special effects are just too ugly.
Upon hearing this, the 4 of them furiously shouted, how audacious! You dare to be insolent to Senior Ye! You couldn't win the debate, so you dare to make a move. Changqing just waved his hand, his tone nonchalant. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. You just lost in debating the Dharma, and yet the Buddhist principles in your heart have already been shaken, he said disdainfully. The master furiously yelled, don't say any more. Ye Changqing sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing across his face. A magical treasure suddenly appeared in his hand, and he said in a deep voice, the lotus platform in Buddhism is also considered a holy relic.
His voice was calm yet profound. Now I will use this to cleanse the obsession in your heart. He flicked his hand up, and the flower gradually bloomed, radiating a mystical light. Startled, the monk angrily exclaimed, what? Without hesitation, Ye Changqing ordered, go. The flower shot forward like a ray of light. The Grand Master screamed in fear, no, no, no! But it was too late. The flower flew straight into his forehead and vanished. Deeply buried memories immediately rushed back like a flood, leaving the Grand Master stunned. He panted, like someone just waking from a dream. Benefactor is highly righteous. He bowed his head deeper, his voice trembling. This little monk submits. Not daring to delay, he flew right in front of Ye Changqing, prostrated himself, and clasped his hands in greeting with utmost reverence. A vow rang out, full of determination. From now on, I will definitely illuminate my mind and see my true nature, no longer striving and fighting. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, his voice full of sincerity. Entering and leaving the worldly realm, I will sacrifice myself for all living beings. Ye Changqing looked at him for a moment, his voice gentle yet majestic, looking down and saying, "Considering your sincere repentance, today I will impart the Mahayana Buddhism to you." The other four were utterly shocked, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Paying them no mind, Ye Changqing lightly waved his sleeve, and a blinding light erupted, enveloping his entire body. An aura spread out, and Buddhist chants resonated across the sky, chillingly sacred and solemn. The Grandmaster raised his head, his eyes full of awe and reverence. The entire sky is filled with Buddha seals. In his heart, he thought to himself, since ancient times, Buddhism and Taoism have been difficult to harmonize. Benefactor Ye is in a Taoist sect, yet an illusion of Buddha seals transformed by the Tathagata Buddha has appeared. This thought left him astounded. It seemed Benefactor Ye not only had a profound comprehension of Taoist principles, but his comprehension of Buddhist principles even surpassed his Taoist ones. This person's strength truly could not be underestimated. Unable to suppress his admiration, he fell to his knees with an extremely sincere attitude. Ye Changqing was startled and blurted out, "Huh?" when the Grandmaster called out, "Master!" The Grandmaster clasped his hands before his chest, bowed his head in greeting, and spoke earnestly, "Please allow this disciple to stay by your side every day to listen to the Mahayana Buddhism." One of the other four couldn't hold back and shouted, "Shut up! Senior Ye belongs to our Taishuan." But Ye Changqing remained calm, his voice ringing out gently yet sharply, "The Dharma is not within my body, but between heaven and earth."
He looked at the Grandmaster, his eyes as calm as an autumn lake. "Since you have been enlightened, return to the Western Desert Buddhist nation, concentrate on your research, and wait for the time to be right before entering Zhongzhou." As soon as the words fell, the space seemed to settle down, leaving only a majestic, imposing manner covering everything. The Grandmaster clasped his hands and obeyed. "Yes." The Grandmaster raised his scepter high and said solemnly, "Everyone, today this little monk follows the Master's teachings." He continued, "The providence is ended. From now on, people of the Buddhist sect will absolutely never appear in Zhongzhou again." Changqing stepped forward, his eyes calm. "Have a safe trip." Behind him, the four people stood silently, watching his departing figure. Ye Changqing turned around and asked, "Elder He, the debating the Dharma has ended, right?" Elder He hurriedly replied, "That is correct." He smiled lightly, looking interested. "Then I will return to the Sutra Pavilion for a trip." Elder He was surprised. "What are you going there for?" Then he scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed, thinking to himself that the pile of crystal orb shards still hadn't been cleaned up. Ye Changqing held the pile of shards in his hands and sighed softly, wondering where he could hide them. He looked around. All four sides of the Sutra Pavilion were spacious. If he casually threw them into some corner, and the next person who walked in saw them, what should he do? Thinking of this, he quickly wrapped the shards tightly and tied them up.
Walking up the stairs step by step, Changqing thought to himself, might as well go up to the upper floor and take a look. Upon reaching the top, he looked around, captivated by the solemn and tranquil atmosphere, and couldn't help but sigh. By comparison, the book collection on this fourth floor was much smaller. He looked up at the corner of a tall cabinet and frowned slightly. It seemed everything was placed inside the cabinets. Gripping the bundle of fragments tightly in his hand, he thought, I need to find a place to hide these fragments first. Gently pulling the lock to open a cabinet drawer, the light inside shone out brilliantly. Changqing did not hesitate, and quickly stuffed the bundle of fragments inside, muttering to himself, "Stay here for now. Wait until I leave, and then I'll figure out a way to get you out." The corners of his lips curled up smugly. Looking deeper inside, his gaze suddenly stopped. An old, worn-out book sat neatly in the corner of the cabinet. Shuangwang Holy Scripture, Changqing muttered. He picked up the book, flipped through a few pages, and frowned slightly. Judging by the name, it seems this place also stores cultivation methods. A man was sleeping soundly. He suddenly woke up, looked up at the sky, and hurriedly stood up as a ray of light shot out from the Sutra Pavilion straight into the clear blue sky. He shouted in surprise, "The ancient book restriction has been broken. The items on the fourth floor are all secret cultivation methods of our sect." The man hurriedly yelled while running around the library floor. "The restriction on the fourth floor, the Sutra Pavilion, has been broken. Quickly report to the Holy Lord." Inside the Taishuan Holy Hall, the atmosphere was quiet, with 5 masters sitting and discussing. Brother He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, turned to Taoist Brother Changshuan, and continued with a frown. Senior Ye said that when the time is ripe, the Buddhist sect will be able to enter Zhongzhou once again. Doesn't that mean our victory today holds absolutely no meaning? Taoist Brother Changshuan turned to explain. Brother He, once the Buddhist Dharma is introduced again, the influence of our Taoist sect will inevitably weaken. Another master rested his chin on his hand, nodded and said, "That's right. What exactly did Senior Ye mean by making such a promise?" The silver-haired old man cleared his throat, chuckled softly and said, "Ahem, you all know what level of existence Senior Ye is at. His intentions are not something we can blindly guess." With that, he smiled triumphantly, his eyes lighting up. "Isn't it simple then? Senior Ye is the ancestral master of Taishuan Holy Land. Using the name of the Taoist sects of the world to inquire about the reputation of ancestral Master Ye probably wouldn't be a difficult matter," he explained. As he spoke further, this old man frowned and said in a deep voice, "If it is not convenient to reveal too much to us brothers, just give us a few words as a standard, so it will be easier for us to discuss countermeasures." This old man stood up straight and said seriously, "Everyone, what kind of existence is ancestral Master Ye?"
Originally, he shouldn't have participated in this Buddhist Tao debate. It was this old man who shamelessly begged him to come. Now Ancestral Ye has stooped down to join the game, personally guiding the general trend of Jungso. Let alone Taishuan, I'm afraid that even if the 5 great holy lands combined, to Ancestral Master Ye, we are nothing but insignificant chess pieces. He sat down and sighed. This old man looked solemn and reminded them in a deep voice, "Fellow holy lords, do not forget, if it weren't for Ancestral Master Ye, I'm afraid that by now we would have been like Taoist Kan Yuan, unable to defeat Xuan Dai, and successively passed away in meditation." Everyone's faces turned pale, utterly stunned. Brother He hastily clasped his hands in greeting and said sternly, "If Taishuan Holy Land does not intend to participate in this dispute, then I can only order my disciples to practice diligently. Guhua Holy Land absolutely cannot sit still and wait for death. We must take the initiative to attack." Taoist Brother Chung Suen agreed, raising his hand in response, and Daluro Holy Land did the same. Following the others, Yen Yang Holy Land also agreed.
The old man was terrified and shouted angrily, "What are you all trying to do?" Suddenly a soldier ran in, saying in a panic, "Report." He knelt down panting and hastily reporting to the Holy Lord, an anomaly has appeared on the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. The restriction sealing the Supreme Classics has been broken. The old man asked back in a panic, "The 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion?" Standing below the tower, everyone was surprised. Another flash of red light? That's the 7th one already. Yuanjin waved his hand in annoyance to shoo them away. "All right, disperse everyone. Without permission, no one is allowed to approach, understood?" Someone voiced a question. "How is the situation?" Yuanjin immediately became respectful. Yuanjin pays respects to Senior Brother and the Holy Lords. He pointed towards the tower and explained the situation clearly. The restriction signals of the cultivation methods are being broken one after another without stopping. It must definitely be Senior Ye breaking the restrictions on the 4th floor. Brother He looked at the source of light in surprise. The 4th floor contains all supreme cultivation methods that the ancient sages personally sealed and left behind. He continued his words, placing their hopes on the disciples of future generations to be able to break the restrictions, inheriting them from generation to generation. Yuanjin sighed. Who would have thought that 1,000 years have passed and yet no one has been able to break them? I remember 2 years ago, Senior Brother Holy Lord wanted to go up to the 4th floor to find ancient documents, who knew that not only did he fail to find them, but he was also almost heavily injured by the restrictions. Hearing this, Brother He was a bit wary. Since Senior Ye returned from the upper realm, being able to step onto the 4th floor and decipher many cultivation methods and mental techniques is actually quite reasonable. Suddenly, he unexpectedly remembered something. Wait a minute. Then he laughed joyfully. A black-haired Holy Lord standing nearby was also surprised. "Brother He, what are you laughing at?"
He happily pointed towards the tower. "Who says Senior Ye isn't thinking for the Taoist sects? This is exactly a great move of his." He seriously explained to everyone that once Senior Ye broke through all the restrictions on the 4th floor, the supreme cultivation methods and mental mantras inside would appear once again. When everyone heard that the cultivation methods and mental mantras would reappear, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not only the Taishuan Holy Land, but the 5 great holy lands and all the Taoist sects of Zhangzhou would benefit from these cultivation methods emerging into the world. The white-haired Holy Lord was also stunned by Senior Ye's intent. "Oh my, it seems this old man has understood the implication in Senior Ye's words." A junior sister was equally surprised. Could it be that the ripe opportunity Senior Ye mentioned to that monk was actually intentionally said for us to hear? The black-haired Holy Lord was also surprised. On the surface, it seems like he is letting up on the Buddhist Dharma, but in reality he wants to nurture us Holy Lords to prepare in advance, thereby stimulating the development of the Taoist sects. The young man with black hair also dawned on it. So that's how it is. Brother He happily said to everyone, "Senior Ye is exerting all his efforts for us inside the Sutra Pavilion. Let's just wait here." Up on the 4th floor, Senior Ye was looking through the Huntian Bajing Yu cultivation method. He muttered as he read the cultivation method, seeing that the lowest cultivation level required was Nascent Soul, and low-level cultivators who practiced it would surely explode and die. Reading up to this point, he angrily shouted, "Why are these all high-level cultivators' cultivation methods?" He frustratingly slammed the cultivation method onto the ground in annoyance, as there was fundamentally no book suitable for his level. This was cultivation discrimination. He sighed tiredly. Forget it, I should just go home first. He stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, seeing the Holy Lord surrounding him made him startle slightly. "Mother, so many people. They aren't here to catch me, are they?" Brother He happily and respectfully asked, "Senior Ye, did you go see the cultivation methods on the 4th floor?" He somewhat embarrassedly replied, "Yeah, I've looked through them all. There isn't a single one suitable for me." Brother He was overjoyed with admiration. "Really? That is wonderful." He didn't quite understand what the old man was thinking. "That is wonderful? Is this old geezer mocking me?" He turned his back and waved goodbye to them. "See you all later," respectfully sending off Mr. Ye. Yanjan curiously asked Brother He, "Senior Brother Holy Lord, why did Senior Ye say he has no use for those cultivation methods, yet you look so happy? Silly."
Brother explained to Yuanyan so he would understand. How could he possibly have his eyes on these cultivation methods? It was just that Senior Ye was used to acting humbly, saying directly that he had broken the seal would sound like he was claiming credit, so he just came up with an excuse. Hearing this, Yuanyan understood. "Oh, I understand now." In a gloomy forest, there were 2 cultivators exerting all their strength. Nonggang Xuanji chased after Situ from behind. "Brother Situ, wait for me." C2 urged him at this moment, hurry, ahead is the exit out of the secret realm. There was a large gate ahead, and the two of them started rushing towards it. They managed to get out to the other side of the gate. They fell down with a thud, both of them covered in injuries. Nongong said anxiously, I can't believe we actually managed to escape outside. Indeed.
Nongong happily held the jade in his hand. We did not let down Senior Ye. We finally brought the Huinyan stone out. He turned to C2. It is just a pity about your left arm. He was saddened because, in order to block that sword strike, your arm was torn apart by the red-eyed demon ape inside the secret realm, the image of C2 having an arm torn off by the demon ape. He gently comforted Brother Nongong. No, in this old man's eyes, the image of C2 utilizing chi energy to slash out sword stance, sword chi, and sword intent in a life-or-death moment was almost a perfect fusion of a sword move, making this life of a sword cultivator worthwhile. He used a move to deal a fatal blow to the red-eyed demon ape. He turned to Brother Nongong to reassure him. Besides, that sword strike of this old man also carried some might, so the red-eyed demon ape must be severely injured as well. C2 reached out his hand and an edict appeared. Even though after slashing out that sword strike, this old man felt that I had truly stepped into the Mahayana realm. As the edict opened, he continued to say, a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. He looked up at the edict. It's just a pity that even with such a breakthrough for this old man, there is no hope of achieving the cultivation realm that Senior Ye expects. C2 spread out the calligraphy piece and said, Worthy Brother Nongong, let's heal our injuries here and rest for a while, which will also make it convenient to go meet Senior Ye. Nongong agreed immediately. All right. However, right after C2 finished speaking, birds filled the sky, demonic energy surged, and an incredibly powerful red energy burst outwards. Seeing this scene, he panicked to the point his eyes went wide. It's the scarlet-eyed demon ape. Immediately after, a red figure of power appeared right in front of them. Nongong exclaimed in disbelief. He isn't afraid of the magical formation that slaughters demonic creatures at the edge of the forbidden ground? Seeing the demonic creature roaring loudly and rushing rapidly toward him, Nongong hurriedly shouted, Run quickly! Taking this opportunity, Nongong threw the storage ring towards C2's Zenping. Brother C2, quickly take the Huinyan stone and go first.
But at that moment an old man appeared. Nongong's voice had reached his ears, insisting that the Huinyan stone must be given to Mr. Ye. After hearing this, the person kept pondering over it. Huinyan stone. He mused silently in his heart. This old man has guarded this place for several thousand years, and no one has ever dared to have designs on the Huinyan stone. Just as he finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. Then he appeared right behind the red-eyed demonic ape. He loudly rebuked the frenzied red-eyed demonic ape. Red-eyed demonic ape, stop right there. How dare you charge out of the magical formation? The red-eyed demonic ape turned around and roared in retort. It was the human race who trespassed into the Bugui secret realm first. You and I had an agreement that any living creature daring to trespass without permission would be at my disposal. The old man's face darkened as he raised his hand and began to cast a magical power. But these two have already escaped to safety, so it is not your turn. Countless streams of purple energy now surrounded the red-eyed demonic ape, binding it tightly. He struck it back into the secret realm. Evil demon, retreat. After resolving the matter, he slowly walked over to C2 and the others. The devil sects of the Northern Desolation are stirring, and the demonic energy within the Bugui secret realm seems to have grown stronger. He looked at the scene before him and slowly spoke. The blowing wind signals an approaching storm. C2 and Nongong then bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The person did not say much, maintaining his cold expression, and then held out his hand towards them. He demanded sternly, Hand over the Huinyan stone that you stole. Hearing this, both Nongong Xuanji and C2 looked bewildered. Huh? C2 Zenping's face darkened, his voice laced with a hint of anger. Forgive this junior for being unable to agree to Senior's request. At this time, C2 also introduced his identity. This junior is C2 Zenping, a fifth-generation disciple of the Wanjian sect. This junior is Nongong Xuanji, with no sect or faction, wandering alone. The old man said nothing, but silently probed their cultivation bases. Oh, old Nongong, your cultivation is quite good. His face remained incredibly solemn as he snorted coldly. Stand up. The old man looked towards Nongong Xuanji and asked, Are you a junior of the Nongong family belonging to the 4 great ancient clans? Nongong Xuanji respectfully replied, This junior has practiced cultivation alone for 1,000 years and has long severed ties with the Nongong clan. Hearing this, he felt somewhat intrigued. Interesting. This old man has lingered in the Bugui secret realm for thousands of years and has long stopped expecting anything from the Taoist sects of Zhangzu. Who would have thought there are still 2 people whose cultivation has reached this level, which can be considered rare?
At this moment, C2 raised his voice and asked, I still haven't asked for Senior's name. Hearing this, the old man grinned, showing his teeth, and said, This old man has the compound surname Shimen. 8 hidden ancient clans of Zhongzhou, the Huyan clan, Ximen clan, Murong clan, and Nongong clan, will only appear simultaneously when Zhongzhou is in turmoil and the living beings are suffering. According to the prophecy, the 4 great ancient clans will save all living beings from the burning fire and boiling oil, wait for an expert to appear in Zhongzhou who can grasp the world and establish a new era, and then they will hide their names and disappear once again. Xuanji was in great shock, not expecting to meet a clansman of the Seamen clan, the most mysterious of the 4 great clans today.
The old man's face darkened, appearing quite rushed. Why this old man is here has nothing to do with you, but you cannot take the Hunyon stone away. Situ was somewhat indignant. Why? Nangang Xuanji, standing beside him, added, We 2 brothers came here specifically for the Hunyon stone. We risked our lives to be able to bring it out of the Bugui secret realm. He set his face in a stern expression and looked at the 2. The Hunyon stone is a heaven and earth treasure. No cultivator can control the essence chi contained within it. His words made the 2 of them hesitate. That's true, but... Seeing this, he continued, If you are trying to forge divine weapons or practice alchemy, you could find a few stones elsewhere. In the past, a tree god ascended in this place, and to protect the Bugui secret realm, this old man severed his own cultivation. But then suddenly, flying into a rage, he yelled loudly, If you want to loot everything, this old man will absolutely not agree. Situ stepped forward and said, Senior, please quell your anger. We 2 juniors received an entrustment from a benefactor, and therefore promised that we would definitely bring the Hunyon stone back for his cultivation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space immediately fluctuated, causing the 2 of them to panic greatly. That old man shouted, Absolutely absurd! Right now, his entire body was emitting a murderous intent. You 2 are considered experts of a region in this era, yet you dare to speak such nonsense in front of this old man. Xuanji and Situ were so terrified that they trembled as they spoke. Senior, we are not lying at all. Old Seaman began to gather magical power in his hands. Since this old man started cultivating, it has been nearly 10,000 years. His eyes were oozing with murderous intent. Yet you dare to use such a ridiculous and absurd excuse as cultivating with the Hunyon stone to deceive this old man, harboring the intention of destroying the Bugui secret realm. After saying that, he launched 2 streams of power to strike Situ and Nangang Xuanji. However, even so, the 2 of them remained incredibly resolute as they cried out, This junior did not!
C2 also added, Senior Ye's cultivation truly relies on refining the Hunyan stone. Xuanji's eyes were very firm. We all witnessed it with our own eyes. After hearing this, old Seaman silently looked at the 2 trembling people. He glanced at them disdainfully and exclaimed, If there really is such a person, this old man wants to broaden his horizons. He retracted his power and said, Stand up. The 2 of them rejoiced and hurriedly said, Thank you, Senior. The scene now returned to Shaoqi town. Early in the morning, the rooster's crow rang out to wake everyone up. Senior Ye walked out with dark circles under his eyes, yawning constantly, and looking extremely tired. Mr. Ye looked at the blank paper on the table and said dejectedly, As for my spirit root, I couldn't find an answer at the Taiswan Woolly Land. Mr. Ye said helplessly, Now I no longer have the passion to cultivate the Huanyan stone. At this time, a scene from yesterday flashed through Senior Ye's mind. He was holding a wine jug, drunk, and constantly humming, Oh my, let me tell you, this is fate. At this time, the Black Emperor beside him also said, Master's song, I think I've heard someone play it with a suna. Mr. Ye, with a dark face, picked up his brush and began his work. Senior Ye choked up a bit and wrote on the paper, 1,000 miles of sorrow, a constant traveler. While writing, Mr. Ye shed tears in pain. 100 years of many illnesses, ascending the terrace alone. After finishing, Senior Ye held it up to admire and praised himself. This one is beautifully written. Mr. Ye hung the painting up, sighed and said, Maybe I have no choice but to use calligraphy and painting to vent the pent-up frustration in my heart. Mr. Ye looked up at the sky and exclaimed, I wonder if there will still be old cultivators coming to ask me for calligraphy and painting works.
From the painting, streams of golden spiritual energy emanated, flying everywhere. At this moment, 3 figures had just landed. Elder Semen looked inside and asked, Right in this small town? Nangang Xuanji immediately replied, That's right. Senior Ye chose this place for peaceful cultivation. After saying that, he reached out his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy gathered on it. He sighed with emotion. The Tao rhythm in the air seems to be denser than the last time this old man visited. Elder Semen coldly snorted at this time. To think that such a remote and isolated small town is filled with the pure and intense true intent of Tao principles everywhere. He closed his eyes and exclaimed, It is truly favored by heaven. Nangang Xuanji and Situ looked at each other and smiled, then used transmitted voice to say, It seems Senior Semen has also been swayed. Senior Ye's charm is unmistakable. However, at this moment, Elder Semen widened his eyes as if he remembered something. He exclaimed, This is the aura of mending the great Tao. Hearing this, Situ was surprised and asked, Senior Semen,
What did you say? Elder Seamen hurriedly turned around and said, "This old man smells a stream of chaotic qi mending the heavenly Tao in this small town." Situ still felt confused and asked, "What do you mean, senior?" Elder Seamen could only explain. Half a month ago, the chaotic qi in the land of Zhongzhou had an anomaly. Even this old man, who was in secluded cultivation in the secret realm, could feel it. Therefore, this old man decided to temporarily stop his secluded cultivation to try and find the traces of the person who mended the heavenly Tao. However, the energy source quickly dissipated, and the chaotic qi came and went very hastily, so this old man still couldn't grasp that providence. Seeing Nangong Xuanji and the other remain silent, he continued to ask, "Do you know why the 4 great ancient clans can shoulder the responsibility of saving the world in times of crisis?" They both bowed respectfully at the same time. "Please instruct us, senior." He let out a sigh. "After all, for so long we have been secretly searching for such a rare heaven-mandated talent of the current era." Elder Seamen pointed into the town excitedly and said, "Now this old man can be sure that this person is in this small town." He then asked, "Is that person the senior Ye you mentioned?" Nangong Xuanji stuttered slightly. "This matter." Situ clarified the reason. "Half a month ago, the 2 of us were in the Great Secret Realm, so we couldn't confirm if this person is exactly Senior Ye." He continued, "But Senior Ye can casually produce countless true intents of Tao principles and blend them into calligraphy and painting in the blink of an eye."
Situ's voice was full of admiration, which was enough to prove how terrifying Senior Ye's cultivation was. Hearing this, old Seamen suddenly fell into deep thought. Indeed, throughout Zhongzhou, there were not many people who could retract and release Tao principles and true qi so naturally. He eagerly said aloud, "Quickly lead this old man to pay respects to the senior you mentioned." Situ and Nangong Xuanji replied in unison, "Yes." However, old Seamen suddenly stopped after taking just a few steps. He was suddenly shocked and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, I didn't expect it to be here too." Seeing him standing there trembling, Nangong Xuanji wonderingly asked, "Senior Seamen, what's wrong now?" Situ also had to give up, not knowing either. Old Seamen thought to himself at this time, unexpectedly sensing the aura of a dead tree encountering spring from the ancient divine tree in this small town. After a long while, Situ inquired, "Senior, are you all right?" Old Seamen waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. He tried to walk inside but still thought to himself, "How could this be?" Old Seamen's face darkened as he thought. Previously, this old man had clearly seen with his own eyes the ancient divine tree welcoming the heavenly thunder and ascending, but at this moment, this old man could sense the aura of the tree god. There's definitely no mistake.
He was constantly asking himself why he appeared here and what on earth was going on. At the same time, Nangong Xuanji and Situ Junping cried out in panic, and old Seamen behind them also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" But a second later, he himself became shocked, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Demon Emperor." He looked at the figures of the Black Emperor and Tushi 13 there, thinking to himself, there are actually 2 of them. He secretly probed them. Their cultivation was clearly at the Demon Emperor realm, but the demonic energy around their bodies was so sparse, resembling the Demon Emperor realm. These 2 demon cultivators had the appearance of ascending and attaining the Tao. Their background must be extraordinary. Situ Junping then timidly said to him, "Senior, these 2 demons are just spiritual pets raised by Senior Ye." The more old Seamen heard, the more confused he felt, thinking to himself, "Senior Ye? Why is it Senior Ye?" Seeing their group, the Black Emperor immediately asked, "Hey, why are you 2 here again?" Nangong Xuanji stammered, "Well," he took out a storage ring. Black Emperor, we came to deliver the Hunyan stone to Senior Ye." The Black Emperor's face darkened as he walked toward him. Nangong Xuanji, terrified, immediately backed away. The Black Emperor didn't say much, just pointed inside and said, "Since it's the Hunyan stone, then you 2 go in." Situ and Nangong Xuanji tiptoed a few steps before being called back by the Black Emperor. "Wait a minute." The Black Emperor pointed at old Seamen and asked, "Hey, you look unfamiliar. Is it your first time visiting Master?" Old Seamen didn't hesitate to admit, it is indeed this old man's first time here. Hearing this, the Black Emperor let out an "oh" and asked, "So did you bring any Hunyan stones?" The Black Emperor continued, "Other rare magical treasures are fine too."
Seeing Black Emperor behave like this, old Seamen's face darkened as he asked, "Could it be that someone like your master is still so worldly?" Hearing this, Nangong Xuanji and the others hastily turned around and cried out, "Senior Seamen, you are truly stubborn." Hearing his question, Black Emperor loudly and boldly declared, "My master is not a worldly person, but not a single person who has had an audience with him has failed to receive unpredictable providence and fortune." Its voice gradually grew angry. "My master often does good deeds and doesn't bicker with juniors like you, but do you not have even the slightest bit of sincerity to repay him?" Old Seamen was no pushover. Right now, he was so angry that his fury was boiling over. Black Emperor then braced itself, ready to give the opponent a fight. "Don't look at this emperor with those eyes. In terms of strength, this emperor is indeed no match for you."
Black Emperor snorted coldly and continued, "But if you want to touch even a single hair of this emperor in my master's territory—" Old Seaman angrily thought to himself that right now he knew nothing about this so-called Senior Ye. If he really was some powerful figure, wouldn't he bring disaster upon himself? Old Seaman was furious, but couldn't do anything, so he cursed. A dog relying on its master's power. Nangang Svenji hurriedly came over to explain. Black Emperor, the reason why Senior Seaman didn't bring a meeting gift, he smiled and clarified the situation. It is because when Brother C2 and I went to the Great Secret Realm to search for the Hunyan Stone, Senior Seaman also helped us a lot. Nangang Svenji clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Therefore, this generous gift naturally includes Senior Seaman's share as well." Upon hearing this, Black Emperor understood. Oh, so that's how it is.
A second later, with a poof, the Black Emperor disappeared behind a puff of white smoke. He transformed back into his black dog form, walking in front to lead the way. "Follow me inside." Old Shiman asked, "Nangang, can you briefly reveal to this old man the cultivation realm of Senior Ye?" Nangang Swanji was a bit embarrassed. "Senior Shiman, it's not that I don't want to, I'm just afraid it's a realm that we juniors have never even heard of." He also tactfully reminded, "You must remember, later on, do not call him senior, just calling him sir is fine." Old Shimen nodded in agreement. This old man will keep it in mind. Upon arriving, Nangang Swanji clasped his hands and bowed respectfully in greeting. "Mr. Ye, Nangang Swanji has come to visit." Mr. Ye pulled up his sunglasses and said, "It seems to be a go example question for first-year students." Mr. Ye turned around and walked towards them looking tired. "Mr. Nangang, long time no see. Mr. C2 is here too?" Nangang Swanji respectfully replied, "Indeed, long time no see. We came specifically to visit Mr. Ye." Mr. Ye suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. C2's arm is—" C2 Zenping explained, "Mr. Ye, this is because—" However, at this moment he felt strange and thought to himself, "Huh? What is this situation?" Mr. Ye's eyes lit up as he looked at him. "What a great hero's aura. So cool."
Hearing this, C2 exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh?" Mr. Ye coughed dryly and said, "It's nothing." But in reality, he was thinking to himself, "It's not good to talk too much. With my limited knowledge, the more I speak, the more I will expose myself." Mr. Ye also quickly noticed old Seamen. "This is—" He immediately bowed respectfully. This junior is Seamen Laihu, paying respects to Mr. Ye. In his heart, he thought, "It's been thousands of years since I called myself this way. This feeling of putting myself in a low position and looking up to a higher one." Mr. Ye hurriedly ran over to support Seamen Laihu. "Greetings, sir. Please stand up." At this moment, he sighed inwardly, causing people's eyes to light up. Old Seamen observed Mr. Ye carefully. His astonishing appearance, combined with his elegant aura, was like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Yet there was absolutely no cultivation aura around his body, but it contained such abundant true intent of Tao principles. Seamen Laihu's eyes now shone brightly. This true intent was so dense that it was almost origin Tao principles. He was indeed an unfathomable expert. Mr. Ye had a moment of narcissism at this time. "Just seeing that look from you old cultivators, I already understand the whole process." Mr. Ye politely invited his guests. "Please come inside, you three." Steaming hot cups of tea were quickly poured out. Mr. Ye enthusiastically said to the guests, "You three must be tired from the journey. Have a sip of tea to moisten your throats. Mr. Seamen, please try it too. These are tea leaves grown by my family." Nangang Swenji and C2 Swen Jinping both felt satisfied after drinking, while old Seamen absorbed seriously and thought to himself, "Oh, enlightenment tea leaves. The tea water is indeed fragrant and soothing." His feeling right now was like swimming in a lake. The moment it entered his mouth, every drop of tea, along with the origin Tao principles inherited from Senior Ye, instantly spread out and then roamed throughout his entire body. Only a tea tree that had absorbed the aura of myriad origin Tao principles to grow could contain such a flavor in its leaves. He quietly concluded that Senior Ye was indeed not simple. Mr. Ye then spoke up to ask, "I wonder what brings the three of you here today?" C2 Swen Jinping asked so suddenly, let out a surprised, "Ah." Then he took out a storage ring and said, "Mr. Ye, we were presumptuous to ask for your calligraphy before, and it truly troubled you. My worthy brother Nangang and I have prepared a gift. We hope Mr. Ye will accept it." Mr. Ye was a bit surprised when he heard C2's words. "Inside this ring are natural top-grade Hunyan stones that we found in the Great Secret Realm. There are tens of thousands of them." Mr. Ye took the storage ring and thought to himself, "The few hundred pieces that Black Emperor brought back last time helped me reach my current level. Nearly 10,000 pieces of this?"
Mr. Ye began to have thoughts about the future scene. Wouldn't this Ye be able to dominate Zhongzhou, or at least freely roam around at the Golden Core Realm? He only gently said, "Thank you, you two." Nangang Swenji and the other were a bit surprised by this indifferent attitude and had no reaction. Mr. Ye then asked, "You two searching for the Hunyan stones? I'm afraid it took a lot of effort, didn't it?" Nangang Swenji looked towards C2 and transmitted his voice. "It seems Senior Ye doesn't value this gift very much." C2 also furrowed his brows helplessly. We should have guessed earlier. With Senior Ye's heavenly aptitude, in his eyes, what does 10,000 Hunyan stones count for? That's right. In front of the senior, all things are fleeting like clouds and smoke. What the two of us encountered in the Great Secret Realm is truly not worth mentioning. C2 said loudly, "It was merely having an arm cut off by the scarlet-eyed demon ape in the Great Secret Realm. For this old man, losing the left arm conversely allows me to focus solely on feeling every inch of muscle and bone in the right arm when holding a sword." Nangang Xuanji also added, "That's right. The 2-foot-long wound on my chest can also remind this old man to be measured when circulating energy to cast spells." Seeing their performance, Mr. Ye was left utterly speechless. They were truly talents suited for showing off. The main character sat absent-mindedly holding his teacup, but in reality, his inner thoughts were full of ellipses. I'm doomed. These two old geezers are old in age, their magical power is strong, and behind them are sects that I wouldn't dare to provoke. Yet just to gift me the Hunyan stones, they ended up like this.
Situ Zhenping and the white-haired old man, one respectfully clasping his hands and the other leisurely displaying a warm attitude towards Senior Ye. Mr. Ye has bestowed upon us supreme providence and fortune, so we must dedicate our utmost effort to offer a piece of our sincerity to you, sir. He smiled but was sweating in drops with a reluctant attitude, thinking they were really too filial. He respectfully asked the two gentlemen with an imposing aura, "Then it would be impolite not to reciprocate. You have given me a generous gift, so I can also promise to grant you a custom painting. How about it? Mr. Situ, what do you want?" Situ Zhenping leaned forward slightly, respectfully bowing to him. "Mr. Ye, previously you bestowed upon this humble one a calligraphy piece themed around swords. Now this junior only hopes to receive a calligraphy piece that is not themed around swords." But deep down, Situ Zhenping pondered deeply, his expression looking a bit dangerous as he recalled the scene of practicing the gifted sword technique that nearly cost him his life. That calligraphy piece themed around the sword contained a profound origin sword intent that was even more marvelous than the great Tao sword intent. With my current level, let alone comprehending it, just a single glance brings a tremendous life-and-death crisis. Mr. Ye chuckled, placing his hand on his chin in thought, but mixed with a bit of satisfaction. "No problem. What about Mr. Nangang?" Hearing his name mentioned, he was startled with a slightly surprised expression, but waved his hands as if to refuse. "Mr. Ye, I do not wish to receive calligraphy and painting. You imparted to me the Level 1 Go secret manual, and I have comprehended a lot, feeling that my progress is not small. I wonder if you could instruct me in Go once more." Hearing this, he snapped his fingers with a friendly smile. "Of course, I will definitely instruct you in that subject." Senior Shiman, who was sitting and sipping tea with joyful satisfaction, was then addressed by him. "Senior Shiman has arrived, which can also be considered a destined meeting." Hearing this, he was startled with a slightly surprised attitude upon hearing himself mentioned. "Huh?" Mr. Ye smiled radiantly. "How about this Ye also gifts you a calligraphy and painting?" But in his heart, he thought to himself, "This old man has an aura that looks even more abstract than Nangang and Situ. Could he be a big shot?"
He smiled while resting his hand on his head and thought, becoming more and more amused by this. Since they are already here, let's gift them a painting first. If after some time they are like those two and gift me some golden equipment, that would be wonderful. It really is like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric door, winning big. The old man shook his head and carefully declined the male lead. "There is no need, thank you, Mr. Ye." He respectfully cupped his hands to him, showing extreme admiration. "Mr. Ye, this old man came here this time only hoping to catch a glimpse of your esteemed face." Hearing this, he looked surprised, not expecting the old man's answer. Catching a glimpse of one's esteemed face is an excuse that any normal man wouldn't be able to refuse. Hearing this, the male lead excitedly pointed his finger and said loudly, "Then I must bestow an additional painting upon you." Hearing him say this, the old man was startled, not understanding the situation. His face showed confusion, not knowing what to say to be polite. The male lead left the three old men sitting at the stone table and chairs, gestured a greeting, and went inside to fetch the item. His expression was slightly dangerous. "Please wait for a moment." But in his heart, the male lead thought, "You stingy old man who doesn't want to gift gold, right? I definitely won't let you have your way." The white-haired old man looked awkwardly at Situ Zhenping. "What should I do now?" Situ Zhenping smiled and replied, "Senior Seaman, please do not worry. Senior Ye has always been this amiable and approachable." Suddenly, a vine emitting a purple light that could move slammed heavily onto the floor, making a loud noise that caused all three gentlemen to look surprised. The lush green ancient tree had now turned purple and could even talk to ordinary people. "Human juniors, we meet again." Hearing this, all three of them immediately sat up in surprise and scrambled to address the ancient tree, Senior Tree. Nangang Xuanji and Situ Zhenping respectfully bowed to the purple ancient tree addressed as Senior Tree. This junior did not fail expectations and has delivered the Hunyan stone into Senior Ye's hands. The massive ancient tree emitting a mesmerizing purple light heard this and looked pleased. This seat has heard. You all did very well."
Senior Shimen called out, appearing very nervous. "As expected, it is Lord Ancient Tree God. 10 years ago, after the Heavenly Thunder Ascension, you did not return from the secret realm.
The old man spoke while recalling the glorious scene of the ancient tree alone transforming into 100,000 unyielding vines to resist the heavenly thunder. Then he showed a look of astonishment mixed with a bit of admiration. This old man still remembers it vividly. The scene before his eyes was a purple glowing ancient tree capable of speech, talking to senior Shimen and looking very majestic. Even though this Sooth has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, ascending is truly not easy. You risk your life facing the danger of the secret realm collapsing to obtain the sacrifices to break the formation for this seat. A branch of the ancient tree spoke while dropping a few tears of regret. It is a pity that this seat still could not endure the final heavenly tribulation and almost fell. Seaman wiped his tears with one hand, deeply moved. It is truly a pity. I hope that in the future, if fate allows, Senior can recreate the glory of the past.
Behind the scene of the conversation between the ancient tree and Senior Seamen, Nangong Xuanji and Situ Zhenping showed surprised expressions, expressing their awe. Could this be a conversation between big shots? Situ Zhenping fell silent. Don't say it, I'm already thinking it. The tree branch happily recounted the story of how he picked him up when he was charred black, but this seat had the providence to turn into a lightning-struck branch to be by Master's side. The ancient tree recounted while recalling the time the male lead took him home to plant, looking at the male lead's panic when a light planting allowed the ancient tree to revive and grow healthy. After 10 years of meticulous care, this seat has recovered to how I was before, just waiting for the day to return. Junior, today, Master will definitely grant you an invaluable opportunity. Even if it means paying off all the favors this seat owes you, we will consider it settled. The white-haired old man pondered deeply for a moment before daring to abruptly ask the ancient tree, Senior, this old man still has one doubt. Please enlighten me. What kind of cultivation realm figure is Senior Ye exactly? Hearing this, the ancient tree rustled in the passing breeze, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke to answer him. This seed also does not dare to make arbitrary guesses. If this seed's guess is not wrong, Master must have sealed himself to cultivate peacefully here. The ancient tree manifested into a dark purple humanoid silhouette with a sharp, dangerous gaze. But this seed can be certain that even in the upper realm, Master's cultivation can absolutely cause the heavens to tremble. The recent words of the ancient tree made Nangong Xuanji and Situ Zhenping startle in fear, asking loudly in unison to confirm what they just heard. Cause the heavens to tremble? The white-haired old man cupped his hands in thanks but could not hide his confusion mixed with a bit of fear. Truly unimaginable. Thank you, Senior, for answering. In the distance, he was holding 2 paintings, happily running toward the 3 seniors standing there. You 3 have waited a long time.
Mr. Ye, holding 2 paintings in his hands, handed them over while pointing out which painting belonged to Situ Zhenping and which belonged to Senior Shimen. This one is for Elder Situ, the other is given to Elder Shimen. He looked at the 2 who received the paintings and excitedly urged them, open them and take a look. But at this moment, the minds of the 2 men were no longer on the paintings. They were completely engrossed in their own anxious thoughts, simply not knowing what kind of providence they would receive this time. Putting aside their thoughts, the 2 old men opened the paintings. The light shining from the paintings startled them both. As soon as the painting was opened, Shimen froze at the majestic scene before his eyes, only able to let out a cry. Immortal cranes soared high above, white clouds lingered around, strange trees grew on distant mountains, and the blowing wind made the leaves and branches sway gently. Standing on a nearby cliff, Shimen looked at the magical and wondrous verses, while the rushing water flowed deep in the river below, crashing heavily against the rocks like the rustling sea waves. He gently narrowed his old eyes and smugly recited the 2 lines of poetry above. A myriad miles away, feeling sorrow in autumn, often a guest. 100 years of life, plagued by illness, ascending the terrace alone. The main character suddenly appeared before his eyes. The man raised a cup and poured wine down. The wine flowed from his mouth and spilled out. The voice reciting the poem was him continuing, through hardships and bitter hatred, frosting the temples. Finishing the wine, he threw the cup away. Down and out, I recently stopped my cup of cloudy wine. Shimen was astonished. It was as if a light shone up from the ground, causing him to involuntarily lean back. Situ fared no better. He was stunned by the scene in the painting. Standing on a small boat, he looked out. Mountains and rivers connected far into the distance. In his eyes, the dead trees seemed as if autumn had arrived. Without a single leaf, they must have fallen. In the corner, a poem appeared. Past the sunken boat, 1,000 sails passed by. The river water was peaceful, green leaves flying in the blowing wind. Shimen looked at the large tree on the small island. Only a few leaves remained on its branches. Its life force was about to dry up, in stark contrast to the surrounding scenery. In front of the diseased tree, 10,000 trees signify spring. Situ suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking to almost a tiny dot. He was terrified. What? That tree is sprouting and budding, its leaves tinged with pink like 7-colored divine light, with a few yellow pages fluttering on the branches? Today, hearing you sing a song, I temporarily rely on a cup of wine to boost my spirit. Realizing something terrifying, it seemed he had just received an enormous providence. He trembled, his voice trembling as well. Senior Ye wants to teach me, and get it is. Situ couldn't suppress his fearful mood and shouted 3 words loudly. Tao of New Life.
Another person was blinded. The divine light from the painting forced him to turn away, raising his hands to cover his tightly shut eyes. Both Shimen and Situ panted heavily, long streaks of sweat rolling down their old faces, as if merely looking at that painting was enough to drain all the strength in their bodies. Those who needed to see had seen it. The main character excitedly ran over to look at the two men. "How is it? How is it?" Trembling, Shimen stood up straight, his body drenched in sweat. He gave him a thumbs up and liked it. Formidable, truly too formidable.
Situ patted his chest and admitted to himself. From this calligraphy, this old man has truly comprehended Senior Ye's painstaking efforts. Having his painting talent recognized made the main character extremely happy. He stroked his chin, nodding proudly, and talked endlessly without caring if anyone was listening. The words even carry a bling-bling light. It seems you two are also people who understand a bit about painting. To be honest, the overall style of these two calligraphy pieces of mine leans towards classical quality. The two people who received the paintings weren't paying much attention. They turned to whisper to each other, and Shimen was the first to speak. "Situ, what kind of providence did Senior Ye bestow upon you?" The main character didn't notice this. He had entered a deep role-playing state, twisting and dancing just to express the artistic conception he wanted to convey to the viewers. What is pursued is an overall aura that is pure and profound, with a simple appearance, calm and introverted, and an elegant style. Every word he spoke seemed to make the space transform. Immortal clouds lingered everywhere, and behind him Situ turned and secretly replied to the person next to him. It turns out that what Senior Ye wanted to teach me through this poem is the Tao of rebirth. He looked at his remaining arm, recited the 2 lines of the poem, and interpreted the meaning himself. 1,000 sails pass by the sunken ship, 10,000 trees spring ahead of the sick tree. After a severe illness, one will definitely welcome the spring of life. Recalling that tree before its rejuvenation with its withered appearance and not a single leaf left, Situ only took a brief moment to come up with a whole speech. His lost arm would recover just like the reborn branches, and the cultivation round bottleneck that this old man was currently stuck at would definitely be naturally overcome. Nangong interjected, his face beaming with a bright smile as he offered polite words. "Congratulations, Brother Situ. It seems that after breaking through the crux of the Mahayana realm, I believe it won't be long before your cultivation will definitely advance even further."
Shimen agreed with those words, and in his tone towards Situ, there was a hint of advice meant for a junior. Indeed, the providence hidden within this calligraphy is absolutely not simple. If this old man is not mistaken, as long as you comprehend it a little, ascending to the upper realm is not far off. Hearing this, the other 2 old men also felt curious, so they asked in unison, "Senior Shimen, what about you?" He clenched his fist, looking at the thread-like golden lights lingering around it. "I can feel that the calligraphy Senior Ye gave me not only contains the true intent of Tao principles, but it must also hold an extremely ancient inheritance of Tao principles." Recalling the scene in the painting in his mind, Situ analyzed the meaning of the inscribed words. The first and last 4 lines of this poem describe 2 completely opposite scenes. One thought brings life, the next brings death. A single thought can determine life and death. A flash of spiritual light suddenly appeared in his mind, and he realized something. Could it be that Senior Ye is warning me that even if my cultivation spans across ancient and modern times, he suddenly imagined himself only able to stand on the palm of a powerful, almighty expert, and that person was none other than the main character acting like a majestic high god. Meanwhile, Situ was barely better than a tiny, annoying bug. Even looking into the god's eyes was difficult, despite his powerful cultivation. But is my existence, compared to the heavenly Tao that Senior Ye represents, still just a grain of sand between heaven and earth?
The main character didn't have any mind-reading tricks. He was still rambling about the masterpiece he had created, but according to his words, it was reaching the end. Therefore, I believe that only when every stroke of the brush is written well can the handwriting align with one's mind. Hearing this, Shimen sighed in admiration. Indeed, writing is like conducting oneself. He felt as if he had blended into a towering immortal mountain hidden in the clouds, suddenly experiencing a great awakening. He suddenly understood the expert's intention. The hidden meaning beneath Senior Ye's brush was exactly the principle he wanted to impart to this old man. Suddenly comprehending the principles of the universe, the meaning of life, and the path of the galaxy, Shimen's mind seemed to light up. This old man understood. Thus, he and Situ bowed their heads in gratitude with a booming voice. "Shimen Lehu, Situ Zenping, thank you, Senior Ye, for bestowing such a generous gift." The main character was neither startled nor frightened, just gently waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. It's just a small matter. It's nothing." He rubbed his nose, feeling proud of his cool act, thinking they were still so easily fooled. Watching the main character do this, the 3 of them only found him handsome. The nose-rubbing action was automatically filtered out, leaving only the memory of his friendly and warm as spring breeze smile. Heaven-reaching fortune was indeed just a trivial matter to Senior Ye. This was exactly Senior Ye's realm. Shimen cupped his hands again and respectfully spoke. "Mr. Ye, if you have any needs in the future, just say the word."
He spoke loudly, extremely eager to register for a job. Shiman Lehu and the Shiman Ancient Clan are willing to be chess pieces in your hands. The main character was a bit stunned. This name didn't leave any significant impression on his daily life, so even if he had seen it before, he couldn't recall it immediately. Oh, the Shiman Ancient Clan.
Suddenly remembering this information was something he saw on an ancient golden page. The ancient Shiman clan was precisely the Shiman family, one of the 4 great ancient clans that only existed in the archives. The main character's mouth hung open, shocked to a standstill by the other person's family background. Nangang and Situ looked at each other, their faces so gloomy they were about to drip water. They didn't make a sound, but it was as if they could read each other's thoughts. An existence that we can hardly catch up to. Why did this old man compete to show loyalty first? So both of them said in unison, Mr. Ye. Situ revealed his identity, an expert who had long been famous on this continent. I, Situ Zenping, along with the Wanzhen sect behind me, am willing to exert myself like a dog or horse for Senior Ye. Nangang also presented his verbal job application. Mr. Ye, I, Nangang Suen-ji, am willing to use my identity as a guest elder of Tai Suen Holy Land to go through life and death for you. The main character fell backward, cursing in his mind. What kind of illness are you all having now? But although he cursed in his heart, his words were smooth and friendly. The main character continuously signaled no to them, muda, muda. Calming down a bit, he seemed to let out a long, helpless sigh. The 3 of you have good intentions. Ye will accept them. A warm smile appeared on his face again. Behind the main character's head, there seemed to be a holy aura of gods and Buddhas, and lucky golden clouds lingered and danced around his body. With every action accompanied by those clouds, he suggested an idea. But it's better to let everything stop here. The 3 people opposite were astonished, and the 2 old men who were posturing also froze. The main character clasped his hands behind his back. There was no wind, but his hair tie kept fluttering. He used an unhurried, leisurely attitude to lecture the 3 old men who were listening quietly. As Ye sees it, the 3 of you control the power of a region, tied to the glory of your sects and the lives of thousands of people. For this reason, you 3 cannot make promises arbitrarily. Behind the main character, numerous Tao rhythms or Tao principles seemed to appear, pouring out and flaring up like a warm golden flame. It made the main character look like a noble god. For Ye, we make friends through calligraphy and painting. Let's not discuss other matters.
Suddenly that aura turned into a cold, murderous intent. His face was as gloomy as a ghost from the 9 underworlds coming to claim a life. The threat was overwhelmingly clear. Please look out for yourselves. All 3 people were frightened, just like a group of students strictly reprimanded by an old master, their faces all turning pale. Yes, we will obey the verbal decree of Mr. Ye. Having achieved his goal, the main character let a long, exhausted sigh, and the atmosphere around him also became slightly gloomier. If I owe 3 massive favors like this, how can I ever repay them? The benefits for the other 2 had been distributed, and now it was Nangang's turn, who was waiting anxiously. He looked toward him, gesturing an invitation to the chessboard on the stone table. Mr. Nangang, next, let's talk about Go. What could be happier? Nangang clasped his hands in gratitude with a blooming expression, his eyes shining brightly. All right, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Ye. Sitting at the Go board, the main character pointed at it and offered an interesting idea. How about this? Let's play blindfold chess, following the flow of the game for impromptu interaction. What do you think? Nangang didn't have too big of a reaction. He maintained a humble demeanor in front of the expert. Blindfold chess is one of the highest demanding chess techniques for a player. This old man's skills are clumsy. I'm afraid I cannot play chess with Mr. Ye. The main character held a white piece, acting unconcerned. It's fine. We will just take it slowly. Men in the distance didn't want to leave yet, so he suggested, in that case, this old man and your excellency Situ will stay here to watch the chess match. Nangang closed his eyes, holding a black piece in his hand, imagining the image of the unfinished chessboard in his mind. Blindfold chess is when the players do not look at the board, relying solely on their understanding and memory of the board to play. He made the first move and also called out the position where he placed it, 4 entering 5. The main character immediately followed, 4-4. In the brilliant and warm sunlight, the 2 played chess just like 2 mortals exchanging the Tao of chess. He sat opposite, smiling with his eyes narrowed. Don't rush to checkmate. Playing his moves tightly, Nangang had a speculation in his heart about the intention behind this blindfold chess game. Could it be that Senior Ye is testing my foundational knowledge? The main character touched the piece he had just placed, smoothly lecturing on the Tao of chess that he knew. The Tao of chess is also the Tao of being human, the Tao of cultivation. He looked at Nangang, seemingly signaling him to continue, while his mouth hadn't stopped. Some people take the black pieces to seize the initiative, attacking swiftly.
The main character held the white pieces, quickly placing a piece on the board, striking so fast that the opponent couldn't react in time. Opposite him, Nangang was also very swift, not daring to delay. He still kept that friendly smile, but a faint light covered him, the divine light making his appearance unclear.
But unexpectedly, the white pieces had secretly laid out the situation. Seeing the situation on the board, the black pieces were completely surrounded by the white side, forced into a corner with no escape, the momentum looking like a golden dragon circling around. Nangong was horrified. What? The main character stood up, and behind him appeared an anomaly of chess pieces soaring into the heavens, transforming into a particle of the vast starry sky, making comprehensive plans before taking action. He was astonished again, staring wide-eyed. It was another anomaly summoned by Senior Ye. The space around the two of them shifted, and they floated amidst a magical blue galaxy. Although they were surrounded by the universe, it was not pitch black as known. He and Nangong stood facing each other. Beneath their feet was a massive illusion of a chessboard, whether it was hiding one's talents or slowly making plans.
Suddenly, starlight flickered from afar, shooting rapidly closer like shooting stars. They were not just one or two stars, but a meteor shower, a rain of meteorites descending. The meteor shower fell behind him. The main character stood proudly like an angel, arbitrarily judging the life and death of all living beings. Those were all Tao principles, all the heavenly secret Tao of chess. Nangong looked at this scene with admiring eyes, sparkling brightly. He cupped his hands, his voice unable to suppress his excitement. Nangong Xuanzhi thanks Mr. Ye for his guidance. Finally, he sat down to comprehend the Tao, as if an illusion of a chessboard appeared before him, with the anomaly of a meteor shower in the vast universe behind him. C2, standing nearby, was bewildered and turned to ask the person next to him, "Senior Simen, has Brother Nangong comprehended it?" Simen also looked over and replied, "That's right," he said seriously. Furthermore, he comprehended it through Senior Ye's passing of the Dharma. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time he wakes up from his enlightenment, he will be able to break through his cultivation realm successfully, maybe even having the hope to break through consecutively. Suddenly, the main character turned around and called out with a friendly smile, "You two!" Simen and C2 cupped their hands and replied in unison, "Mr. Ye." He approached, his words showing hospitality. "I see it's getting late. Stay for a meal this noon." Hearing this, C2 was bewildered. Not paying much mind, the main character rubbed his chin, putting on an evil smile exactly like a villain, as a vicious, murderous intent also spread. "Let's eat black tiger hot pot, okay?" By the chessboard, Nangong, who was comprehending the Tao, suddenly had a blush on his face, looking exactly like a shy young girl. He opened his eyes, the surroundings seemingly lighting up, flowers blooming with a pop, his demeanor looking very uplifted. Nangong clenched his fists, feeling the power running through his body. "It seems that as long as this old man's mind fluctuates, I can break the shackles of the void-piercing realm at any time." In his mind, he fantasized about a really cool version of himself, so powerful that he could look down on all heroes, stepping into the Mahayana realm, perhaps even leaping to the mid-stage Mahayana realm. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited, being only one step away from ascension. Suddenly letting out a long sigh, Nangong didn't dare to inflate himself anymore. But regarding Senior Ye's precise understanding of the Tao of chess, with this old man's flawed aptitude, over this past hour, I could only comprehend a little bit.
Imagining himself standing on the mountain peak, reaching out toward the distant sky, his immortal-like demeanor made people feel as if he was an old immortal. If he continued his secluded cultivation to attain enlightenment for many years, he would surely have the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation. He was thinking with a slight smile on his lips when a voice called out, "Little brother Nangong." The person called again, "Little brother Nangong." Returning to reality, Nangong turned around. Surrounding him, flowers seemed to bloom with popping sounds. This friendly smile carried a bit of our main character's aura. "What is it, brother C2?" In that direction, nearby was C2 holding a bundle of chopsticks. A bit further away was Shimen, carefully carrying a large hot pot to place on the table. Even further was the main character, hurriedly carrying 2 plates of meat and running over. C2 tapped the bundle of chopsticks on the table. "Hurry up and give Senior Ye a hand." Nangong hadn't processed it yet. "Huh?" The sun shone down, its light casting a 7-colored rainbow when looking up at the sky. Nangong handed his older brother C2 a full bowl of rice. He still couldn't stop talking, praising how Senior Ye's guidance on the Tao of chess for this old man was truly a massive providence. The main character placed the plates of meat on the table. Seeing him constantly talking about that matter, he said, "Mr. Nangong, don't always bring up the Tao of chess and chess arts." He sat at the host's seat, looking at the opposite corner. Shimen was on the right, while Nangong and C2 sat together on the left. "If you can comprehend everything I said, it will definitely bring you great benefits in the Tao of chess in the future," the main character sincerely reminded him, as currently he was just a newly initiated player in the Tao of chess. The latter stood up in awe, clasping his hands sincerely. Yes, Mr. Ye's teachings are absolutely right. He didn't dwell on it anymore. The group looked at the hot pot table, emitting a delicious aroma. After all, they were big shots with cultivation bases that were not low at all. They couldn't pursue lofty goals right now. The black tiger meat had all been served. "Let's eat, you guys." The savory smell of the food wafted into their noses, making C2 hungry too, swallowing hard.
Perhaps in just a moment, his stomach would start rumbling.
Nangong stared intently at the plate of meat, realizing something. There was no longer any doubt. The group of 3 cultivators looked closely at the pile of food, screaming internally at the wild blood and chi and essence chi. Surely when this black tiger was alive, it had reached the demon venerable level or higher. Truly worthy of Senior Ye, even his meals had to be the meat of a demon venerable. A plump piece of meat was picked up, hot pot broth dripping down it as the light aroma of cooked meat spread outward. The main character brought it to his mouth in a happy mood, the world in his eyes suddenly shining brightly. This black tiger meat is extremely delicious. I like it dipped in hot pot, but the others in the town prefer it grilled. Saying that, he put the delicious piece of meat into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up adorably. The group of 3 cultivators watched, their minds filled with shock. The others in the town, seeing them suddenly huddling together and whispering, the main character widened his eyes and paced back and forth. Hey, what are you guys mumbling about? If you keep acting like this, don't blame me for not being polite. But the group of 3 seemed not to hear him, gathering together to discuss. This is the meat of a black tiger demon venerable. Let alone mortals with mortal bodies, even cultivators below the void-piercing realm would probably not have the fortune to enjoy it. Situ thought about when he first arrived, a grand scene he would never forget. This old man remembers now. At first, when coming up to this Shiochi town, this old man saw the residents in the town all immersed in boundless Tao rhythm, even lamenting that they had fortune but didn't know how to enjoy it. Seaman raised a finger, pointing out another reason that seemed even more absurd. There is another incredibly unbelievable possibility, but it is also the most logical answer.
The whole town seemed to fit perfectly in the palm of a hand. The surrounding space was no different from a sandbox game where one could do whatever they wanted. Senior Ye had cast some heaven-defying divine abilities, helping everyone in Shaoqi town step into the Mahayana realm. Worthy of being the oldest, Shiman spouted nonsense in a sincere manner. Not only that, he might have even helped them become immortals. Nangong was convinced by these words. It was the most unbelievable, yet the most reasonable answer. Looking at the group discussing so enthusiastically, the main character was also speechless. Hopeless, truly hopeless. Half an hour later, the almighty cultivators in his eyes were already staggering drunk, and even those who could stand up were swaying unsteadily. Mr. Ye, it's getting late. This old man should also head back. Nangong collapsed on the table. This old man as well. Seaman could still speak. If I drink any more, it would be a breach of etiquette. The main character was dazed, with 2 giant question marks popping up above his head. 2 plates of black tiger meat and a few glasses of snow spirit brew? Is that it? The 3 people in front of him lined up, their heads spinning, while C2 was still fighting a complaining stomach. They let out a dry laugh and then burped. He rolled his eyes, speechless, as if a crow was flying past his face, cawing. Are these guys really cultivation big shots? They couldn't eat comfortably, nor could they drink properly. C2's face was entirely dark. He smiled wryly. I am truly sorry, Mr. Ye. In his heart, he thought, with this old man's cultivation, it is truly impossible to refine both the black tiger meat and the snow spirit brew at the same time in such a short period. Looking over at Nangong, who was staggering and incoherent, his face flushed red from the alcohol. He was left speechless. Nangong was already dead drunk. If he continued, he might rashly offend Senior Ye. When the guests want to leave, it's hard for the host to keep them, so the main character didn't press the matter. All right then, this Ye will not see you off. Fate willing, we shall meet again. He waved goodbye to the 3 of them, and before leaving, they shouted loudly, Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Ye. Goodbye. The front door closed tightly. It seemed they were in a great hurry to hit the road and leave. On the long street of the town, the 3 cultivators sensed a dense death spirit chi.
C2 looked behind him, clearly feeling the malicious intents aimed at him. Seaman was the same. A series of bloodshot eyes staring fixedly made him shudder. His nose suddenly turned red, and Seaman couldn't help but gulp. He tucked Nangong under one arm and discussed with his companion. C2, what do you think? The chaotic essence chi inside my body must be quickly refined. Nangong was drunk and unconscious. A pinkish-white flame burned in his chest, and junior brother Nangong's cultivation realm was still unstable. Seeing that this guy remained drunk without sobering up, C2 worried. If he doesn't quickly refine the wine and essence chi bestowed by Sir, letting it accumulate in his body will burn his internal organs. Decided, the 2 could not wait and quicken their pace. They had to leave Shiochi town first, and then use flying arts. They must not disturb the people in the town. Far ahead, a certain resident stepped out of a house. Shopkeeper Chu, farewell. Our old song is still at home waiting for this plate of meat. Suddenly, that person stomped their foot heavily, and a wave of chi appeared accordingly. Opposite the 2, they encountered someone running as if flying. This person stood blocking their way instead of dodging. Seaman and C2 realized something was rushing towards them and were both shocked.
What is coming here? Brake hard! Brake hard! The 2 of them braked hard, their heels sliding on the ground for a distance. But even so, it was still too late. All 3 of them were sent flying backwards as if hit by a truck.
Nangong, who was being carried, was sent flying in a very comfortable butterfly stroke style. That person stopped, standing in front of the two guests sitting on the ground in confusion, and said loudly, "How dare you run so fast on the street? Do you want to die?" In the eyes of those two, this was a woman who, although having a quite pretty and delicate face, had a back like a tiger and shoulders like a bear, with bulging muscles, twisting her body to act like a gentle lady. "Hooligans, isn't it because you guys coveted my beauty that you ambushed me here beforehand?" The wife of Blacksmith Song, sister-in-law Bao. Situ turned pale, so scared that he subconsciously begged for mercy. "Big sister, listen to this old man's explanation." Sister-in-law Bao stopped smiling, her face darkening with anger. "I nicely offered, but you refused. You just want me to use violence. You detestable old man." Blacksmith Song's wife exploded, her bear-like arms flexing until the veins popped out, her anger burning fiercely. "And you still dare to call me big sister?" Situ was even more terrified, his eyes popping out. Shimen was more decisive. He turned his back and ran away, leaving Nangong lying unconscious on the ground. He couldn't afford to get tangled with this strong woman anymore. This was Senior Ye's territory, and it wasn't convenient to make a move. Sister-in-law Bao jumped up, her fists ready. "Apologize." Situ also didn't hesitate, turning his head and running straight away. Running was the best policy. It was only now that Nangong regained a bit of consciousness, sitting up from the ground. A punch grazed his face. He didn't even understand what was happening, only feeling as if he was standing in the middle of a windy willow forest. The wind was so cool. But before he could marvel any further, Nangong was punched until his mouth twisted and his eyes popped out. "Take this from your old lady." Situ in the distance was also very surprised. He didn't expect his junior brother to take such a beating, to actually get hit. Lying on the ground taking a beating, Nangong reached his hand toward the two. His mouth, which somehow avoided the blows, let out a weak sound. "Senior Seaman, Brother Situ, save me." Situ didn't dare to intervene. "Junior brother Nangong, this great beauty." Shimen was also very hesitant, worried that if he went up he would also get beaten up and fare no better. One punch bestowed by Senior Ye could already help your true chi circulate through your entire body. Taking another punch would only bring harm, not benefit. He covered his face, feeling that his selectively cowardly decision was truly brilliant. Fortunately, they didn't make a move just now. He feared this woman's cultivation was on par with his and Situ. Ignoring Nangong, who was being beaten to a pulp and groaning in despair, the two speculated back and forth. So why did she have to hide her cultivation and willingly live as a rural woman in this small town? This old man guessed it was to repay a debt of gratitude. They imagined a supreme protagonist with heaven-defying means, whose casual brushstrokes were followed by Tao rhythm. Mr. Ye lived in seclusion here, working diligently and enlightening the mortals, which is why the residents of this Shia town could defy the heavens and change their fate.
Just like that, the main character was welcomed and cheered by the residents. The villagers, however, did not want to ascend. They only wanted to stay here, using their mortal identities to follow Mr. Ye. Sister-in-law Bao finished venting her anger, fiercely tossing the heavily bruised and disfigured Nangong to one side. Remember this, pay a little more attention to safety when walking on the road in the future, and be careful of other pedestrians. Seamen and C2 cowered in a corner, wearing apologetic smiles, constantly repeating, right, yes, yes, yes. After this fierce god, another evil god arrived. Hearing that his wife was in a fight, Blacksmith Song rushed over as reinforcements. "Wife, I'm coming to save you." Not daring to mess around, the two quickly fled. C2 hurriedly grabbed his brother by the hair, dragging him along while running for his life. "Run fast!" With another person added, Blacksmith Song did not let them go, chasing after them and shouting, "Stop right there! Explain this clearly to me!" The main character sat cross-legged and entered meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy within the Hunyon stone in heaven and earth. His mouth muttered the incantation, Big Dipper inheriting providence and transforming yin and yang. Cold Spring 8 directions 4 chi facing the sun. Heaven and earth intersecting, all things being born and transformed. Having beginning, having end, circulating 10,000 miles. He opened his eyes, and a divine golden light shone within his pupils. Escaping his cultivation state, the main character stretched to relax his muscles and bones, his mood blooming with joy. The quality of this Hunyon stone is truly excellent. My whole body feels warm and comfortable. He picked up the remaining Hunyon stone on the table, which was sparkling brightly. Even though I still don't know what quality my spirit root actually is, my cultivation speed is as slow as before.
Not giving up, the main character gripped the stone tightly, his words full of passion. But I believe that as long as I grind the iron, one day it will become a needle. Besides, my goal isn't that high anyway. I just need to refine all tens of thousands of these Hunyon stones. Flying on a sword, riding the wind, slaying demons between heaven and earth. Just imagining that scene made him excited inside. My cultivation might barely reach the golden core stage. In front of the main character, sparkles appeared, bling bling, his expression very happy. Enough to stroll leisurely on this great land, that's fine. Remembering the pile of stones he had absorbed, he rested his chin on his hand and calculated. In less than 2 months, I have consumed several dozen pieces, if I calculate it like this.
Having the result, the main character showed a despicable smile, his eyes widening with joy. It will merely take a little over 20 more years, that's all.
Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the main door, and a voice calling the owner echoed from outside. "Is Mr. Ye home?" He turned around, his face full of doubt. Who is it this time? The main character did not delay, and the door was opened from the inside. Outside stood 2 kids wearing sek attire, one of them looking energetic and waving his hand. "Mr. Ye, we have come to visit you." Standing in front of that kid was another one of the same age, but looking much more mature. He rummaged through his memories, recalling 2 kids who looked somewhat naive at first glance, and was extremely shocked when comparing them to the 2 kids now, Jia Chongyi, Chan Feng. The main character smiled awkwardly, inviting the guests inside. "I almost didn't recognize you. Hurry and come in." Entering the house and sitting at the reception table, Zhao Chongyi blew on the hot cup of tea. Smelling the faint tea fragrance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mr. Ye's tea is still as fragrant as ever. The host also asked, "Why is it just you guys? Where are the others?" Chun Feng enthusiastically recounted his situation. They had been chosen to have their lessons tested. "Mr. Ye, our cultivation is currently all at Foundation Establishment." These words shocked the main character so much that he choked and spat out the tea he had just drank. "You guys haven't even been cultivating the immortal path for a year, right?" Chun Feng wasn't worried at all, his whole body seeming to glow brightly. "That's right, Mr. Ye. I feel that after listening to your lectures, studying cultivation has become too easy." Whether it was easy for him or not was unknown, but it was not easy for the main character. He was being blinded by the light radiating from this kid. Chun Feng acted arrogantly, waving his hand. "I only needed to read the Jinyuan sword scripture once to memorize it by heart." This almost drove the managing senior brother to jump off a cliff out of anger. That's right, the poor nameless senior brother jumped off the cliff screaming, "If heavens gave birth to you, why did it give birth to Liang?"
He sighed and recounted. "Back then, when listening to Yuanzhen's lecture and understanding nothing, I even thought I was truly a fool." The main character deeply sympathized with the disciplinarian senior brother in the story, feeling incredibly annoyed at this brat. "All right, if you say any more, I'll want to jump off a cliff too." Zhao Chongyi looked at him, his mind wandering far away into the past. It was indeed exactly as Master and Ancestral Master had said. They had said that Mr. Ye was a secluded sage of Tai Swin Holy Land. At that time, the 2 of them looked at the boy, unable to hold back their hot tears. A good child, 1 in 1,000 years, not just for the steamed buns, but also for his spirit. Zhao Chongyi sat up straight, looking at the main character with eyes shining like flashlights. He had bestowed upon them spirit roots and heaven-defying providence. Recalling the past again, that old man had patted his shoulder and smiled affectionately. Before you, Shaoqi Town hadn't had anyone qualified to be accepted into a sect for hundreds of years. He then pointed directly at their faces and said, "Yet all 7 of you had received Mr. Ye's teachings. A smart person would understand this, right?" Returning to reality, Xiao Qiangyi lowered his face, feeling anxious in his heart. He didn't expect Mr. Ye to have such a noble status. Not cherishing the days spent with him in the past, he felt truly ashamed. He stared at him, feeling a bit self-blame. Having just a bit of cultivation base, he already didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, next to him, Li Chunfeng was still blabbering endlessly. "The masters value me and Zhao Qiangyi, and even intend to personally pass down their inheritance." On the other side, the main character was so angry his face turned black, veins popping on his head. "Stinky brat, stop talking." Seeing this expression, Zhao Qiangyi realized the situation was bad. It seemed to Mr. Ye also deeply disliked Li Chunfeng acting this way. So he grabbed the brat's shoulder and said in his mind, "Chunfeng, that's enough." When he turned around and saw Zhao Qiangyi's dark face, he was confused and scared. What's wrong?" Without saying much, Zhao Qiangyi stood up abruptly, cupped his hands respectfully. "Mr. Ye, please rest assured. The 7 of us will definitely practice cultivation diligently. We will absolutely not let down your expectations." Li Chunfeng knew he had misspoke, so he followed suit. "I am the same." He waved his hand. A friendly smile returned to that face. "There's no need to be so polite. It makes us seem estranged instead. I see that your studies seem to be very effective." Finding an opportunity to get to the topic he wanted to ask, the main character spoke seriously, acting as if giving a test to the 2 kids. "I have a question. I want to test you a bit." In the courtyard, the warm sunlight shone down, and the green willows drooped. His voice rang out. As the saying goes, a tree that can fill the span of a man's arms grows from a downy tip. A terrace 9 stories high rises from hotfuls of earth. The 2 kids listened attentively to the main character, as if afraid of missing anything. He sat absorbing spiritual energy, with the Hunyun stone floating around. The key concentration realm is the initial stage on the path of cultivation. But what if one absorbs enough spiritual energy into the body and still doesn't feel any change in cultivation realm? Previously, inhaling spiritual energy endlessly without being able to break through
made the main character so frustrated he choked up, crying and hitting the ground. Damn it, why can't I break through?
Ending the question, why was this so? Zhao Chonyi opposite him hesitated. This, pretending to be an expert but not knowing the basic knowledge, and having to ask two children made the main character a bit embarrassed. For such a basic question like this, the only way was to try and pry the answer from their mouths. After a moment of hesitation and silence, then a long while of silent pondering, Zhao Chonyi said, Mr. Ye, regarding this issue, it is true that we have all encountered it. Hearing this, he was very happy and hurriedly gestured invitingly. Please begin your presentation. Zhao Chonyi seriously organized his words and spoke in a very nervous tone. When we first started trying to refine Shi, we also encountered this problem. At that time, the senior brother in charge said that the grade of the spirit roots varies from high to low. When guiding spiritual energy into the body and attempting to refine it, the spirit root will exhibit a phenomenon of rejection. The main character listened in a daze, also feeling surprised. Has it already been elevated to a theoretical level? On the other side, the boy continued to speak seriously. And the higher the quality of the spirit root, because it requires pure spiritual energy, the natural rejection time of the spiritual energy is naturally longer. Chunfeng also nodded, confirming his childhood friend's words. That's right, back then it took the two of us 3 months to break through to foundation establishment, while disciples with medium-grade spirit roots only took half a month to break through. As I see it, they were truly hungry. The main character suddenly achieved a realization, the world sparkling with myriad colors again. No wonder after refining so many Hunyuan stuns, his cultivation realm hadn't progressed in the slightest.
This time it was his turn to recall the past, memories flooding back to when he received his spirit root. It turned out that because the grade of the spirit root bestowed upon me by Sage Chongqing was too high, it required more spiritual energy to nourish. Getting the answer he wanted, the main character stood up and clapped his hands in praise. This answer is excellent, excellent. The two children also bowed and cupped their hands. Mr. Ye is flattering us. He stopped paying attention to them, turning away with a standard villainous smile, his face looking as fierce as a clown knife fish. From today onwards, I must work even harder on my cultivation. I need to strive to quickly overcome this rejection period. But behind him, Zhao Changyi, who was bowing, suddenly raised his head. Mr. Ye, he asked, could you bestow a piece of calligraphy upon the two of us? The main character turned around and asked, huh? Where did you hear about this? Zhao Changyi then explained clearly, it was Master Yuanzhen and Master Holy Lord who said it. They said that your calligraphy contains the heaven and earth great Tao. At that time, he leaned in and whispered, your Mr. Ye possesses a great treasure. Currently, that Taisuen Chongqing painting is still floating in the sky above the sect, being nourished and worshipped every day. The main character suddenly understood, so he smiled happily and agreed immediately. So it was those old geezers. All right then, I will let you broaden your horizons. He took out paper and brush, dipped it in ink, and began to draw. The brush paused slightly midair, as if he was thinking about what to draw. The two kids were filled with anticipation, their eyes almost popping out. What will Mr. Ye write? I'm so excited. The main character began to draw, the tip of the brush surrounded by Tao rhythm. The paper also faintly lit up, seemingly absorbing that Tao rhythm. This calligraphy, consider it my good wishes sent to you. As the mentor teaching you, I only hope that you—
The anomaly appeared, and the two kids exclaimed in astonishment, Look quickly, it's an anomaly! Behind the main character, an ink-black dragon coiled and soared upwards, having only 3 claws. Perhaps it was a flood dragon. He drew a beautiful brushstroke, standing amidst the anomaly as if flying in the air, with a brilliantly shining immortal aura radiating from his back, everyone as strong as a dragon. The brushstroke swept back and forth, knocking both kids down, seeming to leave behind an obscure poem on its path. Finishing the drawing, the Tao rhythm merged into the painting. The main character turned around to see the two kids lying flat on the ground, trembling and trying to stand up. Oh, don't be afraid. These things are just a superficial anomaly. After an unknown amount of time, the two little ones stood up, took the painting, and were seen off to the door. Mr. Ye, goodbye. Go on. When you return to Taisuen Holy Land, you must practice your cultivation properly. Yes. The kids had left, and he went into the house in a happy mood, humming a pleasant tune as he walked. It had to be said, after chatting with Zhao Qianyi, it seemed my mood had also changed a bit. It turned out I wasn't too useless, but rather I was too much of a genius. The main character picked up a Hunyan stone, his eyes holding anticipation for the future. As long as he got past this long and tedious rejection phase, let alone the Golden Core realm, advancing to an even higher cultivation realm wouldn't be impossible.
He was so smug, leaning back and laughing heartily and loudly, his future extremely bright. At the Shimen ancient clan, the vast ancestral mansion, where egrets could fly with outstretched wings, was enveloped by a formation light barrier. The clan leader of the Shimen ancient clan led a group of higher-ups, all kneeling on one knee on the floor, saying in unison, "The Shimen clan welcomes the old ancestors' return." Shimen, who should now be called Shimen Laihu, walked through the spacious main hall straight to the main seat in the distance, a distance that would make an ordinary person's legs tired just by walking. Passing by the current clan leader of Shimen, Shimen Kai-chi, he spoke. "You sent a message to this old man earlier. What is the matter?"
Uncle Kai-Chi respectfully cupped his hands and replied to his words. Reporting to the old ancestor, Chen Jilu of Guchen Nation seeks an audience with you. Lai Hu's face darkened, and he threw out 2 cold words. Not meeting. Uncle Kai-Chi did not give up, recounting a piece of karma between the 2 parties. Old ancestor, the high-grade green pill that you refined 100 years ago, one of its most precious ingredients, the Phoenix Spirit Ash, was personally offered by Chen Jilu. The uncle fell into a difficult position, clearly embarrassed because of his past foolish mistake. At that time, this junior also promised Chen Jilu to help them once. Currently, Guchen Nation is being jointly crusaded against by Great Yan and Great Saw, suffering consecutive defeats. Having no intention to punish him, Lai Hu quietly listened to his junior continue. Chen Jilu is the high ancestor of Guchen Nation. Naturally, he doesn't want to see Guchen's territory destroyed, so he came to seek help from this junior. Uncle Kai-Chi suddenly lowered his head, admitting his guilt. The 4 great hidden ancient clans teach that unless Jiangsu is in a state of deep suffering, we must not interfere in any mortal affairs. This junior is guilty. Lai Hu did not pursue the matter further, his words calm. Forget it. The Shimen clan always keeps its promises. The commitments made must definitely be fulfilled. He ordered, summon Chen Jilu in here. Kai-Chi also felt relieved. Understood.
Immortal clouds lingered as the uncle led another person dressed in red and black attire into the spacious main hall of the Shimen clan. That person first cupped his hands toward the main seat, his words either arrogant nor fearful. Junior Chen Qi-lu pays respects to Senior Shimen, the high ancestor of Guchen Nation, Chen Qi-lu. Up there, Shimen Leihu did not speak much. An eerie, purple aura appeared around his body. Chen Qi-lu, this old man does not want to say much to you. Our ancient clan has an ancestral tradition. If Zhongzhou is not in peril, we are not to arbitrarily interfere in the grand affairs of the world. His face was gloomy, his tone icy cold. But why do you force others like this? Chen Qi-lu was not intimidated. He extended a hand and replied naturally. The ancestral teachings of the Shimen ancient clan, this junior has long heard of. Therefore, today's request will naturally come with worthy compensation, so it cannot be considered forcing too much. A pitch-black scroll appeared in Chen Qi-lu's hand, surrounded by a dark red aura. There was also a red-black smoke swirling around it. What this junior wants to offer is a Dao technique from the Wuye Great Emperor. Hearing those 4 words, Leihu abruptly stood up, unable to hold back his loud voice. Wuye Great Emperor, the master of Wuye Mountain in the upper realm. Chen Qi-lu smiled very smugly. That's right. Back then, the Wuye Great Emperor personally wrote a decree for Guchen Nation. The decree opened up, hovering a short distance above his hand. Please take a look, Senior Shimen. Very quickly, the phantom of a terrifying man appeared behind Chen Qi-lu, like a villainous demon god, as if the Wuye Great Emperor had descended in person to specially bestow the decree. Shimen Leifu was terrified, frightened by that phantom, and his oppressive aura was no longer there. It truly is the aura of the upper realm. Chen Qi-lu retracted the decree scroll, and the phantom image of the Wuye Great Emperor also disappeared. Shimen Leihu's cultivation is only 1 step away from passing the destruction heavenly tribulation, able to ascend to the upper realm. His face now looked extremely wicked, every action seemingly tempting. At this time, you only need to take this decree directly to Wuye Mountain, and it will be an alliance of the strong.
Chen Qi-lu's pie in the sky was getting bigger and more fragrant by the day. Perhaps the entire Shimen ancient clan could take this opportunity to attain enlightenment and ascend. Shimen Leihu returned to a calm expression. As an old monster who had lived for a long time, he could not show too much emotion. Why does your nation have the Dharma decree of Great Emperor Wuye? Chen Qi-lu clasped his hands and explained. The imperial family of Guchen Nation are the descendants of Great Emperor Wuye. In our nation, from top to bottom, everyone worships the Great Emperor as a true god. He recounted the time when the roll of Dharma decree appeared before the divine statue of Wuye. 100 years ago, when the Great Emperor manifested and bestowed this supreme treasure Dharma decree, he personally instructed, unless facing the danger of national destruction, it is not permitted to be opened. Upon receiving the supreme treasure, he bowed before the Great Emperor's statue, his head touching the ground. Chen Qi-lu knelt in that prostrate position, offering the scroll of the Dharma decree to Shimen Leihu. Currently, Guchen Nation is facing the peril of annihilation, so I brought the Dharma decree to ask for help, hoping that Senior can assist us. Leihu remained silent without saying a word, looking at him kneeling while weighing the pros and cons. Finally, the Dharma decree scroll flew towards him. Leihu reached out and grabbed it, his eyes fixed on it intently. Achieving his desired result, Chen Qi-lu was overjoyed. Many thanks, Senior. Senior is highly righteous. He lowered his head again, hiding a small smile behind the face concealed by his posture. Everything was going smoothly when suddenly the old ancestor cleared his throat slightly and called out, Chen Qi-lu. At this moment, a gloomy aura emanated around the old man. Holding the magical treasure Chen Qi-lu had just handed over, he said, "This old man has accepted your holy decree and agrees to intervene in the grand trend of the world." He emphasized as a reminder, "But this old man must warn you first. This old man in the Shimen ancient clan will not raise our hands against our own clan members." The old ancestor's eyes stared firmly ahead at Chen Qi-lu. "We will only negotiate with the rulers of Great Yan and Great Ya."
Furthermore, the ceasefire period is only 100 years. The more the old man spoke, the more he showed caution in his plans and countermeasures. Chen Qilu was a bit surprised. He didn't really like this condition and subconsciously yelled out, "Hey!" Before he could say another word, the old ancestor continued. After 100 years, if the two nations deploy their troops once again, the Seaman Ancient clan will absolutely not participate either. Old Chen was a bit disgusted, thinking to himself, worthy of being an immortal geezer who has lived for tens of thousands of years, truly cunning. But he still had to give face and bowed down to salute and thank him. This junior accepts on behalf of the Guchen nation. Sorry to trouble you, senior seamen. With everything settled, Chen Qilu and his subordinates left the main hall. The servant following behind him was a bit confused about his upcoming plans and asked, "Old ancestor, Seaman Lehu only agreed to let our nations have peace for 100 years. What should we do after 100 years? It seemed he already had some sort of plan, so he answered very smugly, "It doesn't matter. Elder Seamen has received the imperial decree, which means he has taken on the karma of the Guchen nation." He added, "And that great Emperor Wu Ye is basically not the ancestor of the Guchen nation, but an evil god from the upper realm. Back then I didn't know there was deceit and thought the upper realm was bestowing blessings." As he spoke, old Chen reminisced about the past. Who knew that the evil god wanted to use my hands to carry out a massacre? At that time, after being used, Chen Qilu suffered a backlash from the murderous intent and was tragically injured. He wholeheartedly believed in and followed the evil god to carry out a massacre, sacrificing 1,000 virgin boys and girls. So many living beings were harmed in the bloody flames, crying out in sorrow, "I don't want to. Save me. It hurts."
Thinking about it made him even angrier. Chen Jilu's face bulged with veins, and his teeth were tightly clenched. Otherwise, the curse and the Dharma decree would immediately cause a backlash to Guchen nation. However, he still hesitated a bit when talking about this matter, because the curse in the Dharma decree could only be suppressed, which was obtained by exchanging the karma of those virgin boys and girls. Once Seaman Lehu accepted the Dharma decree, the karma would transfer to him and the Seaman clan. As he spoke, Chen Jilu looked toward the main hall emitting that death spirit chi. He became even more smug. At that time, when karmic retribution descends, many things will no longer be up to him to decide, and he will have to let us use him. After saying that, Chen Jilu turned and left, leisurely thinking in his heart, "Seaman Lehu, if it weren't for your greed, attempting to preserve the Seaman clan and secure everlasting peace with one effort, you wouldn't have fallen into my trap. Apologies." At the same time, in the main hall, Seaman Lehu was comprehending the Dharma decree given by Elder Chen. He slowly absorbed the sources of magical power radiating from the Dharma decree into himself. But before long, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The old ancestor exerted his strength to shatter the barrier with pure exhilaration. Ha! He slowly landed on the ground, carefully supporting the magical treasure with his hands, smiling in delight. Good, good. It truly is an otherworldly holy relic. Seaman Lehu was indeed a little surprised. He didn't expect a secular ancient nation to have a supreme figure with heaven-reaching magical power passed down a Dharma decree. Very well. For this Dharma decree, this old man will personally make a trip to the mortal realm. Just by briefly feeling the immense power from the item Chen Jilu gave, he was determined to fulfill this pact, unaware that an unexpected danger was hidden behind it. Arriving in the mortal realm, Seaman Lehu observed his surroundings and muttered, "Purple chi lingering, golden light shining." Under his current magical power, all kinds of forces were clearly revealed. The old man stroked his beard, staring down at the small kingdom, and sighed. He didn't expect a small secular imperial capital to be covered by such auspicious phenomena. Then he intended to slowly descend to take a look around, but was stopped by a barrier. Even though it's just a small empire, the defensive line is highly elevated to prevent unauthorized intrusion. Seaman Lehu's face sank slightly. He frowned. With this old man's wind-riding art, is there actually no way to enter? Then he gathered energy at his fingertips to probe it. Go. The magical artifact he just released hit the barrier, was absorbed, and disappeared. This time, Seaman Lehu firmly made his judgment. There was indeed a barrier. The old man's eyebrows knitted together, somewhat guarded. It was very similar to the auspicious phenomenon covering the imperial capital, but the barrier's power carried a distinct, majestic, holy aura. He thought about trying to rush in quickly to slip past the barrier, but the result was still a failure. This time, Seaman Lehu was truly helpless. The old man frowned in suspicion. Could it be that this barrier was set up by the guardian deity of Great Yan, specifically to resist high-level foreign cultivators? Finally, having exhausted all methods to enter directly from the sky, he had to land himself and use the most complicated method. Ah, how troublesome. It seems that to enter the city, I have to seal my own cultivation and walk in taking the form of a mortal. Sure enough, it worked. Seaman Lehu could comfortably enter this empire. He complained, truly a cowardly emperor who fears trouble. Once inside, he restored his power, flew into the air, and surveyed the entire landscape to find the place emitting the strongest providence. This was indeed the place with the most flourishing providence in the entire imperial capital. Auspicious stars appear, auspicious clouds spread, yellow dragon descends, sweet dew falls. These were all extremely rare auspicious anomalies. As he watched, the old man listed a series of special anomalies. Seaman Lehu finished looking and judged to himself.
Currently, it seems that even if this old man requests Great Yan Nation and Guche Nation to cease hostilities for 100 years, it cannot stop Great Yan Nation's footsteps. They will surely unify Zhangzhou 100 years later, and might even become the greatest dynasty in history. Afterward, the old man landed and moved to a temple. Its name was Chongqing Temple, making this ancestor master a bit curious. He stood puffing out his chest, looking proudly at the name plaque. The Chongqing Temple signboard seemingly vibrated, emitting an overwhelming aura that suppressed Shimen Lehu. He suddenly held his head and screamed, "Ah, why does my head suddenly hurt?" Then the old man decided to go inside to find the cause. He stopped in front of a golden statue and muttered, "After the Mahayana realm, the diseases and disasters of mortals should no longer be able to approach this old man." He directed his gaze toward the armpit of the statue. It was radiating a vast amount of spiritual energy. Could this be the cause? All the Tao rhythm aura emanated from this place.
Shimen Lehu felt a bit embarrassed, raising his hand to cover his eyes, observing the rule of see no evil. However, he still had a doubt. This divine statue could actually single-handedly bless the national destiny of an entire secular nation. He was slightly suspicious, thinking it was impossible. Aside from Mr. Ye, this old man had never seen anyone who could use merit to cover the world. He pondered as he walked, thinking again that perhaps it was not due to the miraculous nature of the temple, but rather some rare magical formation arranged around this mountain that could create such an astonishing anomaly. Suddenly, a person appeared and called out, "Old gentleman, please wait a moment." Radiating a brilliant aura, he smiled and welcomed Shimen Lehu. "Old gentleman, you must be a foreigner visiting Chongqing Temple for the first time, right?" He was a bit surprised, because the person in front of him was a cultivator who used literature to enter the Tao. This kind of person was extremely rare, and indeed very hard to encounter.
Shimen Lehu sharply turned around and replied, "That's right, how did you know?" The young man smiled brightly and explained, "Because as long as one is a citizen of Great Yan, upon seeing Sage Chongqing, they will definitely kneel and bow." The old ancestor stared at the statue in astonishment. "Sage Chongqing? Is that the name of this statue?" The young man continued, "Exactly. Chongqing Temple was built to commemorate Sage Chongqing, who once traveled across the mortal realm. He not only bestowed blessings upon the people of Great Yan, but also granted us scholars a heavenly providence." At this point, the young man finally introduced himself. "I am the Crown Prince's junior tutor of the Eastern Palace, and it was precisely thanks to Sage Chongqing's guidance that I entered the Tao." Shimen Lehu stroked his beard and sighed. Indeed, entering the Tao through literature has always been the most difficult thing since ancient times. It seems this Sage Chongqing truly has some ability. Not stopping there, the Crown Prince's junior tutor continued with immense admiration. Ever since he helped the court officials of the Great Yan Nation enter the Tao simultaneously, Sage Chongqing has become the absolute faith of us all. Hearing this, the old ancestor froze and blurted out, "Enter the Tao simultaneously?" He felt helpless looking at the young man who was lost in his daydreaming thoughts about this sage, Sage Chongqing, the sage among sages. Unable to stand it anymore, Shimen Lehu turned around and walked away. "Ha! Absurd!" His words woke the junior tutor from his reverie, making him jump and call out, "Hey, old man!" The elderly man didn't want to waste time arguing. The old ancestor coldly snorted and conveyed his thoughts to the other party. This old man has lived for 10,000 years. Helping one person enter the Tao is already an unprecedented event, let alone a whole group of people at the same time. This is truly absurd. He turned red with anger, his head seemingly on fire as he yelled, "Is helping people enter the Tao and selling cabbages at the market? Buy 5, get 3 free? White smoke puffed from the old ancestor's head as he angrily criticized. A Sage Chongqing of unknown origin, just casually saying a few far-fetched words, has already deceived these people.
He casually disparaged, "This old man sees nothing worthy of praise in the Great Yan Nation." Just as he finished speaking, he heard the voice of the Eastern Palace's junior tutor chasing after him, calling out, "Old gentleman, wait a moment." He tightly gripped Shimen Lehu's shoulder to stop him from leaving and said, "I see some anomalies around you. Your face is gloomy. I'm afraid you are entangled by bad luck." The old ancestor's anger reached its peak. He turned around, his eyes shining brightly, and gathered his chi energy to threaten. "Brat, 1,000 years ago, this old man already entered the Mahayana realm. For you to say that I am entangled by karma is truly ridiculous to this old man." While he was acting incredibly majestic, the gathered chi in his hand suddenly fizzled out and disappeared. He looked down in extreme worry and asked, "What is this thing?" The junior tutor immediately reassured him. "No need to worry, old gentleman," he slowly advised. "You just need to go in front of the Chongqing Temple and bow your head in worship. Naturally, these misfortunes will vanish like smoke and clouds." The old man still didn't believe it and angrily turned his head to leave. Truly absurd. Not long after, Shimen Lehu arrived outside the small town. The surroundings were deserted without a single shadow. He pondered as he walked.
It seems this sage Chongqing worshipped in the Chongqing temple, if nothing unexpected, is merely a cultivator with a not-so-high cultivation realm. He is just relatively adept at using illusionary magical formations. Recalling the powerful providence from the statue, he suddenly became certain of his thoughts, that harmonious providence was 80% likely created by a formation. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He clenched his fists and boldly declared, "With this old man's chi energy and divine soul, unclean things fundamentally have no way to get close to my body." He tried his best to deny it, insisting it was definitely an illusion they created to make it seem like this old man was tainted by karma.
As he walked, he calculated in his mind, to think that the emperor of this great Yan ancient nation blatantly worships this person. Could it be that he has also been blinded by his deceptive tricks? This old man will go and ask clearly. In the main hall of the great Yan nation, 2 elders were discussing strategies. Our great Yan army joining forces with Great Sha can be said to be like splitting bamboo, unstoppable. Yesterday, the army camped 5 miles outside the Muye plain of Guchen Nation, just waiting for the old ancestor. Before they finished speaking, the large hall doors were suddenly smashed open. The 2 elders looked over in bewilderment to see what was happening. Someone had barged in. A booming voice rang out from the doorway. "This old man is Simen Laihu. I have come here today to discuss a matter." Just making eye contact and before doing anything, he was already burning with murderous intent, his eyes glaring menacingly. "Invite the Emperor of Great Yan out here to meet me." Seeing a stranger, an order was immediately passed down. "Men, quickly stop him." The Emperor of Great Yan recognized the familiar aura at first glance. He thought to himself, this person bears the compound surname Simen. The cultivation aura around his body and the fluctuations of his magical power are extremely subtle. He looked around and assessed the situation regarding Simen Laihu, who would knock down the royal guards without even needing to lift a finger. Realizing something was wrong, the Emperor stepped forward to hold back his son. Then he went up to pay his respects. Junior Yantian Shan greets Senior Simen. Hearing this, the son behind him finally realized and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to apologize. This junior has a poor memory. Senior is indeed a member of the Simen clan, one of the guarding 4 great ancient clans. Elder Yan's son did not even wait to hear if the old ancestor accepted the apology, before immediately turning with a smiling face to invite the guest. "Senior Simen, please come sit in the main hall." Fortunately, the old ancestor was easygoing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he casually walked in. "No need to be tense. Old Hu came today because someone entrusted me. I have a matter to discuss with you all." The 3 of them entered the main hall to discuss matters. Yantian Shan offered water and then probed. "Senior Simen, I wonder who entrusted you and what the matter is." The old ancestor took a sip of tea and bluntly replied, "It is Chen Qilu, the old ancestor of Guchen Nation." Then he left his sentence half-finished, making the other 2 jump in shock. "As for this matter, surely you can also guess it."
Simen Laihu frowned sternly as he spoke about the purpose of his trip this time. "Coming here this time, I want to ask you to give face to this old man, as well as give face to the Simen clan." He slammed his teacup down and said, "Take a term of 100 years and cease the war with Guchen Nation." The faces of the other 2 darkened in disagreement, but they did not dare to speak out yet. The Emperor secretly transmitted his voice to the old ancestor. "Old ancestor, we cannot agree to this. Within half a year, we have almost captured over a dozen cities of Guchen Nation. The people's enthusiasm to enlist has also risen to an unprecedented high. Rashly withdrawing our troops will definitely cool the hearts of the military and the people, shaking the foundation of Great Yan." Yantian Shan looked up and replied telepathically. How could this old man not know? The hearts of the military and the people are only secondary. The most important thing is what Senior Ye once declared. The duty of unifying Zhou should be completed by Great Yan. This is Senior Ye's will, and the Great Yan imperial family will absolutely not disobey it. Thinking of this, Yantian Shan immediately turned to answer Simen Laihu. "Please forgive this junior, but I cannot comply with this matter." Old Simen looked sullen. This old man knows that for worldly people like you, the grand enterprise of unifying the world is close at hand, and it is truly very difficult to let it go. Then he made a proposal. "But this old man can promise you, as long as you agree to stop the war, the Simen ancient clan will definitely give you a generous reward that will satisfy you."
The Emperor of Great Yan still answered very resolutely. "Senior Simen, it seems you are very clear that unifying the Zhangzhou world is something that must be done." He told the old ancestor that agreeing to a truce and shaking the foundation and the hearts of the people of Great Yan was only secondary. The crux of the matter is that this would be an act going against the will of a peerless expert. Yantian Shan explained the main reason he wanted to refuse. This peerless expert has profound grace toward Great Yan. This junior and the Great Yan nation must inevitably follow him, and are even willing to act as chess pieces for him to grasp power over the world. The Emperor of Great Yan bowed in apology while also showing firmness in his resolve. Simen Laihu was quite puzzled. The old ancestor of the Yan nation would defy the Simen ancient clan for a peerless expert. He thought this person was not ordinary either, so he tactfully asked Yantian Shan, "The peerless expert your excellency mentioned, could it be the sculpted statue enshrined in the Chongqing temple?" He immediately received the reply, "That is correct, it is exactly Sage Chongqing."
Shimen Leihu's expression darkened, making it hard to speak. It's him again. Be specific. What kind of abilities does this person actually have? He didn't know he had unintentionally looked down on Great Yan's benefactor, which angered Yan Tianshan. The emperor immediately shouted in defense of the sage. Senior Ye has a grace akin to recreation for us. Abilities? Helping people enter the Tao is but a small matter. What is more important is guiding a bright path for our Great Yan. Hearing this, old seaman suddenly stood up and asked nervously, "What did you just say? The person enshrined in the Chongqing temple is also called Senior Ye?" This reaction from him somewhat surprised the emperor of Great Yan. Shimen Leihu tried to stay calm, rubbing his hands together and hesitantly saying, "May I ask,
where exactly does the Senior Ye you mentioned come from?" He was so anxious to hear the answer that his face leaned close to the other party, intensely watching every movement of their lips. He nervously pondered that if this person was truly Senior Ye, then it made perfect sense why the Great Yan imperial family was so devout. However, this made him even more uneasy when thinking about this negotiation with Chen Qilu. If Great Yan's unification of Zhongzhou was guided by Senior Ye behind the scenes, then even if this old man had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare step forward to stop it on behalf of Guchen Nation. The master standing behind stepped forward to answer for Yan Tianshan. Where Senior Ye comes from, this junior does not know either, but currently he is still living in seclusion in a remote place named Shaoqi Town. All of Simen Leihu's hopes were dashed. He froze and blurted out, "It really is Senior Ye." A second later, the old man changed his attitude, leaned over, and asked the son, "So the sage Chongqing worshipped in the Chongqing temple is also Senior Ye?" The other party quickly replied, "That is correct. Chongqing is exactly the esteemed name of Mr. Ye." Hearing this, old seaman blamed himself for his poor judgment. It seemed that what this old man had heard and seen before was not an illusion created by a formation, but a genuine auspicious phenomenon. He was so shocked that he criticized himself. To think I actually mistook him, what a fake fan. Afterward, Simen Leihu changed his attitude and spoke mildly to Yan Tianshan. "That's true. In this current era, only a peerless expert like Senior Ye could manifest such a vast and rolling auspicious phenomenon." The emperor agreed wholeheartedly, nodding continuously. "Exactly, exactly." Elder Yan took the opportunity to recount Ye Chongqing's past achievements. Back then, it was also Senior Ye who guided us. Only then did the Great Yan Nation dare to have a 100-year plan to conquer the world and unify Zhongzhou. Ancestral Master Simen smiled brightly and praised with delight. "It seems you two are also wise rulers. Otherwise, Senior Ye wouldn't have chosen to help increase the national destiny for Great Yan, relying on you to push and expand the trend in the secular Zhongzhou."
Being praised, those two were quite embarrassed, their faces turning completely red as they scratched their heads and ears modestly. "Not at all, not at all. We wouldn't dare accept, we wouldn't dare accept." Shimen Lian sighed. It seems this old man was reckless this time. Since it is a person personally chosen by Senior Ye, as a junior, how could this old man dare to obstruct or oppose? Hearing Shimen's words, Yan Tianshan asked somewhat nervously, "Could it be that you have already met Senior Ye?" He replied without hesitation, "That's right. A few days ago this old man was fortunate enough to meet him." As old ancestor Shimen walked away, he said, "One such a figure comes into the world and lowers himself to enter the fray. This world and this era will definitely experience tremendous changes. If it is Senior Ye's directive, then this old man will no longer interfere. I am taking my leave." Watching his departing figure, the two elders of the Great Yan ancient nation stood behind and bowed respectfully. This junior respectfully sees Senior Shimen off. Leaving the main hall of the Great Yan court, Shimen Leihu conjured the Dharma decree given by Chen Qilu and muttered to himself, "Compared to the grand plan that Senior Ye is devoting all his efforts to for the mortal world, this Dharma decree from the upper realm is no longer significant." He strolled leisurely toward Chongqing Temple while pondering, if the people on the mountain are worshipping the golden statue of Senior Ye, then this old man must definitely go pay his respects. Upon arriving, old ancestor Shimen took small steps up the stairs. He slowly approached Ye Chongqing statue. His eyes lit up as he examined the statue, exclaiming, "Looking closely, this golden statue is exactly like him, even carrying a bit of Senior Ye's divine charm. It is truly rare." Then, as if recalling what he had just said to Yan Tianshan, he bowed before the statue and paid his respects. "This junior will comply with Senior Ye's declaration. Today I will return the Dharma decree to Guchen Nation and no longer interfere with the secular world in Changzhou." He brought out the magical treasure as a witness to his oath. Next he bowed respectfully and said, "I came specifically to report to Senior Ye." Hearing these words, the statue underwent a change, emitting a powerful light from the center of its forehead. The light shone directly onto the Dharma decree. From that moment, it slowly floated into the air toward the statue under Shimen Leihu's astonished gaze. He stood stunned for a beat and exclaimed, "To think it could shake a Dharma decree from the upper realm." Not only that, old ancestor Shimen was also lifted up, and the dark energy surrounding his body was stretched out. It was frantically absorbed by the statue's powerful magical power, causing Shimen to be helplessly squeezed in pain. But after that, his body felt reborn, with all the filth completely sucked away.
This time, the sage took action to save Simen's life. He sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Right at this moment, a voice from the Dharma decree rang out. "Who is it?" Demonic energy gathered endlessly as the voice shrieked even louder. "Who is it?" A blurry black shadow appeared, its voice criticizing, "You are quite bold." After a while, when the black shadow's body was finally complete, old ancestor Simen, who was watching, exclaimed in astonishment, "Great Emperor Wu Ye." This great emperor was extremely ferocious. Showing no respect to anyone, he grew massive and ruthlessly roared right within the sage's territory. Daring to sever the power of karma transmitted down by this emperor, you are throwing yourself into death's door. Following his command, its demonic power targeted old ancestor Simen, waiting to attack. Not waiting for the opponent to strike, Sage Ye Chongqing immediately radiated a powerful, brilliant providence to protect his newly emerged fan. The attack being unexpectedly blocked caught Wu Ye off guard, leaving him stunned. What? His body was actually sliced into many pieces by those halos of providence? In less than 2 minutes, the battle had to end because that supposedly famous great emperor Wu Ye from the upper realm had been defeated. The evil source of energy instantly dissipated. Old ancestor Simen gaped in awe. There was no need to bother Senior Ye to appear. Just relying on this carved statue, it suppressed and killed great emperor Wu Ye's clone in the blink of an eye. That guy remained unyielding. He tried to use his remaining fading strength to heal himself and then raised his voice. This emperor has been in the upper realm for millions of years. Although I do not know who you are, just based on this true intent of Tao principles, this emperor already knows that the two of us will eventually meet in the upper realm. When that time comes, this emperor will disregard everything and fight you to the death. Before he could even finish speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed by, causing him to vanish. Simen Lehu looked on in speechlessness and slight shock. Did the lightning carry chaotic chi? He suddenly remembered something. To be able to cloak lightning in chaotic chi, it must definitely come from the upper realm, or perhaps an even higher realm. A clash that could provoke such a level of lightning. Just what kind of figure is Senior Ye? The more he thought about it, the more he pondered, analyzing the event where just a single bolted heavenly thunder with chaotic chi had caused great Emperor Wu Ye's clone to scatter into ashes and smoke.
He didn't even bother to take human form to speak with him. He excitedly speculated that perhaps in the eyes of Senior Ye, whether it was this old man, the Yan family father and son, or the Wu Ye great emperor, they were all just ants. The more old ancestor Seaman thought about it, the angrier he became. The bad karma entwining this old man was indeed completely bestowed by Chen Ji Lu's Torah decree. Fortunately, Senior Ye discovered it and severed it for this old man. It was hard to guarantee that Gu Chen Nation didn't have malicious intentions and did this on purpose. This old man must personally go and demand an explanation. In the Great Yan Hall, Yan Tianshan and his son heaved a sigh of relief. He was delighted when he used his spiritual sense to feel that Shiman Lehu had left. Excellent. Shiman Lehu has left the imperial capital and personally gone to Gu Chen Nation to assign blame. Looking at Senior Shiman's demeanor, even if that old geezer Chen Ji Lu doesn't die, he will be peeled of a layer of skin, Yan Tianshan said while laughing gleefully. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Once the vital energy of Gu Chen Nation's old ancestor was severely depleted, the morale of Gu Chen Nation's army would definitely collapse. If that happened, wouldn't the armies of Great Yan and Great Xia face no obstacles, advancing unstoppably like splitting bamboo? The scene shifted to the imperial capital of Gu Chen Nation, Hua Capital. Shiman Lehu had arrived. He charged straight to the front of the main hall to cause a scene, shouting loudly, "Chen Ji Lu!" Chen Ji Lu ran out in a panic and replied, "Senior Shiman." He asked fearfully, "What is the meaning of this?" Shiman Lehu didn't waste any words, quickly tossing out chains to tightly bind the other party. He controlled the chains and interrogated Chen Ji Lu. "What exactly is strange about that Dharma decree? Speak." Old Chen still tried to play dumb, answering, "It is merely a protective Dharma decree from the Wu Ye Great Emperor sent down to the Muro realm."
Simen immediately turned furious and threatened, "Good, things have come to this point and you still dare to push your luck? If you don't want to tell the truth, then there is no need to speak anymore." Chen Qilu still spoke boldly to him, "You cannot kill me. I am a descendant of the Wu Ye Great Emperor." Did he plan to use this trick to threaten old ancestor Simen in return? But it was hard to say. Simen Lehu glared at him and said, "Wu Ye Great Emperor, in front of Senior Ye, is nothing more than a third-rate false god. The backing behind him is 100 times stronger than Qilu's." Becoming even more furious because he was deceived and that someone dared to look down on his idol, old ancestor Siman gathered his energy and prepared to strike. Anyone who dares to obstruct Senior Ye's holy will to unify his own Ju dies. As he spoke, he launched a direct attack at the tightly bound Chen Qilu. For Senior Ye's holy will to unify the world, so what if this old man slaughters the entire Gu Chen imperial family? Chen Qilu was now completely and heavily injured, coughing up blood continuously. After a while, old ancestor Simen was seen turning around to leave. For him, the mission was complete. The Gu Chen nation would perish today. 5 years passed by in a hurry. On the northern desolation ice plains, the sound of music transmitted deep underground. The seal of the bronze coffin that had trapped Guru Pinsung for 9 lifetimes was about to break. In Nanlang, while the demon race was getting restless, amidst the urging voices of the crowd, Spirit Fox Demon Venerable come quickly to discuss the grand plan of the demon race. The Spirit Fox Demon Venerable 2C instead closed her doors and refused visitors, declining to participate in the war.
She was not very pleased, feeling extremely frustrated as she returned into the city. Just as her foot stepped inside, the doors quickly closed right behind her.
In a flash, they entered. Within 5 years, the great Yan nation, under the name of Sage Chongqing receiving the Heaven's Mandate, swept across endlessly and unified Zhangzhou. In the Mount Taishuan mountain range, Nangong Xuanji and C2 Zhenping successfully advanced to the Mahayana realm, just one step away from ascension. Several holy lords also sequentially broke through their cultivation bottlenecks that had been held back for a long time. Only Dallas Changxuan seemed to be increasingly declining. 2 of his junior brothers were both at the body integration realm. This time they came to visit just to ask, "Brother Hey, why is the spiritual energy of your Taishuan Holy Land becoming less and less?" Dallas Changxuan was still at the void training realm. His cultivation had not increased at all, but he happily replied, "It's all left for Mr. Ye to use first." He sighed, "The seal of the northern frontier has become extremely weak. It seems the emergence of the female devil emperor is inevitable. Ancestral Master Ye has been in secluded cultivation all these years. I wonder how his progress is." In Shaoqi town, under the massive willow tree, Ye Chongqing still sat quietly in cultivation. He opened his eyes after a long period of secluded cultivation. His strength had increased quite a bit, but looking at the origin stone, he said with mixed feelings, "The speed of refining the Hunyuan stone is getting faster and faster, but why isn't my own progress rate as fast?" In his anger, he crushed the origin stone in an instant.
Chongqing looked at himself and sighed. Since forming his core 2 years ago, he could finally circulate spiritual energy in his body freely. But he was just an ordinary golden core cultivator, he complained to himself with tears streaming down his face. Feeling bored, he leaned against the willow tree and pondered. Refining 10,000 pieces of Hunyan stone only got him to this level. How could he endure the soul formation and nascent soul stages later on? Suddenly, a willow branch poked him and called out, "Master!" Chongqing stood up excitedly, looked and said happily, "Willow tree, you're finally awake." He recalled the past. 3 years ago, when he suddenly heard it speak, "Thank you, Master," he had panicked and been completely bewildered. "I even thought my cultivation produced an illusion." The willow tree swayed and said to him, "I must thank the fragment of Tao principles that Master bestowed upon me. My cultivation has recovered by more than half. Now I can take human form." As the willow tree spoke, it radiated a mesmerizing magical green light, attracting Ye Chongqing's gaze. From that intense light, the silhouette of a little fairy appeared. The young girl's eyes slowly opened. After a few minutes of waiting, the willow tree had completely taken human form. The little fairy flew toward Ye Chongqing to bow. "Little willow pays respects to Master." Chongqing's face went blank, and in an instant he broke out in a cold sweat, swearing, "Damn it, it's actually a loli." The willow tree landed, somewhat curious about the word loli. The ancient divine willow tree in human form approached her master and asked, "Is this my new name?" Ye Chongqing awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. "No, this is a compliment for you." He carefully observed the little fairy and asked with some doubt, "But I clearly remember your voice was very deep 3 years ago." The girl brushed it off and replied, "Ahem, I was still young then. I was still in the voice-changing period." He excitedly clapped her hands as if discovering something new. "So that's how it is." In the northern desolation ice plains, a fissure cracked open on the ice surface, and blackish-red demonic energy billowed out from below. Acting like an accelerant, it soon caused an explosion underneath resembling a nuclear bomb, like a powerful flame blazing straight into the blue sky. Taking that fiery red pillar of light as the center, a powerful wave of chi spread in all directions amidst the white falling snow, shaking and even shattering the endless ice mountains. The ice surface around the gap couldn't withstand it, and gradually cracked wider, looking horizontally as if a series of red lightning bolts were striking the ground.
From the bottom of the abyssal depths, a voice echoed like the resentful wail of a ghost. The humiliation of that year, how could I dare to forget? At the dark bottom of the abyss, there was a woman with long, flowing purple hair, a red devil horn growing on her forehead, and demonic energy swirling around her body. She looked up at the sky above the edge of the abyss, her voice echoing again like a ghost's wail. Sins born from karma, heavenly punishment descends upon the body. Guru Qingfeng soared up to the ground, floating in front of the devil race, her black robes trimmed with gold fluttering in the snowy wind. She stood amidst a pillar of light connecting to a vortex in the sky, like a high immortal descending to the mortal realm, only waiting for her race. Power erupted. The red wave of chi swept in all 4 directions, and the seal was 100% resolved. Snow blew fiercely, and a bewitching sentence echoed in the freezing sky. "Today I emerge once more." Guru Qingfeng stood firmly in the air, her purple hair flying, her black eyes with golden pupils bearing a freezing expression, and behind her was a dense flow of red and black demonic energy. The old man of the devil race trembled with joy, having suffered and waited for so many years, his emotions finally bursting forth. The emperor has finally broken the seal. Countless tribesmen all looked in this direction, where a brilliant ray of light shone straight up, connecting with the sky amidst the old man's far-reaching voice.
Our devil race has been trapped in this bitterly cold place for many years, and finally we have the opportunity to return to Zhangzhou. Looking down at the clan elders, Guru Qingfeng spoke. You all. Waving her hand, she signaled them to retreat. How could they dare to disobey orders? So they cupped their hands together and obediently complied. Understood. Guru Qingfeng looked at her tightly clenched fist, from which strands of red-tinged white demonic energy rose. Her originally calm eyes now held a trace of resentment. 9 lifetimes ago, the 7 ancestors of the Taoist sect each left behind a strand of essence soul, forming a seal to imprison this seat in this place. In the palm of that hand, a white orb appeared in the center, its outer edge covered in a blue hue. This seat has waited for this day, for a very long time. That orb seemed to split into multiple identical copies of itself, flying erratically within a transparent bubble. Those orbs were precisely the essence souls of the experts. They flew into a vortex, from which a calling voice echoed, Emperor Guru Qingfeng. One essence soul among them manifested into a human shape, taking the form of an old man in a spectral state, his entire body emitting a mystical blue light. Tempered through 9 lifetimes, you have become even stronger. The other essence souls also manifested into human shapes, looking towards Guru Qingfeng as if they were screaming. That old man spoke again. I only hope you consider the Taoists of the previous 9 lifetimes and show mercy to the human race. Guru Qingfeng gritted her teeth. If the matter were simple, she would not have shown this reaction of hatred occupying her mind. Guru Qingfeng shouted loudly, interrupting those words that inverted black and white. Ridiculous! She forcefully waved her hand, completely denying those arguments. Back then, if it wasn't for the 7 ancestors forcing his hand, how could he have been heavily injured by you all?
In the moment of danger, he chose to use his life to open the bronze coffin to protect me. As every word rang out, her memories were also pulled back to that time when she was about to be sealed. Despairing, she reached out toward the man who was kneeling on one knee due to heavy injuries, while she could only scream hoarsely, "No!" Then, right before Guru Qingfeng's eyes, that man was pierced through the heart by his fellow human race, his aura gradually fading away. Remembering this, her voice was now filled with murderous intent. You did not hesitate at any cost, relentlessly hunting me down first, and then using a 9-lifetime curse to seal this seat. Deep beneath the ice, the coffin, hooked by chains, exuded demonic energy and lay quietly there for a very, very long time. That was the image of when she was still sealed, her anger reaching its peak. You still have the face to beg this seat? Guru Qingfeng raised a hand, not wanting to speak more with this bunch. A stream of spiritual energy shot out, like a sharp wind appearing to slash apart the bubbles where those essence souls resided. Losing their homes, they could only scream and fly around chaotically. Guru Qingfeng stared fixedly at them and directly declared the consequences. I do not mind telling you, this seat will definitely lead my clansmen to wash the Central Plains in blood. She looked away, her demeanor no longer carrying much patience. And all of this karma will be borne by your Taoist sect. An essence soul suddenly uttered a fatal sentence. Then, where is the person who played the Hua Fan melody? A sentence hitting the crucial point, a sentence accompanied by a hard crowd control effect. 9 lifetimes have passed. If he still sacrificed himself for the Taoist sect, do you still want to wash the Central Plains in blood? Stabbed right in the gap of her heart, Guru Qingfeng stood rooted to the spot. After 9 lifetimes, you still cannot forget that person. She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, extremely frustrated, but unable to say anything, because they were right, incredibly right. The final obsession having hope of being resolved, the essence souls no longer lingered in the world, gradually dissipating into the void. Guru Qingfeng, it seems the word love is still your weakness. As such, we can also be at peace facing eternal destruction. When they completely dissipated, Guru Qingfeng flew down to where her clansmen were waiting. A red and white aura swirled around her body as she flew, exactly like cherry blossom petals fluttering with every movement of the beauty. That man, because he did not want to see the human and devil races fight a decisive battle, even in death, wanted to protect a glimmer of survival for the devil race.
Seeing the Emperor descend, the clan elders knelt down respectfully together. Greetings, Lord Emperor. Your subjects respectfully welcome the Emperor's return. Facing the welcoming words, Guru Qingfeng was still lost in her thoughts, her furrowed brows relaxing somewhat. Remembering the zither melody that person played, even though several lifetimes had passed, only he could play this Huafan melody. But what if he is truly in the Taoist sect? Stepping on the void, scarlet demonic energy suddenly appeared like clear water, like a quiet water surface rippling from a light touch. Guru Qingfeng landed, and the demonic energy dissipated behind her back. She waved her hand and instructed, "When this seat broke through the ceiling formation, I suffered a backlash. I will probably need a few days to recuperate. The matter of attacking Zhomazo requires a long-term plan." Shifting the gaze to the 10,000 Great Mountains, Wulong Valley, within the mountain gate, white clouds curled up, mountains and rivers overlapped with clouds, and falling flowers highlighted a flock of wild birds in the distance. In the demon race's meeting room, in the middle of the spacious room was a rectangular table with a total of 8 seats. The Black Tiger Demon Venerable sat in the main seat and spoke. Today, I invited the leaders of the various clans here because I have good news to tell everyone. He raised a hand, his state of mind reflecting on his appearance. For some reason, the smile on the Black Tiger Demon Venerable's face was very sinister. Today, there was unusual movement in the Northern Desolation region. If there are no surprises, the Emperor of the Devil Sect, who was sealed for 9 lifetimes, has probably emerged. Hearing the news, 2C was so surprised that she lost her color, her beautiful face darkening. What? All the Demon Venerables in the meeting room were equally shocked. Really? But this powerful wave did not affect Tu Long at all. He still sat with his arms crossed very calmly. Then, a Demon Venerable with a human head and bull horns spoke up happily. I speculated that the Emperor would surely emerge within 10 years, but now only 5 years have passed. The beautiful life for our demon race is coming. Hearing these agreeable words, a wicked dark red and black aura flared up behind the Black Tiger. His sinister smile seemed to stretch to his ears. That's right. Once the Devil Sect attacks Zhongzhou en masse, our demon race can take the opportunity to invade. Striking from the border of the southern region, the land of Zhongzhou will be nothing more than an object in our pockets. When that time comes, he could freely slaughter all living beings, bathe in the blood of the human race, washing an entire state in blood, and kill to satisfy his vicious nature.
Returning to the present, Black Tiger raised a hand and continued to speak. Everyone might not know this yet, but Zhongzhou still holds countless inheritances left behind by the seniors of our demon race. These inheritances will help you step into higher cultivation realms. The pie in the sky was too tempting. A demon venerable with a two-toned blue and yellow head like HKT couldn't contain his excitement and slammed the table, standing up. What? Seeing that it was effective, he baked this pie even more fragrantly. It will even have great benefits for ascension. This time, a devil venerable with an ox-horned human head stepped forward. As long as you give the order, we will definitely brave boiling water and roaring fire without refusal. Returning to Zhongzhou, we are bound to do it. With the instigation of war sailing smoothly, Black Tiger laughed heartily in satisfaction. Then nothing could be better. 2C's face was gloomy, her eyes glancing slightly toward Q Long, who had just been sitting there hugging his chest the whole time. With a matter that had 100 benefits and no harm, how could Lord Gu Long, as the #1 strategist of the demon race, remain silent and say nothing? Returning to her normal expression, she swam along her stream of thoughts. Could it be that Lord Gu Long also shares my thoughts? Senior Ye has been hidden from the world for many years and doesn't clearly grasp the situation in Zhongzhou. If the demon race acts rashly now, it would be no different from sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. Thinking this, 2C immediately stood up to speak. Such a beautiful pink silhouette easily attracted the eyes of outsiders. Everyone, our Spirit Fox clan has a sparse population, so we will not participate in the war. We will remain in Nanling Qingxi for generations, and we will also not join the Zhongzhou continent. Just as everyone had agreed to advance the army, someone chickened out. Her speech caused a wave of opposing opinions. Demon Venerable 2C, what is the meaning of this? Today we finally have the chance to return to Zhongzhou, yet you are giving it up on behalf of the entire Spirit Fox clan. Have you completely forgotten the grudge from when the demon race was driven away back then?
Black Tiger did not react so strongly. After all, it was inconvenient for a leader to easily show they were swayed by emotions while leading a team. He intervened with the smug look of a petty man. Everyone, you have misunderstood Demon Venerable 2C's intentions. Black Tiger leaned back in his chair comfortably and provocatively mocked 2C with a light tone. Everyone knows that the Spirit Fox clan has always clung to life and feared death, relying on powerful clans since ancient times. At first, they even intended to arrange a marriage alliance with our Black Tiger clan. She was furious. She merely stated her intention not to participate in a foolish game, yet was poked right in a sore spot, which ignited 2C's blazing anger. Unable to control her expression, the features of an old woman suddenly appeared on her youthful face. "You!" Black Tiger pretended not to see it and rested his chin on his hand, recounting the story of how his clan's arranged fiancé clung to the main character. Who knew that Tu Shisan, inherently wandering by nature, would run away from the marriage, follow the Black Emperor to Zhongzhou, and even acknowledge a human cultivator with extraordinary divine abilities as her master? He looked at 2C, unintentionally or deliberately adding fuel to the fire, further tearing apart the fragile friendship in this team. It seems the Spirit Fox clan has decided to rely on this human expert, which is why they chose to avoid the war. 2C suppressed her anger. Her outfit from this angle made it hard to look away, with a thin layer of fabric inside, and her peaks covered only by red silk. Looking from below, it was truly hard to tear one's eyes away. She returned to a normal expression to speak. If Shisan is willing to associate with a human cultivator, then that is the weakness of the Spirit Fox clan. but your descendant Ming Yan had his cultivation severed by your own hands, just because he offended the subordinate of this human cultivator. If you don't mind tearing up our friendship, then this old lady will also make you lose your prestige." She revealed a vicious smile, her face becoming extremely gloomy. Her blood-red eyes glanced sideways toward Black Tiger. "This also proves that you are wary of the human race, willingly serving as their running dog."
Ming was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to reply and could only slam the table in anger, truly using a loud mouth to suppress reason. Seeing that the situation was at risk of breaking out into a great battle of demon venerables, Chu Long finally spoke up in this meeting. "Don't take it too far." He then looked at Tu Si, who was standing there cursing, and asked, "Demon Venerable Tu Si, what exactly is the reason your Spirit Fox clan is avoiding the war?" She thought deeply, resting her chin on her hand, and voiced the deduction in her mind. "I suspect that the Master Shisan has acknowledged is an existence surpassing the human race's emperor." The council room fell into an uproar again. The other demon venerables seemed to find it hard to believe that such an expert existed. An existence surpassing an emperor, what level of cultivation must that be? Demon Venerable Tu Si, how do you know? How could Zhongzhou have such a figure? The Black Tiger feigned indifference, obviously expressing an opposing opinion, claiming it was all just threats. If that master was truly an existence transcending the emperor realm, why would he be content staying in a small corner like Zhongzhou? If he hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but the moment he opened his mouth, Tu Si felt annoyed in her heart. She glared at him with resentful eyes. "Could it be that you have forgotten?" Her lips slightly parted, faintly revealing the fox fangs in her mouth. "The death of Ming Yue Song." The move was successful. Hearing the sentence, the Black Tiger immediately put on an expression of extreme liver and kidney pain. "You still dare to mention it?" Tu Si pretended not to care and started talking about the previous divination hexagram. Fire, thunder, Shi He, Li above and Zhen below. It is the phenomenon of the blending of fire and thunder, suffering the punishment of heavenly fire and descending thunder. This is exactly the result that Lord Qulong deduced. Qulong agreed. That's right. He recalled the part where he divined that hexagram. The sky seemed to open a door connecting to the immortal realm, from which heavenly thunder descended, striking him as if he were getting an X-ray. That day, this old man cast a deduction technique on that person, seeing that everything before and after this person was chaotic, and this old man suffered a backlash immediately. With someone, or rather some demon, cooperating, Tu Si put on an expression even more like she was scaring children. The truth is this, that Zhongzhou Emperor ordered a 10,000-year ancient tree to be his servant, dispatching it to dispose of Ming Yue Song, who dared to invade Zhongzhou in the blink of an eye. The Black Tiger was shocked, and even Qulong couldn't keep his calm. Disposed of in the blink of an eye? Treating a 10,000-year ancient tree as a servant? Having successfully scared them, Tu Si covered her mouth in a very ladylike posture. And as for the reason, it's quite a coincidence. Now the corners of her mouth were curling up into a sinister smile, her malice so clear it almost became tangible. Coincidentally, that emperor had a craving and wanted to taste black tiger meat. She then delivered another sentence that terrified the entire room. "You can go ahead and charge into Zhongzhou, but if one day that senior wants to try the meat of other demon venerables and catches you to make bar snacks, don't blame this old body for not warning you in advance." Imagining the scenario of being slathered in a layer of rich, fragrant fat sauce and resting in eternal peace on a barbecue grill, the bald-headed demon venerable and the scholar-like demon venerable shrank back in fear, showing signs of hesitation. This old man suddenly feels that staying in Nanling isn't bad either. That's right, the scenery is picturesque, very suitable for retirement. The Oxhorn demon venerable also chimed in on the topic. "In another 100,000 years, this old man will be dying anyway. I might as well stay in the hometown and fish."
Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly discordant, Black Tiger trembled with anger. He couldn't help but strike, a black-red demonic energy shooting out, suppressing all those who had just intended to retreat from the battle. "Shut up!" The demonic energy returned, gathering into a crescent moon shape behind the Black Tiger demon venerable. He pointed his hand at Tu Si and shouted, "Tu Si, don't think about shaking the demon race's military morale to attack Zhongzhou. Keep dreaming." As that demonic energy shot over, Tu Si immediately defended, her hands emitting a brilliant purple light. "If this person truly has a high cultivation, as you said, then it is even more impossible for him to make a move." Ultimately, that strike was just to silence her, and she easily neutralized it with one palm strike. Black Tiger clasped his hands behind his back, speaking up to stabilize the chaotic situation. The higher the cultivation, the heavier the karma. Once he interferes in the dispute between the human, devil, and demon realms, he will definitely be rejected by the heavenly Tao. Tu Si glared sideways at him, clearly still angry. Black Tiger didn't care. Perhaps being stared at by her with hateful eyes made him feel as refreshed as getting acupuncture. Black Tiger looked towards the demon race's fortune-teller, Qulong, and asked, "Lord Qulong, the great cause of reviving our demon race compared to that unknown expert, which one is more important?" He could only accept it, merely letting out a sigh.
I don't dare to calculate the hexagram fully, for fear of the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. Very well, you all can just go. Hearing this, he became smug. Good. Black Tiger waved his hand, loudly declaring, his words echoing in the vast assembly room. From today onwards, all clans will gather in the outer regions of Nanling to train the troops, awaiting the orders of this seat. Revealing a gloomy smile again, he looked towards 2C and threatened. As for Demon Venerable 2C, this seat orders you and your clansmen not to leave Qingqiu for even half a step.
If you disobey orders, this seat will personally destroy the entire Spirit Fox clan. 2C's veins bulged with anger on her face, but a beauty looks good doing anything. Even when angry, she was still pretty. She waved her hand and stormed out in a huff. Senior Ye will indeed not easily make a move, but within the Taoist sects, those with profound cultivation are all willing to follow his commands. A sneer appeared on her lips. Right now, 2C looked extremely sinister. Go ahead. The day you attack Zhangzhou might also be the day your clan is exterminated. In the Devil Sect Palace, cold wind blew in through the cracks above, while the lower area was decorated in a Western style. The throne seemed to be gripped by 3 bony fingers, and the canopy where Dugu King Fong was sitting cross-legged looked like the rib cage of a giant monster. In her mind, the words of that essence soul echoed continuously. Where is the person who played the Huafan melody? If he joined the Taoist sects, do you still want to bathe Zhangzhou in blood? Staring blankly ahead at the wide main hall path that gave off an eerie vibe, there was a faint red light enveloping the area. Dugu King Fong still remembered the melodious tune, half of her mind drifting along the long river of thoughts, asking herself, that's right, even though I deeply hate the human race's Taoist sects, but if he steps forward to stop it, how should I face him? If he hadn't played the Huafan melody multiple times, I wouldn't have been able to step out of the bronze coffin. Resting her forehead on one hand, she had an immense headache, not knowing how to handle it. They were about to attack Zhangzhou, yet there was no solution to this difficult matter. White clouds and blue sky, beautiful sunlight shining down as if turning into a rainbow. A young man holding a sword stood tall and imposing, his black hair fluttering. Inadvertently, Dugu King Fong revealed a smile like a strange flower, beautiful, serene, yet tinged with a faint sadness, a smile that belonged to only one person. While she was thinking, a group of people covered in black cloaks walked in. They all knelt before the throne and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the emperor." Dugu King Fong returned to her emotionless state and ordered, "No need for formalities." The clan elders stood up and one of them cupped his hands toward the emperor. "Lord Emperor, have you made a decision? We are already impatient to attack Zhangzhou and bathe the Taoist sects in blood." There was an interesting matter. She then asked, "Why do you say that?"
That clan elder looked straight up at her seat, his tone full of excitement. Back then, the human race forced our devil race to a barren land. This grudge is on par with the humiliation of exterminating our race. He spread his arms, acting as if he was willing to do anything. Now, as long as you break the magical formation at the border of Zhangzhou, with just one command, your subjects will be able to level Zhangzhou. Before he could finish his words, the clan elder suddenly felt his chest skip a beat. His heart stopped beating, replaced by a feeling of emptiness. Blood sprayed out of his back, and the place that once protected his heart had a hole pierced from front to back. Not only his chest area, but starting from his head, he turned into streams of demonic energy and gradually dissipated. The other clan elders saw this and stared with wide eyes in fear. On the emperor's throne, Guru Klingfeng maintained the posture of pointing downwards, with a dark red aura appearing around her body. Demonic energy also rose from her eyes. Are all of you like him, interested in a bloodbath against the Taoist sects of Zhangzhou? The remaining clan elders did not dare to disobey, bowing their heads and trembling. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Guru Klingfeng remained silent, and those below also said nothing. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. After a while, she finally announced, "This seat has decided. In a few days, we will launch an attack on Zhangzhou." The clan elders immediately raised their heads and said in unison, "We will obey the emperor's command." Just as they were rejoicing, Guru Klingfeng delivered news that felt like a splash of cold water on their heads. However, after entering Zhangzhou, you are absolutely forbidden from blatantly slaughtering the human race.
Below, the clan elders looked at each other, exchanging glances. No slaughtering? Our clan has suffered all kinds of torment. Everything is the fault of the human race. Why can't we? Could it be because of the person had played the Huafan melody? One of them stepped forward to explain to her, first showing loyalty before continuing. We subjects will obey the emperor's command. However, the human race treats us like fierce beasts in floods. If we do not create killing karma, we must occupy the best cultivation lands in Zhangzhou. Then he cupped his hands. Fight for our clan. Seize the opportunity. Guru Klingfeng did not have a big reaction, only replying with a simple word,
Granted, and added, tomorrow gather the Grand Army and attack Zhangzhou from the northern border. Receiving this satisfactory news, the clan elders cupped their hands together. We will obey the emperor's command. Elsewhere, a massive main hall bathed in the early morning sunlight, with white clouds floating ethereally. On the equally spacious courtyard, 3 people, the Daluo, Zikqing, and Yin-Yang Holy Lords, suddenly appeared with halos behind their backs. The Daluo Holy Lord greeted first, Brother Duan, Brother Su. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord had a guess about this gathering. Wanfeng, has the Devil Sect Emperor really been born? The Zikqing Holy Lord was more concerned about the situation over there. How is the situation in the northern frontier right now? The Daluo Holy Lord did not have a good complexion, his face darkening like ink. The situation is unstable. It is better to go inside the hall and discuss long-term plans. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Zikqing Holy Lord. Nangang and Situ appeared together, one in green and one in purple. The Zikqing Holy Lord bowed and cupped his hands. Senior Nangang, Senior Situ, long time no see. After speaking, he raised his head, uttering polite words. I see the cultivation aura around your bodies flickering. It seems you have stepped into the final stage of the Mahayana realm, returning to how it was before. Nangang and Situ looked at each other and nodded. We still have to thank the experiential learning and providence that Senior Ye gifted us 6 years ago. Not wanting to say more, the Zikqing Holy Lord gestured towards the main hall. Let's hurry and meet up with Taoist brother Changshuan. Inside the discussion hall, the Daluo Holy Lord spoke. Fellow Holy Lords, a few days ago, the northern desolation was in chaos, and the Daluo Holy Land could also sense it. Therefore, this little sister can be certain that the Devil Sect Emperor has appeared.
Sidu agreed. That's right. This old man and my worthy brother Nangang also sensed it, which is why we came out of seclusion to come here. The Z-King Holy Lord stood up and asked him, Senior Sidu, is there any way to stop this disaster? Sidu was not very happy. It's hard to say. It is said that this Devil Sect's Emperor has already reached the Mahayana realm since the ancient era, being very close to ascension. Nangang also added, making Dugu Kingfeng's terrifying nature even clearer. Moreover, rumor has it that she is not only proficient in the ancient methods of the Devil Sect, but also cultivated many supreme secret techniques of the human race. Sidu was not confident that his strength could handle it, and his face dropped even further. Even if this old man and my worthy brother Nangang joined forces, we might not necessarily be able to exchange 3 moves with her. The Dalo Holy Lord had a gloomy face and frowned. Furthermore, she was sealed for 9 lifetimes, yet she can still forcefully break out now. Surely her strength has experienced a terrifying breakthrough. The Yin-Yang Holy Lord turned to look towards the main seat, his voice full of hope. Besides, as long as Senior Ye of the Taiswan Holy Land is willing to step forward, he will be able to drive the female devil out of Zhongzhou. Facing these words, the Taiswan Holy Lord shook his head and said nothing. He also had no way to handle it. At that moment, the Guhua Holy Lord spoke up with a calm expression. Brother Duan, it's too early to say this. An expert who has reached a level like Senior Ye usually absolutely would not take action casually, which would cause him to be tainted by unnecessary karma. Babbling artificial streams, exotic flowers, and strange grasses, the main character, wearing a robe embroidered with clouds and wind on the sleeves, bathed in the warm sunlight and strolled on the small dirt path. The Taiswan Holy Lord conjured that image in his mind. Brother Bai is absolutely right. For these past 5 years, Ancestral Master Ye has always closed his doors and refused guests. I'm afraid he already has this intention. Hearing this, Yin Yang's face darkened, his eyes and nose turning pitch black. Then what do we do now? If Senior Ye doesn't take action, then no one in Zhongzhou can fight against the Devil Sect's Emperor. Could it be that the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou are about to be destroyed? The Dalo Holy Lord held his chin, feeling equally brain-tired, and his kidneys ached dully thinking about the future scenario. Once the Devil Sect breaks through the northern border, the demons on Nanling will definitely take advantage of the chaos. There will be little blessing and much disaster.
C2 raised a finger, sparking a glimmer of hope for everyone. There was still one way left, and that was to invite the 4 great guardian ancient clans of Zhongzhou to emerge from seclusion. The main hall was in an uproar. Someone, unknown who, asked, the 4 great ancient clans? The Ziqing Holy Lord was so overjoyed that he unconsciously leaned forward a bit. That's right, the 5 great holy lands, the 8 great sects, and the world-saving 4 great ancient clans. The Dalu Holy Lord also felt a bit relieved. If the 4 great ancient clans are willing to take action, that would be wonderful. Seeing that hope had already managed to brighten everyone's spirits, C2 once again boosted the morale of his fellow Taoists. Moreover, this old man keeps feeling that Senior Ye will not just stand by and watch the human race be annihilated. Although he is an emperor, he ultimately originated from the human race.
Standing up, he said, Everyone. Cupping his hands toward the others, C2 bowed slightly and offered his opinion. If the Devil Sect's Emperor has appeared, I am certain that the Devil Sect's army will soon assemble, eyeing an attack on Zhongzhou. We must save ourselves. The 4 holy lords all stood up, cupped their hands in return, and said in unison, We are all ears. The lands will gather their disciples and head to the southern frontier and northern frontier respectively to strengthen defenses, preventing the demon race and devil race from attacking while we are unprepared. The holy lords agreed in unison, understood. Turning to the Taiswan Holy Lord, he pointed with his whole hand, like a gesture of invitation. Taiswan Holy Land is located in the center of Zhongzhou and can act as the rear support. Taiswan Holy Lord, you must always keep an eye on Ancestral Master Ye's movements. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and nodded. This old man understands. C2 then spoke towards Brother Nangong. Brother Nangong, we two old men need to make a trip. He clenched his fists, his expression uplifted, burning with fiery passion. We will personally go invite the 4 great ancient clans to Shiochi Town for persuasion. Perhaps Senior Ye will not just stand by and watch. Nangong's face was full of excitement, lighting up brightly. Brother C2, brilliant idea. Thus he and C2 cupped their hands together, speaking in perfect unison. Everyone, the great enemy is right before our eyes. Our Taoist sects of Zhongzhou share a common hatred and will fight the external invaders together. The main character seemed to manifest behind them, dignified and inviolable. Our goal is only one. C2 and Nangong raised their voices together. Invite Ancestral Master Ye to come out of the mountain. In the main character's small courtyard, he was wondering about Little Willow's brand new appearance. In just a short 10 years, you have already been able to cultivate to human form. He looked closely at her, starting from the 2 small horns on her head, which looked exactly like 2 willow leaves pinned to her hair.
Look at those long and pointy elf ears. How did you do that? And those short snow-white legs, just like a porcelain doll. Can you teach me? The main character didn't care at all, replying, on what grounds? Black Emperor and Tusha-san also took human form, poking their heads out from behind him, looking at Little Willow with curious eyes. Black Emperor gave a thumbs up and blinked, transmitting his voice. Brother Tree. Oh wait, Sister Tree. Congratulations on improving your cultivation and taking human form. Little Willow looked speechless, completely annoyed by this ignorant name, and transmitted her voice to curse back. Tree, your ancestor. The main character still couldn't believe it, clearly remembering that blackened, lightning-struck piece of wood. 10 years ago, when I picked you up and brought you home, I thought you were just a piece of wood struck by lightning. At that time, he brought it home, happily took out a shovel to dig the soil, and sang cheerfully while planting it. Lightning-struck wood is a magical treasure. It has the effect of warding off evil. Not long after, that piece of wood sprouted. The main character was also unexpected, squatting down to look closely. Lightning-struck wood can still sprout? When it grew into a tall, lush green great tree, he couldn't help but sigh. So stubborn, to think it has grown this lushly. Little Willow recounted that at that time, she really was a piece of lightning-struck wood. Those lightning bolts were like an X-ray machine, shocking her so much her bones showed, as she was willow wood struck by ascension of heavenly thunder. Like a rewinding film, Little Willow clearly remembered the times when the main character sat under her shade, playing the zither to create melodious sounds. It was thanks to her master's painstaking care that she could recover her cultivation. As for taking human form in 10 years, over these past few years, Little Willow had seen her master reciting poetry, composing, playing chess, practicing calligraphy and painting. Little Willow's words startled the main character. She continued, every single action contains endless great Tao true intent.
A soft expression appeared on her stiff, poker-faced expression as she said, listening a lot makes it familiar, and only then can progress be extremely fast. Hearing the crucial point in her words, the main character asked back with concern, Little you, before being struck by the Ascension lightning, where did you come from, and what was your cultivation base? Little you lowered her emerald eyes, showing signs of thought. Little you comes from the Bugui secret realm. As for my cultivation base, I can't remember clearly. Hearing this, his face darkened slightly, entering a serious state rather than a relaxed one. The Bugui secret realm, the Sutra Pavilion of the Taiswan Holy Land had mentioned it before. It was an extremely perilous, life-forbidden zone. According to the description, it was an area where poisonous gas practically replaced the air, and a strange green color filled the entire field of vision. The trees had no leaves, withered as if they were dead. For this little girl to live there, it must have been a very hard life, right? Little Yu spoke again. I only remember that in the secret realm, everyone called me Willow God. The main character was startled, repeating the word in his mind, God. He returned to reality, seeing her waving her oversized sleeves. I cannot let Master call me Willow God. That would be too arrogant. The main character froze again. Others call you Willow God, and you call me Master. So in the end, who is more arrogant? He bent down and combed his hair neatly. Then let's just address each other in our own way. Looking at the main character, Little Yu thought about something else. Lately, I can feel the Tao principles and providence covering Master's courtyard becoming purer day by day. It seems Master's cultivation has yielded results. It's even highly likely that he is about to leave the mortal world behind. He looked deeply in thought and exhausted, sighing with a headache. Am I just going to become your master like this? Thinking of the upper realm, Little Yu couldn't help but feel a little scared. The world after Ascension had vast territories and complex, tangled factions. The image of the main character smiling brightly like the sun popped into her mind, and she suddenly felt worried. If Master ascended and left the mortal world behind, she feared they wouldn't have a chance to meet again. Thus, Little Yu stretched out her small arm and grabbed his sleeve. The main character snapped out of his thoughts, noticed this action, and looked down. Little Yu looked at him with an emotionless face, but her voice was very affectionate. Little Yu is willing to follow Master, to repay the grace of recreation. Suddenly sensing danger,
The future vision of his hands being tied and being taken away appeared clearly in his mind, making the main character extremely terrified. Holy crap, Ye Chongqing, aren't you too capable? But then he tried his best to calm himself down, his hands making a gesture of sinking ki to his dantian, exhaling a breath. Calm down, calm down. The Black Emperor didn't understand, jumping out, scratching his head and sending a transmitted voice to little Yu. Willow God, why are you suddenly taking the opportunity to express your loyalty? She glanced at him and sent a transmitted voice back to curse. Idiot, where did your demon venerable realm cultivation base upgrade to?
If this venerable guesses correctly, it won't be long before Master will leave the mortal realm. Why don't you hurry up and take advantage of this time to show your filial respect to him? Hearing the shocking news, the Black Emperor opened his mouth in astonishment. What? Tu Shisan was the same, unable to contain her surprise. The main character did not have the ability to read minds and did not know about that transmitted voice. He looked helplessly at little Willow's bright eyes staring at him. He feared that the divine willow tree had been assimilated by Miss Tu and the Black Emperor, all thinking he was some sort of extraordinary expert. Suddenly, Tu Shisan peeked out from behind the Black Emperor and called out, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" The main character did not understand, so he rested his chin in his hand and asked back, "Instructions?"
The group of 3 demons nodded like chickens pecking at grain, their eyes lighting up. The deadpan lowly little Willow's eyes also lit up, the space seemingly enveloped in a sparkling screen of light as they continuously went, 3 times. Gazing at that halo, the main character smiled amicably again. It's nothing. After the 3 of you take human form, it probably won't affect your future cultivation, right? The Black Emperor bowed and cupped his hands, speaking excitedly alongside Tu Shisan. Master, please rest assured. The Black Emperor and Sister Shisan have reached the Demon Venerable realm and are waiting for an opportunity to break through the cultivation realm. Little Willow also used a little girl's voice to report. Reporting to Master, Little Willow's realm in this world is difficult to have any further breakthrough, so there is no need for cultivation anymore. Hearing those words was like a thunderbolt striking his ears, thunder booming loudly in his head, shocking him so much he couldn't close his mouth. No need for cultivation anymore? The main character turned away, crying from heartbreak, streams of tears flowing down his cheeks. Not knowing where he got it from, a handkerchief appeared in his hand. Good, good, good. A promising future. His back looked desolate, walking slowly in the blowing wind. I will go rest for a while. The 3 of you make yourselves at home. The main character's voice was tearful, but his little followers couldn't tell, only loudly replying, yes. Heartbroken, he wiped away his tears, but 2 large teardrops still lingered at the corners of his eyes. Cheer up, Ye Chongqing. At least you have 3 powerful followers. You can roam freely in this world now. Seeing the main character leave, the Black Emperor then asked Little Willow, who was standing quietly in one place, Brother Tree, why did you say Master is about to disappear? Hearing the question, Little Willow took out a sparkling pair of glasses, and seeing this, a string of question marks ran through the minds of the Black Emperor and Tu Shisan. 5 years ago, Master had never practiced cultivation, only staying in the town, playing the zither and painting every day. She put on the glasses, changing her aura into that of a scholar lowly, pointing out a special detail. But in recent years, Master has started practicing cultivation frequently, and the speed and efficiency of refining the Hunyan stone have continuously increased.
The main character in Little Willow's mind must be super strong. Once energy explodes, the world trembles and space cracks. Only then can he absorb piles of Hunyan stones in a short time. In 5 years, he refined tens of thousands of Hunyan stones, needing to rely on such violent essence chi to enhance his cultivation. Little Willow transformed into the elementary school death god, raising one finger. There is only one truth. Still unable to stay calm when thinking about the information she was about to share, she suddenly raised her voice. Finally, Master has decided to awaken his power and return to the upper realm. Hearing this, the Black Emperor and Tu Shisan were both horrified. What? He was extremely worried, while Tu Shisan was already crying, with large teardrops falling down. Master, when that time comes, it's not even certain if we can go with Master. Little Willow rolled her eyes at this scene. Finding it too much of an eyesore, she pointed straight at the crying crybaby. What are you crying for? If we already know there will be a day of parting, then we must protect Master well during this limited time. Outside Shiochi-kan, high above, a horse-drawn carriage riding on clouds flew over, followed by a 7-colored divine light. Nangang walked beside it like a carriage driver. From inside the carriage, a voice suddenly called out to him. Xuanji, is the senior who imparted the true intent of the Tao of chess that you mentioned peacefully cultivating here? Sweeping his gaze from above, looking down at the small town enveloped in pure Tao rhythm, Nangang Xuanji confirmed. Reporting to Ant, this is exactly the place. The concealing curtain was lifted by a beautiful hand. It was snow white and very eye-catching. The owner of that arm was a white-haired beauty dressed in red, with a curvy figure. She asked, is Senior Ye really living in seclusion here? Murong Li Zhu had already taken over the position of Murong family head.
Nanggong used his entire hand to point towards the small town, happily introducing, Senior Ye possesses skills on par with the fortune of heaven and earth. As cultivators facing such abundant Tao laws, surely you two can feel it. By the carriage, Marong was supporting someone stepping down, looking very careful. Nanggong Qingming, the current family head of the Nanggong family, stepped down from the carriage, leaning on a cane and asked, "Are all of these truly the handiwork of Senior Ye?" Aside from her main robe, she casually wore an outer cloak. Her face was aged, but traces of a beauty from the distant past could still be seen. The three of them stepped onto the ground, looking up at the Shachi town nameplate high above, which was surrounded by Tao rhythm, fluttering around like bees and butterflies. Marong looked at the signboard as if it were glowing with the divine seven-colored light and blurted out an exclamation. It is him. In this world, aside from Senior Ye, no one else could possess such divine abilities. Having seen it many times, Nanggong Xuanji was not shocked for too long. He soon cupped his hands towards the two of them. "Aunt, just as Xuanji had pleaded earlier, I hope to invite you and Miss Marong, using your identities as the family heads of the 4 great ancient clans, to persuade Senior Ye to come down the mountain and save the sentient beings of the mortal realm." The 2 family heads were also taken aback, looking at him with astonished eyes. Suddenly, Nanggong Qingming's demeanor darkened, from her tone of voice to her facial expression. "Xuanji, you should know very well the teachings of the 4 great ancient clans. Only when the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou face a disaster of annihilation can we enter the secular world." Nanggong Xuanji cupped his hands and bowed again, extremely sincere. "Aunt, only by inviting Mr. Ye can the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou avoid reaching a dead end." Nanggong Qingming remained silent, seemingly calculating deeply in her mind, her brows furrowing. Seeing the opportunity, he pleaded loudly, trying to accomplish his goal. "Right now in Zhongzhou, only Mr. Ye can save us." She pounded her cane heavily onto the ground, loudly denying those words. Absurd. How could anyone turn this world upside down in the palm of their hand? Suddenly, from afar, a ray of light flew over, radiating a dazzling rainbow glow, and a voice echoed back. "Qingming, the 2 of us have ignored worldly affairs for 1,000 years. It's about time we listen to the juniors." There wasn't just one person. 3 figures flew rapidly through the air toward Shaoqi town. Upon landing, the 3 created a loud explosion, and dust plumed up, covering the arrivals. From the blinding dust, 2 legs stepped out gently, as if the person who had just landed so violently was not him. Nanggong Qingming was shocked, and thus asked, "Brother Huyan, have you come out of seclusion?" The person who had just landed was Huyan Zhensuen, the ancestral master of the Huyan clan, wearing a long-hemmed coat with his chest exposed, wearing no inner shirt. Simen Laihu, the ancestral master of the Simen clan, and Situ Zhenping, the ancestral master of the Wanzhen sect, followed behind. They were the 2 figures riding the wind with him. Young and Nanggong Xuanji bowed together in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Huyan." Nanggong Qingming did not bow deeply like the 2 juniors, only giving a brief nod. Huyan smiled with his eyes narrowing and spoke. "Stand up. I didn't expect you all to still remember this old man." He showed a weary expression, but his words carried a sense of unbelievable fortune after failing to overcome the heavenly tribulation twice. He thought he was about to die, never expecting to survive thanks to a pseudo-immortal artifact and his body-tempering technique from back then. Hearing this, both Situ and Nanggong Xuanji widened their eyes in shock. Senior Huyan truly had profound magical power, a step higher than the heavens. No longer dwelling on his self-praise, Huyan looked into the small town and asked, "Is the Senior Ye with vast divine abilities that you spoke of living in seclusion here?" Having hope for help, Nanggong Xuanji raised his hand and pointed at the small town covered in Tao rhythm like clouds, his voice filled with joy. "That's right, straight ahead is his villa." Elder Huyan smiled dangerously, then summoned the Lei Wei sword with one hand. Without any mercy, he threw the Lei Wei sword forcefully into Mr. Ye's villa. Seeing Mr. Huyan throw the Lei Wei sword inside, Situ Zhenping panicked and shouted loudly, afraid of alarming Mr. Ye. "Why is Senior Huyan using magical power to attack?" Elder Huyan smiled with a sinister expression. Before anyone could stop him, he flew straight into the villa to find Mr. Ye. "Of course it's because you all talked about it so much that I'm itching for action. At my age, it is very difficult to find an opponent, so of course I have to ask for guidance." Situ Zhenping frantically called out to stop him, but it was too late. "Senior Huyan, wait for us." But before Senior Huyan had a chance to act recklessly, suddenly a long vine-like rope appeared along with a warning shout. "Audacious!" The vine whipped hard against the ground, causing everyone to unconsciously dodge to the side. As the dust settled, a long cracking strike mark appeared next to Elder Huyan. The attack was truly domineering. The figure of the willow tree appeared along with a green aura, accompanied by an angry tone due to the noisy invasion of the residents. Who dares to cause trouble in Master's residence? Seeing the willow tree appear, everyone was terrified. The Nanggong family head felt a flash of fear, but still tried to stay calm to mediate. "Brother Huyan bears no ill will. Why must you do this?" Contrary to the Nanggong family head's mediation, Elder Seaman was slightly speechless, mixed with a bit of
fear as he recalled the scene of Little Black wanting to bite people. Senior Ye is a gentle person, but the experts beside him are not vegetarians. At this time, Nangong Swenji felt panicked and uneasy in his heart. Looking at the tree god's posture, did Senior Ye really dislike us bothering him? Hearing Mr. Swenji say this, Situ Zhenping quickly retorted with a serious look. Worthy younger brother Nangong, yesterday the Ziqing Holy Land in the northern frontier sent a message. That devil sect emperor is truly formidable. The border defense formation of the northern frontier is already in extreme danger. Currently, the life and death of the Central Plains is very important. If we really anger Senior Ye, this old man is willing to bear the consequences.
Hearing Elder Situ's explanation, Mr. Xuanji could only sigh, blaming himself for not being talented enough to shoulder part of the burden. In another scene, before Mr. Huyan could recover his senses, the willow tree flew close to him with bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, startling him. "Old man, it was you who used the lightning transformation incantation." Speaking of which, recalling earlier in the villa, Mr. Ye was asking the willow tree to grow its branches longer to cut them for some task, but suddenly lightning appeared, which he mistakenly thought were fireworks. But these fireworks were so strange that a bolt struck the two of them directly, reducing them to white skeletons for a moment. When they came back to their senses, both were charred black without knowing where it came from. The more the willow tree remembered, the angrier it got. Swinging its vines, it wanted to take Mr. Huyan's life to vent its anger. Go to hell. Although Mr. Huyan had been in secluded cultivation for a long time and possessed extremely powerful cultivation, he still struggled miserably against the willow tree's vines. Suddenly he grabbed a vine, but its strength was so overwhelming that he could barely withstand it. Breathing heavily with exhaustion and extreme anger, he shouted to ask what the person opposite him was planning to do next. "Wretched girl, what are you doing?" In contrast, the willow tree completely ignored this nameless old man and chanted a few incantations. A green light emitted from the willow tree, blinding the entire sky. Boundless spiritual treasure, simultaneously summoning the flaming pool, heavenly spirit planting it, true spirit heavenly flower. Hearing the incantation, Mr. Huyan panicked in surprise. How can she cast a domain art? Unable to react in time, the old man was sent flying by the beam of green light. He never expected that this domain art, which had only appeared in the ancient era, could now be seen here. In this domain art, the five senses and spiritual sense of a cultivator would be forcibly sealed, just like a mortal falling into a swamp, completely unable to struggle. He fell heavily to the ground with a loud sound of bones crashing. Despite the pain, he realized that the person in front of him was incredibly strong, and he was no match for them. "Senior, which god from the ancient era do you serve?" The willow tree, still unappeased from the anger caused by his arrogance, retorted, "Damn, old man, you've undergone tribulation twice yet still cannot ascend, and you dare to act insolently in my master's place of peaceful cultivation. Do you really think you are invincible?" Situ Zhenping and Nangong Swenji finally caught up. Mr. Swenji immediately rushed over to help the old man up, asking if he was injured anywhere.
But before the question could be fully asked, the willow tree's vines advanced toward the two, sending Xuanji flying into a nearby wall. The willow tree flared up with a blue flame, its eyes completely white, showing that it was extremely angry at this unprovoked disturbance. "You two know clearly that the master is in peaceful cultivation, yet you still dared to lead outsiders to barge in. What is your crime?" Hearing this, Mr. Xuanji bowed in fear and apologized to the willow tree for the disturbance, while Situ Zhenping spoke up to justify. "We were also forced by circumstances to do so." The old woman, the Nangong family head, was somewhat annoyed by the tree god's behavior and immediately turned to question the Morong family head. "Lidzo, didn't you say that Senior Ye was elegant and gentle? Why is she so violent?" Hearing her question, the Morong family head immediately spoke up to explain that this person was not Senior Ye. While everyone was still arguing, Senior Simen clasped his hands respectfully. This old man pays respects to the ancient tree god. The words Senior Simen just uttered surprised everyone. Everyone was full of question marks, especially Mr. Huyan, who was very surprised by this. "Then what exactly is she to Senior Ye?" Senior Simen whispered, looking a bit awkward. "She is one of Senior Ye's followers."
The old man replied to the willow tree and at the same time explained where these people came from to cause trouble. "Ancient tree god, these people are the guardians of the ancient clans. Today they have gathered here because they want to beseech the senior to come out of the mountain and save the world." Hearing the old man say this, the willow tree looked with eyes of contempt mixed with anger. "My master has his own rules in doing things. He won't bicker with you." The willow tree turned to leave, but did not forget to leave behind a cold, sharp expression that terrified people, threatening, "If there is a next time, you will definitely die." Nangong Swenji and Situ Zhenping saw the willow tree preparing to leave and immediately reached out, intending to stop her and ask for a favor. But before the two of them could say anything more, the willow tree transformed into a powerful stream of green chi and flew straight into the sky. A long while after the willow tree left, everyone finally regained their composure and listened to Mr. Siemens' explanation. This ancient tree god is one of the most ancient life forms in the world, and her extremely powerful strength could be seen by everyone just now. He looked up at the sky with deep, distant eyes, his face slightly thoughtful. For her to willingly acknowledge a master, one can immediately imagine what kind of figure Senior Ye is. Mr. Huyan, who had been knocked to the ground and could only stand up just now, with his nose still bleeding profusely, still did not forget to marvel at Senior Ye.
To be able to make the ancient tree god who knows how to cast domain arts acknowledge him as master, this person is definitely not simple. At this point, the Nongong family head was stunned and marveled at the fact that the willow tree acknowledged Mr. Ye as master. To think that in this modern era, there is still such a supernaturally powerful person existing, it is this seat who is narrow-sighted. Not far away, the Murong family head looked up at the sky, pondering deeply about the time they parted ways, unexpectedly finding that under Senior Ye's command, there was a servant with such heaven-reaching strength. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was still too inferior. Even though her current identity was the clan leader of the Murong ancient clan, she feared whether she would even be lucky enough to catch Mr. Ye's eye. The Nongong family head began to show her eagerness to find Mr. Ye. Brother Huyan, the only person who can turn the tide, refuses to show himself. What should we do now? Contrary to the hasty eagerness of that old family head, Mr. Huyan seemed calmer. His refusal to show himself is truly a fulfillment of the ancestors' teachings. All 4 family heads of the 4 great ancient clans looked up at the distant sky, everyone carrying heavy thoughts in their hearts, but Mr. Huyan was even more certain. The Taoist sects of Zhongzhou are about to fall into a moment of life and death. Since matters have reached this point, O people of the 4 great ancient clans, prepare to come with me to the northern frontier to prepare for battle. With that said, all the family heads flew up together, heading north to prepare for a battle of the century.
On the way, Xu Zitian led the disciples of Ziqing to the northern frontier to prepare for battle. In the quiet, starry night scene, a little girl with pure white hair and a purple-haired person stood talking to each other. The purple-haired person, wearing a thick feather cloak, who was presumably her master, spoke in a deep, advising voice. "Qing Xie, go back and rest." The white-haired girl looked at the sky, holding her ancient zither like her combat sword. "Thank you, Master Holy Lord. This disciple is not tired. The journey to the northern frontier is long, and during my free time on the ship, I can play the zither." At this moment, the purple-haired old man with bright red eyes looked slightly dissatisfied with Qing Shui's answer. This old man has already made the arrangements. This time on the way to the northern frontier, we will not pass by Shachi town. Qing Shui still held her zither, looking straight at her master and calmly replying with a single word, "Oh," appearing to not care much about what he had just mentioned. The Master Holy Lord pondered deeply about why this wretched girl Qing Shui had no reaction at all. Could it be that he had overimagined the relationship between these two? Out of curiosity and unable to explain why Qing Shui didn't care about what he mentioned, the master brought up a few more matters. A few days ago, this old man also learned some news. For the past few years, Mr. Ye has been in secluded cultivation. In recent years, he has accelerated his cultivation and hasn't met anyone. He will probably distance himself from the secular world soon. In any case, it is not convenient to blindly guess Mr. Ye's intentions.
Hearing her master's words, Qing Shui was a little surprised and felt a hint of sadness. Mr. Ye wants to leave? Outwardly, her master agreed, but inwardly he was blooming with joy and secretly laughing because he had discovered his disciple's unconcealable feelings. However, the master still maintained a serious attitude, advising his disciple to focus on cultivation. Qing Shui, your aptitude surpasses ordinary people, and at such a young age you have already reached this level on the path of music theory. Do not let your mind wander to other things. Later, when you ascend to the heavenly realm, you will definitely have the chance to meet Mr. Ye again. Hearing her master say this, Qing Shui fell into deep thought for a long time. Early in the morning, Qing Shui stood on the cliff watching the sunrise, still holding her favorite zither. She didn't expect that the last time she received Mr. Ye's guidance in Xiachi town would be a final farewell. Without knowing when, 2 men had appeared behind Qing Shui, respectfully reporting, "Senior Sister Qing Shui, the defensive killing formation around the camp has been deployed. Not only can it support the main army nearby, but if the devil race launches a sneak attack, we can detonate it in advance to catch them off guard." Hearing the report, she nodded gently to express her gratitude to the 2. "You've worked hard. The 4 holy lords are discussing strategies on the flying ship. I will relay the message for them." After the 2 left, she turned and looked into the distance with sad eyes. Dark clouds pressed close to the Taoist sect city, making it seem like the city was in imminent danger, but in the annals of history, it might just be brushed off as a trivial matter. She held her zither, stroking each string while deeply pondering. The great Tao is sometimes hidden and sometimes visible. Even though cultivators of my generation brave dangers and risk their lives, in the river of time, it is merely a drop in the ocean. After a period of practice, Qing Shui's efforts were finally not in vain. Her played melody emitted a blinding green light. Seeing this, she was surprised. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't play the Hua fan melody perfectly. Saying that, she continued to pluck the strings, and the continuous green lights radiating out showed that the zither's spiritual energy had highly increased. It is because I have never figured out why we explore for our entire lives, yet are still called by the title Hua fan.
The destination in the eyes of ordinary people of my generation is just a narrow boundary towards ascension.
She played the zither as if sinking into a vast space on the highest mountain overlooking the world. The music emitted a green light along with soaring white cranes, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. And Mr. Yi's destination was that human life is like an inn, going to the place one's heart yearns for. After finishing the melody, she herself had also realized the truth, her heart joyfully and silently thanking Mr. Yi for awakening her. Suddenly, a red lightning bolt struck straight down from the sky, as if stopped by a protective layer. At the same time, the shouts of the people around could be heard. There is an anomaly outside the formation. The two holy lords of Zi Qing and Da Lua have arrived. Qing Shui looked up at the red lightning, constantly striking down on the protective layer. From that layer of lightning, a figure appeared, with two red sharp horns growing on her head, her eyes as cold and sharp as snake eyes. Who is playing the Huakfan melody? While searching, she saw Qing Shui sitting below looking up at her. In her haste, she touched the protective layer, intending to rush in and challenge her. But unfortunately, the protective layer was too strong, causing her hand to be injured, and she had to pull it back. Down below, the two holy lords, one with a green aura and one with a purple aura, provided cover for Miss Qing Shui. Seeing this, the master immediately asked the holy lord next to him, "Is the blood rain thundercloud outside the formation from Dugu King Feng?" The other person replied with a happy expression, showing no tension. "Brother Su, rest assured, the formation in the Jiangshu immortal realm integrates the power of the three talents of heaven, earth, and human, and its ability to suppress evil and avoid misfortune is very strong. No matter how strong Dugu King Feng is, breaking this formation will cause mutual destruction." Before he could finish speaking, the female devil above used her skeletal hand to strike straight into the protective layer. She raised one hand and summoned the blood rain thundercloud to strike straight into the protective layer. Obviously, the protective layer was very strong, but just one lightning strike shattered it into pieces right in front of the holy lords. She stood from high above, looking down at the fearful and panicked faces. With a smirk and cold, sharp snake eyes, she uttered a few words. Taoist Wuzi, heaven and earth determine the two. Down below, Qing Shui was extremely anxious, holding the zither as she listened to her questioning. "Were you the one playing the Huafan melody just now? Why is it a woman?" Speaking of this, her eyes became increasingly fierce, almost going mad. She used her hand to manifest another blood thundercloud, preparing to strike another blow. This melody was composed by me and him together back in the year. After speaking, she attacked while going mad over why that melody was passed on to a woman. Not only did she have to be proficient in music theory, but she also had to comprehend the state of mind so that only the music creator could break the restriction within.
Everyone looked so small compared to her blood thundercloud, but everyone was trying to exert their strength to resist. At this time, Qing Shui heard that woman say that this melody had a restriction, so many doubts arose in her heart. She thought to herself, but at the beginning when Mr. Ye played this melody, he completely did not encounter the difficulties she mentioned. As she thought about it, she felt that something was not right, because perhaps Mr. Ye had a deeper bond with this melody, and it was highly possible that he had composed that melody, hence such a tight connection. Before she could recover her wits, that female devil continued to prepare her next attack. Fortune makes a fool of people. If the one playing the Huafan melody was not him, then she would not need to be jealous anymore. At this time the master remembered in his heart the scene back then, when the devil sect slaughtered the innocent, a scene of death and misery. Dugu Qinfeng, in the ancient era, your devil sect slaughtered the innocent and enslaved the human race, which was why the devil race was driven out of the Central Plains for 10,000 years. Saying that, the three of them flew up intending to challenge her. The master pointed straight at the face of that female devil known as Dugu Qinfeng and shouted majestically, 10,000 years have passed. Not only does the devil race not know how to repent, but you also dare to have delusions of returning to the Central Plains?
The master drew his sword, followed by the female leader and Shui Qing providing support, hoping to destroy the female ghost and bring peace to the world. We people of the Taoist sect swear to death to follow the dying behest of our ancestors. Today, for the tens of thousands of lives in the Central Plains behind us, and for the foundation of the Taoist sect in the Central Plains, we shall fight. Hearing the master's heroic challenge, the female ghost only smirked in disdain. In the eyes of you great figures, there are only evil demons. Saying so, she raised 2 fingers, implying she wanted to give everyone 2 choices. She held up the first finger, her eyes cold with murderous intent as she stated the condition. First, shut down all the killing formations deployed in the northern frontier, withdraw your personnel, and let my clansmen into the Central Plains. I can still grant your human race a piece of land to linger on with your last breath in the Central Plains. Hearing her say this, both the master and the young master looked displeased at being offered such a cheap condition, showing such contempt for the human race.
The female ghost's hand then manifested a streak of blood lightning, and with an amused look she stated the second condition. Second, I will personally take action to destroy you all, but when that time comes, I will make your human race eternal slaves with no day to turn over a new leaf. The two sect masters could not bear to listen any longer and signaled to each other that they would rush forward together to risk their lives against the female ghost. The master drew his sword and executed a technique, while the young master circulated his spiritual energy to prepare for an attack. But unfortunately, the female ghost noticed it. She swung both hands high into the sky, shouting an incantation aloud. Stubborn and unyielding. Then another bolt of lightning struck directly at the active formation, pushing everyone back a distance. They silently marveled that the blood rain lightning was indeed that formidable. Suddenly, two more figures flew over to provide support. Seeing this, the female ghost was delighted and called forth another command of blood rain lightning. Die together, I will fulfill your wish. She used her own soul to summon a demon god to descend upon the world, determined to kill and eradicate the entire human race. Everyone tried to cast spells to protect the formation, but it seemed they could no longer resist, because the protective talismans had lost all their effectiveness due to the suppressive pressure. At this moment, everyone tried to take out their magical treasures to save their own lives. Suddenly, a spear appeared in midair, along with a pale green ray of light, accompanied by a valiant voice. A little chill arrives first.
Then a hand grabbed that spear and rushed toward the female devil, finishing the other half of the sentence while dashing. Then the spear shot out like a dragon. The human standing below cheered and shouted, looking very smug about the fact that Holy Lord Bai took action and even brought along a pseudo-immortal artifact. Believing that the female devil could not withstand the attack of the pseudo-immortal artifact, everyone below rejoiced. At this point there was nothing left to lose, so the master commanded everyone, sacrifice our magical treasures. Today we must kill her right here. Then everyone, some holding swords, some holding umbrellas, others holding flags and spears, aimed straight at that female devil. Who could have expected that she just looked and sneered, then chanted another incantation, summoning a dragon flute. When the dragon flute appeared, it also brought the image of a brave and majestic dragon behind the female devil, looking incredibly badass, causing everyone to panic, because unexpectedly she still possessed true dragon chi in her hands. The female devil sneered, holding the dragon flute to explain to the humans about to lose their lives. Did you all forget? The first true dragon of the primordial antiquity was formed by our demonic flood dragon clan. She held the flute, looking at everyone with disdainful eyes. Feel the might of the supreme immortal artifact of the devil race. Down below, Holy Lord Bai saw that the situation was not good and could fail, so he wanted to strike first. Saying that, he chanted the meteor chasing the moon spell while gathering momentum to throw the spear toward that vicious female devil. Facing Mr. Bai's spear flying toward her, the female devil calmly blew into the dragon flute, the sound transforming into a shield that blocked the incoming spear, making it unable to endure and falling back to its master. Seeing that the spear could not withstand the power of the dragon flute, everyone panicked and was astonished that she could directly neutralize the attack of a pseudo-immortal artifact without even needing to use magical power. This pseudo-immortal artifact was the Snow Rain Spear, forged from the legendary extreme cold meteorite iron, yet it was still just a petty object before that dragon flute. She grasped the spear lying still. Back then, even if your ancestral master, old Taoist Guha, wielded this spear, he was still a defeated opponent at my hands. Now, relying only on you, you want to fight a battle with this seat? Finishing her words, she threw the immortal artifact back to Mr. Bai, while the people below also summoned their magical treasures to challenge the female devil. She looked at those humans who didn't know their own strength, only sneering, her sharp eyes dropping a challenging sentence. If you're not afraid of death, then come here. Saying that, the female devil used the power of the dragon flute to neutralize a whole barrage of magical artifacts from the gentleman, causing them to suffer internal injuries, with the master in particular coughing up syrup, blood.
Seeing that he was no match, the white-haired old man became anxious. Brother Bai, their inner palaces are all connected to their magical artifacts. Now that the magical artifacts are destroyed, I'm afraid things are not looking good. Mr. Bai, clutching his chest with one hand due to severe injuries, had a fearful expression. You can destroy pseudo-divine artifacts as easily as flipping your hand? The female devil laughed uproariously with delight. I already told you, when the ancient dragon roar sounds, lightly it will destroy divine weapons, and heavily it will scatter Dao souls. The great desolation dragon bone flute of our devil race has been the #1 immortal artifact in the human realm since tens of thousands of years ago. A few insignificant pseudo-immortal artifacts want to go against this venerable, truly naive to the point of being laughable. Saying that, she spun the dragon flute once, her imposing aura soaring to the heavens. If you are so naive, then this venerable will broaden your horizons. A beam of red light shot straight toward the 4 gentlemen standing there, but unexpectedly, it only brushed past the 4 of them. Her main target was actually the tents where the human race was hiding.
The blood thundercloud descended, agonizing screams echoed across the sky, and cries for help rang out as the killing formation spontaneously detonated, injuring countless people. She stood there watching everyone cry out miserably for help, looking highly amused and joyful. Still won't admit defeat. Let this venerable see how many more of my attacks you can endure. In contrast to the fierce battle scene between the human race and the female devil, in Shiochi Town, Mr. Ye was busy with farming. The willow tree stood in a corner, watching its master working enthusiastically, without understanding the reason why its master suddenly started planting flowers. Mr. Ye, while planting 2 bright red roses into the ground, explained to the willow tree, "Planting flowers is also an elegant matter. Picked flowers can be used to make perfume, dried flowers, and can even be given to others as gifts."
Hearing this, the willow tree's eyes sharpened, its mouth forming a triangle to show excitement as if preparing to eat melons, and asked who its master wanted to gift it to. Mr. Ye held a rose branch, admiring it for a moment. "I will give it to those who treat me well. For example, you, Shisan, the Black Emperor, and also the Taiswan Holy Lord." Saying that, he bit the flower, extending his hand forward to look charming like those idle pretty boys. There is a saying, gifting roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance on the hands. He held the rose branch forward with a bright, smiling face, meaning that treating others well would also make oneself happy. Then he suddenly became thoughtful, looking a bit sad. "That's right. Speaking of which, it's been a long while since Elder Hayes' group came to look for me." Hearing this, the willow tree coughed a few times, because they did come, but the one who chased them away was none other than the willow tree itself. At the same time, at the northern border of Zhongzhou, the master was thinking of a way to deal with the female ghost alongside the white-haired old man. "Brother Hay, thank you for bringing manpower in time, so Brother Bai and junior sister Wanfeng could temporarily retreat to the south to heal their wounds." The white-haired old man looked at the temporarily erected tents, thinking deeply. "After their wounds heal, let them guard the southern border. Recently, the demon race has been getting restless, not giving up their ambition to return to Zhongzhou. Rebuilding this encampment will also take a few days. It's been hard on everyone." The old man still doubted the devil race declaring war on the human race, so he had to ask once more to be more certain. Did that female devil really officially declare war? The master closed his eyes and nodded slightly, his face also looking a bit haggard since that battle. "She used the #1 immortal artifact, the Great Desolation Dragonbone, to destroy the entire killing formation we set up." He pondered and recounted the whole story of how the female devil challenged them to the white-haired old man. "All the restrictions of the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou have been destroyed by this seat. 3 days later, this seat's clansmen will trample on your corpses and march straight into Zhongzhou."
Master's face looked urgent because he was worried that everyone themselves couldn't win the fight, but they also couldn't just retreat and run away, so he wanted to calculate a strategy. "Brother He, right now it seems that in this world, only Senior Ye can suppress this female devil once again. Didn't Senior Situ already go with the 4 great ancient clans to Shaoqi Town?" The white-haired old man turned around, his face showing a trace of sadness mixed with contemplation. Mr. Ye refused to show up, only sending the ancient tree god out to decline guests. Hearing this, Master immediately showed displeasure, unsatisfied with this answer. Is Mr. Ye really that heartless? He let out a long, exhausted sigh, his eyes increasingly harboring a lot of melancholy. It's hard to say. The clan leaders of the 4 great ancient clans have already gathered at Taiswan Holy Land, preparing to go to the battlefield. Tomorrow, after returning, this old man will also think of a way. At the very least, I must personally go meet Mr. Ye once. The old man turned and left amidst the quiet, starry night, bearing a lonely demeanor. Could it be exactly as Yuchibo said? The destiny of the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou has reached its end, standing on the brink of collapse. In the quiet night among the temporary tents, Shui Qing used the light from her magical power to illuminate the path, suddenly hearing a questioning voice that caught Shui Qing's attention. "Senior Sister Wu Shuang, will we go to war with the devil race in 3 days?" Shui Qing wondered where the voice came from, then saw a group of people sitting around a campfire. Among them, a little boy turned to ask the girl beside him, "Can we really beat back the devil race?" That girl smiled gently, her voice encouraging the child's spirit. "Senior Sister thinks we can do it. What about you, younger brothers? Are you afraid?"
That young boy, although still of a young age, had a very tenacious and unyielding will. "I am not afraid. My wish when practicing cultivation is to protect everyone." Hearing his fierce declaration, the child next to him, refusing to be outdone, also stood up boldly. "That's right. Even if I die, I will not back down." Seeing the courageous younger brothers standing up wanting to protect everyone, the young lady smiled gently like a fairy. "You are all very brave." Although the young boy was brave, he still had some doubts. "Senior Sister Wu Shuang, the magical power of the devil race today is so profound. Could it be that the Taoist sect has no experts who can fight a battle with them?" Hearing her junior brother's question, Senior Sister Wu Shuang explained with a serious expression. "Of course there is, Ancestral Master Ye of our Taiswan Holy Land. His cultivation might even be higher than the Emperor of the Devil Race." Hearing Wu Shuang talk about Mr. Ye as the strongest person in the world, another little girl anxiously asked, "Then why does he refuse to show himself?" Senior Sister Wu Shuang shook her head in disagreement. "Junior Sister, you must remember this. For figures who have reached a cultivation realm like Ancestral Master Ye, every single one of their actions will affect the direction of heaven and earth. It cannot be measured, causing unpredictable consequences. A single rising thought can create 10,000 generations of peace. A descending thought can plunge living beings into misery.
Perhaps his not taking action at this moment is actually protecting the Taoist sect. Hearing Senior Sister Wushuang's explanation, the little girl found it reasonable, but couldn't help being a little disappointed. All right, if we can't see the formidable ancestral master take action, then praying for him to bless us is fine too. Saying that, the little girl clasped her hands and looked up at the starry night sky. Disciple is Li Tianzhen. I hope Ancestral Master Ye protects us to defeat the devil race. Hearing about praying to Ancestral Master Ye, everyone was surprised, and everyone wanted to try. Even Senior Sister Wushuang started to pray for Ancestral Master Ye's protection. Disciple Lu Wushuang hopes to be blessed by Ancestral Master Ye. Shuek Cheng, standing at the back listening to the whole conversation and seeing the junior brothers bowing and praying for Ancestral Master Ye's blessing, also released a small light into the night. Ancestral Master Ye, can you see this? As everyone was praying, a brilliant aura suddenly appeared in the middle of the night sky, shining down on those who were bowing. Everyone who received that light felt a warmth embracing them, feeling as if their dantian had an additional peaceful flow of qi that didn't belong to them, and some even had their cultivation elevated. As the light shone a bit longer, everyone stood up simultaneously and shouted loudly. Some shouted that they seemed to be about to break through, while others said their weapons were about to be upgraded. Senior Sister Wushuang stood under the aura, reaching out to cherish each streak of light, feeling that her hope had become a bit firmer. Ancestral Master Ye, could it be that you have truly heard our prayers? Saying that, she suddenly felt sad and slightly lowered her head. You would rather use this method to give us a hand than show your face. 3 days passed quickly. Today was the day of the life and death decisive battle with the devil race. Numerous disciples and misters rode their swords forward with an exceedingly imposing demeanor.
But in his heart, the master was currently extremely uneasy and worried. He secretly thought that his anxiety over the past few days was completely justified. Senior Ye bestowed blessings in cultivation base, but he only wanted to use such a vague method to intervene in the battle between the Tao and the devil, so it could be considered that in this campaign we must save ourselves. Thinking of this, the master tightly gripped his sword to reassure himself, then turned around and seriously ordered, "At all costs, we must stop the devil race outside the northern frontier." Before he could finish his words, that female devil came riding the wind and clouds, a slight smile on her lips as if she was very much looking forward to today's battle. As she rushed over, she unleashed a powerful wave of murderous intent that made the disciples riding on their swords feel unsteady. A sir, terrified by the murderous intent of the devil race woman, accidentally blurted out an exclamation. "Is this the strength of an emperor devil venerable?" The female devil stopped in front of the gentleman, looking more serious today than usual. Human cultivators, the defensive magical formation at the border of the northern frontier, along with the killing formation you arranged, have all been completely destroyed by this seed. Hearing the female devil's provocation, the master immediately became annoyed, slamming a hand hard on his chest to display his imposing manner. "Dugu Kingfang, if the devil race wants to invade Jiangsu, it will be over this old man's dead body." The female devil looked down on him with a bit of disdain. "Before this seed advances to Jiangsu, I once ordered my clansmen not to massacre indiscriminately, except for those who stubbornly resist."
As soon as she finished speaking, she released a stream of death spirit chi, charging straight toward the misters and the human race disciples. The master gritted his teeth, looking extremely annoyed by her arrogant attitude. Without a second word, she provoked a battle. Without even needing to attack, just relying on those auras was enough to disturb the army's morale. She smirked, her cunning snake-like eyes making people feel the cold cruelty within. "Your courage is commendable, and this seat will not use strength to bully the weak. Since the Taoist sect does not have any Mahayana realm cultivators participating in the battle, this seat will not attack casually." Having said that, the female ghost used one hand to cast spells, summoning her forces from afar. Silhouettes that were both black and red, looking terrifying, drew closer and closer, as numerous as ants. While ordering her people, she conveniently added a few mocking words. "If you can withstand 1,000,000 of this seat's clansmen, then this seat will admit defeat." Saying that, she tightly squeezed her palm and challenged, "Do you dare?" Suddenly, she released a violent red aura like an exploding bomb to show her anger. With imposing momentum, she shouted loudly, "Treating me as a chess piece, lead the devil race to kill." Below, tens of thousands of clansmen from the devil realm advanced. Some had bullheads, some had horse bodies, looking extremely hideous. With terrifying momentum, everyone risked their lives against the Taoist sect. The silver-haired teacher also began to clasp his hands and chant an incantation, issuing an order to the disciples on his side to set up a formation. "Form the trapped dragon formation." Everyone simultaneously cast spells. A halo of light shone upward and then projected straight down onto several people of the devil race, turning into sturdy binding ropes. On this side, the devil race was not to be outdone, preparing bows and arrows to shoot over 100 of them. However, the arrows could pierce through that defensive layer because evil magic had been cast upon them. The arrows flew straight at several people from the Taoist sect, piercing right through their hearts. But the vicious part was that these arrows were enchanted with the core-destroying talisman, causing those who were hit by them to have their dantians completely shattered. As the arrows pierced through the people of the Taoist sect, blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the devil race continued to order, "Continue firing." The core-destroying talisman indeed took effect. The Holy Lord stood unmoved amidst the rain of arrows. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the incoming arrows. The old devil said in a stern voice, "Shoot down all these high and mighty cultivators." He frowned. The lethal power of the core-destroying talisman was too great, and the disciples simply could not withstand it. The protective barrier was quickly shattered by the annihilation pillaxe. All the disciples were immediately hit and fell. "Arr, save me!" He fell to the ground in agony with a bow and arrow pierced straight into his chest. Suddenly, a figure from the devil race stepped forward. "Ha ha, a cultivator without magical power." The disciple glared at the demon raising his sword. "Then go to hell." He was instantly killed in despair. The disciples who had just fallen were also completely attacked by the demons. The Holy Lord used a formation to save the two people. "Breath of life, form the array." He was panicked but did not forget to turn around. "Many thanks, Holy Lord," he said sternly. "This old man will personally stand guard outside. You can rest assured and cast spells." The Holy Lord glared down below. These were all disciples from the 5 great Holy Lands. To think that the devil race would not hesitate to pay such a price. Suddenly, a powerful surge of demonic energy descended from the sky. "Ha ha," Dugu Kingfeng spoke up. "It seems that the Taoist sects in this era have truly declined." She said smugly, "There isn't even a single Mahayana realm expert. So even if you all die here today, if this matter spreads out, others will say that this seat is using my seniority to bully the young." The Holy Lord shouted angrily, "Dugu Qingfeng, you manipulate the devil race to do evil. Even if this old man dies here, the heavenly Tao will not tolerate you." She did not care at all and attacked. "That is your matter after death. Go to hell." Dugu Qingfeng continuously struck forward. "Who said there is no Mahayana realm power?" Suddenly, she glared and turned around. A Situ Genping took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Situ Genping of the Wengen sect, only seeking a fight. Watch my sword. Dugu Qingfeng laughed excitedly and dodged. "Haha, good." He turned around. "Many thanks to Holy Lord Shu. Please return to the camp immediately to heal your injuries. Leave this place to our 4 great ancient clans." He earnestly thanked them. "Sorry to trouble everyone." Suddenly, she spoke up. "Not a bad sword intent, huh? But it is a pity that you are still too weak." Hearing this, Situ Genping glared at Dugu Qingfeng with a hateful gaze. He quickly rushed forward to attack, his sword sheath forming a river. Facing Situ Genping's powerful attack, she simply smiled. Dugu Qingfeng created a lightning orb and said, "A wasted effort." His attack was instantly and completely blocked by her ultimate technique. Situ Genping thought to himself, this female devil emperor is indeed not simple. Suddenly, he stepped back and prepared his stance. Situ Genping crossed his hands together and generated an extremely bright light. Heaven shocking cleave, heavenly river sword intent, gather. Countless sword intents appeared and swirled around him. Having just deployed his technique, Situ Genping immediately charged forward. He said in a stern voice, "Sword she like thunder on the sea, sword force like the tide. It is indeed incomparably fierce."
A white-haired old man standing behind witnessed this and thought, "Past the sunken boat, 1,000 sails pass. Isn't this the Tao that Mr. Ye imparted to us back then? Situ kid, could it be that you have comprehended it entirely?" Situ Genping frowned and thought to himself, "This move was imparted to this old man by Senior Ye. After thoroughly integrating and mastering it, I can finally execute it." He quickly struck directly at Dugu Qingfeng's formation. "Past the sunken boat, 1,000 sails pass. Ahead of the withered tree, 10,000 woods bring spring. Within life hides murderous intent, and within death lies the gate of life. It is always a repeating cycle like this." Her move was quickly destroyed by Situ Genping's sword. Dugu Qingfeng cried out in astonishment. "What?" He took the opportunity to continue striking down. Although Dugu Qingfeng was an ancient devil emperor, and this old man had no confidence in winning, but if they fought a bitter battle for a long time, he would eventually lose. It was better to directly use the strongest move that Mr. Ye had taught him. Her second wall was also instantly shattered. Deciding victory or defeat with one sword was much more refreshing. She took out a bizarre flute and said, "Human juniors, this sword strike of yours is indeed very powerful, but I want to see how many sword strikes you can unleash with your current cultivation." Dugu Qingfeng quickly blew the ghost flute in her hand. Situ Genping's sword immediately lost all its imposing momentum. What kind of demonic spell was this? He quickly jumped back and thought to himself, "To think she calmly neutralized my fierce sword momentum." Gradually, Situ Genping's sword lost all its original aura. "My divine sword." She waved her hand and laughed in satisfaction at his loss. The elders nearby also spoke up. "Everyone, be careful. This flute is an extremely rare evil object." Suddenly, Dugu Qingfeng launched an extremely fast attack towards Situ Genping. He took the hit right in the middle of his chest, unable to dodge in time. Heavily injured, Situ Genping coughed up blood and had no strength left. She said sternly, "If it were in the ancient era, when I had just stepped into the Emperor entry realm, your sword strike could indeed rival mine. But I've experienced 9 lifetimes inside the bronze coffin. My comprehension of my own magical power has probably far exceeded your imaginations." Dugu Qingfeng looked down at the crowd. "Next, you all can attack together." A white-bearded elder rushed forward first. "You said it yourself, charge." 2 magical attacks immediately shot towards her. He and an elder standing below set up a formation. Heavenly Dipper Extreme Transformation Fist, 5 Ghosts Malice Transformation Formation. The people below also met the battle. Body of Guarding Profound.
Phoenix fire, manifest, her brilliantly glowing wings covered the entire black sky. Dugu Qingfeng calmly tilted her head, managing to dodge the first sword strike. She lightly leaped high into the air, immediately evading everyone's attacks. Dugu Qingfeng smiled sinisterly, preparing to counterattack. Your attacks appear to have no openings, but in reality, they are strong on the outside and weak on the inside. A single strike of mine is enough to test them. She unleashed an imposing aura that sent everyone nearby flying. The burly man who took the hit almost had his left arm severed in half. The mustached elder exclaimed in shock. Has Senior Huyan's fist intent been broken? C2 Jianping frowned in thought. Even when continuously attacked by the experts of the 4 great guardian ancient clans, Dugu Qingfeng can still calmly neutralize their crusade. That's not right. Dugu Qingfeng's defense seems far too relaxed.
In reality, she was taking the opportunity of continuous comprehension to improve her own attack techniques. He immediately sat down to cultivate. If she could do it, then this old man could too. C2 Jianping began to integrate with his divine sword. Beside the sunken ship, thousands of vessels still pass by. Ahead of the sick tree, 10,000 trees spring to life. Today, hearing a song from you, I borrow a cup of wine to lift my spirits. On the side of the elders, they were still overwhelmed by Dugu Qingfeng. Sigh, Elder Yan marveled. The strength of this female devil is indeed not to be underestimated. She smiled smugly. The 4 great guardian ancient clans, this seat sees that they are only so-so. Dugu Qingfeng turned to C2 Jianping. He is comprehending right at this moment. He is quite talented, she thought to herself. He had already reached the Mahayana realm. Coupled with the sword Dao killing techniques he had cast earlier, if he were allowed to comprehend something, he would be a difficult enemy to deal with. Despite the battle, C2 Jianping continued to break through his cultivation realm. Dugu Qingfeng took out the ghost flute again. Profound heaven limitless, yin malice returned to position. The air around her suddenly turned pitch black. Seal the 8 trigrams, isolate the 4 directions. The burly man exclaimed in shock. She also summoned an ancient domain art? The domineering aura around Dugu Qingfeng suddenly flared up. The nearby elders were immediately smashed into the ground. He glared. The female devil's ancient domain art is even more formidable than the ancient tree god. As long as one is within the range of the domain art, they will be suppressed and imprisoned, forced to dissipate their cultivation. A surge of demonic energy began to pour towards C2 Jianping. An anxious voice cried out, "C2 kid, wake up quickly." He still gritted his teeth tightly and continued to comprehend. Dugu Qingfeng's dark demonic energy had completely enveloped C2 Jianping. It's over, the burly man panicked. Could it be that the experts of the 4 great ancient clans must also be buried here today? Dugu Qingfeng continued to blow the flute, drawing out eerie sound energy. The suppressed elders were quickly injured, vomiting blood. Their spiritual energy flowed backward, their blood and ki rebelled, and moreover they were completely unable to resist. Dugu Qingfeng smiled in satisfaction. This seat will temporarily keep your worthless lives, not out of the kindness of my heart, but to let the 4 great ancient clans witness with their own eyes how my people set foot in Zhongshou and destroy the Taoist sects. Suddenly, a powerful burst of imposing aura came from C2 Jianping's position. She turned around in astonishment. He's not dead yet? He said in a stern voice. Senior Ye once said, he himself is the Tao.
Then I, C2 Jianping, want to say this today. I am the sword. He immediately slashed through Dugu Qingfeng's skill. The slash quickly dashed straight toward her. The burly man was astonished. That C2 kid had become like the incarnation of this sword. C2 Jianping continued to attack, one body fighting across 3,000 miles, once withstanding 1,000,000 troops. Dugu Qingfeng's face darkened. How can there be someone who can directly break my domain art? He raised his divine sword high. Until today, this old man has finally experienced a bit of Senior Ye's state of mind. C2 Jianping rushed forward. Even a single blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. The stream of energy surrounding his body completely nullified her domain art. The burly man was shocked. The suppression of the domain art is gone. The old woman was amazed. Breaking through and comprehending right here? The silver-haired girl added, and even comprehending a way to break the female devil emperor's domain art. The elder solemnly spoke up, mentioning Senior Ye just now. Could it be that a certain phrase guided and helped him comprehend? Under the dissipation of the domain art, C2 Jianping continued to charge forward. Dugu Qingfeng absorbed back the scattered energy. She asked in annoyance, just who is this Senior Ye you mentioned? Could it be that within the territory of Zhongshou, an even more powerful person exists? He suddenly stopped and replied, haha, you are indeed very strong, but in front of Senior Ye, you and us, along with all living beings, are no different. Dugu Qingfeng became furious, erupting with lightning shooting everywhere. Who knows if you just fabricated such a person? If it is as you say, then this person should not exist in this world.
C2 Jianping summoned 3 swords. Demoness, you are too full of yourself. The words imparted by Mr. Ye are enough for this old man to overcome the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the upper realm. If you are not afraid of being tainted by the karma of this world, then go ahead and try. She attacked in anger. Do you think relying on a single moment of your comprehension is enough to fight a battle with this seat? The two powerful moves from both sides clashed into each other, but they were still completely evenly matched.
C2 Jianping said sternly, "But if you want to kill this old man in a short time, it is certainly wishful thinking." The two fought from one place to another, but neither could overpower the other. The burly man took the opportunity to rush up. "C2, I'm here to help you." Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the sky from afar. He stopped and wondered, where is that place? The mustached elder immediately recognized, it's the southern frontier. The Dalo Holy Lord and Guhua Holy Lord retreated to the southern frontier front lines, and we agreed to use fireworks to signal. This proves the demon race has attacked. The southern frontier has fallen. The scene shifted to a neighborhood. Ye Changqing waved to greet everyone. Tu Shisan frowned, enduring. She struggled to hide her ears and tail. Lu Shen glared over. Tu Shisan tried so hard that her whole body trembled. He forced a smile and continued waving. Ye Changqing picked her up, smiling as brightly as a flower, and introduced her to everyone. "This is my daughter." The crowd looked at Lu Shen in astonishment without replying a word. His face darkened as he thought, what's going on? Are people really that shocked? The brown-haired woman wondered, "Mr. Ye, why do you suddenly have a daughter this old? This little girl doesn't look much like Mr. Ye." Tu Shisan forced a smile and spoke up. "She looks like the servant, she looks like me." Lu Shen turned to look at her with a puzzled face. Suddenly, Tu Shisan turned around in panic. She rushed over to stop them with the thought, mortals cannot touch her, they will get hurt. The brown-haired woman smiled casually and pinched her cheeks. This little face, it's so soft and smooth. Lu Shen was secretly annoyed. No one has ever dared to treat this seat like this. Humph. Tu Shisan was surprised. It's fine? Ye Changqing scratched his head. "Because I hit her too well, I've troubled everyone." The brown-haired woman replied happily. "Sigh, Mr. Ye, look at all this fuss. I was even planning to introduce my maternal cousin to you." He was secretly astonished. Damn, didn't they say little Lu Shen has too high a cultivation base, and even people at the half-step demon venerable realm like Miss Tu and the Black Emperor couldn't get close? She smiled and reminded, "In the future you must treat the mother and daughter well." Ye Changqing nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. A tall man walked over. "This little girl is so cute." He used transmitted voice. "Lu Shen, are you just gonna let others pinch and squeeze you like that?" She sighed in frustration. "I can't move."
Suddenly, a frantic voice rang out. "Mr. Ye!" The Dalu Holy Lord, her entire body covered in wounds, ran over, begging Mr. Ye to save her life. The scene shifted to the Chongqing grocery store. She recounted what had just happened. That is how everything is. The northern frontier is guarded by the 4 great ancient clans. The Dalu Holy Lord recounted gravely. But unexpectedly, hundreds of thousands of demons from the southern frontier took advantage of our relaxed defenses and invaded when we were weak. The Guhua Holy Lord was killed by the combined forces of several demon elders. Of the hundreds of thousands of disciples stationed in the southern frontier, now less than 30,000 remain. Ye Changqing cried, "Too tragic, so tragic." The Dalu Holy Lord clasped her hands sincerely. "Mr. Ye, the Taoist sect is in peril. The only plan right now is to rely on you to take action. The 5 great Holy Lands are like branches of the same tree. Even though you are the ancestral master of the Taishuan Holy Land, among the Taoist sects of Jiangsu, you are the person with the highest prestige." He silently retorted, "Did I want to be the ancestral master? Didn't you all put me in that position?" Ye Changqing thought nervously. "My spirit root was a gift from Sage Chongqing, and only after 5 years of bitter cultivation did I step into the golden core. Now you want me to resolve the crisis of the Taoist sects of Jiangsu?"
How to mediate? Use the calligraphy works all over my yard? He turned to Tu Shishan and secretly reminded her. Needless to say, you don't need to say any more. Ye Changqing turned back to reassure. "Dalo Holy Lord, please don't be impatient. Ye has an idea." He turned to Tu Shishan and asked, "Miss Tu, do you want to take a trip back to Nanling?" Upon seeing her ears, the Dalo Holy Lord panicked. "Demon race." Ye Changqing quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, Miss Tu is one of us." He continued to introduce, "The Black Emperor has also followed me since childhood, completely different from other demon races. Miss Tu comes from the Spirit Fox clan in Nanling. We can ask her to step forward and persuade the demon tribes." The Dalo Holy Lord asked in slight astonishment, "An army of hundreds of thousands of the demon race is approaching the border, and Miss Tu is going alone? Wouldn't it be a bit dangerous?" The Black Emperor spoke up, "It's fine. If they don't listen to reason, they can fight with this grandpa." Ye Changqing said sternly, "Black Emperor, even though you have reached the peak of the demon venerable realm, you still have to use reason to convince others." The Dalo Holy Lord stuttered in shock. Demon venerable?" He returned to the room to find something. "I have a calligraphy painting here. The theme matches your trip this time. You might as well take it along. Let me see where I hung it." In a moment, Ye Changqing found it. Found it. On the piece of paper were the words, "Peace and Love." He immediately rolled it up and brought it outside. Ye Changqing handed it to Tu Shisan and instructed, "Remember this, you must use reasoning to convince people. Speak properly with the demon race. Since the ancient era, you have been in Nanling, so wouldn't it be better to stay in Nanling forever?" The Dalalo So Lord secretly admired him, as expected of Mr. Ye of the Zhangzhou Taoist sects. She was planning to ask him to take action to repel the enemy, but who would have thought he'd directly issued a ban? Liu Shen stood on the side thinking, it seemed the master hoped the demon race would forever retreat to Nanling and not invade Zhangzhou again.
Relying only on two young and unfamiliar people like Tu Shi-san and the Black Emperor, those old demons definitely wouldn't obediently fall into line. She stepped next to Tu Shi-san and requested, "Little Liu wants to go too." The Dalalo Soul Lord immediately ran over to stop her. "Kids shouldn't go, it's very dangerous." Just as she was about to touch Liu Shen's head, she was instantly sent flying by her domineering aura. The Dalalo Soul Lord struggled to stand firm and stammered in shock. "This girl, what level of cultivation does this girl have?" Ye Changqing forced a smile. "Don't worry, she hits really hard." In a flash, everyone had moved outside the manor. The Dalalo Soul Lord spoke up. "Mr. Ye, we will take our leave." He waved goodbye. "You must pay attention to safety." As she flew away, she thought to herself, "Just now it seemed I heard Ancestral Master Ye say this is his daughter, but his daughter has the aura of an ancient great demon surrounding her."
Just what kind of divine being is Ancestral Master Ye? Ye Changqing happily looked up at the high sky. A demon army of hundreds of thousands? Little Liu's group and Miss Tu appeared completely calm. It seemed they definitely possessed outstanding abilities. For such terrifying demon figures to acknowledge a slow-progressing cultivator like Ye as their master, he sat down on the outdoor chair and prepared to play the zither. It was truly a situation where one didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Little Liu's group could subdue the enemy without fighting, causing the demon army to retreat from Zhongzhou, wouldn't Ye's status and the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou rise another level? What if the Northern Desolation came right to my door and begged me to make the Devil Race's army retreat? I don't have any connections in the Devil Realm. The scene shifted to the battlefield in the northern frontier of Zhongzhou. The battlefield below was filled entirely with human corpses. Hurried footsteps ran forward. He rushed toward the demon standing right in front of him, screaming with hatred, "Go to hell!" The bullhorn demon immediately raised its battle axe. With a single slash, it cleaved the recklessly charging man in half. The side of the four great ancient clans was not much luckier. Many had already fallen due to the protracted battle. Dugu King Feng, watch my move. Situ Jinping was equally solemn as he thought to himself. Having fought fiercely for several days straight until today, this old man is even burning fresh blood to desperately keep fighting. But the demoness was not tired at all. Dugu King Feng continued her attack. Her strike aimed straight at Situ Jinping's stomach, sending him flying. The platinum-haired girl took the opportunity when Dugu King Feng was distracted to jump up and counterattack, but she was completely pinched and squeezed by her and grabbed by the neck. Dugu King Feng pointed the ghost flute straight at Situ Jinping's face. She said sternly, "Worthy of being Mahayana realm cultivators, with the cultivation level of you two, to actually be able to fight fiercely with this seat for several days straight. But unfortunately, this seat does not have the patience to play around with you." Dugu King Feng began to apply force, strangling the platinum-haired girl's neck. The ghost flute in her hand was also preparing to attack Situ Jinping. Suddenly, the sound of a zither echoed in her ears, catching Dugu King Feng's attention. She immediately threw the platinum-haired girl aside and dashed away as if the battle had never happened. Situ Jinping was confused. What is going on? Dugu King Feng flew following the sound of the zither. It was the Hua Fan melody again, but completely different from when that female cultivator played it. "Is it you? Will it be you this time?" He frowned. What exactly happened? Why did that demoness suddenly leave? The platinum-haired girl pointed over. "Senior Situ, the Devil Race has assembled." The Devil Race also followed the sound of the zither and advanced forward. The commanding demon race entity announced, "Everyone, Lord Emperor has already arrived in Zhongzhou. We must also quickly follow in Lord Emperor's footsteps." The Devil Race began to leave the battlefield one after another, following Lord Emperor to attack Zhongzhou. "Charge!" Suddenly, a demon race entity that stayed behind used a skull to gather dark demonic energy. It shot straight at where the two were standing. Situ Jinping said sternly, "In our current state, we no longer have the strength to fight. Let's go quickly." The two immediately flew away from the fierce battlefield. He spoke up. "The Taoist sects have suffered heavy losses, and the Devil Race is invading massively." The platinum-haired girl added, "We can only send word to the great holy lands of Zhongzhou to defend their sects." Situ Jinping recalled the face of Dugu King Feng. Just now, when that female devil left, her expression suddenly became tense. Could it be because of that music piece? He frowned. Or perhaps it was the person playing it. Dugu King Feng flew to the source of the sound in an instant. She exclaimed in astonishment, "To think there is so much pure providence enveloping this place." Dugu King Feng noticed the place where the sound was most concentrated, Xiachi Town. She immediately flew straight toward it. This was the place. Dugu King Feng was puzzled. This place was immersed in the origin Tao principles. The people in the town should have entered the Tao, and their cultivation bases should be quite high. Why was everyone dressed like mortals? It seemed there must be a reason behind this that she hadn't thought of. She began to land on the ground. Dugu King Feng calculated inwardly, temporarily using a secret technique to seal herself to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Inside Ye Changqing's house, he sighed in frustration after finishing playing the zither. Ye Changqing frowned. No cultivation, and no love either. Then I'll play one more piece. A sound echoed in front of him, but he was completely unaware and continued playing the zither. Whenever the Hua Fan melody played, pure love would appear. Suddenly, Dugu King Feng smiled slyly. That's right, it's exactly this Hua Fan melody. She jumped straight in and hugged Ye Changqing. After so many years, she didn't expect to meet this person again in this vast mortal world.
He widened his eyes in shock. Ah, Ye Chongqing recalled the memories of playing the zither with her in the past. The scene was too familiar. Memories came rushing back. The scene of Dugu Qingfeng falling off the cliff. The scene of him carrying her back with a sorrowful heart. Returning to the present, Ye Chongqing thought to himself that his body reacted unconsciously, wanting to embrace her. He asked softly, "Am I dreaming?" Dugu Qingfeng sobbed. "Separated for 9 lifetimes. I didn't expect us to meet again." Suddenly, Ye Chongqing was dumbfounded and thought to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" He blushed and let her go, stammering, "Miss, do not hug against propriety." Ye Chongqing scratched his head shyly. Just now, Ye was truly helpless, but no matter what, you were the one who hugged me first. Oh, Ye Chongqing, even if she wasn't reserved, you should have controlled yourself. He blamed himself heavily. Besides, you didn't even know who she was and just hugged her like that. Since you were single, you should have the awareness of being single. What kind of propriety is this? Suddenly, Dugu Qingfeng burst out laughing. She said happily, "I don't blame you. Moreover, I was the one who took the initiative this time."
Ye Chongqing blushed and thought, I didn't mishear, did I? She said she would take the initiative, but why? Oh, this is so embarrassing. Suddenly he said in a serious tone, "Miss, perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." Dugu Qingfeng denied it. "No." Ye Chongqing looked completely dumbfounded. "Huh?" She smiled and replied, "You don't know me, but I know it's you, and that is enough." Dugu Qingfeng thought to herself, from ancient times until now, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the two of us have gone through 9 lifetimes. It is very difficult to recall that past in a short amount of time. There are many unintentional small movements that are actually instinctive reactions originating from deep within the divine soul. She looked at the embarrassed Ye Chongqing and realized, your appearance also resembles his by 70 or 80%.
Those things are enough for me to confirm that you are exactly the reincarnation of that person. After a period of silent analysis of Ye Chongqing, Dugu Qingfeng began to inspect the items in his courtyard. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, looking at her demeanor, it seems she has made up her mind that I am her old acquaintance from the past? Dugu Qingfeng silently replied, even if I'm mistaken this time, I'll accept it. It's a huge bargain. Suddenly, he stepped forward. Miss, she turned around. Ye Chongqing wondered, are you not planning to leave, but staying here? Dugu Qingfeng smiled and asked back, then do you want me to leave? He blushed and stammered. Well, Ye Chongqing turned his face away and thought, wait a minute, Ye Chongqing, I think you're too out of touch with reality. You're dirt poor, and the path of cultivation is bleak and dark. What do you have to keep her here? He awkwardly spoke up. Miss, this Ye has not a single penny on him, only a courtyard and a grocery store in this remote Shiochi town. I am not worthy of a lady from a noble family like you. Suddenly, Dugu Qingfeng grabbed Ye Chongqing's hand. She smiled and said, what if I say I don't mind? He was so surprised that he jumped. Dugu Qingfeng recalled, when I first came to this place, I realized that this courtyard was actually the center of the entire town. Surely the great Tao providence encompassing this place was bestowed by him. She smiled when thinking of Ye Chongqing's contributions. As expected of his reincarnation, surely his achievements in this life won't be limited to this either. Otherwise, how could he play the Hua Fan melody? Dugu Qingfeng leaned in and repeated, that's right, I don't mind. He suddenly realized something. I know. Ye Chongqing firmly affirmed to himself, she really mistook me for someone else. For her to be so certain, then surely the person who looks like me must be very important in her heart. Dugu Qingfeng was secretly amazed. His gaze is so deeply affectionate. Could it be that he remembered something? He smiled and spoke. All right, since that's the case, you can stay for the time being.
Ye Chongqing silently calculated. Waiting for the day she figured things out and left would be fine, but if she stayed and they developed feelings over time, that would also be very good. He turned around and walked away. I will go prepare a room for you. Dugu Qingfeng was disappointed. What do you mean? Aren't you going to marry me? Ye Chongqing was secretly shocked. Damn, did I stumble into a stand-in trope? Dugu Qingfeng asked in annoyance. Then why don't you sleep with me? He frowned, trying to think of an answer. That's because I still don't know your name. She immediately replied, Dugu Qingfeng. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, damn, that was a quick answer. I am Ye Chongqing. Suddenly, she tightly grasped his hand. Dugu Qingfeng said seriously, Chongqing, there's no need to prepare a room for me. I can sleep with you. Ye Chongqing blushed and reminded her, Miss Dugu, maybe you should restrain yourself a bit. He thought to himself, if you keep saying that, I'll think it's true. Dugu Qingfeng unexpectedly grabbed Ye Chongqing's wrist. She smiled and said, Chongqing, in this life, I, Dugu Qingfeng, will only be inseparable from you. Under the sunlight shining into Shachi town, Ye Chongqing walked shyly on the street. Miss Dugu? She blushed and requested, call my name. He smiled awkwardly and stammered, Qingfeng, thank you for giving me this new outfit. Dugu Qingfeng continued,
It suits you very well, because I like it. Ye Changqing walked down the street under suspicious gazes. All right then, people began to murmur and gossip. Just a few days ago, Mr. Ye took his wife and children out together. Why did he change to someone else today? She initiated it by knocking on the door. I saw it. Tisk tisk, will he accept it? Mr. Ye actually has such romantic fortune. His face darkened when he heard people talking about him. Suddenly, an old woman said jokingly, he even changed into new clothes. Is he living off a woman? He cried silently in his heart. That's not it, I'm not. Listen to my explanation. In an instant, the sky had turned a pale orange color. Under the setting sun, Ye Changqing requested, Qingfeng, let me do it. She refused with annoyance. No, he said seriously. Us being like this is a bit ambiguous. Dugu Qingfeng turned to look at him, not understanding what was going on. Ye Changqing's face was now as red as a tomato, and he covered it with his hands. Qingfeng, you are a woman. Your shoulders cannot bear a carrying pole, and your hands cannot lift heavy objects. She immediately hoisted his entire body onto her shoulder. Ye Changqing awkwardly suggested, how about you put me down? It will be very tiring like this. Dugu Qingfeng smiled as brightly as a flower. Changqing, I am not tired. He sighed helplessly. But I am a little tired. She wondered, Changqing, do you really like this kind of peaceful life? He did not deny it. That's right. Ye Changqing felt secretly upset. If it weren't for the fact that I have no achievements in cultivation, who would want to live a makeshift life in this remote small town? Dugu Qingfeng said in a stern voice, perhaps you have long forgotten, the two of us once wholeheartedly focused on the Tao, just to find a chance to live within the vast great Tao.
Ye Changqing was dumbfounded. Huh? Suddenly she became warm again and continued, it doesn't matter. Tens of millions of years in the past have all passed like floating clouds. Being with you here, living an ordinary secular life is also a kind of happiness. Ye Changqing panicked and thought, big sister, who are you? Did I ever say living here is happy? Let me go. Who will come to save me? Dugu Qingfeng carried him back to the courtyard and slammed the door shut. The scene shifted to a mountain peak where an old man was standing. The brown-haired bird spoke. Even though that female devil's whereabouts are currently unknown, the devil sect has already attacked Jiangsu from the northern frontier. He Chang-Swen continued. Wherever the devil sect's army passed, they massacred almost the entire human race. The bird sitting on his head spoke up. Brother He, the situation is critical now. We should still quickly go meet Senior Ye. He Chang-Swen replied with a sorrowful expression. Everyone, this old man is also a member of the Taoist sect. I also worry about the things that trouble you. Today, this old man will definitely go meet Ancestral Master Ye and invite him to come down the mountain to save Jiangsu from the boiling oil and raging fire. He Chang-Swen immediately rode his flying sword away. The bird of the Dalo Holy Lord flew over. Brother He, I forgot to tell you, not long ago this little sister went to meet Senior Ye. He replied in astonishment. Wanfeng, how could you arbitrarily disturb Senior Ye? How reckless. She hurriedly explained. At that time, Holy Lord Bai died in battle, and our Taoist sect station in the southern frontier was in imminent danger. This little sister also had no choice. This little sister couldn't bear to watch the disciples die unjustly. He Chang-Swen sighed and had to accept it. It was also right for you to do so. Then did Senior Ye agree to your request? The Dalo Holy Lord replied seriously. He didn't give me a clear answer, but he sent the 3 demon race attendants beside him to the southern frontier. There will probably be results soon. He continued. With Senior Ye's noble status, he certainly wouldn't directly interfere in the karma of the mortal realm, but if he agreed to send his attendants, it means he is willing to help our Taoist sect. He Chang-Swen said strictly. Junior Sister Wanfeng, rest assured. Please pass my words to the Holy Lords. Whether it is Jiangsu or the Taoist sect, there will be a ray of hope.
He thought to himself, Ancestral Master Ye, is this time a calamity or a trial for the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou? Everything rests within a single thought of yours. He Chang-Swen knocked on the door of Ye Changqing's courtyard. He bowed his head and spoke. Mr. Ye, Junior He Chang-Swen requests an audience. Suddenly, a sharp hand swung the door open. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped as he looked at Dugu Qingfeng. She was also stunned and looked back at He Chang-Swen with a doubtful gaze. Dugu Qingfeng thought to herself, a cultivator? He Chang-Swen still looked completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. She continued to think. Fortunately, before entering Shaoqi town, this seat used a secret technique to seal my own demonic energy, so perhaps he cannot sense it. This old man, on the contrary, does not even bother to hide his aura, peak of the soul formation realm. He blushed while looking at Dugu Qingfeng. Her clothing was clean and neat, her expression calm. Could she be the Taiswen Holy Lord guarding the rear among the 5 great holy lands? The last time this old man was evaluated by the bold and insolent gaze of a beautiful woman was, well, the last time. He Chang-Swen reminisced inwardly. In the beginning, I was also a flower of the sect, which was why I made the eldest senior sister pursue me relentlessly like that. Could it be that this beautiful woman also? Suddenly, Dugu Qingfeng spoke up. Is the Mr. Ye you speak of Ye Changqing? Hearing her voice, he immediately snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, that's right. This old man came here because there is a matter to request. She turned around and replied. He went out to buy things. Wait. He Chang-Swen asked in surprise. Huh? Then how long must I wait? He cried out in panic. Oh no, the north cannot wait any longer. Dugu King Feng wondered. Could it be that you came to invite Changqing to go to the north? He Chung-swen replied, you, a woman like you, also knows about the turmoil in the north?
As expected of the woman beside Mr. Ye, she always keeps all the major events of the world clear in her mind. Suddenly, she gave a cold snort and immediately released the seal on her cultivation. He was shocked, his mouth wide open. It turned out she had sealed her own cultivation. He Chung-swen jumped back. This aura is... Dugu King Feng smiled. If you came because of the Northern Desolation, you probably recognize who this seed is, right? He immediately gathered energy into his arm and shouted in panic. It's demonic energy! You are that female devil emperor! He Chung-swen attacked directly at where she stood. This is the place of peaceful cultivation for Ancestral Master Ye. How can I let you defile it? Dugu King Feng was confused. Ancestral Master Ye?
She asked while dodging the attacks. You are a holy lord. Why do you call him Ancestral Master? He Chung-swan glared. Are you scared now? He said sternly. This old man will tell you then. Ancestral Master Ye is someone from the upper realm. His existence is fundamentally not something that you and I can imagine, if you know it's good for you. Suddenly, Dugu King Feng rushed over with a ferocious face, making He Chung-swan scream out loud. She grabbed his collar while he was still terrified. Dugu King Feng said sternly, Changqing is from the upper realm? He Chung-swan cried out in panic. Demon, let go immediately. Suddenly, she rejoiced inwardly. Did he ascend to the upper realm long ago? Dugu King Feng bluntly threw him backward. Ouch! She thought to herself, a person ascending and descending to the mortal realm must surely suffer the pain of the immortal slaying sword chi. Dugu King Feng affirmed firmly, it must be to awaken me. He severed his own cultivation and reduced his immortal lifespan. He Chung-swan was puzzled. To awaken you? He thought to himself, what exactly is the relationship between her and Ancestral Master Ye? He Chung-swan looked at Dugu King Feng's frantic appearance and calculated. The female devil coming into the world, could this also be part of Ancestral Master Ye's plan? Suddenly she turned and spoke up. This seat knows what you were thinking. If it wasn't for you, this seat wouldn't have known that Changqing took such great pains. He Chung-swan was dumbfounded. Who? This old man? What did this old man say? Female devil? This old man wants to know, did Ancestral Master Ye rescue you out of here? Dugu King Feng said sternly, if you came to beg Changqing to flatten the chaos in the northern land caused by this seat's tribe, this seat can directly answer you here. He Chung-swan was shocked. What? She began to emit demonic energy. The members of this seat's tribe entering Zhongzhou will only return to the ancestral land to rest and recuperate, absolutely not causing any trouble. The two races, human and devil, from today onwards will establish a treaty, forever non-aggression. Dugu King Feng's energy instantly formed into words as she spoke. Dugu King Feng began to disperse the command, using her Dharma decree to order the myriad devils. He Chung-swan was so shocked he couldn't speak a word.
He said in a stern voice, Female Devil Emperor, you are very considerate of the overall situation, but this old man still wants to ask, what exactly is the relationship between you and Ancestral Master Ye? Ye Changqing was on his way back, humming a few tunes. He walked and sang, Just because you are so beautiful, baby. A voice made Ye Changqing stop in his tracks. As for the relationship between this seat and Changqing, well, he immediately hid behind the door and thought, don't talk nonsense. The relationship between us is purely a platonic relationship between a man and a woman. Dugu King Feng continued, You don't need to know. Ye Changqing was horrified. The more she speaks, the more it's exposed. He turned his face and calculated. The Northern Desolation devil race has already reached the southern frontier, and now the Tai Swain Holy Lord has come again. Perhaps he really came to find me to repel the devil army. Dugu King Feng said sternly, As for the relationship between this seat and Changqing, you don't need to know. And of course, you can't possibly experience it. But it is true that Changqing awakened this seat and saved this seat from the 9 lifetimes bronze coffin. He Chung-swan panicked. Ancestral Master Ye, who comes from the Tai Swan Holy Land, actually removed your shackles and let you out?
Leading to the Great Devil War in the northern frontier, causing countless casualties and plunging the people into misery. The war that had once taken the lives of many people ended peacefully just like this. He cried out to heaven and earth. In the history books, this crime would not only be pinned on Ancestral Master Ye, but even on the Tai Swan Holy Land. Thank you, Devil Emperor. This old man takes his leave. Ye Changqing was still standing outside, worrying. I am just a lowly golden core stage cultivator. How can I help the Tai Swan Holy Land repel the great army? Big Sister Qing Feng even spoke so vaguely. This is really making things difficult for Ye. He Chung-swen hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. He was stunned to see him appear. He Chung-swen also gaped when he saw Ye Changqing. He smiled awkwardly. Elder He, long time no see. When did you arrive? He Chung-swen held back his tears until his nose turned red, thinking to himself, as this old man sees it, Ancestral Master Ye's actions this time truly make one's heart ache. But Ancestral Master Ye taught us attentively. I still remember it clearly to this day, passing down providence and true intent to us. He secretly admired. How could Ancestral Master Ye have any evil intentions? He Chung-swen bowed his head in a salute. He Chung-swen pays respects to Ancestral Master Ye. Ye Chongqing was dumbfounded and thought to himself, Ancestral Master Ye, why is he suddenly being so polite? He continued, reporting to Ancestral Master Ye, I just arrived. He Chong-Swen smiled awkwardly along with his train of thought. Since things had come to this, even if he doubted Ancestral Master Ye, it would be in vain. Dugu Qingfeng stepped out. Chongqing, he secretly calculated, if Ancestral Master Ye had brought the demoness to his side, and the demoness even actively proposed a ceasefire, she ran over to inform, Chongqing, I need to go out for a trip. It will probably take a few days. He Chong-Swen stroked his beard and secretly calculated, I understand now. This is a massive chess move. Ancestral Master Ye has a benevolent heart, so he saved the demoness, and then by reforming the demoness, he stopped the human and devil races from fighting from the very root. Ye Chongqing waved goodbye. Have a safe trip. Ye Chong-Swen's eyes were now sparkling along with his thoughts. To be this dedicated, securing every step taken, it truly made this old man prostrate in admiration. He was dumbfounded. Oh my God, why is he bowing?
Elder He, since you are already here, please come inside. He replied, no problem. This junior obeys. Ye Chongqing smiled and asked, the two of us haven't met for years. How about having a drink today? He Chong-Swen immediately agreed. I obey. Sorry to trouble Ancestral Ye. He smiled slyly with the thought, do I not know your alcohol tolerance? Under the sultry light shining into Ye Chongqing's courtyard, he continuously urged, come, 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 have another glass. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, I will let him get drunk at my place for a few days, delaying until Little Willow returns. Then I will have a helper in persuading the devil sect. He Chong-Swen suddenly spoke up. Ancestral Ye, do you know who that woman just now was? He calmly replied, I only know her name. Her name is Dugu Qingfeng. He lowered his face gloomily. The name of the devil sect's female emperor still carries a hint of arrogance. Suddenly, Ye Chongqing crushed the wine glass in his hand. He was so shocked that his face darkened as he thought to himself, who? She is the female devil emperor? Ye Chongqing frowned and thought back. The number of targets who misidentified him had increased again. It's over. To think I was mistaken for a sweetheart by the female devil emperor, and even bearing the identity of the Tai Swen Ancestral Ye. No wonder Elder He is being as polite as a stranger today. I must clearly show my stance. Suddenly he came up with an idea, but how to execute it perfectly. I've got it. Ye Chongqing turned and asked, Elder He, do you know why Dugu Qingfeng is at my place? He Chong-Swen replied, Ancestral Ye has taken great pains. This junior understands. He wondered, what do you understand? He Chong-Swen continued, just now the Devil Emperor has explained everything clearly to this old man. The Devil Emperor said you awakened her, saving her from the seal. The relationship between you and her, outsiders cannot understand, nor can they experience.
Ye Chongqing blushed. Can you please forget all these rumors? He Chong-Swan said in disappointment. Oh, the Devil Emperor even said she is willing to act on your behalf, immediately ordering the Devil Race to stop fighting. He was shocked after hearing his words. Wow. He Chong-Swan said softly, Ancestral Master Ye, this junior understands everything. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, so the ill-fated love between immortals and devils, the sinking into desires in the legends, the plot of sacrificing oneself to preserve the world is actually real. The scene shifts to the border city of the northern frontier, the Devil Race faction. An old Devil Race member spoke up. Everyone, in the campaign to enter Zhangzhou, the various tribes of our race suffered nearly 300,000 casualties. This debt must be settled with the Taoist sects and the human race. Otherwise, how can we justify this to our people? Two old Devil Race members standing nearby also exclaimed, we should drive the human race outside the northern frontier, so they can taste the freezing wind and frost of 10,000 years, destroying the foundation of the Zhangzhou Taoist sects. A bullhorn devil glared. All along our way here, the slaughter hasn't been enough. We must make the human race pay blood for blood. Suddenly, the sound of wind and waves along with a pair of jade-like legs flew to the border city of the northern frontier. Dugu Qingfeng raised her voice. It seems the venerables have already decided for me. The crowd immediately knelt down and paid their respects. Greetings, Lord Emperor, she said sternly. I heard everything you all just said. The suffering our devil race has endured for tens of thousands of years is indeed related to the human race and the Taoist sects. But surely you all know, my maternal family comes from the human race, and I still have the blood of the human race flowing in my body.
Qian wondered, is that true? The Devil Race member next to him replied, I thought it was just a rumor. The remaining one hastily answered, it's just rarely mentioned. Dugu Qingfeng continued to speak. Recently, this seat took human form and infiltrated Zhongzhou, only to discover that the human race already has an emperor, whose power far exceeds mine. The subordinates of this emperor are all Taoist sect cultivators practicing various Taos, and their cultivation realms are on par with the Devil Venerable and Devil Emperor realms. Qian seriously said, we didn't know anything about this. The old devil next to him also agreed, never heard of it before. Dugu Qingfeng waved her hand. In order to preserve our race and avoid angering the emperor, which would result in corpses spanning 100 miles, she took out an imperial decree.
From today onwards, the human and devil races will establish a treaty of non-aggression forever. A few days ago, I already agreed to a ceasefire with the human race. Our race will return to guard the Holy Land at the northern frontier. From now on, the two races will not invade each other. All three old men agreed with the decision. Lord Emperor is absolutely right. Indeed, if there is an expert of that level, it's better not to try and fight. Planning for the long term is more sound. Dooku Kingfeng smiled in satisfaction. I am very relieved that you venerables know how to consider the big picture.
From today onwards, you all shall lead our clansmen back to the Holy Land and must not go out anymore. I will continue to infiltrate Zhongzhou to scout the enemy's situation. Scarlet-eyed anxiously suggested, we can also follow your Excellency Emperor through life and death. She gradually turned around and flew away. Remember this, the human race has risen. The situation of the Taoist sects is not as simple as you imagine. Having finished your business, Dooku Kingfeng revealed a triumphant smile. The three old devils completely agreed. Yes, yes, if it is the Emperor, then of course we believe it. The human race is indeed not simple. She gradually dissipated into the air along with her instructions. Remember my orders well, execute them immediately and do not make any mistakes. The three devils said in unison, understood. The two behind Scarlet-eyed worried. Will the human race's emperor be the human sword cultivator who fought fiercely with your Excellency Emperor for many days? That sword cultivator can be said to be an opponent of your Excellency Emperor, but he certainly cannot surpass your Excellency Emperor. An old devil said in annoyance, even if forced by the might of the human race, your Excellency Emperor only agreed to a ceasefire, but the grudge of the devil race will absolutely not end here. Scarlet-eyed spoke up. In my opinion, it is better to borrow a knife to kill someone. By acting in secret, we will not only prevent your Excellency Emperor from finding out, but the human race in Zhongzhou will also not be able to track us down. The old devil next to him said, Scarlet-eyed, could it be that you have a plan? The bald devil chimed in, stop beating around the bush, just say it directly. He quickly explained, have you forgotten? Zhongzhou still has a few secret ancient devil-sealing ruins.
Qian spoke of the demonic beasts being imprisoned deep in the mountains. The old devil race member was tense. Are you suggesting we break the demonic seal and release the primordial descendants inside? Qian said sternly. Even if that person who surpassed Lord Emperor takes action, he will have to deal with those troublesome vicious beasts first. By the time he recovers, we will have already escaped and wiped our hands clean of any involvement. Both old devil race members agreed happily. Great, this idea is wonderful. As long as the Taoist sects are destroyed, we are willing to let the mortal realm return to the chaotic and turbulent times like the ancient era once again. The one-horned devil race member continued, outwardly agreeing but inwardly disagreeing with Lord Emperor's orders, just for a personal grudge. In case this is exposed in the future and Lord Emperor stands by and does nothing, would it be worth it for us to do this? He calmly replied, we have defended the ice plains for tens of thousands of years. Even if we have no achievements, we have worked hard under these cold, snowy mountains. Qian said sternly. Moreover, this action is related to the decline and prosperity of the devil race. I am confident she will not just stand by and watch. The scene shifted to the border of Nanling. A voice rang out. Good, very good. The buffalo-horned elder continued. Not only killing a holy lord, but also repelling the entire army of the 4 great ancient clans that came here. Congratulations to the 2 elders for breaking through to the demon emperor realm. With this, our demon race now has 2 demon emperors. Let's see if the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou still dare to stop us. Qulong said sternly. Do not speak nonsense. Have you forgotten what Demon Venerable Tusi said when he was secluded in Qingqiu? The person ruling above the emperor is the one we should be most wary of. Suddenly, Jashan, who was sitting next to him, sneered. He mockingly said, Lord Qulong is too cautious. Now that the 2 of us are working together, are we still afraid that we cannot defeat a human race emperor? The buffalo-horned elder agreed. That's right. The 2 demon emperor lords have unparalleled cultivation. They can definitely lead our race back to Zhongzhou. Qulong continued. If we have to risk the extermination of our race just to return to Zhongzhou, then this old man would rather retreat to Nanling immediately. The buffalo-horned elder was so shocked he stuttered. Exterminate? Exterminate our race? Is it really that serious? The green-haired guy was tense. Lord Jueshan, how about we discuss this further? He thought to himself in annoyance. This old bastard Qulong is getting more and more cowardly. Jueshan stood up and said, Lord Qulong's worries are not unreasonable. How about tomorrow, we send our tribes to infiltrate Zhongzhou and search for our ancestors' supreme treasure before that expert takes action. This way, even if he suddenly makes a move, it will have nothing to do with us.
Qulong smiled in satisfaction. Very good, very good. He seriously ordered, remember, after finding it, immediately withdraw to Nanling to prevent angering the emperor. The crowd agreed in unison. Understood. He frowned and thought to himself, this old man, wait until I find the supreme treasure of the Black Tiger clan first. Let's see who still listens to you. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out outside the tent. Jueshan was surprised. Who? The devil race went out to check. Why couldn't they feel any demonic energy? Why was there a wave of essence chi from the Taoist sect? The Black Emperor suddenly swooped down in front of the bewildered devil race. Could it be that remnants of the Taoist sect have chased us here?
He smiled sinisterly with a thought. Old bastard, go to hell. Jushan immediately dodged the attack. With your little bit of skill, you dream of sneak attacking this old man? Another pair of feet continued to step forward. It was all because his range of action was too large. Tu Shishan frowned. Great, now we've lost the most ideal opportunity for a sneak attack. The Black Emperor said in a stern voice, "Listen closely. Following my master's orders, I command you to leave Zhongzhou immediately." The demon crowd was confused. Leave? Based on what? What the hell is your master? Why should we listen to your orders? Black Emperor, you are of the demon race, yet you willingly serve as a servant for the human race. You truly have no shame. He sneered and continued, "My master also said, if you do not retreat, there will be no demon race left in this world." Jushan angrily prepared to attack. "You dare to curse our race?" Lushan stepped forward. Just now, who dared to speak disrespectfully of the master? She glared at the demon crowd. The weak demons nearby were instantly crushed to the ground. "Help! This pressure is suffocating. We're going to be crushed to death." Qulong stood aside, pondering. Someone far surpassing the Emperor realm was able to come with the Black Emperor as a persuader. Then the master the Black Emperor mentioned, could it be a peerless expert far surpassing an emperor? He said sternly, "Black Emperor, we entered Zhongzhou only to seek the inheritance left by the demon race seniors. As long as we find it, we will immediately leave Zhongzhou." Jushan said indignantly, "Qulong, how can you act like a cowardly turtle? We are both demon emperors, yet you want to submit to a dog demon venerable?" He shouted in annoyance, "Brother Jushan, don't be ungrateful." He completely ignored it and prepared to attack. "Black Emperor, you insulted my ancestors and tricked me out of my magical treasure. Today I will definitely make sure you cannot return."
Suddenly, the dark energy in Jushan's hands completely dissipated. He exclaimed in shock, "This is—" The Black Emperor cried out in panic, "Brother Tree!" Looking at Lushan's terrifying gaze, he became even more afraid. Father Tree, please go easy on him. Just kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." She said in a stern voice, "You all step back." Lushan walked closer to where Jushan was still standing in a daze. She said seriously, "If you want to settle the grudges, let's start counting from the Bugui secret realm." Jushan's eyes widened in bewilderment. "What? Is she the ancient demon tree from back then?" Lushan continued, "Back then, in the Bugui secret realm, you casually set foot all over this seat's blessed land of cultivation, and now you have repeatedly spoken words that offend Master. Therefore, this seat will take this opportunity to wipe out your Black Tiger clan." Jushan immediately explained, "In order to enter Zhongzhou, the demon race has painstakingly hidden for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how profound Senior's cultivation base is, you shouldn't act so ruthlessly." Lushan scoffed openly. "Ruthless?" Taking advantage of the opportunity, he cast a spell, summoning the ancient Black Tiger god. A tiger holy beast immediately appeared from the high sky. The Black Emperor panicked. "Holy crap, he's using this move again." Jushan's body began to change, returning to his true body. The ancient Black Tiger god roared in fury. The Black Emperor shouted, "Father Tree, before his younger brother died, he also used this move. Do you remember?" Lushan moved 2 branches downward. "Forest!" They quickly charged down toward where Jushan was standing.
The ground began to crack open, carrying an extremely brutal pressure. The scattered demons immediately lay flat on the ground. "Oh my god, quickly cast protective barriers." Suddenly, he tightly grabbed her branch. Lushan immediately paused and was pulled down slightly. Jushan angrily swung his hand. "Return in full." Her skill was quickly and completely dissipated. Lushan said sternly, "Ming Jushan, this seat advises you to know when to stop." He flew up and continued, "Ancient demon tree, it seems you can only control these few vines to break me." Jushan smiled triumphantly. "Do you dare to fight a battle against the ancient Black Tiger god's power?" She angrily unleashed her full power. "Do you know the consequences of provoking this seat?" He immediately gathered momentum from his feet, rushing forward with a will devoid of fear or panic. Jushan attacked furiously. "Cut the nonsense. Today this old man will definitely slay a god to prove the Tao." Suddenly his punch stopped as it nearly approached Lushan. Jushan was astonished. "To think you also know the ancient domain art." Lushan calmly continued to attack. She controlled the divine vines to approach him. From his hands to his entire body, they finally burrowed into Jushan's body, completely controlling him. The demons below were amazed. It's actually the ancient domain art. With his spiritual sense and 5 senses sealed, there will be no way to cast demonic energy. Brother Jushan will definitely explode and die because of this. A mouse demon spoke up. "Lord Qulong, please lend a helping hand." The demon next to him added, "If we lose an expert at the demon emperor level, I'm afraid our clan will collapse. When that time comes, even if the Grand Army retreats outside the southern frontier, the Black Tiger clan will still find a way to take revenge for this wrongdoing, causing danger to other tribes." Qulong said sternly, "As things stand, I can only lend a helping hand." He immediately transformed into a dragon. From his face to his legs, in an instant his entire body had completely become a dragon.
Long immediately flew up to stop her. "Senior, please show mercy," he suggested in terror. "Senior, please be lenient and spare Brother Choshan." Liu Shen glared. "You had better not interfere, otherwise do not blame this seat for taking my anger out on you." Zhou Shen was almost completely controlled. Suddenly, his hand moved, freeing himself from the control caused by Liu Shen. She was astonished, not believing her eyes. Long solemnly reminded. Brother Zhou Shen quickly stopped the forbidden technique. He completely did not care, and his veins also transformed into a dark red color. He continued to warn. "Right now, your body possesses the Black Tiger divine power. If you execute a forbidden technique that goes against the heavenly Tao, you will suffer a multiplied backlash. Once the backlash occurs, this region of heaven and earth will also be shattered by you." Zhou Shen gritted his teeth and said, "Then all of you can be buried together with me." He used all his strength to strike down at where Liu Shen was standing. Her face darkened as she said, "Without entering the divine realm, all of you are merely ants." Suddenly, Liu Shen's body transformed. This seat spent tens of thousands of years to be able to fully comprehend the Tao of Heaven's mandate. Therefore, before you fall, I will give you an opportunity to comprehend the true intent within it. She unleashed divine power with a wind force 10,000 times stronger than before. Zhou Shen completely bore the brunt of the attack that Liu Shen unleashed. Instantly, he lost his balance, fell backward, and coughed up blood on the spot. Zhou Shen's body gradually stiffened under Liu Shen's attack. She still continuously struck without stopping at all.
Liu Shen smiled with satisfaction. Worthy of being the demon emperor at the head of the demon race, this seat will accept this pure demonic energy. She aimed straight at the center of Zhou Shen's chest and continued to strike. Taking the blow, he could no longer resist and fell down. Long stared in astonishment. To think that in the blink of an eye, she neutralized the forbidden technique of the Black Tiger clan and even absorbed all the magical power of the demon emperor. Liu Shen spoke sternly. "Being disrespectful to the master and rebelling against this seat, what kind of end will you face?" Long quickly dispelled his spell and landed on the ground. He bowed and said, "As Lord Emperor commands, we will certainly make proper arrangements." Liu Shen also slowly landed below. She continued, "You have 2 days to find the inheritance you desire, and then scram back to Nanling. Obeying the master's verbal decree, you are not allowed to leave Nanling for generations." The demons shouted in unison, "We will obey the orders of Lord Emperor." Liu Shen turned and ordered, "Black Emperor, it's time to leave." He asked in confusion, "Brother Tree, aren't we bringing this old guy back for the master to make a dish?" She sighed in frustration. The master is not someone who eats old demons. Returning to Ye Chongqing's courtyard, he frowned in frustration. Even though he had previously acted as Sage Chongqing and Taiswan Ancestral Master, and the people who came to visit were all big shots of the immortal realm. Although he couldn't adapt immediately at the time, over time he gradually accepted it. Suddenly, Ye Chongqing blushed so hard he trembled. But how could he possibly adapt to dating a female devil emperor? In a flash, he realized that, moreover, she seemed to mistake him for someone else. If one day she woke up, by then, if she left him with an intact corpse, it would be considered very kind of her. Suddenly, Dugu Klingfeng appeared. "Chongqing, I have returned." He was secretly surprised. Wasn't she supposed to be out for a few days? Why was she back so quickly? Before coming up with a safe way to persuade her to retreat, he must act well and absolutely cannot reveal any flaws. Ye Chongqing stepped forward and said, in a sad tone, "Klingfeng, why did you come back so late?" Seeing her joyful face made Ye Chongqing feel triumphant. "That's right, just acting like dating a normal woman is fine. I've successfully fooled her."
Dugu Qingfeng lunged forward. She said seriously, "Cheng, from now on, I will never leave you again. I will always stay with you." Blushing deeply, he thought to himself, "But I don't want to be in a serious romantic relationship with you." Ye Chengqing stammered, Qingfeng, did something happen to you when you went out this time?" She replied happily, "It's nothing. I just left the clan. I also told them not to contact me anymore. Rest assured, no one will come to disturb the two of us again." Ye Chengqing blushed as her hand touched his cheek. He thought shyly, "Oh no, she actually..." Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. The three who had completed their mission returned. "Mr. Ye, we have returned." Seeing the three of them, the two awkwardly let go of each other. Ye Chengqing rejoiced inwardly. It's a good thing they came back, otherwise who knows how long I would have been hugged. The Black Emperor and Tushisan happily walked up to him. Dugu Qingfeng wondered. "Chengqing, they are..." He replied cheerfully, "They are all pets I raised with my own hands. Little Willow, has the demon race matter been handled?" She replied, "Mm-hmm." Ye Chengqing smiled and praised. "Well done." Tushisan spoke up. "Mr. Ye, this time our entire Spirit Fox clan has retreated to Nanling and will not enter Zhengzhou." He replied excitedly, "The Spirit Fox clan really has a massive scale."
The Black Emperor ran over and spoke up. "Jueshan has also been taken care of by Brother Tree. The strongest Black Tiger clan among the demon race has lost its leader. Master, this is a good time to subdue them and establish dominance." Ye Chongqing followed up. "That's right. Rather than letting others take the advantage, it's better to take it ourselves. It seems the Black Emperor really wants to go." He rejoiced. "Yes, Master. The Black Emperor will definitely lead the Black Tiger clan well and be loyal to the Master." He smiled and agreed.
Go, take Miss Tu with you. You don't need to make it big. Just having fun playing outside is fine. Ye Chongqing thought to himself, don't come back if there's nothing going on. You demon emperors and demon venerables cling to me all day long. It's truly terrifying. Suddenly, the Black Emperor grabbed Tu Shisan in his mouth. He bounded away despite her words. Ah, run slower. I'm getting motion sickness. Dugu Qingfeng looked at the divine willow tree and thought to herself, this aura. She asked seriously, does your excellency know Mount Wangquei?
She continued, 10,000 years ago, I once sat in meditation and cultivated peacefully in the mountains. Dugu Qinfeng was surprised. I found your aura extremely familiar. It turns out you are my lifesaver. Lu Shen wondered. Wangquei Mountain is an ancient mountain from the ancient era. Why did you meet me in the mountains? She said sternly. There had long been rumors that Wangquei Mountain contained countless providence and fortune, but at the same time, it was also filled with murderous intent. Dugu Qinfeng recalled that period of time. She recounted softly. We found a providence, but we were also hunted down. My comrades were almost entirely wiped out. As for me, I managed to escape disaster by hiding under a willow tree. Suddenly, Dugu Qinfeng bowed and paid her respects. Senior, it was just an unintentional act at the time, but for me, it was a life-saving grace. Ye Chongqing stood aside and thought, if that's the case, Little Willow's cultivation must be slightly higher than this demoness. Moreover, they know each other. If one day she suddenly turns her back and refuses to acknowledge us, Little Willow will definitely step in to help. He stepped forward and said, since the two of you are old friends, then stay here and chat to reminisce. I will go prepare dinner. Ye Chongqing quickly turned and left. Lu Shen turned to ask, are you a person carrying the mixed bloodline of the Wu clan? How do you know my master? Dugu Qinfeng was stunned. Wu clan? Lu Shen glared and said, first tell me, how do you know my master, the leader of the devil race? She smiled and replied, it seems you had long guessed my identity. Dugu Qinfeng quickly recounted, ever since ancient times, we defied the heavens together and became Tao companions.
After that, during the Great War between the Devil and Orthodox factions in the northern frontier of Zhangzhou, I was accidentally captured by the Taoist sect. At the critical moment, he was the one who drew his sword against his fellow disciples. Thanks to that, I escaped the fate of being destroyed. I didn't want him to bear the criticism, so I was willing to sacrifice myself and voluntarily abandon my cultivation. As for him, he paid the price with his life, sealing me in an unbreakable bronze coffin. At that time, no magical power in the world could hurt me anymore. Before the seal, he promised me that after he reincarnated for 9 lifetimes, he would definitely use the Hua Fan melody we used to play together as a sign to awaken me. She cried and laughed as she recalled all those things. I have gone through 9 lifetimes in the bronze coffin, and my cultivation has reached the Mahayana realm. If I hadn't always restrained myself after coming out, I fear I would have already triggered a destructive heavenly tribulation. If one day Chongqing gets tired of this peaceful life, I will trigger the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the heavenly realm with him. That way we will never be separated forever. Ye Chongqing stood outside, listening to everything, and thought to himself, Big Sister Qingfeng, you have truly mistaken me for someone else. He returned and opened the storage drawers. Inside was the food that Ye Chongqing had hoarded. He cried secretly in his heart. I have spent millions of Hunyan stones, but to this day I am still just an ordinary golden core cultinator. Why have I become such a peerless expert in your eyes? Dugu Qingfeng continued to ask, now can you explain to me why you call me someone from the Wu clan? Ye Chongqing, while preparing dinner, listened to Lu Shan's reply. During the era when I gained spiritual wisdom, there was only the Wu clan and no devil clan. Because the ancestors of the Wu clan originally lacked innate wisdom, their descendants became ferocious, cruel, and fond of slaughter. Therefore, they gradually became known as devils. Back then, you were driven into a corner in the Wangquek Mountain Forest. The reason I saved you was because you carry the Wu clan bloodline.
Liu Shen's tree branch slowly approached Dugu Qingfeng. When I was first born, I once received a favor from the Wu clan, and thanks to the mixed half-bloodline in your body, I saw a method to solve the Wu clan's predicament. To me, being able to heal the flaw of your entire clan can be considered a way to repay that gratitude. If I can use this to touch the upper realm and have a merit treasure fall from it, my ascension will be even more perfect and secure. But at that time, I was only a flash of spiritual light, so I engraved a mark on you to find you later. Liu Shen quickly took out an energy orb. It gradually flew to Dugu Qingfeng's shoulder. She was surprised. You were tracking me? The orb disappeared immediately after. Liu Shen said sternly, the mark I left behind was forcibly erased by someone else. I couldn't find you, so I had to give up on this idea. Looking back now, when you left Mount Wangquei and befriended Master, it's not surprising that my mark was erased. Dugu Qingfeng realized, so it was because of Chongqing. Suddenly, a scream from the other side of the door caught their attention. Ah!
Ye Chongqing sat in front of the burnt cod in a panic. He had been eavesdropping so intently that the bottom of the pot had burned completely. He frowned in disappointment. This is so embarrassing. I was listening so closely that I completely forgot about the pot. Ye Chongqing looked back at the pot, which still smelled delicious. Well, it's still not a big problem. Suddenly he paused and pondered. But then again, does this world really have the Wu clan? Ye Chongqing remembered that in his old world, he had only seen the Wu clan mentioned in a little-known mythological ancient book while writing his university thesis. Back then, he was a bookworm with messy hair, wearing literary glasses and reading ancient books. Thinking carefully, is the Wu clan in that mythology also suffering from an innate deficiency? I remember the book said they must rely on the primordial spirit mark of an ancestral god to resolve this predicament. If there is a Wu clan in this world too, and they share the same flaw, could it be that they also need to obtain the primordial spirit mark of an ancestral god to solve that difficulty?
Ye Chongqing, after arranging the food on the plates, immediately ran out. As for the supreme treasure of merit that little Willow mentioned, the Xuanhuang Pagoda, the auspicious clouds of merit, and the chaos green lotus, it just so happens that I have all three of these items, but their practicality is average, so personally I don't highly recommend them. Liu Shen continued, I have to admit, you are a very successfully reformed member of the Wu clan, but if you keep walking the same old path, you won't be able to help your clansmen change their destiny. Dugu Qingfeng admitted, That's right, until now the blood feud between the devil race and the human race is still there. Liu Shen turned around. Then there is only one path left. Ye Chongqing happily walked over. Time to eat, she said seriously. That is to ask Master to take action and help. He placed the food on the table. This is Fiangqing's favorite dish, and since little Willow returned today, I added another dish.
Yu Shan said sternly, having been companions with Master for 10 years, right here this seat has witnessed countless miracles born from Master's hands. Nowadays, Master also holds 3 supreme treasures of merit, grasping the myriad great Taos in his hands. Suddenly, Liu Shan turned back. In this heaven and earth, the only person who can lend you a hand is none other than Master. Ye Chongqing called out loudly, What are you whispering about over there? Hurry up and come here to eat. The two quickly ran to the dining table. Ye Chongqing picked Liu Shan up. He gently placed her on a chair. Ye Chongqing said seriously, Little Liu, even though you are already tens of thousands of years old, after taking such a small human form, you definitely must eat a bit more to replenish yourself, understand? She smiled and thought to herself, This is Master's cultivation realm, which has long suppressed all living beings. He smiled brightly and fed Liu Shan. Taste this and see if it suits your palate. Ah! Liu Shan opened her mouth along with the thought, He is still as simple and approachable as ever. She blushed with sparkling eyes. Wow, it's delicious. Wow, delicious. Dugu Qingfeng stood to the side, watching the two of them acting so intimately. Suddenly, her entire body trembled. Dugu Qingfeng called out softly, Chang Qing. He turned around and stammered. What is it? Shi Shaibing requested. I want to beg you, please save my clansmen. Ye Chongqing was stunned. Huh? He frowned and thought, but I am only Sage Changqing recognized by the Great Yan Nation, the ancestral master of Taisuen Holy Land, the supreme master respected by Yu Bo, the substitute lover you mistook me for, and an ordinary trash cultivator at the Golden Core stage. The one who can save your clansmen is not me, but the ancestral god. He suddenly realized, wait a minute, you don't actually think that I am the ancestral god, do you? Dugu Qingfeng stared wide-eyed, waiting for an answer. Yet Chongqing was still hesitating, not knowing how to reply.
Liu Shen calmly enjoyed the food, leaving the two of them to their psychological struggle. He bit his lip and thought, what do I have to fight against over 100,000 of the devil race? Do they think I'm Tathagata Buddha, that just casually chanting a few sutras can release all their souls from suffering? Ye Chongqing swallowed hard in panic. Since I've been laying low until now, to avoid dying at the hands of the female devil here, ancestral god, right? I'll accept it. He timidly spoke up. Qingfeng, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I currently have the heart but lack the strength. She continued, saying it like that, do you really have a way to change the fate of my clan? Ye Chongqing did not deny it. That's right, to make up for the poor foundation of the Wu clan, it requires the use of the ancestral god's primordial spirit mark. But right now, my primordial spirit has a minor illness, so... Dugu Qingfeng happily replied, Changfeng, the fact that you are willing to lend a hand, I am already very grateful. He reached out and held her jade-like hand. Ye Chongqing stood up and reassured her. No need to worry. Restoring the primordial spirit is only a matter of time. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Hee, rest assured, I will try my best to drag it out until the day I live to a ripe old age and die at home. Ye Chongqing said sternly. When I recover, I will set to work and act immediately. Dugu Qingfeng felt shy along with her thoughts. Although I don't know what kind of existence the ancestral god that Changqing mentioned ultimately is, just hearing him say it involuntarily makes people feel at ease. Suddenly, Liu Shen smiled sinisterly. Hee. She thought to herself, Master has finally agreed to reveal his true identity, ancestral god. The two girls sitting in front of Ye Chongqing giggled. He was no exception, secretly smiling. Scam successful. As for treating the primordial spirit, I'll just keep dragging it out. Each delay will be 100,000 years.
until I, Ye, can think of another solution. A few months after the long and drawn-out battle with the devil race ended, He Changxuan happily greeted, "Oh, my old friends."
All three suddenly turned into light and vanished into thin air, then flew straight into He Changxuan's face. The three of them revealed their true bodies right after. He happily said, "This is a move I just learned from an old mage in the West. How is it? Are you envious? Are you jealous?" The black-bearded Holy Lord said sternly, "Old He, quickly get to the main point." He Changxuan said sternly, "The patrol disciples of our sect have persistently observed for several months. The devil race's grand army attacking Zhongzhou has retreated to the border." Hearing this, he frowned. Could it be that Senior Ye actually intervened in this matter? Senior Ye surely single-handedly terrified the hundreds of thousands of troops of the devil sect. The Dalo Holy Lord sighed wearily. "Brother Su, you are underestimating the Senior's cultivation realm. With Senior Ye's noble status, just by sitting in his tent and strategizing, he can secure a decisive victory thousands of miles away. This little sister had the honor of witnessing Senior Ye deploying troops to Nanling to quell the rebellion. This little sister also saw with my own eyes Senior Ye's demon servant kill Ming Yueshan, who had reached the demon emperor realm with his own hands. She admired him endlessly. Too strong, unreasonably strong." The white-haired elder spoke up. Everyone, this old man knows Senior Ye is very strong, but we cannot keep relying on him forever." He Changxuan added. Thinking it over and over, this old man still feels that since Senior Ye is in such a high position, we really shouldn't bother him too much. The white-haired elder said sternly. After going through 2 great wars in the southern frontier and the northern frontier, the losses of the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou can be said to be unprecedented. Even though both races have a tendency to withdraw their troops, we absolutely cannot be careless. He Changxuan agreed. That's right. Now the entire Taoist sect should unite as one and join hands to overcome this difficulty. The white-haired Holy Lord added. Otherwise, we would truly be ashamed of the expectations Senior Ye has placed upon us. He thought to himself, "Tsk, it's because of Senior Ye again." He Changxuan said seriously. "Everyone, there are some things that, since they have already happened, there's no need to keep hiding them." He stroked his beard, hesitating. "Actually," all 3 Holy Lords urged, "speak quickly, stop stuttering, it's making us anxious. What is it that we can't hear?"
He Changxuan quickly said, "Actually, the female devil emperor of the devil sect was personally released by Ancestral Master Ye. Currently, that female emperor is staying in Ancestral Master Ye's small house in Shaoqi Town." The 3 Holy Lords were extremely shocked upon hearing this. The Dalua Holy Lord spoke up. "Does this mean that not only the Northern Frontier Great War, but even the Southern Frontier Great War was fueled from behind the scenes by Ancestral Master Ye?" The silver-haired Holy Lord said angrily. "Brother Bai died in battle in the Southern Frontier. Before his death, he still hoped that Ancestral Master Ye could come out of the mountain to save the world. This old man wants to go ask him, why is he involved with the devil race?" The black-bearded Holy Lord wondered. "Brother He, where did you get this news?" He Changxuan replied. "Last time when this old man went to beg Ancestral Master Ye to step in and pacify the devil sect's disaster in Zhongzhou, I accidentally encountered her. It was that female devil who promised this old man, resulting in the situation where the devil sect withdrew from Zhongzhou, bringing reconciliation between the 2 races." The 2 Holy Lords were stunned. "What? Why would she do that?" He Changxuan, sweating profusely from anxiety, said, "She said it was because of Ancestral Master Ye." The 2 completely did not expect that even the female devil emperor of the devil sect was. The Dalua Holy Lord followed up. "Conquered?" He Changxuan sighed. "I just don't know if this is a blessing for the Taoist sects or a disaster for the Taoist sects." Suddenly, hurried footsteps stepped into the manor. Senior Seaman had arrived. He walked inside where everyone was discussing matters.
Elder Simon quickly sat down on the stone bench. He said in a stern voice, "Surely you all know about the devil sect withdrawing their troops from Zhongzhou and stationing them right at the border of the northern frontier, right? But recently, the 4 great ancient clans discovered that this matter is not that simple at all." He Changxuan asked blankly, "What happened again?" Elder Simon continued, "On the surface, the devil sect has ended the war, but several devil venerable elders are secretly causing trouble." He seriously recounted every action of the devil race. They secretly approached a few thousand-year-old ancient devil sealing ruins in Zhongzhou, plotting to destroy the demonic seals. Fortunately, they were discovered in time by patrolling disciples of the 4 great ancient clans, and this conspiracy was thwarted. He Changxuan was astonished. The demonic seals on the ancient devil sealing ruins were created by generals under the ancestral god. The silver-haired Holy Lord was stunned. It is indeed very fortunate that they haven't been destroyed. If the extremely ferocious primordial descendants were released, who else in this whole world could subdue them? Elder Simon said sternly, "Those lunatics from the devil sect feign submission on the surface, but in reality they are absolutely crazy. You guys still don't know, right? After the female devil emperor of the devil sect fought with Brother Situ, there has been no news of her for more than half a year." The 4 of them turned around abruptly. Did you guys know?" "How could we know?" "Never heard of it." He wondered. "Even holy lords like you didn't know. It seems everything is the conspiracy of that female devil." The black-bearded Holy Lord's face darkened in thought. Wait, if it was really the female devil who instructed her subordinates to release the primordial descendants, and the female devil was released by Ancestral Master Yi, what exactly is Ancestral Master Yi trying to do?
Elder Shimen spoke up. After Yufu, this old man, the clan leaders of the 4 great ancient clans, and Brother Situ all fought against that female devil. She had the enhancement of the #1 immortal artifact, making it truly difficult to fend off. The only plan now is to invite Senior Ye to step forward. The 4 Holy Lords were stunned upon hearing this decision. He wondered, "Why do you have such expressions?" He Changshuan said timidly, "Senior Shimen, please listen to our explanation." After hearing everything, Elder Shimen shouted loudly, "This is utter nonsense. This is just your delusional speculation. No way, this old man does not believe it." He Changshuan sighed. "Senior Shimen, this junior saw it with his own eyes." Hearing this, he asked, "Fine, Taiswan Holy Lord, then have you ever thought about it?" Elder Shimen said seriously, "If Senior Ye is the mastermind behind everything, then before the devil race rebelled, why would he bestow heaven-defying fortune upon the Taoist sect?" He Changshuan stammered upon hearing this. Well, he continued shouting, "So what if Dugu Clinfeng is living together with Senior Ye? Senior Ye has a resolute state of mind. Even the eminent monks of the Western Desert Buddhist nation were no match for him. Perhaps the reason Senior Ye let her out and kept her by his side was to try and influence her, thereby resolving the dispute between the 2 races. Yet you misunderstood Senior Ye and that female devil to be on the same side, a gang. If this old man belonged to the Taiswan Holy Land, I would definitely expel you from the sect." Hearing this, the 4 Holy Lords felt both embarrassed and guilty.
The white-haired Holy Lord said softly, "But after the ceasefire, those devil venerables secretly went to the ancient devil-sealing ruins, which makes it very hard for people not to be suspicious. Could it be that they decided this on their own?" Elder Seaman said angrily, "For them to be so utterly devoid of conscience, doesn't it further fulfill the truth that Dugu Kingfeng was conquered by Senior Ye?" The 4 of them gradually understood, so that was the case. He Changshuan bowed his head. "Many thanks to Senior Seaman for your guidance. Otherwise, if the 4 of us did something to offend Ancestral Master Ye, it would definitely hurt him." The Dalo Holy Lord and the black-bearded Holy Lord blushed with embarrassment. "We are ashamed, truly ashamed. This old man will not dare to guess arbitrarily anymore. We shouldn't have misunderstood Ancestral Master Ye like this." Elder Seaman continued, "Nowadays the Taoist sects in Zhongzhou are jittery and panicking at every little thing. A momentary lapse in judgment is understandable. Speaking of which, is Brother C2 in secluded cultivation at the Taiswan Holy Land? How has he been lately?" He Changshuan quickly replied, "A few days ago this junior took a look. The door to his room was shut tight, and his residence was gathered full of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Perhaps the battle with Dugu Kingfeng consumed too much of Senior C2's essence energy. Senior C2 is at the Mahayana realm, nearing ascension. If he wants to recover to his original state, he will probably need more time than us." Suddenly, from somewhere, 3 streams of sword key flew over, heading straight into the place where everyone was discussing. He Changshuan was astonished. Where did this sword key come from? Elder Seaman immediately blocked it. This C2 Shinping is too impatient to actually trigger the Destruction Heavenly Tribulation here. He Changshuan hinnicked. Destruction Heavenly Tribulation. Could it be that Senior C2 wants to ascend today? He cried out in panic. A successful ascension requires the right timing, the right place, and the harmony of people. Not a single one can be missing. Now that Chongzhou is unstable and the common folk are devastated, how can it be successful? He Changshuan added, "Senior C2 has reached great completion in the Sword Dao. I'm afraid that while recovering, he accidentally comprehended some critical node, which triggered the Heavenly Tribulation."
Previously, Senior C2 was still inside the formation and did not notice. If we stop him now, perhaps he can still escape this tribulation. He Changshuan and Elder Seamen immediately flew over. The Heavenly Thunder has already locked onto this place. We must quickly find a way to locate C2 Zhenping. He Changshuan spotted him. "Senior C2, over there!" C2 Zhenping was standing tall in midair. The white-haired Holy Lord rushed over. "Senior C2, we are coming to save you right now," he said in a stern voice. "No need," C2 Zhenping shouted. "It's coming." In the midair above Shaoqi town, do they still want to fly higher? Du Kringfrang followed up. "That's right, there is still some distance to the place of ascension." Yet Chungking asked awkwardly, "Little Willow, can you sit a little further away?"
She turned around, not understanding what was happening. He forced a smile and thought to himself, trees are conductors. What if the heavenly thunder strikes me through you? Suddenly a voice rang out. "I see it, it's over there." Ye Changxing quickly realized that the location seemed to be in the direction of the Taiswan Holy Land. The people below bowed in greeting. Disciples pay respects to Ancestral Master Ye. "Hello, hello." Ye Changxing forced a smile. "Hello, hello." Dugu King Feng spoke up. "Changxing, is this the first time you've seen the Ascension Heavenly Thunder?" Suddenly a bolt of lightning rushed down toward the 3 of them. Ye Changxing glared back at it. The lightning bolt suddenly halted. It immediately changed direction and struck a nearby mountain. Dugu King Feng continued, "Then we can watch for a little while longer." He thought to himself, "This Heavenly Thunder probably only strikes high-level cultivators, right? It wouldn't bother with a small fry like me." The 3 of them quickly flew next to Ye Changxuan. "Elder He." He quickly turned around after hearing the call. Ye Changxuan was astonished. "It's Mr. Ye, Lord Ancient Tree God, and Dugu King Feng." Ye Changxuan frowned and looked over. "Senior Seaman, what should we do?" He frowned, watching Senior Ye's expression to decide how to act.
The two quickly bowed. We pay our respects to Mr. Ye. Today Mr. C2 accidentally triggered the Ascension Heavenly Tribulation and disturbed Mr. Ye. Ye Changqing replied, no need for formalities, let's just stand here and see what happens. He frowned and thought, if I had known I wouldn't have come to join the fun. In such a vast place, there's a sect master and a clan leader of the 4 great ancient clans standing here, and originally they and Big Sister Kling Fang are like fire and water. If they start fighting, with lightning rolling outside, where am I supposed to hide? Finally, Ye Changqing decided. So frustrating, I can only maintain a smile. Elder Seaman nodded, gesturing. Since Mr. Ye is treating it as if nothing happened, then let's also focus on Brother C2. Ye Changxuan replied, understood. Suddenly the Dalo Holy Lord flew over. Brother Hey, this is already the 7th bolt of lightning. Just which elder of the Taisuen Holy Land is undergoing the tribulation of ascension? The black-bearded Holy Lord also spoke up. The might of the heavenly thunder is too great. Even this old man's place was shaken by it. He shooed the two away. Oh my, you guys are really nosy. The black-bearded Holy Lord flew next to Lu Shen. Greetings, senior. She replied, Lu Shen says seriously, the first 7 bolts of heavenly thunder are not difficult at all. The peak of the Mahayana realm is enough to handle them. The 2 bolts after that are the most fatal.
The 8th strike is the trial of great Tao enlightenment. The 9th strike tests the Tao heart. Suddenly her face darkened. This is the true heavenly tribulation capable of destroying a cultivator. He Shangxuan was amazed. How does she know so much about the heavenly tribulation? Elder Seaman chimed in. After the ancient tree godlord took human form, she merely looks a bit immature, but she also has quite a rich experience of failed ascension. Hearing this, Lu Shen glared over. Dugu King Feng spoke up. Changqing, how high do you think this person's chances of successfully overcoming the heavenly tribulation are? He smiled and replied, Senior C2 once asked me, what is the sword Tao? I don't know if he understood my answer. I once said, a blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. C2 Zanping continued to attack. If the sun, moon, and stars can be severed, what does this 9-strike heavenly tribulation amount to? The heavenly tribulation continued to strike down. He quickly blocked it without any signs of fatigue. Everyone immediately reminded him, Senior C2, the 8th strike, the heavenly tribulation of great Tao enlightenment is coming. Be careful. Suddenly, C2 Zanping was so stunned that he froze. Above him were swords plunging down. That was the Thunder Sword formation transformed from the sword Tao True Intent, more formidable than the previous 7 heavenly thunders combined. C2 Zanping immediately lowered his sword to prepare a defense. He seriously laid out a formation, wind piercing the cloudy sky. A formation immediately materialized, ready to welcome the incoming swords. They quickly slammed directly into C2 Zanping's formation. The power was so great that everyone below could also feel it. Elder Seaman said in a serious tone, as expected of the enlightenment heavenly thunder of a sword cultivator, even though it was destroyed by Brother C2, there is still residual power. He Shangxuan raised his voice. Right now, Senior C2 only needs to withstand the 9th heavenly thunder to be able to step through the heavenly gate. Lu Shen turned stem. Don't rejoice too soon.
She said in a stern voice, whether that C2 kid successfully ascends or not, Taisuen Holy Land will still have to go through a calamity. He Changxuan panicked. What do you mean? Elder Seaman followed up. Could it be that if Brother C2 cannot withstand the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder, at best his core will be destroyed and he has to start over, and at worst his Tao will dissipate and he will die? Liu Shen did not deny it. That is the best outcome. Ye Changxuan and He Changxuan's faces darkened with worry. Could it be that ascending is the worst outcome?
She continued to explain the consequences. If the ascension is successful, the heavenly gate will open, and chaotic chi will take the opportunity to appear. As far as this seat knows, there is an ancient devil sealing ruins near the Taisuen Holy Land, right? He Changxuan replied, that's right. 300 miles away from the sect is Chiwan. Lu Shen said in a stern voice, when that time comes, the dense chaotic chi will render the demonic seals around Chiwan ineffective. Those primordial descendants who only know blind slaughter are extremely sensitive to the changes of heaven and earth. Lu Shen said seriously, the defensive move just now has consumed too much of his mental energy. This Tao Heart Heavenly Thunder will only become even harder to resolve. Suddenly, a ray of energy light slipped into Ye Changqing's clothes. It surrounded his body, making him dazed. The energy began to merge into Ye Changqing's body. The light beam suddenly sealed off the entire area where everyone was standing. He quickly realized it was the aura of the Heavenly Gate. Elder Seaman exclaimed in shock, Heavenly Gate, Senior Ye is. The energy began to fly high into the sky, covering the heavenly tribulation. C2 Zhangping, who was struggling to endure, was also brought to a halt by the light beam. Ha! He looked up toward where the light was emitting. C2 Zhangping frowned and observed, then suddenly he laughed heartily. Ha! To be able to see the Extinction Sword Mountain today, this old man has no regrets in this life. Lu Shen was astonished. The Extinction Sword Mountain has manifested? She immediately jumped out of the protective magical formation, and the two were stunned. Lord Tree God, Senior! Ye Changqing also no longer stood inside but dashed away. Dugu Queen Feng was dazed. Changqing, Mr. Ye, be careful. Lu Shen spoke up. Master, you continued, if I remember correctly.
The last time Nirvana's Sword Mountain appeared was 10,000 years ago. Ye Changqing silently recalled that strange feeling had come again. Unprovoked, many more fragmented memories gradually became clear in his mind.
He closed his eyes and pondered. Nirvana Sword Mountain was the gathering place of the army led by the god of creation. Liu Shen turned and asked, "Master, what did you remember?" Ye Changqing continued, "To remember history, the later generations of deities in the upper realm ordered strongmen to collect the weapons wielded by his former subordinates, placing them in this mountain. This mountain of swords then became a concentration of sword Tao true intent. Over the past 10,000 years, countless sword cultivators have ascended, but it has never been heard of such a rare event where Nirvana Sword Mountain appears along with the heavenly tribulation. It seems the sword chi released by C2 Zhenping has reached the sword Tao true intent, which is why Nirvana Sword Mountain answered the call and arrived here." Liu Shen was about to rush up but was stopped by Ye Changqing. He started practicing the formation. She turned and said, "Master, then that kid C2 has no chance left." Ye Changqing said sternly, "Do not speak nonsense. Ascension is a heaven-defying opportunity found under the glorious heavenly might. For cultivators, that heaven-defying opportunity is the firmest faith in their hearts." Suddenly, C2 Zhenping took out a book. He quickly opened it. "Today, since this old man dares to undergo heavenly tribulation, I have already made a thorough plan." C2 Zhenping quickly chanted the incantation. "Beside the sunken ship, 1,000 ships pass by. Beside the rotting tree, 10,000 saplings spring to life. Today, hearing your song, I borrow a cup of wine to lift my spirits." He said solemnly, "This old man will never forget Mr. Ye's teachings for 10,000 lifetimes." Liu Shen blinked and spoke. "Is the faith of that kid C2 actually master?" Ye Changqing replied awkwardly, "I am ashamed, I am ashamed." C2 Zhenping continued to practice the incantation, thick willow branches, blooming flowers, falling into a dead end, finding a way to survive. As soon as the heavenly tribulation struck down, it gathered at the tip of his sword. "Everything that besieges this old man will become my assistance." The heavenly tribulation quickly became a part of C2 Zhenping's power. Behind C2 Zhenping, a thunder dragon appeared to stand guard. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. How did he resolve the 9th heavenly thunder? Has he attained the true fruit? Liu Shen said in a serious tone, "But that Nirvana Sword Mountain still doesn't have any movement. It feels a bit strange." Ye Changqing smiled. "You see it too?" He pointed toward the direction where the Nirvana Sword Mountain appeared. "In my humble opinion, the appearance of the Nirvana Sword Mountain must have sensed the existence of someone who can truly grasp the truth of the Sword Tao. Senior C2 just used his sword body to defy the heavenly Tao. So this Nirvana Sword Mountain is for Senior to use his body to prove the Sword Tao." C2 Zhenping smiled as he returned to the group. Suddenly, he subconsciously turned his head in fear. The swords inside the Nirvana Sword Mountain unexpectedly moved. They dashed straight towards C2 Zhenping and surrounded the entire area. Elder Seamen and Heichan Suen were stunned. The 9 heavenly thunders have passed. The C2 kid doesn't have any strength left. Is this trying to suppress and kill Senior C2 right here? Senior Ye, please think of a way. Ye Changqing shook his head. "The trial of the Nirvana Sword Mountain must be bestowed by the upper realm. I cannot go against it." The swords quickly attacked. C2 Zhenping struggled to defend. "Ah!" His sword immediately cracked after a wave of attacks from the Nirvana Sword Mountain. He said tremblingly, "Sure enough, this old man no longer has the strength to withstand the trial of the Nirvana Sword Mountain." Suddenly, C2 Zhenping jumped backward. "But until the very last moment before my death, this old man will single-mindedly look toward the Supreme Sword Tao." He quickly clasped his hands together and chanted an incantation. In the past, what Mr. Ye taught, this old man could never comprehend. Today, I can borrow this opportunity to prove the Tao. Everything is up to the will of heaven. C2 Zhenping recalled his instructions. "A speck of dust can fill the mountains and seas. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars." Ye Changqing frowned. "Do you know that among the myriad Taos, the heavenly sword Tao is the hardest to overcome?" C2 Zhenping continued. "This old man does not know." He immediately charged straight toward Nirvana Sword Mountain, only knowing that the Sword Tao had chosen this old man, and this old man had also chosen the Sword Tao. This old man's body may die and Tao may perish, but the sword heart is immortal and imperishable. C2 Zhenping quickly struck directly into Nirvana Sword Mountain. The might caused Elder Shimen to panic. "Everyone, be careful!" Suddenly, inside Nirvana Sword Mountain, the clouds and mists dissipated, and no further movement echoed out. He Changshuan worriedly asked, "Did he fail?" Elder Shimen replied timidly, "I don't know." Dugo Qingfang added, "He probably failed." Liu Shen said in a stern voice, "Using one's physical body as a sacrifice is the most devout way to undergo tribulation, and it is also the fastest way to die." Suddenly, Ye Changshuan spoke up, "No, look." He Changshuan was stunned by the sight before his eyes. Light gradually emerged from the dark sky. It slowly spread out like sunlight. A robust body appeared from thin air. There was someone there. C2 Zhenping, as if returning to his 20s, said that a single blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. Today, disciple C2 Zhenping has successfully undergone tribulation and will certainly regard the supreme treasure bestowed by Mr. Ye as a divine artifact, engraving it in his heart for a lifetime without forgetting. He Chong-swen and Elder Seaman were overjoyed, congratulating Senior Situ and congratulating Brother Situ. He replied, "Brother He, Senior Seaman, I will quietly await good news from you two in the upper realm." Situ Zenping turned to Ye Chongqing. "Mr. Ye," he said seriously, "Senior Situ, now that you are a person of the upper realm, I still have a few doubts. I wonder." Suddenly he turned his head to the sky. "The time has come. This disciple must leave." Everyone quickly looked up at the high sky. A magnificent gate appeared. The heavenly gate had opened. Situ Zenping quickly flew up, and Ye Chongqing said loudly, "Mr. Situ." Situ Zenping looked back. "Mr. Ye, I understand the anxiety in your heart. Regarding your identity, I cannot reveal half a word." Hearing this, he frowned. "It seems that the fleeting fragments of memory in my mind, along with those previous resonances with the heaven and earth anomalies, were not a coincidence, right?" He continued, "That's right. The self-sealed memory was your choice, but between heaven and earth, your might still remains and cannot be violated." Lu Shen thought to herself, "Master's identity is not simple. It seems my speculation was not wrong." He Chong-swen spoke up. "When Senior Situ said these words, I absolutely could not imagine the true identity of Ancestral Master Ye." Elder Seaman replied, "For someone to be able to choose to self-seal their memories, their level has far exceeded our comprehension, let alone understanding the reason why they acted this way." Dugu Klingfeng also couldn't help but think, self-sealed memories. But 9 lifetimes ago, he was clearly a human cultivator. Could it really be that I was just being sentimental and recognized the wrong person? Situ Zanping quickly flew up to the heavenly gate. "Mr. Ye, until we meet again." Ye Chongqing rushed forward. "Mr. Situ, I wonder if you could answer a few more doubts for me." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "It's you. Could it be that true sage Chongqing?"
Ye Chongqing thought to himself, chaotic chi, that flower is no different from the chaos green lotus. Is there also a magical treasure with a shape similar to the Xuanhuang Pagoda? He cried tears of frustration. Although they look exactly the same on the outside, you are a true sage, so what am I, a low-quality knockoff? Ye Chongqing said sternly, appearing before the heavenly gate at this moment. Could it be to welcome Mr. Situ, who has successfully ascended? Dugu Klingfeng said loudly, Chongqing, are you planning to leave? Little Liu Shen flew over to block the way. "Shut up," she said seriously. "Because Master has chosen to seal his memories and experience a lifetime in Shaoqi Town, he must have his own calculations. We have long seen through Master's true identity. If we drag Master into trouble because of personal feelings again, we will definitely be punished by heaven." Dugu Klingfeng followed up. "I understand." She thought to herself, "Chongqing, no matter where you go, I will definitely follow you." Dugu Klingfeng looked at his back and affirmed, "We can never be separated." Suddenly, Ye Chongqing cupped his hands, seriously admitting his mistake. "Recalling that I once used the identity of Sage Chongqing to do many good deeds, I wonder if you could take me through the heavenly gate."
Ye Chengqing scratched his head and pulled his hair, speaking up. "In this world, I don't know how to enhance my cultivation, and there are too many people mistaking my identity. Now fragmented and disconnected memories have unexpectedly appeared, with no clues to be found, making me feel as much pressure as a mountain." Sage Chengqing smiled. "Why must you care so much about your cultivation realm? Could it be more important than your experiences and circumstances in this life? Heaven gave me talent, and it will surely be put to use one day. Even if gold and silver are spent, they will return. Weren't these the words you said back in the Great Yan Empire? Why have you fallen into such a miserable state now?" Ye Chengqing frowned. "Do you think I am already like you, reaching an invincible realm like in a comic book? Even my spirit root was given to me by you as a friend." Sage Chengqing replied, "Yeah, it seems your memories are truly chaotic and fragmented." He frowned in annoyance. "Then quickly explain it clearly." Sage Chengqing sighed in frustration. "As Situ Zhenping said, you chose to seal your memories yourself. Surely you had your own reasons. If I hastily reveal it now, it would be an act defying heaven, and I would suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao." Ye Chengqing demanded, saying this difficulty. Sage Chengqing said sternly, "Then just enter a dream. In the dream there will be answers to everything. Before long we will meet again in the Xuan world." Sage Chengqing quickly returned. The journey of the sun and the moon seemed to originate from within. The brilliant galaxy seemed to emerge from within. Ye Chengqing observed his surroundings. Is this the scenery of the upper realm?
Elder Shiman and He Chongchuan bowed deeply. "We respectfully bid farewell to Mr. Situ." Ye Chongqing remained standing motionless, looking at the heavenly gate. The gate disappeared in an instant. He pondered over everything. Just now did Sage Chongqing mention the Xuantian realm? Ye Chongqing remained standing motionless in midair, lost in thought. Suddenly, He Chongchuan flew over. "Mr. Ye, this junior still has matters to discuss, so please come to the Taisuen Holy Land for a chat." Ye Chongqing glared. "Let's do it another day." He thought to himself, "Since you guys are already certain that Ye is a peerless expert, then today I will show a bit of majesty." Ye Chongqing flew away, ignoring his call. "Hey, Mr. Ye," Liu Shen said in a stern voice. "Taisuen Holy Lord, the guest elder of your sect has successfully ascended today. Next, you should make more plans for the Taisuen Holy Land, and stop bothering my master." He Chongchuan asked in a panic. "Mr. Situ has already ascended, so why does this old man still need to plans?" Liu Shen frowned. "Wherever an ascension takes place, a legendary Dao fruit will be left behind." She smiled and continued.
In that case, the demonic seal around Shiwan will definitely suffer the impact of the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Once those ancient creatures break the seal, I'm afraid they will head straight for the Taiswan Holy Land first, because they will come to snatch this rare 10,000-year Dao fruit. He Changshuan was shocked. When that time comes, the Taiswan Holy Land will definitely not be able to withstand such an attack.
I still hope Senior can point me to a clear path, Liu Shen replied. Therefore, this seed advises you to take good care of yourself. If you displease Master at this time, then when the time comes, he will just stand by with folded arms, watching Taiswan Holy Land be slaughtered, and you as the Holy Lord will become a sinner of the ages. He immediately bowed. This junior knows his mistake. The sun shifted momentarily in this world. Ye Chongqing started to pick up his brush. Just a quick glance, and I already saw such a magnificent sight. When will I be able to witness it with my own eyes? The Xuantian realm, behind the heavenly gate. What will it ultimately be like? He quickly wrote on the paper. An energy emanated from it. The image of the heavenly gate momentarily appeared. The pressure radiated around Shaoqi Tan. Dugu Qinfeng looked bewildered. What is Chongqing doing alone? Liu Shen replied. The chaotic qi above is too dense to approach. Let's go down to the ground. The two moved to Ye Chongqing's courtyard. Liu Shen said sternly. The entire courtyard is overflowing with the utmost pure spiritual essence. Dugu Qinfeng panicked. Quick, look behind Chongqing. That is the heavenly gate from just now. He remained focused, continuing to draw what he had just seen. She said in astonishment, just now at Taiswan Holy Land, I hadn't even had the chance to see the actual scenery behind the heavenly gate. Liu Shan added, but after the heavenly gate drawn by Master appeared, the scenery inside the gate was immediately revealed right before our eyes. Dugu Qinfeng replied, Senior, the two of us haven't even had the thought of ascending, yet we are able to see the scenery of the upper realm in advance. Doesn't that mean we are peeking at heavenly secrets? Then we will definitely suffer heaven's punishment. The two stood in a daze before Ye Chongqing's intense concentration. The radiating pressure made Liu Shen turn away sharply. Do not peek too much, otherwise it will lead to a great disaster. Dugu Qinfeng frowned. Senior, Chongqing can actually easily draw the scenery behind the heavenly gate, so doesn't that prove he could previously move freely between the two realms? About that, if we are willing to ask Chongqing to help us avoid the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't we be able to directly enter the heavenly gate? Liu Shen frowned in displeasure. The heavenly tribulation is the will of the heavenly Tao, the rule of the two realms. Master's identity is indeed very special, but you cannot use that as an excuse to defy the heavenly Tao. Dugu Qinfeng bowed her head. Understood.
Ye Chongqing turned his head. Oh, Liu Shen realized. It seemed the painting was already finished. Ye Chongqing stroked his chin. What should this painting be named? He dipped his brush for a little more ink, then wrote the name he just thought of on the painting. My Tao of heaven and man is originally within me. What need is there for immortals, Buddhas, or longevity? Then let's name this painting Flying to Heaven. Liu Shen added, Flying to Heaven, which means flying past the heavenly watchtower. Dugu Qingfeng turned to look at her. Ye Chongqing frowned and thought, if it's called Flying to Heaven, then there needs to be a person in the painting, flying past the heavenly gate, heading towards the heavenly realm. But who would be better to choose? At this moment, he finally noticed the appearance of the two of them. Little Liu, big sister Qingfeng, based on your cultivation, both of you could attract the heavenly tribulation and ascend at any time. Drawing you in is clearly not very suitable. Ye Chongqing continued to think. Black Emperor and Miss Tu are so young yet have already entered the demon venerable realm. They can still do many great things, so they are not suitable to be put into the painting either. He gradually envisioned the most suitable person. If I have to choose someone to ascend in the painting, why can't it be myself? Without exaggeration, Ye Chongqing immediately started drawing. The quintessential spiritual aura continued to radiate after every stroke of Ye Chongqing. Liu Xin was astonished. That is, she thought to herself, could it be Master is bringing the Tao Principle's providence into his body? Ye Chongqing widened his eyes. It's done. He gently put the brush down after finishing the painting.
Ye Chongqing smiled in satisfaction. Drawing this painting made his whole body feel relaxed. Inside the painting was Ye Chongqing flying close to the heavenly gate. He smiled and called out, Everyone, come here quickly and take a look. How is this flying immortal painting I drew? The two of them quickly walked over. Ye Chongqing stretched his shoulders, feeling extremely refreshed. As soon as she saw the painting, Dugu Qinfeng immediately praised it profusely. Chongqing, this flying immortal painting is vast and boundless, magnificently beautiful. Liu Shen nodded in agreement. She gently stroked the Ye Chongqing inside the painting. He smiled. Aha, little Willow discovered it.
I painted the person flying past the heavenly palace in the painting to look like myself. This can also be considered a beautiful serendipity. Dugu Qingfeng silently realized. So that was it. No wonder such an anomaly appeared around Chongqing just now. Liu Shen thought to itself, it seems that Master has plans to leave this world at any time. Under the dark night in Shaoqi town, the sound of a flute echoed inside Ye Chongqing's courtyard. Dugu Qingfeng gently played the flute. Ye Chongqing walked over. Qingfeng, I'm going back to my room. You should also rest early. She watched his back as he returned to his room. Dugu Qingfeng felt extremely uneasy in her heart.
Changfeng, are you really planning to leave this world? Why didn't you say anything to me? Inside the room, Ye Changqing took out the Flying to Heaven painting he had just finished. He hung it on the wall inside. Sage Changfeng told me that entering a dreamscape would allow me to achieve what I want, insisting on saying these fanciful words. Could it be that I can still find the cultivation method to enter the Xuantian realm in a dream? Ye Changqing turned off the light and lay flat on the bed, deciding to sleep first. Suddenly, a pure spiritual essence unexpectedly emanated from the painting. It echoed a voice that only Ye Changqing could hear. My Tao, heaven and man respond to me. Why pray to gods and Buddhas for longevity? Someday the ancient era will face a disaster, decades of immortal souls wandering. As the words continued, Ye Changqing broke out in a cold sweat even more. Since you were told to enter a dreamscape, then the answer will be given to you in the dream. He suddenly fell into an endless void. Ye Changqing woke up inside an illusionary space. He looked around, not understanding what was happening. Ye Changqing quickly realized, this is the scene of me enlightening the officials in Great Yan. This is on the way to Taiswan Holy Land. Why is there even a scene of me buying vegetables and fruits? Suddenly, a flashing light caught Ye Changqing's attention. An incredibly familiar silhouette appeared in his eyes.
Ye Changqing was astonished. Sage Changqing slowly landed opposite him. Sage Changqing spoke. Do you still remember the chant and the Buddhist scripture I left for you back in the Great Yan imperial capital? The Cantong River tide arrives as promised. Suddenly, Sage Changqing leaped up, landing a direct strike on the center of Ye Changqing's dantian. When you entered the Huafan stage, you ordered me to guard the immemorial immortal domain. Today, through comprehension, you recognize your true self. Sage Changqing said in a solemn voice, Now your journey in the human realm has reached great perfection. I have specifically come to welcome you to your next journey. You were destined from birth to be a peerless heaven's chosen, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the immemorial immortal Tao. A lotus suddenly appeared and entered directly into Ye Changqing's forehead. At that time, you only had the final shackle left. Once you broke through, you could become one of the most powerful figures in the heavens and myriad realms. But the higher the peak realm, the harder that shackle is to overcome. For that reason, you resolutely entered the Huafan stage, sealed your entire cultivation, and chose to take a mortal body to experience several worlds. Ye Changqing was dumbfounded. What? Sage Changqing continued. Conquering countless people, shaking tens of thousands of living beings, experiencing love, hatred, greed, and delusion, and tasting hundreds of mortal emotions. Those memory fragments suddenly trembled, surrounded Ye Changqing's entire body, and began to merge back into his body.
A teardrop fell from Ye Changqing's eye. I remember everything now. He smiled wryly after regaining those memories. Forgetting one's past cultivation easily makes one lose their mind, gradually casting all precious things aside. Returning every world to its original state is the true meaning of my choice to undergo mortal transformation. Ye Changqing slowly walked forward. He wondered, but why are these memory fragments still blank? Sage Changqing replied, Others comprehend the Tao of mortals, that is, mortal transformation. But to you, everything below the ancient immortal realm is the mortal realm. Ye Changqing continued to ask, So must I continue to move forward with this mortal body until I reach the ancient immortal realm? How much further is this path? The blank memory fragments gradually dissipated, along with Sage Changqing's words. I cannot answer you, but your memories have been restored, so your journey in the mortal realm has also come to an end. Suddenly, his body was forcefully lifted into the air. Ye Changqing panicked and shouted, Ah! Sage Changqing said his final words. Go! It is time to say goodbye. Ye Changqing woke up from the dream that changed his life. He sprang up in a panic, panting heavily. Ah! Ye Changqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems I just dreamed of Sage Changqing. He said he is a part of my spiritual sense and wants me to continue moving forward until I reach the ancient immortal realm. He scratched his head in confusion. What is the ancient immortal realm? I've never even heard of it, let alone been there. He also said that I sealed my own cultivation to experience the hardships of the mortal world. Isn't this like giving up Tsinghua University just to attend a vocational school? Ye Changqing got out of bed after muttering those words. The pure spiritual essence surrounding his body surprised him. Ye Changqing rubbed his eyes after seeing it. Why is there a layer of golden mist in the room? Could my astigmatism have gotten worse? He rubbed his eyes faster and faster, and his body began to sway with each rub. Suddenly, Ye Changqing teleported straight to the courtyard outside. He smiled excitedly. Oh my God, I know how to teleport. Pure spiritual essence began to surround the courtyard. Could it be that what Sage Changqing said is all true? After completing the experiential training in the mortal realm, a portion of the sealed cultivation is also unsealed? Ye Changqing observed around his body. So what I am seeing right now must be the sight that cultivators can see. He walked over to check the zither placed nearby. So it turns out these things are all immortal artifacts of the highest grade.
No wonder I was just playing the zither and playing chess normally, yet I could attract cultivation big shots to worship me endlessly. Ye Changqing sighed in boredom. It turns out, the only person who knows nothing about power is me. At this moment, this courtyard is enough to rival an immortal cave.
Ye Changqing frowned and executed a move. He immediately summoned his holy body, chaos-piercing heaven. Changqing's holy body said excitedly, I have wanted this form for a very long time. The domineering aura from Ye Changqing's courtyard began to spread. It quickly expanded to cover the entire Shiachi town. At the refining workshop, Uncle Song jolted awake after being touched by his quintessential spiritual essence. Sweating profusely, he spoke. I am finally awake. Uncle Song rubbed his head and pondered. What era is it now? Meyer, are you still here? She quickly replied. I am here. Uncle Song wondered. Sleeping for thousands of years. I wonder how the god of creation is doing now. Meyer continued. It must be that the chaotic chi just now has removed the seal on our past life memories. Look, the dragon elephant subduing demon holy body that you cultivate is gradually recovering.
The two of them started to move out of the forging workshop. Uncle Song smiled and turned to her. Wife, there are changes on your body too. She excitedly replied, back then to pursue an upper realm martial venerable like you, I put in quite a lot of effort. The two of them looked ahead, where a crowd was gathering. Both of them astonishingly discovered, Immortal King? Holy Venerable? Two powerful figures have actually appeared in this small Shachi town? Uncle Song exclaimed in panic. Could it be that the neighbors in the town are all people from the immemorial immortal domain who were sealed together with me back then? Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out from outside the courtyard. Ye Changqing turned his head. Who is coming at this hour? He thought to himself. Could it be that because the sound of me releasing chaotic chi earlier was too loud, the neighbors in the town have come to complain about me disturbing the residents? Ye Changqing gently opened the door. He was surprised to see the person standing at the door was Uncle Song. Ye Changqing smiled awkwardly. I am truly sorry, I was careless earlier. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Behind Uncle Song were people holding holy relics waiting. Damn, what is going on? Ye Changqing thought to himself. No one told me that the village was preparing to host an anime convention. Suddenly Uncle Song knelt down, and the crowd behind him shouted in unison, subordinates pay respects to the emperor. He was secretly astonished. Emperor? They aren't calling me, are they? Ye Changqing rushed forward and asked, Emperor? Subordinates? Can you explain a bit to me? Uncle Song quickly replied, this subordinate only remembers following you all the way here from the immemorial immortal domain. As for why you are called the Emperor and why you descended to the lower realm, this subordinate truly does not know. Ye Changqing waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. It's fine, it's fine. He thought to himself, it must be that guy Sage Changqing. Not only did he not say half a word to me, but he also completely erased their memories. Ye Changqing looked at everyone whose entire bodies were enveloped by chaotic chi, and he smiled and spoke. It seems you all really need heaven and earth spiritual energy to recover your magical power, right? Uncle Song replied, that is exactly it. A black-haired man spoke up. Over these years, Lord Emperor has also planted various spirit plants in the courtyard. Occasionally you would play the zither and paint, using these things to spread the true intent of Tao principles. The old man continued, it is entirely relying on the essence of the Tao rhythm in this town that I could maintain my divine soul in this kind of state.
Ye Changqing smiled thoughtfully. It turned out that everything had followed the traces to come here. He recalled the moment when Meyer touched the divine willow tree. No wonder little Willow acted like a 3-year-old child in front of Blacksmith Song and his wife. Uncle Song spoke up. Lord Emperor, my mission to protect you in this life is now complete. If you continuously stay in the mortal world for too long, it will eventually break the order of the 3 realms, so we must return to the heavenly realm soon. Ye Changqing smiled and replied, you just need to focus on your recovery. Leave the matter of restarting the heavenly gate to me. He continued, Lord Emperor, although the true intent of Tao principles in this town is so dense, it is still not enough for us to completely restore our cultivation like in the immemorial immortal domain. If we want to fully recover, we need the purest Tao rhythm.
Uncle Song thought of the scene of mountains collapsing and the ground caving in, feeling terrified. He seriously stated the consequences. If we continue to absorb the thin spiritual energy in this world, even if we extract the entire spirit vein, it will not be able to satisfy our needs. Ye Changqing bowed his head and thought, where could he find enough immemorial relics to provide them with such a powerful absorption rate? Suddenly, he came up with a brilliant idea. I got it! Ye Changqing quickly spoke up. Old Song, 300 miles away from Shaoqi town is the Taisui Holy Land. 200 miles from the Taisui Holy Land, there is an ancient devil sealing location called Qiyuan. A few days ago, the Taisui Holy Lord told me that the things sealed in Qiyuan are exactly immemorial relics. Uncle Song was amazed. Those are top-grade cultivation items. Ye Changqing frowned. If you guys go right now, you might still make it in time. He glared and continued. If you're any later, the people from the Taisui Holy Land might snatch them first. Uncle Song immediately announced, everyone follow me to hunt for immemorial relics. I have slept for thousands of years, so I must rely on these top-tier cultivation items to replenish myself. Everyone immediately flew away right after. Ye Changqing smiled with satisfaction. Elder He, I hope this action of mine can keep the Taisui Holy Land safe. Duga Queenfeng stepped out. Changqing, I just heard them call you Lord Emperor. He panicked and stuttered. Big Sister Qingfeng. Ye Changqing smiled awkwardly and replied, I didn't expect you to hear everything. Suddenly tears rolled down her cheeks. Duga Queenfeng spoke sadly. I really didn't expect that you are truly not him. Ye Changqing frowned and thought. She finally realized that she mistook me for someone else. but why do I feel a bit heartbroken when she cries? He timidly said, Qingfeng, regardless of whether I am the reincarnation of the person in your heart or not, I still have you in my heart. She shook her head in denial. No, you cannot replace him.
Dugu Qingfeng immediately jumped up and flew away, despite his calls. Qingfeng! Ye Changqing sat down sorrowfully, drawing randomly on the sand. Liu Shen walked out from the courtyard and called out, Master, he said softly, Little Willow, should I have told Qingfeng the truth from the very beginning? That way she wouldn't be like this now, loving so deeply and unable to free herself. But enemies will always be enemies. There won't be a good outcome between us. Liu Shen continued, thinking back to when Master completed that flying to heaven painting, you must have already planned to leave, right? She smiled radiantly. Then do not leave behind any regrets. Ye Changqing replied happily, yeah. He immediately shot up, preparing to chase after Dugu Qingfeng. Suddenly Ye Changqing paused. Little Willow, quickly go find the ancient immortal generals and help them completely exterminate those primordial descendants. Only by doing this can they restore their full immortal power and protect the Taiswan Holy Land.
Liu Shen narrowed her eyes and replied. She wondered, Master, where do you want to go? Ye Changqing smiled and asked back, Do you still remember the promise I made to Qingfeng at the beginning? Now that I have recovered my immortal power, it is time to help Qingfeng make up for the innate deficiency of her clan members. The scene shifted to Dugu Qingfeng. She cried as she rushed forward. Ye Fan, back then you sacrificed your life, risking death to protect me, and sealed me into the 9 lifetimes bronze coffin. She recalled the scene when Ye Fan was about to seal her back then. Qingfeng, it's only 9 lifetimes. I will definitely wait in the mortal realm for your return. Dugu Qingfeng felt even more sorrowful as she recalled. I originally thought that Changqing had a divine aura similar to yours, that he was your reincarnation. She remembered the moments of joyfully throwing herself into his arms when they first met, when they chatted and reminisced about the past, and when she secretly thought of the scene where the two of them would share a bed and be together forever. But now, I finally know his true identity. He originally doesn't belong to this world, so how could he be your reincarnation? Dugu Qingfeng sadly slowed down. Carrying her sorrowful thoughts, she didn't notice behind her. Ye Fan, the mortal realm is vast. Where should I go to find you? Ye Changqing appeared and called her name. Qingfeng. She turned back in astonishment. Why did you come here? He flew over and gently wiped away the tears still lingering on Dugu Qingfeng's eyelashes. Ye Changqing said softly, I'm sorry. I couldn't explain the whole truth to you from the very beginning.
Perhaps I am truly not his reincarnation, but I assure you, in this life, my feelings for you remain exactly the same. Dugu Qingfeng frowned. But aren't you about to leave this world? He smiled and replied, Qingfeng, do you remember I promised to help you make up for the flaws of your clan members? She asked in astonishment, Chongqing, do you want to do that right now? Ye Chongqing happily answered, Yes, come with me. The scene shifted to the northern frontier border, the Devil Race Holy Land. An old devil stood looking up at the sky. Is this the demonic energy of the Emperor? And it is accompanied by 7 colors. Could it be that the Emperor is descending along with some venerable expert? He immediately bowed and paid his respects. Greetings, Lord Emperor. The old devil thought to himself, didn't the Emperor sneak into Zhongzhou to continue investigating news about the human race's Emperor? He turned and shouted at his subordinates, What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to the Emperor and this venerable expert? The devil crowd was annoyed. What? Stop joking. Even the devil venerables have abandoned us for so many years, so why would the Emperor return? We are just exiled to the Holy Land. The devil race has long been doomed. Dugu Qingfeng asked in shock, Where have the devil venerables gone? Why didn't they lead you to rebuild the Holy Land, but instead abandoned you all? The old devil stammered, This lowly one doesn't know. Ye Chongqing immediately realized, It's not that you don't know, but you just don't dare to say it. He spoke sternly, The devil venerables are attacking some ancient devil sealing ruins and have now rushed to cheer you on. They plan to break the demonic seal to release the primordial descendants and cause chaos in Zhongzhou, am I right? The old devil trembled and replied, As for this lowly one truly doesn't know. He thought to himself, Who exactly is this person? How does he know the plans of the devil venerables so clearly? Dugu Qingfeng angrily shouted, How did I instruct you before I left, yet they dared to be so two-faced? The old devil forced a smile and replied, I beg the Emperor to appease your anger. The devil venerables came up with this poor plan only for the grand scheme of our holy race's revenge. She suddenly took out the ghost flute, pointing it directly at his face without hesitation. Dugu Qingfeng was so furious, she stuttered, I took great pains to exchange for an opportunity to atone for the holy race, but I didn't expect to be deceived by you fools. The old devil bowed in fear. Emperor, spare my life. Dugu Qingfeng turned around. Chongqing, I will go find those fools. You wait here for my news. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out and grasped her. Ye Chongqing smiled and stopped her. Qingfeng, calm down. She was dazed.
He said in a stern voice, The demonic seal around Qi Wan has clearly begun to loosen due to the ascension of C2 Zhenping. Ye Chongqing thought of the scene where the three devil venerables arrived only to see the seal shattered. Most likely by the time they rushed over, the primordial descendants had long broken the seal. Not to mention there was a group of ancient immortal generals that had been forming for hundreds of years, waiting for a full meal. They wouldn't gain any benefits at all. He said softly, "If you still haven't vented your anger, just directly replace this group of devil venerables and be done with it." The old devil race member was secretly astonished. The several devil venerables were all experts of our race, yet his venerable spoke of wiping them out as lightly as the wind in clouds. This strength could not be underestimated. He kowtowed to the ground and said, "Lord Emperor, Lord Venerable, the devil venerables are also just single-mindedly acting for the holy race. Please do not bicker with these lowly ones." Dugu Qinfeng, still not having vented her anger, scolded, "I have exhausted all my efforts to find a sliver of survival for our race, yet they returned kindness with enmity, pushing me into a perilous situation. I ask you, where do they even place me in their eyes?"
Ye Chongqing waved his hand, absorbing all the evil energy she was emitting. "Qingfeng, the Wu clan inherently has a tyrannical and aggressive temperament, all stemming from an innate deficiency. Moreover, the devil race was forced to relocate to a harsh land, so it is understandable that they harbor resentment." Dugu Qingfeng still did not agree, but he interrupted. "They have already paid the price, haven't they?" Ye Chongqing was still controlling the demonic energy in his hand and said, "Qingfeng, before I help your clansmen overcome their innate defects, I need to make a few things clear to you. Although I use the primordial spirit mark to compensate for the flaws of your clan, in the short term it still cannot completely change their tyrannical nature." He placed the demonic energy back into her hand. "However, there is no need to worry too much. If they can find a peaceful place for secluded cultivation, then after tens of thousands of years, they will surely be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Once someone in the clan reaches a true cultivation realm, by then, the Wu clan will have hope of escaping the suffering of a weak divine soul, and there will be more people cultivating to ascension." Dugu Qingfeng smiled and requested, "Qingfeng, then please begin." Ye Chongqing started to gather energy. "I can rectify, the spirit can guide, all flaws mend." He emitted a barrage of holy characters that flew everywhere. The holy characters began to be distributed down to the devil race, falling into everyone's palms,
and began to spread throughout their entire bodies. The devil race smiled refreshingly. "What a profound aura. It feels as if a mysterious power has taken root in our bodies." Ye Chongqing smiled with satisfaction. "This power will follow your meridians and circulate through your limbs, clearing your entire body. Finally, it will converge at the primordial spirit, repairing the injuries and flaws in your divine souls. This way, you will go much further on the path of cultivation in the future." Suddenly, the mark on his forehead glowed, then immediately turned into a lotus flower appearing on Ye Chongqing's forehead. He smiled and said, "I believe that this action will not only change the destiny of your race, but also hold great significance for the myriad spirits of Zhonzhou." Under the light of the demonic energy emitted by Ye Chongqing, he stood tall in midair like a Buddha devil, bestowing blessings upon the devil race. Dugu Qingfeng smiled. "Thank you, Chongqing." The old devil also knelt down to salute. "Thank you, Venerable." The devils behind him also knelt down. "From now on, for generations to come, our race will definitely remember this favor of the Venerable." Suddenly, Ye Chongqing's energy began to gather, making him bewildered. It shot straight up into the high sky. Have the auspicious clouds of merit appeared again?
When I imparted the Tao at the Great Yan Imperial Capita, or when I fought Yinglong at the Taiswan Holy Hall, the auspicious clouds of merit that appeared then were not even half as intense as they are now. It shone a beam of light straight down, creating a heavenly path. The light began to grow more intense, and a blinding ray appeared from the peak of the sky. A sword unexpectedly emerged from within. Ye Chongqing quickly realized it was a bronze sword. The sword's body was extraordinarily ancient, and a miraculous aura hovered around it. On one side, the sun, moon, and stars were lifelike, while the other side depicted the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm. The old devil panicked. Auspicious clouds of merit. The devils immediately kowtowed. When the auspicious clouds appeared, it meant a figure above the emperor realm had descended. Dugu Qingfeng was surprised. No wonder it is the legendary supreme treasure of merit. Ye Chongqing was surprised. The devil race actually recognizes supreme treasures? She smiled and replied. In the ancient era, the human race rose rapidly, so the devil race retreated to guard the bitter cold land. Before leaving, they sent people to secretly steal a large number of human classics. But as you know, the spiritual wisdom of the devil race had not yet opened, so the writing of the human race was completely incomprehensible to them. Even after reading for so many years, they still couldn't understand half a word. They only knew that the appearance of the auspicious clouds of merit symbolized a person with extremely high cultivation bestowing blessings. Suddenly, Dugu Qingfeng flew straight up. Below, countless devils bowed their heads. Just like this today, Dugu Qingfeng led the entire devil race to thank Senior Ye for his grace of recreation. Ye Chongqing looked at them, deeply moved. He flew straight into the air towards the sword. Ye Chongqing then tightly grasped the sword. The aura fluctuating around this sword was incredibly formidable, actually able to shatter the starlight of the auspicious clouds of merit.
A point of noble spirit, 1,000 miles of pleasant wind. A shockwave burst forth, forcing the devils below to shield themselves. Dugu Qingfeng pondered. No wonder it is the legendary supreme treasure of merit. If this sword were swung, even if it were the devil sex or demon race, a single strike could slash 1,000,000 living beings. The sword might emitted by this strike is as vast as the ocean, but Chang Qing was actually able to hold back the attacking intent within. Ye Chang Qing observed the sword in his hand. He spoke up. One side asks the heavens, the other side bows to the earth. Ye Chang Qing placed his finger on the blade. The sword's master is the human emperor. This sword is called the human emperor. Ye Chang Qing handed it to her. The human emperor sword, also known as the sword of the sacred Tao. It contains the unshakable power of faith in the world, a genuine divine sword. Dugu Qingfeng was astonished. The power of faith? He smiled. Qingfeng, I want to entrust this human emperor sword to you.
Hearing this, Dugu Qingfeng was startled. She pointed at herself. The human emperor sword, the legendary supreme treasure of merit, you're bestowing it to me? He did not deny it. That's right, all the faith of the world will now be directed toward you. Someone voiced out, such a supreme treasure of merit, yet it's given to the Lord Emperor so casually? Ye Changqing furrowed his brows and thought, what are they saying? How could any sword cultivator refuse the human emperor's sword? He handed the human emperor's sword to Dugu Qingfeng. She took it and was astonished upon feeling its power. Ye Changqing explained, Dugu Qingfeng, the faith of all living beings in the world resides on this sword. Her eyes looked at him in bewilderment as she said, Changqing. Ye Changqing continued, if you have accepted the sword today, then the Wu clan will no longer have to suffer the consequences of mutual destruction. I presume you already know what to do in the future. Dugu Qingfeng closed her eyes tightly and replied, Changqing understands. Changqing, I have understood your painstaking efforts. He bowed his head and nodded. That's how it is. Very good. She turned to her clansmen and declared loudly, people of the Devil Sect, since we have received the grace of the Venerable today, we absolutely cannot let him down. Today, I swear by the human emperor's sword, the devil race is willing to live in harmony with the human race for generations to come. Dugu Qingfeng forcefully stabbed the sword into the ground. From today onwards, we will retreat to guard the frontier Holy Land, sealing ourselves for 10,000 years. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. The devils were shocked. Not coming out for 10,000 years? But Jiangsu hasn't been completely conquered yet. Are we not fighting anymore? Another person spoke up to stop them. Shh, don't say it out loud. If the Lord Emperor hears it, she might just use you as a sacrifice for the sword. They cupped their hands and said loudly, we shall carefully obey the holy decrees of the Venerable and the Lord Emperor.
Ye Changqing's legs slowly stepped closer. He looked at her trembling and spoke. Qingfeng. Dugu Qingfeng said, Changqing, Senior Liu Shen and I guessed right. As expected, you really want to leave this world. He gently touched her hair. I, who have been a novice cultivator for 10 whole years, have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. But when it's really time to leave, why does it feel so heartbreaking? Dugu Qingfeng held his hand. I know, you are inherently not like us. She placed her hand on his head. You don't need to be too nostalgic, and I won't implicate you either. Wait until I complete the mission of protecting my clansmen. We will definitely reunite. After saying that, Dugu Qingfeng dissipated right before his eyes. Ye Changqing spoke. It's a promise. We must definitely meet again. Liu Shen reported through an energy orb. Master, the primordial descendants of Qiwan have been completely slaughtered. He nodded. I will quickly return to Xiuqi town. She immediately replied. Master, there is no need to rush. The immortal general said that the primordial descendants in this place are not enough to eat. Hearing that, Ye Changqing almost collapsed. Liu Shen looked at them and continued. The immortal generals have decided to sweep clean the ancient devil-sealing ruins, slaughtering all the primordial descendants so they can both have a full meal and protect the mortal realm. He forced a smile. Haha, truly a meal filled with the bitter taste of vinegar. She held up 3 fingers. The martial venerables of the upper realm said they only need 3 days to return. Ye Changqing gave a thumbs up. Then I wish everyone a hearty meal. After saying that, Liu Shen's image also disappeared.
Ye Changqing walked leisurely, remembering the people in this world. The time to leave has come. Perhaps I can go say goodbye to them. Nanling, the station territory of the Black Tiger clan. A person spoke up. Lord Black Emperor, the Lihua cat demons have frequently appeared in this place recently. He frowned. The scent of the Lihua cat demons could not be hidden. Shisan growls, do not scatter to search. Let us act together all at once.
Ye Changqing stood in the air, observing them. Very good, very good. It seemed Black Emperor and Shisan had already built prestige within the Black Tiger clan. A wisp of spiritual energy flew over, catching their attention. The two of them immediately transformed into their beastman forms. Black Emperor sniffed around. It was the Master's aura. He landed and called out to Black Emperor, who wagged his tail happily. Master, why do you have the time to come here today? Shisan sat obediently, staring intently at Ye Changqing. He gently landed on the ground. Black Emperor joyfully leaped toward him. Ye Changqing picked up Black Emperor. Hee, I came to visit you guys. He smiled and replied, the Black Tiger clan has all been subdued by me and Shisan. Ye Changqing praised, Black Emperor, you did great. He ran around him and said, we originally planned to bring our subordinates to visit Master in a few days. Who would have expected Master to arrive first? Shisan spoke up cautiously. Master, why have you changed? Black Emperor was puzzled. Changed where? Isn't it still 2 eyes and 1 mouth? Ye Changqing rubbed their heads and laughed. Shisan found out. Shisan was suspicious. Could it be that Master has remembered everything? Does Master want to leave us? Hearing this, Black Emperor grimaced and cried, Master, Master, please don't go. He forced a smile. I only remembered a part of it, but I know there is still a very long road ahead. Nanling is vast. I can see that the 2 of you will be freer and happier here. Ye Changqing reached out to rub their heads to comfort them. Black Emperor cried, I don't want to dominate Nanling anymore. I just want to stay by Master's side. Shisan also chimed in. Master, Shisan couldn't find the other clan members. Shisan only has you. He waved his hand. Don't be stubborn. The 2 of you still have to cultivate diligently and reunite with me in the upper realm soon. Black Emperor stepped forward. Master, Black Emperor's aptitude is dull. It was only through your dedicated care that I achieved what I have today. Even though, up to now, Black Emperor has only reached the Demon Venerable realm. I don't know when I will have the providence to ascend. But please rest assured, Master, Black Emperor swears to cultivate diligently. As long as I keep digging up human graves and obtaining plenty of providence and fortune, sooner or later I will definitely meet Master again in the upper realm. Hearing this, Ye Changqing smiled. Good, good, good.
He thought to himself, the victim couldn't sue him all the way to the upper realm anyway, so he just let him be. Shisan rubbed against him. Master, you definitely must not forget us. Ye Changqing stood up straight. No matter where I am, you 2 are my only pets. Your cultivation has increased to this point. Although your demonic energy is already very faint, you haven't reached the highest cultivation realm yet. I will gift you 2 chaotic chi, which can nourish your demon course and purify your bloodlines. He immediately flew away, saying, even if hundreds of thousands of years pass, as long as we still remember each other, there will definitely be a day we meet again. The 2 of them replied with eyes full of determination. Master, please rest assured. This time, he flew to the Ziqing Holy Land. Below, countless disciples were gathering to listen to the zither. Unexpectedly, Miss Ching Sui's cultivation was already at a whole new level. After parting ways in Xiaxi town, they hadn't seen each other again.
I wonder if Miss Ching Shui is still looking forward to being defeated by me. After a while, the music piece she was playing also ended. The disciples below continuously praised. Senior Sister Ching Shui is so amazing. This Hua Fan melody is truly sublime. Looking across the Taoist sects of Zhongzhou, on the path of music theory, there are absolutely no opponents. Ching Shui flew down, her fair white feet touching the ground. There is, it's just that you haven't met them. The surrounding disciples heard this and were surprised. Huh? Who is it? Who else could it be? The person who once defeated Senior Sister Ching Shui. Where are they now? Ching Shui turned around to leave and said, Master Holy Lord once told me that he was preparing to leave this world. I will no longer be able to meet an expert as powerful as him. Suddenly, the zither was enveloped by a wave of chi. Senior Sister Ching Shui, your zither. She looked at the zither and was startled. What? This is Mr. Ye's heavenly secrets. Ching Shui called out loudly. Mr. Ye, have you returned? If you are nearby, please appear and converse with me. Ye Changqing softly spoke. Ching Shui, from now on you don't need to pursue experts anymore, because you are already an expert acknowledged in my heart. Hearing his words of acknowledgement, she immediately shed tears. Ching Shui understands. Thank you, Mr. Ye, for the enlightenment. The scene shifted to another place, hoping for Sage Changqing's protection. The footsteps of a person were approaching, and he spoke loudly. The Changqing Ode recording every word and gesture of Sage Changqing has been completed. His Majesty ordered Donglan Academy to publish it nationwide, 1 copy for every citizen of Great Yan. Seeing this, Ye Changqing scratches his cheek. Is there a need to make it so grand? I'm so embarrassed, making it inconvenient for me to show up. The people standing below listening to the speech all bowed their heads. Thank you for His Majesty's grace. Thank you, Grand Tutor Chang, for writing the book. He flew to the statue. Then I'll rely on you to protect Great Yan for me. Someone noticed and spoke up. Everyone quickly look at Sage Changqing's statue. It's manifesting in midair. It definitely heard the sincere prayers of our Great Yan citizens. Thank you, Sage Changqing, for blessing Great Yan with eternal fortune. The final location, ancient Devil Ceiling Ruins, Wuwang Cliff, deep inside a dark cave.
The primordial descendants fell into a panic and fled. Uncle Song's group saw this and shouted, "Kill them! Eating our fill will make it easier to recover." A bird, seeing the situation was bad, took flight first. Uncle Song immediately threw his sword forcefully at them, severing one of the bird's wings and simultaneously finishing off one below. Right after that, a tremendous power struck down from the sky, and those people praised incessantly. We still have to let Brother Song take action. The group looked at them with bloodshot eyes, simply skinned them, started a fire, poured hot oil over them, and dug in. From high above, a green beam of light was moving at high speed. It was none other than Lu Shen, little burrow landing next to their group. Lu Shen looked at the bones on the ground and spoke up. Primordial descendants survived the ancient Great War, yet they are easily eaten like this. How ridiculous! But this is also a matter to be glad about. It is better than letting the primordial descendants run amok and cause trouble everywhere, while the Taoist sects don't have anyone who can fight back. The little girl turned to Uncle Song's group and said, "Everyone, the 3-day agreed time with Master has arrived. It is time for us to return." Hearing this, their group immediately stood up. Uncle Song said loudly, "During this trip to the ancient Devil Ceiling Ruins, many thanks to the ancient tree god for accompanying us. We could recover quickly, all thanks to Lord Lu Shen's assistance." Lu Shen smiled awkwardly. "You are too polite. If this seat were not here, who knows, you might have eaten and drunk even more to your heart's content."
Having said that, Uncle Song's group shot straight off. They flew all the way back to the small town where Ye Chongqing was staying. Ye Chongqing muttered doubtfully, "But I still don't know how to reopen the heavenly gate." Then suddenly, a beam of light landed in front of him, making him jump in fright. "Oh my God!" Ye Chongqing shielded his face and spoke up. "Uncle Song, you guys are too sparkly." They all clasped their hands respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Emperor." He smiled. "It seems you have fully recovered." One person in the group spoke up. "That's right, Lord Emperor, please quickly open the heavenly gate." Ye Chongqing gritted his teeth in astonishment. "So rushed? Are you in that much of a hurry?"
That person immediately explained, "The chaotic chi and cultivation base we obtained from the primordial descendants are too abundant, and now we can no longer control it." Uncle Song also added, "If the chaotic chi attacks the heaven and earth spirit veins, by then this world will become incredibly dangerous." They constantly pointed out the danger and explained to him, "If we have to open the heavenly gate and return to the immemorial immortal domain sooner or later, we might as well take advantage of this moment. That's right, a delay will cause unforeseen events. Staying in this world for another minute will increase the danger." Ye Chongqing stammered, "All right, then let me give it a try. The mortal realm has discovered our existence and started sending warnings. Lord Emperor, we beg you to act quickly." Ye Chongqing's body suddenly emitted a golden light. He then lifted his foot and flew into the air.
Sage Chongqing immediately appeared. Right now, the chaotic chi was fluctuating. It was the exact moment when the barrier of the three realms was at its weakest. He was extremely anxious. "But I don't know the magical power to open the heavenly gate." Sage Chongqing blinked and reassured him. "What are you afraid of? Just give it a try. At this moment, you are already invincible." Having said that, Sage Chongqing vanished. He gritted his teeth, his face showing extreme determination. Ye Chongqing raised his hand high and began to use his power. If he had to try, he would try. A stream of spiritual energy radiated from Ye Chongqing's body. His eyes glowed. "In my name!" Ye Chongqing clenched his fists and reopened the heavenly gate. Ye Chongqing's power split into 5 directions and shot forth. They collided violently with space. Uncle Song's group was astonished. This scene was like the beginning of heaven and earth, truly unbelievable, unimaginable. Could it be that we have underestimated the power of the Emperor? Could the Emperor be the supreme existence ruling the immaterial and mortal domain? Uncle Song suddenly shouted, "Quickly, look up at the sky!" A magnificent door appeared right before their eyes. Ye Chongqing also exclaimed in astonishment, "The heavenly gate has actually manifested?" Uncle Song's group quickly soared upwards. Uncle Song spoke, "Many thanks to the Emperor for helping us. Now that the heavenly gate has manifested, it is time for us to leave. Emperor, this venerable swears upon my Tao accumulation. If there is a day we can meet again in the immaterial and mortal domain, we will definitely follow you forever." The people behind also spoke in unison, "We will definitely follow you forever." He hurried over to support them. "Quickly, stand up." Ye Chongqing waved his hand and said, "Take advantage of the time when the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm is being suppressed by the chaotic chi. Hurry and go." They left without hesitation. "Emperor, farewell." Sage Chongqing appeared. "Behind the heavenly gate is the Shrenten realm, and above the Shrenten realm is the immaterial immortal domain. Are you willing to take this opportunity to leave this place?" Ye Chongqing smiled and nodded. "I agree." Suddenly a call made him turn his head. "Mr. Ye!"
He Chongxuan ran over with his disciples in tow. "Mr. Ye, please wait a moment." Seeing him, he was surprised. "Elder He?" Liu Shen spoke up to explain. "Master, the Taishuan Holy Lord stubborn then insists on meeting you once." The 2 young boys approached in a panic. "Sir, have our parents really left? Have they truly abandoned us?" Ye Chongxuan touched the space between the 2 children's eyebrows and said, "Your parents are ancient immortal generals who have been sealed for several lifetimes. Now that their cultivation has awakened, there is no reason for them to continue wandering the mortal realm. You 2 have outstanding talent, and there will surely be a day of ascension. When that time comes, why worry about not seeing them again?" The 2 boys clasped their hands in immense gratitude. "Disciples, obey your command." He Chongxuan spoke up. "Thank you, sir, for lending a hand, allowing the Taishuan Holy Land to avoid the attack of the primordial descendants." He bowed respectfully. "Hearing from Lord Ancient Tree God, you will leave this world at any time. Over the years, it is all thanks to your protection of Taishuan and the grace you bestowed upon Zhongzhu. You are not only the ancestral master of Taishuan, but also the ancestral master of Taoist sects across the world." Ye Chongxuan replied with a serious face, "Elder He, you flatter me." He cried and said, "Ancestral Master Ye, earlier when this junior saw you and the female devil emperor sharing a room in Shaoqi town, acting intimately, I almost misunderstood you." He dropped his jaw. "These words coming from your mouth, why does it feel like you're old but lack proper decency?" He Chongxuan stroked his beard and continued. "Previously, Dagugu Cleanfeng told this junior that you were the one who saved her from the seal, so this junior thought you were behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire. But when this junior heard that the devil race had sealed themselves and the primordial descendants had also been killed by subordinates sent by you, this old man finally understood." He recalled the scene where Uncle Song's group sat eating the meat of the primordial descendants. Ye Chongxuan pondered. "So in your heart I have such a wise and far-sighted image?" He Chongxuan said restlessly, "You must have felt that since the ancient era the Taoist sects have monopolized Zhongzhu and lived too comfortably. That's why you secretly supported the devil sect to promote this great war. Because of this, the Taoist sects had hundreds of thousands of disciples die in battle. This price made us develop a sense of crisis." He raised both hands to stop him. "Shut up quickly. If you keep talking like this, I will become a great villain."
Ye Chongqing rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Seeking immortality and asking the Tao is inherently a path of fighting for providence, full of hardships and dangers. We should strive unceasingly, tempering and training ourselves. Hearing this, he clapped his hands in agreement, saying it was absolutely right. Mr. Ye, before you leave this world, this old man implores you to open the world Tao ranking once more. Ye Chongqing had a doubtful expression. What is that? Ye Chongswen explained that it is a boundary monument located in the center of Zhongzhou.
Since the ancient era, disciples of the Taoist sects were allowed to slaughter each other at will, and sects could also compete with one another. The big fish eats the small fish, survival of the fittest. Every 100 years, the bottom 50,000 disciples on the Tao ranking would be directly wiped out. But not long after driving the demon and devil races out of Zhangzhou, the Tao ranking was collectively sealed by the 5 great holy lords of that time. Because of this, the major sects have remained at peace until now, but their overall strength is not on par with the ancient era. He frowned. Isn't this too cruel? He Shengxuan replied solemnly, if the Taoist sects hadn't been safe and sound all these years, the casualties in this great war wouldn't have been so disastrous. Mr. Ye, you absolutely must not be soft-hearted. Just consider this as doing one last thing for the Taoist sects of Zhangzhou. Ye Shangxing lowered his head in deep thought. Ye Shangxing began to focus his power at his glabella. The surge of power spread out like a carpet. He spoke, right in the center of Zhangzhou. Choose that place. Ye Shangxing reached out his hand and squeezed tightly. A pagoda immediately appeared. From today onwards, the Zhangzhou Tao ranking is officially reopened. He Shangxuan then shot a ray of spiritual energy from his fingertip. The spiritual energy went straight into the pagoda. After receiving his power, the pagoda began to emit light. Forever, the first place on the Tao ranking could only belong to Ye Shangxing. He clasped his hands. This old man represents the 5 great holy lords. From now on, the Zhangzhou Tao ranking will be named the Chongqing ranking. It is only right that the Zhangzhou Tao ranking worships you. Suddenly, the massive gate behind him reacted strongly. Ye Shangxing turned around in surprise. It's time. He then took his leave. Elder He, we part ways here. I hope destiny will allow us to meet again in the upper realm. He Shangxuan shed tears as he saw him off. This junior respectfully sends off Mr. Ye. Ye Shangxing approached a spatial gate that had appeared.
His silhouette gradually disappeared into the blinding light. The scene shifted outside, to the Xuantian realm, north of Lingzhou, the Qingyang mountain range. A man looking extremely panicked shouted loudly, "It's over, there's no escape." Going into the city to recruit disciples this time resulted in empty hands again. This old man was the Qingyang sect master, Taoist Qingyun. He cried angrily, "If I can't find a disciple with aptitude who can be sent to the outer sect of the Heavenly Sword sect, then after the sect assessment in half a year ends, my Qingyang sect will have to disband." Qingyun slammed his hand hard on the ground. The Heavenly Sword sect is incredibly malicious. Not only do we have to pay a tribute of 100 spirit stones to them every year, but every 5 years we also have to train an outer sect disciple for them. He pointed his finger and yelled, "Isn't this just bleeding dry the small sects affiliated with large sects like us? So what if I have declined to a 9th-rate sect now? 300 years ago, our Qingyang sect was a 3rd-rate sect and even trained inner sect disciples." Qingyun spat as he spoke. "I spit on it, damn it." He walked away in frustration. Since things had come to this, he could only return and discuss countermeasures with those 9 prodigal disciples. Suddenly, an object from the sky rushed rapidly towards the ground. Sensing the commotion, Qingyun turned his head. The object landed, creating a massive explosion. The ensuing shockwave made him brace his legs to withstand it. Oh my gods and ghosts, what kind of heavenly phenomenon is descending? A shooting star was flying at high speed through the air. Sage Changxing spoke up. Up ahead is the Xuantian realm. Ye Changxing wondered, where? Is the Xuantian realm any different from the human realm? Sage Changxing pointed. Look down. You follow where I point and see nothing but forests, right? 3,000 prefectures are densely distributed across the Xuantian continent. Every single prefecture is vast, comparable to several worlds in the lower realm.
Ye Changqing was doubtful. Where is that? Sage Changqing replied, it is the immortal dynasty. There are prefectures seized by immortal sects, and there are prefectures ruled by the immortal dynasty. There are even prefectures where humans and demons coexist. Hearing this, he hugged himself, trembling. Ye Changqing questioned, then where are we descending to now? Sage Changqing answered, it is Lingzhou. Lingzhou is jointly governed by 4 great immortal sects, the Heavenly Sword sect, Shanji Palace, Nan'ang Manor, and Ziyun sect. Ye Changqing suddenly turned pale. I have a bad premonition. It seems like I am endlessly falling. Sage Changqing calmly replied, your premonition is correct. You are indeed falling, but only you are falling. Ye Changqing panicked. Fly, rise. Seeing no response, he continuously struggled. Where is my magical power? Sage Changqing explained, it's all gone. This is what you had set up for yourself beforehand. Ye Changqing screamed, I don't believe it. Can't you go with me? Sage Changqing sighed. This is what you had arranged before sealing your cultivation and falling into the water will and arbitrarily release magical power. I will vanish into thin air. He waved his hand.
Let's meet again in the immortal domain, Emperor. Ye Changqing fell freely with tears streaming down his face. Scammer! He plummeted straight to the ground like a rocket.
Where Ye Changqing landed created a bottomless pit. His knocked-out teeth left only a sparse few behind. One day, if I can regain that Emperor realm cultivation, I will definitely slap myself twice to vent my anger. He sat up and rubbed his head. I'm so used to suffering that I can't handle being comfortable. How truly despicable. Qing Yun laughed out loud. With such a terrifying anomaly, it must surely be a supreme treasure appearing in the world. Ye Changqing frowned. Where is the peerless treasure? Without a word, the man dashed forward and delivered a direct kick to Ye Changqing's face. Blue skies and white clouds, a beautiful mountainous landscape appeared. Qing Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. Ye Changqing pointed at him and cursed. Hey, who exactly are you? His eyes constantly scrutinized him, yet he couldn't detect a single trace of aura on his body. There must be two possibilities. First, his cultivation is higher than mine, intentionally concealing his own aura. Second, he is hiding some magical treasure or secret technique on him, relying on it to conceal everything. Seeing the man remain silent, Ye Changqing grew even more furious. Say something, aren't you going to apologize for stepping on someone? Qing Yun looked at him in admiration. Although Qingyang sect's rule of not accepting ugly people has been passed down for over 500 years, I have never seen anyone with such handsome features and extraordinary temperament. Sharp eyes, guava leaf eyebrows with a middle part hairstyle, a high nose, banana-shaped lips, and pale skin like a 20-year-old girl. Qing Yun bared his teeth in a sleazy smile. In a word, excellent. Thinking this, he stood up and pointed his finger. Not bad, you have a discerning eye.
This old man is the sect master of the Qingyang sect at Mount Yunlu in northern Lingzhou. He was indignant. I told you to apologize. Who told you to show off your identity? Qing Yun frowned. It seemed this peerless expert was unclear about the current situation of Lingzhou Prefecture. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. However, if he could conceal his original cultivation, it proved his magical power was not low and his mind was deep. If he could recruit him into the sect, then take him to the Heavenly Sword sect to participate in the disciple examination, imagining the scene where Ye Changqing holds a long sword, casting a cold and aloof aura, with his cultivation, wouldn't becoming an inner sect disciple be as easy as flipping his hand? Ye Changqing thought in annoyance, why did I run into a sect master right at the beginning? But my attitude just now didn't seem very friendly. I need to find a way to save my image. Joining a sect is like a play. It all relies on acting. Just act and it'll be fine. Thinking this, he cleared his throat. May I ask this immortal elder who was at fault first but still refuses to apologize, is your Qingyang sect still accepting disciples? Qingyang smiled faintly. Oh, you want to join the Qingyang sect? He thought to himself. To think he would actively bring it up. Ye Changqing smiled awkwardly. Could it be that there are conditions to join the sect? He muttered in his head. Rope me in to the max. Qing Yun raised his hand and replied. No need. The Qingyang sect recruits disciples based historically on one word, destiny. Meeting this old man here is destiny. This old man talking to you about taking you as a disciple is also destiny. He frowned. Fine, very fine, playing abstract games with me right from the start. He continued. Therefore, this old man allows you to temporarily cultivate at the Qingyang sect, but cannot arrange for you to be formally under the Qingyang sect's tutelage. Qing Yun smiled, thinking, between advancing and retreating, trying to reveal the art of gaining leverage. Ye Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Why? Qing Yun immediately explained. Since the ancestral master established the sect, a rule was set that there cannot be more than 9 disciples. As the saying goes in the 8 grams, the yang line is the 9th line, and the number 9 is considered the ultimate number. Once it reaches the extreme, it will develop in the opposite direction. Hearing this, he turned around and walked away, astonishing Qing Yun. Forget it then, I won't be a temp worker. He hurriedly chased after him. Being perfect with 10 is also good, think about it. At Mount Yunlu, Qingyang sect, in front of the gate, a person was sitting and practicing cultivation. The head disciple of the Qingyang sect, Li Shuyun. Suddenly, a signal was transmitted from his chest.
Taking out a round jade pendant with a gourd carved in the middle, Li image reflected Qing Yun. Li Shuyun was surprised. Master, he hurriedly said. Shuyun, there is an urgent matter. You just need to listen to what your master says. Your master has successfully tricked, has found someone who can participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's trial half a year from now. Hearing this, Li Shuyun happily exclaimed, Really? Qing Yun frowned and said, This person is a bit unfathomable. Your master will probe his background on the way. You must immediately inform the other disciples. You absolutely must pretend to be mysterious in front of this person. Make him think that our Qingyang sect is a legendary hidden immortal sect. He covered his face tiredly. Putting on such an act, if things go wrong, no one will clean up the mess for you. He pointed his finger and instructed. This matter concerns the future of the Qingyang sect. We have no choice but to use this poor plan. We will arrive in about a cinchin. Hurry up and prepare. Li Shuyun nodded. Yes, master. After the conversation, his brows furrowed. Li Shuyun clasped his hands and formed a seal, sword-shifting floating clouds. The sword immediately moved a little. Not long after, it fell to the ground. Li Shuyun picked it up in disappointment. I still haven't learned how to flip the sword body.
He coldly threw it away.
If he couldn't learn it, he wouldn't learn it anymore. A handsome young man walked in. What's with the sudden madness? You ruined the styling of my hairtail. The fifth disciple of the Qinyang sect, Qi Changyuan. Suddenly, a small hand pulled Li Shuyan's wrist. Eldest senior brother, was Master captured by monsters again? The ninth disciple of the Qinyang sect, Ziyao. He turned around and smiled, answering, Master just sent a voice transmission from 1,000 miles away. We are about to have a 10th junior brother. Li Shuyan thought gloomily, although I don't agree with Master's deceptive methods, if we really let this bunch of trash, who possess outstanding appearances but terrible cultivation, participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's trial, the Qinyang sect will be doomed. Who knows how ugly the ancestral master of this sect was, to firmly believe that people with beautiful appearances also have supreme cultivation aptitude, to the point of writing this into the sect rules. He entered the room. All disciples, assemble.
Suddenly, a figure dashed inside as fast as lightning. Li Shuyan smiled. Wenhua, it seems you are quite free. She sat straight in the chair and replied, Nonsense. Master suggested I practice a technique. Doesn't it seem like practicing the Jinghong body has shown some effect now? The second disciple of the Qingyang sect, Ku Wenhua. Li Shuyan frowned. Master's original intention was just to distract you, so you wouldn't show up drunk and cause trouble in broad daylight. Behind her, another person hurried in. He panted and spoke. Eldest senior brother, why did you call me so suddenly? The fourth disciple of the Qingyang sect, Lu Sanyan. Looking at them, he thought to himself, what a pity for the Qingyang sect. The room is full of people, but not a single one has decent aptitude. Master even uses the excuse of blocked meridians to brush us off, saying that once they are cleared in the future, we can become top-tier cultivation geniuses. It's all nonsense. Haha, let's see how Master will clean up the mess after making such a big scene this time. The gate of the Qingyang sect was decorated with quite beautiful roof tiles. Li Shuyan spoke up. Master has found a candidate who can handle the Heavenly Sword Sect's trial, and he will bring him back to the sect shortly. Master previously instructed that if a newcomer arrives, we must act profound, so that the newcomer believes we are a peerless immortal sect. Only then will he feel at ease cultivating here. Wenhua snorted coldly. I have no interest in playing house with a newcomer. Besides, it's obvious the Heavenly Sword Sect wants us to disband, which is why they are making things difficult for us. She crossed her arms and said loudly, If you ask me, if we have to disband, then disband. He smiled wryly. Wenhua, stop speaking out of anger. Although the Qingyang sect has now declined into a 9th grade sect, it still has a 1,000-year inheritance and was once promoted to a 3rd grade sect. If we disband now, how will Master face our ancestors and past sect masters? Moreover, with our current aptitude and cultivation, if we really leave the Qingyang sect, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave Mount Yunlu unscathed. Sanyang firmly replied, Eldest senior brother, rest assured, I have grasped your and Master's intentions. Qi Changyan struck a pose and said, Although my aptitude is ordinary right now, I have already planned out my outfit for when I become a peerless expert. Zijiao asked curiously, Eldest senior brother, why is Master so confident about the little junior brother? Li Shuyan waved his hand. Because Master didn't mention his appearance. Hearing this, all 4 of them let out a collective, oh. The scene shifted outside to a certain mountainous area. Queen Yang's hand was circulating spiritual energy. He helped Ye Chongqing fly and said, Chongqing, just pass 2 more mountains and we will reach our sect. Suddenly, a message came from his jade pendant. Oh, it's a message sent by Shuyan. It seems everything has been properly prepared in the sect. Ye Chongqing asked suspiciously, Master, why did you travel so far away from the sect at this time?
King Yun was startled and turned around. This, he sighed. After all, I can't say that I came to Lancy City to trick and deceive disciples. Thinking this, King Yun spoke up. Early this morning, your master cast a hexagram, and according to the reading, there would be heaven-sent providence there today. He patted his shoulder. It just so happens that your master arrived right before you fell. Tell me, is this not destiny? Ye Chongqing laughed heartily. So that's how it is. It seems that I and the Qingyang sect truly have a deep affinity. King Yun took the opportunity to examine Ye Chongqing's entire body. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation at all, so you have no cultivation base. Bearing an auspicious sign, yet possessing no cultivation base. So easy to fool.
Arriving at the destination, the 2 immediately landed. Qing Yun introduced, Chongqing, this is the mountain gate of our sect. Ye Chongqing opened his eyes wide in awe. Wow, there's no mistaking it, definitely no mistaking it. He looked up at the sign hanging in front of the door with the name Qingyang sect. Being so dilapidated and ancient, this Qingyang sect must definitely be a legendary hidden immortal sect. Previously in the remote Shaoqi town, making do for a few years. Although in the last few days he had been invincible once, it was ultimately just an experience card. But this time, encountering an expert and a hidden immortal sect right at the opening, has the hacked cultivation life instance finally come to my turn to play the main role? Haha. Entering inside, he cast a glance around. Ahead, Li Shuyun was already standing and waiting. Qing Yun immediately introduced. Come Chongqing, greet your eldest senior brother, Li Shuyun. He was putting on the appearance of a mysterious sword cultivator. Ye Chongqing's jaw dropped. This aura, this style of dress, it's the exact image of a sword immortal. He exclaimed, That's right, the flavor is exactly right. He. It seems it'll be hard not to be invincible in this lifetime. Suddenly, Li Shuyun's entire body was about to give out and he began sweating profusely. Ye Changqing was suspicious. Why is eldest senior brother sweating so much? Qing Yun hastily explained. Changqing, you just don't know. Comprehending sword intent consumes a lot of physical stamina. Changqing, do you have any profound experiences regarding cultivation? He scratched his cheek. Previously, when I cultivated, I never felt physical stamina being consumed. Behind his back, he secretly pinched his fingers to channel spiritual energy. A stream of spiritual energy was immediately transmitted to Li Shuyun. He felt it and gritted his teeth, enduring. Master. Qing Yun tilted his head. Silly disciple, your master knows that making the sword fly above your head is already the limit of your cultivation base. Your master is lending you spiritual energy. Hold on. He spoke up. That proves the efficiency of your cultivation is not high. He believed it completely and replied, Master is absolutely right. Qing Yun turned back to Li Shuyun and signaled him to stop. Shuyun. He immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Master. He gestured toward Ye Changqing. This is Ye Changqing who has just joined the sect.
He immediately bowed. Changqing greets senior brother. Li Shuyun covered his eyes with his hands. This peerless aura is too blinding. He thought to himself. He had assumed Master only took a liking to his cultivation aptitude. Who would have thought that this person's aura and appearance were also this outstanding? How could there be such a perfect person in this world? At night, when everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, someone stealthily knocked lightly on someone's room. It was Li Shuyun. Master, your disciple requests an audience. Qing Yun said loudly, Come in. With his permission, he stepped inside. Master, where did you lure this junior brother with peerless looks and not low cultivation from? Qing Yun calmly took a sip of tea and said, That's not the case. I took the opportunity to probe him. This person has absolutely no cultivation, so we can rest assured and bluff him. Li Shuyun frowned. No cultivation? Then how is he going to pass the trial in half a year? Qing Yun rubbed his chin. Although he has no cultivation, when your master picked him up, an auspicious sign appeared, so his aptitude shouldn't be bad. Besides, isn't it because you brats have been cultivating for several years but are still at foundation establishment and chi refining that your master had to go and kidnap someone? He pointed his finger. Changqing wants to become a sword cultivator. Starting from today, you will guide him to practice the sword Dao. He pointed at himself. Me? Can I do it? In the future, when junior brother Changqing's cultivation surpasses mine, wouldn't it be easy for him to discover that I was just trying to act mysterious? He sneered and took out a piece of jade. This old man has thought of this long ago. I have cast a spell to hide cultivation and cover up auras in your jade slips.
Wear these on yourselves to conceal it a bit. Even if Changqing makes rapid progress, he will only reach foundation establishment in a short time, so he definitely won't be able to see through your true cultivation. Switching scenes to the next morning at the courtyard where Ye Changqing lived, he stood sweeping and muttered to himself, Sigh, even though I've already moved in here, it still doesn't feel very real. On this second transmigrating journey, although I still don't have a golden finger, it can't stop my explosive luck. He looked at his palm. Could it be that in this cultivation world, luck is my golden finger? At the same time, footsteps slowly approached. Ziao looked at Ye Changqing and spoke up. Is that the new junior brother? He turned around and replied, It is me, it is me. I am Ye Changqing. May I ask which senior sister you are? Looking at Ye Changqing's appearance make her blush. Is there such a handsome man in this world? An elegance radiated from within him. Just one look gave the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Ye Changqing quickly approached and thought to himself, So short.
It seems she could only bow to show respect. Zijiao shook her head to regain her composure. What if he relies on this peerless appearance to tactfully ask me about the sect's inside information? I definitely wouldn't be able to control myself. If so, wouldn't the Qingyang sect be doomed because of my lust for beauty? Wake up quickly, Zijiao. Looking at her demeanor, he asked worriedly, Are you okay? Zijiao tried to restrain herself and replied, I'm fine. She took a deep breath to regain her composure. My name is Zijiao, ranked 9th in the sect, which means I am your 9th senior sister. Ye Changqing bowed. Greetings, 9th senior sister. He thought to himself, people in a hidden immortal sect are definitely not simple. Although she looks only in her teens, she might have lived for hundreds or thousands of years, just like little Willow, who looks only a few years old but is actually tens of thousands of years old. Zijiao spoke up. Eldest senior brother must have told you that starting tomorrow, the two of you will go to the back mountain to cultivate. Ye Changqing nodded. Yes. She suggested, I came to lead you to the Sutra Pavilion. Ye Changqing was full of question marks. I just joined the sect and can already go to the Sutra Pavilion? Zijiao was also puzzled. Why not? All disciples in the sect can go there. He followed her, thinking to himself, Is this reasonable? This progress is too fast. As expected of a hidden immortal sect, their foresight is truly profound. Upon arriving, Zijiao pointed at a building. See that? That is the Sutra Pavilion. Ye Changqing replied, Sorry to trouble 9th senior sister to lead the way. Stepping closer, a giant formation appeared under their feet. His mouth fell open in amazement. The formation was so huge. Ye Changqing stepped closer to observe. This stone was densely carved with patterns. In a corner, Sanyang transmitted his voice to urge her. 9th junior sister, hurry up.
The senior brother could hardly sustain this effect any longer. Ziao frowned. This is not good. To
To maintain this formation, third senior brother's magical power is almost depleted. She secretly cast her magical power, "Stand firm for me." A wave of red light flew over and enveloped Sanyang. His whole body was tightly bound. He absolutely could not reveal any flaws in front of the junior brother. Sanyang's face was pale and he was foaming at the mouth, looking as if he was about to pass away. Ye Changqing pointed and asked, "Ninth senior sister, is this the restriction protecting the suture pavilion?" She smirked and answered smugly, "That's right." Sanyang's soul flew out in anger. "I beg you to stop bragging and quickly lead him inside. Otherwise, tomorrow you will be attending my funeral at the village gate." Zanyang stepped forward. This is exactly the restriction of the suture pavilion. Ye Changqing looked around and observed. It was indeed profoundly unfathomable and extremely mysterious. The two walked up to the door of the suture pavilion. Xiao then unleashed her spiritual energy. Mountain formation, open. Sensing this, a stone pillar nearby shot out a beam of power. The beam of power flew to the door, causing it to open. This King-Sin Wutong formation, once activated, can eliminate karma around the body and help clear the mind. Ye Changqing was astonished. Only the suture pavilions of hidden immortal sects could have restrictions with such surging spiritual energy and brilliant auras like this. It's not like the suture pavilion of the Taiswan Holy Land, where even random cats and dogs can enter. It truly has no dignity left. She smiled and thought to herself, "What King-Sin Wutong formation? It was all made up by me. The restriction of the suture pavilion was destroyed by Lu Sanyang a long time ago, and we still don't have the money to repair it. Fortunately, this junior brother is not very bright in the head. Otherwise, I'd really worry that these clumsy effects wouldn't fool him." Xiao spoke up. "Junior brother, although you are already an official disciple, without master's permission, you must not come here on your own." He nodded. "Please rest assured, ninth senior sister, I will definitely not come here on my own." She began to introduce. "This is the first floor of the suture pavilion. According to the sect rules, disciples below the nascent soul realm are only allowed to choose cultivation methods on this floor." Ye Changqing continuously looked around and observed. Although it was dilapidated, it still retained a pure and rustic charm. "Good, very good."
Xiao stared blankly. It was the first time she had seen someone praise a dilapidated room and speak of it like a magical treasure. He truly had a talent for this. She spoke up. "Junior brother Ye, the cultivation methods collected in the sect are all incredibly profound and mysterious. To prevent you from being overly ambitious and acting recklessly, you are only allowed to choose one manual first." Ye Changqing replied, "Complying with innate nature and teaching according to one's aptitude. I'm tired of saying the words, 'I admire you.'" Xiao placed her hand on a cabinet shelf. "Of course, if you still can't choose a satisfactory cultivation method, your senior sister will help you pick an easy-to-cultivate one." On the shelf were cultivation manuals with very profound-sounding names. Her face darkened. Who on earth was playing this trick? Ye Changqing wondered. Is this a peerless cultivation method? Seeing him about to reach out and grab it gave Xiao a start. Ye Changqing took down a manual. Although its name is a bit cumbersome, it is highly likely that this is a peerless cultivation method that mortals would find difficult to comprehend. Senior sister, do you think I am right?
She awkwardly pointed to the bookshelf next to her. "Junior brother Changqing, why don't you try taking a look at those cultivation methods with 5-character names?" Xiao quickly retrieved a few cultivation method manuals. In the past, even Li Shuyuan knew to buy a few fake cultivation methods for 2 taels of silver each to show off. Now you could probably buy a whole caddy of these things for 2 taels. She threw them all aside, murmuring, "Despicable." Xiao circulated her spiritual energy. She wondered what cultivation method junior brother Ye would choose from the authentic cultivation method section. Ye Changqing climbed onto a cabinet. Prajna 4 Symbols Divine Technique, Tai-I Heaven-Shaking Origin Technique, Myriad Simplicities Returning to One Incantation. Why do these names sound so familiar? Xiao was suspicious. These were all authentic inner legacy cultivation methods of their sect. How could the little junior brother feel they were familiar? She rubbed her chin. Master clearly said he had absolutely no cultivation base in his entire body, so how could he feel familiar with these cultivation methods? It seemed the little junior brother was indeed no ordinary person. Ye Changqing suddenly accidentally touched an iron box. He wondered, an iron chest? What the hell kind of cultivation method had to be kept in an iron chest like this? But there was no restriction on this chest at all. Xia was startled. Had eldest senior brother's dark past been discovered by him so easily? Was one of the eldest senior brother of Qingyang's sex past scandals about to be exposed to the world? No. What if the little junior brother left Qingyang's sect because of this? Where would she go to admire such a handsome guy then? Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth in silence for a moment. She had to quickly choose a cultivation method and take him away immediately. Xiao recalled that the first time eldest senior brother went down the mountain, he was scammed out of 500 taels of silver just to buy this immemorial fiend god illustration. She held her head. At that time, that was 80% of Qingyang's sect's entire fortune. After Master discovered that this secret manual was just some scribbles made to look old, he hung eldest senior brother from the rafters and starved him for 3 days. From then on, whenever eldest senior brother heard the name immemorial fiend god illustration, he would have a severe panic attack, crying and screaming, even threatening to hang himself. Xiao found a manual and pulled it out. This was it. She couldn't let the immemorial fiend god illustration continue to bring disaster to the entire Qingyang sect anymore.
Ye Changcheng opened the scroll and frowned. Is this a visualization painting? Previously, I read at the Taisuen Holy Land that the harvest from a visualization painting depends on the visualizer's aptitude. It's just like drawing cards in stages. The lucky ones draw SSR cards, while the unlucky ones only get R cards. In my previous world, I was just a piece of trash. Now that I have come to this world, although I accidentally joined a hidden immortal sect, in the end I still have to rely on cultivation to become stronger. Opening the supreme divine painting, saying goodbye to the mediocrity of the past. He laughed heartily with amusement. Even a salted fish has dreams of changing its life. Who says someone with a crippled spirit root in 2 lifetimes cannot practice cultivation? Ye Changxing ripped the scroll fully open. I have to give it a try. A wisp of spiritual energy hovered before his eyes, making him doubtful. Ye Changqing immediately reached out to touch it, and a scene of a man with his back turned appeared. He was amazed. To have comprehended such profound mystery in just a moment of visualization? Suddenly, Ye Changqing was touched by Xiao, junior brother Changqing. Being touched, he woke up with a start.
Ye Changqing's whole body was sweating, breathing heavily. Xiao grabbed his sleeve in confusion. Junior brother Changqing. Ye Changqing turned around and pondered. Ye Changqing, you're confused. You have already joined the Qingyang sect. Are you still afraid of not having time for cultivation? How can you just stand in place and casually ponder, acting so cold to senior sister? Xiao looked at the scroll with interest. Have you finished choosing? She thought to herself. This god and demon painting is indeed not badly made. It fooled another person. Ye Changqing spoke up. Senior sister, can I take this immemorial god and demon painting with me? Xiao handed him a cultivation method. Yes, but the immemorial god and demon painting is too profound. You are just beginning your cultivation. Take this Qingyang incantation as your main focus first. He happily accepted it. Changqing will definitely remember senior sister's instructions. She smirked. Anyway, in a few days, you will voluntarily come to me and ask to change your cultivation method because you gain nothing. Yet Changqing walked away, thinking in confusion. Strange, where did the Qingxin formation from just now go? Arriving at Wenhua's residence, Xiao shouted loudly. Second senior sister, she said angrily. Didn't master forbid you from drinking too much? Wenhua smiled. You all have official business to attend to. I have nothing to do, so I can only drink. Xiao crossed her arms. Are you blaming us? Wenhua changed the subject and asked. Xiao, you met the newly arrived junior brother, right? Seeing Xiao nod, she immediately asked. How do you feel about him? She blushed. He is hundreds of billions of times more handsome than eldest senior brother. Wenhua laughed loudly. Ha, you little girl. Could it be that you fell in love with the junior brother at first sight? Xiao shyly avoided her gaze. No, second senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Seeing her like this, Wenhua asked again. Then is his aptitude higher or lower compared to eldest senior brother? Xiao shook her head. It's hard to evaluate. Master thinks he has absolutely no cultivation, and furthermore, he seems to be very interested in those weird fake cultivation methods in the suture pavan. Hearing this, Wenhua laughed out loud. Hey, was he really coaxed by that old man? Does he really think he stepped into some hidden immortal sect? Xiao pondered. But he is not interested in the secret mental techniques of our sect at all, and even said those things look familiar as if he had seen them before. Wenhua immediately became interested. Oh, so which cultivation method did he finally choose? Xiao said without hesitation. The immemorial god and demon painting. Wenhua looked down and repeated. The immemorial god and demon painting. She leaned back and laughed until tears came out. That old man Qin Yun only chooses disciples based on appearance, not caring about ability, so the spirit roots of all of us are terrible.
Now the karma has arrived, tricked another slow-witted guy into coming back. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Wenhua teased, could it be that you are not happy because I'm mocking him? Zijiao frowned and said, Senior sister, I just feel, could it be that we misjudged the immemorial god and demon painting? She waved her hand. You go tell master about this. Previously, he was the one who personally appraised it as a trash book and gave eldest senior brother a severe beating. Wenhua thought to herself, if the judgment was truly wrong, then we will get to witness that old man losing all his face with our own eyes. Shifting the scene to Ye Changqing's residence, he sat in a daze looking at the high sky. Ye Changqing reached his hand over and placed it on the immemorial god and demon painting. He suddenly exclaimed, Farewell to the ordinary. Ye Changqing let out a sigh. Even though ninth senior sister reminded me not to be hasty, I have lived ordinary for 2 lifetimes. Seeing such inspiring words, how could I not be excited? Farewell to the ordinary. These 4 words are exactly my obsession for all these years.
He immediately opened the immemorial fiend god illustration. He clearly knew that wanting to comprehend it from scratch was absurd, but even if it caused him to suffer chi deviation, he did not care. At this moment, he only longed to prove himself. He was no coward. A pillar of light shot up from the immemorial fiend god illustration. A white-haired man and countless galaxies appeared. Although his eyes were tightly shut, the scene before him remained clear. This looked like a painting, but to him, it was a window leading into another world. This immemorial fiend god illustration laid out before his eyes a chaotic world, with billions of stars suspended and 3,000 great Taos revolving. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. A majestic painting carrying entire galaxies shook the whole sky. Qing Yun exclaimed in astonishment, "Where is this heaven and earth spiritual energy coming from?" Ye Changqing sat down and focused on his comprehension. According to the operational rules of the visualization painting, as long as enough comprehension was accumulated inside, it would sense it and bestow a cultivation method upon him. After a while, he opened his eyes. He saw it. A painting was floating right in front of Ye Changqing. Without any hesitation, he reached out to touch it. Immediately after, the painting emitted a blinding light. A strange voice spoke out. The immemorial fiend god incantation sensed you from the visualization painting and transformed to come here. I only hope you practice cultivation diligently and enter the door of this method soon. He wondered, the immemorial fiend god incantation transformed from the immemorial fiend god illustration?
Ye Changqing smiled proudly. I am so lucky to have activated the origin cultivation method once again. The mysterious voice explained. When beginning cultivation, a cultivator needs to open the 6 divine repositories within the body. After that, use the essence within the divine repositories to nourish the spirit root. Cultivate the body first, then cultivate the law. In this way, one can stand firm and undefeated among those who cultivate the Tao. A source of light carrying knowledge transmitted into Ye Changqing's head. He rubbed his chin. Cultivate the body first, then cultivate the law. This is completely opposite to the normal method of refined qi and cultivate origin, and then using spiritual energy to temper the body and nourish it. Ye Changqing stood up, but wanting to open the divine repositories in the body was no easy task. Ye Changqing constantly paced back and forth. Moreover, he had to open 6 points. If he wasn't careful, even his life might be hard to keep. Should I switch to practicing another cultivation method? The strange voice spoke up again. After practicing the immortal fiend god incantation, you cannot switch to practicing another cultivation method. He frowned. Is this boarding a pirate ship? If I encounter a problem during the initial cultivation process and opening the divine repositories, won't I become a cripple in this life? But cultivation is fundamentally about seeking survival in narrow cracks. If I miss this opportunity, who knows, I might have to live a mediocre life, unable to change anything. Ye Changqing was full of gloom. It's too difficult. It makes people unable to live in peace. He suddenly remembered. Right. Earlier, the 9th senior sister said that starting tomorrow, the eldest senior brother will take me to the back mountain to practice cultivation. The eldest senior brother has vast knowledge and profound magical power. He will definitely understand the immortal fiend god incantation clearly.
With the eldest senior brother's guidance, opening the divine meridians was certainly no longer a difficult matter. Li Shuyuan stood outside, unable to believe his eyes. This scene was exactly the same as what was depicted in the immemorial fiend god illustration. Yet someone had actually succeeded in attaining enlightenment. Tears fell from his eyes as he recalled back then when he spent everything he had to buy this legendary visualization painting, only to receive a beating from his master in return. Now that someone had attained enlightenment, it meant his master had misjudged back then. Li Shuyuan smirked. After so many years, I can finally comfortably punch that old man. Who told that old man to promise back then that if anyone successfully comprehended the immemorial fiend god illustration, I could freely punch him? He couldn't hold back and rushed in. Ha! A godsend opportunity. In a moment, which of his legs should I punch first? In the evening, at a large manor, they gathered because of the phenomenon from earlier. Qing Yuan spoke up. You all must have clearly understood Changqing's aptitude by now, right? Wenhua crossed her arms and said loudly, So what if we know? Being able to comprehend the immemorial fiend god illustration just after joining the sect is indeed an excellent aptitude. But in half a year, doesn't he still have to return to the Heavenly Sword Sect? He snorted coldly. Huh, with Changqing's current performance, let alone an inner sect disciple, becoming a true disciple of some elder is not impossible. As such, let alone protecting the Qingyang sect, helping us restore our status as a third-tier sect and striving to reach the second tier is also not impossible. Wenhua tiredly turned her face away. Wenhua covered her mouth and turned to ask, Li Shuyuan, this newcomer has comprehended the immemorial fiend god illustration, which can be considered as relieving a heavy burden on your mind, right? Zijiao chimed in. That's right, isn't it? Back then, after Master beat eldest senior brother, he even made a bet with him. If someone could truly comprehend an immemorial fiend god illustration, he would let eldest senior brother hit him back twice as hard.
Qing Yun angrily shouted, You brats! You guys are deceiving your master and destroying the ancestors! The old man turned pale, thinking, after that fight, I spent quite a bit of time to restore my relationship with Shuyuan, and now this little brat poked right at the sore spot. Qing Yun then said,
Shu Yuan, back then it was indeed your master who wrongly blamed you. Looking at it now, it's not that the immemorial fiend god illustration has a problem, but our immortal path cultivation aptitude is too low, making us unable to comprehend it. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Your master is already prepared. Qing Yun sighed tiredly. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Just go easy on my face when you strike. Li Shu Yuan moved to him in the blink of an eye. Master, it's fine. There are some things that your disciple just needs to think through. He sneered inwardly. If we really fought, Master's cultivation is much higher than mine. What if Master plays dirty and secretly uses protective astral chi to cheat? The one getting hurt would be me. Ha! This old geezer. Does he still think I'm as naive as before? Qing Yun began to explain in a stern voice. Listen carefully, you all. Chongqing is related to the future of the entire Qingyang sect. If anyone reveals a flaw in front of Chongqing and makes him suspicious, then don't blame this old man for clearing the sect. Starting tomorrow, Shu Yuan will lead Chongqing to the back mountain to cultivate. Lu Sanyang and Qi Chongyan will follow orders and assist with all your might. Li Shu Yuan replied unhappily. Master, junior brother Chongqing's aptitude is so high, your disciple is afraid that a flaw will be revealed in no time. Qing Yun smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. Right now Chongqing has no magical power at all. You just need to teach him from the most basic, guiding qi into the body. The next morning at a deserted place on the hill, there were two people walking somewhere down below. Li Shu Yuan took out a pill bottle and spoke. Junior brother Chongqing, there are dozens of qi replenishing pills in this bottle. You have just started your cultivation and still cannot abstain from mortal food. Every day before cultivating, just take one pill.
Yi Chongqing happily accepted it. Many thanks, eldest senior brother. He suddenly wondered, eldest senior brother, I have a question I would like to consult you about. Li Shu Yuan immediately smiled happily. Junior brother, between the two of us, just speak freely. Without any more hesitation, Yi Chongqing said, yesterday I chose the immemorial fiend god illustration among the cultivation methods in the Sutra Pavilion. But if I choose the cultivation method that this painting gives me, I won't be able to learn other cultivation methods in the future. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Little junior brother, I feel like you are humiliating me, but I have no proof. Li Shu Yuan spoke up to explain. Junior brother Yi, everyone's aptitude is different, so make your decision based on the cultivation method that the immemorial fiend god illustration gives you.
Ye Chongqing immediately answered happily. Senior brother is absolutely right. Li Shu Yuan continued to explain. The immortal fiend god illustration tells us that comprehending the cultivation method of the immortal fiend god illustration is the highest. The chaos chain cultivation method is second, and the blade and soldier cultivation method is last. With your current cultivation, what kind of cultivation method were you given? Ye Chongqing smiled and scratched his head. Eldest senior brother, I was quite lucky, so I comprehended the immortal fiend god incantation from the painting. Li Shu Yuan could not hide his shock and shouted, What? He was extremely calm. Eldest senior brother, I never thought there was a procedure to open the divine repository. His face turned pale. Junior brother, if you have comprehended the highest dharma, then you should cultivate this dharma. With tears streaming down his face, Li Shu Yuan turned his back and walked away. This is your fortune and providence. Absolutely do not hesitate. Ye Chongqing scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Then thank you, eldest senior brother, for answering Chongqing's questions. Suddenly seeing Li Shu Yuan running away, he shouted, Eldest senior brother, run slower. Nearly half an hour later, at the back mountain of Qingyang sect, the silhouette of a person stood there. Looking at the giant stone sword planted in the ground, Li Shu Yuan spoke up. Ahead is the sect-pacifying sword stele of Qingyang sect. After enduring wind and rain all year round, the edges of the sword stele have been worn down. Legend has it that when the first-generation sect master of Qingyang sect was wandering through Lingzhou, he accidentally passed by a river. Suddenly, a stream of peerless sword keys shot up from the river, and even the sect master could not help but retreat. Immediately after, a mysterious sword stele shot up into the sky from the river.
Because of the towering sword chi, the sect master was certain that the writing on it was the inheritance of an extraordinary sword Tao. After the sect master brought the sword stele back, he made up his mind to comprehend it, but 1,000 years passed and no one had succeeded, so it was forgotten in the back mountain. Ye Chongqing stepped closer to the sword stele and said, I want to see exactly what is carved on the stele. It has aroused my curiosity. He smiled faintly. Junior brother, don't be impatient. Several generations of sect masters have been unable to solve this difficult problem. Relying on your current cultivation, it's a bit of a pipe dream. Yesterday, Master told me that you wholeheartedly want to practice the sword Tao. So in your heart, what is the sword Tao? While speaking, the commotion ahead left Li Shu Yuan astonished. As soon as Ye Chongqing placed his hand on the sword stele, it reacted. Were both the stone stele and Chongqing emitting sword intent? Ye Chongqing closed his eyes, intensely focused on comprehending the sword intent on the stele. Li Shu Yuan's jaw dropped. The sword stele that sect masters across generations have been helpless against is now resonating with a junior brother of ordinary cultivation?
He cried silently in his heart. Junior brother hasn't even cultivated yet, but can already feel sword intent, while I have gone through bitter cultivation for years, but am still stuck at sword moves. Master, could it be that you deliberately arranged this, using junior brother to insinuate that I don't work hard enough? Li Shuyan turned tail and ran. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. I can't teach this junior brother anymore. The sunlight shone down on the Japanese-style imitation houses. Li Shuyan ran in one breath and leaned against the door, panting heavily. Qin Yun, who was lying down, noticed him. Shuyan, why did you run here? Shouldn't you be guiding Chongqing's cultivation in the back mountain at this hour? Li Shuyan cried and cupped his hands. Master, this disciple just returned from the back mountain. I came to resign. He waved his hand in confusion. Ah, Shuyan, your master knows what you were thinking. You must trust your master's arrangement. Chongqing just has a slightly outstanding aura and slightly better comprehension ability. But you have joined the Qinyang sect for many years. Your aptitude and cultivation have always been at the forefront among the disciples. No matter how strong Chongqing is, how could he be stronger than you? Li Shuyan frowned and said, Master, what if this disciple tells you that just now, junior brother Ye successfully comprehended the sword steel in the back mountain? Qin Yun was extremely shocked. Is that really true? He stood up straight. Wait for me to investigate before making a decision. Returning to the sword steel, Ye Chongqing finished his comprehension at this moment. He thought to himself, I can vaguely feel that there seems to be a ray of providence swirling around this stone steel. Ye Chongqing closed his eyes and began to concentrate. At this moment, I tried projecting my spirit towards the stone steel, and there was actually a response.
He was suddenly amazed when the shape of a sword appeared. This was a rune shaped like a sword. A silhouette lifted the sword. Without executing any sword move, just lifting the sword was enough to make one feel the concept of returning to simplicity, and that the great Tao is extremely simple. The silhouette in Ye Chongqing's mind continuously executed sword strikes. He stood watching and frowned. These variations are too fast. I haven't had time to memorize them. The figure began to increase the difficulty by splitting into two clones. Have the moves become even more complex? In just a moment, they transformed into many other silhouettes. Ye Chongqing stood in the center, surprised. This is the Thousand Sword Formation.
A figure holding a sword executed an extremely beautiful technique. It turned out that these incredibly complex and completely different techniques did not rely on heaven and earth's spiritual energy to multiply, but were born from tens of thousands of techniques. Suddenly, the sky turned black as the dark night. The gentle breeze on the Wei River, along with the bright moon in the mountains, could be taken without prohibition and used endlessly. Yet Chongqing opened his eyes in realization. That was the endless treasure of fortune. A ray of light appeared before his eyes, and it was indeed so. Endless sword techniques went from simple to complex, and from complex back to simple. The ray of light revealed 4 words, endless sword technique. Yet Chongqing lightly placed his hand on the words. It truly deserved to be a hidden immortal sect. Providence and heaven-defying fortune were everywhere. Qin Yun had been standing high up observing him for a while. He thought in disbelief. Did Chongqing really comprehend it? This old man has never seen this anomaly. One could guess how terrifying the sword Tao inheritance hidden inside the sword steel was. Qin Yun sighed. Looking at it this way, Shu Yun truly could not teach Chongqing. With a heaven-defying existence like Chongqing, even if this old man personally taught him, it would feel like bringing humiliation upon oneself. He suddenly came up with an idea. That's right. Now Chongqing has resounding aptitude in the sword Tao, and the heavenly sword sect has always passed down the sword Tao inheritance from generation to generation. If Chongqing joins the heavenly sword sect, he will definitely be highly regarded. As for the Qingyang sect, by bringing him to join their sect, they could also rely on Chongqing to take one step to become a third-tier sect. Qin Yun curled his lips in imagination, perhaps even a second-tier sect. In front of a manor hanging a signboard, Qingyang sect. Li Shuyun and Qin Yun both had dark faces, with no one saying a word. Suddenly Li Shuyun spoke up. Master, you have seen it all, haven't you? He looked as if he wanted to scream like a madman. Now you can feel the crushed state of mind from being beaten to a pulp, right? Qin Yun thought of Ye Chongqing and pondered. Although Chongqing has very good aptitude, he still needs someone to guide his cultivation. In the sect, only Shu Yun cultivates the sword Tao, so the task of initiation can only be handed over to him. He walked over to reassure him. Shu Yun, this matter can only be entrusted to you.
Hearing Li Shuyuan hugging his legs and crying bitterly, Qin Yuan said in a stern voice, You must know that Chongqing's aptitude will help him advance leaps and bounds in the sword Tao, but for you it is also a fortune of providence. Are you willing to stop here and not move forward? Li Shuyuan was stunned when he heard these words. When seeing Chongqing comprehend, perhaps you can also glimpse a bit of heavenly secrets within it. You must be humble, Shu Yuan. In half a year, if Chongqing can smoothly pass the disciple trial of the heavenly sect, at that time the Qingyang sect will definitely be promoted to a second-tier sect. After that, your master will definitely hand over the position of sect master to you. Think carefully.
Teaching Chongqing to cultivate is only for half a year, but taking over the Qingyang sect is the career for the rest of your life. Li Shu Yuan immediately became enthusiastic and kneeled down. This disciple understands. This disciple will go help junior brother Chongqing cultivate right now. He flew away and shouted back, "Master, see you at the evening class." Returning to the mountain where Ye Chongqing was comprehending the sword stele, he sat cross-legged and pondered. From simple to complex, from complex back to simple, it turns out that within the endless sword techniques hide thousands and tens of thousands of sword stances. Only through continuous combination, dismantling, and reassembly can one learn all the moves. Only in this way can one strike casually, as if thousands and tens of thousands of sword stances are attacking simultaneously. Even though I have comprehended the principles of the endless sword techniques, the sword stances demonstrated by those tiny figures still require constant interpretation and learning. Only in this way can the endless sword techniques be developed to the most perfect level.
From the moment I started comprehending until now, I have only managed to deduce over 30 sword moves. As the sword stances become increasingly complex, the speed of deduction gets slower and slower. This is only going from simple to complex, let alone from complex back to simple. Li Shu Yan stood behind, watching attentively. He called out, startling Ye Chongqing. "Junior brother Ye!" He stood up, thinking to himself, "I'm done for. I was so immersed in the sword stele that I forgot I had my senior brother following me. Isn't this showing off my slight skill before an expert like my senior brother?" He pointed and asked, "Have you comprehended the sword Dao inheritance on the sword stele?" Ye Chongqing did not deny it at all. Reporting to eldest senior brother, "I believe so." Li Shu Yan cried silently in his heart, "I cannot continue discussing this topic. If I speak any further, my ignorance will be exposed." He nodded and said, "Since you have comprehended it, then what do you think the sword Dao is?" Ye Chongqing replied, reporting to senior brother, "In my opinion, the sword Dao is but a single blade of grass that can sever the sun, moon, and stars." He sneered in his heart. "This is the famous quote that moved Sword Saint C2 Zhenping in my past life. Giving you this, won't you be thrilled to death?" The two of them stared at each other, 4 eyes meeting in silence. Ye Chongqing was a little confused. "Eldest senior brother, is there a problem with my answer?" Li Shu Yan pretended to cough to clear his throat. "Ahem. A single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars? What a heroic statement this is." He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was completely shocked. What kind of world must that be? I don't dare to imagine it. I completely don't dare to imagine it. Ye Chongqing was puzzled. Could it be that my answer was too shallow and didn't reach eldest senior brother's level of vision? Li Shu Yan broke out in a sweat and said, "Ahem. It's nothing. The great Tao has 3,000 paths, each with its own uniqueness. Even if we practice the same kind of Tao, our perception and comprehension of it will be worlds apart due to our individual understanding." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing clasped his hands and replied, "Chongqing will take this to heart."
He thought to himself, worthy of being the head disciple. His vision is indeed profound, and his heart is broad. Ye Chongqing unconsciously asked, making him freeze, "Eldest senior brother, then in your opinion, what is the sword Tao?" Li Shu Yuan cried miserably in his heart, asking your ancestral master, ask, will you ever stop? Looking at Ye Chongqing's sparkling eyes full of expectation, Li Shu Yuan turned pale. "It's over. It's really over. I'm afraid my flaws will be exposed in front of this junior brother." He suddenly thought, right, Master once said, the great Tao is inherently simple. If junior brother Ye pursues this kind of unorthodox sword technique path, but reaches a high level in the sword Tao, then I just need to answer in a simple, unadorned way. It will make it seem even more mysterious, making people feel that I am at a high cultivation realm. Thinking of this, Li Shu Yuan bent down and plucked a tuft of grass at his feet. He looked at it and said, "Junior brother Ye, in your eyes, a blade of grass that can sever the sun, moon, and stars is called the sword Tao. But in my eyes, this blade of grass itself is the sword Tao." Ye Chongqing's face was full of doubt. Huh? He covered the blade of grass with spiritual energy. "In my eyes, a blade of grass can be the sword Tao. A speck of dust can also be the sword Tao. As long as the heart is directed towards it, everything can become the sword Tao. That is your senior brother's Tao." Ye Chongqing was stunned. Those little figures started performing even more complex sword moves. But his comprehension speed not only did not slow down, but on the contrary, after receiving the eldest senior brother's enlightenment, it accelerated even more. Li Shu Yuan felt the fluctuation behind him and turned around in surprise. Seeing Ye Chongqing floating in the air, he was astonished. Junior brother?"
At this moment, Ye Chongqing was extremely focused, completely ignoring his surroundings. Li Shu Yuan thought to himself, his expression looks truly mysterious, with providence circulating around him, as if he is entering some sort of breakthrough state. Why is it that even every blade of grass and every tree is enveloped in the aura of the sword Tao? Looking at the surrounding scenery made Li Shu Yuan unable to believe his eyes. I didn't expect that I would also be enveloped in it.
He touched his stomach and felt the transformation. The sword Dao true intent was continuously surging into his dantian. Li Shuyuan was startled. Has my spirit root transformed? It was originally a low-grade wood spirit root, but now it has turned brilliantly golden, and even the branches have begun to stretch out. Tears of joy fell from his eyes. At first, I clearly knew my wood spirit root was not suitable for cultivating the sword Dao, but I still resolutely chose this path. Because of that, I haven't had any achievements for many years. I never expected that I would have a day like this. Li Shuyuan sat down and began to comprehend. But a spirit root is given by nature. If not for supreme secret techniques, how could it be reversed? He opened his eyes and looked at Ye Changqing. It's the sword intent that changed my spirit root. Sure enough, this sword intent comes from junior brother Changqing. The spirit root inside Li Shuyuan's body glowed brightly. He exclaimed in joy. It's a success, a medium-grade gold spirit root. High above, Ye Changqing also slowly opened his eyes. He smiled and spoke. Eldest senior brother, thanks to your words, I have completely comprehended it. Hearing this, Li Shuyuan was petrified on the spot. Ye Changqing slowly landed on the ground, filled with admiration. My Changqing's vision was narrow. I didn't expect that there is always a higher mountain. Senior brother's view on the sword Dao has given me new comprehension regarding this path. Li Shuyuan gave a forced smile and waved his hand. This is a secret between us brothers. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. He rubbed his chin and thought, if I accidentally get exposed, I won't have the face to continue mingling in the sword cultivator circle anymore. After talking for a while, the two began to move higher up. Finding a comfortable spot, Li Shuyuan sat down and spoke. Junior brother Ye, your aptitude is quite good.
He scratched his head and replied shyly, I think so too. Li Shuyuan said with a bit of anger, even though you have comprehended the sword Dao, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You still have to start learning from finding the feeling of refining qi, the most basic guiding qi into the body. Ye Changqing was extremely excited. Eldest senior brother's teaching is absolutely right. He counted on his fingers and said, although I have successively comprehended many things, it is still not as good as true cultivation. Ye Changqing held his head in annoyance. Without a profound cultivation base to support it, no matter how much I comprehend, it is just the moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. Li Shuyuan took out a cultivation method from his robes. He handed it to Ye Changqing. Take out your novice secret manual. Let's start quickly. Li Shuyuan placed both hands on his chest. All things in heaven and earth, to obtain essence, will emit spiritual energy. All things have many attributes, so the spiritual energy emitted will have different attributes. Ye Changqing also followed suit and placed both hands on his chest. The spirit root in the bodies of cultivators like us also has divisions in quality and attributes. Through constantly sensing and resonating with the spiritual energy of one's own attribute, this is the process of finding the feeling of refining qi. This process is not necessarily very difficult, but it is not simple at all. At least half a month, at most a few months to a few years. Ye Changqing exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, eldest senior brother, for your guidance. But how many types of spiritual energy can we sense? He calmly explained. At most 2 types, but most cultivators only have 1 type. Hearing that, he looked in confusion at the spiritual energy in the palm of his hand. But I can sense spiritual energy of all kinds of attributes. Li Shuyuan smiled. Junior brother, you have just entered the sect. Don't be impatient.
Ye Changqing immediately calmed down and replied, so it turns out I was too hasty. He thought to himself, in my past life I was also too hasty and broke the crystal orb for testing the spirit root, resulting in not knowing my spirit root attribute before descending to the lower realm. I'm already behaving, please spare me. Li Shuyuan smiled happily in his heart. Ha! From now on, I, Li Shuyuan, will be a cultivator with a gold spirit root. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. Li Shuyuan asked, Changqing, how do you feel? Ye Changqing, sweating continuously, replied, I feel that the speed of sensing spiritual energy is gradually slowing down. He stood up and explained, it's normal. Everything has its pros and cons. Your comprehension ability is high, so your cultivation speed will naturally be a bit slower. Li Shuyuan turned around to leave and instructed, you stay here and continue looking for the feeling of refining qi. Your senior brother will return to the sect to handle some matters and come back later. After saying that, he forcefully leaped into the air and flew up. Remember, you must find the aura that is familiar and compatible with your spirit root. Li Shuyuan covered his mouth and smirked. Hey, I need to hurry and test out the gold spirit root. Down below, Ye Changqing continuously sensed different spirit roots. At the back mountain of the Qingyang sect, looking at the houses in front, Li Shuyuan exclaimed, Found it! This is the place!
He immediately stepped towards that place. On Li Shuyuan's face, he did not hide his smugness. This place was closest to his master's courtyard. If he triggered a spiritual energy riot here, he would definitely make his master notice. The junior brothers and junior sisters were not far away either, so they would surely arrive in time to witness his heroic and majestic posture. He began to form seals to channel his spiritual energy. Today, he must let everyone know. Li Shuyuan's eyes widened, filled with arrogance. I, Li Shuyuan, am no longer that useless trash. The activated spiritual energy made his hair flutter in the wind, looking very impressive. Feeling his current power, Li Shuyuan smiled.
Sure enough, after improving his spirit root and aptitude, executing the Qinglei sword technique felt like parting the clouds to see the sun. He muttered to himself while dancing with his sword. Rumor has it that after cultivating the Qinglei sword technique to the great perfection, casually swinging a sword strike will carry the fierce might of thunder. In the desolate forest, there was only the silhouette of Li Shuan exerting himself to show off.
I hope I can soon display the Qinglei sword technique to the point of creating a terrifying explosive sound. Li Shuyan swung a slash at a nearby tree trunk. Wenhua, who was sitting above drinking wine, was taken by surprise and fell down. Her whole body fell, creating a slightly butt-numbing impact. Wenhua, covered in dirt, shouted angrily, "Li Shuyan!" She secretly looked at him in surprise. Can he emit sword chi to shake an ancient tree? Wenhua found it hard to believe. Is this still the stubborn trash from before? She looked at Li Shuyan and made a judgment. The stance is fierce and domineering. To think it actually has a bit of the true intent of the Qinglei sword technique. He secretly laughed in his heart. Ha ha, second junior sister, when you see me displaying an extraordinary sword technique, don't you want to call a stop and ask me what I have experienced? Contrary to his expectations, Wenhua was extremely cold. The Qinglei sword technique consumes a lot of spiritual energy. If you still don't call a stop, I won't have the strength to keep showing off. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Shuyan stopped, and Wenhua spoke up. Keep going. Why did you stop? Li Shuyan turned to look at her with a sulky face. Wenhua frowned. Why is your Qinglei sword technique today compared to usual? He suddenly shouted loudly. How did you know I have a gold spirit root? She looked speechlessly at Li Shuyan's expectant appearance. Wenhua narrowed her eyebrows and became angry. She slapped him in the face and shouted, "In broad daylight, what are you going crazy for?" Suddenly slapped, Li Shuyan became angry. You!
Wenhua flew high into the air and summoned a giant square block. She controlled it to fly down. 9 heavens transformation, evil slaying command appears. Li Shiyuan's entire body was crushed by it as he screamed, "I was just showing off a little bit, junior sister. Why are you being so ruthless to me?" Wenhua landed and spoke. This cultivation base is not something that Elda senior brother can possess. Not to mention he doesn't have a gold spirit root at all. What demon dares to possess his body? Hurry up and reveal your true form. Qingyun sensed the commotion and immediately appeared. Kuo Wenhua, what you are doing is against ethics. He rushed over with an extremely angry mindset. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Don't think that just because your master is afraid of you, you can disrespect your eldest senior brother. Qingyun urged, hurry up and release Shuyuan. Li Shuyuan frowned. Master, why are you afraid of junior sister Wenhua? He faked a cough to change the subject. You heard wrong. Wenhua smiled and explained, Master, you can't blame me for this. Eldest senior brother suddenly appeared and then insisted that he had some kind of gold spirit root and even performed the Green Thunder sword technique. I thought an evil spawn had possessed his body, which made him act so abnormally crazy. Hearing this, Qingyun was shocked. Gold spirit root? Crushed on the ground, he tried to explain. Master, your disciple really went from having a wood spirit root to a gold spirit root, and its quality has also improved. Qingyun stroked his mustache and spoke. Wenhua, maybe your speculation is correct. She laughed loudly. Then I'll continue to crush him with my magical treasure. This time the evil spawn will definitely reveal itself. Li Shuyuan slammed his hands on the ground angrily. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. If you don't believe it, then check for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 fingers quickly touched his forehead. That person was none other than Qingyun, who was concentrating on checking. Qingyun exclaimed in shock. It really is a gold spirit root. Not only that, the quality of this spirit root has also reached the medium grade. In this trend of spiritual energy flowing backward, it has the potential to transform into a high-grade spirit root.
Wenhua retracted her seal in confusion. Huh? Yesterday he was still a weak chicken who couldn't carry or lift anything. Today he suddenly transformed into a genius? Qingyun was also suspicious. In this world, there is no magical treasure that can change a person's spirit root and aptitude within a single day. Shunyun, what exactly happened to your body? Suddenly, a violent tremor caught the attention of the 3. Why was spiritual energy of all attributes heading towards the back mountain together? Who is at the back mountain? Li Shuyun looked up and answered seriously. It's Chongqing. Rays of spiritual energy from everywhere are being attracted by Ye Chongqing. Wenhua clapped her hands in praise. With such a grand momentum, our junior brother is truly formidable. Qingyun frowned and continued. Right now, the heaven and earth spiritual energy surrounding Chongqing is no longer single-attribute spiritual energy waves, but multi-attribute spiritual energy swirling simultaneously. Could this be the legendary Hunyun spirit root? Wenhua rubbed her chin and said, being able to simultaneously sense spiritual energy of all attributes, there's no mistaking it. It's definitely the Hunyun spirit root. Li Shuyun turned pale and thought to himself, so this is what Chongqing meant earlier when he said he could sense spiritual energy of all attributes. Oh heavens, a stupid mole like me was still acting arrogant and smug about my medium-grade gold spirit root. It turns out junior brother is a cultivation big shot, so how can I continue to let him call me eldest senior brother in the future? Wenhua looked at Ye Chongqing and was startled. It seems our junior brother is truly not simple. That wretched girl Zai Yao guessed it right. Li Shuyun said with a miserable expression,
Master, please don't force me to guide junior brother Ye's cultivation anymore. I'm incapable of teaching him.
Wenhua laughed loudly. Li Shuyuan, don't think I can't see through your schemes. Aren't you worried about teaching the junior brother astray so that he won't enter the heavenly sect? If you managed to teach the legendary primordial spirit root astray, then you would truly be considered capable. Ye Chongqing suddenly spoke up. I have been practicing sensing spiritual energy for a few days. I can still feel that my body and all attributes of spiritual energy are attracting each other. But this doesn't make sense. Eldest senior brother and the cultivation manual both say that a cultivator can sense at most 1 or 2 types of spiritual energy. If eldest senior brother finds out, he will probably say I only care about immediate benefits. Seeing this, Li Shuyuan immediately sighed. Sure enough, he learned nonsensically. After that day, half a month passed quickly. Li Shuyuan sat observing Ye Chongqing with a frustrated posture. He was still constantly comprehending and absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Ye Chongqing asked anxiously, Eldest senior brother, half a month has passed, but I still can't sense what type of spiritual energy I belong to. He darkened his face. Junior brother, stop sensing. You can indeed absorb all attributes of spiritual energy. Ye Chongqing was overjoyed hearing this. So that's how it is, then I won't worry anymore. He stood up and cupped his hands. Eldest senior brother has skills comparable to creation. I didn't expect you could find the root cause. Li Shuyuan secretly complained in his heart. Stop being so weird, he spoke. Your spirit root is quite special, so there's no need to fuss over the attributes anymore. Rest assured and begin guiding qi into the body. Ye Chongqing cheerfully raised his hand. Understood. He suddenly wondered. Eldest senior brother, why haven't you been sensing spiritual energy with me lately? Li Shuyuan, wanting to cry, urged. Hurry up and guide your qi. Stop asking so many questions. Looking at the scene before him, he thought to himself, oh my god, this isn't guiding qi into the body. This is clearly trying to suck dry the heaven and earth spiritual energy at the back mountain. Li Shuyuan was suddenly startled to realize, is my spiritual energy just following junior brother Ye? He hurriedly ran away. Damn it, give it back to me, primordial spirit root. When evening came at a still somewhat new manner.
Inside, the group of disciples was gathering. Sitting up high, Qing-yun stroked his mustache and spoke. What exactly has been happening these past few days? Why is the spiritual energy on the mountain fluctuating so rapidly? Sanyang, his face smudged with dirt, said, My pill furnace suddenly lost spiritual energy, so it exploded on its own. Qi Chongyang also chimed in. I just practiced 8 minor heavenly cycles, and the spiritual energy fluctuations almost caused qi deviation. He looked at them and thought to himself, Tsk, to be able to stir up such strong fluctuations is enough to prove that Chongqing's immortal path cultivation aptitude is bottomless. Qing-yun stood up and laughed loudly. My good disciples, for now, don't pay attention to the gains and losses in spiritual energy. Sanyang frowned. I came out to practice cultivation. If I don't care about spiritual energy, what should I care about? Qing-yun started drawing a pie in the sky. Endure it for a while, and everyone will benefit. Half a year later, once the Qingyang sect is upgraded to a formal sect, by then, you will have endless cultivation resources, never running out.
Sanyang scratched his head in confusion. Half a year later? Upgrade the sect? Relying on whom? Relying on junior brother? He leaned in and smiled faintly. That's right. Your master discovered that Chongqing has extraordinary aptitude. If we use half a year's time, we will definitely train him to be outstanding. When the time comes, we will send him to the heavenly sect, exchanging him for a bright future for our Qingyang sect. The 3 disciples listened with their mouths agape. So that's how it is. Wenhua and Mishu Yuan stood aside and snorted coldly. Keep deceiving, keep deceiving. With this trickery, they will fall into your trap. On the mountain peak, Ye Chongqing unceasingly absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Li Shu Yuan crossed his arms and spoke. Junior brother, you must control yourself. Do not lose control like you did a few days ago. If there is too much unrefined spiritual energy in your body, at best your meridians will be blocked. At worst, your body will explode and you will die. Zi Zhao turned to Wenhua and wondered, Second senior sister, is the real culprit who caused the spiritual energy riot at Mount Yunlu really junior brother Ye? She hugged her wine jug and said, Yes, seeing is believing. Zi Zhao was skeptical. Second senior sister, I've heard that some peerless experts, after reaching a certain level, will choose to seal their cultivation to achieve a greater breakthrough. She pointed at Ye Chongqing. Second senior sister, do you think junior brother Ye is that kind of peerless expert? Wenhua smiled faintly. Did you hear these miraculous arguments from Sanyang and the others? Zi Zhao blushed shyly. How did you know? Did he tell you too? She poked Zi Zhao's forehead and said, In the sect, only a silly person like you would be fooled by him. Zi Zhao blushed and replied, Third senior brother also said that a peerless expert disguised as an ordinary person would exude immortal energy. Wenhua covered her mouth and chuckled. Immortal energy? What immortal energy? Zi Zhao immediately imagined. Brother, you smell so good. As long as we successfully absorb the immortal energy, we will obtain heaven-defying providence and fortune. The little girl pointed. Second senior sister, look! It was after cultivating with junior brother Ye that eldest senior brother became a gold spirit root. Wenhua placed her hand on Zijiao's shoulder and sighed. Although junior brother Ye has outstanding talent, he is definitely not some cultivation big shot. Sealing his supreme cultivation, roaming the lower realm, but choosing to join a ninth-rate sect like ours? Why would he insist on torturing himself? Hearing this, Zijiao's gaze darkened. That makes sense. Watching the little girl leave, Wenhua said, Go tell Qichang Yuan and Lu Sanyang to stop thinking about useless things. Just follow that old man's arrangements. She smiled coldly. This kind of bad luck, having just me, is enough. Zijiao flew over to the two of them and shouted loudly, Third senior brother, fifth senior brother.
Sanyang asked, What did that female devil Ku Wenhua say? The little girl replied with a serious face. Second senior sister said that a peerless expert wouldn't allow himself to end up in a ninth-rate sect like ours. Therefore, junior brother Ye is definitely not the incarnation of a peerless expert. Second senior sister also told you two to give up on this idea and just follow master's arrangements. Qichang Yan frowned. What do you mean? Are we not worthy of being guided by a peerless expert? Sanyang's face darkened. That's right, that's right. If our junior brother is truly an ordinary person, then how should we explain the transformation of eldest senior brother's spirit root? Did that female devil see that you were foolish and easy to deceive, so she just made up a story to brush you off? Zijia waved her hand. If you two don't believe it, then go ask her yourselves. Qichang Yan suggested. How about we also go teach junior brother cultivation? The other two were stunned. Are you crazy? Disobeying master's orders will result in punishment according to sect rules. He immediately replied. So what if we are discovered? We can just lie and say we are going to visit junior brother. Qichang Yan rubbed his chin. The question is, who goes first? Without any hesitation, the two of them pointed at him. Seeing this, Qichang Yan stiffened.
Li Shuyuan's voice echoed throughout the room. Master, if you don't tell the truth about junior sister Wenhua today, I will sit in front of your room and refuse to leave. Qingyun held his head wearily. Shuyuan, why are you so stubborn? He crossed his arms to make an X sign. Master, we are not only master and disciple, but also share a bond like father and son. I cannot allow you to hide things from me. He scratched his head. Sigh. All right, since it has come to this, I will tell you Wenhua's true identity. 18 years ago, Qingyang sect was much poorer than it is now. At that time, there was nothing to eat at home. Starving for 9 meals in 3 days was a normal occurrence. On a dark night covered with black clouds, a mysterious black-clad expert arrived at Qingyang sect. The young Qingyun stood aside, watching anxiously. Although his martial arts were highly formidable, he ultimately could not defeat the sheer numbers, and was defeated.
Suddenly, a hand grabbed Qingyun's collar. A person pointed a sword at him, making Qingyun tremble and hear. He screamed out, "Don't come any closer!" At that time, although your master was still young, he already had outstanding aptitude on the path of cultivation. I summoned the peerless mountain-protecting grand formation of the Qingyang sect at a critical moment, which protected that expert and kept the sect safe. That expert handed a newborn baby to your master and requested that I raise her to adulthood. The mysterious person handed over a token bearing the name Wenhua, then he clutched his wounds and left. At Qingyun's feet lay countless gold, silver, and jewels. Li Shuyuan's face darkened. Master, don't tell me you only agreed to take care of junior sister Wenhua because he received treasures from the black-clad person. Qingyun looked away and said, Nonsense. Is your master the kind of person who gets blinded by money? That was a human life. Li Shuyuan frowned. In that case, is Wenhua's background still a mystery? He rubbed his chin and pondered. Not entirely. That expert must have made proper arrangements. He sends a letter to Wenhua every year. Hearing this, he sneered. Only sending letters? Are there no precious items like spirit stones, immortal herbs, or pills? Qingyun stammered. Just a little bit. It can be ignored. Li Shuyuan ran off and shouted loudly, Master, so all these years you've been pocketing it for yourself? I have to tell junior sister Wenhua about this. Qingyun angrily shouted, Rebellious disciple! He lowered his voice and said, All right, your master has already told you about Wenhua's background. In a few days, your master will go down the mountain, and everything in the sect will be handed over to you. You must closely follow Changquin's cultivation progress. There's less than half a year left until the trial of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Shuyuan raised an eyebrow. Master, are you changing the subject? He blushed and said loudly, Master will share half of the spirit stones with you. Just stop asking. Waiting just for that, he immediately cupped his hands. This disciple understands. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Qingyou sect. Qingyun spoke up to instruct. Your eldest senior brother has to keep an eye on Changquin's cultivation. Sanyang, Cheng Yuan, and the kid Zhao Zhao are all left to you. You have to pay attention to them. Wenhua crossed her arms and replied, I know. I won't kick them out. The old man scratched his head and laughed. Hee, Wenhua, this time your master is going down the mountain to Langxi City to find some cultivation resources for Changquin. Do you think, maybe? Wenhua glared coldly at Qingyun. She immediately took out a token engraved with Guyang.
Wenhua threw it to him. Take it.
This is the final token. She snorted coldly. It has been 18 years, old man Quinn-Yun. The agreement between you and Uncle Yan has expired. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Quinn-Yun smiled awkwardly. That sounds so distant. After all, we have been master and disciple for 18 years. She turned around and stepped into the pagoda. I have made my decision. I also want to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple trial. Quinn-Yun was a bit surprised. Wenhua, you want to participate too? Your master believes you will definitely succeed. Returning to the back mountain of Mount Yunlu, where Ye Changqing was cultivating, he looked at the spiritual energy in his palm and thought in surprise, if eldest senior brother has repeatedly warned me not to cultivate the immortal fiend god incantation, then I will continue to deduce the endless sword technique. Ye Changqing tightly closed his eyes, focusing intensely. The figures of acquaintances continuously executing sword techniques appeared. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, rejoicing. This endless sword technique is indeed incredibly profound. Just deducing over 100 moves took several hours. Wenhua approached from behind and spoke up. Junior brother Ye, is this the supreme sword technique that you comprehended from the sword steel? Hearing someone call him, Ye Changqing turned around in wonder. Seeing her, he smiled. May I ask which fairy this is? Wenhua covered her mouth and smiled in amusement. I almost forgot. Since you joined the Qingyang sect, we haven't met yet.
My name is Quen Wenhua, ranked second among the disciples of the Qingyang sect, your second senior sister. Ye Changqing immediately clasped his hands. Ye Changqing pays his respects to second senior sister. He asked with a bright smile, did second senior sister come looking for me for some instruction? She waved her hand. It's nothing. I'm just idle, not as ambitious as you all. I happened to be strolling in the back mountain and wanted to come over and take a look. Wenhua suddenly smiled brightly and asked, Junior brother, do you like drinking wine? Saying so, she took out a large jar of wine. Ye Changqing's head was full of question marks. Drinking wine? Wenhua laughed loudly and handed it over. Quick, smell it. It's very fragrant. He pinched his nose with his hand. The smell is too strong. She explained. Wine that isn't strong is boring. Ye Changqing waved his hand. That's not it. The storage ring on his finger moved slightly. An exquisitely crafted bottle of wine appeared. Senior sister, this is the green bamboo brew I made myself. Please do me the honor of trying it. Wenhua repeated in surprise. Green bamboo brew. She leaned forward and sniffed it. Wenhua took out an empty cup, looking cheerful. This is the first time I've smelled such a rich aroma of wine. Junior brother, quickly pour me some. Ye Changqing immediately poured her a cup to taste. Without any hesitation, Wenhua brought it to her lips to enjoy. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Fragrant but not ostentatious, rustic but not bland. Bamboo trees in the setting sun. Wenhua felt as if she were standing in that beautiful scenery. The wine was as green as bamboo, making it impossible to resist lingering between the teeth and lips. I didn't expect Junior brother to carry such good wine with him. It seems we are fellow Taoists. She held out her cup again. Junior brother, let's have another cup.
Seeing Wenhua's face already flushed red, Ye Changqing anxiously reminded her, second senior sister, although the Qingni wine is very palatable, it is still a strong wine. Saying that, he decisively grabbed the wine jug and turned away, saying in a firm voice, even though you like to drink, you can't drink too much. Because Wenhua had drunk too much, combined with trying to take the wine back, she couldn't keep her balance, lost her momentum, and fell with a thud. Hearing the noise, Ye Changqing anxiously turned around and called, second senior sister. Looking at the person lying dead drunk on the ground, he sighed helplessly. She is really drunk. Where's the good drinking tolerance she talked about? Ye Changqing had no choice but to bend down and support Wenhua. As they walked, he said, second senior sister, I will take you back to your courtyard. As for the girl, she seemed to be dreaming of something very exciting and laughed happily. Hee 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 hee. Suddenly, not knowing where she got the strength, the girl turned around, gently lifted Ye Changqing's chin and called him junior brother affectionately, making his face turn bright red. Then she threw her arms around his back, hugging Ye Changqing's neck tightly, making him jump. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? Wenhua looked straight into his eyes, her voice full of alcohol. You're amazing. You are so amazing.
Ye Changqing listened in panic, his face turning pale as he asked what was so amazing. Wenhua raised her hand and whispered to him, it is. But before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Ye Changqing blankly grunted. Fell asleep? He said with a bit of annoyance, are you kidding me? Wake up and finish your sentence. What exactly is so amazing? Then he rubbed his chin in deep thought. When a woman says a man is amazing, what could possibly be amazing? Suddenly a thought popped up, making Ye Changqing feel shy, his face turning red. No way, right? Then he held his face and shook his head while saying, dual cultivation or whatever. I am still not ready for that. But that thought was quickly dismissed. No, senior sister is a heaven's chosen, someone with profound cultivation. Could it be that the amazing thing senior sister mentioned is affirming my aptitude? He quickly convinced himself. That must be it. In that case, starting today, I will cultivate the immortal fiend god incantation. Ye Changqing supported Wenhua while muttering, in senior sister's condition, she won't wake up immediately. He looked around. Where should I put her? After finding a satisfactory corner, Ye Changqing brought Wenhua to a tree and leaned her against it. He said to her,
Senior sister, stay here for a while. After I finish comprehending, I will take you back. Afterward, Ye Chongqing went to a nearby clearing. As soon as he sat down, he sighed, "Having such outstanding senior brothers and senior sisters beside me makes me feel so pressured. Only by taking the time to improve my cultivation can I be worthy of the title of a disciple of a peerless immortal sect." He closed his eyes and said, "Since eldest senior brother said so, starting from today, following the guidance of the immortal fiend god illustration, I will open the divine repository." Following Ye Chongqing's words, a trace of spiritual energy quickly gathered at his fingertip. He continued to recite, "Abundant spiritual energy, arranging the 6 spirits, mind and spirit shifting, joining the 3 jiao above." Immediately after, his body was surrounded by streams of spiritual energy. He thought to himself, according to what the immortal fiend god incantation says, this wood attribute spiritual energy will enter my body and open the first divine repository for me. Then, a red mark appeared on his forehead, and the streams of spiritual energy immediately drilled in. Soon, his forehead emitted a blinding light. Ye Chongqing was brought into a spiritual energy space. During the opening process, a pain that ordinary people could hardly endure would appear. If careless, one would be damned for eternity. But waiting for a long time, he didn't feel the pain as imagined, making Ye Chongqing extremely confused. A pain that ordinary people couldn't bear? He didn't feel anything at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely comfortable. Wasn't it very light? Very soon after, he formed hand seals again, Wood Divine Repository. The initial step was successful, and as soon as he finished speaking, a sprout formed from his spiritual energy appeared in his body. Just like that, Ye Chongqing concentrated on cultivating until the sun set below the mountain. Streams of spiritual energy continuously entered his sea of consciousness. Just like that, Ye Chongqing had cultivated for a day. He thought to himself that a day and a night had already passed. The wood spirit root, from a tiny sprout, had now become an ancient tree hovering above his head. He said in frustration, "The speed of opening the divine repository is this slow." Ye Chongqing quickly closed the divine repository and muttered to himself, "Perhaps it's related to my cultivation base not being high." He gently raised his hand, feeling the spiritual energy still lingering on his hand, and sighed. Then I have no choice but to absorb more wood spiritual energy from the outside world." Saying that, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was immediately gathered by him. All of these events were seen by Qi Changyan standing from afar. He couldn't hide his surprise. Was this? Has the junior brother reached a realm where he could gather heaven and earth spiritual energy with just a wave of his hand? He silently evaluated. With this appearance and this aura, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Changyan quickly stepped forward, secretly calculating. The junior brother is definitely a figure with a profound background. Regardless of whether he has immortal energy providence or not, I must find a way to strike up a conversation with him. But after taking just a few steps, Changyan saw Wenhua sitting in the distance, and his heart skipped a beat. Qua Wenhua, why is she here? Realizing the situation was not favorable, Changyan immediately returned to his original spot. Watching him approach Wenhua, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Oh my god, what is going on? Seeing the smile on Wenhua's lips, he was astonished. Is this female devil actually smiling at the junior brother? In Changyan's mind, 7,749 possible scenarios played out. Could it be that she already knows the junior brother's identity is extraordinary? So on the surface, she plays hard to get with us, but behind our backs, she secretly interacts with the junior brother until the rice is cooked. Ultimately, is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, if even someone with high aptitude like Kuo Wenhua has to rely on him, wouldn't the eldest senior brother's gold spirit root require paying an even higher price?
The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Touching his butt, he thought to himself, I'm not going to lose my virginity here too, am I? On the other side, Wenhua scratched her head and laughed loudly to hide her embarrassment. Ha, junior brother, your wine is too delicious. I fell asleep right after drinking it, and I didn't even have a headache when I woke up. Chongqing asked anxiously and caringly, Senior sister, are you really okay? Do you feel any discomfort? Wenhua pouted and shook her head. Of course not. Then she clicked her tongue in praise. Senior sister has drunk quite a bit of this pure and delicious wine before. She recalled the feeling of being in a fairyland while sleeping, but it seemed there was another wonderful flavor in the green bamboo brew. Although the alcohol content was quite strong, it felt as if she had obtained a portion of providence in her inner organs and sea of consciousness. She added, When I woke up, my spirit was refreshed, and my comprehension of the great Tao also became much profound. Wenhua couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, Junior brother, do you have any extra green bamboo brew? Can you give senior sister a little? Ye Chongqing smiled, took out 2 storage rings, and readily replied, Of course you can. But he didn't forget to remind her, Just don't get addicted to alcohol, senior sister.
Wenhua excitedly accepted the storage rings, then turned and left. This time, consider it a senior sister owing you a favor. Their conversation only made Chang Yang, who was hiding far away, even more suspicious. Sure enough, there was an unspeakable transaction between them. He looked angrily at Wenhua's departing figure. Very well, Ku Wenhua, I definitely won't let you monopolize these benefits. He brushed his hand through his hair and said, a handsome man like me, junior brother will definitely never forget. Thinking of this, Chang Yang stepped out from behind the tree and said happily, Junior brother, here I come. After Wenhua left, Ye Chongqing continued to enter cultivation, saying to himself, at this grinding speed, it will take a few more days for the Wood Divine Repository to take shape.
He told himself that instead of haste making waste, it would be better to ensure steady progress. Perhaps he could also take this opportunity to improve his cultivation and also increase the efficiency of opening his divine repository. Suddenly, a light appeared behind Chongqing, and he was surprised. What is that sparkling thing? That was Chang Yen. At this moment, he had put on the handsome appearance of an elite. Looking at him, Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. What is this? Seeing Chang Yen's graceful walk, Chongqing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, damn, the walk of a noble lady from the Qin dynasty. Very quickly, after those graceful steps, he finally got close to him. As soon as Chang Yen spoke, his words carried a poetic tone. I rank 5th. Ye Chongqing looked at his arrogant, peacock-like appearance and felt a bit helpless. He even rhymed. On the other side, Chang Yen continued speaking. My surname is Qi, name Chang Yen. You can call me 5th senior brother. Chongqing bowed and replied, Greetings, 5th senior brother. My name is Ye Chongqing. Then he sat down in meditation again, looked up and asked, I wonder what business brings 5th senior brother here. He folded his fan, coughed slightly, and then spoke with the air of a senior. Yesterday, your senior brother just came out of seclusion, and I heard that the sect has a new disciple with fresh natural talent and outstanding aptitude. Then he cupped his hands and said, Therefore, I came here to meet you. Hearing this, Ye Chongqing gave a wise smile. He felt ashamed. But in Chang Yen's eyes, that smile was somewhat provocative, and he thought to himself, Your appearance doesn't show the slightest bit of shame at all.
Full of curiosity, he asked, I wonder what Dao senior brother cultivates. Chang Yan coughed lightly and modestly replied, I'm ashamed to say, your senior brother cultivates the Tao of alchemy. Hearing this, Chongqing's eyes lit up. Oh, the Tao of alchemy. He immediately thought of massive pill furnaces and his own knowledge of the Tao of alchemy, thinking to himself, alchemists everywhere are people of noble status, especially those who can refine high-grade pills. They are even more rare. He looked at the person in front of him with admiration. For 5th senior brother to be able to cultivate the Tao of alchemy in a hidden immortal sect, he must be an alchemy master. I must establish a good relationship with him. Seeing Chongqing's admiring gaze directed at him, a feeling of smugness swelled in Chang Yan's heart. Could it be that this junior brother has really taken an interest in me? He immediately spoke up. Does junior brother Ye want to learn about the Tao of alchemy? These words left Ye Chongqing stunned. If I can become an alchemist, I can refine the necessary pills for cultivation, which would be quite convenient for me. Thinking of this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. This junior brother has a narrow vision and only possesses clumsy insights. 5th senior brother has cultivated the Tao of alchemy for a few years. You must have definitely reached the realm of bringing the dead back to life and regenerating flesh and bones. As soon as the words fell, an image of himself being humiliated in the sect instantly flashed in Chang Yan's mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched instinctively. On the other side, Ye Chongqing didn't notice Chang Yan's reaction. His eyes were full of eagerness, clearly extremely interested in this topic. 5th senior brother, I want to hear your understanding of the Tao of alchemy. What do you think the Tao of alchemy is? The unexpected question left Chang Yan unable to react in time. His whole body seemed to freeze, and his mouth could only stutter out a few words. Instantly, a memory rushed back into his mind. The cold face of his master appeared in his head, along with a strict warning. If you let Chongqing find out and expose any flaws, you will be immediately expelled from the mountain gate. Chang Yan was startled and hastily turned away, avoiding Chongqing's expectant gaze, and stammered in reply, What is the Tao of alchemy? As I see it. Speaking up to here, he tried his best to regain his composure, pretending to be like a senior who had experienced many years of cultivation, and slowly said, The Tao of alchemy is first taking the magical treasures of heaven and earth, the essence of herbs, and then using the pill fire to assist, following the process to refine each pill.
He continued, What void Tao is there? As an alchemy cultivator, my Tao is in every pill I refine. The words were decisive and resolute. Hearing this, Chongqing couldn't help but be amazed, his eyes seeming to light up. Serious and careful, refining every pill well. His body seemed to emit the light of spiritual energy and aura covering his body. gathering the essence of heaven and earth, using the inner organs as a furnace, the mind as alchemy fire. Coupled with multiple temperings, Chongqing slowly reached out his hand, his palms starting to gather spiritual energy, using the body to nourish the pill, using the body to become the pill. Gradually, a pill appeared on Chongqing's palm. He brought the pill in front of Chang Yuan, his voice gentle but full of emotion. "Fifth senior brother, this is the Tao of alchemy from the heart that I comprehended from your words." Hearing this, Chang Yuan truly noticed the pill in Chongqing's hand. His eyes flashed with shock, his expression full of disbelief. But right after, a change also occurred on Chang Yuan's side. His spirit root was shaking. Chang Yuan also noticed that change. Has my spirit root also started to undergo changes? Inside Chang Yuan's sea of consciousness, the tree that was originally injured was gradually healing and even transforming. Chang Yuan had another moment of astonishment. I have changed from an earth spirit root to a wood spirit root.
Meanwhile, Ye Chongqing seemed to wake up from a dream. He wondered blankly, it seems like I fell into some kind of profound comprehension just now. Ye Chongqing's gaze fell on the pill in his hand, his heart filled with doubt. Could this pill have been condensed when I was comprehending the Tao just now? Chang Yan, on the other side, also realized at this moment that the providence the junior brother had given him was real. Ye Chongqing then held up the pill and asked, "Senior brother, does this count as me having successfully refined a pill?" Hearing this, Chang Yan finally paid real attention to the pill in Chongqing's hand. His eyes flashed with horror, an expression of disbelief on his face. This is one glance and I'm stunned to realize, a minor heavenly tribulation. Chang Yan was shocked once again, petrified. Only when a heaven-grade pill was successfully refined would it trigger a pill tribulation. Then he looked at Ye Chongqing with a gaze as if looking at a monster. Junior brother Ye had just casually molded a bit, yet he had molded a pill that could trigger a minor heavenly tribulation. Looking again at the main character's incredibly innocent appearance, he helplessly knelt down in his heart. Just what kind of divine being is this junior brother? His attitude changed completely, becoming respectful, and the smile on his lips was somewhat forced. He advised in a deep voice, "Junior brother Ye, I must admit that you have quite a high aptitude in the Tao of alchemy." Chang Yan tried to fabricate a highly convincing reason. "But you must know, one should know their own limits in whatever they do. With your current cultivation, it is not enough to refine higher-grade pills." Hearing these words, Ye Chongqing had a disappointed look on his face, but then he looked at the pill in his hand and asked, "Senior brother, then what grade does this pill of mine belong to?" The seemingly naive question was like a blade stabbing straight into Chongwon's heart. "Yeah, it is the worst kind." He hesitated, forcing a wry smile. "Therefore, you should still go back and learn the sword Tao." In his heart, Chongwon was full of guilt. "Li Shu Yuan, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Ye Chongqing bowed his head in understanding. "Chongqing understands, truly worthy of being senior brother. Your words have helped Chongqing learn a lot." Those words were like a second blade, stabbing straight into Chongwon's fragile and weak heart. "Li Shu Yuan, I really underestimated you. In order to get close to the junior brother and obtain providence, I can endure saying these heaven-defying words." On this side, Ye Chongqing held the spirit pill with some regret. "Since it has already been refined, instead of throwing it away, I might as well eat it directly." He also asked for Chongwon's opinion. "Fifth senior brother, can I eat this pill?" Chongwon was heartbroken enough at this moment. He didn't care and waved his hand. "Of course you can." In his heart, he thought, "After all, this pill did not originate from me. If there is any problem after eating it, it has nothing to do with me." He walked away dejectedly, feeling as if there was a 1,000-jin boulder on his shoulders. Besides, a pill that could trigger a minor pill tribulation shouldn't cause any problems. On this side, Ye Chongqing quickly put the pill into his mouth. As soon as he ate it, his body underwent a transformation. All the wood spiritual energy in the space was gathered by Ye Chongqing.
Chang Yan, who was walking ahead, was also startled. Hey, what's going on?" Ye Chongqing was completely shocked at this moment, thinking to himself, the pill has transformed into a current of heat. Inside my body, it is absorbing wood spiritual energy from all directions. This surging spiritual energy far exceeds the amount my body can contain and absorb. His body felt extremely uncomfortable right now, his eyes staring wide open with bloodshot veins clearly visible. Chongqing groaned inwardly. "It's so uncomfortable. It feels like I'm going to explode." At that very moment, the wood spirit root inside his body suddenly lit up. A jade-green light spread out, gradually transforming from a tree trunk into leaves, and the wood divine repository took shape. Only then did the wood spiritual energy in the space calm down a bit, and he let out a sigh of relief. Ye Chongqing recalled the words Li Shuan had once said. "Eldest senior brother once told me that when spiritual energy enters the body, it must quickly be refined for one's own use, otherwise the body will explode and die." Chongqing quickly began to chant an incantation. Abundant spiritual energy spread across the 6 Shen. Focus, mind, and spirit align with the 3 Jiao above. As soon as he finished speaking, a surging wave of spiritual energy spread throughout the space.
Ye Changqing realized, sure enough, after the wood divine repository is formed, my body also has a base station specifically for circulating wood attribute spiritual energy. All the surrounding plants and trees were bathed in the spiritual energy and became lush and verdant. This transformation also surprised Chang Yuan. Can junior brother Ye release such a massive amount of wood spiritual energy? This spiritual energy nourished the entirety of Mount Yunlu. On this side, Ye Changqing was overjoyed, as if he had unlocked something wonderful. Cultivating the divine repository of the immemorial fiend god illustration was indeed miraculous. The scene shifted to Qin Yun. At this moment, he had flown to an old town. A look of joy appeared in Qin Yun's eyes. I've arrived.
Looking at the city before his eyes, Qing Yin could not hide his admiration. So magnificent, truly worthy of being the largest city under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Ever since taking on the position of sect master, every time he came to Langxi City, he carried a heavy responsibility. Recalling the previous times, if it wasn't selling off ancestral properties to keep the sect afloat, it was facing all sorts of disdain while recruiting disciples. Sigh, ultimately falling into a predicament where he could neither sell at a good price nor recruit disciples. Even at the assembly of the affiliated sects of the Heavenly Sword Sect, there was no place for this Taoist Qing Yun. Thinking of those grievances, Qing Yun wept silently, but those things were in the past. Qing Yun was full of anticipation, because things are different now. Chang Qing joining the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword Sect was already a certainty, and now Wenhua proactively requested to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect selection. With 2 good disciples here, why should the Qingyang sect worry about not restoring its former glory? Truly, rivers have their bends, and people have their turns of fortune. Just as he stepped through the city gate, someone recognized him. Hey, Li Qingyun, why are you only arriving now? The inn we rented together has raised its prices. We are planning to find a cheaper place. Surprisingly, Qingyun was not the least bit angry and calmly replied, You guys go ahead. I have more important things to do. This attitude surprised Qingyun's friend. What important thing could you possibly have? Don't tell me you're going to kneel in front of the city lord's manor, begging the city lord for mercy not to disband your Qingyang sect. These words made Qingyun fume with anger, and he snorted. The past is different from the present. Just you wait and see. He quickly took out the token Wenhua gave him to find the way. 3 steps left, turn south, 5 steps east, go straight. Looking at the door ahead, Qingyun guessed, it must be this place. He stepped forward, grabbed the door knocker, and knocked a few times.
The door quickly opened. Seeing the familiar figure appear, Qingyun's eyes lit up. Benefactor expert, it really is you. Qingyun was invited inside. The person coughed a few times. I am surnamed Yan, Sect Master Li, cough cough. Did the young miss tell you to come here? Qingyun took out the token and handed it over. That's right. Wenhua also gave me this token. Mr. Yan then took back the token to examine it. It seems the young miss is already prepared. Qingyun thought to himself, to think he could casually take an item from my hand. Mr. Yan's cultivation has already reached the soul formation realm. Mr. Yan still felt a bit sorrowful. Time flies. It has been over 18 years since I brought the young miss to Lingzhou, yet the young miss still chose this path. Qingyun didn't understand as he heard this, secretly doubting in his mind. What path? What did that girl choose? Mr. Yan took out a storage ring and threw it to Qingyun. Sect Master Li, keep it well. Inside this ring are over 1 million origin spirit stones and more than 100 heaven great pills. Qingyun's eyes lit up as he looked at the ring in his hand, unable to help but feel shocked in his heart. 1 million origin spirit stones? Mr. Yan politely continued. These past few years you have raised the young miss and imparted cultivation methods to her according to my instructions. The reason the young miss was able to reach the golden core realm in such a young age is undeniably due to your efforts. Qingyun politely replied, Not at all. So this ring is... Mr. Yan's expression sank and he said seriously, Tomorrow before the affiliated sect's grand assembly ends, you can choose and buy pills and magical treasures in the city yourself. Wait until you return to the Qingyang sect. All the remaining items in this ring must be handed over to the young miss. Hearing this, Qingyun was stunned and couldn't believe it. I just became rich overnight?